In a secluded thicket, two wild boars sprinted away, startling the myriad of birds and beasts within the forest. At that very moment, behind the boars, a youthful boy drew back his bowstring, his aim fixed upon his quarry. With a swift whoosh, arrows flew from his hands, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, and struck the two wild boars with astounding speed. The arrows pierced their hind legs, sending the creatures crashing to the ground, writhing in agony and emitting pitiful cries of distress. Witnessing his arrows find their mark, a smile slowly graced the boy's face. Yet, just then, a faint sound of air being cut pierced the stillness around him. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged behind the boy, brandishing a gleaming dagger that glinted ominously in the light. With a muffled thud, the boy felt an unbearable pain surge from his back to his chest, his vision blurring rapidly. Ling Tianyang, blame yourself for crossing paths with the wrong person, rasped the shadowy figure. Without a second glance at the boy, whose life force waned swiftly, the figure vanished into the distance, retreating towards the city of Kaiyang. The boy collapsed heavily to the ground, his face contorted in agony as crimson blood flowed ceaselessly from his wounds. His limbs struggled weakly for a moment before succumbing to stillness. The pungent scent of blood quickly permeated the air, attracting several voracious wild beasts. However, at that moment, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. The space near the boy's body rippled visibly, and a dark fissure, seemingly capable of devouring all, materialized before him. Suddenly, a beam of white light erupted from the chasm, flickering momentarily in midair. If anyone had been present, they would have noticed that the light descended precisely upon the boy lying in the pool of blood. As the white light enveloped him, a soft, milky glow encased his wounds, halting the flow of blood and initiating their gradual healing. More remarkably, the boy's heart, which had ceased beating, miraculously revived. Concurrently, a gentle, milky luminescence spread rapidly from his head to encompass his entire being. In that instant, the beasts drawn by the scent of blood recoiled in terror, fleeing as if confronted by a most fearsome creature. In the southern part of Kaiyang City, the residents of the Ling family awaited. A slender youth, accompanied by two maidens adorned in delicate attire, paced anxiously within the courtyard, glancing frequently at a tightly shut door. It has already been 3 days. Why has my younger brother yet to awaken? The slender youth furrowed his brow, worry etched upon his face as he gazed skyward. Heavenly Lord, I implore you, grant my brother your protection and ensure his safety. Cough, cough as if the heavens had indeed heard the youth's fervent plea. A series of faint coughs emanated from the previously silent room. Ah, that must be my brother awakening quickly. Go inform father. Upon hearing the gentle coughs, the slender youth and the maidens were filled with elation, one of the maidens hurriedly darting towards the courtyard's exit. The events of a lifetime replayed in vivid detail within his mind, akin to a cinematic reel. From the onset of his memories to the climactic battle against the formidable forces of the Dragon Clan and the Sect of Annihilation, Ling Tianyang was enveloped in a surreal sensation. As time slipped away, he remained unaware of how long had passed. Suddenly, dreamlike images flickered before his eyes, and he found himself transformed into a young master of a noble family. Where am I? In a moment of clarity, Ling Tianyang finally opened his heavy eyelids, revealing a strange yet vaguely familiar room. Was I not being relentlessly pursued by the Dragon Clan and the Sect of Annihilation, ultimately resorting to self-detonation to perish with them? His gaze fixed upon the ceiling, Ling Tianyang's thoughts began to drift. Shouldn't I be dead by now? Cough, an involuntary cough escaped his lips, sending a jolt of intense pain coursing through his body, snapping him back to reality. Ouch, my body aches terribly. Could it be that I'm still alive? Otherwise, how could I still feel pain? As doubts swirled within Ling Tianyang's mind, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, emanating from his brain. Gradually, as the discomfort in his mind began to subside, he started to comprehend the extraordinary events that had transpired. I never imagined such fortuitous luck. Not only have I survived, but I have inexplicably been reborn. Realizing the truth of his miraculous rebirth, Ling Tianyang could not contain his joy. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang was a destitute orphan, often troubled by the struggle for daily sustenance. However, through a serendipitous encounter, he was recognized by the renowned hermit master of medicinal arts, becoming his sole disciple. From that moment forth, the two shared a profound bond, with Ling Tianyang growing into a skilled martial artist. Over 2 centuries ago, In pursuit of breaking through his cultivation limits, Master of Medicinal Arts ventured into an ancient secret realm seeking opportunities, from which he never returned. Since Master of Medicinal Arts' disappearance, Ling Tianyang had spent the last 200 years in solitary cultivation, leaving him with little to tether his heart, no matter where he found himself. Through the brief fusion of memories, Ling Tianyang came to understand the origins of his current body. Is it possible that this is fate at play? Remarkably, the original owner of this body is also named Ling Tianyang. As he perused the memories that were not inherently his own, a peculiar expression crossed Ling Tianyang's face. Rest assured, Ling Tianyang, given our profound connection and the fact that I have taken possession of your body, I shall undoubtedly avenge you when the opportunity arises. No sooner had Ling Tianyang uttered these words than he felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Creak! The firmly shut door was abruptly pushed open from the outside, producing a crisp sound. Moments later, Ling Tianyang beheld several familiar figures entering the room, both men and women. The first to catch his eye was a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, whose face bore a regal demeanor softened by kindness. Peering beyond this man, Ling Tianyang noticed a slender youth accompanied by two maidens dressed in feminine attire. Tianyang, you have finally awakened. As the middle-aged man entered, he hurried to Ling Tianyang's bedside, gently grasping his hand. The man's eyes were slightly reddened, filled with genuine concern for Ling Tianyang. Who is he? Why does he seem so familiar to me? Why do I feel an instinctive warmth towards him? From the man's slightly reddened eyes, Ling Tianyang could unmistakably sense a profound affection directed towards him. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tianyang finally unearthed the answer from within his memories. This middle-aged man, with his subtly reddened eyes, was none other than his adoptive father, Ling Xian, the head of the Ling family. Tianyang, you have truly frightened your father this time. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort remaining? Father, I am fine now. Upon hearing Ling Xian's words, Ling Tianyang gazed deeply at him and instinctively called him father. As the words left his lips, Ling Tianyang was momentarily taken aback. My soul is no longer that of the previous Ling Tianyang. Why do I find it so natural to address Ling Xian as father? Perhaps it is due to the recent merging of the original owner's memories that I have been influenced in this manner. In his past life, Ling Tianyang was merely an orphan, and deep within his heart, he longed for a caring family. From Ling Xian, he distinctly felt an overwhelming paternal love, a sensation he did not reject but rather found nostalgic. Shaking his somewhat foggy head, Ling Tianyang struggled to prop himself up, endeavoring to sit upright. Hiss! However, as he made the slightest movement, a piercing pain shot through his entire body, causing him to draw in sharp breath. Second brother, as long as you are all right, you should lie still. You still have injuries that require rest. Do not move around for now. Standing beside Ling Xian, the slender youth quickly reached out to support Ling Tianyang, his previously furrowed brow transforming into a relieved smile. Yes, brother, Ling Tianyang replied, gazing at the concerned youth who had shown such care for him, and the answer emerged from his memories. This slender youth was none other than his elder brother, Ling Ju, who had grown up alongside him. Ling Ju was the biological son of Ling Xian and the young master of the Ling family. Although Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju were not blood brothers, their bond surpassed that of most siblings. Tianyang, listen to your brother. You should lie down and not move, Ling Xian advised with a smile, watching the two brothers. Shortly thereafter, a man dressed as a guard swiftly departed at Ling Xian's command. After a brief interval, the departing guard returned, accompanied by an elderly man who appeared around 50, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. The old man carried a quaint wooden box slung over his shoulder, and he approached Ling Tianyang's bedside, gently taking his pulse. Rest assured, Master, young Master Tianyang's condition is no longer concerning, the elder stated respectfully after a short while. After a brief tea time, the elder released Ling Tianyang's hand and stood, addressing Ling Xian with deference. Young Master Tianyang is still quite weak. With proper rest and the elixirs I prepare, he will recover rapidly. That's a relief to hear. Thank you, Master Su. Cough, cough. Ling Xian clasped his hands in gratitude, but suddenly he was seized by a fit of coughing, his complexion paling. Father, what is the matter? Ling Tianyang exclaimed in alarm. Tianyang, I'm fine. It is merely my old ailment acting up again. There's nothing to worry about. Rest well, and if you need anything, just call for your brother. Ling Xian waved his hand and soon exited Ling Tianyang's chamber. Second brother, do not fret, I am here for you. The most important thing now is for you to heal. We shall discuss everything else later. Once Ling Xian had departed, Ling Ju spoke up. Second brother, I shall not disturb your rest. If you have any needs, just send for Xiaoya or Xiaomei to inform me. All right, elder brother. Ling Tianyang nodded with a smile. Before long, Ling Ju also took his leave, leaving only the two maidens in the chamber. Chapter 2. The King of Medicine. At dawn, the sky began to reveal a faint glimmer of light. In a courtyard within the Ling family's inner compound, Ling Tianyang stood with his sword, his gaze lowered. At a certain moment, Ling Tianyang extended his right hand, holding the long sword at an angle, and with a swift step, his entire being transformed into a fleeting shadow that darted forward. Breath, draw, step, swing. The long sword danced through the air, stirring up gusts of wind. Each movement was seamless, appearing as natural as flowing water, with every stance executed effortlessly. After more than half a month, this body has finally healed. If I continue to lie in bed, I might as well start to mold. Having completed the series of sword techniques, Ling Tianyang sheathed his sword and stood still, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. Life is ever-changing, and circumstances often shift, yet the essence of a person lies in their spirit and will, while the physical form is merely a vessel. With his body finally restored, Ling Tianyang eagerly began to move, stretching and testing his limbs. During his period of convalescence, Ling Tianyang's soul had fully integrated with this new body, becoming inseparable. The majority of this Buddhist memories had been thoroughly assimilated by him, granting Ling Tianyang a clearer understanding of his surroundings. Ling Tianyang, the adopted son of Ling Xian, the head of the Ling family, is also the second young master of the house. The Ling family resides in the southern part of Kaiyang City, which is situated in the southern reaches of the Chinglian mountain range within the Qingyan kingdom. The continent on which Ling Tianyang currently finds himself is known as the Eastern Emperor Domain, part of the vast Tianzi Great World that also encompasses the realm of his previous life. The Eastern Emperor Domain is renowned for its martial arts, teeming with various sects, families, and factions. Its cultivation system closely mirrors that of the world Ling Tianyang once inhabited. The path of cultivation begins with body refinement, followed by the channeling of inner energy, the solidification of true essence, the mastery of the spiritual sea, and ultimately reaching the heavens. In this world, many pursue martial arts and cultivation, however, due to limitations such as individual physique, talent, fortune, and the methods of cultivation, each warrior's achievements vary greatly. Cultivation is an endeavor that defies the heavens, challenging both earth and sky. With each breakthrough in their cultivation, warriors gain formidable power and, potentially, prolonged life. In his past life, Ling Tianyang had also reached the pinnacle of the void profound realm, just a step away from the return to origin realm. Yet, in this rebirth, Ling Tianyang finds himself at the mere 9th level of body refinement. As his cultivation regressed, so too did the power of his soul dwindle to its utmost limits now. His soul level hovers at the late stage of true essence condensation, a stark contrast to his former peak. Nevertheless, the sole consolation is that Ling Tianyang is still alive. Moreover, through the memories that have fused in his mind, he learns that in Kaiyang City, the most formidable warriors are at the Spirit Sea realm. Kaiyang City is a conglomeration of numerous factions, among which the two most powerful families are the Ling family, where Ling Tianyang resides, and the Song family, located to the north of the city. Due to the presence of several Spirit Sea realm experts in both the Ling and Song families, these two clans dominate the other powers within Kaiyang City. The other factions, lacking any Spirit Sea realm masters, must submit to the authority of the Ling and Song families to survive. In a world where competition is fierce, conflicts both overt and covert are inevitable. The relationship between the Ling and Song families is far from amicable, with each side harboring ambitions to absorb the other. The rivalry between the two families has reached an impasse, as both possess comparable strength, leading to a restraint in their overt and covert conflicts. Neither side is inclined to escalate matters to a full-scale confrontation unless absolutely necessary, for engaging in such a conflict would result in mutual destruction. After all, inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy would ultimately lead to 800 losses on one's own side. Should a genuine war break out between them, without overwhelming superiority, even a victorious faction would suffer grievously, emerging with diminished strength. It seems that in order to thrive in this environment, I must first enhance my own capabilities, pondered Ling Tianyang. Typically, members of the Ling family commence their training around the age of 10. Now, at 17, Ling Tianyang has trained diligently for 7 years, achieving the 9th level of body tempering. However, peers from his generation have already succeeded in opening their chi seas, advancing into the realm of internal energy. Thus, at this age, Ling Tianyang's current level appears rather mediocre. Indeed, it all comes down to training resources, he mused, furrowing his brow. Despite his reincarnation, the self-detonation he experienced had inflicted considerable damage upon his soul. Without external assistance from training resources, it would take him several centuries to regain his former peak. I must devise a method to swiftly restore my strength otherwise. In this world where power reigns supreme, my life remains perilously uncertain. Moreover, there's that assassin who attempted to take my life previously. If that assassin learns of my survival, it is highly likely he will return to attempt to eliminate me once more. Given my current state, I would possess no means of self-defense should I encounter him again. Truly, I have fallen from grace. Strength. Ultimately, my current power is woefully insufficient. Ling Tianyang sighed, resigning himself to contemplation. Outside the Ling family's Apothecary Pavilion, Ling Tianyang came to a halt. Before him stood a quaint 3-story structure, its imposing red doors adorned with a grand plaque inscribed with the characters Apothecary Pavilion. As the name suggests, the Apothecary Pavilion serves as the repository for the Ling family's medicinal herbs and is also where family members collect training resources. Although Ling Tianyang is but an adopted son of Ling Xian, he is still regarded as a direct descendant of the Ling family. Thus, he is entitled to receive a monthly allocation of training resources. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang practiced a fragmented text known as the Medicine King Classic. Within this text lies a secret manuscript titled Medicine King's Record, which not only details various rare herbs, but also contains numerous precious elixir formulas. Thanks to this manuscript, Ling Tianyang had once successfully refined a high-grade, 6th-tier spiritual pill. It can be said that had this text not been incomplete, the Medicine King Classic would undoubtedly rank among the continent's premier practices. This time, Ling Tianyang visited the Apothecary Pavilion with the intention of seeking materials that would prove beneficial at his current stage. As he stepped through the grand entrance, he was greeted by a fragrant blend of medicinal aromas wafting through the in the grand hall of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Several disciples clad in the garb of menial workers busily attended to the shelves. By the central counter, an elderly man in a gray robe leisurely perused a rather antiquated tome that bore the marks of age. "Greetings, Steward Wu. I have come today to procure some medicinal herbs," stated Ling Tianyang, approaching the elderly figure with a hint of deference. The gray-robed elder held a notable position within the Ling family. It was said that his cultivation had long reached the pinnacle of the true condensation realm, having already opened his run and due meridians, and was now at the stage of transforming his true essence into spiritual power. Should he successfully cultivate his soul sea, he would undoubtedly ascend to the spiritual sea realm, becoming a formidable master. With such prowess, coupled with his unwavering loyalty to the Ling family, he had earned the trust of the family patriarch, who had assigned him to safeguard the Spirit Herb Pavilion. "Ah, young Master Tianyang," Steward Wu responded, slowly lifting his head. He was momentarily taken aback, for he perceived an unmistakable change in the youth before him compared to their previous encounters, though he could not quite articulate what exactly was different. Steward Wu's gaze was fixed intently on Ling Tianyang, as if attempting to see through him entirely. "Is there something on my face, Steward Wu?" Ling Tianyang chuckled. Amused by the elder's scrutiny, he could hardly believe that Wu's cultivation alone would allow him to discern the secret of his rebirth. "Humph, you cheeky brat. If you require medicinal herbs, feel free to select them yourself," Wu replied, regaining his composure, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. "Once you have made your selection, return to me for registration. Remember, you must not exceed the family's monthly quota." "Very well." Ling Tianyang nodded reluctantly and stepped through a door inscribed with the words Herb Storage Area. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows upon rows of shelves brimming with various herbs. As he surveyed the abundant assortment of medicinal plant snow bellflower, withered leaf grass, 9-leaf spirit ginseng, and Murray meticulously examined each shelf, identifying several herbs that he required. After gathering the necessary items, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Ling Tianyang, pleased with his collection, was about to seek out Steward Wu for registration when an abrasive voice pierced the air near him. "Ah, isn't this our second young Master Tianyang? Why aren't you still languishing in bed, waiting for death?" Aren't you afraid that the assassin might come back to finish you off? Haha. Chapter 3. The conflict at the Elixir Pavilion. Upon raising his gaze, Ling Tianyang found himself confronted by 5 figures, 3 men and 2 women. The first to speak was a young man clad in a brocade robe, possessing small eyes. As he uttered his words, the others behind him chimed in enthusiastically. Ling Xiao's glanced at the small-eyed youth and quickly recognized him. Ling Xiao, the grandson of the 3rd elder of the Ling family, Ling Tiandu, had long held animosity towards Ling Tianyang. In their youth, Ling Xiao often took advantage of his superior cultivation to bully Ling Tianyang. Hey, the young master Ling Xiao is speaking to you. Are you mute? A man beside Ling Xiao immediately interjected, glaring menacingly at Ling Tianyang, irritated by his indifferent demeanor. In the eyes of this man, Ling Tianyang was merely an outsider, a bastard adopted by the head of the Ling family, while Ling Xiao represented the true lineage of the family. Aware of the ongoing enmity between Ling Xiao and Ling Tianyang, he sought to curry favor with Ling Xiao by treating Ling Tianyang with disdain, hoping to teach him a lesson to gain Ling Xiao's approval. You wretched creature, what do you think you are? How dare you offend your superior? You are courting death. Ling Tianyang cast a cold glance at this sycophant beside Ling Xiao, surprised by the audacity of such a minor follower. He felt no desire to engage in further dialogue. Instead, he clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow directly to the man's face. With a resounding thud, the man emitted a muffled groan as his body was violently propelled backward, several shattered teeth, and a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. Consider this a lesson. Should you dare to speak disrespectfully again, beware for your life, Ling Tianyang stated coldly, wiping the blood from his knuckles. A chilling aura emanated from him, a remnant of his past experiences with death. Only then did the man realize he had been struck and left bleeding by the so-called bastard young master of the Ling family. As he raised his head to meet Ling Tianyang's gaze, a shiver ran down his spine upon encountering those frigid eyes. An inexplicable sense of helplessness washed over him, prompting an instinctive desire to evade Ling Tianyang's stare. Though the man's cultivation was on par with Ling Tianyang's, both at the 9th level of body refinement, he believed he could withstand a few exchanges even against a 10th level warrior. However, in the face of Ling Tianyang's formidable punch, he felt as if he were confronting an immovable mountain, devoid of any capacity to resist. In that fleeting moment, a vivid image of a river of blood flashed before his eyes, and he had never felt death so close. Overwhelmed by fear, he gaped in terror at Ling Tianyang, hastily retreating behind Ling Xiao. Humph, useless trash, Ling Xiao scoffed. Ling Xiao gazed at the man who had hidden behind him with palpable disdain. He then turned his attention to Ling Tianyang, his expression darkening. Ling Tianyang, how audacious of you to reprimand my subordinate in my presence. As he witnessed Ling Tianyang deliver a devastating blow that sent his subordinate reeling, Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback before fixating an angry glare on Ling Tianyang. He is merely a worthless fool. What is he in the grand scheme of things? You dare to defy me and strike him? What do you intend to do now? Ling Tianyang replied with a dismissive tone. Ling Tianyang, it seems that during our time apart, you have grown quite bold, Ling Xiao mused, feeling as though he scarcely recognized his once timid cousin. Was this truly the same worthless younger relative he had so often bullied? However, the memory of Ling Tianyang's previous helplessness brought a sneer to Ling Xiao's lips. This fool is of no consequence, yet he is still under my command. You have blatantly disrespected me, and as your elder cousin, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson today. Ling Xiao loomed over Ling Tianyang with an air of superiority. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, his fist clenched tightly, propelled by a fierce gale as he aimed a powerful strike at Ling Tianyang's chest. Oh, is that so? Ling Tianyang smirked disdainfully at the approaching fist. Had this been the old Ling Tianyang, he might have panicked. However, the current Ling Tianyang was no longer the same. While his cultivation was only at the 9th level of body refinement, he was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner at that stage. To Ling Tianyang, Ling Xiao's attack was riddled with openings. He could easily devise dozens of ways to counter and retaliate against Ling Xiao's assault. On the other side, as Ling Xiao's fist drew near to connect with Ling Tianyang's chest, a cruel smile spread across Ling Xiao's face. He envisioned Ling Tianyang defeated, begging for mercy in a pitiful state. Ling Xiao was determined to teach Ling Tianyang a lesson, ensuring that while he could not kill or severely injure him, leaving him bedridden for a while was certainly within the realm of possibility. However, just as Ling Xiao's fist was about to strike, Ling Tianyang astonishingly leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly evading the forceful blow. Bang! Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt as if a colossal boulder had crashed into his chest. An overwhelming force surged through him, causing his body to be uncontrollably propelled backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud and stirring up a cloud of dust. Ling Xiao, are you all right? Witnessing Ling Xiao's defeat at the hands of Ling Tianyang, the group of men and women behind Ling Xiao looked on in sheer terror. One particularly quick-thinking subordinate rushed to assist Ling Xiao to his feet. Damn it, why are you all just standing there? A mouthful of blood was spat out as Ling Xiao was helped to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. He glared at Ling Tianyang and bellowed at the few men and women beside him. All of you, attack. If I don't defeat him today, I shall no longer be called Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao never anticipated that he would be bested by Ling Tianyang, the very person he had bullied in the past. With a single punch. It must have been carelessness. I must have been too complacent. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao wore an expression of defiance. He did not believe that his strength was inferior to Ling Tianyang's, but rather that his previous lapse in caution was to blame. Ling Tianyang, you have truly provoked me this time. Defeated by Ling Tianyang's punch, Ling Xiao felt an immense humiliation wash over him. His fists clenched tightly. He was eager to charge at Ling Tianyang. Once more, stop. At that moment, a loud voice resonated from behind them, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that enveloped the group, rendering them motionless. Sensing this formidable presence, a bitter expression crossed Ling Tianyang's face. Once, I was a formidable warrior of the void profound realm. Who could have imagined that I would now be subdued by this sudden, overwhelming force? Ultimately, my strength is simply too feeble against a practitioner of the true condensation realm. I stand no chance whatsoever. It seems imperative that I enhance my cultivation without delay. Ling Tianyang clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. Do you take this place for a battleground? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Have you forgotten the rules of the Ling family? Shall I inform the family head about your private brawl and let him deal with you? At that juncture, Steward Wu approached, his expression disapproving. We wouldn't dare. We were merely joking around, Ling Xiao responded, his bravado deflating upon realizing the presence of Steward Wu from the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Lowering his head, he spoke timidly. In the past, there had been direct descendants of the family who, emboldened by their status, caused disturbances before Steward Wu, only to be reported to the family head and subsequently punished severely. The thought of that punishment made Ling Xiao shiver involuntarily. Very well. I shall overlook this incident this time, but let it not happen again. You all may leave, Steward Wu said, shaking his head in resignation and gesturing for them to disperse. In truth, Steward Wu was reluctant to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation of the Ling family. Considering that Ling Xiao was the direct grandson of the third elder and Ling Tianyang was the adopted son of the family head, Ling Xian, who held him in high regard. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye. As Ling Xiao departed the Spirit Herb Pavilion, he could not resist casting a fierce glare back at Ling Tianyang, as if to say, mark my words, I will not let this go. Observing Ling Xiao's demeanor, Ling Tianyang found it amusing. Reflecting on his past, he mused, I suppose I can be considered an old monster who has lived for several hundred years. Who would have thought that today I would engage in a brawl with a group of teenagers? It truly is rather comical. Could it be that after being reborn, one's mindset has also rejuvenated? Shaking his head, Ling Tianyang stepped away from the spiritual medicine pavilion. Upon returning to his humble abode, he eagerly plunged into his room, unable to contain his excitement as he retrieved the medicinal materials exchanged at the pavilion from his bosom, carefully arranging them upon the table. This visit to the spiritual medicine pavilion was not solely to seek out elixirs suitable for his current stage. There was another purpose that lingered in his mind. Ling Tianyang had an incessant sense of impending peril that loomed over him, threatening his very existence. A single misstep could lead to his demise. His current cultivation level was woefully insufficient. Given Ling Tianyang's present circumstances, surviving in this world was exceedingly challenging. Any slight error could yield catastrophic consequences. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang, armed with the secrets of the Apothecary King, had already mastered the art of concocting 6th-grade high-tier elixirs. Although he had not reached the pinnacle of alchemy, he had undoubtedly surpassed the vast majority in this field. In the hands of an alchemist, medicinal materials can serve as life-saving elixirs. Yet they can equally become instruments of death. Ling Tianyang was not a narrow-minded individual. He understood that in order to navigate this world safely, the most effective means of self-preservation was through the use of poison. Chapter 4. Spirit refining powder. Upon the table lay approximately 50 medicinal herbs, of which merely a handful were of the first-tier spirit herbs, while the remainder appeared rather ordinary. Spirit herbs are categorized into 9 tiers based on their age and efficacy. The first tier possesses the lowest potency and is the most abundant, typically employed by cultivators in the body refinement stage. As one ascends the tiers, the efficacy of the herbs intensifies, and their rarity increases correspondingly. Gazing at the herbs before him, Ling Tianyang pondered for a moment before commencing his task. With each passing moment, the herbs on the table dwindled in number. After an indeterminate span of time, Ling Tianyang exhaled a sigh of relief and ceased his actions. That was a close call, but I have successfully concocted the mixture. Fortunately, this is not the crafting of a pill. There is no need for a pill furnace or flames. Otherwise, with my current cultivation level, which is yet to reach the inner chi realm, I would be utterly incapable of such an endeavor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ling Tianyang looked at the 2 small jade vials on the table and felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his previous life, he had the ability to concoct 6th-tier high-grade spirit pills, yet this time is markedly different. For one, his current cultivation is merely at the 9th level of body refinement, and his soul power has yet to reach the spirit sea realm. The disparity from the peak of his previous existence is immeasurable. Given my current state, successfully concocting the 6 desires heartbreak and petrification powder, both of such high caliber, is no small feat nevertheless. Possessing the 6 desires heartbreak and petrification powder grants me a modicum of self-protection in Kayang City. Even a peak master in the true realm, should they inadvertently fall victim to my 6 desires heartbreak or petrification powder, would likely meet a regrettable fate. Ling Tianyang gazed at the 2 small jade vials containing the 6 desires heartbreak and petrification powder, a grin spreading across his face. However, upon noticing the mere remnants of a dozen herbs on the table, his expression soured. Alas, I possess only enough materials to concoct the spirit refining powder. Should this attempt fail, I would have to wait at least 2 months to gather the necessary ingredients once more. Life without gold is indeed arduous. It seems I must devise a means to earn some coin. As a direct descendant of the Ling family, the clan provides each member with a modest sum of gold coins for cultivation resources each month. The herbs I exchanged at the Spirit Herb Pavilion previously cost me over 100 gold coins, depleting not only my current month's resources, but also overextending those of the next month. What I need most now is time. If this attempt at concocting fails, the remaining herbs will be wasted, and I currently lack the means to procure more. Thus, the creation of the spirit refining powder must succeed without fail. Recalling the method for crafting the spirit refining powder repeatedly in his mind, Ling Tianyang continued until he had thoroughly grasped the process. Feeling a sense of confidence before he embarked on his undertaking, taking a long breath, Ling Tianyang tidied the 6 desires heartbreak and petrification powder on the table before resuming his busy activities. The essence refining powder is a rare special auxiliary elixir recorded in the secret records of the Apothecary King, intended for martial artists in the body refinement stage. The steps to concoct the essence refining powder are exceedingly intricate, yet do not require an alchemical furnace or fire source. It is an ancient formula passed down from antiquity. Based on Ling Tianyang's speculation, utilizing this powder at his current body refinement 9th level might propel him directly to the 10th level, thus advancing his cultivation. As moments slipped by, the last remnants of herbs vanished under Ling Tianyang's meticulous hands, leaving behind a jade vial filled with a vibrant green powder. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a pool of water. Ling Tianyang stood motionless, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the essence refining powder he had just successfully crafted. The task was finally accomplished, yet an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him. Glancing at the completed powder, Ling Tianyang felt a wave of joy wash over him. However, he was soon overtaken by a profound weariness, and as he hastily secured the jade vial, darkness descended before his eyes, causing him to faint. Ling Tianyang's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of body refinement, positioning him as only slightly stronger than an ordinary individual. The earlier concoction of the 6 desires heartbreak and petrification powder had already drained a considerable amount of his mental and physical energy, and the subsequent crafting of the essence refining powder further exhausted him. After all, a martial artist's body is not impervious. Prolonged overexertion inevitably leads to exhaustion. The following day dawned bright and clear. Sunlight streamed through the window of Ling Tianyang's room, casting a warm, rosy glow throughout the space. With a gentle awakening, he donned his clothing and slowly rose from his bed, stretching his arms toward the heavens in a long yawn. Creak! The door swung open, and 2 young maidens, resembling sisters, gracefully entered the room. They were twin sisters, Xianxia and Xiaomei, whose ages closely mirrored that of Ling Tianyang. After losing their parents at a young age, the sisters were compelled by circumstance to be sold into the Ling family as maids by a distant relative. Later, Upon recognizing their similar ages, Ling Xian assigned them to care for Ling Tianyang's daily needs. Having treated them well in the past, Ling Tianyang shared a close bond with the two. Young master, we were terrified when we found you unconscious on the floor yesterday. Are you feeling better now? Xianxia and Xiaomei entered with concern etched on their faces, their eyes reddened with worry. Oh, I am fine now. It was you who carried me to bed. Wasn't he it? Thank you for your efforts. Ling Tianyang recalled fainting on the floor before awakening in the comfort of his bed. It seems that it was Xiaoya and Xiaomei who discovered him collapsed on the floor and subsequently lifted him onto the bed. Otherwise, he had no idea how long he would have lain there. Thus, Ling Tianyang felt it was necessary to express his gratitude to the two. We are merely the young master's maids. This is our duty. It is a relief to see the young master well. The two girls replied with warm smiles. As Ling Tianyang conversed with them, he suddenly recalled something and hastily reached into his pocket to retrieve a jade vial filled with emerald green powder. Fortunately, the spirit refining powder is still here, he murmured, visibly relieved upon confirming the vial's presence. Xiaoya and Xiaomei, intrigued by Ling Tianyang's peculiar demeanor, gazed curiously at the jade vial in his hand. Young master, what treasure does this jade vial contain? You seem quite anxious. May I have a look? Xiaomei inquired with an eager expression. Well, it is indeed a precious item, but for now, I shall keep it a secret and tell you later. Ling Tianyang replied with a smile. Typically, an ordinary individual embarking on the path of cultivation would require several years to progress from the first stage of body refinement to its pinnacle. However, by utilizing the spirit refining powder, a martial artist can significantly shorten this duration without encountering instability in their cultivation. According to the records in the pharmacist's secret tome, those with exceptional physical endowments can, in a matter of months or even a remarkably brief time, ascend directly from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of body refinement. It is widely acknowledged that as a martial artist advances, breaking through to the next level becomes increasingly challenging, excluding those who flourish later in life. Most martial artists reach their peak cultivation years in their youth. Thus, achieving breakthroughs earlier can lead to greater future accomplishments. Although the spirit refining powder is only effective for those in the body refinement phase, its capacity to expedite progression to the pinnacle undoubtedly saves a substantial amount of cultivation time, highlighting its extraordinary nature. Innocent as a commoner, yet burdened by treasure, Ling Tianyang resolved not to disclose the secret of the spirit refining powder to others until his own cultivation was sufficiently enhanced. Xiaoya and Xiaomei, accompanying Ling Tianyang, had also learned some rudimentary techniques. Their cultivation levels mirrored his, situated within the body refinement phase, albeit at a lower tier, around the 4th or 5th levels. Ling Tianyang intended for the two girls to use the spirit refining powder in the future, as their unwavering loyalty to him would provide numerous benefits if their cultivation levels improved. I require some warm water. Please prepare it for me, he requested politely, glancing at the vial containing the spirit refining powder, eager to commence his trial. All right. In no time, a large wooden tub in Ling Tianyang's room was filled with steaming, clear water. Thank you both. Now, please wait outside and ensure that no one disturbs me, understood? Understood, they replied. Once the two departed, Ling Tianyang eagerly poured the spirit refining powder into the wooden tub. As the essence refining powder was introduced into the water, the entire barrel of hot water transformed into a liquid of an enchanting emerald hue. Observing this, Ling Tianyang eagerly shed his garments and assumed a meditative posture within. The moment he immersed himself, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his entire being. Ling Tianyang gritted his teeth, inhaling sharply as the veins on his arms bulged, and sweat cascaded down like rain. The essence refining powder is a unique spiritual elixir that accelerates the refinement of the physical body, devoid of any adverse effects. Its sole drawback lies in the immense suffering it inflicts upon the practitioner during its application. As half a stick of incense passed, Ling Tianyang's flesh underwent further refinement under the elixir's influence, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. An hour later, a resounding crack echoed from within him, and he opened his eyes wide with joy. Under the immersion of the essence refining powder, Ling Tianyang's cultivation swiftly ascended to the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement, and upon glancing down at the remaining elixir in the wooden barrel, he noted that less than 1/5 had been consumed. Chapter 5. The Realm of Internal Energy. I wonder to what heights my cultivation can ascend with the aid of the essence refining powder. 2 hours passed, then 3. The essence refining powder within the wooden barrel diminished rapidly, and the once deep green liquid began to turn transparent. During this time, Ling Tianyang's cultivation soared immensely. From the initial stage of the 10th layer of body refinement to the mid-stage, then to the late stage. When the last vestige of the powder's potency was consumed, Ling Tianyang astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. Body refinement starts with nurturing life, refining the flesh, bones, and internal organs, progressing layer by layer. A martial artist who reaches this pinnacle possesses immense strength, impervious to ailments. Although he may not yet be invulnerable to blades or flames, he can withstand the might of 5 horses, wielding a strength of several thousand pounds, capable of shattering stone with ease. Haha, splendid. Feeling the transformation within, Ling Tianyang laughed heartily. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, confident that he could obliterate a first-tier striped tiger with a single punch. To think he had ascended to the pinnacle of body refinement in one breath. Martial cultivation emphasizes gradual progress. If a martial artist's power increases too rapidly, creating a disparity between their cultivation and mindset, they risk falling into madness. It is akin to a person, weak and frail, suddenly possessing immense strength. Initial adaptation would be impossible. This is why martial artists venture out for experience after periods of training, to ensure their strength grows harmoniously with their mental state. Having once reached the peak of the void profound realm, Ling Tianyang felt no such concerns as he advanced toward the returning essence realm. Since I have already broken through to the pinnacle of body refinement, why not seize the momentum and strive for the internal energy realm? As the saying goes, with a single effort, one can achieve great things. Overexertion leads to decline. Before embarking on cultivation, a martial artist cannot practice fasting. They still rely on grains for sustenance. Consuming grains naturally leads to the accumulation of impurities within the body, which obstructs the martial artist's connection to the spiritual energy of the universe. What is body refinement? It is the process of purifying the martial artist's body, expelling impurities to enable them to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Only when a martial artist can perceive this energy can they successfully draw it into their being. The body refinement stage, from the 1st to the 10th layer, serves as preparation for advancing to the internal energy realm. Having previously attained the heights of the void profound realm, Ling Tianyang felt no apprehension about the rapid ascent of his cultivation. He seated himself in a meditative posture, swiftly establishing a subtle connection with the spiritual energy of the universe. In his past life, he practiced the pharmacist's scripture, which is renowned for generating spiritual energy with formidable healing properties. Otherwise, Ling Tianyang could not have endured so long amidst a throng of masters intent on his demise. The sole drawback of the Medicine King Sutra lies in its cultivation techniques, which encompass only the realms from internal chi to empty profound. It is, in essence, an incomplete system of practice. Once a martial artist reaches the pinnacle of the empty profound realm, they are compelled to seek out new techniques. Otherwise, they shall remain forever stagnant. In a previous life, Ling Tianyang found himself at the apex of the empty profound realm through the study of the Medicine King Sutra. Yet the absence of subsequent techniques hindered his progression to the returning origin realm. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to venture forth in search of additional cultivation methods. During his quest, Ling Tianyang forged bonds with like-minded companions. Upon hearing news of the emergence of the ancient thief-god sect's cave dwelling, they mingled with the throng of treasure seekers. Fortune smiled upon Ling Tianyang, as he acquired the most precious treasure housed within the ancient thief's lair, the Xuanling pearl. Though he exercised great caution after obtaining the pearl, he overlooked a fundamental flaw of human nature. His companions, driven by envy and greed, betrayed him, attracting the wrath of the Demon Dragon Clan and the Annihilation Sect, who pursued him relentlessly. Ultimately, Ling Tianyang was left with no option but to perish alongside his foes. However, it was a stroke of luck that he survived. During his search for techniques, Ling Tianyang did manage to discover several commendable manuals, yet he found them lacking. After much contemplation, he resolved to once again practice the Medicine King Sutra, as it was a system he had previously mastered and thus possessed a solid foundation. The Medicine King Sutra, despite being an incomplete technique, undeniably held formidable power. At this juncture, it appeared that he had little choice besides continuing to cultivate the Medicine King Sutra while simultaneously seeking a suitable new technique. With his hands forming seals, Ling Tianyang commenced the process of guiding the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into his body. Before long, wisps of ethereal energy began to permeate through the pores of his skin. As he altered the hand seals, he directed this energy through the pathways dictated by the Medicine King Sutra, setting it into motion within his meridians. Suddenly, a resounding hum echoed within his mind. Ling Tianyang felt a chilling current surge from the depths of his consciousness. This current, unbound by his will, spread rapidly throughout his entire being with unstoppable force. It traversed his body in a manner unknown to him, weaving through numerous acupoints and unblocking pathways. After what felt like the duration of a fragrant incense stick, this enigmatic energy seemed to tire of its exploration and retreated back into the recesses of his mind, vanishing from sight. He was astonished to discover such a mysterious force hidden within him. With wide eyes, Ling Tianyang could not help but shudder in disbelief. A mysterious current surged through Ling Tianyang's body, astonishingly unlocking certain acupoints and meridians necessary for a martial artist to ascend to the inner energy realm. This phenomenon successfully cultivated a sea of energy within his dantian. The inner energy realm allows one to sense the spiritual essence of the world, absorbing it into the body and establishing a sanctuary for this essence, commonly referred to as the sea of energy. Martial artists connect with the cosmos, refining their bodies and enhancing their senses to perceive fluctuations in spiritual energy. Upon entering the inner energy realm, the primary objective becomes the continual expansion of the energy mass within. Ling Tianyang found himself bewilderingly ascending to the inner energy realm. The establishment of the sea of energy marked his advancement. As his consciousness stirred, the state of his body became vividly apparent before him. Above his dantian, a small milky white vortex floated, slowly rotating, drawing in tendrils of spiritual energy with each revolution. This internal vision is a unique ability that manifests only when a martial artist reaches the inner energy realm. To Ling Tianyang's astonishment, he realized that the enigmatic current, while coursing through him, inadvertently opened his Ren and Du meridians. When a martial artist reaches the pinnacle of the true condensation realm and seeks to ascend to the spiritual sea realm, the initial step is to unblock these meridians. It is known that many individuals may devote their lives to cultivation, yet fail to open even one of these pathways, which contributes to the disparity between the number of martial artists in Kayang City and those who attain the spiritual sea realm. Now, with his Ren and Du meridians unblocked at the inner energy realm, what does this signify? It suggests that once Ling Tianyang reaches the pinnacle of the true condensation realm, he will have a significantly easier path to the spiritual sea realm than others. In this moment, Ling Tianyang felt as if he were in a dream. Despite possessing the cultivation experience from his previous life, unblocking the Ren and Du meridians was no simple feat. What kind of mysterious power was this? He wondered if it posed any danger to his body. The existence of an unknown energy within him always stirred a sense of unease. The mere thought of this uncontrollable, mysterious energy sent shivers down his spine. Buzz, buzz. As Ling Tianyang pondered, the chilling current, accompanied by a buzzing in his mind, surged once more into his consciousness. Chapter 6. The true understanding of mysterious spirit. What is unknown and uncontrollable is the most terrifying. As soon as Ling Tianyang sensed the emergence of this chilling, enigmatic aura, he was taken aback. Just as he was consumed by worry, this aura did not surge chaotically within him as he had imagined. Instead, it transformed into a colossal stream of information that surged into his mind. A deluge of information flooded his consciousness, leaving Ling Tianyang with a singular sensation. His head was spinning, as though it would burst from the sheer volume of knowledge. Never before had time felt so agonizingly slow. Each passing second was a torment. It seemed as if a century had elapsed. When the mysterious aura finally dissipated, Ling Tianyang's mind gradually regained clarity. As the throbbing pain in his head subsided, his gaze brightened, and a fervent brilliance flickered in the depths of his eyes. The true understanding of mysterious spirit. With the disappearance of the enigmatic aura, a plethora of ancient and arcane characters materialized in his mind. This was a formidable martial arts legacy, encompassing an extensive range of knowledge, including not only cultivation techniques, but also information pertaining to elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, formations, and monstrous beasts, among other subjects. Upon encountering the cultivation techniques, Ling Tianyang found himself irresistibly drawn to the content. His primary interest lay in these methods of cultivation, rendering him oblivious to all else. The techniques began from the body refinement stage, advancing through levels such as inner chi realm, true condensation realm, spiritual sea realm, heavenly extremity realm, empty profound realm, and returning to origin realm, extending even beyond. What a remarkable value. The pain endured was undoubtedly worth it. Haha, I have struck gold. It seems I am indeed a person of great fortune, receiving what I lack. The more he delved into the techniques, the broader the smile upon Ling Tianyang's face became. This timely arrival of the true understanding of mysterious spirit alleviated his concerns regarding a lack of subsequent cultivation methods. The emergence of this manuscript completely resolved Ling Tianyang's difficulties concerning insufficient cultivation techniques. Upon acquiring the true understanding of mysterious spirit, he naturally began to compare it with the Medicine King Sutra he had previously practiced, leading him to a startling conclusion. The true understanding of mysterious spirit was undeniably the most powerful technique Ling Tianyang had encountered to date. There was simply no comparison between it and the likes of the Medicine King Sutra. The disparity was vast. What kind of extraordinary genius could have conceived such a formidable technique? Satisfaction. Ling Tianyang was utterly pleased with the true understanding of mysterious spirit. Was it mere coincidence that the true understanding of mysterious spirit and the mysterious spirit pearl appeared together? Or was there some connection between the two? Lost in thought, Ling Tianyang suddenly paused. He recalled that after his rebirth, he had meticulously searched for any trace of the mysterious spirit pearl, yet found nothing. How then could he explain the sudden emergence of the true understanding of mysterious spirit? And what of the mysterious aura within his mind? Why was it named the true understanding of mysterious spirit? Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Ling Tianyang felt a jolt throughout his body. He slowly closed his eyes, wishing to delve into the circumstances within his mind. In the next moment, however, Ling Tianyang was utterly stunned. Every scene within a radius of 500 meters, including his own body, appeared vividly before him, even with his eyes shut. Spiritual consciousness. He never expected to have regained his spiritual awareness, and its intensity was comparable to that of a mid-stage practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm. This sensation was all too familiar to Ling Tianyang. Spiritual awareness was a unique ability possessed only by martial artists above the Spirit Sea realm. Today, the heavens have bestowed upon me an abundance of surprises. Yet, does a martial artist not require the opening of the soul sea to possess spiritual consciousness? Could it be that I have somehow opened my soul sea prematurely? Ling Tianyang suppressed the excitement surging within him and directed his spiritual awareness into his mind. In the next instant, he beheld a deep pool within his consciousness, above which floated a pearl radiating a soft, milky white glow. From this pearl, Ling Tianyang felt an incredibly familiar sensation. Just as he sought to approach it, he found himself unable to draw any closer. To his astonishment, he had indeed opened his soul sea unbeknownst to himself, and the Xuanling pearl was suspended within it. The Xuanling pearl, truly the Xuanling pearl. This revelation rendered everything comprehensible. With the certainty that these extraordinary changes stemmed from the Xuanling pearl, Ling Tianyang felt a profound sense of calm. The Xuanling pearl, the legendary first treasure of this continent. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. It is said that anyone who can fully comprehend the secrets of the Xuanling pearl could ascend to the heavens in broad daylight and even grasp the mysteries of the universe, standing triumphantly against the skies. Those who obtain the Xuanling pearl without meeting an untimely demise will inevitably become the pinnacle superpowers of this land. Moreover, the appearance of the Xuanling pearl heralds the onset of bloody turmoil. Given its esteemed title as the continent's foremost treasure, it undoubtedly possesses extraordinary qualities. The premature opening of the soul sea before reaching the spirit sea level is hardly a peculiar occurrence. Ling Tianyang gradually relaxed his mind, allowing his consciousness to sink into the cultivation method of the Xuanling true resolution. Xuanling true resolution. The mysteries of heaven and earth. All streams converge into one. The channels of run and do are traversed, stepping through the void instantaneously, refining heaven and earth. With each breath, strands of spiritual energy from the universe continuously flowed into Ling Tianyang's body. The small vortex in his dantian spun incessantly, devouring and refining this spiritual energy. Ling Tianyang controlled the spiritual energy within, guiding it through the cycles dictated by the Xuanling true resolution, steadfastly consolidating the cultivation breakthrough he had just achieved. Ling Tianyang, come out and face your death. A thunderous shout from outside the courtyard jolted him awake from his meditation days later. Ling Tianyang slowly rose, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Young master. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang emerge, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei stood beside him, their faces etched with concern. You've finally chosen to come out. Outside the small courtyard, Ling Xiao, who had previously clashed with Ling Tianyang at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, was now glaring menacingly at Ling Tianyang. Ling Tianyang, last time at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, you took advantage of my momentary carelessness to launch a surprise attack on me. Today, I shall settle the score, Ling Xiao declared through clenched teeth. Not far from Ling Xiao stood a man in red, who was crossing his arms and observing the confrontation between Ling Tianyang and Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. In the distance, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Look, look, Ling Tianyang has come out. One voice exclaimed. Have you heard? Not long ago, Ling Xiao was defeated by Ling Tianyang with a single strike. Impossible. Ling Xiao has reached the peak of body refinement. How could Ling Tianyang, that good-for-nothing, who is merely at the 9th level of body refinement, possibly be his match? Defeated with a single punch? Come on, you must still be dreaming. Indeed, that rumor is outrageous. Humph, a rumor? Did you not see Ling Xiao's fierce demeanor? It is evident he suffered a great loss at Ling Tianyang's hands and has now come seeking vengeance. You're right, it certainly appears that way. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. Chapter 7. Provocation approaches Ling Xiao, a martial artist at the pinnacle of body refinement, had been defeated by Ling Tianyang at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Following this setback, Ling Xiao's grandfather, the third elder of the Ling family, Ling Tiandu, expended considerable resources to procure a precious foundation establishment pill for him. Spirit medicines are categorized from grades 1 to 9 based on their age and efficacy, and the pills crafted from these medicines are further divided into 9 ranks, with rank 1 being the lowest and rank 9 the highest. The foundation establishment pill is classified as a low-grade second-rank pill, which, when consumed during a martial artist's breakthrough from the pinnacle of body refinement to the inner chi realm, significantly enhances their success rate by 50%. With the aid of this foundation establishment pill, Ling Xiao successfully ascended to the inner chi realm. However, barely had he achieved this breakthrough when he eagerly sought revenge against Ling Tianyang. Why is Ling Ba, that martial enthusiast, here as well? Ling Tianyang paid no heed to the ostentatious Ling Xiao. Instead, his interest was piqued by the man clad in red beside him. This red-clad gentleman was Ling Ba, the grandson of the family's elder, Ling Chun, and he was also a prodigy of the younger generation, second only to Ling Ju in terms of cultivation prowess. Ling Tianyang discreetly extended his consciousness towards Ling Ba and swiftly discerned his true cultivation level, which was at the peak of the mid-inner chi realm. Seemingly on the verge of breaking into the late inner chi realm, it was evident that Ling Ba rightfully deserved the title of the second most talented individual in the Ling family. On the other hand, upon observing Ling Tianyang's apparent disregard for him and his complete focus on his cousin Ling Ba, Ling Xiao was consumed by fury. As a direct descendant of the Ling family, traversing through Kaiyang City, he was accustomed to receiving respect, with many vying for his favor. Ling Xiao could hardly fathom why Ling Tianyang would so blatantly overlook him, perceiving his actions as an egregious affront. Seeking death, Ling Xiao's eyes blazed with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously as his anger surged. Clenching his fists tightly, the veins along his arms swelled visibly. In a fit of rage, Ling Xiao leapt forward, raising his fist to strike at Ling Tianyang. At that moment, his fury had clouded his judgment, causing him to forget a stringent family rule. Direct descendants of the Ling family were strictly forbidden from harming one another. Each descendant represented the family's future, and any duel between them required mutual consent and must be conducted under the auspices of family elders or officials at the Ling family's martial arena, or else they would face severe repercussions from the clan. Stop! You must not harm our young master. Are you not afraid of violating family rules and facing punishment? Upon witnessing Ling Xiao's reckless intent to attack Ling Tianyang, Xianxia and Xiaomei, standing beside him, summoned an unexpected courage and rushed to shield Ling Tianyang. However, their trembling forms betrayed the fear that gripped their hearts. Could this be a case of beauty saving the hero? As Ling Tianyang gazed upon Xianxia and Xiaomei, noting their quaking bodies, a warmth spread through his heart. Xixiao and Xixiami had merely practiced some rudimentary techniques, their cultivation level barely reaching the 4th or 5th stage of body refinement, rendering them utterly incapable of standing against Ling Ba. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the law of survival dictates that only brute force holds true significance. To the powerful, life is as expendable as grass. The so-called rules serve merely to bind the weak. On one side stood the exalted scions of the Ling family, while on the other were 2 lowly servants. With Ling Xiao's status as a direct descendant of the Ling family, even if he were to slay the 2 women, it was unlikely anyone would rise to champion their cause. At that moment, as Ling Tianyang beheld the retreating figures of the 2 women, he was reminded of his past life, when he had been besieged and left helpless. The power of an individual is inherently limited. What good is it to be an unparalleled master if one is still susceptible to circumstances beyond control? Had he possessed a formidable force backing him during his previous demise, he might have avoided the tragic fate of self-destruction. Given the divine gift of reincarnation, he vowed not to repeat his past mistakes. With thoughts of wielding power and indulging in the embrace of beauty, what man does not yearn for such a life? Now that he had a second chance, Leveraging the advantages of his prior experiences, it was not impossible for Ling Tianyang to forge a formidable force of his own. Gazing at Xixiao and Xixiami, he felt no doubt regarding their loyalty. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, mocking him. Ling Tianyang, are you merely a coward hiding behind women? The moment he heard the mention of clan rules, Ling Xiao snapped back to reality. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Ling Tianyang, his fist gathering a fierce gust of wind, hovering perilously close to the heads of Xixiao and Xixiami. The strands of their hair danced backward in the wake of Ling Xiao's powerful strike. Ling Xiao paused, and upon noticing Ling Tianyang standing behind the two women, seemingly lost in thought, he found a reason to deride him. Am I, a grown man, truly in need of protection from two frail women? With a slight shake of his head, Ling Tianyang smiled gently as he pushed aside Xixiao and Xixiami, who shielded him. Even as Ling Xiao prepared to strike, Ling Tianyang had already summoned his internal energy, his muscles taut and ready for action. He would not allow Ling Xiao to harm Xixiao and Xixiami, regardless of whether Ling Xiao withdrew his attack or not. Ling Xiao, if you seek death, do not blame me, Ling Tianyang remarked coolly, casting a brief glance at Ling Xiao. However, if you wish to challenge me, let it be worth my while. Otherwise, I have neither the time nor inclination to duel with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang had often been ridiculed by numerous members of the Ling family and had suffered incessant bullying at the hands of Ling Xiao. Now that he had been granted a new lease on life, he would not live in such a cowardly manner. Originally, after Ling Tianyang's cultivation had ascended to the internal Qi realm, he intended to establish his authority within the Ling family, seizing the opportunity to inform everyone that he was not a character to be trifled with. Previously, at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, Ling Tianyang had not only exhausted all his gold coins, but had also incurred significant overdrafts. He had been troubled by the prospect of where to acquire more gold coins for his expenditures when, unexpectedly, a splendid opportunity presented itself. Was this not the proverbial moment when one is drowsy and a pillow is offered? Gold coins, after all, were a mere trifle, and he readily agreed. Upon recalling the family rules, Ling Xiao felt a wave of frustration. The memory of nearly disregarding the clan's regulations in public to confront Ling Tianyang caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Now, upon hearing Ling Tianyang's willingness to duel in exchange for a few gold coins, it was unreasonable for Ling Xiao to decline. He hastily produced the mere 63 gold coins he had left, fearing that Ling Tianyang might retract his agreement. What? You wish to engage me with only 60-odd gold coins? You do not seem to be such a miser. Ling Tianyang scoffed disdainfully at Ling Xiao. Initially, Ling Tianyang had assumed that Ling Xiao, being the sole grandson of the esteemed third elder Ling Tiandu and the recipient of his indulgence, would possess a more substantial amount of gold. However, seeing the paltry sum Ling Xiao produced filled him with disappointment. You Ling Tianyang, do not push your luck. Ling Xiao, feeling the weight of Ling Tianyang's derision and mockery, found himself exasperated. While 60-odd gold coins may not be a fortune for a martial artist, it was certainly not insignificant. An ordinary family would manage for a year with merely a few gold coins. Thus, 60-odd coins could sustain a humble household for several years. Ling Tianyang, Ling Xiao's funds are insufficient. I shall sponsor him 500 coins. Surely, you have never encountered such a sum before. However, I must add a condition. The loser must kneel and apologize to the victor in front of everyone. Do you dare to accept? At that moment, Ling Ba, who had been observing the spectacle, suddenly interjected. Ling Ba had accompanied Ling Xiao merely to witness the event. Knowing that Ling Xiao had broken through to the internal Qi realm, and understanding that Ling Tianyang's cultivation was only at the 9th layer of body refinement, at most the 10th layer, he felt no concern for Ling Xiao's potential defeat. Sir, please do not act impulsively. Ling Tianyang felt a tug on his arm, accompanied by soft sobs. Turning his head, he saw Xiaoya and Xiaomei, their eyes red and filled with tears, gazing at him earnestly. Indeed, master. Moreover, we just heard that Ling Ba has consumed a foundation establishment pill, achieving the internal Qi realm. Xiaoya and Xiaomei urged Ling Tianyang, eager to dissuade him from his reckless course of action. In the minds of the two young women, Ling Tianyang was merely a martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement. Although Ling Tianyang's cultivation surpassed theirs significantly, he was no match for Ling Xiao, who had already advanced to the inner Qi realm, especially with the formidable Ling Ba lurking nearby. The Ling family rules forbade direct harm among direct descendants, yet inflicting injuries, humiliation, and indignity was inevitable. Foolish girl, fret not. I am far from finished with life. I shall not court death, Ling Tianyang said earnestly, gently ruffling the hair of the two young women. He then leaned down to whisper a few words into their ears. To their astonishment, he bellowed towards Ling Xiao and Ling Ba. Very well. If battle is what you seek, then let us engage without fear. I accept this wager. Let us fight. The commotion drew a considerable crowd, and as news spread from one person to another, soon the entire Ling family was aware of the wager between Ling Tianyang and Ling Xiao. Before the duel had even commenced, the martial arts arena of the Ling family was surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers. Chapter 8. Unforeseen circumstances. Adjacent to the competition arena of the Ling family stands an elevated viewing platform. At this moment, a considerable number of spectators have gathered upon it, including the head of the Ling family, Ling Xian, along with Ling Ju, the elder brother of Ling Tianyang, and several elders of the Ling Clan, all intently observing the events unfolding on the arena. How infuriating! That scoundrel Ling Xiao is utterly oppressive. Should my younger brother sustain even the slightest injury, I shall not let him escape unscathed. Ling Ju clenched his fingers tightly, his visage marred by concern as he gazed upon the duel between Ling Tianyang and Ling Xiao. Juer, do not fret. Since Tianyang has dared to accept Ling Xiao's challenge, he must surely possess his own strategies. Ling Xian, casting a glance at the visibly anxious Ling Ju, attempted to offer comfort. Yet, the tightly clenched fist concealed beneath his flowing sleeves betrayed his own unease. As Ling Xian silently summoned his inner spirit energy, he resolved that should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would immediately ascend the arena to rescue Ling Tianyang. However, before Ling Ju could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Ling Tian's third elder, Ling Tiandu. Head of the family, do you have any knowledge of Ling Tianyang's current cultivation level? My grandson has only just broken through to the inner Qi realm. It is truly commendable that Tianyang dares to compete with Xiao. What? Ling Xian was taken aback upon hearing that Ling Xiao had indeed advanced to the inner Qi realm. In a state of alarm, he stood up, intent on preventing the duel between Ling Tianyang and Ling Xiao. Head of the family, what are you intending to do? Do you wish to obstruct the duel between the two on the arena? That would be utterly unacceptable. There are numerous clan members observing. The competition between Ling Tianyang and Ling Xiao was mutually agreed upon. If you were to intervene rashly, it could lead to dire consequences. The elder of the Ling family, Ling Cheng, keenly monitored Ling Xian's movements and immediately interjected upon noticing Ling Xian's intention to halt the duel. Rest assured, head of the family, I shall remind Xiao to show mercy in due course. Ling Qing chuckled, reminiscing about the days when he and Ling Xian were both contenders for the next head of the family. Ultimately, Ling Xian prevailed and assumed the position, while Ling Cheng became the elder. Over the years, despite his unwavering loyalty to the clan, Ling Cheng harbored a lingering sense of rivalry towards Ling Xian. Moreover, as brothers, Ling Cheng and Ling Tiandu relished the rare opportunity to see Ling Xian unsettled. Humph! Ling Xian let out a cold snort and ceased his previous actions. After hearing Ling Cheng's words, he regained his composure. The clan has regulations prohibiting lethal force in duels between direct descendants. Furthermore, should the situation take a dire turn, even with my current peak cultivation at the condensing true realm, I could intervene at any moment to rescue Tianyang. Since arriving at the arena, Ling Tianyang had been acutely aware of his surroundings, his senses keenly attuned to the happenings on the elevated platform. Thus nothing that transpired there had escaped his notice. Gazing into Ling Xian's concerned eyes, Ling Tianyang offered a reassuring smile, conveying confidence. On the martial arts platform, Ling Tianyang and Ling Xia stood on opposite sides, with a middle-aged steward from the Ling family presiding as the referee between them. Ling Tianyang, this time you are doomed. I doubt you will enjoy the same fortune as last time. I intend to beat you to the ground, forcing you to kneel and beg for mercy. Ling Xia laughed maniacally, his eyes fixed menacingly on Ling Tianyang. No sooner had he spoken than Ling Xia eagerly summoned his internal energy, unleashing a formidable set of punches aimed directly at Ling Tianyang. Meteor Fist. He charged towards Ling Tianyang with great speed, closing the distance in mere strides. Clenching his fist tightly, he struck at Ling Tianyang's chest, his punch radiating a faint glow accompanied by the rush of wind, the sound of his robe billowing. Bring it on. Ling Tianyang, unfazed by Ling Xia's powerful blow, displayed a smirk of disdain. Rather than retreating, he advanced, tightening his own fist and launching a punch in response, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Boom! The sound of their fists colliding echoed like two boulders crashing together. To everyone's shock, Ling Xia's once menacing punch was effortlessly met by Ling Tianyang. Not only that, but Ling Xia was also forced back several steps from the impact of Ling Tianyang's counter. Internal energy realm. How is this possible? Gasps erupted among the crowd as they realized Ling Tianyang too was a practitioner of the internal energy realm. While the untrained spectators reveled in the spectacle, those with keener insight, including Ling Tian, exhibited expressions of disbelief. Haha, splendid. No wonder Tianyang had the audacity to accept the challenge from Xianxia. Ling Xian, observing from the stands, recognized Ling Tianyang's prowess in the internal energy realm and couldn't help but express his joy. Although uncertain of when Ling Tianyang had achieved such mastery, Ling Xian's previously anxious heart finally found solace, and his tense body began to relax. Ling-Xia, do you think you are the only one to have advanced to the internal energy realm? Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between warriors of the same realm. Ling Tianyang coldly regarded the retreating Ling-Xia with contempt. Meteor Fist. With a decisive punch and a swift motion, Ling Tianyang executed the same technique as Ling-Xia, his fist emanating a soft glow, accompanied by a rush of wind. Unlike Ling-Xia, however, this punch exuded an overwhelming force, as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. The Meteor Fist, a foundational martial skill of the Huang tier, is widely practiced among the Ling family's body refinement stage warriors, and Ling Tianyang had mastered it as well. Gazing at the approaching fist of Ling Tianyang, Ling Xiao felt as if he were not confronting a mere individual, but rather an asteroid descending from the heavens. An overwhelming sense of insignificance washed over him, accompanied by a profound feeling of impotence. No, I shall not be defeated. Ling Xiao, filled with unwillingness, let out a furious roar and hastily retrieved a black pill from his bosom, swallowing it swiftly. Immediately, his aura surged, ominously nearing the mid-stage of the inner chi realm. Humph. Ling Tianyang, I will not yield. After consuming the black pill, Ling Xiao's momentum soared, his speed multiplied. In a single leap, he closed the distance to Ling Tianyang, raising his right hand high, and forcefully struck towards Ling Tianyang's body with his elbow. Crushing Mountain Technique. A martial art of the yellow tier, at its peak, it possesses the might to shatter mountains and split stones. However, the fundamental requirement for practicing the Crushing Mountain Technique is that the martial artist must attain the inner chi realm. Only with inner chi can one unleash the true power of this technique. It was merely days ago that Ling Tianyang had imparted this technique to Ling Xiao upon his advancement to the inner chi realm. In this moment, driven by desperation and aided by the drug, Ling Xiao unleashed this technique, which he had yet to master proficiently. Outrageous. Ling Xiao brazenly resorted to a forbidden drug to unlock his potential during the contest. Witnessing Ling Xiao consume the black pill, Ling Ju on the stands exclaimed. There were no regulations against the use of auxiliary drugs during the competition, right? Master, would you not agree? Ling Tiandu interjected, disregarding Ling Ju's outburst and instead directing his attention towards Ling Xian not far away. Do not worry, Juer. Look at Tianyang's composed demeanor. He should be capable of handling this. Ling Xian reassured Ling Ju, while his muscles tensed instantaneously, channeling his spiritual energy in preparation to assist Ling Tianyang at a moment's notice. Ling Zhao's act of consuming the drug did not escape Ling Tianyang's notice, yet he refrained from intervening. Before Ling Tianyang had ascended to the inner chi realm, he was confident he could rival a newly advanced practitioner. Now that he had reached the inner chi realm, ordinary practitioners were no match for him, especially since Ling Tianyang had regained his spiritual consciousness. With the utilization of this consciousness, his strength would multiply. In full battle mode, he would dare to confront even those at the early stage of the true condensation realm. Should he additionally employ the Six Desires Heartbreak and Petrification Powder, he could even bring down a peak expert of the true condensation realm with a well-timed ambush. Therefore, Ling Xiao was hardly worthy of Ling Tianyang's consideration. This was an opportunity for Ling Tianyang to assert his authority, and thus he did not intend to conceal his prowess in the inner chi realm. Despite Ling Xiao employing the mid-tier Crushing Mountain Technique, his movements appeared riddled with flaws in Ling Tianyang's eyes. Seizing a critical opening, Ling Tianyang channeled his inner chi, his fingers clenched into a fist, and with a powerful gust of force, he struck at the vulnerable point of Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao's body was struck violently by the fist of Ling Tianyang, causing him to plummet from the martial arts platform like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, and as he tilted his head, he lost consciousness, unable to withstand a single blow. Gazing down at Ling Xiao, who lay motionless on the ground, Ling Tianyang slowly lowered his hand. The spectators, witnessing the spirited Ling Tianyang atop the platform and the disheveled Ling Xiao below, fell into a brief silence before chaos erupted. The younger generation of the Ling family was left utterly stunned. As Ling Xiao's peers, they were acutely aware of his capabilities. Having recently advanced to the inner Qi realm, none among the younger generation of the Ling family, save for a few early blooming prodigies, could rival him. Yet now, the once formidable Ling Xiao appeared so feeble in the presence of Ling Tianyang. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers utterly unprepared. Chapter 9, Father-in-Law. Ling Tianyang triumphs. On the competition stage, the referee stood in a momentary stupor, finally regaining his composure, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked at Ling Tianyang, and with great difficulty announced the outcome. Ling Ba, do you recall our wager? Look at Ling Xiao in his current state. Do you think he can rise and bow to me in apology? Ling Tianyang cast a casual glance at the fallen and unconscious Ling Xiao before turning to Ling Ba below the stage. However, I am a magnanimous person. Considering we are both descendants of the Ling family, I shall let this slide this time. Once Ling Xiao awakens, remind him that should he dare to trouble me again, I will not show him mercy. With that, Ling Tianyang did not await Ling Ba's response, nor did he pay heed to the fervent stares from the crowd, and he strode directly to the referee to claim his rightful spoils of victory. Leaping down from the competition stage, Ling Tianyang made his way towards his residence, leaving behind only a graceful silhouette in the eyes of the onlookers. Concealed quite well, I must admit you possess some strength. I wonder how many moves you can withstand under my hand. Ling Ba, clad in red, gazed at Ling Tianyang's departing figure, a hint of battle intent flickering in his eyes. Master, I did not anticipate that Ling Tianyang has not only advanced to the inner Qi realm, but also possesses such formidable combat prowess. Surely, you have invested considerable effort into Ling Tianyang? On the viewing platform, the Grand Elder, with a stoic expression, regarded Ling Xian beside him. No one could discern the thoughts swirling in his mind. In response, Ling Xian fell silent, shaking his head with a wry smile. He too was oblivious to Ling Tianyang's ascension to the inner Qi realm and his overwhelming strength. It was no wonder Ling Tianyang had the audacity to challenge Ling Xiao of the same realm. This little rascal has even kept me in the dark. It seems Tianyang has encountered a great fortune. A hearty laugh escaped Ling Xian's lips as he contemplated Ling Tianyang's remarkable strength. Young master, you are so incredible. I bet Ling Xiao will never dare to trouble us again. Within Ling Tianyang's chamber, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei surrounded him, their faces alight with excitement, chattering animatedly. Of course, the young master is formidable. If only we could also become warriors of the inner Qi realm like you. Then, no one would dare to bully us. And we could assist you in vanquishing the wicked. As he observed the joyous expressions of the two maidens and listened to their spirited words, Ling Tianyang's mind wandered to the moment when Ling Xiao sought to intimidate him, recalling how the two girls bravely shielded him, their delicate forms trembling in defiance. The strength of one individual is, after all, limited. Even if one becomes an unparalleled master, misfortunes may still arise. Had I possessed a formidable force to support me in my previous life when besieged, I doubt I would have resorted to self-destruction. Since Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei have shown unwavering loyalty to me, why not cultivate their abilities? In this world where strength reigns supreme, possessing a robust faction would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage. Upon reflection, Ling Tianyang had formulated a plan. Turning around, he looked at the two ladies with a solemn expression and said, Xiaoya, Xiaomei, I have something of great significance to share with you, and I hope you can keep it a secret. Upon witnessing Ling Tianyang's serious demeanor, both Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei, being astute individuals, understood that he had something important to convey. We are but the young master's maidservants. If the young master commands us to live, we shall live. If he commands us to die, we shall die, the two women declared with resolute expressions. Ever since the passing of their parents, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei had endured considerable hardships and were subsequently sold into the Ling family by their relatives. It is often said that children from impoverished households mature swiftly, and the two women were indeed quite perceptive from a young age. They had learned from other maidservants working in affluent households that their status was typically lowly, where a benevolent master might offer a taste of sweetness in moments of joy, yet could easily resort to violence or abuse when displeased, a fate that could even lead to death. Upon being sold into the Ling household, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei were assigned to care for Ling Tianyang, which initially filled them with trepidation, as they feared their lives would be forever bound to servitude. However, as they spent time with him, they discovered that Ling Tianyang treated them with kindness, not as mere servants, but rather as if they were his own sisters. Over time, their fondness for him blossomed. Occasionally, while conversing with other maidservants from the Ling family, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei would hear complaints about their master's cruel treatment, which would invariably remind them of the kindness Ling Tianyang had shown them, causing them to wish to dedicate their lives to him. You are aware that my previous cultivation was merely at the 9th level of body refinement, correct? However, I recently utilized a miraculous elixir known as spirit refining powder, which enabled me to elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of body refinement in such a brief period and subsequently break through to the inner chi realm. This spirit refining powder, which I fortuitously acquired, is a substance that can rapidly enhance the cultivation of body refinement practitioners. The only side effect it entails is intense pain throughout the body, but beyond that, there are no adverse effects whatsoever. Do you wish to reach the pinnacle of body refinement in a short time, or even break through to the inner chi realm? At Ling Tianyang's words, the two women nodded eagerly, their eyes sparkling with anticipation with each additional word he spoke. Do you aspire to become formidable, never again to be bullied? Ling Tianyang smiled, guiding them gently. Young master, can we truly become inner chi practitioners like you? Xianxia and Xiaomei exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Of course, my dear girls. The inner chi realm is merely our starting point. We shall strive towards the true condensation realm, and perhaps even the spirit sea realm in the future. With that, Ling Tianyang affectionately ruffled their hair, adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, Ling Tianyang's words hold a kernel of truth, not to mention the spirit sea realm. Even ascending to the celestial extremity realm is not an unattainable feat. The limited understanding of Xianxia and Xiaomei leads them to perceive spirit sea realm warriors as the most formidable figures, especially since such individuals can already command the winds and the rain in Kaiyang City. Young master, please pinch me. Are we not dreaming? The mere thought of becoming a spirit sea realm warrior, capable of wielding such power, left both girls in a state of ecstatic disbelief. During his duel with Ling Xiao, Ling Tianyang accrued a total of 563 gold coins, a substantial sum for him at this juncture. He promptly allocated 200 gold coins to Xianxia and Xiaomei, instructing them to procure some medicinal materials from the Spirit Herb Pavilion for concocting the spirit refinement elixir. After obtaining the materials, Ling Tianyang dedicated some time to skillfully refining them into the elixir. It must be noted that his enhanced cultivation made the process considerably easier. However, when Xianxia and Xiaomei first utilized the spirit refinement elixir, the intense pain it induced subjected them to considerable torment. Their anguished cries resonated within the room for a good part of the day, causing Ling Tianyang, who anxiously awaited outside, to break into a cold sweat. On the following day, as Ling Tianyang traversed the Ling household, he sensed the peculiar gazes directed at him by the other members, leaving him rather perplexed. Following their usage of the elixir, both girls exhibited remarkable advancements. Ling Tianyang initially believed that achieving the 7th level of body refinement would be a commendable accomplishment for them. To his astonishment, they swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of the 8th level, leaving him utterly astounded. Filled with exhilaration, Ling Tianyang declared himself fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to impart to the two girls a technique known as the Seven Fiends' Profound Ice Art. This high-tier Earth-level technique was acquired during his past endeavors in search of martial arts, taken from the thief's mysterious realm. Comparatively, it rivaled the Medicine King scripture he had cultivated in his previous life. It is said that the highest technique currently available within the Ling family is merely of the mid-level Xian grade, which underscores the rarity of the Seven Fiends' Profound Ice Art. However, it is worth noting that this particular technique is exclusively cultivable by women, making it ideal for Xianxia and Xiaomei. After elevating their cultivation to the 8th level of body refinement, Ling Tianyang advised them to refrain from further usage of the spirit refinement elixir for the time being. He urged them to consolidate their newfound strength before eventually utilizing the elixir again to reach the pinnacle of body refinement. With the acquisition of the Seven Fiends' Profound Ice Art, the girls' cultivation soared to the 8th level, filling them with uncontainable joy, as if they were ensnared in a delightful dream, occasionally laughing in their sleep. Observing the progress of Xianxia and Xiaomei brought great satisfaction to Ling Tianyang. Just as he was about to commence his own training, Ling Xian and Ling Ju made their entrance. Tianyang, I did not expect your cultivation to have ascended to the inner chi realm. You have certainly kept this from your father well. Ling Xian laughed heartily as he patted Ling Tianyang on the shoulder. Who says otherwise? This little rascal even kept secrets from his elder brother. Ling Ju teased with a chuckle. Hee. Well, I only just made a breakthrough to the inner chi realm. I simply haven't had the chance to inform you yet. Ling Tianyang replied, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. All right, I'll let you off this time. My father and I have come bearing momentous news for you, Ling Ju said, his face alight with joy as he draped an arm around Ling Tianyang's shoulders. What Jewer says is quite right. Today we are not here to inquire about your cultivation. Every martial artist possesses their own opportunities, and we have no intention of meddling. Ling Xian remarked earnestly as he gazed at Ling Tianyang. The splendid news we wish to share is that Uncle Chu has sent word. He has invited us to visit the Chu family soon, and there is a chance that Yujiao might return from the Xianbing sect this time. He continued. Uncle Chu? Which Uncle Chu? Ling Tianyang inquired, his expression one of confusion. Humph, you little rascal, which Uncle Chu could it be? It is none other than your and your elder brother's future father-in-law, Chu Ming, Uncle Chu. Ling Xian snorted in dissatisfaction before providing clarification. Ah, Ling Tianyang exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 10. The Return of the Dark-Clad Men Father. Are you implying that I already have a fiancé? Ling Tianyang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed. Have you forgotten that your Uncle Chu and I arranged a betrothal for you and your elder brother since childhood? Ling Xian affirmed with a nod. We agreed that you would marry when you both turned 20. Now, your elder brother is already 19. It's time for the wedding. I suspect Uncle Chu Ming summoned us to the Chu family to discuss the union between your brother and Yu Yan. Why do you look so incredulous, my boy? Surely, you haven't forgotten? You met Yujiao several times when you were young. I even asked you back then how you felt about marrying her when you grew up. You were so thrilled that you couldn't sleep for days. Have you truly forgotten all of this? Ling Xian gazed at Ling Tianyang with a peculiar expression. Oh well, it's been so long since then that I seem to have lost some of those memories, Ling Tianyang replied awkwardly. While he had absorbed the memories of this body, there were inevitably gaps. The sudden revelation of his betrothal caught the two-time virgin off guard. Father, it's not entirely Tianyang's fault. After all, he hasn't seen Yujiao in nearly a decade, so it's natural for his memories to fade, Ling Ju interjected, coming to Ling Tianyang's defense. Since Yujiao was taken in by the Xianbing sect, she hasn't returned to the Chu family in many years. Even Uncle Chu Ming struggles to see her. Let alone Tianyang, Ling Ju continued. Yes, I am well aware of this, but it has indeed been hard on Tianyang. Ling Xian nodded with a sigh. Tianyang, you should prepare yourself. Soon, we will visit the Chu family. Their strength surpasses ours, but our Ling family is not lacking either. Years ago, a senior member of our family accidentally consumed an unnamed fruit that displayed 3 different colors and was infused with spiritual energy while wandering the misty valley of the Chinglan mountain range. Remarkably, this elder broke through from the peak of the condensation realm to the spirit sea realm and is now a late-stage expert in that realm. Unfortunately, when we later sent people to search for that fruit, they either got lost or mysteriously disappeared, leaving us with no choice but to abandon the quest. Otherwise, Chaoyang City would have long been under the dominion of the Ling family. As Ling Xian recounted the history of their clan, Ling Tianyang listened intently. What? A fruit that exhibits 3 different colors and is infused with spiritual energy? As Ling Tianyang heard about the unnamed fruit, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, and his heartbeat quickened, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. Could it be the soul-nourishing fruit, known for its ability to heal the spiritual injuries of warriors? If Ling Tianyang's conjecture is correct, this nameless fruit, exhibiting 3 distinct colors, is most likely the soul-nourishing fruit recorded in the secret tome of the Medicine King. The soul-nourishing fruit, classified as a high-level 4th-tier spiritual herb, is exceedingly rare and can only be encountered by chance. The soul is the most vulnerable aspect of every martial artist. Once injured, it is profoundly difficult to heal. The primary efficacy of the soul-nourishing fruit lies in its ability to enhance and heal the souls of martial artists. Ling Tianyang, prior to his rebirth, had sustained soul injuries from a prior self-detonation. Otherwise, upon reincarnation, his soul power would certainly not have fallen below the spirit sea realm. Although his soul has partially recovered with the aid of the mysterious energy within the Xuanling pearl, it has not fully healed. Moreover, the enigmatic energy within the Xuanling pearl remains beyond Ling Tianyang's control. He surmises that his soul is still in a wounded state, and to swiftly restore his former cultivation, he must first mend the injuries to his soul. However, recovery from soul injuries is not a trivial matter. The duration required for Ling Tianyang's soul to achieve complete healing is uncertain and likely lengthy. Thus, upon hearing rumors of the potential existence of the soul-nourishing fruit within the misty valley of the Chinglan mountain range, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The prospect of the soul-nourishing fruit offers Ling Tianyang hope for the swift recovery of his soul injuries. Therefore, regardless of the dangers posed by the Chinglan mountain range, he is determined to venture forth. After all, cultivation is an act of defiance against fate, a struggle against heaven and earth. Throughout history, which strong individual has not been forged through trials of blood and fire? If one were to retreat at the slightest hint of difficulty and danger, how could they ever hope to become a formidable force? A few days later, before the gates of the Ling family, Ling Tianyang emerged in a flowing green robe, his steps steady and deliberate. Nanshan Market, one of the 3 most vibrant marketplaces in Kaiyang City, falls under the jurisdiction of the Ling family. The ground is paved with large slabs of green oak stone, creating a broad avenue capable of accommodating several carriages simultaneously. Various vendors, taverns, tea houses, and shops line both sides of the street. Indeed, a bustling crowd creates a lively atmosphere. As he traversed the bustling marketplace, Ling Tianyang observed the diverse throng of people and the myriad of goods available, reflecting on the vibrancy of life. Due to its proximity to the Chinglian mountain range, this marketplace is frequented by numerous mercenaries who come to sell their spoils and engage in trade. Stalls line the roads, and the throngs of passers-by alongside the boisterous vendors form a scene of remarkable prosperity. Come take a look. 3 items from an unknown cave, only 20 gold coins. Don't miss out as you pass by. The hide of a first-tier bloodthirsty tiger is on sale for just 15 gold coins. Oh dear young man, I see great potential in you. Why not purchase a cultivation manual? The low-tier yellow level is only 50 gold coins, while the mid-tier is priced at 120. As Ling Tianyang passed by a stall selling martial arts techniques, the proprietor, with a beaming smile, eagerly grasped his arm and exclaimed, "Buy. You must buy." Ling Tianyang firmly replied, "No, I do not need it." The vendor persisted, "But it's quite inexpensive. I can offer you a 50% discount." Ling Tianyang, growing impatient, warned, "I have already said no. If you continue to pester me, I shall have to take action." Just as he thought the vendor would relent, the man presented him with a low-grade yellow-level martial arts manual, saying, "How about purchasing this martial art worth 45 gold coins? Once you master it, you can come back and take your revenge on me." Startled, Ling Tianyang fled in haste. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a weapon shop, paused for a moment, and stepped inside. The shop was spacious, filled with an array of weaponry: spears, bows, swords, halberds, staffs, and daggers, everything one could imagine. "Shopkeeper, how much for this dagger and this dark iron bow?" Ling Tianyang inquired after a lengthy selection process, finally choosing a sleek black dagger and a dark iron bow. The shadow dagger, crafted by a master weaponsmith, was exceptionally sharp and entirely black, reflecting neither sunlight nor moonlight, making it an ideal tool for stealth and assassination. Priced at 50 gold coins, an undeniable bargain. The dark iron bow, also a product of a top-tier craftsman, possessed remarkable penetrating power with an effective range of nearly 200 meters, offered at a flat price of 30 gold coins. "Could you lower the price?" Ling Tianyang requested. The shopkeeper, recognizing the attire of a direct descendant of the Ling family, responded with courtesy, "Very well. I shall give you the lowest price, 65 gold coins for both." Grateful, Ling Tianyang quickly paid for the 2 weapons and additionally spent 19 gold coins on several quivers of arrows and a vial of poison. After exiting the weapon shop, he purchased some provisions at a nearby inn and set off towards the Chinglian mountain range. Once he departed from Kaiyang City, Ling Tianyang executed a lightness technique known as the surprising swan step, moving with a grace and speed that surpassed that of an ordinary horse. Meanwhile, not long after Ling Tianyang left the Ling family, in a luxurious chamber within a vast complex in the northern part of Kaiyang City, roars of anger and the sounds of furniture being overturned echoed. "You incompetent fool! What use is it to have you? You failed to kill a mere 9th-layer body refinement brat." An elderly man in a brocade robe, with white hair, kicked over a tea table in frustration, shouting at a black-clad man kneeling before him, who wore a bewildered expression. "Elder, I truly do not know what went wrong. I distinctly recall piercing Ling Tianyang's body with a single strike. Logically, there should be no way he could survive. It perplexes me why he remains alive." The man in black trembled slightly and cautiously inquired, "Elder, what shall we do now? Should we proceed with the assassination of Ling Tianyang? What do you think?" The elder in the embroidered robe retorted, suppressing his fury. "I have just received reliable information that Ling Tianyang has entered the Chilean mountain range alone. You know what to do. Ensure that the task is executed flawlessly." The elder's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on the man in black. "Fool, what are you still doing kneeling there? Do you need me to instruct you further? If you fail to eliminate Ling Tianyang this time, do not bother returning." The elder bellowed, kicking the unmoving man in black, who remained prostrate on the ground. "Why yes, I understand. I shall lead my men to the Chilean mountain range to hunt down Ling Tianyang. Rest assured, I will complete the mission," the man in black replied, trembling with fear. Chapter 11. The Azure Flower. In the afternoon, Ling Tianyang arrived at the periphery of the Chinglian mountain range. This time of day marked the period when demonic beasts were least active, a fact he was acutely aware of, which prompted his decision to venture into the mountains at noon. Prior to his journey, he had procured a topographical map of certain areas surrounding the Chinglian mountains from the Ling family. Despite the vastness of the mountain range, even distinguished families like the Ling and Song clans could not possess a complete map of it. Nevertheless, with even an incomplete map in hand, Ling Tianyang felt reassured that he would not be wandering aimlessly through the mountains. Before him lay an expansive forest, the Chinglian mountain range being the largest primeval range within the Qingyun kingdom, stretching across numerous cities and serving as the boundary between Qingyun and the Bloodslaughter kingdom. Ling Tianyang gradually made his way deeper into the mountains, where signs of wild beasts began to emerge. The further he ventured, the more numerous the beasts became, occasionally revealing the fleeting shadows of lower-tier demonic creatures. It had been over half a month since Ling Tianyang's duel with Xianxia, during which he had not only solidified his mastery of inner energy, but had also experienced significant improvements, nearing the pinnacle of the early stage of inner energy realm. As he continued onward, a serious expression settled upon his face. He unsheathed the long sword bestowed by his family, ever ready for combat. The Chinglian mountain range was a perilous place, one in which ordinary individuals dared not tread. It harbored numerous ferocious beasts, and venturing even slightly deeper could encounter beings of higher rank and ferocity. Unlike ordinary wildlife, demonic beasts could absorb the essence of heaven and earth to enhance their strength. Primarily focused on physical prowess, demonic beasts of the same tier often surpassed human warriors in sheer might. These creatures, relying on their formidable physiques, charged forward recklessly, lacking the finesse of martial techniques. However, some possessed innate abilities that made them equally formidable. Demonic beasts were categorized into 9 ranks, each subdivided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier classifications, the first tier corresponding to the body refinement stage of warriors. Currently, Ling Tianyang was at the early stage of the inner energy realm, equivalent to a beginner second-tier demonic beast. However, his true combat power could not be solely measured by his cultivation level. He was confident that he could contend with even a beginner third-tier demonic beast. Ling Tianyang's primary objective in entering the Chinglian mountain range was to seek out the soul-nourishing fruit, and thus, he naturally aimed to avoid unnecessary conflicts. As he delved deeper, he encountered no formidable foes. A few advanced first-tier striped tigers were swiftly vanquished by a single strike of his longsword before they could approach him. Occasionally, he encountered a couple of advanced second-tier demonic beasts, but his keen senses allowed him to detect them in advance and evade confrontation. It must be noted that possessing spiritual awareness greatly aided in navigating the mountains and circumventing many potential troubles. Ling Tianyang's vigilant gaze swept across his surroundings, settling on a pile of stones emanating a rich concentration of spiritual energy. A few trees sparsely grow around the area, and at the center of a pile of stones, 2 vibrant green flowers, exuding a faint luminescence and a delicate fragrance, blossom. These are the Qingxian flowers, a third-tier intermediate spiritual herb. Ling Tianyang trembles with recognition upon seeing these 2 herbs. Although not classified as a supreme treasure, Qingxian flowers are rarely found in the cultivation world. Each flower that appears on the market is a rarity, often existing in a state of high demand, yet low supply. The primary efficacy of the Qingxian flower lies in its ability to nourish and expand the meridians within a warrior's body, making it one of the finest spiritual medicines employed by esteemed families to lay a solid foundation for their descendants. A warrior's meridians are predetermined at birth, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate and enhance them. However, the strength of these meridians is vital to a warrior's training. Those with robust meridians not only cultivate at a significantly faster pace than their peers, but they can also accommodate a greater volume of spiritual energy. The most immediate effect is that a warrior with powerful meridians experiences swifter internal energy flow, enabling them to unleash their martial techniques with greater speed and efficiency. The difference of a mere fraction of a second can be pivotal in a battle between masters, often determining life or death in an instant. The implications of wide meridians for a warrior are self-evident. Having sensed the abundant spiritual energy in this vicinity, Ling Tianyang is astonished to discover such a wondrous entity. The Qingxian flower is effective only for warriors below the Spirit Sea realm, and he perfectly fits this criterion. What fortuitous luck! It seems as though the Qingxian flower was tailor-made for him, and he is determined to obtain it. Ling Tianyang gazes with unrestrained joy at the 2 Qingxian flowers not far away. However, he does not recklessly rush forward to pluck them. It is a well-known truth that wherever rare treasures are found, formidable beasts will surely guard them. A lesson learned through the blood and lives of many treasure seekers. Ling Tianyang scans the surroundings carefully, yet he finds no trace of any beast, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. Reluctantly, he releases his spiritual sense. A quick sweep reveals the presence of a beast lurking beneath the ground, its aura suggesting it is a powerful creature nearing the third tier. Once he confirms the beast's location, Ling Tianyang emerges from his concealed position, gripping his sword with caution as he approaches the spot where the Qingxian flowers flourish. As he draws nearer, the malevolent intent of the beast becomes increasingly palpable. At this moment, Ling Tianyang feels as though he is being watched by a terrifying creature. Sending chills down his spine, he discreetly channels his internal energy into his sword, bracing himself for an encounter with the beast. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoes through the air. As Ling Tianyang approached within a mere 2 meters of the Qingxian flower, the beast concealed beneath the ground could no longer contain its murderous intent and suddenly erupted from the earth. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature emerged, revealing itself to be an enormous black bear, towering over 3 meters in height. The black bear growled ferociously, its massive paws beating against its chest in a display of uncontrollable rage. Incensed that a human dared to trespass into its territory and attempt to pilfer the Qingxian flower it had guarded for many years. Upon surfacing, the black bear disregarded all caution and lunged at Ling Tianyang, its fierce gaze fixated on his diminutive form. This was the Rift Bear, a top-tier second-grade beast. Ling Tianyang, ever vigilant, had been closely monitoring the Rift Bear's movements with his spiritual sense. The moment the beast sprang forth from the ground, he took the initiative. "Ah, you've come at last. I have been waiting for you," he thought as he leaped towards the bear's head, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. With a swift thrust, 2 piercing sounds echoed as the sword penetrated flesh, splattering vibrant crimson droplets into the air. The bear let out a series of agonized howls, its eyes gushing blood that streamed down its face, causing it to wail in torment. Its massive paws flailed wildly, kicking up clouds of dust around it. Having successfully struck, Ling Tianyang noted that the bear's eyes were now blinded. Seizing the opportunity while the Rift Bear was disoriented and wounded, he hurriedly leaped towards the 2 Qingxian flowers, delicately plucking them and stowing them in the pack on his back. Only then did he take a moment to scrutinize the Rift Bear closely, and he gasped in shock at the sight before him. Aside from its blinded eyes, the bear bore a horrific gash on its abdomen, a wound that nearly tore its belly apart. During their fierce encounter, the violent movements had caused the wound to reopen, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding fur a deep crimson. The ghastly appearance of the wound suggested that it had been inflicted not long before in a battle with another ferocious beast. An enraged roar erupted from the bear, its massive paws relentlessly smashing the ground, shattering nearby boulders. In a fit of wrath, the frenzied Rift Bear swiftly demolished the few trees amidst the rubble and began to hurl the tree trunks in every direction. Ling Tianyang gasped and swiftly dodged to the side. While evading, he did not let his sword remain idle. With a piercing shriek, he aimed to strike at the bear's neck. The Rift Bear reacted with astonishing speed, swatting at Ling Tianyang's sword with a powerful swipe of its enormous paw. Suddenly, Ling Tianyang felt a tingling sensation in his arm, as if the long sword in his grasp were trembling violently, threatening to slip from his fingers at any moment. Hastily, he channeled his inner energy into his right palm, and soon the blade ceased its quaking, settling into stillness. A quick glance at his right hand revealed a gash at the base of his thumb, from which crimson droplets flowed, staining the sword's body a vivid red. This wretched bear, despite its grievous injuries, remained ferocious. Truly, it was a second-tier apex beast, a dominant creature among the bear species. With no fruitful strike achieved, Ling Tianyang cursed inwardly. Realizing that close combat had yielded little success, he swiftly retreated. As he withdrew, he unslung the dark iron bow from his shoulder. Knocking a poisoned arrow with deft precision, he aimed for the wound on the earth-splitting black bear's belly. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a fleeting shadow, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the bear's injury with the swiftness of lightning. Roar! Roar! The earth-splitting black bear howled in fury. Severely wounded, as time passed, the intense pain and rage dulled its senses, causing it to flail its paws indiscriminately, oblivious to its surroundings. With the target struck, Ling Tianyang drew back the bowstring once more. Chapter 12. Surprise Attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several arrows pierced through the air, striking once more at the wounds of the earth-rending black bear. Whoosh! An arrow soared forth, forcefully embedding itself in the bear's throat. Yet this arrow, which found its mark in the bear's throat, merely left a faint white mark, failing to penetrate its flesh even slightly. Such formidable defenses. It appears that had this clumsy bear not been previously injured, it would be exceedingly challenging for me to slay it with my current strength. If only I possessed a divine weapon at this moment. Even with its robust defenses, I could deliver a decisive blow. Alas, in my past life, I did not learn the art of weapon forging. How splendid it would be to craft a divine weapon now. Observing the frenzied, earth-rending black bear, which had been struck by several poisoned arrows, I noted its body beginning to sway unsteadily, its defenses waning. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Tianyang raised his sword without hesitation, channeling the scant inner energy within him into the blade, and brought it down upon the bear with a single, powerful strike. With a piercing sound, the sword sliced cleanly through the bear's body. As I gazed upon the fallen bear lying in a pool of blood, a sigh of relief escaped my lips. Approaching the lifeless form, I used my sword to cleave it open, but upon failing to find the coveted demon core, I collected the bear's valuable belongings and stowed them in the large cloth bag I had prepared prior to my expedition into the Chinglian mountains, before swiftly departing. The fierce battle and the pungent scent of blood would undoubtedly attract other formidable beasts. Having just barely dealt with the earth-rending black bear, I had no desire to encounter any more powerful creatures unnecessarily. Shortly after Ling Tianyang's departure, shadows flitted through a nearby dense thicket. Swiftly traversing a bush-laden area, they arrived at the very spot where Ling Tianyang had battled the bear, led by 3 individuals clad in black. The mountains stretched endlessly, with towering trees obscuring the sun. The verdant foliage was lush, and weeds thrived as twilight descended. The night, shrouded in mist, cast dancing shadows among the trees. Nightfall marked the peak of beastly activity, as many creatures emerged to seek sustenance. Concealed within the thick branches of a large tree, Ling Tianyang remained hidden. The following day, Ling Tianyang descended from the tree, poised to venture deeper into the mountains when he caught a few indistinct voices drifting into his ears, prompting him to hurriedly conceal himself among the nearby underbrush. "Brother, where do you think that brat Ling Tianyang is hiding? We 3 brothers have searched this mountain for so long without catching a glimpse of him. I suspect he has likely been devoured by a beast." "Indeed, brother. I concur with the second. In this perilous mountain, Ling Tianyang's cultivation level is not as high as ours. It would be quite difficult for him to survive." Before long, 3 unfamiliar figures appeared in the distance, approaching slowly while frequently glancing around, as if searching for something. Among the trio, the leader was a robust middle-aged man wielding a mountain axe. Close behind him trailed a stout, bald giant, accompanied by a lean figure grasping a portrait and a hefty cleaver. To my surprise, these individuals have come seeking me, though I have no recollection of ever encountering them. Given their menacing demeanor, it is evident that their intentions are far from benevolent. I shall first ascertain their purpose. Ling Tianyang, concealed in the shadows, perked up upon hearing his name mentioned by the group. It was perplexing to ponder what grievances the other Ling Tianyang might have incurred, for someone seemed willing to pay a considerable price for his demise. "Brother, third, have you noticed? The individual in black who has placed a high bounty on Ling Tianyang's head seems vaguely familiar. I can't shake the feeling that he resembles a steward from the Song family," mused the lean man with the portrait and cleaver. "Silence, you 2 fools. Keep your voices down. If our intentions to kill Ling Tianyang are leaked, we shall be in dire straits," the middle-aged leader bellowed with fury. "The feuds of great families are beyond our comprehension. Our sole task is to eliminate Ling Tianyang and claim our due reward. Other matters are not our concern. And once this business is concluded, we shall swiftly take our leave. Brother, in this desolate wilderness, who could possibly overhear us? You are being excessively cautious," one of them remarked. Unbeknownst to the trio, their every word and action had been laid bare before Ling Tianyang's keen observation. "Brother, Ling Tianyang is a direct descendant of the Ling family. Do you think there might be an expert from the Ling family covertly following him? If we were to cross paths, it could spell our doom," the lean man said, glancing anxiously around. Rest assured, the man in black was quite explicit. "Ling Tianyang has come alone. He desires Ling Tianyang's life even more than we do, and therefore, he has no reason to deceive us," replied the leader. "Second, third, you 2 shall search in that direction, while I will investigate this way. Whatever happens, remain vigilant. Should you spot Ling Tianyang, immediately signal with a flare." In pursuit of swiftly locating Ling Tianyang, the middle-aged man with the mountain axe proposed the division of labor. "Understood, brother." Following his suggestion, the trio promptly dispersed. The leader ventured alone, while the lean man partnered with the bald giant. "Who could possibly wish for my demise? I am certain I have not wronged anyone. Could it be Ling Xia? No, that seems implausible. Ling Xia lacks the influence to orchestrate such a pursuit." Might it be that enigmatic assailant who once targeted me? A shiver coursed through Ling Tianyang as he instinctively associated the mastermind with that mysterious figure in black. With this thought, he cast a cold gaze at the three individuals not far from him, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. Cautiously extending his spiritual sense, Ling Tianyang swiftly discerned the true cultivation levels of the trio. Among them, the most formidable was undoubtedly the brawny man wielding the mountain-splitting axe, who had attained the pinnacle of the internal chi realm. The other two, a gaunt man and a bald giant, were both mid-level practitioners of the same realm. Given my current strength, confronting all three simultaneously would certainly leave me at a disadvantage. If the confrontation prolonged, the consequences could be dire. The best course of action is to strike first, to stealthily eliminate one or two of them, making it easier to deal with the remaining foes. Since you have harbored ill intentions towards me, do not blame me for being ungracious in return. The unfortunate trio remains blissfully unaware that the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed. They initially came to hunt Ling Tianyang, but have unwittingly become his targets instead. Cautiously extending my spiritual awareness, I meticulously surveyed my surroundings. I edged closer to the weaker gaunt man and the bald giant, for their search trajectory led them perilously near my hiding place. Closer, even closer. I restrained the urge to launch a surprise attack, slowing my breath to a whisper, compressing my presence, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Unconsciously, I gripped the dagger I had purchased from the weapon shop in Nanshan Market. The shadow. The shadow dagger, devoid of any gleam in sunlight, was nearly undetectable. It was indeed the ideal weapon for a stealthy assault. Not far ahead, the gaunt man and the bald giant seemed oblivious to the impending danger, continuing their advance towards my concealed position. Suddenly, from the dense underbrush, I sprang forth. Dagger in hand, I lunged directly in front of the bald giant and the gaunt man. A flash of crimson erupted in the air. The bald giant and the gaunt man were utterly unprepared for the revelation that their intended prey was so close at hand. A figure erupted from the shadows, and before the bald giant could react, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Panicking, he clutched at his neck, but no matter how fiercely he pressed, he could not staunch the flow of blood gushing from the wound. He staggered back, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth, staining the gaunt man's garments crimson. As the light in his eyes gradually faded, surrendering to his fate, the third brother, the dagger in my hand, had met with the bald giant's slight obstruction, which snapped the gaunt man back to reality. A chill ran down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. He realized that had that strike been aimed at him, he would have met the same grim end as his companion. Without a moment's hesitation, I swung the shadow dagger once more, aiming swiftly at the gaunt man. Although he had regained his senses, it was already too late. The shadowy dagger in Ling Tianyang's hand sliced through the void, poised to strike the emaciated man with lethal precision. The thin figure barely had time to shift his body sideways. With a sudden, sharp sound, he felt an excruciating pain radiate from his right arm. Startled and aghast, he cast a frantic glance at his arm, only to discover that Ling Tianyang's decisive blow had severed his bloody limb. "Ah, you are Ling Tianyang." With a cry of anguish, the emaciated man instantly recognized the youth before him, the very same depicted in the portrait he held. "Despicable, you have poisoned your dagger." Before he could utter another word, a wave of tingling numbness swept over him, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue that flooded his mind. In an instant, he fell backward to the ground, his consciousness fading. Chapter 13. The Deadly Three Techniques. We bore no enmity towards one another. However, you are determined to take my life. Am I not entitled to resist? Am I not permitted to strike back? Humph! How dare you speak of treachery? With a cold snort, Ling Tianyang gazed upon the lifeless form of the bald man on the ground, alongside the emaciated man who lay in deep unconsciousness, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. When he purchased the shadow dagger and the Xian iron bow, Ling Tianyang had coated both the dagger and the arrows with a potent poison. Though this poison was not lethal, it possessed a remarkably strong paralyzing effect. The reason Ling Tianyang refrained from immediately killing the unconscious, emaciated man was not due to compassion, but rather a strategic choice, as he was still uncertain about the enemy's true strength and decided to leave one alive for the time being. The ambush had unfolded with an unexpected ease, resulting not only in the demise of the bald man, but also in the incapacitation of the emaciated man. Now, only the burly man wielding a broadsword remained, and Ling Tianyang felt a significant alleviation of pressure. It seemed the innkeeper's words were indeed true. The shadow dagger was worth its weight in gold. He surmised that the commotion would soon attract the attention of the burly man, rendering any further ambush nearly impossible. Casting a glance at the shadow dagger in his hand, Ling Tianyang felt an overwhelming sense of delight. He promptly stowed the dagger away and retrieved the finely crafted steel sword bestowed upon him by his family. Second brother, third brother. The disturbance was swiftly noted by the burly man in the distance, who wielded the broadsword. Moments later, he arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the motionless forms of his two brothers lying in a pool of blood, the burly man's heart shattered. To see his comrades, with whom he had shared many years, meet such a tragic end right before his eyes filled him with profound sorrow. Second brother, third brother, I will avenge you. The burly man's eyes burned with rage, veins protruding on his forehead. He lifted his gaze towards Ling Tianyang, and the murderous intent within him surged. The burly man was well acquainted with Ling Tianyang's appearance. At this moment, he recognized the youth in the green robe wielding a long sword as the very target of their hunt in the Chinglian mountain range. Ling Tianyang, you dare to slay my two brothers. I shall not rest until one of us is dead. His eyes fixated on Ling Tianyang. The burly man roared in fury. He could scarcely comprehend how the jovial brothers he had just conversed with moments ago had been so swiftly taken from him. With a thunderous roar, the burly man raised his broadsword, stomped his foot against the ground, and charged towards Ling Tianyang with fierce determination. To kill is to kill. How can it be that only your trio is permitted to come and take my life, while I am not allowed to retaliate? What kind of twisted reasoning is this? The slayer will invariably be slain. If you come to kill me, be prepared to embrace death. From the moment you three brothers resolved to pursue my demise, we entered an unyielding confrontation. If I do not eliminate you, do you truly believe you would spare me? It is a matter of striking first to avoid calamity later. Such a simple truth should not elude your understanding. During the previous ambush on the emaciated man and the burly figure, Ling Tianyang, having caught them off guard, did not significantly deplete his internal energy. His consciousness remained sharply attuned to the furious charge of the burly man before him, while his muscles tensed in anticipation, ready to unleash formidable power. Prepare to meet your end. The burly man bellowed as he swung his mountain axe, creating a flurry of afterimages and a resonating sound of slicing air. Each time the axe struck the ground, it carved deep, long grooves into the earth. Soon, the burly man was within 2 meters of Ling Tianyang. In that instant, Ling Tianyang finally sprang into action, gripping his long sword tightly. He infused it with his internal energy, producing a resounding cry. With determination, he charged forward, meeting the oncoming brute. The impact of their weapons colliding echoed through the air. As their weapons clashed, brilliant sparks erupted from the point of contact. The area around them vibrated with waves of energy, sending ripples through the air and stirring up clouds of dust. Their fierce exchange of blows echoed relentlessly, each combatant seemingly evenly matched. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, 2 battered figures were flung backward. The sounds of their impact reverberated as they were propelled away from each other, crashing heavily to the ground and creating 2 deep craters, sending dust flying in all directions. Cursed be it! How can this burly man's strength be so formidable? He is nearly on par with an ordinary initial stage true essence warrior. As Ling Tianyang's body hit the ground, he quickly rose, his muscles taut, internal energy surging like the mighty yellow river. He swung his sword forward with force, adopting a defensive stance. The blood trickling from the corner of his mouth revealed that he had indeed sustained injuries during their earlier clash. He had narrowly escaped a grave misfortune. Initially, he had believed that his current prowess would suffice to contend with a true essence warrior, but it became evident that he had been overly arrogant. His master's teachings rang true. One must never underestimate any warrior in the world, lest one find themselves in dire straits. Wiping the blood from his lips, Ling Tianyang could not help but reflect on the gravity of his situation. Originally, Ling Tianyang believed that with his current strength, he would swiftly subdue the burly man before him. However, he was taken aback by the unexpectedly formidable prowess of this giant, which was nearly comparable to that of an ordinary early-stage condensation realm warrior. Furthermore, the true cultivation of the burly man was at the pinnacle of the inner chi realm, his internal energy significantly surpassing that of Ling Tianyang at present. If they were to clash head-on, even if Ling Tianyang emerged victorious, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. I must conclude this swiftly, he thought. Should time drag on too long, it would be dire if those pursuing me were to discover my location. With this in mind, Ling Tianyang's expression turned grave. The 2 poisons he held, the 6 Desires Heartbreak and the Petrification Powder, were suited only for ambushes and not for direct confrontation. If he needed to resort to these poisons against a foe whose cultivation was still below the condensation realm, how would he fare against those of greater prowess? In Ling Tianyang's mind, these poisons were to be reserved as trump cards, only to be employed in life-threatening situations. His thoughts raced. Suddenly, he recalled a martial technique he had studied in a past life, known as the 3 Deadly Strikes, which was of a relatively high tier. This technique belonged to the high-grade yellow category and was divided into 3 distinct strikes. The minimum requirement for practicing this sword technique was that the warrior must have reached the inner chi realm. The stronger the warrior, the greater the technique's potential might. The first strike, a sword that spills blood, could be mastered by inner chi realm warriors. This strike emphasized speed, precision, and ferocity. In a duel between warriors of the same level, once this technique was unleashed, it was exceedingly difficult for the opponent to evade, often leaving them at the mercy of the attacker. The second strike, Death in the Yellow Springs, builds upon the first and carries a deeper significance. When executed, it envelopes the enemy as if they were being drawn into the underworld. The final strike, known as Every Move Claims a Life, necessitates mastery of the condensation realm. This strike embodies the essence of the 3 Deadly Strikes, combining powerful true essence with exquisite swordplay, capable of taking the enemy's life with a single motion. As the name suggests, the 3 Deadly Strikes are lethal. However, with Ling Tianyang's current cultivation, he could only barely execute the first strike. Furthermore, using it would deplete the majority of his internal energy, leaving him incapable of attempting the second strike. If he were unable to kill the burly man with his first strike, he would be forced to rely on the scant internal energy remaining within him to escape. How formidable! I never anticipated Ling Tianyang's strength to be so overwhelming. On the other side, the burly man was engulfed in turbulent emotions. His injuries were far worse than Ling Tianyang's. Blood had thoroughly stained his shirt, revealing a gruesome 2-inch gash across his chest. Rising from the ground, the burly man regarded Ling Tianyang with the intensity of one facing a formidable adversary. Previously, the brawny man had thought that his 2 brothers fell victim to Ling Tianyang's sword due to a mere ambush, believing that Ling Tianyang's strength could not be formidable. However, after engaging in combat with Ling Tianyang himself, he realized that he had nearly been vanquished. At this moment, the brawny man began to comprehend the true prowess of Ling Tianyang. 6 months prior, during an expedition in the Chinglan mountains, he had stumbled upon an unknown spirit herb. Unable to resist its allure, he consumed the herb on the spot, subsequently discovering a significant enhancement to his cultivation. Now, he had begun the process of transforming his internal energy into true essence. Although he had yet to break through to the true essence realm, he was indeed on the verge of doing so. The brawny man was confident that he could contend with even the initial stage warriors of the true essence realm. Little did he expect that Ling Tianyang's combat ability would be so terrifying. At the initial stage of internal energy, Ling Tianyang possessed combat strength that was fundamentally comparable to his own. In their recent clash, the brawny man's full-powered strike had likely only inflicted a slight injury on Ling Tianyang. When did warriors at the initial stage of internal energy become so formidable? Chapter 14. A sword soaked in blood. What astonished the burly man even more was that during his brief confrontation with Ling Tianyang, every move executed by Ling Tianyang was exceedingly cunning and ferocious. In their earlier exchange, he had surprisingly found himself at a disadvantage, suffering considerable injuries. It was as if Ling Tianyang could foresee his every action and preemptively counter it. The burly man realized that had it not been for his vastly superior cultivation level over Ling Tianyang, he would have scarcely endured a few exchanges under Ling Tianyang's onslaught. No, this cannot stand. This brat must die today. The burly man reached into his robe and swiftly retrieved a signal flare, unhesitatingly launching it into the sky. Simultaneously, he retreated rapidly in the opposite direction of Ling Tianyang. At that moment, he harbored a profound animosity towards the shadowy figure who had sent the 3 brothers to hunt down Ling Tianyang. The strength of Ling Tianyang was far beyond the initial stage of the inner chi realm as described by that cloaked man. Where could one find such a formidable practitioner at that level? In light of this realization, the burly man was suddenly seized by regret. He cursed his own greed, lamenting why he had allowed himself to be blinded by wealth and ventured into such perilous territory to hunt Ling Tianyang. Not only had they failed to kill him, but they had also suffered considerable losses. Had he known this would be the outcome, no matter how enticing the bounty offered by the cloaked figure, they would have refused it. Wealth, though alluring, requires life to enjoy. Ling Tianyang's prowess, merely that of the initial stage of the inner chi realm, was already so formidable. Given his age and the strength of the Ling family, the burly man had every reason to believe that once their attempt to hunt Ling Tianyang was exposed, there would be no escape for him. With this thought, a frenzied expression spread across his face. Haha, Ling Tianyang, your demise is imminent. Once the signal flare is set off, our men will arrive swiftly, and you shall have no means of escape." As he watched the flare explode in the sky, a sinister grin crept across the burly man's face, his eyes filled with malice towards Ling Tianyang. "This is bad." The moment the burly man activated the signal flare, Ling Tianyang sensed the impending danger. However, the distance between them was too great for him to intervene in time. It was evident that upon seeing the signal flare, the burly man's accomplices would soon converge upon their location, and with Ling Tianyang's current strength, he would not stand a chance against such numbers. Time was of the essence. He had to settle this swiftly. With that thought, Ling Tianyang hesitated no longer, unleashing a torrent of inner chi from within, transforming his body into a fleeting shadow as he rushed towards the burly man. Deftly 3 techniques, a sword soaked in blood. With his astonishing agility, Ling Tianyang covered a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, appearing behind the burly man in mere moments. As Ling Tianyang executed his movement, his sword seemed to vanish in an instant. When the sword re-emerged, it hovered ominously above the burly man's head. Could this be Ling Tianyang's true strength? Such incredible speed. What kind of martial technique is this? Is he truly a practitioner of the inner chi realm? Although the burly man staggered backwards, Ling Tianyang's speed was unmatched, allowing him to catch up in mere blinks of an eye. Gazing at the sword poised above him, the burly man felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness welling up within. It was over. At that moment, he desperately desired to evade the descending blade. Yet his body betrayed his will. A haunting realization gripped his heart, suggesting that no matter where he attempted to flee, it would prove futile. Was he truly destined to perish? A wave of terror and desolation surged through him. With a swift and resounding strike, Ling Tianyang's sword cleaved through the air, delivering an unparalleled blow, and the burly man's body was severed in two as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Thus, among the trio sent to hunt Ling Tianyang, only the emaciated man lay unconscious. The burly man and the bald giant had both succumbed to the fate wrought by Ling Tianyang's sword. As blood gushed forth, Ling Tianyang surveyed the gruesome remains on the ground, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The deadly 3 moves had indeed lived up to his expectations. Sheathing his sword, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The price of slaying the burly man had not been insignificant. His internal energy was nearly depleted, and he had sustained several minor injuries. The signal flare had been ignited, and he anticipated that reinforcements would soon arrive. It was prudent to find shelter. Swiftly, he approached the unconscious, emaciated man, hoisting him up and vanishing into the thicket. Just moments after Ling Tianyang's departure, a dozen fearsome men and 3 enigmatic figures clad in black converged upon the scene. "Damn it, we are too late again." One of the leading black-clad figures roared in frustration, surveying the signs of fierce combat around him, the still wet blood on the ground, and the nearby remains. Given that the blood hasn't even dried, that kid Ling Tianyang cannot have fled far. Split up and search. We must capture him. Whoever finds Ling Tianyang will be generously rewarded. As soon as the words left his lips, several individuals dashed away into the distance, followed by the rest dispersing into the surrounding forest, swiftly vanishing from sight. Days slipped by in the mountains, obscured from the sun and moon. In the complex and rugged outskirts of the boundless Chinglan mountain range, amidst dense foliage, Ling Tianyang, with his flowing black hair dancing in the wind, wielded his sword as he navigated through the wilderness. His gaze fell upon a formidable beast, a colossal ape-like creature. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this beast stood approximately 3 meters tall, rivaling the formidable earth-splitting black bear he had encountered previously. Recognizing the creature before him, Ling Tianyang identified it as a fiercely powerful specimen among the second-tier apex beasts, the bloodthirsty violent ape. The crimson behemoth, draped in a mane of blood-red fur, bared its fearsome fangs and glared with its sanguine eyes, evoking a sense of dread in all who beheld it. The creature's eyes glowed with a savage ferocity as it fixed its gaze upon the young intruder, armed with a long sword, who dared to trespass into its territory. With a stomp of his foot, Ling Tianyang kicked up a cloud of dust, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his sword lunging toward the blood-colored beast. The clash of steel rang out, creating sparks as the blade met the beast's tough hide. Despite Ling Tianyang's fierce assault, the sword merely grazed the surface, leaving behind faint crimson marks, failing to inflict any significant damage upon the formidable creature. The blood-red beast pounded its chest in fury, shattering nearby boulders with a single blow, sending shards flying in all directions. It was enraged to find itself challenged by such a diminutive human. With a thunderous roar, the beast summoned a massive orb of crimson energy, coalescing it before itself. In that moment, Ling Tianyang observed the beast's form diminish slightly, its vigor seemingly depleted. As the creature hoisted the glowing sphere high, preparing to launch it at Ling Tianyang, the young warrior sensed impending danger. It appeared the beast was about to unleash its innate power. In a flash, Ling Tianyang executed his signature technique, the swift step, transforming his figure into a mere afterimage as he darted aside with remarkable agility. With a resounding crash, the orb struck the ground where Ling Tianyang had stood, creating a vast crater amidst a cloud of dust. Aware of the beast's immense power, Ling Tianyang recognized this as a unique ability of certain magical beasts. Being a low-tier creature, the Crimson Behemoth could not sustain its innate powers for long. Using such abilities would deplete its energy reserves significantly. Upon closer inspection, Ling Tianyang noted the beast appeared visibly weakened, its defenses reduced. Seizing the opportunity, he closed the distance between himself and the blood-red creature, sword in hand. Channeling his inner energy into the blade, Ling Tianyang summoned all his strength for a decisive strike aimed at the beast's neck. With a technique known as the Deadly Three Moves, a sword to spill blood, Ling Tianyang's blade descended rapidly. The blood-red beast was caught off guard, unable to react in time, watching helplessly as the sword drew nearer to its throat. Amidst the splattering of crimson and the pervasive aura of blood, the fierce bloodthirsty ape was decapitated by Ling Tianyang with a single stroke of his sword. 7 days had elapsed since the last confrontation between Ling Tianyang and the three burly brothers. During this week, Ling Tianyang's wounds had completely healed, and his cultivation had subtly advanced, with the internal energy within him becoming more substantial than ever before, having reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of internal energy realm. Furthermore, he had extracted the information he sought from the emaciated man he had captured. Whoever you are, if you wish for my life, I shall ensure that you pay a grievous price, Ling Tianyang declared through gritted teeth. According to the insights gleaned from the thin man, it was highly likely that the individuals orchestrating the assassination attempts against Ling Tianyang were affiliated with the Song family, a prominent clan from Kayang City. Chapter 15. The emergence of a master. I cannot recall having offended anyone from the Song family. Why, then, would they suddenly wish to eliminate me? Moreover, why are they relentlessly pursuing me? The Ling family, to which Ling Tianyang belongs, stands alongside the Song family as one of the most formidable powers in Kayang City. The strength of the Ling and Song families is quite comparable, with both harboring ambitions to engulf the other, until one side possesses the absolute power to annihilate the other. Despite their frequent clandestine skirmishes, they have maintained a facade of mutual restraint. Thus, while their relationship has always been fraught with tension, it has not escalated to open hostility. Typically, minor altercations occur between the Ling and Song families. However, what has prompted this sudden and overt attack against me? Ling Tianyang is perplexed as to why the Song family would dare to send their men to hunt him down so brazenly, especially considering that the scions of any family are viewed as their future hope and foundational strength. To assassinate a direct descendant of a family is akin to extinguishing their lineage and desecrating their graves. Such acts are irreparable grievances, likely to ignite a fierce conflict between families. Has the Song family suddenly acquired the power to obliterate the Ling family? Furthermore, could that enigmatic assassin who once targeted me also belong to the Song family? Nevertheless, dwelling on these concerns serves little purpose. The priority lies in augmenting my own strength. Upon receiving this unsettling news, Ling Tianyang resolved not to flee the Chinglian mountain range immediately. Instead, he chose to remain. He harbored little fear of those pursuing him. Firstly, his mission to the Chinglian mountain range remained unfulfilled, and he would not retreat so easily. Secondly, he felt a surge of murderous intent towards his pursuers. In the past, when the Demon Dragon Clan and the Silent Sect united their formidable forces to relentlessly pursue me, I did not flinch. Now, why should I fear a mere handful of insignificant figures, none of whom have even reached the Spirit Sea realm? After all, the number of Spirit Sea experts in Kayang City is limited, and Ling Tianyang was confident that none among his assailants possessed such prowess. Beyond the Spirit Sea realm, there would be few Condensation Realm warriors daring to pursue him, given that his external cultivation level appeared to be merely at the initial stage of internal chi. Moreover, those who have attained the Spirit Sea realm are prominent figures in Kayang City, typically occupied with family affairs or seclusion. It is unlikely they would stoop to hunt down an insignificant warrior barely at the Condensation Realm. Ling Tianyang is not a figure to be easily dispatched. Even though my cultivation is currently at the initial stage of internal chi, so what? If you dare to approach, I shall ensure that you pay dearly. After obtaining the information he sought from the gaunt man, Ling Tianyang dispatched him to follow in the footsteps of his two brothers. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain, and a grievance, however small, must be avenged. Although Ling Tianyang is not a ruthless killer, he shows no mercy to those enemies who threaten his life. After the fierce battle with the bloodthirsty violent ape, Ling Tianyang felt a profound sense of exhilaration. At this moment, he appeared somewhat transformed from when he first entered the Chinglian mountain range. A faint aura of bloodlust emanated from him, his gaze sharp, and he exuded a domineering presence. Suddenly, the air around Ling Tianyang began to ripple slightly. He promptly settled into a meditative position, and a faint dragon-shaped phantom gradually materialized behind him. The dragon opened its maw wide, and countless strands of celestial energy surged from the atmosphere, flooding into Ling Tianyang's body. With a soft sound emanating from within, Ling Tianyang's face lit up with joy. He had advanced to the mid-stage of the internal Qi realm. Recently, he had felt a restless stirring of energy within him, and after this battle, he unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough. Excellent! Excellent! Upon sensing his internal state, Ling Tianyang discovered that the vortex of spiritual energy within him had expanded significantly, containing several times the energy he had when he was at the initial stage of the internal Qi realm. He extended his palm, channeling his internal energy to gather in his hand, and struck a nearby large tree. Crack! As his palm made contact with the tree, it snapped in two, and Ling Tianyang nodded in satisfaction at the severed trunk. The sensation of increased power was truly delightful. The Xuanling true revelation is indeed extraordinary. In his previous life, while cultivating the Yaowang Sutra, he recalled it had taken him several months to progress from the initial to the mid-stage of the internal Qi realm. Yet now, practicing the Xuanling true revelation for less than a month had allowed him to break through to the mid-stage of the internal Qi realm. If this continued, he would soon reach the late stage, or even the pinnacle, of the internal Qi realm. What kind of technique is the Xuanling true revelation? Ling Tianyang felt an exhilarating thrill. The more he practiced it, the more astonished he became. At this moment, he perceived that his cultivation speed could only be described as meteoric. With such momentum, the goal of regaining his former prowess seemed entirely attainable. Pushing those thoughts aside, he decided to check whether the bloodthirsty violent ape had formed an inner core. Shaking his head lightly, Ling Tianyang drew his sword and approached the corpse of the bloodthirsty violent ape. His luck was rather unfortunate. Despite slaying numerous beasts, he had yet to encounter one with a condensed inner core. Upon reaching the corpse, he cleaved it open with his sword, only to find it empty, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. The inner core of a beast is essentially a refined essence of spiritual energy that forms when the beast absorbs celestial energy during its cultivation. In theory, because the inner core is composed of dense spiritual energy, it can be utilized by martial artists for their own cultivation, sparing them much arduous effort. However, aside from the essence of spiritual energy, the inner core also contains a significant amount of demonic energy. Ordinary martial artists are at risk of madness upon even the slightest contact with demonic energy. Excessive exposure could lead to their catastrophic demise. Consequently, the inner cores of demonic beasts are predominantly refined by alchemists, transmuted into pills that significantly enhance a martial artist's cultivation. A single inner core, once processed by an alchemist, can be valued at over 10 times its original worth. Naturally, those with extraordinary prowess can extract the demonic essence from low-grade inner cores through sheer strength. However, for such formidable individuals, the low-grade inner cores hold little value, and they too find themselves powerless against the inner cores of beasts at their own level. The applications of demonic beast inner cores are manifold, and their worth is immense. A standard inner core from a second-tier demonic beast can fetch around 600 gold coins in the marketplace, equivalent to nearly half a year's worth of cultivation resources provided to the direct descendants of the Ling family. The materials harvested from a high-tier blood-colored violent ape can command a price of at least 50 gold coins, making it essential not to squander such resources. Ling Tianyang crouched down, murmuring to himself as he swiftly gathered the more valuable items from the blood-colored violent ape. After stowing the materials into his large bag, he realized it was already filled to capacity. Gazing at the bulging sack on the ground, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but reminisce about the spatial ring he possessed in his previous life. He hadn't appreciated its benefits until now. Of course, he was merely indulging in wistful thoughts. A low-grade storage bag in the marketplace is valued at tens of thousands of gold coins, let alone a spatial ring of much higher grade. In Kaiyang City, the number of individuals owning spatial rings is exceedingly rare, often limited to the heads of prominent families or esteemed elders. With a wry smile, Ling Tianyang acknowledged that a spatial ring was still a distant dream for him. As he lifted the heavy cloth bag, preparing to depart, a sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, accompanied by a piercing eagle's cry. In quick succession, the sound of something slicing through the air drew near. Startled, Ling Tianyang instinctively sensed the approach of someone formidable. He was no match for their strength. In a panic, he cast aside the large bag, crouched down, and hurriedly concealed himself behind a nearby tree. Just as he secured his position, he felt a powerful wind rush overhead, and a figure flashed by in the sunlight. The speed of the newcomer nearly caught him off guard. Before he could relax, another gust of wind surged past. He beheld a colossal eagle, its body adorned with fiery red feathers, carrying a graceful figure on its back as it swiftly passed. The two, one human, one beast, vanished from sight in mere moments. Once both had disappeared, Ling Tianyang cautiously emerged from behind the tree. Experts, based on his past experiences, he deduced that both individuals were at least at the late stage of the true condensation realm. The former lightly touched the branch with the tips of his toes, and in an instant, his entire body surged forward, covering several dozen meters, an achievement unattainable even by a martial artist in the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Beneath him, the majestic eagle, adorned with fiery red feathers, was, if Ling Tianyang's observations were accurate, a third-tier advanced aerial demon beast known as the Fire Cloud Eagle. This creature was inherently ferocious and exceedingly difficult to tame, far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Thus, the extraordinary prowess of the adept perched upon the Fire Cloud Eagle's back was evident. Such a person either possessed remarkable cultivation or boasted an exceptionally formidable background. In such a perilous place, it would be wise to depart swiftly. As Ling Tianyang's thoughts began to form, the sound of slicing air erupted once more from the direction the two figures had vanished, prompting him to hurriedly retreat behind the great tree where he had previously sought refuge. Chapter 16. Grievances and disputes. Soon, a series of earth-shattering disturbances echoed, an invisible momentum radiating from the distance. Under this overwhelming force, Ling Tianyang felt a profound heaviness in his chest. He could not help but lament internally that his strength was still too inadequate. Crack, crack. As he raised his gaze, he beheld a scene of devastation in the distance. Numerous trees lay toppled, yet the massive tree where Ling Tianyang concealed himself stood firm, relatively untouched by the chaos of the battle between the two adversaries. In the distance stood a man and a woman. The fiery cloud eagle that had once been present was nowhere to be seen. To Ling Tianyang's left was a man clad in a blood-red robe, wielding a blade. The man's gaze exuded a lewd and sinister demeanor as he fixated on his opponent. Following the direction of the blood-robed man's stare, Ling Tianyang beheld a strikingly beautiful maiden on the right. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, her right hand grasping a cerulean longsword. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, and her slender form was elegantly enveloped in a modest gown. Her exceptionally radiant eyes held an air of haughty superiority, coupled with a chilling aura that seemed to repel anyone who dared approach. What a stunning woman! Upon the first glimpse of her, Ling Tianyang could not help but silently commend her beauty. Who, after all, were these individuals? Observing their duel, it was evident that their martial arts were far from ordinary, each movement imbued with a touch of artistry that was not easily achieved by mere mortals. Though Ling Tianyang's current cultivation level was not high, he had attained considerable prowess in his previous life, reaching the realm of the void profound. Thus, his perception was not to be underestimated. Recognizing their exceptional abilities, a wave of concern washed over him regarding his own predicament. At present, he was merely a minor figure who had just advanced to the mid-stage of the inner chi realm, far from being a match for them. If either of them were to suddenly turn their attention towards him, it could spell disaster. Ling Tianyang felt an urge to turn and flee. Yet he knew that even the slightest movement under the watchful eyes of these experts could lead to his demise. While he had confidence in his ability to contend with warriors of the initial true essence realm, this was only applicable to those at the early stages. Indeed, he possessed two formidable poisons, the Six Desires Heartbreak and the Petrification Powder, but these were best suited for stealthy ambushes, not face-to-face confrontations. After all, the two individuals nearby were not fools. They would not remain stationary, allowing Ling Tianyang the opportunity to unleash his toxins. As Ling Tianyang pondered his situation, a delicate cry pierced his right ear. Xianxia, everyone believed your cultivation was at the mid-stage of true essence. Yet little did they know that you have already opened the Ren and Du meridians and are converting your true energy into spiritual power. It seems you only need to awaken your soul sea to break through to the spiritual sea realm. I initially thought that with my peak true essence cultivation, taking on the task of eliminating you would be a simple endeavor. Who would have thought you were concealing your true capabilities so deeply? Had it not been for the fire cloud eagle protecting its master, I would have nearly fallen into your clutches today. The woman's voice, as melodious as a golden aureole, carried a hint of astonishment and lingering fear. Humph, Jiang, do you truly believe that I am merely a lamb to be slaughtered? Over the past 2 years, my cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. My patient endurance has been solely for the purpose of confronting you self-righteous individuals. Now that your fire cloud eagle has been gravely wounded by me, I shall see how you escape from my grasp. Haraha. I am eager to witness the faces of those old monsters at the Upper Void sect when I take your life. The man known as Shi Qianxuan licked his lips, a savage grin spreading across his face. Shi Qianxuan, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you truly consider yourself a master of the Spirit Sea realm? In essence, you are nothing more than a peak condensation realm warrior, just as I am. The earlier advantage you gained was merely due to your unexpected ambush, which caused me a minor setback. Now, I suggest you worry about yourself instead. Shi Qianxuan, you have defiled your fellow disciples and indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Truly, you are less than beastly. Today, I shall cleanse our sect of your presence. Jiang Ziyun fixed a cold gaze upon Shi Qianxuan, her murderous intent palpable. Haraha. Jiang Ziyun, my dear junior sister, have you pursued me for so long because you have taken a liking to your senior brother? Shi Qianxuan suddenly burst into laughter, a mocking expression on his face, as if he held no regard for Jiang Ziyun's threats. The mere thought of the Upper Void sect's radiant maiden perishing at my hands fills me with exhilaration. As he spoke, Shi Qianxuan's gaze roamed over Jiang Ziyun's exquisite figure with a chilling grin. Haraha. I have decided I shall spare you today. Rest assured, as a renowned beauty of the Upper Void sect, your demise would be a great loss. I wish to enjoy your presence a while longer. Seeking death, Jiang Ziyun's face turned icy, and her long sword transformed into a flurry of sword flowers, swiftly piercing toward Shi Qianxuan. Ice and snow sword, endless snowfall. Jiang Ziyun's figure flickered, and in the next instant, she had appeared over 10 meters away. As she moved, the temperature around her plummeted. Snowflakes materialized in the air, each resembling a long sword, fiercely stabbing toward Shi Qianxuan. Humph, do you think I fear you? Frenzied blade technique. 6 styles of the frenzied blade. Shi Qianxuan swung his large blade, the sound of slicing air resonating as the sword-shaped snowflakes were cleaved in half before they could reach him, vanishing into thin air. Bang, bang. The clash of Jiang Ziyun's long sword and Shi Qianxuan's great blade ignited sparks in the air, their battle intensifying. The two formidable warriors fought as if they were sworn enemies, exchanging blows relentlessly. Meanwhile, Ling Tianyang, who had been observing from the sidelines, remained vigilant. Aware that he was not yet their match, he resolved not to entrust his life to another's whims. With utmost caution, Ling Tianyang retrieved the jade vial filled with petrifying powder, ever ready for a surprise attack. In truth, Ling Tianyang hesitated to employ the petrifying powder. For nothing in this world is infallible. He was reluctant to resort to such desperate measures unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the clear sky. In the distance, a fierce battle raged on, with two combatants unleashing terrifying energy in a frenzied exchange. The very air thick with dust and the fabric of space seemingly undulating. Another series of explosive sounds followed, and 2 disheveled figures were violently ejected from the haze, crashing to the ground with a grunt, blood spewing forth as they gasped. Damn it, how has his strength increased so drastically? If this continues, I may find myself at a disadvantage. It seems I have no choice but to unleash that move, Ling Tianyang thought, resigned to the fact that it was better to fight desperately than to suffer humiliation. Frost blade technique, forbidden ice sealing. Jiang Ziyun, one of the two, regained her composure and resolutely executed a high-level martial skill she had yet to fully master. She understood that Shi Qianxuan was already converting spiritual energy, and in terms of the depth of true essence within, she could not compare to him at this moment. If she continued to entangle with Shi Qianxuan, the consequences of exhausting her true essence were too dire to contemplate. With this thought, Jiang Ziyun's resolve hardened. As she moved, frost began to blossom upon the sword in her hand, the temperature around her plummeting abruptly. Even Ling Tianyang, hiding behind a distant tree, shivered involuntarily. With a swift motion of her sword, the ground was instantaneously covered in a thick layer of ice, rapidly extending towards Shi Qianxuan and enveloping half of his body in an instant. Are you mad? How dare you recklessly employ forbidden martial arts without regard for the backlash? Shi Qianxuan, finally snapping back to reality, gazed at Jiang Ziyun's attack with palpable fear. Blood escape technique, blood ignition technique. he cried, as the impending assault drew nearer. With a fierce shout, he struck his own chest with his fist, a copious amount of crimson blood erupting forth. In that moment, his figure morphed into a mere afterimage, vanishing before their eyes, leaving only a pool of blood mingled with fragments of internal organs behind. Bang! Jiang Ziyun's sword, having missed its target, struck a large tree behind where Xianxia had stood, instantly encasing it in a thick layer of ice, transforming it into a colossal icicle. Puff! Gazing in the direction of Xianxia's disappearance, Jiang Ziyun coughed up blood, her face ashen, before collapsing helplessly to the ground. The Frostblade Technique's forbidden ice sealing was indeed a taboo martial art. Without the requisite strength, a warrior must never attempt to execute it lightly. Should a warrior act recklessly without the necessary prowess, the consequences could range from severe injury to outright death. It can be said that had it not been for Jiang Ziyun's physique, which had been tempered by numerous celestial treasures under the guidance of the sect's elders since childhood, she would have perished the moment she recklessly unleashed that forbidden martial art. Even so, Jiang Ziyun's meridians are now gravely injured. Her cultivation diminished to less than 1% of its peak. At this juncture, even a minor martial artist in the body refinement stage could easily bring about her demise. As tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Ling Tianyang, concealed behind a towering tree, exhaled a long sigh of relief. Grateful that the dire consequences he had feared had not come to pass, he carefully stowed away the petrification powder in his possession, and his consciousness swiftly swept across the scene, revealing that only the woman named Jiang Ziyun lay collapsed on the ground, with no sign of Xianxia in sight. However, when Ling Tianyang's gaze fell upon the tree, now transformed into an icy spire, a shiver coursed through him, and cold sweat erupted from his brow. Fortunately, the impact had not struck the very tree where he had taken refuge. Otherwise, he might have found himself transformed into a human ice spire as well. It appears they have both suffered grave injuries. Ling Tianyang cautiously peered from behind the tree, observing the unfolding scene in the distance, murmuring to himself, Who lurks there?" Just as Ling Tianyang's words faded, a delicate voice echoed in his ears, resounding like a thunderclap. Chapter 17. The King of Medicine and the Pulse Interceptor. Who is it? Show yourself, or do not blame me for being impolite. Despite her serious injuries, Jiang Ziyun remained vigilant in the perilous environment of the Chinglian Mountains. Her recent battle with Xianxia had nearly depleted her internal energy, and more critically, she had employed a forbidden technique from the Ice Soul sword art, resulting in severe damage to her meridians and leaving her strength reduced to a mere fraction. However, amidst the mutual devastation between her and Xianxia, she suddenly noticed a living person concealed behind a nearby tree, compelling her to heighten her caution. Suppressing her pain, Jiang Ziyun slowly rose to her feet, scanning her surroundings with a watchful eye. Gripping her azure sword tightly, she was startled to find an ancient talisman unexpectedly materialized in her other hand. "This is dire. I have been discovered." Recognizing the futility of remaining hidden, Ling Tianyang emerged from behind the tree with a wry smile. "I mean no harm. I was merely passing through." Yet, upon observing the seemingly frail Jiang Ziyun from a distance, Ling Tianyang felt no relief. His years of experience in the martial world had taught him that individuals with any semblance of background, like Jiang Ziyun, invariably possessed hidden cards for self-preservation. As Ling Tianyang stepped out from behind the tree, his consciousness remained acutely attuned to Jiang Ziyun's every movement. When he discerned the ancient talisman suddenly appearing in Jiang Ziyun's delicate hand, his pupils involuntarily contracted. This talisman was unfamiliar to him, and he was unaware of its true purpose. However, any clear-headed individual would recognize that an object tightly gripped by Jiang Ziyun in such circumstances must possess extraordinary significance. Moreover, from the conversation between Jiang Ziyun and Xianxia, Ling Tianyang had gleaned insights into the woman's origins. The Xianxia sect. In Ling Tianyang's memory, this sect represented a superpower, ranking among the top 5 forces in the entire Qingyan kingdom. In Kaiyang City, the limited number of Spirit Sea Realm warriors were already considered the pinnacle of cultivation. Yet, within the Xianxia sect, Spirit Sea Realm practitioners were commonplace, as it was said that even the minimum requirement for inner disciples was to attain this level of mastery. The disparity between the two was, therefore, immense. Gazing at the pale-faced Jiang Ziyun, who appeared pitiable yet resilient, Ling Tianyang felt an impulsive desire to rush forth and play the gallant hero. Nevertheless, in a world where might prevails, acts of violence and plunder are all too common. Such a reckless advance would likely not elicit gratitude, but rather provoke misunderstandings of ill intentions. Furthermore, Ling Tianyang believed that Jiang Ziyun still possessed a degree of self-defense capability. With this thought, he felt a retreat beginning to take shape within him. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Ling Tianyang wore a bitter smile as he turned and waved his hand, preparing to depart. Stop. At that moment, Xianxia rose to her feet and noticed a youth clad in a blue robe emerging slowly from behind a large tree not far away. The young man possessed striking features and a handsome visage. Though he was not the sort to captivate one at first glance, his appearance was certainly commendable. Upon realizing that Ling Tianyang's cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the inner chi realm and that he was a year or two her junior, Xianxia's previously taut heartstrings began to relax slightly. It is said that one's appearance reflects their heart, a person's character, inner emotions, and actions may perhaps be manifested through their facial features. While Xianxia did not conclude that Ling Tianyang was inherently good, her intuition suggested that he would not be a malevolent individual either. Seeing him attempt to leave, she could not help but call out to him. May I inquire what the lady requires? Ling Tianyang halted his steps, turning to clasp his hands respectfully at Xianxia. I am but a humble disciple of the outer gate of the Xianxia sect, presently grievously injured. I implore you for assistance. She pleaded earnestly. I shall not forget your kindness today. Witnessing Ling Tianyang pause, Xianxia's heart soared with joy. In the desolate expanse of the Chinglan mountain range, danger lurked in every shadow, and she was acutely aware that her current strength would hardly suffice to fend off any lurking beasts. Just as she finished speaking, a wave of weakness washed over her, and she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. The fierce battle with Xianxia had drained her true essence considerably, and in her desperation, she had unleashed forbidden martial arts, sustaining significant injuries. Now, she could no longer hold on. Should I save her? Ling Tianyang's eyes widened, fixated on the unconscious Xianxia. From her tightly shut eyelids and pale complexion, it was evident she was gravely wounded. He wrestled internally, to save or not to save. If he chose to rescue her, what if his adversary, Xianxia, came seeking vengeance? He knew he was no match for Xianxia. Yet, should he abandon her? Given her current state, it was likely she would fall prey to the savage beasts of the mountains. From what he overheard of the conversation between Xianxia and Xianxia, it seemed she was not a villain. Ling Tianyang felt a pang of compassion for such a delicate beauty. He could not turn a blind eye to her plight. Alas, consider yourself fortunate. Resolute in his decision, he gritted his teeth and swiftly approached Xianxia, lifting her into his arms. His hands cradled her slender legs and the back of her head, and he was instantly struck by the exquisite softness of her skin, akin to warm jade, an enchanting sensation. The commotion they had caused not long ago would surely attract attention, and he needed to depart this perilous place swiftly. Ling Tianyang was acutely aware that he too was being pursued, and the recent noise would undoubtedly draw others near. Roar! Roar! At that moment, distant echoes of beastly roars resonated from the jungle. Ling Tianyang hastily cradled the beauty in his arms and began to sprint fervently into the distance. After a relentless hour of running, he finally discovered a secluded cave within a valley, a suitable refuge for the two of them. Gently placing the beauty inside the cave, Ling Tianyang neglected to catch his breath and hurried outside to meticulously conceal the traces they had left behind, sprinkling some powder around to ward off the beasts. Once inside, he sank beside the beauty, panting heavily. Although he had glimpsed Xianxia behind the great tree earlier, the proximity now revealed her exquisite features anew, leaving him utterly captivated. His gaze swept over her delicate visage, characterized by strikingly beautiful brows, refined features, pale lips, and a pair of slightly furrowed eyebrows that spoke of pain, rendering her all the more enchanting. An overwhelming urge to protect her surged within him. A painful moan abruptly interrupted Ling Tianyang's reverie. He gently grasped Xianxia's wrist, channeling a thread of his essence into her, exploring her condition. As a former alchemist capable of crafting 6th-grade spirit pills, this task proved trivial for him. Upon careful examination, he discovered that her vital essence was nearly depleted, her meridians severely damaged, and her arm grievously injured from the backlash of the forbidden technique. I soul sword art. I seal. From his robe, Ling Tianyang retrieved a small emerald vial and cautiously poured out a round pill, feeding it to Xianxia with utmost care. This was not an extraordinary elixir, for with his current prowess, he could not concoct such a treasure, nor did he possess the gold to procure one. Instead, it was a simple healing pill made from common herbs and a few first-tier spiritual grasses, intended merely to alleviate her suffering. Just as he placed the pill in her mouth, Xianxia's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a gaze filled with coldness and embarrassment as she looked at Ling Tianyang. You're awake? You were unconscious, and I could see you were in pain. I merely offered you a healing pill, with no ill intent. Ling Tianyang explained, cautiously stepping back. Seeing him retreat, Jiang Zian finally relaxed a little, gently shaking her head as her expression shifted. Moments later, she recalled the events that transpired, clearly realizing that the youth before her had saved her life. The coldness in her gaze diminished, replaced by gratitude. Thank you. She suddenly smiled at Ling Tianyang, a smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Ling Tianyang was nearly entranced by her charm. Ahem, ahem. Upon awakening, Jiang Ziyun felt herself lying on the ground. She attempted to prop herself up, only to realize that her upper arms were utterly unresponsive, nearly devoid of sensation. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through her body, compelling her to cough uncontrollably. What has happened? Hearing her cough, Ling Tianyang swiftly rushed to her side, gently assisting her into a sitting position. As he did so, he channeled his internal energy, his fingers deftly pressing upon various acupoints on Jiang Ziyun's body. Fengmin, Xiuheng, Qimen, Danzhong, Shinsong, Huagai. Ling Tianyang was employing an ancient secret technique documented in the sacred pharmacist's manuscript, the pharmacist's meridian interception. The primary function of this technique is to unblock the meridians within a martial artist's body, harmonizing their vital energy and blood. Furthermore, the text states that once a martial artist masters the pharmacist's meridian interception to its zenith, a mere touch of a finger can disrupt an adversary's breath, blocking their meridians and rendering them incapacitated. Regrettably, Ling Tianyang's current prowess was insufficient to project his vital energy, thus limiting the full potential of the pharmacist's meridian interception. Nevertheless, Jiang Ziyun felt a significant alleviation of her suffering. At that moment, she gazed at the youth beside her, who was even younger than herself. And a sense of curiosity stirred within her. Despite his modest cultivation, there were many enigmatic facets about him that she could not decipher. Chapter 18. The illusory sect. A robust and masculine aura wafted into the air. Jiang Ziyan opened her eyes to behold Ling Tianyang, whose face was drenched in sweat. The memory of his fingers gently tapping on her body caused her fair complexion to blush ever so slightly. Are you feeling better? Ling Tianyang inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow while smiling at Jiang Ziyun. Despite having advanced to the mid-stage of the inner chi realm, he still felt somewhat drained, akin to an ordinary person who had sprinted several kilometers. Thank you. I feel much improved, Jiang Ziyun replied, her face lighting up with a grateful smile directed at Ling Tianyang. You're most welcome. For a stunning beauty like you, it is my pleasure to assist, Ling Tianyang remarked, captivated by her smile. Jiang Ziyun chuckled lightly. Given their similar ages and the fact that Ling Tianyang had previously rescued her, their rapport had undeniably deepened. You certainly possess a bold spirit, daring to venture into the Chinglian mountain range alone at the mid-stage of the inner chi realm. It seems your pain has significantly subsided. As you're quite chatty now, she noted. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jiang Ziyun. You may call me Ziyun. And you? I am Ling Tianyang. He responded, his face alight with joy. However, a sigh escaped his lips as he continued, alas. You think I wish to wander into this mountain range? I was merely fleeing from pursuers. Although the world was treacherous and filled with deceit, Ling Tianyang found himself disclosing his true name to Jiang Ziyun, whose demeanor appeared sincere. Ziyun, I see that your arm is quite injured. I have some knowledge of pharmacology. If you don't mind, I could dress your wound with some herbs, Ling Tianyang suggested. Observing the severe injury on Jiang Ziyun's arm, in the perilous Chinglian mountain range, it was evident that her swift recovery was crucial for her survival. Moreover, Jiang Ziyun's restoration of strength would be immensely beneficial for Ling Tianyang, as her demonstrated prowess suggested that ordinary peak condensation realm warriors would be no match for her. However, the immediate priority was to find a way to expedite Jiang Ziyun's healing. Otherwise, should Xianxia, whom she had battled earlier, recover first to seek vengeance, or if the assassins who pursued Ling Tianyang returned, both he and Jiang Ziyun would find themselves in grave peril. Yes, I do not mind. Please proceed. Jiang Ziyun consented enthusiastically to Ling Tianyang's offer, realizing her arm was beyond her control. Earlier, during my confrontation with Xianxia, both of us failed to notice another presence lurking nearby. Had he not carelessly revealed himself, I might not have discovered him, Jiang Ziyun mused, her curiosity about Ling Tianyang growing. Furthermore, his ability to alleviate pain with his hands was no ordinary feat. It seemed a skill reserved for formidable individuals. Yet, from his faint inner energy, I sensed that he indeed possessed the cultivation level of the mid-stage inner chi realm. What surprised me even more was his understanding of pharmacology. The howling wind pierced through the bone-chilling cold. Autumn had passed, and although this winter had yet to see snowfall, it remained exceptionally frigid, However, such weather posed no hindrance to the practitioners of martial arts. In the pitch-black night sky, a crescent moon accompanied by twinkling stars shone brightly. Within a cave of the Chinglian mountains, a bonfire flickered to life before Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun, beside which stood a large rack. At that moment, half of a plump wild boar hung from the rack, glistening with grease and emanating an enticing aroma of meat. Tianyang, who would have thought your culinary skills were this exceptional? Jiang Ziyun exclaimed, wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth and giving Ling Tianyang a thumbs up. It's just average, he replied modestly. I enjoy preparing my own meals. In his previous life as a solitary cultivator, Ling Tianyang often practiced alone and would occasionally whip up his favorite dishes to satisfy his cravings, gradually honing his culinary skills over time. Days passed, and Jiang Ziyun's injuries gradually improved. At least now she could move her hands with some ease and her body regained a modicum of mobility. Tianyang, I truly must thank you for your help. Once I recover, I'll introduce you to join my Xianxia sect, where you can cultivate profound martial arts techniques. What do you think? During these days, due to her injuries, Jiang Ziyun had been largely immobile, relying entirely on Ling Tianyang's attentive care. Their time spent together had fostered a deep sense of gratitude in Jiang Ziyun, bringing the two closer. She learned from Ling Tianyang that he hailed from a small family in Kaiyang City. Although the Ling family was relatively strong in Kaiyang City, compared to the Xianxia sect, they were merely a third-rate family, utterly incomparable. Within the Ling family, the best martial arts techniques available were only of the mid-tier Xian grade, whereas in the Xianxia sect, mid-tier Xian grade techniques were considered quite ordinary, with earth grade techniques being the mainstream. For a martial artist, the quality of the techniques they cultivate ultimately determines their achievements in life. A mid-tier Xian grade technique could only allow one to reach the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, and breaking through to the Celestial realm was nearly impossible without cultivating higher-level techniques. On the Tianzi continent, it is the aspiration of every martial artist to cultivate advanced techniques. However, the more advanced the technique, the rarer it becomes. Ordinary yellow-grade techniques can be found in some auction houses, but once one seeks techniques above the Xian grade, they become exceedingly elusive. Generally, techniques above the Xian grade are held by powerful factions, necessitating martial artists to join these factions to pursue higher-level techniques. Each major faction conducts rigorous selections for new disciples, establishing a series of standard assessments. Only those who pass the sect's examinations can qualify for cultivation within the sect. Upon discovering Ling Tianyang's origins, Jiang Ziyun resolved to introduce him to the Xianxia sect as a means of repaying his life-saving grace. Is that truly the case? You must keep your word. Ling Tianyang chuckled with delight. Hee. Ziyun, if I join the Xianxia sect, will I not have the pleasure of seeing you every day? Hearing Jiang Ziyun's intention to recommend him to the sect, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but grin. Since his rebirth, he had contemplated his future path meticulously. To become a formidable warrior, several elements were indispensable: cultivation techniques, martial skills, esteemed mentors, resources, and innate talent. Among these, Ling Tianyang found himself most lacking in cultivation resources. Currently, he possessed the Xuanling true resolution. He was not short of martial skills for the time being. As for esteemed mentors, he did not require one until reaching the empty profound realm. Regarding innate talent, he held no concerns. The city of Kaiyang was rather small, and as Ling Tianyang's cultivation progressed daily, it would inevitably fail to meet his growing needs. At that point, he would have to venture out in search of a more suitable environment for his training. However, nearly all locations rich in spiritual energy had been claimed, becoming the domains of various factions. Ling Tianyang had considered joining a major power to secure resources for his future cultivation, but he had yet to determine which sect would be the most advantageous. Now, with Jiang Ziyun's suggestion, he suddenly felt that the Xianxia sect was indeed a commendable choice. After all, the influence of the Xianxia sect was considerable, ranking among the top 5 powers in the Qingyan kingdom, making it much easier for him to acquire cultivation resources before reaching the empty profound realm. Only with sufficient resources could Ling Tianyang hope to attain the empty profound realm promptly. In his previous life, he had failed to break through to the return to origin realm, a lingering regret that haunted him. In this life, he was determined to overcome all obstacles, ascend to the return to origin realm, and seek the secrets of immortality. You, Ling Tianyang, have such lofty dreams. Who wants to see you every day? Just a few words in, and you're already acting foolishly, aren't you? With a playful huff, Jiang Ziyun pretended to strike him. After spending several days together, and given their similar ages, they had naturally become good friends. Hee. Ziyun, don't be so quick to hit me. Look at this. Sensing Jiang Ziyun's playful demeanor, Ling Tianyang hastily pulled out a plant from his pack, its entire body resembling jade. Ah, this seems to be a third-tier intermediate spirit herb, the Qingxian flower. Where did you find it? Jiang Ziyun exclaimed in surprise. This vibrant green flower, faintly glowing, emitted a subtle fragrance. As a disciple of the Xianxia sect, Jiang Ziyun's knowledge was exceptional, and she quickly recognized the origin of the Qingxian flower. The Qingxian flower belonged to the third tier of intermediate spirit herbs. While it was not a top-tier treasure, it was a rare sight in the cultivation world. Each flower that appeared in the market was often invaluable and hard to come by. The primary function of the Qingxian flower was to nourish and expand the meridians within a warrior's body, making it one of the finest spiritual medicines used by prominent families to lay a solid foundation for their descendants. Simultaneously, the Qingxian flower is renowned for its remarkable efficacy in treating the injuries of martial artists' meridians. Jiang Ziyun, having severely damaged her meridians through the use of forbidden martial techniques, would undoubtedly benefit greatly from consuming this extraordinary herb, known for its miraculous effect on meridian injuries. In her earlier days, when Jiang Ziyun was still in the inner qi realm, she had once ingested a Qingxian flower, which instilled in her an understanding of its rarity and value. This is indeed a precious spiritual herb that one can hardly encounter. Xian, I see that the wounds on your arm have improved significantly. Recently, I fortuitously acquired 2 Qingxian flowers. You should consume one to see if it aids your injured meridians. Ling Tianyang said, extending a Qingxian flower towards Jiang Ziyun. A third-tier intermediate spiritual herb, the Qingxian flower. How extraordinarily fortunate you are to have obtained 2 at once. Jiang Ziyun gazed fervently at the Qingxian flower in Ling Tianyang's hand, yet a hint of hesitation flickered across her expression. But, Chapter 19. Affections. Why is he so kind to me? Could it be that he has truly developed feelings for me? The azure mystic flower is undoubtedly one of the finest healing herbs available for treating the injuries within Jiang Ziyun's body. Although she had brought along some commonly used healing herbs while pursuing Shiqianshuan, she unfortunately lacked any for healing meridians. Wherever rare treasures are found, formidable beasts are sure to guard them. Given that Ling Tianyang had no powerful family members by his side, it is evident that he must have faced tremendous peril to obtain these 2 azure mystic flowers. As Jiang Ziyun gazed at the azure mystic flower that Ling Tianyang had handed her, she was convinced that he had endured significant danger to acquire it. Previously, he had already saved her life, and she felt deeply indebted to him. Now, as he offered her the azure mystic flower he had painstakingly obtained, Jiang Ziyun could not help but feel overwhelmed by his kindness. The azure mystic flower was also of great necessity to Ling Tianyang, and yet he was so selflessly willing to gift it to her. She felt a twinge of guilt. At this thought, her cheeks flushed inexplicably. On a deeper level, Jiang Ziyun did not reject Ling Tianyang. Her impression of him was relatively favorable. Moreover, at her tender age, she was naturally curious about the unfamiliar feelings that were blossoming within her. The days spent together in the confines of the cave had inevitably fostered an unusual intimacy between them. Ziyun, what troubles you? Ling Tianyang inquired. As far as I know, for a martial artist below the spirit sea realm, consuming 1 azure mystic flower is no different than consuming 2. In other words, 1 flower's efficacy is already sufficient for me. Taking another would be wasteful. So, please don't hesitate to accept it. Noticing that Jiang Ziyun had yet to accept the azure mystic flower from his hand, Ling Tianyang seemed to have discerned her thoughts and spoke reassuringly. Furthermore, the sooner you restore your cultivation, the safer we will be. Just think about it. I am currently being hunted. If a beautiful and powerful expert like you were to suddenly appear by my side, I would no longer need to fear those assassins pursuing me. You will protect me. One to you? He added, playfully winking at her with a mock-frightened expression. Very well. I shall accept it, and you shall guard me, Jiang Ziyun replied, no longer able to refuse his offer. In the perilous Chilean mountains, danger could arise at any moment, and restoring her cultivation would indeed serve as a safeguard for both their lives. In her heart, Jiang Ziyun silently acknowledged Ling Tianyang's kindness, apart from her own family. No stranger had ever treated her with such generosity. Settling into a meditative posture, Jiang Ziyun focused her energy. Moments later, she swallowed the entire azure mystic flower, which transformed into a massive surge of azure energy that surged into her body. The operation of the cultivation technique commenced. As the energy derived from the Qingxian flower circulated through Jiang Ziyun's meridians in a continuous loop, the previously injured pathways within her body were rapidly rejuvenated under the nourishing influence of the flower's energy, visibly mending at an astonishing pace. As time elapsed, a moment arrived when Jiang Ziyun's delicate form quivered suddenly, unleashing an invisible force that radiated outward from her being, causing Ling Tianyang to involuntarily step back in response to its intensity. Ziyun, how do you feel now? How is your recovery progressing? Ling Tianyang inquired with palpable urgency. Suddenly, Jiang Ziyun expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, gradually rising to her feet. As she moved, a symphony of crisp sounds resonated through her bones. Though not yet fully healed, she felt confident enough to defend herself even against a mid-stage practitioner of the condensing reality realm. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she turned to Ling Tianyang with a radiant smile, her eyes reflecting his anxious concern. As anticipated, after consuming the Qingxian flower, Jiang Ziyun had not completely healed, yet the injuries to her meridians had substantially improved. She could now harness a portion of her former prowess, nearly equivalent to that of a mid-stage practitioner, even surpassing Ling Tianyang's current strength. Congratulations, Ziyun. Ling Tianyang beamed, his heart swelling with joy at her recovery. He then retrieved the remaining Qingxian flower from his pack. I lack a jade box to preserve spiritual herbs, and I fear the potency of this flower may diminish if left exposed for too long. Hence, I shall consume the last of it now. Ziyun, it's your turn to safeguard me. Jiang Ziyun nodded slightly. Since Ling Tianyang had acquired the Qingxian flower, he had not found an opportune moment to utilize it. Practitioners of martial arts must guard against external disturbances, particularly during cultivation or seclusion. When practicing, they must concentrate fully. In the initial stages, their meridians and internal faculties remain fragile. Any external interference can lead to internal injuries, ranging from minor wounds to severe cases of demonic deviation. Thus, practitioners typically seek a secure environment or a trusted companion to act as a protector during their training. Within this mountain range, fraught with peril from myriad beasts and lurking dangers, the threat of unforeseen attacks loomed large, particularly with assassins relentlessly pursuing Ling Tianyang. Previously, he had traveled alone, unable to find a safe haven or a guardian, which had deterred him from consuming the Qingxian flower. Once a rare treasure is harvested, its efficacy diminishes without proper preservation, ultimately rendering it mundane. Now, with Jiang Ziyun at his side to guard him, Ling Tianyang recognized this cave as the ideal moment to partake of the Qingxian flower. In such a treacherous environment, every increment of strength gained signified enhanced capability for self-preservation. Seating himself in a meditative posture, Ling Tianyang focused his mind, adjusting his body to attain an optimal state for cultivation. After a moment, Ling Tianyang carefully picked up the Qingxian flower and swallowed it whole. The flower transformed into a massive surge of azure energy that surged into Ling Tianyang's body. Instantly, he felt a tremendous chill coursing from his abdomen throughout his entire being. Hastily, he began to circulate his internal cultivation technique, guiding the vast medicinal power of the Qingxian flower to flow in circles along his meridians. Initially, he found the cooling sensation of the flower's medicinal essence soothing and pleasant. However, before long, he was beset by waves of pain coursing through his meridians, as if needles were piercing his body, and it felt as though something was violently tearing at his channels. Gritting his teeth, Ling Tianyang continued to channel the flower's potent energy through his meridians. The excruciating pain signified that the medicinal power of the Qingxian flower was taking effect, transforming the characteristics of his entire meridian system. At that very moment, as Ling Tianyang consumed the Qingxian flower and focused on assimilating its power, three cloaked figures, accompanied by a group of fierce-looking men, were swiftly approaching their location from a nearby forest, roughly a few miles away. If I get my hands on that brat Ling Tianyang, I swear I'll skin him alive. I've been wandering these mountains for days, and several of my brothers have been devoured by the beasts, cursed one burly man with a scarred face. It's been so long. I truly wonder where that kid has hidden himself. If we hadn't caught a glimpse of him a few times along the way, I would suspect he had already fled the Chinglan mountain range, remarked a man with a prominent nose. A mere descendant of the Ling family has managed to survive in these perilous mountains for so long, another burly man commented casually. Fool, the Wangchuan three brothers were all slain by him. How could you regard him as an ordinary junior? If you continue to be so arrogant, your demise is imminent, scoffed a man whose face resembled that of a horse. Ma Lao-san, say that again if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. Humph. Everyone quiet down. We Haven Tea even found the target, and you're already bickering among yourselves. Hearing the escalating argument, the leader among the black-clad figures snorted in anger, drawing his sword and casting a cold glare at the quarreling men. Over the past few days, we have scoured nearly every inch of the area within 10 miles. The only remaining region is to the southeast. I suspect Ling Tianyang is hiding somewhere in that direction. Everyone, stay alert. The sooner we capture that brat, The sooner you will receive the rewards you desire, and I can return to report back." Upon witnessing their leader's fury, the others fell silent and promptly followed in his footsteps. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the cave where Ling Tianyang resided, emerging onto a nearby clearing. Chapter 20. The Eerie White Smoke. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafts through the air. Surely, there are signs of habitation nearby. Behind the cloaked figure, the man with the prominent nose inhaled deeply, his nostrils flaring as he exclaimed, "What? Are you certain?" The cloaked figure, elated by the man's words, responded with barely contained excitement. "My lord, my sense of smell has always been exceptional. Nothing emitting a scent within several hundred meters can escape my detection. There is undoubtedly evidence of life nearby." With a decisive gesture, the leading cloaked figure instructed, "Everyone, spread out and search the vicinity thoroughly." Upon confirming the presence of life, the three cloaked individuals swiftly dispersed, followed closely by a dozen formidable men who quickly fanned out in all directions. My lord, there is a cave here. And within it, I sense two individuals," the keen-nosed man reported after a brief interval, having discovered a concealed cave not far from their location. Approaching the cave's entrance, he discerned faint traces of energy emanating from within, unmistakably indicating the presence of individuals, likely the targets of their quest. Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced the air, as a glinting sword emerged unexpectedly. Just as the keen-nosed man envisioned the wealth promised by the cloaked figure, a gust of wind rushed past him, followed by a chilling sensation in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see a blade had brutally pierced through his torso, the tip stained with blood protruding from his body. "Who goes there?" The commotion instantly drew the attention of the group, who turned to witness the shocking sight of the man with the prominent nose, impaled from behind. Panic surged among the cloaked figures as they quickly gathered together. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the inner chi realm, the keen-nosed man, among the dozen present, ranked within the top 3 in strength. Yet, he found himself utterly defenseless against this sudden attack. It was evident to all that the assailant possessed formidable skills, at least of the true condensation realm. The cloaked figures, aside from the 3 skilled in the true condensation realm, consisted solely of those at the inner chi level, and all now regarded the cave's entrance with palpable trepidation. At the cave's mouth, a graceful silhouette emerged, halting just at the threshold. Clad in a simple dress, the woman held a long azure sword in her right hand. Her hair danced in the wind, framing a pair of strikingly bright eyes that exuded an air of haughty superiority, coupled with a chilling demeanor that suggested a desire for solitude. If not for the bloodstains adorning the azure sword, it would be hard to fathom that this was the very woman who had just dispatched the keen-nosed man with a single stroke. A pair of cold, indifferent eyes silently swept across the scene, ultimately resting on the 3 men clad in black at the center. This woman was Xianxia. Her icy gaze traversed the gathered crowd, causing the 3 black-clad figures to involuntarily flinch, a flicker of surprise crossing their features. In that moment, they discerned that this woman was far from ordinary. "Who are you?" the leader of the black-clad men inquired, his expression grave as he regarded Jiang Ziyun. "And who might you be?" Jiang Ziyun retorted, her gaze coolly assessing the speaker. Upon exiting the cave, Jiang Ziyun noticed, aside from the large-nosed man she had just slain at the entrance, 3 other vigilant figures in black standing not far away, accompanied by a dozen fierce-looking men. These individuals exuded a chilling aura, evidently not to be trifled with, each likely stained with the blood of many lives. Such malevolence typically clings to those of dark professions, including executioners and butchers, who, over time, accumulate a palpable aura of death due to their grim deeds. Given what Ling Tianyang had previously mentioned, Jiang Ziyun was convinced that these were the assassins sent to pursue him. She observed that their strength was formidable among the group. The 3 leading figures were at the solidification realm, while the others ranged from mid to peak levels of chi realm. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ziyun would not have regarded these adversaries with concern. However, her injuries had yet to heal, limiting her to the strength of a mid-level solidification realm practitioner. Additionally, Ling Tianyang was at a critical juncture with his consumption of the Qing Xian flower, and she could not afford any interruptions. At this moment, Jiang Ziyun could only devise a way to buy time. Had she not just eliminated the large-nosed man, she would have acted preemptively to take down a few of them before they could react, thus alleviating her burden. On the other side, the 3 black-clad men seethed with anger upon hearing Jiang Ziyun's retort. This woman had previously struck without a word, killing one of their own, and now had the audacity to question them? It was utterly brazen. Yet, considering the depth of her skills remained uncertain, and given her decisive ruthlessness, the leader, known as Mu Lao Air, restrained his fury, albeit with a tone that darkened considerably. "I am Mu Lao Air, in pursuit of a notorious criminal. Miss, we mean you no offense. We are merely searching for someone. We hope you might be so kind as to allow your companion within the cave to step out and meet us." Mu Lao Air, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Jiang Ziyun, recognized from her recent display of skill that she possessed at least mid-level solidification realm abilities. Among his group, only Mu Lao Air himself was at the peak of the mid-level solidification realm, while the other two were merely at the initial stage. Unless absolutely necessary, Mu Lao Air wished to avoid confrontation with someone clearly above his own level. "Companion? What companion? There is only me here. I advise you to depart swiftly and refrain from disturbing my rest, lest you find me lacking in courtesy," Jiang Ziyun remarked with a graceful sweep of her long sword. "Miss, do you truly disregard our presence so? If that is the case, do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers," retorted Mu Lao Air, his expression turning icy upon hearing Jiang Ziyun's response. The large-nosed man had clearly discerned Ling Tianyang's whereabouts before his demise, and Mu Lao Sen was convinced that Ling Tianyang was currently concealed within the cave behind Jiang Ziyun. Having tracked Ling Tianyang for nearly half a month, they were not about to abandon their pursuit due to a few words from Jiang Ziyun. As soon as Mu Lao Air finished speaking, two other black-clad individuals and a dozen burly men swiftly converged, subtly encircling Jiang Ziyun, who stood not far from the cave entrance. "Brother Mu, this young lady is quite audacious. We are cultivators of the condensation realm. Do we truly fear her? Even if she is in the mid-stage of the condensation realm, what can three of us, alongside a group of inner chi realm warriors, not achieve against this mere girl?" One of the black-clad men interjected. The inner chi warriors, emboldened by the words of their leaders, began to gain confidence. In truth, finding such a striking young lady is a worthwhile endeavor, even if we cannot locate Ling Tianyang. "I have lived many years, yet I have never encountered a woman as beautiful as she," remarked a scar-faced man, his gaze filled with lewd desire as he beheld Jiang Ziyun's enchanting figure. "No one is allowed to compete with me for her." Seeking death, Jiang Ziyun's fury ignited at the scar-faced man's words. She channeled her essence into her long sword, transforming it into a flurry of sword flowers that swiftly pierced towards the scar-faced man. Ice and snow sword, snowfall in the sky. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Ziyun's figure blurred, and she appeared several meters away. With her movements, the temperature around her plummeted, and snowflakes materialized in the air, each resembling a sharp sword, driving fiercely towards the scar-faced man. "Ah, damn it!" As Jiang Ziyun launched her assault, Mu Lao Air and the other two black-clad men simultaneously attacked her. The scar-faced man, being merely of the inner chi realm, stood no chance against the wrath of Jiang Ziyun. She pierced through his brow with her sword, just as two fierce gusts of wind approached from the side, compelling her to defend with her blade. As the two black-clad men reached Jiang Ziyun, she had already dispatched the scar-faced man. Enraged, they infused their essence recklessly into their weapons, unleashing their most formidable techniques against Jiang Ziyun. Cloud-cutting blade, flowing crane sword technique. "Ah, little lady, your temper is quite formidable." The old man harbored a fondness for this woman, adorned with thorns. Once he eliminated Ling Tianyang, he would certainly take the time to teach her a lesson. Upon witnessing Jiang Ziyun's action, Mu Laonyo realized that any possibility of negotiation had vanished entirely. Previously, at the cave's entrance, due to Jiang Ziyun's swift maneuver and the considerable distance, Mu Laonyo was unable to ascertain her true cultivation level. However, at this moment, as Jiang Ziyun made her move, he immediately discerned that her prowess was merely at the mid-stage of the true condensation realm. A wave of relief washed over Mu Laonyo, dispelling the worry that had lingered in his heart. He swept his palms, conjuring a faint gray mist upon them, and with a resounding shout, he launched a stealthy strike toward Jiang Ziyun's back, who was engaged in combat with two cloaked figures. The withered wood palm technique was at play. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, the impending clash seemed imminent. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and from the cave's entrance behind Jiang Ziyun, an eerie white smoke began to emerge. The moment this smoke appeared, it enveloped both combatants, and the surroundings were instantly shrouded in a dense haze. Chapter 21. A past admonition. "Who goes there?" exclaimed Mu Lao Air, startled. The white mist appeared and dissipated with remarkable swiftness. As clarity returned to the surroundings, both factions, having been engaged in combat, instinctively ceased their actions and retreated to assume a defensive stance. Thud, thud. The sound of steady footsteps echoed within the cave, followed by the slow emergence of a young man clad in a blue robe. Ling Tianyang. It truly is that rascal Ling Tianyang. At long last, I have found him. I knew he must be within the cave, and indeed, I was correct. As the skirmish momentarily halted, Ling Tianyang, standing at the cave's entrance, was immediately recognized by Mu Lao Er and the others. Ziyin, thank you. Upon exiting the cave, Ling Tianyang sensed the palpable tension between Jiang Ziyun and Mu Lao Er's group. Sauntering over to Jiang Ziyun, he extended a small green pill towards her lips. What is this? Jiang Ziyun inquired, swallowing the pill that Ling Tianyang offered. Why, it is a marvelous remedy. Ling Tianyang replied, stroking his chin, his gaze playfully wandering over Jiang Ziyun, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. However, within his heart, he was deeply moved, never expecting such trust from Jiang Ziyun. How can you joke at a time like this? Jiang Ziyun chastised, her tone disapproving. Now, allow me to handle what comes next, Ling Tianyang asserted solemnly. Kid, we have finally tracked you down. Now let's see where you can flee. Brothers, charge forth. The opportunity for glory and fortune is at hand. We cannot allow him to escape again. Mu Lao Er, filled with excitement at the sight of Ling Tianyang's arrival, commanded his comrades, who surged forward with murderous intent. Observing the oncoming throng, Ling Tianyang remained unperturbed. Speaking of which, my petrifying powder should be coming into effect soon, he mused with a grin. With that, he slowly opened his palm to reveal a shattered small jade vial. As the effects of the Qingxian flower wore off, Ling Tianyang regained his clarity, releasing his spiritual awareness. He noticed Jiang Ziyun preparing to confront a group of unfamiliar individuals outside the cave. Seizing the moment while both parties were distracted, Ling Tianyang stealthily concealed his presence and positioned himself a short distance from the cave entrance. As the battle ensued and both sides were engrossed in combat, Ling Tianyang discreetly retrieved the petrifying powder he had concocted. Channeling his inner energy, he caused the vial containing the powder to explode, enveloping everyone in a dense white mist. Petrifying powder, a remarkable medicinal concoction, appearing in powder form. When catalyzed by a martial artist's internal energy, this powder transforms into tendrils of white smoke. This smoke is all-pervasive, and should a martial artist be affected, their limbs would instantaneously become rigid and immobile. Oh no. Why can't I move my body all of a sudden? A frantic voice cried out from behind Mu Lao Er, followed by a cacophony of alarmed exclamations. This is terrible. I can't move either. Surely that wisp of white smoke harbored some mystery. Eventually, even the three leading figures in black, including Mu Lao Er, realized that their bodies had begun to disobey them. Their limbs stiffened as if turned to stone. How does it feel to be petrified? Casting a cold glance at the immobile trio and the dozen fierce men around them, Ling Tianyang could not help but reveal a hint of a cruel smile. For wealth, men perish. For food, birds fall. Ling Tianyang harbored no enmity towards these individuals, yet they sought to hunt him down. Had it not been for his unexpected strength today, surpassing Mu Lao Er and his comrades' expectations, it would have been Ling Tianyang awaiting death instead. Speak, who sent you to kill me? With a sword in hand, Ling Tianyang stepped forward to confront one of the black-clad men, his voice icy. What kind of hero employs poison? If you wish to kill me, then do so. I will not betray my master. The black-clad man glared at Ling Tianyang with a defiant expression, seemingly unafraid of death. Very well, as you wish. Recognizing the obstinacy of this man, Ling Tianyang understood that no useful information would come from him. With a swift motion of his sword, Ling Tianyang cleaved the man in two, blood splattering onto those nearby. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Those who do not offend me, I shall not offend. Ling Tianyang held no compassion for his enemies. He continued to approach the remaining men, his demeanor cold. Please don't kill me. Lord Ling, spare me. And I will tell you it was Mu Lao Er who commanded us to pursue you. Several men pleaded desperately. Ling Tianyang surveyed the scene. Noting that apart from the resolute leader, the rest appeared somewhat intimidated. Such nonsense bears no value. It seems you are of no further use. With a swift series of motions, Ling Tianyang's sword flashed again, and amidst the splatter of blood, the remaining men followed the fate of their black-clad companion. Soon, the ground was awash with blood, and the remnants of the slain lay strewn about, while the surviving assassins bore the marks of splattered blood, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they gazed upon the advancing Ling Tianyang. Before long, only the two leading black-clad men remained. Why did you come to kill me? If your answer pleases me, I might spare your lives. Ling Tianyang's steps did not falter as he approached the last two men, his gaze chilling. Ling Tianyang was not a bloodthirsty individual. He had no desire to continually take lives. However, if he refrained from eliminating those who pursued him, they would not hesitate to end his life. In a world where the strong are revered and the victors reign supreme, life holds little value in the eyes of the powerful. To prolong one's existence, one must continually grow stronger, and when confronting enemies, mercy cannot be afforded. Ling Tianyang recalled that in his previous life, as a wandering cultivator, he had once saved an entire village from a band of robbers. At that moment, Ling Tianyang, in a moment of compassion, refrained from further bloodshed. After eliminating several of the leading bandits, he chose to spare the remaining ones by stripping them of their powers. When he decided to release them, they expressed their profound gratitude, swearing that they would turn over a new leaf and never commit evil again. However, no sooner had Ling Tianyang departed than those individuals returned to the ordinary village, mercilessly slaughtering its inhabitants. They spared not a single soul, including the elderly, the weak, and women and children. The more beautiful women in the village suffered horrific fates. After murdering the villagers, rather than showing any restraint, those villains grew even more brazen, searching for Ling Tianyang's whereabouts to enact frenzied revenge. Although Ling Tianyang later vanquished these malefactors, the lives lost in that ordinary village could never be restored. Had he not shown mercy, they might have been spared. It was his compassion that led to their demise. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the village, Ling Tianyang was engulfed in profound guilt. His moment of leniency had resulted in such tragic consequences. From that day forth, he vowed to himself, when confronting one's enemies, one must never show mercy, for mercy towards adversaries equates to cruelty towards oneself. To eradicate the roots of evil is paramount. Delay invites further peril. Although the effects of petrification powder are potent, their efficacy is ultimately limited. If time drags on and allows the likes of Mu Lao heir to recover, Ling Tianyang's situation would become dire. While he was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent, he would not hesitate to strike down those who sought his life. Ling Xiaoya, please don't kill me. I have critical information to share. One of the two remaining cloaked figures, witnessing Ling Tianyang's relentless approach, suddenly pleaded in terror. Once a ruthless figure himself, he now quaked in fear as he watched his comrades fall one by one to Ling Tianyang's merciless strikes. Only when death loomed over him did he grasp the sheer terror of mortality, feeling an undeniable dread deep within his soul. Silence. Xing Laosi, how dare you betray the master? Are you not afraid of his retribution? Mu Lao heir admonished upon seeing his companion's treachery. Moreover, do you truly believe that revealing this information will spare you from Ling Tianyang's wrath? Mu Lao heir, my life hangs by a thread. What do I care for punishment now? Be wise and confess. The man, referred to as Xing Laosi by Mu Lao heir, retorted. Ling Xiaoya, it is said that the mysterious black-clad assassins who attempted to kill you in the dense forest were sent by Mu Lao heir. We are all part of the Song family, dispatched by the Grand Elder. Xing Lao's face was a mask of obsequiousness as he sought to curry favor with Ling Tianyang. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you, begging only for my life. Oh, then enlighten me as to why the Grand Elder of the Song family sought to eliminate me, Ling Tianyang inquired coldly. Chapter 22. The Misty Valley. Young Master Ling, I have divulged all that I know. Beyond this, I am truly ignorant. Xing Laosi gazed at Ling Tianyang with an expression of sheer dread, fearing that in a fit of rage, Ling Tianyang might strike him down. Ah, the Song family. Should I not avenge this grievance, I shall no longer bear the name Ling Tianyang. Upon hearing that the assassins pursuing him were indeed dispatched by the Song family, a surge of fury ignited within Ling Tianyang. His teeth clenched in a silent vow. Turning his head, he fixed a cold gaze upon Mu Laonyo. So it seems we are indeed old acquaintances. The last time I was ambushed, it was at your hands, and now, once more, you lead those who hunt me. Today, we shall settle this score. Ling Tianyang, at this juncture, I have no qualms in admitting that I am, in fact, a steward of the Song family. Realizing that Xing Laosi had betrayed his connection to the Song family, Mu Laonyo chose to concede, understanding that further defiance was futile. If you were to kill me, the Song family would never let you off the hook. I advise you to spare me while you still can. Clinging to a final shred of hope, Mu Laonyo threatened Ling Tianyang. With a swift motion, Ling Tianyang delivered a resounding slap to Mu Laonyo's face, a bitter smile emerging from his fury. The Song family. How audacious. Do you truly believe that I, Ling Tianyang, would cower before your clan? The Song family, what of it? Should you dare provoke me, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire lineage. Speak. Why does the Song family seek my demise? As he spoke, Ling Tianyang channeled his inner energy and delivered a crushing blow to Mu Laonyo's thigh, resulting in a sickening crack as the bone shattered. You little wretch. It seems I have met my end. Kill me if you must. The Song family will undoubtedly avenge my death. I shall await you in hell. With his last flicker of hope extinguished, Mu Laonyo emitted a pained wail, his eyes burning with a murderous intensity directed at Ling Tianyang. Although the Ling and Song families had never been on amicable terms, they had refrained from attempting to assassinate each other's direct descendants. However, with Mu Laonyo leading the charge against Ling Tianyang, an irrevocable enmity had been forged. Mu Laonyo understood that Ling Tianyang would never grant him mercy and yearned for death. Desiring death? It is not so simple. Ling Tianyang sensed that there must be some unspeakable secret behind this conflict. Otherwise, the Song family would not so recklessly shatter the long-standing tacit understanding between the two clans. Mu Laonyo, the last time you ambushed me in the dense forest, I received a wound. Now, I shall return the favor with a strike of my own. Would that not be fair? Ling Tianyang, sword in hand, pierced Mu Laonyo's energy sea, delivering his words with cold finality. Since you are so stubborn, I shall leave you to your own devices. The source of strength for a condensing reality practitioner lies within their energy sea. Once it is rendered useless, they become utterly powerless, inferior even to an ordinary human, capable of being slain by a common beast. Ziyun, let us depart. Ling Tianyang turned, gesturing towards Jiang Ziyun. Jiang Ziyun nodded, slowly making her way toward Ling Tianyang. Whoosh. Suddenly, as Jiang Ziyun arrived beside Ling Tianyang, she drew her long sword and, with a swift motion, flicked it to the side, leaving a vivid splash of crimson in its wake. On the other side, Xing Laosi reveled in his narrow escape. Believing Ling Tianyang had truly spared him, he had intended to seek revenge once he regained his strength, yet he never anticipated Jiang Ziyun's sudden attack. Staring in disbelief at her unexpected strike, he found himself rendered speechless. Well, now I can leave. Jiang Ziyun sheathed her sword and turned away, walking into the distance. Just as Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun departed, a pack of ferocious beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, came barreling forth, lunging at the still-living Mu Laosi and a multitude of corpses scattered on the ground. Approximately a millennium ago, a group of adventurous warriors stumbled upon a mysterious valley perpetually shrouded in dense white mist at the outskirts of the Chinglian Mountains. This valley bore a melodious name, the Misty Valley. Within the Misty Valley, thick foliage and vibrant flora were enveloped in a heavy fog, creating an ethereal landscape reminiscent of a celestial paradise, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Many who gazed upon the valley for the first time were easily enchanted by its exterior allure. The Misty Valley, cloaked in thick mist year-round, possessed the unnerving ability to suppress and weaken the consciousness of any warrior who ventured inside to near oblivion. Consequently, those who entered found themselves disoriented, unable to discern their way out, ultimately succumbing to a fate of being trapped within its confines. As for what lay hidden beneath the dense veil of mist, few could ascertain, but it was widely known that anyone who entered the Misty Valley seldom emerged again. Once ensnared by the mist, the chances of survival dwindled perilously. This included numerous experts of the spiritual sea realm and several formidable beings who had attained the celestial realm. Thereafter, no one dared to tread into the Misty Valley, and this place, enshrouded in thick white mist, became regarded as an ominous territory. At the entrance of the Misty Valley stood a colossal stone tablet, towering over 2 zhang, inscribed with 6 blood-red characters that, even under the blazing sun, radiated a chilling luminescence. Misty Forbidden Land, enter with caution. It had been an indeterminate span since a warrior last ventured into the Misty Valley, yet now, at its entrance, stood a young man clad in azure robes alongside a beautiful maiden in a simple dress. Xian, look, we have finally found the Misty Valley, Ling Tianyang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gazed upon the valley enveloped in dense white mist. It had been a full 10 days since his previous entanglement with Mu Laosi and others. This is the Misty Valley. I have heard the elders in my sect speak of this place, he continued, while Jiang Ziyun looked on with curiosity. It was said that the Misty Valley had suddenly appeared over 1,000 years ago and was fraught with peril. The greater the cultivation level of an individual, the more formidable the dangers encountered within. 10 days prior, Jiang Ziyun, after assisting Ling Tianyang in vanquishing the assassins sent by Mu Lao Air, chose not to depart immediately. Upon learning of Ling Tianyang's intention to journey to the Misty Valley, she resolved to accompany him, justifying her decision with the argument that Ling Tianyang's cultivation was insufficient, necessitating her protection. Ziyun, I believe it would be prudent for you to return. This valley harbors great dangers, Ling Tianyang expressed, touched by her willingness to accompany him. Yet, he was reluctant to allow her to venture into such peril. We have come this far. I too wish to explore within, Jiang Ziyun declared, taking a bold step into the depths of the Misty Valley. Ziyun, exercise caution, Ling Tianyang called out, hurrying to keep pace with her. Within the valley, Where visibility extended only a few meters, distinguishing between night and day was impossible. The surroundings were perpetually cloaked in a thick, white mist. As they entered the valley, Ling Tianyang released his spiritual awareness, only to be met with an inexplicable suppression that limited his perception to a mere 10 meters, hardly surpassing what his eyes could discern. Let us stay close. It would be troublesome if we were to become separated, he urged as he caught up to Jiang Ziyun. The dense fog enveloped them, making each step forward a cautious endeavor. After a while, surrounded solely by mist-laden trees and flora, the pair found no trace of spiritual herbs or demonic beasts. Exhausted from their aimless wandering, they sought a spot to rest. Tianyang, are you certain that soul-nurturing fruits exist here? Jiang Ziyun inquired suddenly. I have heard that a senior member of the Ling family once obtained a soul-nurturing fruit within this valley. Thus, I believe there is a significant chance of finding one here. Ling Tianyang did not conceal his purpose for venturing into the misty valley. Yet after meandering aimlessly for a considerable time, he too felt a sense of futility. Ziyun, have you noticed that the deeper we go, the more concentrated the spiritual energy seems to become? Typically, areas rich in spiritual energy are home to rare flowers and herbs. Encountering a soul-nurturing fruit would not be surprising. He scratched his head in contemplation. Tianyang, did they not say that the Misty Valley is an exceedingly treacherous place? Why, after such a prolonged period, have we yet to encounter any danger? Jiang Ziyun questioned, perplexed. I find that quite puzzling as well. Regardless, since we are here, let us continue forward. A first-grade intermediate zixi grass. Ling Tianyang exclaimed as they pressed onward, soon discovering a spiritual herb. Along their path, they encountered several first- and second-grade spiritual herbs, yet none above the third grade. Nevertheless, their expedition yielded considerable rewards. As they ventured further, nearing the central region of the Misty Valley, they finally uncovered some unusual signs. In what was once a densely wooded area, several uneven clearings abruptly appeared. The open ground was beset with the fierce marks of battle. The terrain bore the remnants of dried blood, terrifying gashes from blades and swords, alongside several immense pits and the remains of monstrous beasts, resembling small hills scattered across the landscape. Chapter 23. The Danxiao Ruins Tier 4 Apex Beast, Mighty Serrated Tiger. Tier 5 Intermediate Beast, Overlord Armored Pangolin. Tier 5 Intermediate Beast, Crimson Horned Celestial Python. Gazing upon the colossal remains before him, akin to a small mountain, Ling Tianyang found himself increasingly astonished. The remains, not yet wholly decayed, indicated that their demise had occurred quite recently. Based on Ling Tianyang's prior experiences, he surmised that their deaths could not have transpired more than a month ago. This revelation suggested that prior to Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun's entry into the Misty Valley, a cadre of formidable experts had already ventured forth. Tianyang, it is fortunate we arrived late. Otherwise, encountering these formidable beasts would have left us with little more than waiting for death, Jiang Ziyun remarked, her heart filled with trepidation as she beheld the massive remnants of the beasts. Tianyang, perhaps we should consider retreating? Ziyun, I yearn to remain and explore further. Retreating now would leave me with an unshakable sense of regret, Ling Tianyang replied, his reluctance evident. Despite his awareness of the perils that lay ahead, he was unwilling to abandon his pursuit so easily. The path of cultivation was, after all, one that defied the heavens. To become a powerhouse, to wield immense strength, and to attain immortality, one must not cower before the challenges that arise. Ultimately, after deliberation, both Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun resolved to proceed further into the valley. A day later, they arrived at the heart of the Misty Valley. Upon entering, the surrounding fog began to dissipate. Curse it, this is nothing short of banditry. All the spiritual herbs have been stripped bare, Ling Tianyang exclaimed, surveying the desolate small herb field. The once thriving spiritual grasses had been completely harvested. Who could be so audacious as to take my soul-nourishing fruit? My precious soul-nourishing fruit. Ling Tianyang lamented as he looked down at the withered vines of the soul-nourishing fruit, stripped of its fruit. His heart ached as if it were bleeding. The soul-nourishing fruit, a unique fruit born from a vine infused with extraordinary energy, bore fruit only once in its lifetime, producing no more than 5 fruits each time. After enduring countless hardships to reach this place, Ling Tianyang had indeed discovered the vine, only to find that the fruits had vanished without a trace. One could only imagine the anguish he felt at that moment. Tianyang, it appears that the altar here is constructed as a portal. I wonder where this luminous gate leads. Just as Ling Tianyang was enveloped in his discontent, Jiang Ziyun's melodious voice broke through the gloom. Raising his gaze, he beheld a grand altar at the center of the small herb field, atop which stood a magnificent portal 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall, strikingly prominent. Upon a magnificent portal, an ancient formation is intricately etched, at the very heart of which lie several high-grade spirit stones, their energy yet unspent. As Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun arrived at this mystical place, Ling Tianyang's attention was immediately captivated by a small medicinal field, while Jiang Ziyun's gaze was drawn towards the radiant portal atop the altar. Fixating on the luminescent gateway, Jiang Ziyun was suddenly overcome by a dizzying sensation, leading her to suspect that this portal served as a conduit between two disparate locations. She promptly voiced her concerns to Ling Tianyang. Indeed, this appears to be a teleportation portal of short range, accessible only to those of the Kongxian realm. Let us venture inside. Upon lifting his gaze to the portal, Ling Tianyang recognized it as a spatial technique wielded solely by formidable experts of the Kongxian realm, further igniting his curiosity. Thus, he resolved to step through the portal for exploration. With a swift motion, Ling Tianyang dashed into the portal, vanishing instantaneously. Tianyang, wait for me. Witnessing Ling Tianyang plunge headlong into the portal, Jiang Ziyun exclaimed anxiously, and without hesitation, she too leaped into the portal. Meanwhile, deep within the misty valley, several thousand meters below ground, lay a confined space. This space was forcibly divided into 3 tiers by a formidable power. The first tier consisted of an open area, the edge of which was marked by a colossal portal measuring 2 meters in width and 3 meters in height. At the center of this expanse stood a monumental stone tablet, inscribed with numerous characters. On the opposite side of the open area, leading to the second tier, a vast wall of light and shadow obstructed the passageway between the first and second tiers. Upon this wall, a grand, colorful stone door materialized, adorned with ancient characters that proclaimed the legacy of Danxia. For countless years, the entrance to the Danxia legacy remained untouched, yet now a fierce battle raged before it. Bang! Thud! A woman clad in pale azure, her face veiled by a sheer fabric, brandished a lengthy spiritual weapon, engaging in a fierce clash with 2 armed men. The sounds of clashing blades and weapons reverberated continuously. One man wielded a spear, while the other brandished a hammer. Together, they flanked the veiled woman, launching ruthless assaults and frequently employing hidden weapons in their sneak attacks. Shintujing, I never imagined that you could endure for so long under the effects of the Yinyang Hahuan powder acquired from the Hahuan sect. I truly admire your perseverance, remarked Tang Lai, the older of the 2 men. As you have nearly reached your limit after nearly a month, I advise you to surrender and become my brother's woman. Shintujing, it would be wise for you to yield. Regardless of the circumstances, I, Tang Lai, am a high-ranking member of the Lihua sect, and you shall want for nothing by my side. The 2 men leered at the veiled woman, exchanging lewd remarks, while not far from the trio. An elderly man lay on the ground, bloodied and battered. Tang Lai and Wen Rinshi, you despicable scoundrels, I am not one to be easily bullied. If you desire my submission, you might find yourselves bereft of life to enjoy it. Dressed in a flowing light azure attire, with a veil delicately draped over her face, Shintujing grips a long, powerful spirit blade with unwavering determination, presenting a striking visual impact. Typically, female warriors opt for weapons that are more agile and aesthetically pleasing. Rarely would one choose a massive blade, as Shintujing has done. As she brandishes the spirit blade, it cleaves through the air with ferocity. As she recklessly charges at the 2 men, Tang Lai and Wen Rinshi. At this moment, Shintujing feels her condition deteriorating, her body increasingly burdened, as if a raging fire within threatens to consume her whole. Simultaneously, her spiritual energy depletes at an alarming rate, leaving her more fatigued. She realizes she has reached a perilous brink between life and death, despite the discomfort gnawing at her. Shintujing persists in her fierce battle against Tang Lai and Wen Rinshi, her movements teetering on the precipice of exhaustion. On the other hand, Tang Lai and Wen Rinshi appear to be in control, still possessing ample strength. Had they not feared pushing her too hard and provoking a mutual demise, it is likely Shintujing would have already succumbed. This cannot continue. If this persists, I will surely be no match for them. Recognizing her declining state, Shintujing contemplates as she exchanges blows with her adversaries. Am I truly destined to perish here today? No. If I fall, they will undoubtedly spare me no mercy. Rather than suffer a disgraceful death, I would prefer to take them down with me. Resolute in her thoughts, Shintujing steels herself. Each strike becomes increasingly lethal. Her attacks relentless and bold, her cultivation and combat prowess pushed to their utmost limits. A surge of spiritual energy erupts within her, seizing an opportunity to repel Tang Lai and Wen Rinshi momentarily. In a swift motion, she retrieves a black pill the size of a longan, and as it emerges, The surrounding space ripples visibly, warping slightly as if bending to its power. Without hesitation, Jing swallows the black pill, followed by hastily consuming the remaining medicinal pills she possesses. The Void King Pill. You possess the Void King Pill, Jing, you reckless fool. Daring to consume it so impulsively. Chapter 24. The Random Teleportation Talisman. Flee quickly. Upon witnessing Jing consume the black pill, Tang Lai and Wenrinshi were immediately struck with horror, recognizing the origins of the ominous capsule. With a collective cry, they halted their actions and swiftly turned to escape into the distance. The Void King Pill, a pinnacle 5th-grade elixir capable of instantly elevating a martial artist's cultivation to the apex of the celestial realm, even bordering on the realm of the Void Mystic. However, the side effects of the Void King Pill are equally severe. Martial artists below the Spirit Sea realm who ingest it will be overwhelmed by the violent energy contained within, leading to catastrophic bodily rupture. On the other hand, those above the Spirit Sea realm will inevitably lose their cultivation for a period, rendering them weaker than an ordinary person. After consuming the Void King Pill, Jing felt a surge of power enveloping her, as she brandished her spiritual weapon, a long blade, causing the surrounding space to ripple with intense fluctuations, as if it were about to be cleaved asunder by her hand. The Chinglan blade, 10 consecutive soul annihilation slashes. Feeling the immense energy coursing through her, Jing wasted no time. She became a fleeting shadow, vanishing from her original position, the long blade transforming into an afterimage as it sliced through the air. No. Sensing the powerful aura approaching from behind, imbued with chilling murderous intent and imminent blade energy, Tang Lai and Wenrinshi were engulfed in despair, uttering a lament of helplessness. They could never have anticipated that their usual reign of terror, rampaging, pillaging, and committing atrocities would lead them to this predicament. Their desire for Jing's beauty had led them to strike a formidable obstacle. Faced with the Jing who had consumed the Void King Pill, their only option was to flee. Though their own status was not insignificant, acquiring a treasure such as the Void King Pill was beyond their means. Otherwise, upon witnessing Jing's actions, they would not have been so desperate to escape. Uft. The sound of blades cleaving through flesh echoed, and in an instant, Tang Lai and Wenrinshi, who had been fleeing, met their grim fate. With the two vanquished, Jing felt a momentary relief, yet was immediately beset by a wave of weakness, her head growing increasingly hazy. Just as she contemplated resting, she noticed the massive light gate at the edge of the clearing suddenly illuminate, summoning her remaining strength against her fatigue. Jing hurried to the entrance of the Danxiao remnant. With a flick of her jade hand, several drops of blood fell upon the stone door, which swung open upon contact, emitting a powerful pull from within. With the gate now ajar, Jing had no time to gather her spoils and swiftly entered the portal. The moment she crossed the threshold, the gate closed behind her. Simultaneously, within the light gate on the opposite side, two figures, a man and a woman, emerged. What a pungent scent of blood. This is bad. There are people here. The moment Ling Tianyang stepped through the teleportation gate, he immediately released his spiritual awareness and, upon scanning the area, discovered 3 male corpses lying in a pool of blood in the distance. Ling Tianyang's mind sharpened as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. His consciousness swept across the area as he approached the 3 lifeless bodies lying in the clearing. To his astonishment, the wounds of these individuals continued to ooze blood. It seemed their demise had not occurred long ago. But where had the perpetrator vanished? Gazing at the bloodstains on the corpses, Ling Tianyang felt a deep sense of confusion. His attention was soon captured by several silver rings adorning their fingers. Space rings. These individuals had not had their space rings confiscated by the assailant. Why was that? Could it be that the murderer was so affluent that they scorned such trifles? Upon discovering the space rings, Ling Tianyang's bewilderment deepened. Looking around, he noted the evident signs of a fierce struggle. Various weapons had left their marks all over the ground. Something felt amiss. Even the smallest of prizes holds value, especially treasures belonging to such formidable adversaries. It was more likely that the killer did not neglect to collect the enemy's space rings, but, after dispatching them, had suffered grievous injuries themselves. They must have fled upon sensing the arrival of others at the teleportation gate, leaving the spoils behind. Ling Tianyang concluded that the murderer had indeed sustained severe wounds. Since these space rings and weapons were of no use to the deceased, they might as well benefit him. Regardless of whether they were virtuous or nefarious, he could not allow their bodies to rot in the wilderness. It would be more fitting to grant them a proper burial. Approaching the bodies, he gathered the space rings and weapons from the fallen. He then used his sword to dig several large pits in the ground to hastily inter the corpses. Once he had completed this task, Ling Tianyang turned and offered 2 of the space rings to Jiang Ziyun. Sharing is caring. There are 4 rings in total, and these 2 are for you. I have no desire for the possessions of the dead. You may keep them. Jiang Ziyun regarded the space rings with disdain, then pointed to a string of translucent beads hidden beneath her garments at her neck. Look, a space necklace. Upon seeing the exquisite space necklace that was far more precious than the space rings, Ling Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "So you are a little heiress. If you do not wish for it, then it is only fitting that these treasures belong to me." Ling Tianyang surmised that Jiang Ziyun's background was remarkable. Perhaps she had refrained from accepting his offering because she perceived him as a scion of the modest Ling family, seeking to bestow this unexpected fortune upon him instead. He gently pricked his finger, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the space rings. Instantly, a series of ethereal spaces materialized in his mind. Typically, spatial rings employ a method of blood recognition. Once a warrior perishes, any traces left within the spatial ring will automatically vanish, rendering the ring ownerless. Upon a cursory glance, one can observe an array of items stored within these ethereal realms. Ling Tianyang, at present, lacked the time to organize these acquisitions. Thus, he hastily deposited all the belongings in his possession into the spatial ring, subsequently threading it onto a cord and concealing it beneath his garments. "Tianyang, let us approach the stone tablet at the center. I am curious to discover what inscriptions it bears," suggested Jiang Ziyun, noting the absence of immediate danger around them. Indeed, the 2 swiftly made their way to the stone tablet in the clearing. Upon lifting their eyes, they beheld the tablet inscribed with ancient characters, suffused with a sense of history. The essence of the inscription conveyed that over a millennium ago, a formidable figure known as Master Danxia had fortuitously arrived at the Chinglian mountain range, selecting the Misty Valley as the site to establish a legacy cave. This cave was divided into 3 levels, and anyone who could reach the first level would be deemed a person destined to inherit its legacy. Presently, Ling Tianyang and Jiang Ziyun found themselves at the first level of the cave. According to the tablet, should they succeed in passing the trials set by Master Danxiao at the second level, they would have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance left behind by him. The inscription further detailed that Master Danxia dedicated his life to the study of alchemy, attaining the status of a 6th-grade alchemist before his demise. "Tianyang, who would have thought that this place conceals the legacy of a 6th-grade alchemist?" exclaimed Jiang Ziyun, her face alight with excitement. "Let us enter and test our fortune." However, Ling Tianyang harbored reservations, unlike Jiang Ziyun's buoyant optimism. "Ziyun, we must exercise caution. Over the course of a millennium, many have ventured here. Yet how many have you heard of that succeeded in claiming the legacy? Tianyang, opportunities are often elusive and may appear without warning. Today, we have encountered the chance to seize the legacy left by Master Danxia, and we must strive to grasp it. I possess 2 life-saving talismans. Even if dangers abound within, they should ensure our safe return." With a flash of white light in her palm, Jiang Ziyun produced 2 ancient talismans, one of which was the same talisman she had brandished when first meeting Ling Tianyang, used as a precaution against him. She then handed the other distinct talisman to Ling Tianyang. "Tianyang, this is a random teleportation talisman. When faced with peril, activating it will transport the user to a location thousands of miles away. As for the one I hold, it is a fixed-point teleportation talisman, but its destination lies within the cave where my ancestors practiced. Thus, I cannot offer it to you," Jiang Ziyun explained as she passed the talisman to him. "Ziyun, such a precious talisman is not something I can accept. You should keep it for your own safety." As Ling Tianyang gazed at the random teleportation talisman being offered by Ziyun, an indescribable feeling surged within him. He realized that perhaps he would never forget this girl named Jiang Ziyun for the rest of his life. In his past life, when he was still a wandering cultivator, he had obtained several life-saving treasures akin to the random teleportation talisman. It was said that the materials required to forge teleportation talismans were exceedingly rare, often necessitating the fur of high-ranking spatial divine beasts. Such spatial divine beasts were generally scarce and could not be easily encountered. Furthermore, each creature possessing spatial abilities was immensely powerful, highlighting the difficulty in acquiring such a teleportation talisman. "Please accept it, Tianyang, we are friends. If you refuse my goodwill, it would mean you do not regard me as a friend," Jiang Ziyun exclaimed, firmly placing the random teleportation talisman into Ling Tianyang's hand, her expression slightly displeased. "Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you, Ziyun. Now, let us proceed into the second level," he replied. After accepting the random teleportation talisman from Jiang Ziyun, Ling Tianyang and Zhang Ziyun swiftly arrived before the stone door leading to the second level. They each let a drop of their blood fall upon the stone door, which immediately swung open, unleashing a powerful suction that swiftly drew both of them inside. Chapter 25. The Transformation of Spiritual Energy. Where am I? Upon entering the second realm, Ling Tianyang found himself alone in a vast expanse of white, where visibility was reduced to mere inches. He extended his spiritual sense, only to discover that it could barely encompass a meter around him. Ziyun, Ziyun. Ling Tianyang called out repeatedly for Zhang Ziyun, but the silence that enveloped him was profound. There was no trace of anyone else, nor any sign of Zhang Ziyun. As he gazed into the hazy mist surrounding him, a frown creased Ling Tianyang's brow. The only comfort he derived was the knowledge that Zhang Ziyun possessed a powerful teleportation talisman. Should she find herself in peril, she could activate the talisman to return to her family, ensuring her safety. Could it be that the positions of warriors entering the second realm were random? It seemed that in this enigmatic place, he had no choice but to venture forward and see what lay ahead. With vigilance, Ling Tianyang observed his surroundings, unconsciously channeling the inner energy within him. His muscles tensed as he began to move slowly forward. Boom! Before long, a blinding white light erupted around him, accompanied by a resounding roar. To his astonishment, Ling Tianyang realized he had unwittingly stepped into an unfamiliar formation. This is bad. Just as he sensed something amiss and prepared to flee, a swirling mass of azure mist coalesced within the formation, swiftly transforming into a colossal hand several meters in size, reaching out towards him with alarming speed. Spiritual energy taking form. Ling Tianyang's expression darkened as he beheld the manifestation. In his understanding, such a technique could only be wielded by a formidable expert of the heavenly extremity realm. Desperately, he summoned his inner energy, executing his movements with utmost precision to escape. Yet, the enormous hand's speed was astonishing, appearing almost instantaneously behind him. Realizing he could not evade the attack, Ling Tianyang composed himself and drew the sword from his spatial ring, turning to strike at the looming hand above him. Rather than flee, he resolved to fight with all his might. Life and death technique, bloodthirsty strike. Ling Tianyang's sword collided fiercely with the massive hand in midair. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the hand, propelling his body backward uncontrollably. Uft! Ling Tianyang coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing against the edge of the formation. At that moment, he felt as if his body were on the verge of disintegration, engulfed in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the ethereal hand in the air, having clashed with Ling Tianyang's sword, had become considerably less solid. Yet, it did not dissipate. Instead, it continued its relentless advance toward him, enduring the agony coursing through him. Ling Tianyang gritted his teeth, rising to his feet and wielding his sword once more, determined to strike at the spiritual hand above him. Could it be that the master of this ethereal giant palm is the very murderer from the first layer? Realizing that the ethereal palm had become considerably more insubstantial due to his strike, Ling Tianyang understood that its master must be severely injured, resulting in a depletion of spiritual energy and rendering the palm merely a fade. Ling Tianyang pondered. He had previously suspected that the killer had sustained injuries. If his intuition served him correctly, although this individual was formidable, they had now reached the brink of exhaustion. Perhaps if he could merely withstand the onslaught of this ethereal palm, an opportunity for escape would present itself. Yet, what could this person possibly desire? Was it to silence him permanently? Or had they cultivated some dark art that required the vitality of the living for their healing? Regardless, the fact that this individual sought to attack him was an outcome Ling Tianyang was most unwilling to accept. He yearned to flee. A cold snort, seemingly light yet heavy, resonated in Ling Tianyang's ears like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through his body, leaving him disoriented and his mind blank. Simultaneously, the ethereal giant palm surged forward with alarming speed, seizing Ling Tianyang before he could regain his senses, swiftly dragging him away into the distance. Upon recovering his wits, Ling Tianyang felt himself ensnared by an overwhelming force. His body rendered nearly immobile. Struggling with all his might, he discovered that under the palm's tremendous strength, it felt as though his bones were on the verge of being crushed. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, and then he was abruptly thrust into a most intimate encounter with the ground, pain radiating throughout his body. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Ling Tianyang managed to rise, only to find himself atop a massive stone, not far from a woman garbed in light azure, her face obscured by a veil of gossamer. Upon closer inspection, he noted her disheveled attire, torn in several places, stained with flecks of blood. Although her face was veiled, It could not conceal her alluring and curvaceous figure, distinctly divergent from that of an innocent maiden. It appeared his conjecture was correct. This woman was undoubtedly the murderer from the first layer. While Ling Tianyang felt a flutter of his heart upon seeing her, a heightened sense of vigilance surged within him. From her previous actions against those in the first layer and her inexplicable aggression towards him, he recognized that this woman was no ordinary adversary. With utmost concentration, Ling Tianyang suppressed his thoughts, refraining from projecting his spiritual awareness, for he knew that a being of her caliber would surely detect him the moment he did. In his estimation, the woman had likely endured a fierce battle, evidenced by her tattered garments revealing skin as exquisite as jade. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and her brow was slightly furrowed. Uncertain whether it is merely his own illusion, Ling Tianyang perceives that the delicate visage of the woman before him does not bear the pallor of grievous wounds. Rather, there is an inexplicable flush that whispers of vitality and an alluring, albeit ineffable, rosy hue, accompanied by her scarcely audible breaths. The exposed curve of her bosom rises and falls in tandem with her labored inhalations. It seems she has indeed suffered severe injuries, desperately trying to suppress her condition. He silently hopes she might succumb to unconsciousness, for that would offer him the chance to escape. Ling Tianyang's countenance fluctuates between shades of uncertainty. The woman who captured him remains indifferent, leaving him perplexed about her intentions. After a brief pause, observing her continued stillness, his thoughts of fleeing resurface, and he instinctively begins to retreat. The notion of seizing this opportunity to slay her does not cross his mind. Typically, warriors possess a measure of self-preservation, particularly against a formidable opponent such as her. Nevertheless, survival takes precedence. With a steely resolve, Ling Tianyang grits his teeth and executes the stunning swan steps to their utmost potential, swiftly retreating. As he does, he reaches for the random teleportation talisman gifted to him by Jiang Ziyun. After all, even the most precious treasures require life to be enjoyed. However, escape proves far more difficult than anticipated. No sooner has he begun to withdraw than he is ensnared once more by the ethereal woman, who manifests a colossal hand of condensed spiritual energy, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Esteemed senior, I have merely stumbled upon this place by chance, harboring no ulterior motives. I implore you to find a safe sanctuary to tend to your wounds. I swear by the heavens that I shall not utter a single word of what I have witnessed today. Ling Tianyang is no fool. Recognizing the woman's grievous injuries and her repeated efforts to draw him closer, he understands that she undoubtedly has a purpose and will not easily allow him to depart. A practitioner of her caliber, capable of reaching the celestial realm, may appear youthful, yet she could very well be an ancient being with countless years of cultivation. In a manner not dissimilar to himself, who has lived for centuries, he too could be deemed an old monster. At this juncture, escape is evidently impossible for Ling Tianyang. He must adopt a strategy of retreat as a means of advancing. Should he truly flee, a being of her strength would undoubtedly heal and effortlessly track him down to exact vengeance. The ethereal woman sways slightly, as if struggling to maintain her composure. Her skin glistening like jade, flushed with color. Her previously closed eyes have opened, revealing an enigmatic glimmer of springtime allure. As Ling Tianyang gazes upon her increasingly rosy cheeks and the uncontainable longing within her luminous eyes, he feels a surge of trepidation. Could it be that she practices some nefarious art of supplementation, seeking to employ his body as a means to mend her wounds? Chapter 26. The pinnacle of inner chi. Ling Tianyang pondered increasingly upon the likelihood of the situation. Although the woman before him possessed an exquisite figure and was indeed a rare beauty, his discerning mind would not allow him to willingly become her medicinal furnace, risking a fate of becoming nothing more than skin and bones. With this thought, a surge of murderous intent towards her welled up within him. Yet, he simultaneously felt a twinge of trepidation in response to her formidable cultivation. Even in her injured state, he dared not act recklessly. Esteemed senior, I am a disciple of the Xianxia sect. I humbly request that you spare my life in consideration of my sect's reputation. Ling Tianyang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, reluctantly invoking the name of his sect in hopes of instilling a sense of caution in the veiled woman. Disciple of the Xianxia sect. The mention of his sect caused the woman, Shen Tu-Jing, to pause momentarily, her expression softening slightly. She was none other than the one who had previously slain Tang Lai and others within the first layer of the Danxia heritage. Seeing her demeanor shift, Ling Tianyang felt a flicker of hope, and his own attitude grew more sincere. Young one, which disciple of the Xianxia sect do you serve? After a brief contemplation, Shen Tu-Jing fixed her gaze upon him and suddenly inquired. Ling Tianyang was momentarily taken aback, aside from Jiang Ziyun. He was unfamiliar with anyone else from the Xianxia sect. The unexpected question left him momentarily speechless. You dare to deceive me? Upon witnessing Ling Tianyang's reaction, a flash of murderous intent gleamed in Shun Tu-Jing's eyes as she instantly appeared before him. Young one, you do not seem to be a virtuous individual. Encountering me today is your misfortune. With those words, she raised her arm slightly, and a swirl of azure light swiftly tightened around Ling Tianyang's neck. Esteemed senior, please show mercy. Should you require a medicinal furnace for your recovery, I can certainly devise a solution for you. Ling Tianyang blurted out, unable to contain himself upon sensing the killing intent radiating from her. You dare? Shun Tu-Jing's fury surged as her countenance darkened. Her eyes filled with an overwhelming murderous glare. Simultaneously, she felt a profound sense of humiliation. In her sect, every man who encountered her was typically trembling with fear. Desperate to avoid incurring her displeasure, none would dare to treat her as anything less than an object of reverence. Her expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief as she realized that the youth before her perceived her as a nefarious woman who harvested men's essence for her own cultivation. Am I truly destined to perish here today? Ling Tianyang felt the azure light constricting around his neck, making his breaths increasingly labored. What is this? It feels so soft. In a moment of panic, Ling Tianyang found his limbs flailing about, and suddenly, he discovered that his right hand had grasped something exceedingly soft. Unable to resist, he squeezed it a few more times. A soft moan unexpectedly echoed in his ear, and almost immediately, he felt a supple body collapse into his embrace. Simultaneously, the azure light that had been entwined around his neck had vanished, replaced by a pair of delicate arms, pale yet flushed with a hint of crimson. Shun Tu-Jing had been channeling her internal energy and willpower to fend off the encroaching effects of the aphrodisiac. However, after consuming the forbidden drug that awakened her latent potential, the side effects swiftly began to manifest within her. She had already sensed her internal energy and willpower waning, and with Ling Tianyang's large hand inadvertently groping her chest, the situation became perilous. Previously, they had maintained a distance, but now, with their proximity, the faint yet masculine scent emanating from Ling Tianyang overwhelmed Shun Tu-Jing, rendering her incapable of suppressing the aphrodisiac's effects. The potency of the yin-yang harmonizing powder surged forth uncontrollably, and Shun Tu-Jing's eyes turned sultry, her complexion flushed. Instinctively, her delicate arms wrapped around Ling Tianyang's neck. Ling Tianyang found himself caught in a tumultuous storm of emotions, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. This woman, who had once sought to end his life, had inexplicably thrown herself into his arms. It was especially bewildering for him to be so close to a woman for the first time, let alone to be embraced by such an exquisite beauty. At that moment, he caught a whiff of a sweet, yet slightly musky fragrance. As this aroma penetrated his senses, it swiftly coursed through his body, igniting a conflagration within him, causing his breath to quicken. Alarm surged within him. He had fallen prey to the drug's effects. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly attempted to harness his energy to resist. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not quell the sudden surge of desire. Ling Tianyang fought to maintain control over his mind, desperate to preserve the last remnants of his rationality. Were this woman a mere noble lady from an ordinary family, he might have welcomed the chance to indulge in an intimate encounter. However, in his heart, he recognized that this veiled woman was a practitioner of sinister arts, adept at drawing forth vitality from others. The thought of engaging with her under such circumstances sent shivers down his spine, as he envisioned the grim fate of being drained to a mere husk. Though thoughts may be idealistic, the chasm between reality and aspiration is often vast. Ling Tianyang was merely overwhelmed by a trace of the aphrodisiac that had seeped from Shun Tu-Jing, yet found it nearly impossible to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Shun Tu-Jing, relying solely on her dwindling willpower and remaining internal energy, struggled to suppress the overwhelming effects of the yin-yang harmonizing powder. With the passage of time, her condition deteriorated rapidly, reaching a critical point, tearing apart. At this moment, the eyes of Shun Tu-Jing were clouded with confusion, her face resembling a peach blossom, utterly unable to restrain herself. Although Shun Tu-Jing had lost her rationality, the power within her had not yet fully dissipated. With a single push of her jade-like hand, she forcefully pressed Ling Tianyang down upon the massive rock, swiftly tearing his garments to shreds with her long, delicate fingers. It was over. Ling Tianyang, clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity, was nearly rendered unconscious by Shun Tu-Jing's overwhelming display of dominance. He could hardly fathom that his 2 lifetimes as a virgin might culminate at the hands of this wicked enchantress. Ling Tianyang found himself completely immobilized under her formidable strength, helplessly witnessing as Shun Tu-jing, with an excited and somewhat frenzied expression, mounted him. A soft and pained gasp escaped her lips, abruptly halting her actions, causing her exquisite body to tremble slightly. At that moment, Ling Tianyang was engulfed by an unfamiliar sensation coursing through him, and the final remnants of his rational thought informed him that he had indeed fallen prey to the seduction of this malevolent woman. Unable to suppress the surging impulses within, he succumbed entirely to the fervor of Shun Tu-jing's fiery embrace. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, the tumultuous scene upon the rock settled, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. When Ling Tianyang reopened his eyes, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. As he focused inward, he was astounded to discover that he had not perished. Rather, his strength had been augmented. Was this reality or mere illusion? Hastily, he delved into his internal essence, where he observed the milky white vortex within his dantian had expanded several-fold, now significantly denser and exhibiting signs of transforming into a liquid state. The pinnacle of internal energy realm. How had my cultivation suddenly ascended to this peak? The milky vortex spun slowly above the sea of energy, drawing in streams of spiritual essence from the world at an accelerated rate, refining it into Ling Tianyang's own internal energy. What of that woman? As he savored the inexplicable enhancement of his abilities, Ling Tianyang felt a mixture of astonishment and exhilaration. Suddenly, he recalled the woman who had so aggressively claimed him. Turning his head, he was immediately struck by the sight of her lying beside him, her skin smooth as jade, a delicate rosy hue adorning her face, remnants of their shared ecstasy lingering upon her features. Previously, a veil had obscured Shun Tu-jing's face, preventing Ling Tianyang from discerning her true beauty. Now, gazing upon her unmasked visage, he was captivated by her breathtaking allure. Though he had encountered many beautiful women in his past life, none possessed such exquisite charm as she. His gaze drifted downward, and he was confronted by a shocking crimson stain that left him nearly incredulous, sending his mind into a chaotic whirl. What could this possibly signify? Could it be that she has not practiced the nefarious art of yin-yang manipulation, and I have misjudged her? Ling Tianyang pondered carefully. Although Shun Tu-jing's demeanor had been utterly captivating, her movements appeared somewhat awkward and unnatural. Moreover, it took her quite some time to achieve success initially. Drawing upon his experiences from 2 lifetimes, Ling Tianyang was certain that this woman, when with him, was still a novice. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Tu-jing had also regained her senses. Upon discovering Ling Tianyang lying beside her, a panicked exclamation escaped her lips. You lecherous scoundrel. I shall kill you." Chapter 27. The 7 Stars Enchantment of Demon Suppression, revised edition upon regaining consciousness. Shun Tu-jing was filled with an overwhelming sense of indignation and fury, raising her hand to strike at Ling Tianyang. "This is not my fault. I too am a victim." Noticing Shun Tu-jing's motion, Ling Tianyang instinctively grasped her arm, promptly beginning to explain. "Oh, how have I suddenly become so formidable?" After subduing Shun Tu-jing's assault, he was struck by an unsettling realization. Wasn't this woman supposed to be powerful? Why does she seem so weakened now? In a moment of curiosity, Ling Tianyang extended his consciousness through their contact, probing into Shun Tu-jing's body. After a brief assessment, he comprehended the gravity of her condition. It turned out that Shun Tu-jing had completely lost her cultivation. Her internal energy was chaotic, and numerous fissures marred her meridians, indicating severe injuries. Ling Tianyang surmised that Shun Tu-jing must have recklessly unleashed a force beyond her control, resulting in her grievous harm. In his past life, he was a formidable alchemist, and with a mere flicker of his awareness within Shun Tu-jing, he could discern her plight with clarity. "How dare you tarnish my reputation? I will kill you." Shun Tu-jing's eyes blazed with murderous intent, her entire being exuding a chilling aura. "I believe we are both victims of what transpired earlier. It was the fault of the substances involved. I doubt anyone could maintain their composure in such circumstances." Ling Tianyang, momentarily bewildered by Shun Tu-jing's fury, recalled the trace remnants of the drug within her system. Despite their previous misunderstandings, he now grasped the rationale behind her earlier erratic behavior. "Our foremost priority should be to find a way out of here," he continued, undeterred by her seething gaze. "If we do not escape swiftly, I assure you, we shall both meet our demise here, and you need not concern yourself with killing me. Moreover, it was you who initiated this turmoil, unleashing such ferocity. How could I possibly resist against your prowess?" Ling Tianyang, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, You. As his words hung in the air, Shen Tujing found herself overwhelmed with a surge of emotions, her heart a tumult of shame and rage. Gifted with remarkable talent since childhood, Shen Tujing had ascended to become the youngest superpower within her sect in only a few years. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty and ethereal presence, she had garnered countless admirers over the years. Yet today, she found herself stripped of her dignity in such an unseemly place. While she recognized that Ling Tianyang was not entirely to blame, acknowledging that the greater share of responsibility rested upon her, the events that unfolded left her utterly unable to retain her composure. Especially when she recalled her previous wild and brutish demeanor, tears nearly spilled from Shen Tujing's eyes. The inner turmoil and conflict she experienced caused her to lose her rationality and composure. How infuriating! Shen Tujing seethed with a mix of shame and anger, preparing to strike again. Stop! Ling Tianyang urgently intervened as he noticed Shen Tujing's intent. However, in that moment, Shen Tujing was impervious to Ling Tianyang's words. Seizing the opportunity when he released her arm, she lunged at him and sank her teeth into his flesh. Ah, are you a dog? Ling Tianyang exclaimed in pain, immediately responding with anger. I warn you, if you bite me again, I shall not hold back. Yet, Shen Tujing seemed to pay no heed to his warning, her grip on him tightening instead. I refuse to believe I cannot tame you. In a moment of heated impulse, Ling Tianyang lifted Shen Tujing and positioned her across his lap. Ignoring her struggles, he raised his hand and struck her several times. I will kill you. I will kill you. Shen Tujing cried out, glaring at Ling Tianyang with gritted teeth. Unyielding to her defiance, Ling Tianyang delivered further strikes without hesitation. As he felt the springiness and delicate texture of her skin beneath his palm, what initially began as a mere lesson transformed into an addiction, as he continued to strike without any intention of stopping. In that moment, Shen Tujing felt a mixture of urgency and shame. As time passed, an odd sensation began to brew and spread within her. The sounds emanating from her shifted from initial cries of anger to soft, nasal whimpers, leaving her uncertain whether she felt pain or pleasure. Hey, have you finished yet? Shen Tujing managed to retain a shred of her sanity, realizing she could no longer allow Ling Tianyang to continue. With her last ounce of strength, she turned her head and trembled as she spoke. Shen Tujing's words jolted Ling Tianyang back to reality. As he ceased his actions and beheld Shen Tujing's alluring gaze and flushed, charming face, he nearly succumbed to the temptation to strike again. Could you possibly calm down for a moment? Ling Tianyang released Shen Tujing, unable to restrain himself from speaking. With a resolute mind, he understood the gravity of the situation. Both Ling Tianyang and Shen Tujing found themselves ensnared in the second layer of the formation, and their immediate priority was to devise a means of escape. Hey, don't you think the first thing we should do is put on our clothes before discussing anything else? Ling Tianyang paused, awkwardly rubbing his nose, recalling that Shen Tujing had been consumed by anger and had attacked without regard for their current state of undress, though he had already tasted forbidden fruit. Seeing Shen Tujing still left him momentarily dazed. You turn around. Shen Tujing blushed deeply as she caught a glimpse of Ling Tianyang's lingering gaze, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. Ling Tianyang turned his attention to the ground, where his clothes, torn to shreds by Shen Tujing, lay scattered, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Fortunately, he had prepared several changes of clothing before entering the Chinglan mountain range. Otherwise, he would be in quite a predicament now. Hey, kid, do you have any spare clothes? He inquired. My clothes are in my spatial ring, but I can't access them at the moment. Just as Ling Tianyang finished changing, Shen Tujing's melodious voice reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned, but was immediately halted by Shen Tujing's keen eyes. Don't turn around. At that moment, Shen Tujing felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Ling Tianyang. It was only when she attempted to change that she realized she had lost all her cultivation and could not open her spatial ring. Moreover, the outfit she had previously worn was already in tatters, leaving her with nothing to wear. Here, luckily I brought 2 extra sets, Ling Tianyang said, waving his hand to produce another outfit, which he handed to Shen Tujing, his gaze inadvertently stealing glances at her impressive figure. Once they had both sorted their clothing, they began to assess their surroundings. Unlike when Ling Tianyang first entered the second layer, where everything was shrouded in a thick, white mist, this formation was devoid of any excessive arrangements. Aside from 7 enormous star stones neatly embedded in the ground, only Ling Tianyang and Shen Tujing stood upon one of the stones. Hey, do you know what kind of formation is trapping us? Ling Tianyang asked. In his previous life, he had been a rogue cultivator. Although he had become a 6th-grade alchemist due to his training in the Medicine King scripture, he had not systematically studied other knowledge apart from alchemy and cultivation. faced with the nameless formation ensnaring both him and Shin Tujing. He felt utterly perplexed and turned to her for help. After all, in Ling Tianyang's eyes, Shin Tujing was a formidable individual, likely possessing considerable knowledge. Why are you calling me He? I don't have a name. Besides, even if I did know, why would I tell you? Shin Tujing retorted angrily, glaring at Ling Tianyang, clearly still resentful of prior events. Well, if I can't call you that, then what should I call you? I don't know your name. Ling Tianyang countered before introducing himself. My surname is Ling, and my given name is Tianyang. I hail from the Ling family in Kaiyang City. Where are you from, and what is your name? Why should I tell you? Shin Tujing shot back. Then I suppose I shall continue to call you He. You dare. Remember this, my name is Shin Tujing. Shin Tujing? What are you shouting about, kid? I advise you not to call me kid. Otherwise, you might find yourself in trouble. As he spoke, Ling Tianyang raised his hand, feeling quite displeased by Shin Tujing's persistent taunts. After all, combined, he had lived several hundred years, undoubtedly older than Shin Tujing. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's threat, Shin Tujing was filled with indignation, her teeth clenched in frustration. The memory of earlier, when she had been struck by Ling Tianyang, flooded her with both shame and anger, making her long for a crevice to hide within. Do you truly understand the nature of this formation? Ling Tianyang inquired. Given your current condition, do you believe you can escape without my assistance? We must hasten our search for an exit. The provisions I brought will not sustain us for long. Shin Tujing glared at him, remaining silent. She recalled her former prowess, when a warrior like Ling Tianyang could have been easily vanquished with a mere flick of her wrist. Yet now, stripped of her abilities, she found herself at his mercy. Observing Ling Tianyang beside her, she realized that her feelings towards him were not entirely filled with animosity. After all, she bore significant responsibility for the events that had transpired and could not lay all the blame at his feet. Moreover, it was an undeniable truth that he had become the only man in her life. Although Shin Tujing struggled to accept this reality, she was resolute in her desire not to perish alongside Ling Tianyang in this desolate place. Taking a moment to compose herself, she began to scrutinize her surroundings intently, seeking the origin and flaws of the formation. Suddenly, a look of elation crossed her face as she exclaimed, "The 7 Stars Confinement Array." This is the 7 Stars Confinement Array. Chapter 28. The final layer in light of this. Let us embark on a quest to uncover the core of this formation before we depart. The 7 Stars Demon Binding Array is primarily composed of a binding formation and a killing formation, specifically designed to ensnare and eliminate malevolent creatures. Once a demon enters the 7 Stars Demon Binding Array, both the binding and killing formations activate simultaneously, persisting until either the demon is vanquished or the energy sustaining the array is depleted, at which point the formation ceases to function. When human warriors step within, the killing formation typically does not activate immediately. However, the binding formation is triggered automatically. For a human warrior to escape this array, they must either forcibly break the formation or locate its core to have any hope of success. Ling Tianyang, resolute in his intentions, disregarded Shin Tujing's reluctance and grasped her delicate hand, leading them both into a chaotic search within the 7 Stars Demon Binding Array. Shin Tujing gazed at Ling Tianyang, her emotions a tangled web. Love? It was premature to speak of such things. Hatred? Perhaps there lingered a hint. Yet, what dominated her thoughts was a profound sense of embarrassment and irritation, often recalling the intimate moments shared with Ling Tianyang. After a full 2 hours of fruitless searching, Ling Tianyang could no longer contain himself and released his spiritual awareness to scan their surroundings. Spiritual awareness. Little imp. It's unexpected that your cultivation has yet to reach the spiritual sea realm, yet you have already opened your soul sea, acquiring spiritual awareness. As soon as Ling Tianyang unleashed his spiritual awareness, he sensed impending trouble. Indeed, Shin Tujing had noticed. Although her cultivation had been stripped away, her sensitivity to the external world remained sharp. Who decreed that one could not possess spiritual awareness without reaching the spiritual sea realm? Individuals like me are true prodigies. You simply wouldn't understand. Ling Tianyang stood tall, a sense of pride illuminating his countenance as he looked at Shin Tujing, shaking his head in amusement. Initially, when Shin Tujing had captured him using her spiritual energy, he had worried she might uncover his secret of possessing spiritual awareness prematurely. However, now that he had been discovered, he could not be bothered to offer explanations, readily admitting the truth. After all, with Shin Tujing's cultivation completely diminished, she posed no threat to him. Furthermore, the nature of their relationship had shifted significantly. Now, both were ensnared within this array, and if Ling Tianyang wished to continue concealing his possession of spiritual awareness, it would only hinder their chances of escape. While he recognized that Jing still harbored resentment towards him, he could also sense that as time passed, her murderous intent was gradually waning, replaced by an inexplicable feeling. What is so impressive? Jing huffed dismissively, her exterior betraying none of the turmoil within. For a warrior to possess spiritual awareness, they must successfully cultivate a soul sea within their mind, a feat typically achieved only by those who have advanced to the spiritual sea realm. Jing, before losing her powers, had once sparred with Ling Tianyang, clearly aware that his cultivation had not even reached the true condensation realm. Yet now, he possessed spiritual awareness. What did this signify? It is evident that Ling Tianyang is exceptionally gifted and possesses an extraordinary spirit. As long as he can cultivate to the pinnacle of the true condensation realm, breaking through to the spirit sea realm will merely be a matter of time. The thought that the only man in her life is so remarkable brings a modicum of solace to Jing's heart. His talent is commendable, yet he is still quite young. Alas, if others were to discover that my man is a youth under 20, I can only imagine the mockery I would endure. With a soft sigh, Jing feels a headache arise at the mere thought of Ling Tianyang's age. Little did she know, beneath his youthful facade lies the soul of one who has lived for centuries. Little ghost, it would be splendid if you possessed divine consciousness. With its aid, I should be able to locate the focal point of this formation more swiftly, Jing remarked. I think so too, Ling Tianyang responded, bemused by her calling him little ghost once again. As for his previous warning to Jing, he had not taken it seriously. Would he truly spank her? Furthermore, he could surmise why she consistently referred to him as a little ghost. In her eyes, he must appear to be merely a teenager, completely unaware that he is, in fact, an ancient being of several hundred years. However, observing Jing's misunderstanding of him, as she felt entangled in the notion of an old cow eating tender grass, was rather amusing. Moreover, it is indeed a secret I cannot divulge to anyone, the fact that I have undergone a soul transfer and rebirth. Thus, I shall overlook her incessant nickname for me. Ling Tianyang calmed his mind, and with each step he took, he meticulously scanned every inch of the surrounding area with his divine consciousness. As time passed slowly, an unassuming patch of ground to his right caught his attention, glimmering faintly. Found it. This is the focal point of the formation, he exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Tianyang swiftly drew a long sword and, channeling all his strength, plunged it into the luminous spot. Immediately, a series of cracking sounds echoed forth. As the environment around them transformed dramatically, the space they occupied rapidly compressed, ultimately culminating in a violent shattering and explosive bursts of sound. With a resounding thud, Ling Tianyang and Jing found themselves standing before the entrance of an ancient residence. A vibrant portal of 7 colors barred the entrance, flanked by towering stone sculptures of Pishio on either side. Haha, we are free. Ling Tianyang suddenly burst into hearty laughter. His excitement mirrored on Jing's face. Little ghost, let us hasten inside the 3rd level. The alchemist's legacy awaits us. What are we waiting for? What is there to be so excited about? Even if the alchemist's legacy exists, you cannot seize it at this moment. Little ghost, if it weren't for my lost cultivation, I would truly want to slap you. How can you be so cruel? Are you really willing to harm me? Considering we have shared a night of marital bliss and countless nights of affection? You, what do you want? Step inside. Before Jing could finish her words, Ling Tianyang suddenly reached out, tightly embracing Jing's slender waist, and stepped through the colorful portal leading to the final tier of the Danxiao ruins. At that very moment, as Ling Tianyang and Jing entered the 3rd level of the Danxiao ruins, Jiang Ziyun, still ensnared within the array of the 2nd level, inexplicably found herself under attack from the array's lethal mechanisms. What is happening? Why has the array suddenly turned against me? This is bad. The power of the killing array is intensifying, and I fear I cannot withstand it for long. It seems I must escape. With a flicker of her palm, an ancient talisman materialized in Jiang Ziyun's hand. Like Ling Tianyang, she had been alone after entering the 2nd level, only to become trapped within an inexplicable formation. Initially, the array merely confined her, but now it had activated its lethal capabilities, intent on exterminating her. Thus, Jiang Ziyun had no choice but to activate the teleportation talisman in her grasp. Tianyang, farewell. I hope you survive and come to find me at the Xuanzhou. In the next instant, as Jiang Ziyun acted, the talisman ignited, enveloping her delicate form in a veil of translucent spatial ripples, which swiftly tore through the void, rendering her invisible. Hey, you little brat, can you let go of your filthy hands now? As soon as she regained her balance, Jing exclaimed angrily, her furious gaze seemingly capable of devouring Ling Tianyang. If it weren't for the fact that you had lost all your power, and I feared for my survival here without you, who would care to embrace you? Ling Tianyang, with a look of disdain, shook off the arm that had held Jing, then released his consciousness to carefully survey his surroundings. They found themselves in a grand hall constructed from fine steel and black jade, roughly the size of several ordinary rooms combined. At the center of the hall stood a massive ancient bronze tripod, flanked by 2 square pools, each radiating a gentle glow. The waters within the pools shimmered in shades of pale blue and soft red, with a delicate aura floating above the surface. Essence of greenwood. Liquid of crimson spirit. Chapter 29. Mutation. To their astonishment, they discovered an abundance of greenwood essence and red spirit liquid in this location, even if they returned empty-handed. Possessing these treasures would render their journey worthwhile. Upon noticing the 2 small pools flanking the ancient cauldron, Ling Tianyang and Jing were captivated. With their extensive knowledge, they immediately recognized the origins of these pools, eliciting expressions of great joy. Greenwood essence, a form of wood elemental spiritual liquid, possesses remarkable purifying and restorative capabilities. An ordinary individual who partakes of a single drop could significantly extend their lifespan, living well beyond 100 years in good health. Even a martial artist, after sustaining injuries, would find their physical wounds healing rapidly with the aid of greenwood essence. Conversely, red spirit liquid, embodying the fiery essence of the 5 elements, brims with potent, violent energy. It not only accelerates the cultivation speed of martial artists, but also provides a temporary enhancement to their abilities, with minimal side effects. For those practicing wood and fire cultivation techniques, greenwood essence and red spirit liquid are undoubtedly invaluable treasures, rare beyond measure. Should others learn of Ling Tianyang's possession of these liquids, countless powerful individuals would undoubtedly seek to seize them. Little one, we have struck gold. Let us split the greenwood essence and red spirit liquid equally, Jing proposed with unrestrained excitement, her gaze fixed on the treasures not far away. Agreed. A fair share for both, Ling Tianyang readily concurred. However, as he observed Jing inching closer to the greenwood essence pool, seemingly intent on immersing herself to absorb its essence, he was suddenly alarmed. Hey, you're not thinking of using the greenwood essence to restore your powers and then turn against me, are you? Ling Tianyang swiftly positioned himself before Jing, a look of suspicion crossing his face. Rest assured, once I regain my strength, I will not trouble you, Jing replied, feigning a cheerful demeanor as she assured him. Yet, internally, she harbored a different thought. Humph, little brat, once I restore my powers, you'll see how I deal with you. Stay put, little one. I will first absorb the greenwood essence to recover my cultivation. Once I am restored, you shall benefit as well, Jing said, suppressing her excitement as she prepared to enter the pool. Wait. I believe it would be prudent to use the greenwood essence only after we exit this place. There may be unforeseen dangers lurking here, Ling Tianyang suggested. For now, let us keep the greenwood essence and red spirit liquid in my possession, and we shall distribute them later. Thus, they reached a cheerful consensus. Ling Tianyang was acutely aware of Jing's intentions. His greatest fear was her regaining her strength. After all, her grievances towards him had yet to dissipate entirely, and he worried that, upon restoring her powers, she might take drastic measures against him in a fit of anger. You, Jing challenged. Ling Tianyang, are you still a man? Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's words, Jing was consumed by rage, her teeth clenched as she glared at him, wishing fervently to devour him whole. She understood that once the essence of Qingshu and the crimson spirit liquid found their way into Ling Tianyang's possession, retrieving them would be an arduous task. However, at this moment, Jing had lost all her cultivation, rendering her no different from an ordinary person, and thus utterly powerless against Ling Tianyang. She could only watch helplessly as he drew forth a long sword, excavating 2 small pools, which he then stored within the spatial ring around his neck. Haha, are you still unaware of my masculinity? Ling Tianyang remarked. A peculiar grin plastered across his face as he secured the essence of Qingshu and the crimson spirit liquid. Ah, I shall slay you, you lecherous fiend. Jing cried out in fury, seemingly recalling something, as she lunged at Ling Tianyang with a flurry of punches. Enough of this commotion. Let us first explore other areas, he declared, effortlessly subduing her as he took her delicate hand, leading her past the ancient cauldron. Before them appeared a platform that occupied nearly 1/5 of the hall's expanse. The platform held little in terms of treasures. The first sight that greeted their eyes was a massive throne crafted from purple jade, upon which rested a human skeleton, glimmering like jade. Before this skeletal figure lay a sizable stone table, upon which sat a jade box, left ajar, revealing a yellowed envelope and a blue ancient ring within. This must be the remains of a powerful being who perished in the realm of Kongxian. Could it be that he is the revered Danxia? Ling Tianyang pondered. Human warriors cultivate their strength to transcend their limits. The further one advances in their training, the more formidable their abilities become, acquiring various supernatural skills. Upon reaching the Kongxian realm, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth becomes commonplace, as their flesh and bone transcend the limitations of mortality, reaching an extraordinary state. Typically, the remains of a Kongxian realm warrior become translucent and jade-like after their passing, enduring for a millennium. Moreover, upon reaching the Kongxian realm, a warrior's primordial spirit is born within them. As long as the primordial spirit endures, even if the physical form is destroyed, they shall not perish completely. If the primordial spirit can find a suitable vessel before it dissipates, it can continue to exist. Approaching the stone table beside the purple jade throne, Ling Tianyang cautiously lifted the envelope from the jade box, promptly tearing it open to extract a sheet of parchment for reading. I, hailing from the domain of fallen gods, stumbled upon fortuitous encounters in my youth, setting me upon the path of cultivation. By the age of 400, I had attained the Kongxian realm, standing among the many powerful beings within the domain of fallen gods. My life has been consumed by the pursuit of alchemy, ultimately achieving the rank of 6th-rank alchemist. As my time draws near, I have devised numerous trials. Should you find this letter, you are undoubtedly the fated individual I have long awaited. I have stored my lifelong collection upon this stone table and within the jade box, entrusting my legacy to a worthy successor, that I may find peace in the underworld. The content of the letter contained only a few sentences. Ling Tianyang read it repeatedly, but found no mention of any means to leave this place. While he felt a surge of joy, a hint of disappointment also crept in. Little ghost, there is no mention of a way to depart here. Quickly open that ancient ring and see if there is a method for leaving inside. Chu Yujiao understood that given her current predicament, it was impossible for her to compete with Ling Tianyang for the legacy left by the master of Danxia. Furthermore, she could not utilize the spatial ring. So she resigned herself to the situation, merely hoping to leave this place soon. All right, I understand. Gazing at the contents of the letter, Ling Tianyang felt a flicker of doubt. The master of Danxia was a formidable figure of the void profound realm and a 6th-grade alchemist. It seemed rather too easy to obtain the legacy he had left behind. Could there be a trick involved? No, if there were a trick, why would I have received the essence of the green wood and the crimson spirit liquid, and now even the hidden spirit ring left by the master of Danxia? Ling Tianyang shook his head, choosing to set these thoughts aside for the moment. Time has a way of erasing everything. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Setting down the letter, Ling Tianyang picked up the ancient ring. It felt icy to the touch, composed of an unknown material that inexplicably instilled a sense of tranquility and calm within him. I should first acknowledge it with my blood. He sliced open his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to trickle onto the ancient ring. Chu Yujiao watched intently, curious about what treasures the master of Danxia might have left within the ring. As soon as the ancient ring made contact with Ling Tianyang's blood, it suddenly emanated a rich crimson glow. Immediately afterward, a powerful suction force arose from the ring, drawing his blood desperately from the wound on his finger. This is bad. Ling Tianyang was taken aback, realizing something was amiss. He instinctively attempted to discard the ancient ring, but suddenly, a transparent entity shot forth from it with astonishing speed, piercing directly into Ling Tianyang's mind. Although he sensed the anomaly, the proximity was too close, and by the time he noticed, the transparent entity had already closed in. Ling Tianyang felt a chill envelop him, rendering him completely immobile. Chapter 30. Possession. Alas, could it be the soul of a fallen one attempting to seize control? At this moment, Chu Yujiao's delicate form quivered, her heart gripped by astonishment. This scenario was not unfamiliar to her, for she had once witnessed a senior disciple succumb to a similar fate. On that occasion, she and several fellow disciples had ventured into the Ghost Mountain range to capture wandering spirits. During their mission, one of her seniors inadvertently provoked a formidable vengeful spirit, which subsequently succeeded in usurping his body. After the possession, her senior lost all semblance of consciousness, transforming into a relentless killing machine, responsible for countless atrocities. Ultimately, the leaders of his sect had no choice but to dispatch a powerful figure to eliminate him. Now, as Chu Yujiao observed Ling Tianyang's symptoms, she felt almost certain that the translucent entity moments ago was indeed a fragment of a powerful soul left behind after its demise. It was evident that this mysterious apparition had set its sights on Ling Tianyang's potential and physique, intent on claiming him for itself. Possession entails a powerful soul forcefully eradicating another's essence, seizing the right to inhabit a body, thereby consuming the target's spirit. However, it is not a simple endeavor. Possession must occur between a higher-ranked individual and a lower-ranked one, lest the former risk being obliterated by the latter. This act, inherently defiant against the natural order, is bound by fate. Thus, regardless of a warrior's rank, one can only attempt possession once. A second attempt, successful or not, leads to their own demise. Possession is a treacherous and despicable act, scorned by those of virtue. It is typically favored by malevolent beings and sorcerers who seek to plunder another's body. Observing Ling Tianyang's somewhat dazed expression, Chu Yujiao found herself hesitating. She understood that the translucent entity had undoubtedly infiltrated Ling Tianyang's body, attempting to possess him, despite her previous disdain for Ling Tianyang and her incessant threats to end his life. Witnessing his struggle against the remnants of that soul stirred a sense of compassion within her. Chu Yujiao's emotions were a tangled web. After all, he was the first man she had ever encountered in her life. Moreover, despite her threats, Ling Tianyang had shown no inclination to take advantage of her weakened state. Standing beside Ling Tianyang, Chu Yujiao watched him intently, her heart racing. He trembled slightly, his eyes tightly shut, his features twisting in a manner that suggested he was enduring excruciating agony. At that moment, with her own powers completely depleted, Chu Yujiao could do nothing but watch helplessly as Ling Tianyang faced the threat of possession, relying solely on his own strength. As the translucent entity surged into Ling Tianyang's body, he felt as though a legion had invaded his very being, intent on crushing his soul and usurping his corporeal form. Within the vast expanse of Ling Tianyang's soul sea, an almost demonic voice echoed, "After so many years, I have finally awaited your arrival, fated one. Haraha! Submit obediently to me, old man, and offer up your corporeal form." As the grayish-white entity entered Ling Tianyang's soul sea, it swiftly transformed into a remarkably lecherous old man. "Youngster, you should feel an immense honor. Only in my hands will your body be utilized to its utmost potential. Surrender your soul to me, for it is the wisest course of action." The lecherous figure, having emerged from the grayish-white mass, appeared somewhat ethereal, standing beside Ling Tianyang's soul sea, laughing maniacally. His gaze filled with avarice. In an instant, he let out a boisterous laugh and leaped into Ling Tianyang's soul sea. "This time, I was exceedingly careless, allowing someone to usurp my essence." Ling Tianyang, sensing the sudden appearance of the lecherous old man beside his soul sea, was initially startled but quickly regained his composure. After all, he had been a formidable powerhouse in his previous life and had witnessed many grand spectacles. Most importantly, he was aware that a formidable weapon lay hidden within his soul sea. The Xuanling pearl was renowned as the most coveted treasure on the continent where Ling Tianyang had once resided. Although he could not yet fully harness the power of the Xuanling pearl, it lay dormant within his soul sea. And Ling Tianyang surmised that the pearl would not permit any intrusion upon its sanctum. The soul sea of a warrior is intricately linked to their spirit, signifying that the soul sea is an intrinsic part of the warrior's essence. Should the soul sea sustain harm, the warrior's spirit would inevitably suffer. Indeed, as the lecherous old man made his move, Ling Tianyang felt a sharp pain coursing through his mind. In the next moment, the Xuanling pearl within the soul sea radiated a brilliant light. The pearl, enveloped in a soft, milky aura, suddenly manifested before the lecherous old man and collided forcefully with his already ethereal form. "What is happening? What manner of abomination is this? It has devoured a significant portion of my soul energy in an instant." The old man gasped, bewildered. How could such an extraordinary object exist within this young man's soul sea? Not only have I failed to extinguish his spirit, but I have also been harmed by that peculiar pearl. Have warriors of the present become so formidable? The lecherous old man's voice trembled with terror, his form growing increasingly insubstantial after the impact with the Xuanling pearl. Gazing at the suddenly manifested Xuanling pearl, the old man was filled with trepidation. The initial strike had diminished a considerable part of his soul energy. Should the pearl strike again, he feared he would be utterly obliterated. "Ah, this is dire. That cursed thing is coming again," the lecherous old man shrieked, turning to flee. Yet, the Xuanling pearl, seemingly undeterred by the initial encounter, surged forth once more towards him. Though the old man's speed was swift, the Xuanling pearl was swifter still. In an instant, the Xianyuan pearl collided violently with the body of the lecherous old man, followed by a piercing scream of agony from him, as his form grew increasingly transparent. What manner of ghostly entity is this? How terrifying! Flee! Taking advantage of the momentary pause that followed the impact of the Xianyuan pearl on his soul-formed body, The lecherous old man transformed into a swirling mass of gray-white light and hurriedly fled from Ling Tianyang's body. Ever since Ling Tianyang discovered the old man's intentions to seize control of his body, he had been intently focused on the situation within his soul sea. Upon witnessing the Xianyuan pearl nearly obliterate the old man, and then observing the latter's frantic escape from his soul sea, Ling Tianyang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Try to escape even further, and I assure you, I possess the means to render you utterly formless, never to reincarnate again. As the gray-white light burst forth from within him, reforming into the lecherous old man's shape and attempting to flee, Ling Tianyang could not contain his fury. With that, he unleashed his spiritual awareness, firmly locking onto the increasingly ethereal figure of the old man. Essentially, the lecherous old man was now merely a soul entity, one that could dissipate at any moment. Despite his former high cultivation, after enduring 2 devastating blows from the Xianyuan pearl, his remaining soul energy was scant. Even though Ling Tianyang's own cultivation was currently at its peak, dealing with the old man in his present state was not beyond the realm of possibility. What do you intend to do, boy? Do you know who I am? The lecherous old man, upon hearing Ling Tianyang's threat, reluctantly halted his retreat. He felt his strength waning, and he was unwilling to gamble his life against Ling Tianyang. Moreover, he had suffered an unbearable loss within Ling Tianyang's soul sea previously, and now he sensed his own spirit was on the verge of dissipating. The old man did not wish to perish, otherwise he would not have sealed his primordial spirit within the concealed spirit ring left by Xianxia, waiting for the opportunity to possess another. Humph, I care not who you are. You dared to scheme against me, and now you shall pay dearly for it. You wish to usurp my flesh. How utterly despicable. If I do not show you a taste of my power today, you may very well think me a mere plaything. Ling Tianyang's resolve to eliminate the lecherous old man was unwavering. Preposterous. What do you intend to do, boy? The old man cried out in terror. What do you think? Ling Tianyang glared at the lecherous old man hovering in midair, exuding an aura of impending doom. Chapter 31. The Essence of the Soul. Ling Tianyang, are you all right now? Upon witnessing Ling Tianyang's recovery, Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then cast a fierce glare at the lecherous old man hovering in the air of the hall. It would be best to eliminate this wretched creature before he could harm anyone else. Ever since her senior brother had been possessed by a vengeful spirit, she had developed an intense aversion to such acts of possession. Had she not lost all her cultivation, she would have undoubtedly struck at the detestable old man by now. Yes, I am fine now, Ling Tianyang nodded at Jing. Little girl, you need not be so malicious. The lecherous old man, perceiving the unmasked animosity in Jing's eyes, felt a surge of anger. Once, he was among the few formidable beings in the domain of fallen gods. Who would have thought he would find himself in such a pitiable state now? Do you even know who I am? I am the master of this Danxia ruins. Known as the master of Danxia. Moreover, I am a 6th rank alchemist. I admit I was in the wrong earlier, and I apologize. How about we call a truce for now? I am willing to offer you some treasures as compensation. The old man sensed his precarious situation worsening and dreaded that Ling Tianyang might suddenly attack him. Previously, within Ling Tianyang's sea of consciousness, the Xuanling pearl had terrified him immensely. Oh, so you are indeed the master of Danxia. What compensation can you offer us? Speak, and we shall listen. From the very first glance at the lecherous old man, Ling Tianyang had suspected that this wretched individual was the manifestation of the master of Danxia's primordial spirit. Now, hearing the old man's confession, Ling Tianyang became somewhat intrigued by the compensation promised by the master. All of my treasures are contained within the hidden spirit ring you possess. You may have them. I no longer desire them. The master of Danxia wore a bitter smile. Really? Then I must express my gratitude, master of Danxia. Ling Tianyang feigned humility, adopting a tearful expression of gratitude. However, his demeanor shifted abruptly as he cast a sinister glance at the master of Danxia's soul floating in midair. That hidden spirit ring was already mine. It is no longer your concern. Furthermore, should I choose to eliminate you now, all your treasures would simply become mine. I propose this. You might as well relinquish a fragment of your soul's essence, and I shall spare you. Ling Tianyang fixed his gaze on the master of Danxia's spirit, his tone laden with significance. Boy, are you dreaming? If you wish for me to surrender my soul's essence, you might as well kill me directly. The master of Danxia erupted in fury, embodying a spirit of defiance. Sigh. Very well, since you refuse to part with your soul's essence, I shall grant your wish and ensure your disappearance from this world. Ling Tianyang sighed lightly, preparing to act against the master of Danxia. Wait, boy, let us discuss this. Upon realizing that Ling Tianyang was truly poised to strike him down, the master of Danxia was taken aback, his expression shifting drastically. What he feared most was Ling Tianyang employing the Xuanling pearl to attack him once more. The esteemed Danxiao master estimated that should he be struck once more by Ling Tianyang's Xuanling pearl, his soul would undoubtedly dissipate, leaving him with a tragic fate unworthy even of reincarnation. However, he could never have anticipated that the Xuanling pearl had merely reacted instinctively to protect its master upon sensing Ling Tianyang's peril in the depths of his soul. Presently, Ling Tianyang was utterly incapable of harnessing the power of the Xuanling pearl to confront his foes. Since you refuse to yield your soul's essence, what further negotiations can we entertain? Ling Tianyang exhibited no inclination to acknowledge Danxiao master's capitulation, instead advancing towards the latter's spiritual form with a murderous intent, resolute in his determination to eliminate him. Stop. Halt. You have triumphed, young one. I shall relinquish my soul's essence, but you must swear that once I do so, you will not retaliate against me thereafter. Moreover, it is imperative that you assist me in finding a suitable physical vessel. Otherwise, I would rather perish than part with my soul's essence. Ultimately, when confronted with the specter of death, Danxiao master chose to submit and compromise. Why had Danxiao master sealed himself within the hidden spirit ring for over a millennium? It was precisely because he feared death, yearning for the chance to seize a new life. Even the lowly ant clings to existence. How much more so for Danxiao master, a once mighty practitioner who attained the realm of Kongxian and was revered as a 6th-rank alchemist. Previously, when he attempted to usurp Ling Tianyang's body, Danxiao master had been grievously wounded by the Xuanling pearl within Ling Tianyang's soul sea. Now, akin to a startled bird, he felt compelled to acquiesce upon hearing Ling Tianyang's threats, agreeing to surrender his soul's essence to avoid annihilation. Danxiao master now hoped for mercy from Ling Tianyang and sought his aid in procuring a fitting new vessel for rebirth. Very well, I consent, Ling Tianyang replied, nodding. He found Danxiao master's requests reasonable and readily agreed. He then extended his hand, gently urging, now, please surrender your soul's essence. The soul's essence is the very core of a warrior's spirit. Should it be damaged or lost, the warrior may be rendered an imbecile or, in dire cases, perish instantly. It can be said that controlling a warrior's soul essence equates to controlling their life and death, even their very thoughts. Though Danxiao master had previously sought to usurp Ling Tianyang's body, and Ling Tianyang had harbored vengeful intentions, a moment of clarity led Ling Tianyang to recognize that keeping Danxiao master alive held greater value than his death. Once he successfully gained control over Danxiao master's soul essence, Ling Tianyang would effectively become his master, compelling Danxiao master to obey his every command without the slightest hint of rebellion or treachery. Furthermore, upon refining Danxiao master's soul essence, Ling Tianyang would ingratiate himself within Danxiao master's subconscious, becoming the figure he cherished most dearly. Once this notion takes root in the mind of the Danxiao master, even if Ling Tianyang were to restore the essence of the Danxiao master's soul to him in the future, the Danxiao master would remain unwaveringly devoted to Ling Tianyang. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang suffered the consequences of solitary struggles, which led him to the resolve, upon his rebirth, to establish a power entirely his own. In cases such as that of the Danxiao master, it is merely a matter of procuring some soul-replenishing elixirs and seeking a suitable physical vessel. The Danxiao master would soon regain a portion of his strength, and returning to his former peak would not be an arduous task. Thus, Ling Tianyang would possess a formidable general, fiercely loyal to him, facilitating his endeavors that require discretion. Take the essence of the soul that you desire. I hope you honor your promise to me. With a dissatisfied huff, the Danxiao master extracted a sliver of his soul essence and handed it to Ling Tianyang. Haha, rest assured, we are allies now. I will not forget my vow to you. Perhaps many years hence, you will look back and recognize the wisdom of your decision today. Ling Tianyang laughed heartily, reaching out to grasp the fragment of soul essence firmly within his palm. He then enveloped the Danxiao master's soul essence with his divine sense, drawing it into his soul sea for refinement. The essence of the soul is the most vital component of a warrior's spirit, devoid of independent thought, existing solely as pure soul energy. Generally, a warrior must attain the realm of Kongxian to extract this essence, requiring the cultivation of the primordial spirit to do so. At present, the Danxiao master exists as a soul entity formed from his primordial spirit and is exceedingly frail, presenting the optimal opportunity for Ling Tianyang to act. In the realm of Qingyun, the number of powerful warriors at the Kongxian level is exceedingly scarce. After all, those who reach such heights are typically individuals of lofty ambition, unlikely to submit easily to another. At this moment, the Danxiao master can be considered an anomaly. Had another individual approached today, lacking protective treasures like the Xuanling pearl, a peak inner chi realm warrior would have had no chance of escaping the fate of being possessed by the Danxiao master. Today's events simply illustrate how unfortunate the Danxiao master truly is. Of all the individuals he could have targeted, he chose to possess Ling Tianyang. Chapter 32, the essence of soul water. At last, success has been achieved. After a brief interval, Ling Tianyang suddenly perceived a peculiar sensation in his mind. He felt an intricate connection forming between his soul and that of the Danxiao master. It was as if a mere thought could grant him absolute dominion over the master's life and death. Ling Tianyang realized he had thoroughly refined the essence of the Danxiao master's soul. From this moment forth, the master would be compelled to obey his every command. This young man is remarkably formidable. I never anticipated he would truly comprehend the art of refining soul essence. It seems evident that he has powerful figures backing him. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for someone of his youth to grasp the esoteric techniques known only to the adept of the void profound realm. Nevertheless, this attests to his exceptional nature, and accompanying him might not be a detriment to my own fate. As he sensed the gradual refinement of his soul essence by Ling Tianyang, the Danxiao master could only offer himself silent consolation. When the last vestige of his soul essence was entirely refined, he understood that his fate was sealed. He was destined to follow Ling Tianyang for the rest of his life. To put it bluntly, Ling Tianyang had become his master, an irrefutable truth, and he was obliged to comply with his every directive. What troubled the Danxiao master the most was that he could not only no longer resist Ling Tianyang's commands, he also had to ensure the safety of Ling Tianyang's life with utmost diligence. For should anything befall Ling Tianyang, he too would suffer dire consequences. After all, his soul essence had been refined by Ling Tianyang, and his very existence was now entirely under that young man's control. Gazing at the beaming Ling Tianyang before him, the Danxiao master felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against a wall. Why did I foolishly attempt to usurp this lad's body in the first place? Is this not the very definition of self-inflicted misery? Regret consumed him, yet he could not express his frustration. Oh well, such is fate. My life and death now rest in the hands of this young master. I might as well be astute and earn his favor. With this thought, a sycophantic smile spread across the Danxiao master's weathered face as he quickly approached Ling Tianyang, kneeling respectfully before him. I am Ran, at your service, my master. Wait, Ran, are you not the Danxiao master? Before Ling Tianyang could respond, the onlooker, Jing, interjected with curiosity. Immediately, Jing regarded Ling Tianyang with envy, exclaiming, "Little brat, congratulations on acquiring such a remarkable subordinate. How splendid." With hands clasped in salute, Ling Tianyang maintained a solemn expression as he gazed intently at Jing. Suddenly, he leaned in, placing a hand on Jing's delicate shoulder, and whispered playfully into her ear, "Hee. What relationship do we share? My subordinate is. After all, you're subordinate too." Sensing Jing's murderous intent waning, Ling Tianyang could not resist the temptation to tease her. Feeling the warmth enveloping her ears and inhaling the masculine aura radiating from Ling Tianyang, Jing's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, a tinge of crimson blooming rapidly on her fair cheeks. How dare this little rascal take advantage of me? With a swift motion, she brushed away Ling Tianyang's arm that rested on her shoulder, feeling a blend of embarrassment and anger. A glance revealed Ran, that old man, staring at her, and Ling Tianyang with a peculiar expression, igniting her fury. "Old man, what are you staring at? I'm asking you a question. Why are you still silent?" "Milady, the title of Danxiao Sovereign is merely a moniker acquired after my cultivation achieved a certain level. My true name is Ran," he explained with a fawning gaze directed at Jing and Ling Tianyang. With his extensive experience, Ran could easily discern that the relationship between Jing and Ling Tianyang was far from ordinary. Having navigated the complexities of the cultivation world for over a millennium, he had seen through it all. To him, notions of dignity were utterly trivial. A true man is adaptable, and in his eyes, only strength and survival held any genuine significance. Ran, what nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or I might just pluck your tongue out." Upon hearing Ran refer to her as milady, Jing was overwhelmed with a mixture of embarrassment and fury, her cheeks flushing a deep red as she could not help but scold Ran. "Ha!" Ling Tianyang, observing Jing's flustered yet indignant demeanor, could not contain his laughter. However, he soon turned his attention to Ran, whose form appeared to waver as if it could dissipate at any moment, and furrowed his brow. "Ran, how are you feeling now? Do you have any means to recover from your injuries? Xikong ran. Having attained the realm of Kongxian and survived through many years, possessed insights that perhaps surpassed even the reborn Ling Tianyang. To the outside world, Ling Tianyang was merely a youth not yet 20, and no one was privy to his true capabilities. Therefore, any inquiries he made to Xikong Ran would raise no suspicions. Master, within the hidden spirit ring you possess, there lies the Tiani soul water I have collected. If I could consume some of the Tiani soul water, I would swiftly recover from my injuries. Had it not been for the Tiani soul water I consumed over the years, I would have long since perished. Hearing Ling Tianyang express concern for his well-being, Xikong Ran's face lit up with excitement. Ever since he was wounded by the Xuanling pearl within Ling Tianyang's soul sea, he felt his condition deteriorating, as if his soul might vanish at any moment. Although he was aware that Ling Tianyang sought to utilize him, the concern expressed still stirred a sense of gratitude within him, evoking the noble spirit of a warrior willing to die for a kindred soul. Tiani soul water, you actually possess it. The Tiani soul water, said to originate from the netherworld, is a rare treasure for the soul. It not only strengthens a warrior's spirit, but also heals injuries to the soul and purifies impurities within it. Upon hearing about the Tiani soul water, Ling Tianyang rejoiced, eagerly probing into the hidden spirit ring he held, and before him materialized two ethereal spaces, one large and one small. How did two virtual spaces come to exist? Ling Tianyang's divine sense swept across, revealing that the smaller virtual space was barren, while the larger one contained various items. Soon, Ling Tianyang discovered a chillingly large jade bottle nestled in a corner of the expansive virtual space. Xikong ran. Do you think this jade bottle contains Tiani soul water? Ling Tianyang inquired, having retrieved the imposing jade vessel from the hidden spirit ring. Having never encountered Tiani soul water in his previous life, he could not swiftly ascertain the contents of the bottle before him. Master, this indeed contains Tiani soul water, Xikong ran affirmed, his gaze ablaze with fervor. From now on, you may refer to me as young master or young sir, Ling Tianyang replied. Please consume the Tiani soul water to recover from your injuries. Certainly, young master. Xikong ran expressed his gratitude. With a swift motion, Ling Tianyang uncorked the jade bottle and flicked his hand, allowing several drops of the Tiani soul water to cascade into Xikong Ran's mouth. The elixir transformed into a pure essence of spiritual power, permeating Xikong Ran's entire being. Before Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing's eyes, they witnessed Xikong Ran's form solidifying at a visible pace. Little ghost, it seems the Tiani soul water is indeed miraculous. Do share a few drops with me as well, Shintu Jing remarked, envy etched across her face upon witnessing the transformation in Xikong Ran. Open your mouth, Ling Tianyang instructed. And with a flick of his hand, a drop of Tiani soul water fell into Shintu Jing's mouth. It was not that Ling Tianyang was stingy. Rather, considering Shintu Jing's current state, a single drop would yield the best results. Indeed, the Tiani soul water was as extraordinary as the legends foretold. With just a bit of it, Ling Tianyang realized that his spiritual injuries could heal rapidly, ensuring that his future cultivation would yield double the results with half the effort. Restoring his previous level of cultivation was now merely a matter of time. Having witnessed the wonders of the Tiani soul water, Ling Tianyang was overjoyed. The torment of his spiritual injuries had plagued him for far too long, and he was finally on the path to resolution. Even without finding the soul-nourishing fruit, he no longer felt anxious. Xikong ran. How could there be two spaces within this hidden spirit ring? Ling Tianyang asked as he observed Xikong Ran's soul form had fully recovered after consuming the Tiani soul water. Chapter 33. The pitiful mother and daughter. The hidden spirit ring indeed harbors two distinct realms. The larger space serves as a storage area for items, while the slightly smaller domain is specifically designed to accommodate spiritual entities, such as wandering souls. Xikong Ran patiently elucidated this to Ling Tianyang. Young master, the hidden spirit ring was fortuitously acquired from an ancient cave dwelling after my cultivation reached the empty, profound realm. Xikong Ran continued to elaborate on the unique features of the ring. It possesses a remarkable ability to conceal its essence within the user's body, thus becoming an intrinsic part of them. Apart from the ring's master, no outsider could ever detect its presence. Oh, so, you mean to say that the hidden spirit ring is far superior to an ordinary spatial ring, akin to treasures of the cosmic space category? Ling Tianyang nodded in understanding, then turned to Xikong Ran with a serious expression. Xikong Ran, once you acquire a suitable physical form in the future, I shall return this ring to you. Thank you, young master. Xikong Ran felt an increasing sense of faith in Ling Tianyang. Everything he said seemed undeniably right to him. Xikong Ran, There are items within your ring that I currently require, so I shall not hesitate to take them. Rest assured, when my cultivation grows stronger, I shall repay you manifold. Ling Tianyang declared earnestly. Young master, you are too kind. Everything I possess belongs to you. Even if you were to demand my life, it would be my fortune. Ran replied with an obsequious grin. Humph, flatterer. Shintu Jing, unable to bear the sight, snorted derisively, casting a disdainful glance at both Ling Tianyang and Ran. I have been away for quite some time. It is high time I return to Kaiyang City. Come, let me take you home to meet my family. Ling Tianyang said with an impish grin directed at Shintu Jing. You little rascal, how audacious. Shintu Jing flicked her wrist, sending a palm strike toward Ling Tianyang. A faint orange glow emanated from her palm, accompanied by a gust of sharp wind. Ah, you've regained your cultivation. Ling Tianyang exclaimed, hastily evading the strike. Are you frightened now? Shintu Jing taunted. After consuming the Tiani soul water, my cultivation has returned to the true condensation realm. You'd best tread carefully from now on. Enough of the jesting. In all seriousness, while you have regained some strength, your body remains quite frail. You should accompany me back to Kaiyang City first, and then utilize the Qingmu essence to heal your injuries, Ling Tianyang said with a serious demeanor as he gazed intently at Shintu Jing. Ran, for now, please endure and temporarily conceal yourself within the spirit domain of the hidden spirit ring. When the time is right, I shall release you, Ling Tianyang said apologetically, casting a sympathetic look at Ran. With a grand gesture, Ran transformed into a wisp of radiant light, vanishing into the spirit realm of the hidden spirit ring. Hidden. A fleeting thought flickered in Ling Tianyang's mind, causing the hidden spirit ring on his finger to vanish. How delightful. It seems I no longer need to worry about others discovering the secret of my spatial ring. With that, he decided, let us depart. After seamlessly storing Ran within the spirit ring, Ling Tianyang naturally took hold of Shintu Jing's delicate hand and turned to leave. Strangely, this time Shintu Jing displayed no sign of resistance. The anticipation of returning to the Ling family in Kaiyang City stirred great excitement within him. Yet thoughts of the Song family, who sought his demise, filled him with bitter resentment. Song family, I, Ling Tianyang, have returned alive. You dare to send someone to kill me? We shall see. As autumn faded into early winter, though snow had yet to grace the skies, the air had grown decidedly chill. After several days of arduous travel, Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing finally departed the Qingtian mountain range, arriving in the bustling Kaiyang City. Beneath their feet lay a broad avenue paved with large bluestone slabs, wide enough to accommodate several carts side by side. The streets were lined with a multitude of vendors, taverns, tea-houses, and shops, creating a vibrant tapestry of commerce. Observing the myriad shops and stalls on either side, with passers-by hurrying along, each bearing distinct expressions and purposes, they were enveloped in the lively clamor of vendors calling out and the mingling of hushed conversations and loud exchanges, a cacophony of urban life. This was the Nanshan Market, a domain governed by the Ling family and one of the three most vibrant markets in Kaiyang City. As they walked through the thronging streets of the market, Ling Tianyang regarded the diverse crowd and the splendid array of goods, introducing them to Shintu Jing. Suddenly, a grumble emanated from his stomach, protesting its neglect. Casting his gaze to the right, he spotted a tavern not far off. We haven't enjoyed a proper meal in days while traversing the Qingtian mountain range. Come, allow me to treat you to a hearty feast at the tavern ahead, he proposed, his hand instinctively resting on his flat belly as a smile graced his lips. Stepping forward, they navigated through the bustling masses until a three-story building came into view. Looking up, they noted a grand golden sign hanging above the entrance, inscribed with 4 gilded characters, Liuxiang Tavern. Liuxiang Tavern, splendid. Ling Tianyang's lips curled into a grin as he prepared to enter. Just then, a voice from nearby interrupted his stride. Sir, please have mercy. Won't you spare a morsel of food for my poor daughter? In my next life, I would gladly toil like an ox or a horse. Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing turned to see a middle-aged woman at the tavern's entrance, accompanied by a small girl. Both bore tattered clothing and appeared grimy. Ling Tianyang instinctively extended his spiritual awareness towards them and discerned they were ordinary people who had never cultivated. Their faces were flushed from the cold, and they trembled uncontrollably in the frigid air. The young girl beside the middle-aged woman appeared to be utterly famished, sucking her fingers and casting hopeful glances at the passing patrons. Regrettably, none were inclined to acknowledge the pair, deeming them unclean and unworthy of even a fleeting glance. Move along, move along. What beggars are these, obstructing our business? The waiter of the tavern stepped outside, his expression one of evident disgust as he regarded the woman and child standing at the entrance. He raised his hand, poised to shoo them away. Stop! Just as the waiter lifted his hand, Ling Tianyang and Shen Tu-jing materialized before the mother and daughter, halting the waiter's impending action. The pair's faces were pale and emaciated, a clear testament to prolonged malnutrition, and they were clad in tattered, thin garments despite the biting cold. The little girl wore an oversized, flimsy robe, patched haphazardly in various places, some areas torn, exposing her frostbitten skin beneath. Her diminutive frame trembled incessantly against the chill. With a gaunt visage, the girl seemed so frail that a mere gust of wind could topple her, her disheveled hair, dulled by lack of nourishment, framed a face so dirted that her true features were obscured. Alas, the plight of this mother and child was heart-wrenching. Compared to the warriors and the affluent, the lives of these commoners and the impoverished were fraught with hardship. A warrior could easily earn a handsome sum by slaying a monstrous beast, while these ordinary, destitute souls struggled to secure their daily sustenance, with countless perishing from hunger. Observing the pair before him, Ling Tianyang could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. In a past life, he had been an orphan, often troubled by the uncertainty of his next meal. Had it not been for the benevolence of a herbalist who took him in as an apprentice, he too might have faced a grim existence. As he absorbed the world's joys and sorrows, and the suffering of its denizens, he felt himself increasingly entwined with this realm. Is there truly a fate ordained by the heavens? He dismissed the thought. There are countless impoverished souls in this world, and even if he wished to assist, he could not reach them all. He could only ensure that his conscience remained clear, and if he could help even one, it would suffice. Suddenly, Ling Tianyang knelt down, removing his robe to envelop the little girl snugly, then took her small hand in his, a gentle smile gracing his features. Do not fear, little sister, come. I shall take you and your mother to eat. The girl, startled, took a step back, her wide, expressive eyes filled with trepidation. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young lady. The middle-aged woman, hearing Ling Tianyang's words, hurriedly knelt, her face reflecting genuine gratitude towards him and Shen Tu-jing. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities, Shen Tu-jing urged, assisting the woman to her feet with a comforting gesture. Come, let us go inside and share a meal. The little girl, having glanced back at her mother and receiving a slight nod of encouragement, allowed Ling Tianyang to guide her hand as they made their way into the tavern. Esteemed guest, this establishment is a place of business, and we do not welcome beggars within. Sir, your actions make it quite difficult for us to proceed. The innkeeper, upon noticing Ling Tianyang and Shen Tu-jing attempting to escort the mother and daughter into the tavern for a meal, immediately furrowed his brow, displaying a troubled expression as he sought to impede their entrance. Chapter 34. An unexpected conflict blasted. Ling Tianyang exclaimed furiously, suddenly producing a hefty ingot of silver weighing dozens of taels and hurling it at the inn's waiter. Ouch! The substantial silver ingot collided forcefully with the waiter's face, sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his face and wailing in pain. You wretched creature, you look down upon others. Today, I shall bring my entourage inside. What can you do about it? Do you truly believe I lack the means to settle my bill? With a flourish, Ling Tianyang brandished a fistful of gold coins before the waiter's eyes, exuding an air of arrogance. Where? This was entirely my fault, the waiter stammered, hastily rising to his feet. Upon examining the weapon that had struck him, he discovered it was indeed a large ingot of silver. Quickly approaching Ling Tianyang, he donned a rapidly crafted, ingratiating smile. I was in the wrong earlier. I hope the esteemed guest can forgive me. Please come in. Please come in. Having worked at the inn for several years, the waiter possessed a keen sense of judgment. Upon witnessing Ling Tianyang's display of wealth, he understood that he was in the presence of someone affluent and influential, and thus dared not offend him. Very well, that is more like it. First, prepare me a private room by the window, and then bring forth all the delicacies you have to offer. Considering the circumstances of the middle-aged woman and her daughter, dining in the hall would prove inconvenient. Ling Tianyang, adopting the demeanor of a newly affluent individual, said to the waiter with an air of superiority. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. The waiter nodded and hurried off to arrange the room and the dishes. In a window-side room on the second floor, Ling Tianyang, Shen Tu-jing, and the mother-daughter pair sat around a large table laden with an array of delectable dishes. However, the mother and daughter appeared somewhat uneasy, clearly unaccustomed to dining in such a fine establishment. There is no need for such formality. Please, begin eating. I am quite famished. Ling Tianyang said as he placed a generous piece of braised pork into the little girl's bowl, then commenced to eat and drink heartily. Little sister, dear lady, You truly need not be so restrained. Relax and enjoy your meal. Shen Tu-jing smiled at the mother and daughter, also beginning to partake in the feast. During her time in the Chinglian mountains, Shen Tu-jing had not indulged in a proper meal. Although she had reached a level of cultivation that allowed her to sustain herself solely on the natural essence of the world, she still cherished the taste of exquisite food. Observing Ling Tianyang and Shen Tu-jing devour their meals with gusto, the mother and daughter could not help but swallow their saliva. Ultimately, they set aside their reservations and joined in the feast, wielding their chopsticks with fervor. In a whirlwind of activity, the dishes on the table were soon devoured, leaving nothing behind. Dear lady, I have a little money here. Please keep it safe and do not let others know. Use this money to ensure a good life for yourselves at home. It is now winter. Although the sky is devoid of snow, the temperature outside remains quite frigid. Ling Tianyang gazes upon the meager attire of a middle-aged woman and her daughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion. He believes that this mother and daughter are truly pitiable. As the saying goes, help others to the end, deliver the Buddha to the west. Ling Tianyang reaches into his bulging pouch and hands it to the woman. For him, this small sum of money is inconsequential, as a single meal typically costs him several taels of silver. As a cultivator, despite his currently modest level of skill, he is still vastly different from an ordinary person. The middle-aged woman, upon receiving the pouch from Ling Tianyang, hesitates to accept it immediately. Though they are in dire need of money, the unexpected kindness from a stranger leaves her momentarily speechless. Madam, he is offering you money. You should accept it. Given the cold weather, do you truly wish for this young girl to continue suffering from hunger and frostbite beside you? Shen Tu-jing interjects with a smile. Moreover, Ling Tianyang does not lack this sum. Take this money to purchase some warm clothing for the winter, and perhaps use the remainder to start a small business and improve your lives. Seemingly seeing through the woman's thoughts, Shen Tu-jing encourages her. Yes, thank you, thank you. You are truly kind-hearted individuals, the woman responds, nodding her head, overwhelmed with emotion. She attempts to kneel to express her gratitude, but is swiftly stopped by Ling Tianyang and Shen Tu-jing, who extend their hands to prevent her from doing so. The middle-aged woman and her pitiful daughter have been in Kaiyang City for several days, receiving money primarily from commoners or elderly beggars, while the affluent turned a blind eye to their plight. Yet, the young man and woman before her not only do not disdain their unkempt appearance, but they also invite them to share a meal and generously offer them silver. With this money, the mother and daughter could purchase a small piece of land in the countryside, thus sustaining their livelihood. At the entrance of the inn, Ling Tianyang and Shen Tu-jing bid farewell to the mother and daughter. All gatherings eventually come to an end. We shall meet again. Take care. They gently pat the little girl's head, wave goodbye, and proceed to the street on their right. Behind them, the middle-aged woman and her daughter stand in stunned silence, watching Ling Tianyang's departing figure, their eyes filled with an abundance of emotions, indelible and profound. At the entrance of a commercial establishment in the market, a young man and woman emerge slowly. The young man, clad in a blue robe, possesses a fair complexion and striking features, his flowing black hair dancing in the wind, exuding an air of confidence. The young woman, dressed in a light blue ensemble, is graceful and elegant, her skin as flawless as snow, with pure eyes and a delicate visage partially veiled by a thin gauze, enhancing her aura of mystery. As they stroll through the streets, they embody the essence of beauty and charm, attracting the attention of countless passers-by, some envious, some admiring. Ling Tianyang, does this outfit suit me? She inquires. It looks splendid. I have never seen anyone as beautiful as you, he replies earnestly. Shall we head home now? The male and female figures were Ling Tianyang and Shen Tu-jing. Upon hearing Shen Tu-jing's inquiry, Ling Tianyang felt a sense of helplessness. Ever since parting ways with the middle-aged woman and her daughter, Shen Tu-jing had been dragging him around the marketplace, wandering aimlessly. Ling Tianyang felt as if his legs were no longer his own. The only source of comfort for him was that Shen Tu-jing had finally ceased to call him Little Ghost and had begun to address him by his name. However, whenever he recalled the way Shen Tu-jing had previously referred to him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Tianyang was aware that, in Shen Tu-jing's eyes, he was merely a youth of less than 20. Thus, she often fretted over the fact that she was older than him. Little did she know, Ling Tianyang was, in truth, an ancient being who had lived for several centuries. In terms of actual age, he was far older than Shen Tu-jing. Very well, let us return. Seeing Ling Tianyang's reluctance to continue their excursion, Shen Tu-jing acquiesced to his suggestion of going home. After spending such a considerable amount of time out, she could understand his eagerness to return. However, just as they were about to leave the marketplace, a brazen voice erupted beside them. My dear lady, your figure is quite impressive. This young master has taken a liking to you. Even though you are veiled, it cannot conceal your enchanting beauty beneath. From now on, you shall accompany this young master. I assure you, your life will be far more splendid than by the side of that lad." Immediately, Ling Tianyang and Shun Tu-jing noticed a group of 6 men striding towards them with an imposing demeanor. Leading the group was a young man brandishing a folding fan, accompanied by a young man beside him, while 4 burly thugs trailed behind them. Chapter 35, The Grudge Fair Maiden. I am He Yulong, scion of the He family from Huiyun City. My father, He Yuanshan, serves as the family's esteemed elder, having attained the pinnacle of spiritual sea cultivation. Should you choose to accompany me, I can fulfill any of your desires for advanced martial arts or rare elixirs. Furthermore, if there are treasures that catch your eye, do not hesitate to express your wishes. I shall endeavor to procure them for you." He Yulong gazed imperiously at Shin Tu-jing, his eyes gleaming with avarice, as if she were already within his grasp. This tactic had served him well in his pursuits of women in the past, and he held firm in his belief that Shin Tu-jing would not refuse his advances. At this moment, He Yulong was exhilarated. Having just arrived in Kaiyang City from Huiyun City, he felt that fate had bestowed upon him a chance encounter with a stunning beauty. "Who do you think you are? My woman is not someone you can covet." The disdain in Ling Tianyang's voice was palpable as he observed He Yulong's arrogant demeanor. Ling Tianyang had not anticipated encountering such a situation so soon upon his return to Kaiyang City. He found himself at a loss for words, astonished that in this lifetime and the next, he would be vying with a mere boy over a woman. The toad aspires to eat swan meat. "You boy, leave at once, or I shall make you regret ever stepping into this world." Ling Tianyang could not abide anyone's gaze lingering on Shin Tu-jing, for she was his beloved. "You dare pursue me, you worthless scoundrel?" Such audacity. Shin Tu-jing's contempt was evident. "Your actions reveal that you rely on your father's influence, having likely sullied many noble women in your wake. Just the sight of you makes me feel nauseous." "Ling Tianyang, I do not wish to see him. You may handle this matter." As soon as Shin Tu-jing's words fell, they echoed with a tone of finality. Her disdain for He Yulong was unmistakable. Had it been her former self, she would have swiftly dealt with him. However, witnessing Ling Tianyang stand up for her stirred a sweetness within her heart, prompting her to dismiss He Yulong's harassment and leave all troubles to him. On the other side, He Yulong stood momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing the exchange between Ling Tianyang and Shin Tu-jing. He had not anticipated that she would not only turn him down, but would also berate him. Yet, instead of feeling anger, He Yulong was overcome with an overwhelming desire to conquer the very woman who had rejected him. His gaze lingered on Shin Tu-jing's delicate waist, envisioning the delight of holding her close, igniting a primal fervor within him. However, upon noticing Ling Tianyang standing beside Shin Tu-jing, He Yulong's expression twisted with dismay. Not only was Ling Tianyang exceptionally handsome, but he too donned attire of a similar hue to Shin Tu-jing, further intensifying He Yulong's frustration. The two individuals, strikingly handsome, stood together in a manner that seemed remarkably harmonious, despite Shin Tu-jing appearing to be 2 or 3 years older than Ling Tianyang. This sight elicited a sense of humiliation within He Yulong, who could not bear the thought that such a stunning beauty as Shin Tu-jing should belong to anyone but himself. "Who is this boy?" He Yulong seethed, his hands trembling with rage as he glared at Ling Tianyang beside Shin Tu-jing. "Be sensible and step aside. A woman like her is beyond your reach. Do not ruin my mood, or you shall face dire consequences." With his nostrils flaring, He Yulong cast a malevolent gaze at Ling Tianyang, prompting the 5 men behind him to swiftly close in on Ling Tianyang upon hearing his words. "Humph, if you seek death, I shall not be held responsible." Ling Tianyang scoffed coldly, fixing a chilling stare upon He Yulong and his companions. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned their strengths with clarity. Among them, the young man beside He Yulong exhibited the highest cultivation level, standing at the pinnacle of the internal Qi realm, akin to Ling Tianyang, while He Yulong and his 4 henchmen varied from the early to late stages of the same realm. A dragon has its reverse scales, touch them, and death is inevitable. Ling Tianyang's gaze narrowed, his expression growing increasingly frigid. He Yulong, a lecherous scoundrel, dared to scheme against Shin Tu-jing in his presence, a transgression Ling Tianyang could not tolerate. "Since you seek your demise, do not blame me." Fixating on He Yulong and his followers, the murderous intent in Ling Tianyang's eyes intensified. Suddenly, Ling Tianyang moved, and in the blink of an eye, He Yulong saw only a fleeting shadow appear before him. He then felt a tremendous force strike his left cheek, sending him crashing toward the ground. Thud! The very ground seemed to tremble. In the next moment, Ling Tianyang's figure became a blur, reappearing before He Yulong, the shadowed dagger now inexplicably in his grasp. "Stop! You seek death. The men behind He Yulong, witnessing Ling Tianyang's assault, were taken aback, shouting in alarm as they hurriedly drew their weapons and charged at him. With a swift motion, Ling Tianyang extracted the shadow dagger from He Yulong's dantian, executing his ethereal steps to perfection, weaving through the remaining assailants with agility. Bang! Thud! Clash! The sounds of blades colliding reverberated as the two sides exchanged blows. With his heightened awareness, Ling Tianyang perceived every flaw in their movements, and it was not long before he subdued them all. Instead of killing them, he shattered their dantian, rendering their cultivation abilities null and void. Moments later, He Yulong and his companions lay groaning on the ground. He Yulong, how dare you covet my woman? Do you truly believe I, Ling Tianyang, am to be trifled with? Inquire not about the dominion of Kayang City. With a foot pressing down on He Yulong, Ling Tianyang spoke with fierce intent. What do you intend to do? I must inform you that my father is the esteemed elder of the He family, a master at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. I strongly advise you to release me, for the He family is not one to be trifled with. Even the Song family of Kayang City stands as our ally. It would take naught but a word from my father to extinguish your life in an instant. Though his cultivation had been rendered null, He Yulong remained unabashedly arrogant, regarding Ling Tianyang as if he were naught but a corpse. Boy, are you frightened? Kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps, for the sake of a beautiful woman, I may spare your life. He Yulong, mistaking Ling Tianyang's restraint for fear, brazenly issued threats. For ordinary warriors, the loss of cultivation signifies the end of their martial journey, condemning them to a life of mediocrity. Yet, for those hailing from powerful families or factions, the true horror lies not in the loss of power, but in the threat of death. Those with formidable backgrounds can seek rare medicinal herbs to restore their cultivation, provided they remain alive. Oh, is that truly so? I find it hard to believe. Ling Tianyang, consumed by rage, smirked derisively at He Yulong, his expression one of amusement. With a swift motion, he cast aside the shadow dagger, which pierced directly into He Yulong's heart. You. He Yulong's mouth agape, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Ling Tianyang, yet words failed him. Never had he anticipated that Ling Tianyang would dare to take his life. Ling Tianyang, well done, exclaimed Shen Tu-jing, who had been watching with approval. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Shen Tu-jing had witnessed many spectacles. He had encountered all manner of individuals, and had He Yulong not been unscathed, he would have dispatched him with a single strike long ago. What do you intend to do with the remaining individuals? Shen Tu-jing inquired, gazing at the five who lay before them. Ling Tianyang, you are of the Ling family, are you not? You cannot kill me. I am of the Song family, stammered a young man who had previously stood beside He Yulong, sensing the murderous intent in Shen Tu-jing's words. Chapter 36, Returning Home. What? You are a member of the Song family? Upon hearing the young man's declaration, Ling Tianyang's pupils constricted, and he suppressed the murderous intent surging within him to seek confirmation. Indeed, not only am I a servant of the Song family, but I am also a trusted aide of the family head, the young man hastily explained. Oh, I see. Initially, I had only intended to strip you of your cultivation, but since you are affiliated with the Song family, you shall meet your demise. Ling Tianyang coldly fixed his gaze upon the young man, then swiftly wielded his dagger, dispatching the young man and his remaining four companions to the afterlife in quick succession. A murder. As Ling Tianyang executed the others, the onlookers who had been surrounding the scene were struck with horror and scattered in all directions. Upon realizing that the two parties involved were from the Ling and Song families, they dared not linger any longer, fearing entanglement in the feud between the two powerful clans. In this world, the lives of the weak are regarded as insignificant by the strong. In Kayang City, the Ling and Song families reign as the local sovereigns, with no one daring to provoke them. We should take our leave. The bodies will be dealt with, Ling Tianyang remarked, sheathing his shadow dagger before turning to lead Shen Tu-jing away. His actions were not born of coldness, but rather in adherence to the survival principles of this world. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with bloodshed and conflict. In the pursuit of survival and longevity, one must shatter all obstacles that impede their progress. To slay one is a crime. To slay thousands is to display true prowess. To vanquish millions is to be the mightiest among the mighty. In a world that reveres strength, mercy towards enemies is a form of cruelty towards oneself. In the southern part of Kayang City lies an expansive estate covering dozens of acres. Above the main entrance of this grand edifice hangs a golden plaque inscribed with the words Ling family, imposing a sense of authority upon all passers-by. This is the Ling family estate. Let us enter. Ling Tianyang gestured to Shen Tu-jing as he introduced the imposing entrance. With that, Ling Tianyang led Shen Tu Jing through the grand doors, both adorned in elegant azure attire, the young man strikingly handsome, the young woman enchantingly mysterious. They resembled a pair of celestial lovers, attracting countless envious and admiring glances from the Ling family members along their path. Who is the lady accompanying young Master Tianyang? The Ling family members, witnessing the unfamiliar woman beside him, began to murmur amongst themselves. She possesses such grace. Surely, her beauty concealed beneath the veil is breathtaking. Indeed, young Master Tianyang is now a practitioner of the inner Qi realm and one of the few geniuses of the Ling family. He would not be accompanied by anyone unworthy. Young Master Tianyang is so dashing. If only he would allow me to stay by his side, remarked a young lady from a collateral branch of the Ling family, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. I say, Ajiao, you should cease your daydreaming. The woman beside young Master Tianyang is far too beautiful. How could she possibly have eyes for you? I suggest you stick with me instead. I would treat you well. Beside the enchanting young lady of the Ling family's collateral branch, a similarly positioned young man from the same lineage remarked with a hint of envy. It seems you are quite popular within the family. With her keen hearing, Shen Tu Jing effortlessly discerned the murmurs of the surrounding Ling family members. She then cast a playful gaze at Ling Tianyang, who nonchalantly replied, You know, I possess considerable talent and rather handsome looks. I hardly need to initiate conversations, as numerous beautiful women flock to me, showering me with affection that is simply irresistible. Alas, I never anticipated that I would fall to you this time. Ling Tianyang shrugged his shoulders, a look of helplessness on his face. Humph. Shen Tu Jing snorted softly, seemingly lost in thought as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She ceased her speech and hastened her steps forward. Before long, Ling Tianyang led Shen Tu Jing to his residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of the courtyard, they both sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from within. Simultaneously, in one of the rooms inside the courtyard, Xianxia and Xiaomei sat cross-legged on the bed, their eyes closed, sweat beads trickling down their foreheads as their delicate bodies trembled slightly. It appears two young girls are breaking through their realms inside, Shen Tu Jing exclaimed in surprise, turning to Ling Tianyang with a perplexed expression. Soon, the surrounding spiritual energy began to settle, and a moment later, the sounds of joyous laughter resonated from the courtyard. Ha! Sister, we have finally broken through to the inner Qi realm, Xiaoya exclaimed. Indeed, little sister. We have not disappointed the young master, Xiaomei responded, elated at their achievement. Xiaomei, congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and a robust voice echoed within. Young master, you have returned. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's voice, Xiaoya and Xiaomei were overjoyed, hastily rushing out of the room. They soon beheld Ling Tianyang accompanied by an unfamiliar young woman. Young master, you are back. Xiaoya and Xiaomei exclaimed, slightly bowing before him. There is no need for such formality. Ling Tianyang said with a warm smile as he helped them to their feet. I did not expect you both to break through to the inner Qi realm so swiftly. Sensing the fresh aura of their recent breakthrough, Ling Tianyang felt a surge of excitement. Both young ladies were part of his inner circle, and their elevated cultivation brought him great joy. Ling Tianyang pondered for a moment, recalling that previously, Xiaoya and Xiaomei had practiced some rather inferior techniques with minimal elixirs to assist their cultivation, which had resulted in their slow progress. However, now that they had transitioned to the high-tier earth-level technique, the Seven Fiends Profound Ice formula, along with the use of the spirit refining powder he had concocted, their cultivation speed had undoubtedly accelerated. Their rapid breakthrough to the inner Qi realm served as a testament to their commendable talent. Indeed, it is all thanks to the young master. Were it not for the young master's nurturing, we may never have transcended to the realm of inner Qi. Xiaoya and Xiaomei were overjoyed, their hearts brimming with happiness. Ling Tianyang, who are they? Seeing the intimate demeanor between Xiaoya, Xiaomei, and Ling Tianyang, Shen Tu Jing could not help but speak coldly. I nearly forgot to introduce you all, Ling Tianyang replied with a light chuckle. They are my childhood mates. This is my elder sister, Xiaoya, and this is my younger sister, Xiaomei. He gently tapped his forehead and offered an apologetic smile to Shen Tu Jing before providing a brief introduction of the group. Xiaomei. This stunning beauty beside me is Shen Tu Jing, and she has already become my woman. Ling Tianyang stated with utmost seriousness. Who is your woman? Shen Tu Jing huffed. Her face flushed as she turned her head away. Greetings, young mistress. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang introduce Shen Tu Jing as his woman, Xiaoya and Xiaomei hurriedly bowed in respect. In their eyes, Ling Tianyang was their master, and now that Xintu Jing was his woman, she naturally assumed the role of their mistress. What young mistress? From now on, just call me Sister Jing, Xintu Jing responded, a mix of embarrassment and irritation coloring her cheeks. Sister Jing, then I shall call you Sister Jing as well, Ling Tianyang interjected. Suit yourself, Xintu Jing replied, seemingly exuding impatience. In the room, Ling Tianyang sat cross-legged upon the bed, his hands forming intricate seals. As he channeled his cultivation technique, a vague dragon-shaped phantom gradually emerged behind him. The dragon phantom opened its mouth wide, and countless strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth detached from the air, surging into Ling Tianyang's body. At a certain moment, the spiritual energy surrounding Ling Tianyang began to swirl in a visibly turbulent manner. Immersing his mind within, he discovered that within the vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian, pure strands of spiritual essence continuously merged together, slowly transforming into droplets of liquid true essence. Suddenly, Ling Tianyang's body trembled, and he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he could shatter a small mountain before him with a single punch. Chapter 37. The Trial of Inner Demons, the Realm of True Condensation. I have finally transcended to the realm of true condensation, Ling Tianyang exclaimed in unrestrained joy. When tranquility returned, he sensed that his cultivation had indeed reached the realm of true condensation. Long before, during the second level of the Danxiao ruins, Ling Tianyang had already attained the pinnacle of the inner qi realm. Subsequently, while on his journey back to Kaiyang City, he felt a stirring within him, a compelling urge to break through. Upon returning to his residence within the Ling family courtyard, Ling Tianyang honored his prior agreement with Xintu Jing, sharing half of the Qingmu essence and chilling liquid he acquired from the Danxiao ruins with her. Overjoyed with her share, Xintu Jing promptly entered seclusion to heal. Observing Xintu Jing's focused cultivation, Xianxia and Xiaomei quickly retreated to their own chambers to solidify their recent breakthroughs into the inner qi realm. Inspired by the fervor of those around him, Ling Tianyang did not allow himself to be complacent. He turned and returned to his own room to commence his breakthrough. Bang! As he opened his eyes, Ling Tianyang slowly rose to his feet. With a forward motion of his palm, he felt the true essence erupting forth from his body, shattering a table several yards away into splinters. The externalization of true essence. This phenomenon marks the hallmark of a practitioner in the realm of true condensation. Upon achieving this level, practitioners can project their true essence, striking enemies from a distance and claiming lives from afar. The realm of true condensation signifies the transformation of the spiritual energy stored within a practitioner's sea of energy into a liquid form of true essence, which is a refined evolution of inner qi, far surpassing it in potency. Upon transcending to the realm of true condensation, not only does a practitioner's physical strength surge, but their five senses also sharpen with each advancement in cultivation. Generally, practitioners of this realm can live to around 150 years, provided they do not meet an untimely end. Now that I have successfully ascended to the realm of true condensation, it is time to consume the Tiani soul water to heal my spiritual wounds. With a flick of his finger, a grayish-white orb materialized before Ling Tianyang, which swiftly transformed into a rather unscrupulous-looking elder. Greetings, young master, Sikong Ran bowed upon seeing Ling Tianyang. No need for excessive formalities. I summoned you to assist me while I consume the Tiani soul water, Ling Tianyang replied with a nod. Understood, young master, Sikong Ran responded with utmost seriousness, positioning himself cautiously a short distance away, ever vigilant. After calling Sikong Ran forth, Ling Tianyang waved his hand, conjuring a chillingly massive jade bottle into his palm. Carefully opening the bottle, he revealed approximately 20 drops of dark green liquid within. With a deft flick of his finger, a drop of Tiani soul water accurately found its way into Ling Tianyang's mouth, instantly transforming into a pure essence of spiritual power that swiftly permeated his soul sea. On that day, as the pure soul energy derived from the heavenly one soul water merged into the soul sea, Ling Tianyang felt as though his very essence was ensconced within the frigid currents of an icy river, a chilling sensation swiftly enveloping his entire being. Sensing the excruciating coldness pervading his soul, Ling Tianyang realized that this must be the reaction elicited by the heavenly one soul water during its restorative process on his spirit. Following this, he flicked his fingers, allowing several more drops of the heavenly one soul water to be ingested into his core. The influx of this soul energy surged into Ling Tianyang's soul sea, akin to a colossal boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. In that fleeting moment, Ling Tianyang felt the memories of his former life flooding back to him, particularly the final scene before his self-detonation, where he battled against formidable warriors dispatched by the Demon Dragon Clan and the Annihilation Sect. Before him stretched an endless expanse of ocean. The once serene azure now completely vanished. Countless human corpses and the remnants of demonic beasts floated upon the surface. Some bodies remained intact, while others were grotesquely mangled. The blood seeping from the corpses had transformed this sea into a veritable ocean of crimson. At that moment, hovering above this sanguine sea, a dozen disheveled figures floated effortlessly, unassisted by any tangible support. Ling Tianyang, if you willingly surrender the Xuanling pearl now, I can guarantee you a complete corpse. Opposite this group stood a blood-soaked man clad in a green robe. His gaze was piercing, yet could not conceal the overwhelming weariness etched upon his features. Demon Dragon Clan. Annihilation Sect. I never imagined you would mobilize such a multitude of elite warriors to pursue me to this extent. It seems you truly regard me, Ling, with considerable esteem. Ling Tianyang gripped a dimly glowing sword in his right hand, his eyes radiating with lethal intent as he surveyed the halted figures surrounding him. Tension crackled in the air, and a palpable aura of hostility emanated, rippling outward in invisible waves. Ling Tianyang, you are merely a dying ember at this point. I advise you to accept my proposal and hand over the Xuanling pearl. This way, you might at least retain a complete corpse, and your soul may still have the chance to enter reincarnation, rather than being utterly scattered. Among the group, an elderly man with white hair, clearly the leader, regarded Ling Tianyang with a complex expression. The Xuanling pearl, the legendary treasure of this continent, shrouded in mystery. It is said that anyone who can fully comprehend the secrets of the Xuanling pearl could ascend to the heavens in broad daylight, or even grasp the mysteries of the universe, laughing in the face of the firmament. Those who obtain the Xuanling pearl without meeting an untimely demise are destined to become the supreme powerhouses of this land. Moreover, the appearance of the Xuanling pearl heralds the onset of a bloody storm. Heavenly spiritual treasures are bestowed upon the fated. Since I have acquired the Xuanling pearl, it rightfully belongs to me. Who do you think you are, daring to covet my Xuanling pearl? Ling Tianyang cast a cold gaze upon the dozen or so individuals before him, the mockery in his words unmistakable. You are gravely mistaken. The Xuanling pearl rightfully belongs to my Demon Dragon Clan, and you are merely returning it to its rightful owner. The white-haired elder at the forefront glared at Ling Tianyang with an icy stare, asserting his claim with unyielding confidence. How laughable, you old scoundrel. Devoid of any sense of shame. The Xuanling pearl is an artifact I procured from the thief god's secret realm. It was unclaimed, and at no point did it belong to your dragon clan. Ling Tianyang's anger surged upon hearing the elder's words. Humph. Ling Tianyang, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame us for being impolite. The white-haired elder huffed with growing impatience, his murderous intent palpable. Brother, nearly all those who followed us have been annihilated by this brat. He is now at his wit's end, and we must not let him escape so easily. A burly man beside the elder remarked, his eyes glinting with bloodlust as he fixed a fierce stare on Ling Tianyang. Humph, how amusing. Do you truly believe that at this moment, I, Ling Tianyang, will surrender without a fight? Enough of this pointless chatter. Death holds no fear for me. If you wish for the Xuanling pearl, you shall abandon that hope. Ling Tianyang's gaze was resolute, his expression laced with scorn. Ling Tianyang, you are courting your own demise. Enraged, the white-haired elder gritted his teeth and with a commanding gesture, a dark radiance erupted around him. An oppressive aura spread throughout the surroundings, and in an instant, the elder vanished, replaced by a massive, shadowy beast. Roar, roar. A low, thunderous growl reverberated as a colossal dragon head emerged, followed closely by several other fearsome dragons. Their claws bared. Death holds no fear. Since you dare to provoke me, brace yourself for the consequences. Upon witnessing the might of the Demon Dragon Clan and the Desolation Sect charging towards him, Ling Tianyang could only force a bitter smile. At this moment, he was in a dire state. Once, he had faced thousands of skilled adversaries, yet now, only this handful remained. Were it not for the unique properties of his cultivation methods and the numerous elixirs assisting him, he would have never endured the relentless battles prior. Yet now, Ling Tianyang found himself on the brink of exhaustion. Qiankuan Wujia, Dao Qian Baoyuan, soul returned to heaven and earth. Ling Tianyang turned his right hand, causing the dimly glowing sword to vanish. He then formed seals with both hands, and an oval pearl, radiating a soft white light, abruptly appeared on his forehead, spinning rapidly. The spiritual energy in the air surged violently, transforming the surrounding space into a tumultuous sea, as an overwhelming aura capable of cataclysmic destruction erupted from Ling Tianyang. How has Ling Tianyang's aura surged so dramatically? This is bad. Ling Tianyang, you madman. What are you planning to do? Among the group of more than 10 individuals poised to attack Ling Tianyang, one finally became aware of the peculiar turn of events. The elderly leader with white hair was the first to regain his composure, filled with astonishment and fury. Subsequently, these individuals, as if compelled by an unseen force, simultaneously ceased their assault on Ling Tianyang, their figures flickering as they hastily retreated. Let us perish together. Observing the frantic retreat of his adversaries, Ling Tianyang's smile grew increasingly maniacal, while his aura surged to its zenith. Just as Ling Tianyang was on the verge of self-detonation, a mysterious and frigid current suddenly manifested within his soul, enveloping his spirit in an unyielding embrace. With a violent cough, he expelled a copious amount of blood, his body jolting as he regained awareness. What a close call. What transpired just now? I seem to have teetered on the brink of being lost in the memories of my past life, almost rendered a fool. Why do I sense that this resembles the onset of a heart-demon calamity? Could it be? Chapter 38. Organizing gains. Could it be that my inner demons have descended prematurely? No. The tribulation of the heart is typically endured by martial artists at the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm during their breakthroughs, pondered Ling Tianyang in perplexity. After consuming the Tiani soul water, he found himself ensnared within the memories of his past life, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. In his recollection, as Ling Tianyang approached self-detonation, his soul in the present quivered violently. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of a mysterious current from the Xuanling pearl, Ling Tianyang might have truly succumbed to idiocy or even death. The malevolence of the heart's tribulation lies in ensnaring the martial artist in the quagmire of their past. Trapped in the most profound memories, unable to discern illusion from reality, until their soul power is exhausted and their spirit dissipates. Fortunately, the jolt from the Xuanling pearl allowed Ling Tianyang to break free from the illusions of memory. Upon regaining his rationality, a cold sweat broke out as he recalled the previous scene. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Ling Tianyang sensed a subtle change within himself. Though he could not articulate it, despite having just expelled a copious amount of blood, he felt invigorated, his spirit rejuvenated. Focusing his mind, Ling Tianyang sensed that his soul's injuries had healed, akin to a fish leaping into the sea or a bird soaring into the sky. His consciousness had reached the initial stage of the heavenly extreme realm. Moreover, he discerned the reason for his premature encounter with the heart's tribulation. It was revealed that upon releasing his consciousness, he inadvertently enveloped a significant portion of the Ling family within its embrace. This must be the enhancement resulting from the complete recovery of his soul after consuming the Tiani soul water. Elated by the realization of his consciousness now at the initial stage of the heavenly extreme realm, Ling Tianyang eagerly extended his awareness throughout the Ling family's domain. Could these be the spirit sea realm martial artists, often elusive to see? To his astonishment, he detected not only these spirit sea realm warriors, but also numerous peak condensing reality realm practitioners. Who is the beautiful woman depicted in the portrait held by my elder brother? Could this be my future sister-in-law, Chu Yujiao? As Ling Tianyang's consciousness swept into Ling Ju's chamber, he discovered his brother, Ling Ju, gazing dreamily at a portrait of a woman. If the lady in the portrait is indeed Chu Yujiao, then her younger sister must be equally striking. It seems my fiancé is also a great beauty. Regrettably, my memories provide no impression of her. I wonder what she looked like in the past. With his soul healed and consciousness having ascended to the initial stage of the heavenly extreme realm, Ling Tianyang felt one step closer to restoring his former prowess. Gazing at the portrait in Ling Ju's hand, he couldn't help but recall the fiancé that Ling Xian had once mentioned, Chu Yujiao. With Ling Tianyang's nascent consciousness at the initial stage of the celestial realm, within the Lin family, which lacks a powerful guardian of the celestial realm, he felt as if he were in an unobserved realm, free from the worry of being detected. His consciousness swept beyond Lin Ju's chamber, and at one moment, Ling Tianyang was taken aback. This old fellow certainly knows how to enjoy life. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Tianyang's consciousness had inadvertently reached the quarters of Lin Tiandu, the third elder of the Lin family. To his astonishment, even at such an advanced age, the old man still exhibited remarkable vigor. Ling Tianyang grimaced at the sight within Lin Tiandu's room, where the elder was engaged in a rather intimate encounter with several of his wives and concubines. Ugh! How unfortunate! With a wry smile, Ling Tianyang decided against further scrutiny of the scene in Lin Tiandu's chamber. However, just as he was about to retract his consciousness, The astonished voice of Shen Tu-Jing suddenly echoed in his ears. Ling Tianyang, I was aware that you had previously opened your soul sea and possessed consciousness. I never imagined that your level of consciousness has already reached the celestial realm. Are you even human? In the adjacent room, Shen Tu-Jing, who had been recovering her cultivation, had awakened without him noticing. Upon realizing a formidable consciousness enveloping the Lin family, and that it belonged to Ling Tianyang, she was utterly astounded. Consciousness transmission. This technique is exclusive to warriors above the spirit sea realm. Once a warrior possesses consciousness, they can convey their thoughts directly without uttering a word. Sister Jing, have you regained your cultivation? Ling Tianyang contracted his consciousness to encompass only the small courtyard, then responded through consciousness transmission. Instinctively, his consciousness brushed into Shen Tu-Jing's room, where he found her sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes tightly shut, hands forming a peculiar seal. No, I have merely just restored my cultivation to the spirit sea realm. Regaining peak strength is no simple feat and will likely require several more days, she replied. What is the matter with your consciousness? You don't strike me as a monster. So you must have been possessed by an ancient being reborn? Ling Tianyang heard Shen Tu-Jing's voice, filled with confusion. Cough, cough. How could that be possible? Sister Jing, you are overthinking this. I simply had a stroke of luck recently and accidentally ingested a Qiankuan Xuanling grass, and just now, I took some Tiani soul water as well. Upon hearing Shen Tu-Jing's speculation, Ling Tianyang's heart jolted. He was surprised that she had nearly unraveled the truth. Nevertheless, he could never admit it. The Qiankuan Xuanling grass is a top-tier 5th-grade soul treasure. No wonder you could open your soul sea and possess consciousness even without reaching the spirit sea realm. It seems you are quite fortunate. Having consumed the Qiankuan Xuanling grass and acquired a substantial amount of Tiani soul water, you truly are a person of great fortune. All right, retract your consciousness. I do not appreciate the sensation of being spied upon. After Shen Tu-Jing issued a warning to Ling Tianyang, silence ensued. Understanding her intent, he had already planned to withdraw his consciousness. Besides, who would be so eager to observe her? With that thought, Ling Tianyang retracted his awareness, muttering under his breath. It's not as if I haven't seen it before. How vexing. Although his voice was barely audible, Shen Tu-Jing, having just withdrawn her consciousness, caught his words. A mix of embarrassment and anger washed over her, and she glared at Ling Tianyang's room through gritted teeth before turning back to continue using the Qingmu essence to restore her cultivation. Si Kongran, I thank you for your protective efforts this time. I am well now. You may return to the Ling space. Ling Tianyang expressed his gratitude upon opening his eyes and seeing Si Kongran, who had devoted himself to safeguarding him. It is an honor for a humble servant to assist the young master. Si Kongran replied with a broad smile. Having successfully broken through to the condensation realm, Ling Tianyang had also healed his spiritual wounds with the Tiani soul water. Consequently, he stored Si Kongran within the Ling space of his hidden spirit ring and retrieved several space rings acquired from the Danxia ruins. Among them was the hidden spirit ring from the master of Danxia, along with 4 others obtained from Shen Tu-Jing's adversaries in the first layer of the Danxia ruins. Having possessed these 5 space rings for several days without inspecting their contents, he decided it was time for an inventory. He first picked up the hidden spirit ring, probing its interior with his consciousness, and the storage space materialized clearly before him. Within, he found a considerable quantity of superior and extraordinary spirit stones, 3 varying-sized alchemical furnaces, several spirit artifacts, 7 or 8 vials of elixirs, and a few tomes of martial arts techniques, alongside some well-preserved spiritual herbs and 3 distinct fire seeds. Additionally, there were some refining materials, half a vial of Qingmu essence, and a portion of chilling liquid. The contents of the hidden spirit ring were not extensive. As Si Kongran had explained, he had been gravely injured and pursued, resulting in the consumption of most of the elixirs and treasures while evading his enemies. Ling Tianyang then proceeded to open the remaining 4 space rings, meticulously examining each one. To his delight, one of the rings was filled with a substantial amount of mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones. In the other 3 rings, he discovered not only spirit stones for cultivation, but also a plethora of valuable items. Chapter 39. A dark and windy night at the Song family Shirley. These must be the spiritual herbs plucked by others from the misty valley ahead of me. Countless martial arts manuals and techniques, hundreds of various elixirs, 17 distinct spiritual artifacts, an assortment of refining materials, several 100,000 gold coins along with some silver. Yet the most astonishing discovery for Ling Tianyang was the abundance of spiritual herbs found within these 3 spatial rings. Ah, the soul-nourishing fruit. This is precisely what I sought in the Chinglan mountain range, and to my surprise, There are more than a dozen. Alas, I no longer require the soul-nourishing fruit to mend my soul. Gazing upon the vibrant fruits, each displaying 3 distinct colors and radiating spiritual energy, Ling Tianyang felt a wave of nostalgia. Why did he venture into the Chinglian mountains in the first place? It was to seek the soul-nourishing fruit to heal his wounded spirit. Nevertheless, the acquisition of these fruits still brought him immense joy. It was indeed an unexpected delight. It is well known that once a martial artist breaks through to the pinnacle of the true condensation realm, the most formidable challenge in advancing to the spirit sea realm lies in opening the Sea of Souls. The soul-nourishing fruit, a rare 4th-tier high-grade spiritual medicine, is a treasure that one can scarcely hope to encounter. Not only does it heal the spiritual injuries of martial artists, but it also fortifies their souls. When consumed at the peak of the true condensation realm, it nearly guarantees a successful opening of the Sea of Souls, allowing the martial artist to ascend to the spirit sea realm. Indeed, this is wonderful. With these soul-nourishing fruits, I could cultivate at least a dozen martial artists in the spirit sea realm. Contemplating the fruits before him, Ling Tianyang was reminded of his aspirations to establish a powerful faction. Among the treasures within the 3 spatial rings, Ling Tianyang also uncovered some nefarious poisons and numerous intimate garments belonging to various female martial artists, some of which were stained with blood and other unidentified substances. It was evident that the owner was a pervert, deserving of their grim fate. With a single strike, he reduced the garments and poisons to dust, cursing vehemently. After meticulously examining and organizing the items within the 5 spatial rings, Ling Tianyang temporarily stored everything within the concealed Ling ring. He took stock of his newfound wealth, with the most precious being the Xuanling pearl nestled within his Sea of Souls, followed by the treasures gleaned from the 5 spatial rings. 3 types of fire seeds left by the master of Xianxia, one originating from a 5th-tier peak spiritual beast, the Fire Mang Lion King, while the other 2 were from extraordinary flames of the world. Among the numerous martial arts manuals, the most valuable were the Xianxia Notebook and the Xianxia Manual, alongside the Fierce Fire Technique, Fiery Blaze of Heaven, discovered in one of the rings, all classified as high-tier earth level. He also found 18 top-grade spirit stones, 320,000 high-grade spirit stones, 245,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 1,967 low-grade spirit stones, as well as 520,000 gold coins and some silver, the materials for refining tools, and several spiritual herbs. 21 various spiritual artifacts, essence of green wood, crimson spirit liquid, shadow dagger. It is truly astonishing that the spatial rings of those 3 individuals contain such an abundance of spiritual stones. Could it be that they are members of a sect responsible for managing these stones? Regardless, they now belong to me. With this trove of cultivation resources, whether I wish to elevate my own prowess or nurture my trusted subordinates, the task will become significantly easier. Ling Tianyang sensed the treasures within the hidden spirit ring and couldn't help but reflect. In his past life, after breaking through to the pinnacle of the void profound realm, Ling Tianyang had roamed far and wide in search of treasures. During his quest for subsequent cultivation methods, he had come across many rare and extraordinary items. Regrettably, after acquiring the continent's foremost treasure, the Xuanling Pearl, in the Thief Goddess Cave, he was betrayed by several friends, leading to a pursuit by the Demon Dragon Clan and the Oblivion Sect. Ultimately, Ling Tianyang had no choice but to self-destruct, taking his enemies with him. Fortunately, in that critical moment before detonation, his primordial spirit was absorbed into the Xuanling Pearl, which later traversed space, bringing him to the Eastern Emperor domain. The cold wind howled, and the moon hung darkly in the sky. Ling Tianyang, his face concealed by a black scarf and clad in a dark night suit, swiftly leaped over the walls of the Ling family estate, vanishing into the abyss of night. To the north of the city, at a vast building comparable to the Ling family's grounds, a figure clad in black appeared silently outside the perimeter wall, glancing furtively around before vaulting over the wall and disappearing from sight. In the brightly lit hall of the Song family in Kayang City, numerous high-ranking members of the Song clan had gathered. Head of the family, I have ascertained that the murderer of He Yulong in the South Mountain Market yesterday was none other than Ling Tianyang of the Ling family, declared the 4th elder, fixing his gaze on Song Mingyu, who sat resolutely on the central throne. 4th elder, are you jesting? Ling Tianyang has only just broken through to the inner Qi realm. How could he possibly contend against 6 martial artists of the same realm working in unison? Questioned the 2nd elder, his expression rife with skepticism. I do not believe the 4th elder is fabricating this, interjected a white-haired elder in a brocade robe. Not long ago, I dispatched several warriors of the Condensation Realm to pursue Ling Tianyang in the Chinglian Mountains. Yet in the end, he returned unscathed, while those sent to hunt him down vanished without a trace. I suspect that Ling Xian must have arranged for the Ling family's elite to guard him. This elder was none other than the Grand Elder of the Song family, Song Quebec. Everyone. Now that the only son of the He family's Grand Elder has been killed here, it is likely that the He family will direct their wrath towards us, said Song Mingyu, his expression dark and brows furrowed deeply. Initially, the He family had promised to assist us in eliminating the Ling family. Now, that hope seems all but extinguished. There is no need for the head of the family to worry excessively. The one who killed He Yulong is not one of our Song family members. At most, we can be blamed for inadequate protection. In the end, offering some spiritual stones in compensation to the He family should suffice to resolve the matter. The elder of the Song family, Song Ke, lifted the teacup beside him and took a sip, continuing to speak. At this moment, the true concern should lie with the Ling family. For it was Ling Tianyang of the Ling family who had slain He Yulong, a matter that bears no relation to us, the Song family. Additionally, while He Yulong has met his demise, He Pujuan of the He family is still a guest in our abode, is he not? He Pujuan is well aware of the circumstances surrounding He Yulong's death, and when the time comes, he shall serve as our most formidable witness. The elder's assertions were indeed astute. I had just heard He Pujuan mention that he had already devised a means to notify the higher-ups of the He family. It is likely that the He family's forces seeking vengeance will arrive in Kaiyang City within the coming days. The fourth elder of the Song family nodded in agreement. Given the vengeful nature of the He family's elder, it is reasonable to surmise that upon learning of his only son's murder, the He family may directly seek retribution against the Ling family. We must not forget that the He family boasts 4 peak Spirit Sea Realm warriors, a force far beyond that of both our Song family and the Ling family. When the He family and the Ling family engage in battle, we might find ourselves in a position to reap the benefits from their conflict. Initially shrouded in gloom, Song Mingyu, upon hearing Song K's triumphant tone, was momentarily taken aback, only to soon burst with joy. Ling Tianyang, with a cold snort in his heart, found himself atop the roof outside the Song family's hall, having appeared there unbeknownst to him. These old fools truly harbor fanciful notions. Silently extending his spiritual sense, Ling Tianyang observed the grotesque visages of the Song family's upper echelons within the hall, unable to suppress a sneer. The previous day, after Ling Tianyang had eliminated both He Yulong and the members of the Song family, he noted the complete absence of any reaction from the Song family, which struck him as peculiar. Thus, having just recently ascended in cultivation, he infiltrated the Song family alone, eager to uncover the truth. However, upon his arrival, he chanced upon a riveting exchange of dialogue. Ling Tianyang had previously pondered why the Song family dared to strike against the direct descendants of the Ling family. It now became evident that the Song family had allied themselves with the formidable He family. Did they dare to conspire with the He family to annihilate the Ling family? Did they truly believe they could sit back and watch the ensuing chaos? I shall now proceed to eliminate that individual known as He Pujuan. I am curious to see how the Song family will justify their actions when the He family arrives. Ling Tianyang's eyes turned icy, and with a light tap of his toes, he vanished silently from the rooftop. Navigating cautiously through the architecture of the Song family estate, Ling Tianyang extended his spiritual sense, quickly identifying a man referred to as Mr. He by the Song family servants. Chapter 40, Blood Demon Pursuit Seal. Mr. He, if you have no further matters to discuss, may we take our leave? In a lavish guest room of the Song family, several servants bowed respectfully to a middle-aged man. Dismissed, He Pujun waved his hand. Impatience etched across his face as he sent the servants away. What to do? That fool He Yulong has been murdered. I am certain that if I return to the He family, the Grand Elder will have me executed. It would be wiser to escape now, before the He family arrives. The Azure Cloud Kingdom is vast. As long as I distance myself from their reach, it will be difficult for them to track me down. Once the servants departed, He Pujun rubbed his temples, anxiety written all over his face as he glanced around. My life is at stake. I refuse to perish alongside that imbecile He Yulong. Very well, I shall flee. He Pujun hurriedly gathered his belongings into a bulging package, and, with it slung over his shoulder, he attempted to quietly push open the door and leave. At that moment, a shadow silently materialized behind him, and He Pujun felt a chill run down his spine before he collapsed to the ground. Whoosh! A flash of sword light pierced through He Pujun's energy center, revealing the assailant. You are He Pujun of the He family, are you not? Ling Tianyang, having incapacitated He Pujun's powers, looked down coldly at him, who lay helplessly on the floor. Who are you? Someone help. They're trying to kill me. After a moment of shock, He Pajun finally regained his senses and screamed desperately. The excruciating pain radiating from his back and energy center nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth and held on. You need not call for help. My divine sense has enveloped this place, and no one outside can hear you. Not far away, Ling Tianyang toyed with a shimmering spiritual sword, amusement dancing in his eyes as he watched the panicked He Pajun. In martial cultivation, the deeper 1S level, the more formidable one becomes. Upon reaching the heavenly extremity realm, a martial artist transcends the capabilities of ordinary mortals. Achieving this realm significantly extends 1S lifespan and grants the ability to fly unaided. Simultaneously, a martial artist's divine sense undergoes a unique transformation. When Ling Tianyang's divine sense reached the initial stage of the heavenly extremity realm, it evolved beyond mere assistance to possess a degree of aggressiveness. While his current divine sense could not compare to that of true heavenly extremity masters, it could still contend with some ordinary spirit sea martial artists. Thus, with his divine sense restored to the initial stage of the heavenly extremity realm, Ling Tianyang finally possessed a genuine capacity for self-preservation within Kayang City. What? What do you intend to do? What do you want? I can give you anything, just spare me. Helplessly pleading, He Pajun gazed at Ling Tianyang with a face as pale as death. Noticing that Ling Tianyang did not immediately take his life, but merely crippled his cultivation, He Pajun understood that he must possess some value in Ling Tianyang's eyes. Although He Pajun had reached the late stage of the solidifying truth realm, he was effortlessly subdued by Ling Tianyang, revealing the formidable strength of his assailant. In He Pajun's eyes, Ling Tianyang appeared unfathomable. He believed that the cloaked figure before him must have a cultivation level above the spiritual sea realm. Under the looming threat of death, He Pajun dared not act recklessly. He felt utterly incapable of resisting Ling Tianyang. First, tell me the purpose of your He family's visit to Kayang City, Ling Tianyang commanded, his sword poised, coldly fixing his gaze on He Pajun. I dare not. I assure you, I will speak nothing but the truth, He Pajun replied, his voice trembling. Recently, the Grand Elder ordered me to escort He Yulong to deliver a message to the Song family in Kayang City. It is said that the He family intends to ally with the Song family to obliterate another powerful faction in Kayang City, the Ling family. As for the reasons behind the He family's actions, I truly do not know. He Pajun managed a grim smile. I recall that your He family is separated from Kayang City by several other cities. Why did you not choose a closer location, instead opting for the distant Kayang City? If the He family seeks to expand its influence, it seems illogical to collaborate with the Song family so far away. That would be counterproductive, Ling Tianyang questioned, perplexed. This. I genuinely do not know. He Pajun swallowed hard, cold sweat from fear nearly soaking his entire face. Is that so? Ling Tianyang scrutinized He Pajun. Deep in thought. My lord, I truly do not know, He Pajun replied, his fear palpable, terrified that Ling Tianyang might doubt him. Suddenly, He Pajun seemed to recall something and hurriedly spoke up. I once drank with He Yulong, when he was inebriated. He mentioned that this matter involves the He family's young master, He Liangyun. It is said that someone from the Ling family has offended He Liangyun. He Liangyun, the young master of the He family? Ling Tianyang murmured, a hint of confusion in his tone. He Liangyun, the son of the He family head and the young master of the He family, was renowned for his exceptional talent from a young age. He had entered the prestigious fire sect of the Qingyun kingdom under the tutelage of a certain elder. It was said that He Liangyun had successfully broken through to the spiritual sea realm 3 months ago, establishing a remarkably elevated status within the He family. Even the family head and elders obeyed him without question, He Pajun explained anxiously. I see. Ling Tianyang chuckled coldly, then cast a somewhat sinister glance at He Pajun. He Pajun, since you have honestly answered my questions, I shall spare your life today. However, it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to release you now. Instead, allow me to leave a small token behind. Ling Tianyang slowly approached He Pajun. What do you intend to do? Haven't I already confessed everything? He Pajun exclaimed in terror. Ling Tianyang did not respond. Instead, he flicked his fingers in the air, releasing strands of true essence that surged into He Pajun's body before He Pajun's horrified gaze. Soon, He Pajun's body weakened, and he fainted instantly. Indeed, Ling Tianyang had changed his mind. Initially, he had come to eliminate He Pajun. However, from He Pajun's own words, Ling Tianyang unexpectedly learned that He Liangsong, the heir of the He family, was likely the mastermind behind the entire affair. Until the truth of the matter was clarified, Ling Tianyang felt it prudent to secure a foothold within the Song family, as this could grant him an advantage in certain matters and at times, it might yield unexpected benefits. Furthermore, He Pajuan was currently the only remaining member of the He family in Kaiyang City, making it easier for the He family to trust his words. Of course, Ling Tianyang knew that employing conventional methods such as coercion or inducement to persuade He Pajuan to play this role would be utterly futile. Even if He Pajuan verbally complied, Ling Tianyang could scarcely place his trust in him. He might very well turn around and betray him. Nevertheless, having lived 2 lifetimes, as a being who had existed for several centuries, Ling Tianyang possessed his own unique methods. Having attained the initial stage of the true essence realm, it was effortless for him to project his true essence outward, and now, utilizing the medicinal king's meridian severing technique was particularly adept for him. Ling Tianyang first employed the medicinal king's meridian severing technique to render He Pajuan into a state of false death, significantly diminishing He Pajuan's resistance to the outside world. After careful recollection, Ling Tianyang proceeded to remove He Pajuan's shirt, revealing his torso, and then extracted 7 slender needles, each about the length of a palm. Shenting, Shangxing, Tiantu, Tianfu, Lingsu, Danzhong, and Seaman. One by one, the slender needles were inserted into 7 different acupoints on He Pajuan's body. Immediately afterward, Ling Tianyang unleashed his consciousness, forcefully colliding with He Pajuan's mind. In the next moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. Above He Pajuan's head, a small grayish-white energy orb slowly emerged. Ling Tianyang, feeling urgency, quickly enveloped this grayish-white orb with his consciousness, ensuring it encountered no mishap. With a sharp bite to his tongue, Ling Tianyang spat a mouthful of blood onto the grayish-white orb, then formed seals with his hands while continuously inscribing strange runes upon the orb with his consciousness. Under the cold, silvery moonlight, the room appeared exceptionally eerie. Before long, as Ling Tianyang continued his actions, the originally grayish-white orb gradually took on a reddish hue, until at one moment, it transformed entirely into a red light orb. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Ling Tianyang suddenly retrieved several low-grade spirit stones from the hidden spirit ring and tossed them into the red light orb. Instantly, several low-grade stones ignited spontaneously, releasing pure spiritual energy into the orb. The Blood Demon Soul Pursuit Seal was accomplished. Suddenly, within the originally tranquil crimson orb, a beam of reddish light was cast forth, swiftly penetrating Ling Tianyang's eyes. Immediately thereafter, the red orb rapidly descended into He Pajuan's mind. Chapter 41. The Master. As the first light of dawn pierced the horizon, Ling Tianyang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliance. The Blood Demon Soul Seal was a malevolent technique acquired in his past life from a formidable practitioner of the demonic arts. This sinister method was employed to craft puppets, and its original master, the Blood Demon Ancestor, had wielded it to dominate numerous powerful beings, unleashing a veritable storm of bloodshed across the continent. Through the use of unique materials and techniques, the Blood Demon Soul Seal allowed a living warrior to be utterly subjugated to its wielder, simultaneously amplifying their combat prowess manifold. However, Ling Tianyang had merely employed a truncated version of the Blood Demon Soul Seal on He Pajuan. For the flawless execution of the full technique required an abundance of precious materials. Ling Tianyang deemed it hardly worth his while to squander such invaluable resources and mental energy merely to control a single He Pajuan, whom he did not consider worthy of such investment. What Ling Tianyang sought to achieve was a temporary dominion over He Pajuan. This made the task considerably simpler. He only needed to utilize the secret technique to harness He Pajuan's spirit and then seal the spiritual energy from the spirit stones within He Pajuan's body, compelling him to tap into his latent potential and temporarily restore his cultivation, despite his previously crippled energy sea. With a flick of his finger, Ling Tianyang sent a pulse of true essence into He Pajuan's body, causing a crimson sigil on He Pajuan's forehead to gradually fade away. Soon after, He Pajuan began to awaken. "Am I dead?" He Pajuan moaned in anguish, shaking his head as he struggled to open his eyes. Upon spotting Ling Tianyang nearby, his expression shifted dramatically. "What are you doing? Am I not dead?" Seeing He Pajuan regain consciousness, Ling Tianyang smirked enigmatically as he began to form intricate hand seals. As he moved, He Pajuan felt something within him stir to life. "What are you doing?" He Pajuan shouted in terror, realizing he could not move his body. In the next moment, a flicker of red light emanated from his forehead, which then transformed into a streak of luminescence that darted into Ling Tianyang's brow. "What have you done to me?" He Pajuan exclaimed, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable fear, or perhaps reverence, towards the figure before him, clad in black. "He Pajuan, Try giving yourself a few slaps, Ling Tianyang instructed softly, eager to test the potency of the Blood Demon Soul Seal, as this was his inaugural application of the technique. Slap, slap. Obeying the command, He Pujun seemed entranced as he struck his own head repeatedly. Enough, stop, Ling Tianyang commanded, and at once, He Pujun ceased his self-inflicted blows. Ling Tianyang watched with exhilaration, thoroughly satisfied with the results of this truncated version of the Blood Demon Soul Seal. It appears that I must hasten my departure. After subduing He Pujun, Ling Tianyang carefully pushed open the door and stepped outside after issuing a series of instructions. Observing the dimming sky, he realized that time was of the essence. Once daylight broke, members of the Song family would begin to emerge, making it quite inconvenient for him to exit the Song residence in his dark attire. With a swift motion, Ling Tianyang leaped into the air, and before long, he had vaulted over the walls of the Song family estate, vanishing without a trace. Why aren't you staying in your room, but instead running about like a thief? Upon returning to his small courtyard at the Ling residence, Ling Tianyang was met with the somewhat peculiar voice of Shintu Jing. Ahem. Jingjia. I simply couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll. Ling Tianyang replied, his thoughts conveyed through his spirit sense, tinged with embarrassment. Is that so? I have yet to encounter anyone who needs to sneak around dressed in dark clothing and a black mask for a mere walk. Shintu Jing's laughter echoed, and then fell silent. Ahem, well that is. Ling Tianyang began, but as he glanced at his own dark attire, still adorned with the mask he and T had the chance to remove, he found his words rendered utterly impotent. He then opted to return to his room, change his clothes, and lay down to rest. Before long, the sun began its ascent in the east, rays of light filtering through the hazy sky and illuminating the streets and alleys of Kaiyang City. Young Master Tianyang, the family head requests your presence. Around noon, several men dressed as guards from the Ling family arrived at his courtyard. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang, they bowed respectfully. Very well, I understand. You may return now. I shall join you shortly. Ling Tianyang nodded, bidding farewell to Shintu Jing and Xiao before departing from the small courtyard. At the residence of the Ling family head, Ling Xian regarded Ling Tianyang with a serious expression. Tianyang, I have just heard from my subordinates that you killed He Yulong, the only son of the He family's elder and a confidant of the Song family. Is that true? Indeed, Ling Tianyang affirmed with a nod. Tianyang, do you realize the calamity you have invited upon yourself? Ling Xian's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing Ling Tianyang's admission. I am somewhat acquainted with He Yuanshan, the elder of the He family. He is known for his vindictiveness. Given that you have slain his only son, it is highly likely that he will not let this transgression go unpunished. It is said that the He family boasts 4 peak martial artists of the light spirit sea realm. In terms of family strength, we, the Ling family, are no match for them. Should the He family seek revenge, our current capabilities would be insufficient to protect you. For the time being, I suggest you find a place to hide. Ling Xian paced the room anxiously, his concern palpable. Tianyang, within this parcel lies the handwritten martial arts manual of the Ling family, along with some gold coins. You must take it all. Now, immediately set forth to seek refuge with your uncle Chuming. The strength of the Chu family surpasses that of the He family by a considerable margin. As long as you remain hidden there, the He family will not dare to act against you. Ling Xian, producing a parcel from seemingly nowhere, handed it to Ling Tianyang. Father, I am the one who has caused this trouble. How can I leave alone? Ling Tianyang did not reach for the parcel, but instead shook his head in refusal. My child, how can you be so disobedient at such a time? Cough, cough. As Ling Xian spoke, he was suddenly overtaken by a violent coughing fit. Father, what is wrong? Ling Tianyang quickly moved to support Ling Xian. It is nothing, merely an old ailment resurfacing, Ling Xian replied, shaking his head. Ah, an old ailment. Ling Tianyang recalled witnessing Ling Xian suffer from this ailment upon his rebirth and felt a surge of curiosity. Then, as he held Ling Xian's hand, he suddenly pressed against the veins of Ling Xian's arm. Subsequently, he unleashed his spiritual consciousness to sweep through Ling Xian's body, thus understanding the nature of the old ailment. The internal meridians were in disarray. Not only was his cultivation level diminished, but there was also some damage to his soul. No wonder you cannot help but cough. Father, who could have done this to you? Upon realizing Ling Xian's true condition, Ling Tianyang spoke through clenched teeth. What? Hearing Ling Tianyang's description, which mirrored his own condition almost perfectly, Ling Xian could not help but exclaim in surprise. He then gazed at Ling Tianyang with a puzzled expression. Tianyang, how do you know this? Father, not long ago, I left the family for a time. During that period, my master took me to a secret realm for cultivation. Upon returning from the Chinglan mountain range, Ling Tianyang had already devised a suitable explanation for Ling Xian and the others. His return was intended to find an opportunity to elevate the strength of Ling Xian, Ling Ju, and indeed the entire Ling family. If Ling Tianyang were to present rare elixirs or martial arts manuals without context, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among Ling Xian and the others. Therefore, he had fabricated a formidable yet fictitious master for himself before his return. Master? When did you acquire a master? How was I unaware of this? Ling Xian looked on, perplexed. Chapter 42. The Gift of Treasure's Father. Look here. Ling Tianyang suddenly raised his hand and gently struck towards a nearby spot. A surge of true essence erupted from his body, instantly shattering a chair within the room. True essence projection. Tianyang, did you not just break through to the internal Qi realm over a month ago? How is it that you have ascended to the condensing true realm so swiftly? This rate of advancement is astonishing. Ling Xian exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief as he scrutinized Ling Tianyang from head to toe. You haven't delved into some forbidden technique, have you? Tianyang, this is your golden period of cultivation. It is paramount that you establish a solid foundation. You must not jeopardize your future. After a moment of shock, Ling Xian's expression shifted to one of concern. Father, you worry too much. Ling Tianyang reassured him with a confident glance before continuing. My master is an extraordinary individual. Not only is he highly skilled, but he is also a formidable alchemist. During my time with him, I have learned an immense amount, as evidenced by my own growth and strength. Moreover, upon my return, my master bestowed upon me several remarkable items. Behold this. As he spoke, Ling Tianyang casually produced a delicate jade vial and presented it to Ling Xian. Inside the vial lay several smooth, azure pills. Could this be the fourth-tier spirit-building pill, which enhances the success rate by 60% for warriors at the peak of the condensing true realm attempting to break into the spiritual sea realm? Ling Xian gasped as he carefully opened the vial, pouring the pills into his palm. Upon recognizing the true nature of the pills, he was once again struck with astonishment. In the realm of martial arts, the greater the depth of a warrior's cultivation, the more formidable their power becomes. With each breakthrough, a warrior's lifespan significantly increases. Yet, countless martial artists encounter insurmountable obstacles due to their inherent talents or the disparities in their cultivation techniques, preventing them from transcending their current realms. Others, facing the twilight of their potential, find themselves at an impasse. Without external aid to elevate their cultivation, they are destined for demise. In the Qingyan kingdom, and indeed throughout the entire Eastern Emperor domain, there are innumerable warriors. However, the alchemists capable of concocting pills that facilitate breakthroughs for those above the condensing true realm are exceedingly rare, and such artisans are not easily encountered. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, pills designed to aid in transcending realms are regarded as the most precious of treasures. The higher the tier of the pill, the more elusive it becomes. For instance, even if one were to sell the entire Ling family, they might scarcely procure a few of the spirit-building pills. Pills that enable warriors to transcend their cultivation realms signify an extension of their lifespan, allowing them to continue thriving, wielding even greater power, and possibly attaining loftier statuses. In a world where wolves outnumber the prey, the mere appearance of a pill capable of enabling a martial artist to break through their cultivation bottleneck can incite frenzied competition among countless warriors. My dear adoptive father, do you see? I did not deceive you, did I? This vial of spirit-building pill is one of the treasures I specifically brought back to honor you, alongside numerous other exquisite items I requested from my master. With a grand flourish, Ling Tianyang summoned forth a dozen ancient tomes and 3 exquisite jade vials, complemented by a luminous spiritual sword. Ah, a spatial ring. I never imagined you would possess such a treasure. It was only after I became the head of the Ling family that I acquired a modest spatial ring myself. Initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many items, Ling Xian quickly realized that Ling Tianyang must have access to spatial storage. Tianyang, it seems your master truly holds you in high regard. By the way, what are these remarkable items? Ling Xian felt a sense of numbness. He increasingly found it difficult to comprehend the capabilities of the son he had taken under his wing. Thus far, Ling Tianyang had bestowed upon him an abundance of surprises. With a flick of his hand, Ling Xian grasped the luminous sword that had manifested before him. A gentle flick of his finger caused the sword to emit a resounding cry, and its entire blade radiated with brilliance. The Clear Wind Sword. This blade must surely belong to the category of mid-grade spiritual artifacts, thought Ling Xian as his hand gently caressed the blade, discovering the characters Clear Wind engraved on the hilt. Clutching the Clear Wind Sword, he found it irresistibly captivating. Adoptive father, this Clear Wind Sword is quite remarkable, isn't it? The moment I laid eyes on it, I felt it was particularly suited for you. Among the 3 jade vials, one contained the celestial soul water, capable of enhancing or healing the spiritual injuries of martial artists. Another held the essence of green wood, which could mend physical wounds, and the final vial contained the 5th grade spiritual pill, the extreme spirit pill, which could enable a peak spirit sea martial artist to ascend to the heavenly realm. Furthermore, the tomes comprised advanced techniques and martial skills, with the most prestigious being a high-tier earth-level technique that I specifically prepared for you, dear adoptive father. As for the other techniques and martial skills, you may distribute them to your trusted subordinates or family members as you see fit, Ling Tianyang explained, gesturing toward the items on the ground. The pills and spiritual artifacts gifted to Ling Xian were all obtained by Ling Tianyang from the concealed spiritual ring of Sikong Ran, the Dansha master. The martial techniques were meticulously selected by Ling Tianyang, deemed suitable for the Ling family members to practice openly without attracting any trouble. The Qingyun kingdom is composed of various factions, each possessing representative techniques and martial skills. Each faction strictly guards its own martial arts, allowing no outsiders to learn them. Should anyone be discovered attempting to steal knowledge from another faction, they would inevitably face brutal retaliation and pursuit. Sikong Ran, also known as the Dansha master, hails from the realm of fallen gods, a place whose distance from the Qingyun kingdom in the Eastern Emperor domain is unfathomable. Thus, Ling Tianyang need not concern himself with the potential backlash from others regarding the martial arts manuals left by Sikong Ran. At the time of his grievous injury, before his physical form perished, he had exhausted all the medicinal pills within his ring that were meant for healing. What remained were but a few special pills and some elixirs designed to help warriors break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Sikong Ran was a formidable figure in his prime. Having reached the realm of Kongxian as a 6th grade Dan master, he would naturally not hoard overly simplistic medicinal pills. Therefore, the elixirs contained in his hidden spiritual ring ranged from 4th to 6th grade. The number of pills left by Sikong Ran was limited, amounting to only 8 vials. One vial contained 12 spirit-establishing pills, of which Ling Tianyang placed 8 into the jade bottle for Ling Xian. Another vial held 9 extreme spirit pills, from which Ling Tianyang allocated 5 for Ling Xian. As for the Tiani soul water, Ling Tianyang had 17 drops remaining, of which he put 2 into Ling Xian's jade bottle. However, these treasures are far too precious. Tianyang, your heartfelt intentions have been duly noted. The Qingfeng sword, the spirit-establishing pills, and the martial techniques I have preserved. As for the other treasures, it would be prudent for you to retain them for your own use. Ling Xian's body trembled slightly with excitement as he gazed at Ling Tianyang, feeling that his life had not been lived in vain. In this brutal world of martial artists, how many individuals have become selfish and unrecognizable to their kin over a mere sliver of cultivation resources? How many brothers and family members have turned merciless and resorted to fratricide over a handful of treasures? Yet, here was Ling Tianyang, at the nascent stage of his cultivation, fully aware of the value of these treasures, selflessly presenting them to honor him. Ling Xian was profoundly moved. Though Ling Xian's cultivation was modest, it did not imply a lack of insight. Anything Ling Tianyang previously presented was sufficient to incite the avarice of countless formidable beings. Not to mention the Tiani soul water and the Qingmu essence, both of which are rare and sought-after treasures. Even the spirit-establishing pills, capable of enabling a peak condensation realm warrior to ascend to the spirit sea realm, could send many into a frenzy. The reason the Ling and Song families reign supreme in Kaiyang City is precisely due to their possession of numerous spirit sea realm warriors, a luxury that other factions in the city lack. One spirit-establishing pill signifies that Ling Xian could cultivate a spirit sea realm master. In a place where only a handful of such warriors exist, the 5 spirit-establishing pills in the jade bottle could irrevocably alter the landscape of Kaiyang City. Chapter 43. The coming storm. Any advanced martial arts and techniques are the fervent aspirations of every martial artist. Only through the cultivation of superior skills can a warrior ascend to greater realms, thereby prolonging their life. As for the 5th grade extreme spirit pill, it offers a pinnacle martial artist the prospect of breaking through to the celestial realm. The possession of this pill signifies that Ling Xian may one day join the ranks of the formidable in the celestial realm. Should Ling Xian truly attain such power, not only would his strength amplify, but his lifespan would also multiply significantly. The essence of martial cultivation lies in the pursuit of formidable power, enduring life, and the exalted status and authority that accompany it. This is the profound yearning of every martial artist. Ling Xian's eyes gradually moistened, overwhelmed by emotion. It was not the value of the treasures bestowed upon him by Ling Tianyang that mattered most. but rather the heartfelt intention behind them. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, most warriors are selfish, driven solely by the desire for personal strength and longevity. At times, they might even forsake familial bonds for mere gains, leading to fratricidal strife. The items presented by Ling Tianyang are the coveted treasures of ordinary martial artists, even in the eyes of those in the spirit sea or celestial realm. They are exceedingly precious. Despite being merely a novice in the initial true condensation realm, Ling Tianyang clearly comprehended the rarity of these treasures, yet he unhesitatingly offered them to others. How extraordinary is that? In this moment, Ling Xian felt that all his silent efforts over the years to support Ling Tianyang had been worthwhile. Perhaps the most righteous decision he had ever made in his life was to adopt Ling Tianyang. Father, your health is poor. If you consume the celestial soul water and greenwood essence within this jade vial, your ailment will surely be cured, and your cultivation should recover swiftly. Do not worry about me. I have retained my portion. Only by regaining your strength can you better protect the younger generation of the Ling family, Ling Tianyang urged fervently. Though Ling Xian was merely Ling Tianyang's adoptive father, he treated him with the affection of a biological son. Thus, in Ling Tianyang's heart, he had long regarded Ling Xian as his true father. Observing that Ling Xian accepted only the Qing Feng sword, spirit-building pills, and various martial techniques, Ling Tianyang could surmise his adoptive father's thoughts. Father, only when you grow stronger and the entire Ling family becomes powerful can we, the younger generation, face any troubles without fear of vengeance from enemies. At that time, whether it be the Song family or the He family, we need not cower before them. If they dare approach, we shall strike one down for every one that comes, and for every two, we shall slay a pair. Regardless of their numbers, we will ensure they come but never depart. The more Ling Tianyang spoke, the more fervent he became, and a faint glimmer of murderous intent began to surface in his eyes. Ling Tianyang was acutely aware that his departure from the Ling family was inevitable. Thus, before he left, he aspired for those he cherished to grow ever stronger. Only when Ling Xian and the Ling family became formidable could Ling Tianyang venture forth into the world without concern for his loved ones. Throughout history, the Tianzi continent and the Eastern Emperor domain have been bastions of talent, where countless warriors have faced hundreds alone, undaunted even in the face of overwhelming odds. Since embarking on his own cultivation journey, Ling Tianyang has steadfastly adhered to the teachings of his master. The esteemed pharmaceutical sovereign, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain. A slight grievance should be avenged with the extraction of bones. The Song family not only dispatched assassins to eliminate Ling Tianyang, but also sent agents to pursue him in the Chinglian mountain range. Moreover, He Yulong from the He family audaciously harassed his beloved in public, an affront that no honorable man could endure. Given that the He and Song families were conspiring against the Ling family, Ling Tianyang saw no reason to extend them any courtesy. After all, he had already forged an irreparable enmity with them. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to charge forth with his sword against the He and Song clans. This vendetta was one he was determined to avenge. In his past life, when the Demon Dragon clan and the Oblivion sect relentlessly pursued him, Ling Tianyang wielded his sword with unparalleled might and immense willpower, dispatching all foes before him. With a single stroke, he traversed thousands of miles, leaving the Oblivion Demon Dragon Palace in shock. A man should embrace ferocity and ruthlessness, eschewing notions of benevolence or reason in the face of adversaries. In this world where the strong dominate, the survival of the fittest prevails, and even the most justifiable arguments fall on deaf ears. Warriors have always emerged from the crucible of blood and fire, where the struggle against enemies is a matter of life or death. To carve out a name in the world, one cannot afford to be tender-hearted or merciful. To kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is to be a true hero. To massacre millions is to be the greatest among the great. Among the myriad strong in the Eastern Emperor domain, who among them has not taken a life or stained their hands with the blood of their foes? Recognizing this reality, Ling Xian nodded, moved by Ling Tianyang's sincerity, his eyes glistening with emotion. By the way, adoptive father, where's my elder brother? Seeing Ling Xian's demeanor, Ling Tianyang swiftly redirected the conversation. In truth, it had been quite some time since he last saw Ling Ju. Just a few days ago, your elder brother broke through to the initial stage of the true condensation realm. He is likely in his room, diligently consolidating his newfound power. Ling Xian explained as he regained his composure. Oh, I see. Ling Tianyang nodded. Tianyang, you should pack your belongings and take refuge at your Uncle Chu's for a while. Once I resolve matters with the He family, I will send word for you to return. Ling Xian suggested once more about Ling Tianyang seeking safety with the Chu family. Adoptive father, let us put the idea of going to the Chu family aside. Please trust that I can ensure my own safety. Moreover, this situation is of my own making. How can I run away alone? Ling Tianyang declared resolutely. Very well, Ling Xian acquiesced, his demeanor softening from its previous firmness. After witnessing Ling Tianyang casually produce such a plethora of precious treasures, and upon learning that Ling Tianyang had taken a formidable master, Ling Xian's concerns for Ling Tianyang's safety began to dissipate. In Ling Xian's understanding, Ling Tianyang's enigmatic mentor, being a superlative powerhouse capable of producing such valuable artifacts, must possess formidable cultivation, at least at the celestial realm level. Generally, the higher the cultivation of a master, the more they value their martial legacy, which makes them reluctant to take on disciples. When they do decide to accept a disciple, they invariably proceed with utmost caution. Once a disciple is accepted, they will go to great lengths to ensure the safety of their heir. As soon as Ling Tianyang departed from Ling Xian's residence, Ling Xian eagerly retreated into a secret chamber, preparing to consume the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of green wood to heal his wounds. However, just as Ling Xian began his seclusion, news suddenly arrived from the He family in Huiyun City regarding the untimely death of He Yulong, the eldest son of the He family's patriarch in Kaiyang City. Ah, Yulong, my son, who could have taken your life? In a resplendent hall of the He family, the elder He Yuanshan let out a furious cry towards the heavens. His tightly clenched fists turned pale as invisible spiritual energies swirled around him. Humph! Song family, Song Mingyu. How could you fail to protect my son's life? I will not let this go unpunished. With a single strike, He Yuanshan shattered the front door of the hall, his voice filled with rage. Yuanshan, we have just heard about Yulong's fate. Please accept our condolences and try to remain calm. He Ichio, the head of the He family, stepped into the hall, followed closely by several elders and stewards. Calm. How can you expect me to be calm? My only son is dead. How can I possibly remain composed? Head of the family, regardless of the circumstances, Yulong perished while delivering a message for the clan. We must avenge him. He Yuanshan grit his teeth in response. Rest assured, elder, Yulong is not only your only son, but also a direct descendant of the He family. We will certainly seek vengeance for him. Yuanshan, gather all warriors of the clan who have attained the condensation realm and accompany me to Kaiyang City to avenge Yulong. Yes, head of the family. As soon as He Ichio's words fell, the individuals behind him swiftly vanished from the hall. And soon hundreds of condensation realm warriors gathered in the He family's training grounds. Chapter 44. The follower. I recall my previous visit to this place when my cultivation was not even at the Qi condensation stage. To my astonishment, in just over a month, I have ascended to the initial stage of the true condensation realm. I have made a significant stride toward the pinnacle of my past life as cultivation. Outside the Rui Pavilion of the Ling family, Ling Tianyang gazed at the ancient, three-story building before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia. As soon as I stepped through the entrance of the pavilion, the rich aroma of various herbs greeted me once more. Inside the grand hall of the pavilion, the attendants clad in their service attire bustled about the shelves. Beside the counter, the stoic steward Wu was engrossed in perusing a rather worn tome that appeared to be quite aged. The Alchemist's Notebook. It seems steward Wu is indeed a fervent devotee of the alchemical arts. Alas, without the guidance of a master or fortuitous encounters, he is destined to remain a mere amateur alchemist throughout his life. I remembered the last time I visited the Ling Pavilion. Steward Wu was similarly absorbed in that tattered book, immersing himself in its contents. This time, as I returned, I again found him lost in the pages of the Alchemist's Notebook. Ling Tianyang's mind stirred, and his consciousness effortlessly discerned the contents of the old book in Steward Wu's hands. In Ling Tianyang's assessment, the author of this notebook was likely an ordinary alchemist. It contained only basic alchemical methods and rudimentary techniques, clearly not the work of a master alchemist. Given that Kaiyang City is merely a small locale within the Qingyun kingdom, it is understandable that there would be little of exceptional quality. Ah, young Master Tianyang, how is it that your cultivation has suddenly reached the true condensation realm? Steward Wu slowly raised his head, his expression one of astonishment before Ling Tianyang could utter a word. Ling Tianyang had not made any effort to conceal his recently attained aura of the true condensation realm. Upon entering the Ling Pavilion, Steward Wu had instantly detected the unmistakable presence of that realm emanating from Ling Tianyang. Steward Wu held a respectable position within the Ling family, having already reached the pinnacle of the true condensation realm. He was merely one step away from breaking into the Spirit Sea realm, needing only to successfully open his Soul Sea. However, for many true condensation warriors, opening the Soul Sea represents an insurmountable threshold, a challenge that has stymied countless practitioners. It is merely luck. Ling Tianyang smiled slightly, a glimmer of profound meaning flickering in his eyes as he acknowledged his breakthrough to the true condensation realm under Steward Wu's expectant gaze. Indeed, young Master Tianyang, now that we are both cultivators of the true condensation realm, might I be fortunate enough to spar with you? At that moment, there was a peculiar glint in Steward Wu's eyes as he regarded Ling Tianyang. How on earth did this young man achieve such feats? Is he truly an unparalleled genius? To elevate one's cultivation from the body refinement stage to the true condensation realm in just over a month is a remarkable feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. One might reckon that within the ranks of cultivators in Kaiyang City, none could match such an accomplishment. The last time Wu Steward encountered Ling Tianyang, he was merely a budding warrior in the body refinement stage. Yet, within a mere month, Ling Tianyang's cultivation had astonishingly ascended to the true condensation realm. This sudden advancement led Wu Steward to surmise that Ling Tianyang must have employed some reckless means to forcefully elevate his prowess, enabling such rapid progress. Although Wu Steward was unaware of any method that could facilitate such a terrifying enhancement, he understood that such hastily acquired strength often bore an unstable foundation, with true essence wavering precariously. Having received immense kindness from Ling Xian in the past, Wu Steward had remained steadfastly loyal to the Ling family. Upon confirming Ling Tianyang's genuine elevation to the true condensation realm, he resolved to test Ling Tianyang's capabilities. Eager for insight, Wu Steward requested guidance. Ling Tianyang clasped his hands in acknowledgement, then straightened his back, gradually channeling the true essence within him. Be cautious, Wu Steward called out sharply, then, with a swift stomp of his foot, transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards Ling Tianyang with remarkable speed. Rock fist technique. In the next moment, Wu Steward appeared mere feet from Ling Tianyang, his fists clenched, launching a powerful strike towards him. The force of his punch, accompanied by a fierce gale, sent a sharp sting across Ling Tianyang's skin even before impact. Impressive technique. As Wu Steward's fist drew closer, Ling Tianyang remained unfazed. A faint glow emanated from his palm as he infused his true essence into it. Pharmaceutical King's Meridian Sealing Hand. Ling Tianyang's hand arrived first, effortlessly neutralizing Wu Steward's rock fist technique. He then executed the stunning swan step to perfection, instantly positioning himself behind Wu Steward and deftly sealing off his true essence with a mere fingertip. Coughing, Wu Steward was taken aback. His once unmatched rock fist technique had failed to land a blow on Ling Tianyang as he had anticipated. His expression shifted to one of grave concern. Rock Storm. With urgency, Wu Steward unleashed the most formidable move of the rock fist technique. However, just as he initiated the attack, Ling Tianyang's figure wavered and vanished from sight. As Wu Steward turned to look, he felt a sudden numbness in his back, followed by a disconnection from his true essence, leaving him wide-eyed and horrified. In an instant, the battle had determined its victor. The last time Wu Steward had seen Ling Tianyang, he sensed a change that he could not quite articulate. Now, gazing at the confident and spirited Ling Tianyang before him, he found himself momentarily stunned. Ling Tianyang, in this moment, appeared not only more enigmatic but also exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, akin to a vast abyss, profound and unfathomable, emanating a commanding presence that seemed capable of conquering mountains and rivers alike. At that moment, Ling Tianyang suddenly unleashed his formidable divine consciousness, enveloping the somewhat dazed Steward Wu. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Ling Tianyang, Steward Wu found himself trembling uncontrollably. In the face of such a staggering presence, he felt utterly insignificant. Like a person who has lived in a desert, having only encountered a few small oases, suddenly witnessing the mighty Yangtze River, the boundless mountains, and the vast ocean. He was overwhelmed by the incessant flow of the scene. Steward Wu, I yield. Ling Tianyang retracted his divine consciousness and respectfully clasped his hands. The waves of the Yangtze pushed the previous ones away. The new generation surpasses the old. It seems this old man has embarrassed himself. I never anticipated young Master Tianyang's strength to be so astonishing. As Steward Wu gradually regained his composure, he expressed his heartfelt sentiments. He glanced down at himself, then looked up at the spirited yet somewhat enigmatic Ling Tianyang nearby. After a brief pause, Steward Wu suddenly spoke. Young Master Tianyang, this old man has a request, and I hope you will grant it. I am curious as to what you wish to convey. Please feel free to speak, as long as it is within my capacity. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Ling Tianyang replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Having lived with the Ling family for many years, Steward Wu had often looked after Ling Tianyang. Although unaware of what the steward intended to say, Ling Tianyang was more than willing to help with matters within his ability. Young Master Tianyang, I wish to become your follower, Steward Wu said, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he spoke slowly. Ling Tianyang was initially taken aback, then stared at Steward Wu in astonishment, rubbing his forehead as he slowly replied, Steward Wu, did I hear you correctly? Chapter 45. The arrival of enemies. How could I possibly jest with you regarding such matters? Young Master Tianyang, your cultivation speed is nothing short of astonishing. In such a brief period, you have already ascended to the realm of true condensation. I firmly believe that your future achievements will be remarkable, for as the saying goes, when one attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend with them. I harbor admiration for you and wish to follow in your footsteps. Elder Wu cleared his throat and declared with resolute conviction. During his brief encounter with Ling Tianyang, Elder Wu had sensed that Ling Tianyang's mastery over his true essence was remarkably refined, even surpassing his own, despite having been entrenched in the true condensation realm for many years. This attests to the fact that although Ling Tianyang's advancement was swift, there was no sign of superficiality in his true essence. Elder Wu enjoyed considerable favor from Ling Xian within the Ling family, not merely due to his commendable cultivation, but also because of his unwavering loyalty to the clan. More importantly, Elder Wu possessed the acumen to discern the right course of action, distinguishing between good and evil. The purpose of a warrior's cultivation is, after all, to attain formidable strength. Elder Wu had remained trapped at the pinnacle of the true condensation realm for numerous years, despite his esteemed position within the Ling family. They lacked the means to assist him in breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm. Ling Tianyang's previous displays of prowess led Elder Wu to believe he possessed either immense potential or that he was backed by a formidable ally. Coupled with Ling Tianyang's terrifying combat strength, Elder Wu was thoroughly impressed. Since Ling Tianyang was a member of the Ling family, there were no psychological barriers to his allegiance. Very well. In that case, I shall accept your loyalty. Ling Tianyang paused, grasping Elder Wu's thoughts, and with a wave of his hand, interrupted his incessant speech, speaking slowly. However, I must lay down a warning. I abhor traitors above all else. Now that you have pledged your allegiance to me, you shall heed my commands henceforth. Of course, I shall not treat you unfairly. With another wave of his hand, a small jade vial of emerald hue materialized before Elder Wu. Though Elder Wu held a respectable position within the Ling family, ranking among the top 10 warriors, he was not a prodigy and had surpassed 50 years of age. Nevertheless, he was a peak true condensation warrior. Should he break through to the Spirit Sea realm, his lifespan would significantly increase. Moreover, the Ling family, faced with formidable foes, was in dire need of top-tier experts. Previously, Ling Tianyang had bestowed upon Ling Xian a vial of spirit-building pills and numerous treasures. Although the Ling family would soon see an influx of Spirit Sea realm experts, the combined forces of the He family and the Song family boasted an even greater number of such warriors. With each additional Spirit Sea realm expert, the Ling family's chances of success would proportionately increase. Ling Tianyang's visit to the Apothecary Pavilion was not solely to procure medicinal herbs. He was also intent on augmenting the family's ranks with another Spirit Sea realm expert. Young Master, what is this? Elder Wu inquired, receiving the small jade vial from Ling Tianyang with a look of confusion. Spirit Building Pill, have you heard of it? What? The Spirit Building Pill? This is a low-grade 4th-tier pill that can enhance the success rate of peak true condensation warriors attempting to break through to the Spirit Sea realm by 60%. Wu. The steward cautiously opened the small jade vial and gently poured out the spirit-forming pill contained within. Gazing at the radiant elixir resting in his palm, Wu's face lit up with exhilaration. For many years, he had struggled to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. He had thought that such an aspiration was beyond his reach in this lifetime. Yet today, unexpectedly, the young master had bestowed upon him such a precious pill. Wu's eyes began to glisten with emotion, and unconsciously he referred to himself as this humble servant. Young master, I, Wu Lingen, shall be eternally loyal to you in this lifetime. Suddenly, Wu knelt on one knee, raising one hand in a vow under the astonished gazes of the attendants in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Wu, there is no need for such formality, said Ling Tianyang, helping Wu to his feet with a smile. The Ling family may face tumultuous times ahead. If you have no pressing matters, delegate your responsibilities to others. I hope you achieve the Spirit Sea realm soon. Very well, I shall retreat for seclusion, Wu Lingen replied eagerly, clutching the jade vial containing the spirit-forming pill tightly. Today's events must remain confidential. Do you understand? Turning to the busy attendants in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Ling Tianyang spoke with a serious expression. as the overseer of the Ling family's spirit medicine pavilion and a prominent figure within the family. Wu Linggan's sudden allegiance to Ling Tianyang would undoubtedly create a significant stir within the Ling family if word got out. A few days later, outside Kaiyang City, a cavalcade of over 100 riders galloped furiously, storming into the city with great momentum. Is this Kaiyang City? After such a long journey, we have finally arrived. On a galloping steed, He Yuan Shan, the elder of the He family, wore a frosty expression, gazing towards Kaiyang City with indignation. Rest assured, I shall avenge you, Yulong. With our family dispatching so many formidable experts, alongside the forces of the Song family, we shall surely exact vengeance for Yulong, declared He Yujiao, the head of the He family, leading a contingent of over 100 elite warriors of the He family who had attained the true condensation realm or higher. Not long after their arrival in Kaiyang City, a considerable number of high-ranking members of the Ling family gathered urgently in the family hall, where roars of discontent echoed. We are in grave trouble. It seems our Ling family is on the brink of annihilation. I wonder what the family head is thinking. The He family is almost at our doorstep, yet he remains absent from the situation. Ultimately, it is Ling Tianyang's audacity that has brought us to this point. Not only did he slay the confidant of the Song family head, but he also murdered the only son of the He family's elder. Now, we face the consequences of his reckless actions, as the He family approaches with vengeance. And let us not forget the Song family. They will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike us when we are vulnerable. Lamented Ling Tiandu, the third elder of the Ling family, filled with righteous indignation. Our family's strength is already closely matched with that of the Song family, and now we face the He family, who possess even greater power. How can we withstand this onslaught? To discuss our predicament, we shall bind Ling Tianyang and hand him over to the He family for their disposition. At worst, our Ling family will concede to the He family and offer some form of compensation, remarked a confidant of Ling Tiandu. It is entirely Ling Tianyang's fault that he has placed the Ling family in such a precarious situation for the sake of a woman. This is a betrayal of our ancestors. In the eyes of this confidant, the crisis faced by the Ling family was entirely instigated by Ling Tianyang. The only viable solution is to capture him and present him before the He family to apologize. Indeed, he must be surrendered to allow the He family to deal with him. After all, he is the source of this trouble and should bear the consequences. I concur wholeheartedly. Within the hall, upon hearing the words of Ling Tiandu's confidant, many voices echoed in agreement, clearly believing that surrendering Ling Tianyang was the most prudent course of action. Fools! Bellowed the elder of the Ling family, Ling Cheng, his voice resonating with authority. Regardless of Ling Tianyang's faults, he remains one of us. Even if he has committed grave transgressions, it is not for others to judge him. Despite the tensions between Ling Cheng and Ling Xian, his commitment to the family's interests was unwavering. Are you unaware that the Song family has long harbored ambitions to consume our Ling family? Why else would the He family's heir suddenly appear in Kaiyang City, accompanied by a trusted aide of the Song family as patriarch? Even if Ling Tianyang did not slay anyone from the He family, do you think the He and Song families would spare us? Faced with Ling Cheng's admonition, the earlier confidant of Ling Tiandu felt wronged and replied, Elder, that is not my intention. What, then, is your intention? Ling Cheng retorted, his teeth clenched in frustration, nearly striking the man. Elder, should we truly not surrender Ling Tianyang? How are we to address this crisis? The unrelenting individual pressed, hesitatingly. Yu in a fit of rage, Ling Cheng struck the man, leaving him momentarily dazed. You imbecile, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Ling Cheng chastised loudly. How could our Ling family give rise to such a spineless creature? It is utterly absurd. What constitutes a family? A family is a collective unit. In times of adversity, we must assist one another. When faced with foes, we must confront them together. If we were to abandon or betray one of our own simply because they have brought us trouble, we would fracture as a family, and the day of our extinction would be nigh. Moreover, do you truly believe that if we surrender Ling Tianyang, they would genuinely allow us to go unscathed? The intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all. Can you not see through their schemes? I fear that the Song family has long conspired with the He family, plotting to annihilate our Ling family. If only we could blame our current weakness. Imagine if our Ling family boasted dozens of experts in the Spirit Sea realm, or even a formidable presence in the Celestial Extreme realm. Would the Song and He families dare to act so recklessly? Would they still have the audacity to seek revenge upon us? I suspect that even if Ling Tianyang were to eliminate the heads of both families simultaneously, they would not utter a single word. Rather, they might even come to our Ling family to beg for forgiveness. The various factions within the Qingyun kingdom are intricately intertwined. A clear manifestation of the law of the jungle, The powerful need no justification to bully or oppress the weak. Slaughter requires no rationale. Might is the only truth. Therefore, to prevent our family from being trampled upon by others, we must relentlessly strive to strengthen ourselves and fortify our entire clan. This is the righteous path. In the early morning, his words resounded with fervor, striking the ground with conviction. Chapter 46. The Beast of Fire. The young man, He Pajun, humbly bowed before the family head, He Yichio, and the elder, He Yuanshan, in the Song family of Kaiyang City, trembling slightly. Fool, how could you fail to protect Yulong? Why is it that Yulong perished while you remain unscathed? He Yuanshan's face contorted with rage as he forcefully kicked He Pajun, sending him crashing against the door, shattering it into fragments, and leaving him to fall heavily to the ground. Coughing up blood, He Pajun struggled to rise, once again kneeling before He Yuanshan, stammering, "Elder, spare me. He Pajun, your failure to protect your master warrants death. You may as well accompany Yulong in death." He Yuanshan harnessed his energy, ready to strike a fatal blow. "Yuanshan, hold your hand." A large hand suddenly appeared in front of He Pajun, intercepting the elder's attack aimed at his forehead. "Yuanshan, calm yourself." Though He Pajun has faltered in his duty, he remains a member of our He family. Moreover, at the time of Yulong's incident, he was under the protection of the Song family. He Yichio, the head of the He family, asserted after deflecting the elder's strike, "Our foremost priority now must be to eliminate the Ling family and slay Ling Tianyang. Is it a matter of Ling Tianyang's extraordinary luck? Or is it that the Song family is inept? It has been far too long, and yet he still breathes." He Yichio muttered. "Speaking of the Song family incites my ire. The death of Yulong bears at least half the blame on them. Had they provided adequate protection, Yulong would not have fallen to Ling Tianyang's hand. Humph. They still wish to use our He family to destroy the Ling family. Once the Ling family is vanquished, the first to face my wrath will be the Song family." He Yuanshan ground his teeth, his eyes ablaze with hatred. The elder is correct. Do they truly think us fools? They audaciously expect us to seek revenge on the Ling family alone, while they sit back and reap the benefits. An elder from the He family interjected. "The Song family is indeed Navi. Even within this room, there lingers a scent of femininity. Humph. They shall meet their end soon enough." Unnoticed by others, when the elder from the He family mentioned the fragrance of women in the room, a complex expression flickered in He Pajun's eyes as he knelt. "Head of the Song family has arrived." A loud proclamation echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of Song Mingyu, the head of the Song family, accompanied by the elder Song Ke, both respectfully following an elderly man clad in a brocade robe, along with a retinue of over 10 individuals. "Brother Ichio, it has been quite some time." The elder of the Song family, Song Dao, greeted the head of the He family with a courteous gesture, his face adorned with a warm smile. The family structures of the Song and He families differ slightly. In the Song family, any member reaching the Spirit Sea realm is automatically elevated to the status of elder, whereas the He family does not recognize such a title. "Indeed, it has been many years, Brother Dao." He Ichio reciprocated the greeting. "Brother Ichio, let us prioritize the matter at hand." The elder of the Song family, Song Dao, spoke with a serious demeanor. This time, over 100 individuals from the He family have brazenly entered Kaiyang City. It is likely that the Ling family has received word and is already on guard. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, if key figures from the Ling family manage to escape, it will become exceedingly difficult to locate them again. Indeed, our He family has dispatched more than 130 martial artists at the mid-stage of the, along with 10 experts from the. Coupled with the prowess of your Song family, I firmly believe we can eradicate the Ling family, He Ichio proclaimed with confidence. Suddenly, the 9 individuals behind, He Ichio unleashed their auras, filling the room with a swirling tempest of powerful energy that caused some of the less capable martial artists to involuntarily step back. Excellent, excellent. With the assistance of so many formidable experts from the He family, I am certain we can obliterate the Ling family. The elder of the Song family, Song Dao, laughed boisterously, exuding confidence. "Mingyu, you must immediately gather our family's forces. We shall march upon the Ling family at once." Meanwhile, as the He and Song families conspired to launch their assault against the Ling family, within Ling Tianyang's chamber, a deep azure flame flickered within the palm of his hand. With a gentle shake of his hand, the flame vanished without a trace. Bang! Immediately, Ling Tianyang struck the alchemical furnace before him, causing its lid to soar upward as a dozen emerald pills erupted from within, vying to escape. With a sigh of relief, Ling Tianyang deftly summoned the floating pills, ensuring not a single one was lost as they landed gracefully into a jade vial in his hand. "Congratulations, young master. You have successfully refined a third grade. The ethereal figure of Sikong Ran, hovering nearby, expressed flattery. Yet, beneath his facade of joy, turmoil raged within him like a tempest. Earlier, the tangible deep azure flame in Ling Tianyang's palm was none other than the fire of the Mang Lion, a fifth-tier pinnacle spirit beast, which he had obtained from the hidden spirit ring. After returning from the spirit medicine pavilion, Ling Tianyang had extracted the Mang Lion fire from the ring, utilizing his recently advanced soul force and consciousness, along with some auxiliary spirit pills, to successfully refine the formidable fire. Young Master is truly a rare talent in alchemy, effortlessly refining the fire from the fifth-tier pinnacle spirit beast, the Mang Lion, and at such a tender age, has already succeeded in crafting a third grade. Moreover, the speed at which he progresses in cultivation is astounding. Having recently advanced to he is already on the verge of becoming a peak martial artist in the mid-stage, with a breakthrough to imminent. Sikong Ran's face brimmed with delight, as if he were extolling his own virtues. Although Sikong Ran had not accompanied Ling Tianyang for long, he had witnessed the remarkable rise of Ling Tianyang's cultivation and his terrifying alchemical talent. The more extraordinary Ling Tianyang became, the more exhilarated and gratified Sikong Ran felt. In Sikong Ran's eyes, Ling Tianyang was undoubtedly a prodigy in both martial arts and the art of alchemy. He felt fortunate for having chosen to follow this immensely talented individual. Sikong Ran firmly believed that Ling Tianyang would eventually assist him in reconstructing his physical form. And with the influence of his soul's origin, Sikong Ran's loyalty grew ever stronger. The recent breakthrough in cultivation was entirely an unexpected delight. As one might know, the later stages of martial cultivation become increasingly arduous to transcend. It was merely due to my successful refinement of the savage lion beast fire and the absorption of some of its energy. Otherwise, with my current pace of cultivation, who knows how long it would have taken to reach the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Ling Tianyang smiled knowingly. Although his recent advancements had been swift, he harbored no concerns about his cultivation progressing too rapidly and becoming unstable. After returning from the Spirit Herb Pavilion, Ling Tianyang had spent just over a day successfully refining the peak-level 5th-tier Savage Lion Beast fire. Furthermore, by absorbing the energy contained within the fire, he unexpectedly broke through to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Had he not forcibly restrained himself, his cultivation would have already reached the later stage of the condensation realm. Subsequently, Ling Tianyang began to concoct pills using the Savage Lion Beast fire. In addition to the recently crafted condensation pill, he also produced several extraordinary elixirs, expending a considerable amount of low-tier spiritual herbs from his hidden spirit ring. Moreover, Ling Tianyang's spiritual awareness frequently monitored the situation of the Ling family. In recent days, while deep within the Ling family estate, he sensed several auras that had recently broken through to the spirit sea realm. Little brat, I never expected you to possess alchemical skills. The familiar voice of Shun Tujing suddenly reached his ears. Following that, Ling Tianyang saw Shin Tujing, along with Xiaoya and Xiaomei, gently pushing open the door and entering the room. Sister Jing, you look radiant. Is this a sign that your cultivation has fully recovered? Upon seeing Shun Tujing's glowing visage, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but chuckle. It was merely a trifling injury. How could it possibly defeat me? Shin Tujing scoffed, her expression one of disdain. Madam, greetings. Miss Xiaoya. Miss Xiaomei, a pleasure to see you. Sikong Ran, who hovered like a specter behind Ling Tianyang, instantly donned a fawning smile upon seeing the three women. Being aware that Shun Tujing was already Ling Tianyang's partner, and that Xiaoya and Xiaomei were his trusted confidants, he dared not show them any disrespect. I had been sending my spiritual awareness to wander through the Ling family and inadvertently overheard some individuals suggesting that you be captured and handed over to the He family for disposal. It is quite impressive that you can remain here, calmly concocting pills, Shin Tujing remarked with a teasing smile. Evidently, in recent days, Shin Tujing's consciousness has been wandering around the Ling family, fully grasping the intricate relationships between the Ling family and the He and Song clans. What is there to fear? When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall build dikes. Moreover, I have you, a formidable master of the heavenly extreme realm, by my side. What do I have to be afraid of? Ling Tianyang stared at Shin Tujing with a peculiar expression. You expect me to protect you? Such a delightful notion. I shall not intervene. You must rely on your own fortune, he retorted. Shin Tujing's gaze flickered as she spoke contrary to her heart. Young master, should I send someone to eliminate all the experts from the He and Song families? Interjected Sikong Ran, his expression one of barely contained rage, eager to take immediate action. Although Sikong Ran was currently reduced to a spiritual form, His realm was still that of the void profound, in his current state. As long as he did not encounter a formidable opponent from the void profound realm or those monstrous beings within the heavenly extreme realm, he could adequately safeguard himself. It was indeed due to the assistance of the mystic spirit pearl in the Sea of Souls that Ling Tianyang was able to subdue Sikong Ran. Otherwise, given Ling Tianyang's cultivation at this moment, he would stand no chance against Sikong Ran. This also explained why Ling Tianyang could remain unfazed in the Ling family after slaying He Yulo. No need for that. When the He and Song families come knocking, you shall conceal yourself among the warriors of the Ling family, discreetly ensuring the safety of my adoptive father and elder brother. As for the He and Song families, I have my own methods. Ling Tianyang asserted confidently. What methods do you possess? Pray, enlighten me, Shinta Jing inquired, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, a thunderous shout resonated from above the Ling family, accompanied by the intense vibrations of fierce combat. All members of the Ling family, come forth to face your doom. Chapter 47. Annihilation. Within the martial arts square of the Ling family, the members of the Ling Clan stood in stark opposition to the He and Song families, who had come seeking vengeance. At the center of the arena, the esteemed second elder of the Ling family, Ling Taichong, was locked in combat with the grand elder of the He family, He Yuanshan. The two exchanged blows, their spiritual energies surging forth in a dazzling display, sending waves of power radiating outward. Suddenly, both combatants sprang into the air, their feet leaving the ground with a forceful thrust. Soul-severing palm, wind pursuit fist. With a resounding crash, their fists and palms collided midair, producing a heavy thud. Both fighters grunted in unison as they were propelled backwards by the ferocity of each other's strikes. Come forth and meet your demise, Ling family. From the forefront of the He and Song families, a dozen figures emerged, among them the esteemed elder of the Song family, Song Daoi, who bellowed thunderously. On the side of the Ling family, Ling Taichong's expression tightened, his mind racing as he discreetly assessed the group that stood behind He Yuanshan. Among them, the figure that captured his attention was an elderly man with a somber visage and a few long whiskers beneath his chin. This towering man appeared to be around 70 years of age, his long black hair devoid of any silver strands, neatly tied at the back of his head. He was He Yujiao, the head of the He family. Clad in white robes, he bore a large character for He embroidered in gold thread across his chest. His cold and austere demeanor radiated an unsettling aura of authority. To his dismay, it became apparent that all those behind He Yuanshan were masters at the spirit sea level. This realization struck Ling Taichong with trepidation. The most accomplished martial artists in Kaiyang City were merely at the spirit sea level, all of whom were concentrated in the Ling and Song families. Now, confronted with such a multitude of spirit sea experts from the He and Song families, Ling Taichong felt an overwhelming sense of unease. As he grappled with his shock, the group of spirit sea masters halted a distance of several dozen meters from the Ling elders, their expressions revealing unmistakable malice aimed at the Ling family. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of their adversaries, the Ling family elders' expressions shifted dramatically, their own spirit sea aura instinctively rising to meet the challenge. Ling Taichong, I advise you to surrender. With only 7 spirit sea warriors, you stand no chance against our dozen strong, He Yujiao proclaimed, his voice booming as the formidable pressure emanated from his followers. The Ling elders faced off against the spirit sea experts of the He and Song families. The members of the Ling clan paled visibly, and an oppressive silence enveloped the arena, leaving the onlookers feeling as though the air itself had become stagnant. Ling Taichong, where is your brother, Ling Taixiu? The Ling family teeters on the brink of destruction, yet he remains conspicuously absent. What of your family head, Ling Xian? Have they fled in fear at our arrival? He Yujiao's voice dripped with cold disdain. The master of the house, why waste words with them? Just take action directly, said He Yuanshan, the elder of the He family, beside He Yujiao, with evident impatience. Kill. As soon as He Yuanshan's words fell, Songda, the elder of the Song family, felt an eruption of spiritual energy coursing through him. He brandished a large blade and charged towards the crowd of the Ling family. Following Songda's lead, the experts from the He and Song families also channeled their powers and surged toward the members of the Ling family. Aside from the several dozen spiritual sea realm experts and hundreds of true essence realm warriors present at the Ling family's martial arts arena, there were also numerous members of the Song family waiting at the various exits of the Ling family estate. This time, the Song family had nearly emptied their ranks, and along with the 10 spiritual sea realm masters from the He family, they possessed a force that was almost double that of the Ling family. Old dogs, do not be so arrogant. A furious shout echoed from afar, resonating throughout the venue. momentarily halting the attacks of the He and Song families. Whoosh, whoosh. Within the Ling family, several figures moved with the grace of startled swans, swiftly soaring through the air. With a mere touch of their toes, they traversed dozens of meters. And soon they landed in the Ling family arena, led by Ling Tianyang, the one who had spoken. Beside him, Jing accompanied Xianxia and Xiaomei closely. Further behind was Wu Lingyan, who had recently broken through to the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm. As for Ran, he had long concealed himself within the arena. You old dogs of the He and Song families, what makes you so formidable? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a pack of clumsy fools. Ling Tianyang glared fiercely, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him as he declared, "Today, all who offend the Ling family shall perish. Kill, kill, kill." Ling Tianyang's words, shocking and bold, were uttered with the intent to slay all who approached. The single word kill was enough to unleash the fury that had been building within him. Today, the He and Song families had come to his doorstep, seeking to utterly annihilate the Ling family. Though his soul was not of the Ling lineage, he would resist to the bitter end. Even if he were to perish in the end, it would be preferable to be a powerless lamb awaiting slaughter. Before the 10 or so spiritual sea realm masters of the He and Song families and the hundreds of true essence realm warriors, Ling Tianyang spoke with unyielding confidence, his voice resounding with conviction. His brazen and unrestrained words stirred a tempest within the hearts of those present, igniting the bloodlust of the Ling Clan members. As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice faded, a series of anguished cries erupted from the ranks of the He family. "Fool! He Pajun! Have you lost your mind? What are you doing?" He Yuanshan turned around to see He Pajun, eyes ablaze with fury, wielding his large blade and ruthlessly slaying several unsuspecting members of his own clan. In an instant, blood was splattered everywhere, the acrid scent of iron filling the air, driving He Yuanshan to the brink of madness. "Haha, let them all die." He Pajun suddenly went berserk, after dispatching several unguarded clan members. He recklessly charged towards the nearest spiritual sea realm warrior. In an instant, He Pajun's aura surged dramatically, nearly reaching the realm of Linghai. His energy ascended to its zenith, and with all his might, he struck, catching the early-stage Linghai master of the He family off guard. Ultimately, their weapons pierced into each other's bodies simultaneously. A thunderous explosion resounded as He Pajun's body erupted, unleashing a tempest of violent energy that radiated outward. The early-stage Linghai warrior who had engaged with He Pajun met his demise in that very moment. In this self-detonation, He Pajun also took several He family warriors with him to the grave. At that moment of explosion, Ling Tianyang could not suppress a muffled groan, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Tianyang. Beside him, Jing noticed the blood and was immediately alarmed, rushing to his side to support him. Unbeknownst to Jing, her concern for Ling Tianyang had deepened, her attention almost entirely focused on him. Upon seeing the blood, her instinct tightened, and she instinctively appeared by his side. What happened? She gently wiped the blood from his lips and infused some of her spiritual energy into his body, nurturing him gradually. "I'm fine. It was merely a slight backlash," Ling Tianyang replied softly, shaking his head slowly. "Does this mean that the He family member's demise was your doing?" Jing huffed lightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Have you been practicing some dark arts?" "Not at all. I merely employed a powerful forbidden technique," Ling Tianyang clarified gradually. He then beckoned for Xianxia and Xiaomei to approach, turning to Jing with a serious expression. "When the battle commences, you must ensure the safety of Xianxia and Xiaomei. After all, their cultivation levels are still low, and their combat experience is minimal. Xianxia, Xiaomei, find opponents of comparable realms and engage them. Remember to give it your all. There can be no mercy in battle. It is either you perish or I do," he instructed earnestly. "Understood, young master," Xianxia and Xiaomei replied, nodding in acknowledgement, fully grasping Ling Tianyang's intentions. True strength cannot be attained through meditation alone. One must undergo extensive real combat experiences. Otherwise, even if one possesses immense cultivation, it remains ineffective. What is cultivation? It involves rigorous training alongside practical experience. You must have employed some kind of sorcery to incite the He family warriors to turn against each other. Since Ling Tianyang's arrival, He Yujiao, the patriarch of the He family, had been keenly observing every move he made. Upon realizing that Ling Tianyang had reached the realm of Ningxin, He Yujiao was taken aback. "I cannot allow this boy to live any longer." With that thought, He Yujiao leapt towards Ling Tianyang, his palm glowing with spiritual energy, clearly intent on delivering a lethal strike. "Impudent He Yujiao. Do you truly believe that the Ling family is as malleable as clay? Upon witnessing Ichio's strike toward Ling Tianyang, the third elder of the Ling family, Ling Renjia, instantly appeared before Ichio, simultaneously launching a palm strike of his own. Bang! The two palms met with a resounding impact, sending Ling Renjia reeling backward from the immense force of Ichio's blow. Conversely, Ichio was not faring much better, as he too was compelled to retreat several steps under the full force of Ling Renjia's strike. In that exchange, it seemed Ichio had gained a slight advantage. Humph. Ling Renjia, it appears your Ling family has fallen from grace. A mere handful of Spirit Sea Realm warriors dares to challenge us. We boast a formidable force of 17 Spirit Sea Realm fighters, and even 2 against 1 would be more than sufficient. You shall all perish. Go forth and accompany my son, Yulong, in death. With a sweeping gesture, Yuanshan commanded the dozen or so Spirit Sea Realm experts behind him to swarm toward the 7 esteemed elders of the Ling family. Arrogance. Do you truly believe that my Ling family is without defenders? Suddenly, 8 torrents of formidable spiritual energy surged forth from the depths of the Ling family, racing towards the warriors of the He and Song families. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the wake of this, several figures soared through the air, leaping over the Ling clansmen, and appeared beside the second elder, Ling Taichong, with the leader being none other than Ling Xian, the head of the Ling family. Chapter 48. Self-inflicted misery cannot be endured. How could the Ling family suddenly unveil so many masters of the Spirit Sea Realm? As the fierce spiritual force unleashed by the He and Song families surged forward, it was swiftly neutralized. Soon after, the warriors from the He and Song families witnessed Ling Xian descending from the heavens, leading 7 formidable warriors of the Spirit Sea Realm to stand beside the 7 esteemed elders of the Ling family. Patriarch Yu. The members of the Ling family and the esteemed elders gazed at Ling Xian and the 7 warriors behind him with disbelief. This matter shall be elucidated after we repel the He and Song families. With the Qingfeng sword in hand, Ling Xian declared and leaped forward, charging toward the adversaries of the He and Song families. Qingfeng sword technique. Wind sweeps away the clouds. A flurry of sword energy surged forth, accompanied by roaring winds. Amidst the dazzling sword light, several warriors from the He family, who were in the true condensation realm, shrieked in agony. Kill! Seeing Ling Xian take the lead, the members of the Ling family, emboldened, brandished their weapons and followed in his wake toward the enemy. Having consumed the Tiani soul water and the Qingmu essence provided by Ling Tianyang, Ling Xian's injuries were miraculously healed, restoring his cultivation to the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Spirit Sea Realm. Furthermore, he seized the opportunity to break through to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, rendering his strength incomparable to before. As for the individuals behind Ling Xian, they were his loyal confidants, previously trapped at the peak of the true condensation realm for years. After consuming the spirit-building pills he had given them, they successfully ascended to the Spirit Sea Realm as well. Thus, with the addition of Wu Lingyan, who stood by Ling Tianyang's side, the Ling family's warriors in the Spirit Sea Realm surged to 16, not including Ling Tai Su, whom Ichio had mentioned earlier. The battle was on the verge of erupting. In an instant, the martial arts arena of the Ling family reverberated with the sounds of explosions. Thousands of figures clashed. Colorful lights whirled and danced, and dust and debris filled the air. Before long, massive craters appeared throughout the arena, and the once majestic and ancient structures were reduced to ruins under the relentless bombardment. Ling Taichong. What does it matter if your Ling family has gained 9 more warriors in the Spirit Sea Realm? They are merely newly ascended novices in the initial stage. Ichio, the head of the He family, taunted while engaging in fierce combat with the second esteemed elder of the Ling family, Ling Taichong. Humph. What of the initial stage of the Spirit Sea Realm? Even at the brink of death, I can still drag you down with me. Soul-severing palm. Ling Taichong scoffed, his aura surging forth, unleashing a torrent of formidable palm energy directed at Ichio. As the warriors of the Spirit Sea Realm clashed, Ling Tianyang suddenly felt a prickling sensation akin to being pierced by thorns. Today marks your doom, Ling Tianyang. Turning his head, he beheld He Yuanshan, the grand elder of the He family, recklessly charging toward him, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on him and Shintu Jing. And you little wretch. Were it not for you, my son Yulong would never have become enemies with Ling Tianyang, and he would not have met his demise. He Yuanshan's eyes burned crimson as he glared at Shintu Jing, who stood beside Ling Tianyang, cursing vehemently. He had already learned the truth of the events that transpired at Nanshan Fengshe from the mouths of the Song family. Upon discovering that it was He Yulong's infatuation with Shintu Jing that had provoked Ling Tianyang's murderous intent, leading to He Yulong's ruthless demise. He Yuanshan's gaze fixated on the two culprits responsible for his son's death, his desire for vengeance reaching its zenith. Yuval couple, meet your end. He Yuanshan's body transformed into a fleeting shadow, fists clenched tightly as he swiftly charged at both Ling Tianyang and Shinta Jing, seemingly intent on striking them down simultaneously. Observing He Yuanshan's actions, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but chuckle, then remarked with a peculiar expression, "Why provoke anyone else when you choose to challenge this formidable deity?" Alas, such self-inflicted tribulations are inescapable. Despite He Yuanshan's impending attack, Ling Tianyang showed no inclination to defend himself. Meanwhile, Shintu Jing's expression darkened upon hearing He Yuanshan's insult. "Old fool, you seek your own demise," she shouted furiously. In an instant, a swirling mist of azure energy coalesced before her, transforming into a massive hand several meters in size, rapidly reaching for the oncoming He Yuanshan. The speed of the ethereal hand was astonishing, appearing before He Yuanshan in the blink of an eye, seizing him firmly and lifting him high into the air. Spirit energy manifestation. As He Yuanshan found himself ensnared by Shinta Jing's colossal hand of spirit energy, cold sweat broke out on his brow, and his complexion grew exceedingly pallid. In his understanding, such a feat was achievable only by a master of the celestial realm. "Please, spare me," he cried out in terror. "Do not kill me. I am the elder of the He family, and many heed my words. I am willing to serve you. Please, do not take my life." His pleas echoed throughout the venue, halting the fierce battles around him as everyone turned to witness the scene. A collective gasp rose among the onlookers, their expressions shifting to one of dread. Spirit energy manifestation, a master of the celestial realm. The warriors of the He and Song families were instantly struck with alarm, cold sweat trickling down their backs. "Apologies, but I have no inclination to spare anyone harboring murderous intent toward me," Shinta Jing remarked coldly, a murderous resolve already taking root in her heart. Bang! With a gentle clasp of her palm, Shintu Jing summoned a colossal hand of spiritual energy from the air, effortlessly compressing He Yuanshan into a mist of blood. Suddenly, the spiritual energy above the Ling family became chaotic, as countless strands of natural energy converged deep within their abode, swiftly coalescing into a formidable vortex of spiritual energy hovering above. Alarm bells rang. The Ling family boasted a peak warrior of the Spirit Sea realm, on the verge of breaking through to the celestial extremity realm. Witnessing the terrifying fluctuations of the energy vortex, the elders of the He and Song families were struck with dread. Within a concealed chamber deep in the Ling estate, an emaciated elder with snow-white hair sat cross-legged on the floor. Above his head, a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy spun relentlessly, growing ever larger as multitudes of natural energy streamed from it, flooding into the frail elder's body. At a certain moment, the vortex above him erupted, releasing pure energy that surged into the elder, instantly enveloping him in a magnificent aura of vitality. The once withered figure was now shrouded in a vibrant green light, exuding an aura of sanctity that was almost blinding. Under this life-affirming glow, the elder underwent a remarkable transformation. His once alabaster hair gradually darkened to a deep black, and his frail body became robust and healthy. In a brief span, the aged figure morphed into a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. Yet at that very instant, a massive dark cloud loomed in the previously clear sky, thunder rumbling ominously, and countless bolts of white lightning crackled within the clouds, heralding an impending cataclysm. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck down fiercely towards the middle-aged man. This was no ordinary lightning, but rather the transformative tribulation summoned by his ascension. Should he successfully navigate this trial, he would emerge as a veritable powerhouse of the celestial extremity realm. Failure would mean certain death. "Come forth." The middle-aged man bellowed with exhilaration, leaping into action. He summoned the surrounding natural energies, shaping them into a massive fist that charged towards the descending lightning. Boom! The fist of spiritual energy collided with the bolt, resulting in mutual annihilation. Almost immediately, a second bolt descended. In the face of the tribulation, the middle-aged man shouted once more, meeting the lightning with his fists. The third bolt, the fourth bolt, bang, bang, bang. After 5 consecutive strikes of lightning, the ominous clouds dissipated, and the sky regained its clarity, as if nothing had transpired. In that moment, the middle-aged man had truly ascended to the celestial extremity realm, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Slowly opening his eyes, the man, once a frail elder, now shone with brilliance and with a flash of light. He shot skyward towards the Ling family's martial arena. Chapter 49. The dragon and tiger ignite the longevity pill. Alas, this is disastrous. Everyone, flee at once. Suddenly, cries of panic erupted among the warriors of the He and Song families, and soon thereafter, He Ichio, the head of the He family, and Song Dao, the grand elder of the Song family, turned to make their escape. Previously, when Shintu Jing manifested her spiritual energy, the warriors of the He and Song families were already shaken. Yet, before they could fully grasp the shock of Shintu Jing being a formidable heavenly extreme realm expert, they sensed another presence within the depths of the Ling family poised to break through to the heavenly extreme realm. One heavenly extreme realm expert was already beyond their capabilities. The thought of another emerging sent them into a state of retreat. At this moment, upon witnessing the imminent birth of yet another heavenly extreme expert from the Ling family, they could no longer suppress their urge to flee. Stop them. Do not let them escape. Seeing the warriors of the He and Song families attempting to flee, Ling Xian and Ling Taichong shouted in unison, launching their martial prowess towards the warriors of the He and Song families. Upon realizing that the one who had manifested spiritual energy was a woman brought by Ling Tianyang, the members of the Ling family breathed a sigh of relief and could not contain their joy. Soon after, they sensed yet another individual within the depths of the Ling family about to ascend to the heavenly extreme realm, causing their blood to surge with excitement. Thus, when they saw Ling Xian and Ling Taichong charging towards the warriors of the He and Song families, they too, like individuals invigorated by a potent elixir, recklessly surged forward to impede the escape of the He and Song families. Although the Ling family's warriors in the consolidation realm possessed formidable strength, they were outmatched in both quantity and quality by the He and Song families. Consequently, they felt a sense of helplessness amidst their valiant efforts. Under the desperate counterattacks from the He and Song families, it was not long before casualties among the Ling family's consolidation realm warriors began to mount, with several sustaining significant injuries, and soon the Ling family's combatants found themselves under severe threat. Damn it, why hasn't my shadowless poison aroma taken effect yet? Gazing at the ravaged buildings and the numerous injured warriors of the Ling family, Ling Tianyang was filled with urgency. Upon the arrival of the He family in Kaiyang City, he had manipulated He Pajuan to release a faintly fragrant shadowless poison aroma amidst the crowd of the He family. This aroma, typically a mere spice, transformed into a potent toxin upon exposure to the scent of blood, rendering warriors below the heavenly extreme realm incapacitated, causing them to lose their internal spiritual energy for a brief period. Clear the way, everyone, clear the way. A warrior of the He family in the spiritual sea realm thrust aside a Ling family warrior blocking his path with a powerful strike. However, just as he intended to continue his assault, he was startled to discover that his own spiritual energy had become uncontrollable. Why is my cultivation gradually dissipating? Alas, I too. Many warriors from the He family engaged in battle with the Ling family's fighters began to realize one after another that they were losing control over their cultivation. Their internal spiritual energy slowly vanishing, and numerous warriors from the Song family were experiencing similar phenomena. The once precarious situation of the Ling family warriors experienced a dramatic reversal in an instant. Upon witnessing this, the warriors of the Ling family were invigorated, recklessly unleashing their weapons upon the members of the He and Song families. In a mere moment, a significant number of warriors from the He and Song clans fell, suffering losses exceeding half of their ranks. Those unscathed by the poison among the He and Song warriors, upon witnessing this bizarre turn of events, were engulfed by panic, their hearts pounding with fear, and their combat effectiveness diminished, rendering them no match for the Ling family members. What calamity is this? Shortly thereafter, He Ichio and Song Dao sensed their own spiritual powers slipping beyond their control. As they beheld their kin perishing, a sense of despair washed over them. They realized that the tides had turned against them. Was the He family destined for annihilation? Suddenly, with all his might, He Ichio forced back Ling Taichong, swiftly retrieving a medicinal pill from his possession, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Ling Taichong, catching sight of He Ichio consuming the pill, felt an ominous premonition. Yet it was too late. He Ichio had already ingested the pill, the Dragon Tiger life-extending pill. Ever since arriving at the martial arts arena, Ling Tianyang had been acutely aware of his surroundings. Upon witnessing He Ichio swallow the pill, his gaze sharpened. The Dragon Tiger life-extending pill, a top-tier 4th-grade elixir, is a forbidden potion that unleashes latent potential at the cost of one's life. This extraordinary pill allows any warrior at the Spirit Sea realm to temporarily exceed the pinnacle of their realm, yet fall short of reaching the Heavenly Extremity realm, thus embodying what is colloquially known as a half-step to Heavenly Extremity. However, This surge in power is ephemeral. Once the effects of the Dragon Tiger life-extending pill dissipate, the warrior is destined to perish. The consequences are dire. Under normal circumstances, no warrior would dare to consume such a potion unless faced with certain death. Typically, those who resort to such forbidden elixirs do so with the resolve to perish alongside their adversaries. In an instant, Xianxia radiated golden light, as the natural spiritual energies around him surged and converged into his being. Within moments, his aura escalated to that of a half-step heavenly extremity. Simultaneously, two additional auras from the He family also ascended to the same formidable level. Xianxia's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, veins bulging on his forehead, and wrinkles rapidly etched across his face, giving him the appearance of having aged decades in mere seconds. "Go to hell," he bellowed. "Since you offer me no path to survival, let us all perish together." With bloodshot eyes and a visage twisted in madness, Xianxia's voice reverberated ominously. No sooner had he spoken than he, along with two other warriors from the He family who had consumed the pill, soared toward the Ling family's ranks. Their intentions unmistakable. As the three individuals soared through the air, the aura emanating from them grew increasingly formidable, and their bodies visibly swelled with power. "Young master, this is bad. They are about to self-destruct." At that moment, Xianxia Ran, who had been concealed within the training grounds, suddenly appeared beside Ling Tianyang, conveying a secret message. "Embrace death." After consuming the Dragon Tiger longevity pill, Xianxia and his companions had simultaneously reached the threshold of half-step heavenly extremity, briefly granting them the ability to soar through the skies. In an instant, they ascended above the Ling family estate. However, at that very moment, a streak of light surged from the depths of the Ling family, and, in the blink of an eye, a figure materialized before Xianxia. With a powerful palm strike, the newcomer struck Xianxia's chest, sending him flying several dozen meters, whereupon he exploded into a mist of crimson. "Those who offend the Ling family shall perish." The assailant hovered above the gathered Ling family members and, with a sweeping gesture, conjured two enormous azure hands from swirling mist, which rapidly advanced toward the remaining two. "To slay us is too late." The two remaining individuals, witnessing Xianxia's effortless demise, recognized the dire situation. Their strength had waned, and they resigned themselves to their fate. Their bodies swelled to their utmost limits in anticipation of self-destruction. Observing their impending detonation, all martial artists on the ground hastily retreated, fearing the collateral damage. Boom, boom. The sky above the Ling family erupted into two colossal gray mushroom clouds, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the streets and alleys of Kayang City. At the moment of their explosion, Xianxia Ran suddenly appeared beside several He family spirit Sea Realm warriors. After swiftly subduing them, he brought them before Ling Tianyang. Simultaneously, Shintu Jing and the heavenly extremity expert who had suddenly emerged above the Ling family both formed intricate hand seals. In an instant, two visible energy barriers, one bright and one dark, materialized before the Ling family, swiftly enveloping them within. Rumbling. The deafening sound of the He family's self-destruction echoed through the air, the explosive shockwaves rippling outward, causing the space above the Ling family to warp and distort. Throughout Kayang City, all factions and martial artists closely monitored the developments surrounding the Ling family, though they dared not encroach upon their vicinity. They had previously witnessed a multitude of He family elites entering Kayang City, who, along with the Song family's warriors, had seemingly launched a full-scale assault on the Ling family, vowing not to rest until the Ling family was annihilated. Soon after, the crowd detected intense waves of battle and several terrifying auras emanating from the Ling family's location. Could this spell the end for the Ling family? Perhaps not. Their strength is formidable. While the He and Song families are powerful, the Ling family is not to be underestimated. Given that the He and Song families dare to launch an assault on the Ling family at this juncture, it is evident that they possess a certain confidence in their ability to contend with them. Otherwise, they would not act so brazenly. How about we place a wager? I bet that the Ling family will undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of the He and Song clans. A wager it shall be. Who fears whom? Regardless of who emerges victorious, it seems that the landscape of Kayang City is destined for upheaval. Chapter 50. Ling Tai Su after the explosion. The scene was shrouded in a dissipating haze. The situation within the Ling family's martial arena came into stark focus for all to behold. Numerous structures belonging to the Ling Clan lay in ruins, devastated by the previous cataclysmic blast, while the ground was littered with severed limbs and pools of blood. The martial artists from the He and Song families, who had come to the Ling residence seeking vengeance, were all but annihilated in the chaos of the explosion. leaving only a handful of survivors, a testament to their catastrophic losses. On the other hand, the Ling family fared significantly better. Owing to the combined efforts of Sun Tu-jing and a suddenly appeared formidable expert from the celestial realm, who effortlessly neutralized the shockwave of the explosion, ensuring the safety of most Ling warriors. Logically, with two celestial realm powerhouses intervening simultaneously, the members of the Ling family should have emerged unscathed. However, inexplicably, a few unfortunate souls fell victim to the energies that slipped through the protective barrier, meeting a grim fate. Grandfather, Ling Xiao, who had previously held a contentious relationship with Ling Tianyang, wept bitterly as he gazed upon a nearby lifeless body. This corpse belonged to Ling Tiandu, the third elder of the Ling family and Ling Xiao's grandfather. A discerning observer would note that those overlooked by the energy shield were primarily Ling Tiandu's trusted confidants. Ling Tiandu, the clan elder, Ling Chun, also looked upon the lifeless form of Ling Tiandu with profound sorrow. Jing, did you do this intentionally? Ling Tianyang, witnessing the Ling family members emerge largely unscathed from the self-detonation of the He clan's warriors, could not help but voice his disbelief. It was particularly perplexing that Ling Tiandu, who had been at odds with him, along with his loyal followers, had all perished. What of it if I did? Sun Tu-jing replied, her tone laced with indifference. The lives and deaths of the Ling family are of no concern to me. If it weren't for your sake, I wouldn't have bothered to intervene at all. Besides, I overheard that old fool and his confidants plotting to capture you and hand you over to the He family. It would have been a mercy not to have struck him down, so why would I be expected to save him? Such hopes are utterly fanciful. Listening to Sun Tu-jing's mildly disgruntled tirade and observing her playful demeanor, an unexpected warmth surged within Ling Tianyang's heart. This was not indicative of his cold nature. Rather, his soul had long transcended that of the original Ling Tianyang, and he was not accustomed to being overly compassionate. Within the Ling clan, the individuals he genuinely cared for were merely Ling Xian, Ling Ju, Xiaoya, and Xiaomei. The fates of others held little significance for him. This world revered the strong, where might dictated truth, and the laws of the jungle were starkly evident. The powerful could bully and slaughter the weak without justification. Treachery lingered in the hearts of men, and authority reigned supreme. Thus, Ling Tianyang harbored no inclination to chastise Sun Tu-jing. He understood that her actions were merely a means to vindicate him. At this moment, Ling Tianyang was overwhelmed by an impulse to embrace Sun Tu-jing. However, restrained by the recent turmoil within the Ling family, which had resulted in significant losses, and mindful of the many eyes upon him, he managed to suppress this urge. Father, is that you? Ling Xian gazed intently at the figure of the formidable Tianji realm expert who had suddenly appeared and now hovered in midair, his expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Elder brother, is that really you? Not far from Ling Xian, Ling Taichong also fixed his gaze on the celestial being, his face reflecting shock. Taichong, Xianer, it is indeed I. Have you both forgotten me? The newcomer descended gracefully to the ground, a warm smile illuminating his face as he looked at Ling Xian and Ling Taichong. This man was none other than Ling Taishu, the esteemed grand elder of the Ling family, and he was not only Ling Xian's father, but also the biological elder brother of Ling Taichong. At the age of 163, Ling Taishu had previously appeared as a frail old man with white hair, having reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, where his lifespan was approximately 2 centuries. However, upon successfully breaking through to the Tianji realm, his lifespan surged dramatically to an astonishing 500 years. The once withered visage transformed in an instant, rejuvenating him into a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 40, nearly indistinguishable from Ling Xian. Elder brother, have you truly attained the Tianji realm? Ling Taichong stared at Ling Taishu in disbelief, his expression one of profound astonishment. This is truly marvelous. I never imagined that your breakthrough would render you so youthful. Had I not seen your former self, I would scarcely believe it was you. Greetings, Grand Elder. The Ling family's Grand Elder and the younger members, who were tidying up the aftermath around them, bowed respectfully to Ling Taishu. Upon realizing that the middle-aged man before them was indeed the Grand Elder who had surpassed the Tianji realm, the Ling clan felt a deep reverence for him. There is no need for such formalities. Ling Taishu raised his hands, and a tremendous force emanated from him, lifting the members of the Ling family effortlessly into the air. The power of a Tianji realm expert was indeed formidable as they felt the overwhelming energy radiating from Ling Taishu. Ling Taichong and the elders were momentarily swept away by a wave of awe, almost compelled to prostrate themselves before the powerful figure. In that moment, Ling Taishu became the guardian deity in the hearts of all Ling family members. They firmly believed that as long as Ling Taishu remained in good health, the Ling family would surely continue to thrive. Indeed, Ling Tianyang also gazed at Ling Tixiu, now surrounded by the Ling family members. This man whom he referred to as his grandfather. Sensing the powerful aura that enveloped Ling Tixiu, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. The Ling family has now acquired a formidable presence in the realm of celestial extremes, undoubtedly augmenting their strength significantly. Ling Tianyang need no longer fret over the safety of the Ling clan. As long as the Ling family refrains from provoking those forces with celestial beings of greater prowess, their self-preservation is assured. The initial stage of celestial extremity is hardly remarkable. At that moment, the slightly disdainful voice of Shinta Jing echoed in Ling Tianyang's ears. Young master, is this the pressure exerted by a celestial being? How formidable it is. Standing beside Ling Tianyang, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei were awestruck by the overwhelming aura emanating from Ling Taisu. When a martial artist transcends to the realm of celestial extremes, it signifies their elevation beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. Attaining this level allows them to intentionally project an aura of pressure, instilling fear in their adversaries. Currently, Ling Taisu's mere presence instills a sense of oppression in all martial artists below the Spirit Sea realm. Should Ling Taisu choose to intentionally unleash his pressure, he could inflict severe damage upon anyone below the realm of true condensation, with those below the inner Qi realm facing certain death. In the pursuit of martial arts, the higher the cultivation, the mightier the martial artist's capabilities become. Upon reaching the realm of celestial extremes, the martial artist's lifespan multiplies, enabling them to soar through the skies without reliance on any external aid. Moreover, their spiritual awareness undergoes a remarkable transformation, acquiring a degree of offensive capability. This is the terrifying nature of a celestial being. Ling Taisu surveyed the devastated state of the Ling family and furrowed his brow as he regarded the assembled elders, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Ling Taichong. Subsequently, Ling Taichong recounted the recent events that had transpired within the Ling family. What a pair! The He and Song families. Ling Taisu's eyes brimmed with a profound murderous intent. Elder brother, should we not immediately eradicate the He and Song families? Ling Taichong inquired. Chapter 51. The unification of Kaiyang City. Those who dare to offend the Ling family shall not be spared. Taichong, Rinjia, you two immediately take the elders of the Ling family and proceed to eradicate the Song family in the northern part of the city. Ensure that they vanish before escaping Kaiyang City. Remember, one must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Ling Taisu declared sternly, then turned to Ling Xian, saying, Xianer, as the patriarch of the Ling family, you need not engage in battle. Stay behind to rebuild our family. As for the He family in Huiyun City, I shall personally handle them. Understood, replied Ling Taichong and Ling Rinjie in unison. As they gathered the slightly injured experts of the Ling family along with the remaining capable warriors and set off towards the Song family with great determination. Given the Ling family's strength, it would have been exceedingly difficult to subdue the Song family, let alone annihilate both the He and Song families simultaneously. However, with Ling Taisu's recent breakthrough to the celestial realm, the scenario had dramatically changed. Even alone, he was more than capable of exterminating all warriors from both the He and Song families. Without further ado, Ling Taisu soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the He family's location in Huiyun City. Warriors of the He family, come forth and meet your demise. Within mere hours, Ling Taisu rapidly arrived above the He family's estate. Gazing down at the inhabitants below, he bellowed in fury. The Ling and He families have no enmity. Yet you, the He family, dared to conspire with the Song family, intending to annihilate my Ling family of thousands. This grudge must be avenged. Blame yourselves for crossing paths with the wrong adversary. Thereafter, like a harbinger of death, Ling Taisu unleashed his spiritual energy in violent torrents, wreaking havoc upon the He family warriors. In an instant, numerous warriors from the He family fell victim to his onslaught. Once all the combatants were vanquished, Ling Taisu spared the innocent civilians within the He family and allowed them to disperse. Subsequently, Ling Taisu discovered the He family's treasure vault and casually collected their valuable possessions into his spatial ring. Those who offend the Ling family shall be punished, no matter how far they may be. His menacing voice resonated through the skies above Huiyun City, echoing across every corner of the city. The commotion had already attracted a considerable number of onlookers, and soon, a colossal hand of spiritual energy materialized before Ling Taisu, demolishing the He family's estate into ruins with just a few strikes. With the matter of the He family resolved, Ling Taisu transformed once more into a beam of light, swiftly making his way back towards Kaiyang City. Is that it for the He family? Murmured a distant observer in disbelief after Ling Tai-su's departure. In my opinion, the He family should have faced retribution long ago. Elder He Isho brazenly seized my wife and daughters, usurped my family's ancestral estate. They truly received their just desserts. Haha, finally. Someone has avenged me today. An elderly man lamented, tears streaming down his face. Alas, just yesterday, the He family was rampant in Huayan City, committing heinous acts. How swiftly the tide has turned. The He family has been utterly annihilated, and the realm of martial artists is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals like us. Even the formidable forces of the Tianji realm dared to provoke the He family, leading to their own demise. Witnessing the He family being reduced to ruins by Ling Tianyang, many martial artists were filled with a sense of lamentation. In the northern part of Kaiyang City, before the gates of the Song family estate, the Ling family surrounded the entrance, leaving no room for escape. Under orders, the members of the Ling family commenced a ruthless purge of the He and Song families, showing no mercy. Ling Taichong and Ling Renjia, after issuing commands to the Ling family warriors, were the first to storm into the Song residence. It is said that one must reciprocate kindness, and a gentleman does not leave enmities unavenged. As the Ling family entered the Song household, the air was soon filled with the sounds of fierce combat and the anguished cries of the Song family's warriors. Numerous martial artists in Kaiyang City closely observed the duel between the Ling and Song families. When they witnessed the He and Song warriors, who had sought vengeance against the Ling family, being decisively slaughtered without a single survivor, their astonishment was palpable, leaving them utterly shaken. Subsequently, they beheld Ling Taichong and Ling Renjia, two experts of the spiritual sea realm, leading a considerable number of Ling family fighters to the Song family's northern estate, intent on obliterating the Song family entirely. The overwhelming scent of blood permeating the air signaled to the onlookers in Kaiyang City that the Song family was truly finished. Those martial artists who had gathered at a distance to witness the spectacle began to chatter excitedly. The Song family has met its end. Henceforth, Kaiyang City will belong to the Ling family. Have you heard? The Ling family has produced two experts of the Tianji realm, one of whom is the esteemed elder Ling Taixiu. Experts of the Tianji realm are figures who emerge only among great powers. It seems the Ling family is poised for a remarkable rise. I wonder if the Ling family is still recruiting guards? If they are, I shall be the first to sign up. My friend, with your cultivation level not even reaching the condensation realm, how could you dare to dream of joining the Ling family as a guard? You must still be in a daze. Young man, what did you say? Dare to repeat that. Speak freely. Who is afraid of whom? In the ensuing days, there were no unforeseen events concerning the He and Song families. Collectively, thousands of their martial artists were mercilessly exterminated by the Ling family. To kill without leaving a trace, one must eradicate the root. Otherwise, one cannot predict what calamities may arise in the future. Following this battle, the Ling family's standing in Kaiyang City reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Various factions, both large and small, expressed their willingness to submit to the Ling family, and even some nearby powers sought to align themselves with them. Leaders of several factions, including esteemed elders and heads of families, arrived at the Ling residence with gifts to extend their congratulations. Some even brought along unwed daughters from their ranks, ostensibly to offer their congratulations while secretly plotting to marry their daughters to the younger generation of the Ling family, forging alliances between the two houses. Due to the presence of at least one formidable expert at the heavenly extremity realm within the Ling family, they found themselves compelled to bow in submission, lest they suffer a fate akin to that of the He and Song families. The cultural and social customs of Qingyun nation bear a resemblance to ancient China, where women adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, while men often take multiple wives without hesitation. It is not uncommon for those with considerable power to have several cherished confidants. A few days later, within the grand hall of the Ling family, all significant figures and high-ranking members gathered, including Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing. The martial arts arena, along with the surrounding structures that had been damaged during the previous altercation, had already been restored to their former glory, thanks to the dedicated efforts of Ling Xian and numerous martial artists. Please take a seat, young lady. I am yet to know your esteemed name, a voice called out. Had it not been for your timely assistance during our family's crisis, the losses would surely have been catastrophic. My deepest gratitude to you. Ling Taisu approached Shintu Jing, bowing with sincerity. There is no need for thanks, Ling Taisu. I merely acted out of respect for Ling Tianyang. Shintu Jing replied, her expression impassive. Regardless, young lady Shintu, you are a benefactor to our Ling family. From now on, should you require anything, we shall certainly oblige, Ling Taisu stated with a hint of reverence. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the hierarchy among warriors is distinctly delineated. The greater one's cultivation, the more pronounced the disparities between levels, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Although Ling Tai-su had successfully ascended to the heavenly extremity realm, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from Ling Tianyang. This unsettling feeling, perhaps unnoticed by others, was perceptible to Ling Tai-su due to his transcendent experience during the Thunder Calamity when he broke through to the heavenly extremity realm. His heightened senses allowed him to detect what remained imperceptible to those around him. Ling Tai-su was aware that Ling Tianyang was a powerhouse at the heavenly extremity realm, and the dangerous aura he sensed from her indicated that her strength surpassed his by a considerable margin. "Xian'er, is this Tianyang?" Ling Tai-su inquired, gesturing toward Ling Tianyang. "Indeed, father, this is Tianyang," Ling Xian affirmed with a nod. Like the majority of the spiritual Sea Realm warriors in the Ling family, Ling Tai-su had spent years secluded in the depths of the family's chambers, striving to overcome his cultivation bottleneck. Since Ling Xian adopted Ling Tianyang, Ling Tai-su had only seen him once when he was quite young. Now, after many years, Ling Tianyang had matured from a mere child, leaving Ling Tai-su uncertain of the young man's current disposition. "Tianyang, this is your grandfather. Quickly, call him grandfather," Ling Xian gently urged, patting Ling Tianyang on the shoulder. "Grandfather," Ling Tianyang managed to utter, though he felt indifferent toward the notion of this grandfather. He had no recollection of Ling Tai-su, yet out of respect for Ling Xian, he nevertheless addressed him with the title. "Tianyang, how is it that Miss Shintu is such a formidable practitioner of the celestial realm? You could have informed me in advance, sparing me these days of incessant worry." Ling Xian sighed with a bitter smile as he spoke slowly to Ling Tianyang. He then took measured steps towards Ling Tianyang, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect as he addressed her. "Miss Shintu, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance and for the care you have shown towards my son. There's no need for such formalities, Master Ling." Ling Tianyang swiftly evaded Ling Xian's gesture of respect, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing her face. Chapter 52, Love Rivals Xian'er. "The reason I was able to successfully break through to the celestial realm this time is largely due to the extreme spirit pill you provided. Without it, I would never have succeeded." Ling Tai-su turned his gaze towards Ling Xian, a look of relief on his face as he patted Ling Xian's shoulder. However, standing side by side, Ling Tai-su appeared slightly younger than Ling Xian, creating an oddly peculiar sight. "Father, the extreme spirit pill was actually a gift from Tianyang to me." Ling Xian chuckled, then burst into hearty laughter, clearly pleased. "Excellent. I never expected Tianyang to be so filial." Ling Tai-su nodded in approval, his expression one of great satisfaction as he looked at Ling Tianyang, feeling utterly content. "This is what I ought to do," Ling Tianyang replied with a smile. "Tianyang, how did you acquire such a high-grade pill as the extreme spirit pill?" After a brief pause, Ling Tai-su inquired. "Father, it turns out Tianyang was favored by a powerful figure who took him as an inner disciple, and the extreme spirit pill was given to him by his master. Not only did Tianyang present me with the pill, but he also bestowed upon me numerous high-level techniques and martial skills. I will bring them forth shortly to share with those who have contributed to the Ling family, to strengthen our clan." Before Ling Tianyang could speak, Ling Xian interjected, eager to respond. "Indeed." Ling Tianyang nodded in agreement. "You were truly accepted as an inner disciple by a powerful figure? No wonder you were so extraordinary before." Suddenly, Ling Tianyang heard the slightly astonished voice of Ling Tianyang. "But you are quite generous. To be able to part with such a high-grade pill like the extreme spirit pill is impressive." Ling Tianyang's melodious voice chimed in once more. "Please, could you refrain from using your consciousness to communicate all the time? Now that the Ling family boasts a powerhouse of the celestial realm, it would be quite troublesome if discovered." Ling Tianyang replied, somewhat exasperated. "Humph. So what if they discover it? Why fear it?" Ling Tianyang haughtily retorted, sending another mental message. "Elder brother, now that you have reached the celestial realm, it seems somewhat inappropriate for you to remain as a senior elder of the Ling family alongside us." In the hall, Ling Taichung suddenly proposed, "I suggest we amend the rules of the Ling family a bit. From now on, only those who have attained the celestial realm should hold the position of senior elder. As for those of us who were originally at the Spirit Sea realm, we shall serve as guardian elders within the clan. Everyone, what do you think of my suggestion?" Ling Taichung surveyed the members of the Ling family before speaking slowly. "I believe this proposal is quite reasonable. I support it." Ling Renjie was the first to express his agreement. "I agree. I concur as well," with Ling Renjie leading the way. The remaining Spirit Sea realm warriors of the Ling family nodded in affirmation. "Tianyang, I heard you captured several Spirit Sea realm warriors from the family?" Did you glean any information from them regarding why the He family has allied with the Song family in their intent to annihilate our Ling family? Ling Xian suddenly turned to inquire of Ling Tianyang. Not yet. Haven't we been preoccupied with rebuilding the family these past few days? There hasn't been time for interrogation. Ling Tianyang shook his head slightly. On that day, after Ling Tianyang had instructed Sikong Ran to capture several esteemed elders of the He family, he had not had the opportunity to interrogate them. Instead, he was summoned by Ling Xian and became engrossed in the affairs of rebuilding the Ling family. Thus, the interrogation of the He family's Spirit Sea Realm warriors was postponed and had been delayed until now. Under Ling Tianyang's orders, several servants from the Ling family swiftly brought the captured He family Spirit Sea warriors into the Grand Hall of the Ling family. Why has your He family suddenly allied with the Song family of Kaiyang City to conspire against our Ling family? Ling Xian demanded sternly. I advise you to be honest and reveal the truth. Perhaps I can grant you a dignified death. Very well, we are willing to speak the truth. As soon as Ling Xian's words fell, the defeated He family warriors, stripped of their powers, looked despondently at the ground. Since their significant defeat at the hands of the Ling family, these surviving warriors had realized that the He family was doomed, and they knew that the Ling family would not truly spare them. At this moment, they only sought death. The plot to unite the He family with the Song family to annihilate the Ling family originated from our He family's young master, He Liangyun. One of the Spirit Sea Realm warriors from the He family began to explain. We have no grievances with He Liangyun. Why would he wish to bring ruin upon our Ling family? Ling Taichong urgently inquired. Where is He Liangyun now? Our young master, He Liangyun, should currently be cultivating within the Flame sect. He Liangyun had displayed extraordinary talent from a young age and had become a disciple under an elder of the Flame sect, a superpower in the Qingyun kingdom. As for why He Liangyun sought to harm the Ling family, it is said that during a mission with his master to the Xianbing sect, he encountered a stunning female disciple of the Xianbing sect and became infatuated with her. However, this female disciple harbored no feelings for him. Later, He Liangyun bribed individuals within the Xianbing sect who had interacted with that female disciple and learned that she was betrothed to someone from the Ling family of Kaiyang City. Thus, He Liangyun's heart turned to malice, prompting the He family to conspire with the Song family to destroy the Ling family. The He family's Spirit Sea Realm warrior continued. Is that true? A complex expression flickered in Ling Xian's eyes as he pressed further. Indeed, during our He family's collusion with the Song family, a condition was put forth. The Song family insisted that for us to send experts to assist in annihilating your Ling family, they must first send someone to kill Ling Tianyang, to demonstrate their sincerity in collaborating with the Song family. The assassination of Ling Tianyang is a prerequisite for our He family and the Song family to unite against the Ling family. After uttering this, the He family's Spirit Sea Realm warriors slowly closed their eyes. No wonder Tianyang was targeted for assassination previously. Ling Xian murmured to himself as he processed the revelations from the He family warriors. He Liangyun. It turns out that all of this was orchestrated by that rascal He Liangyun. At this moment, Ling Tianyang finally comprehended why he had been targeted for assassination, only to be relentlessly pursued by the Song family, all the way into the depths of the Chinglian mountains. Ling Tianyang, who is that female disciple of the Xianbing sect? The icy voice of Shintu Jing suddenly resonated within the Ling family hall, leaving the members of the Ling family momentarily stunned. Ling Tianyang was momentarily at a loss for words. She is truly your fiancée? Shintu Jing, suppressing the fury within her heart, coldly reiterated her question. Yes. Ling Tianyang helplessly nodded, urgently pleading, Sister Jing, please allow me to explain. Chu Yujiao is the betrothal my adoptive father arranged for me when I was very young. I have yet to even see her face. You scoundrel, Ling Tianyang. Shintu Jing's voice pierced the air with a sharp cry. You infuriate me. I never wish to see you again. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang acknowledge his engagement to Chu Yujiao, Shintu Jing was consumed by jealousy. In a fit of rage, she transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky, vanishing from the Ling family's sight in an instant. Sister Jing. Ling Tianyang gazed blankly at the sky, watching as Shintu Jing flew further and further away until she completely disappeared. Alas, how I wish I could fly as well. As he stared into the heavens, a feeling of helplessness surged within Ling Tianyang, prompting him to nostalgically recall the sensation of soaring freely through the sky in his past life. Tianyang, what exactly is your relationship with that young lady, Shintu? The Ling family hall fell into a state of stunned silence, before Ling Xian finally regained his composure and cautiously inquired. The members of the Ling family, filled with curiosity, leaned in to eavesdrop on the conversation. Chapter 53. 2 months later, sighing softly, Ling Tianyang remained silent, casting a deep gaze in the direction where Shun Tu Jing had departed. Tianyang, I believe that Miss Shun Tu harbors feelings for you. Does she not? Otherwise, why would she avoid my greeting just now? After a moment's pause, Ling Xian suddenly realized Miss Shun Tu likely felt jealous upon learning of your engagement with Yujiao, which prompted her to leave in a huff. Tianyang, you might as well consider taking Miss Shun Tu as well. This would grant our Ling family an additional formidable warrior of the heavenly extreme realm, significantly enhancing our strength. Ling Tai Su, seated at the head of the hall, could not help but jest. Haha, Tianyang, in this world, it is quite common for strong warriors to have multiple wives. Look at my youth. I married several wives, or else I wouldn't have so many children now, Ling Renjia chuckled, then beckoned to the Ling family members standing at the side of the hall. Soon, 11 Ling family warriors, 5 men and 6 women, emerged from the crowd. Father. The 11 warriors immediately bowed in respect to Ling Renjia. Observing Ling Renjia's smug demeanor, Ling Tianyang was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the other Ling family warriors in the hall stared in disbelief, shocked to see that their revered Ling High Realm warrior was such a character. Haha, that is not a bad idea, chimed in Ling Taichong with a hearty laugh. Within the hall, many Ling family warriors nodded in agreement upon hearing Ling Tai Su's words, seemingly in concordance with his earlier sentiments. Sigh. Let us discuss the affairs of the Ling family. Ling Tianyang sighed, feeling a tinge of regret within. Since his acquaintance with Shun Tu Jing, he had yet to discover her origins. What a grave oversight. Even if he wished to seek her out in the future, he would be at a loss as to where to begin. Ling Tianyang understood that Shun Tu Jing's attitude towards him had improved significantly. There seemed to be a hint of different feelings brewing as well. If he were to humble himself, showering her with flattery, he would surely win her favor and perhaps even acquire substantial resources for cultivation. However, should he act in such a manner, it was likely that she would regard him with disdain. Yet, this was not the most pressing matter. The crux was that Ling Tianyang could not forsake the pride that resided in his heart. How could a warrior speak of cultivation when they lacked backbone? How could one dare to defy the heavens? Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Looking around, Kaiyang City was adorned with festive decorations, brimming with joy. Meanwhile, within the Ling family, many were busy preparing to welcome the upcoming new year. Master, my sister and I have truly made a breakthrough in our cultivation. In their room, Xianxia and Xiaomei exclaimed with delight. Master, I am now also a late-stage inner chi realm warrior. Beside Ling Tianyang, Xiaomei exuberantly tugged at his arm, exulting in her achievements. Indeed. Ling Tianyang nodded in satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy as he observed the remarkable progress of both Xianxia and Xiaomei in their cultivation. After all, these 2 women were among his most loyal confidants, integral to his circle. Both Xianxia and Xiaomei possessed commendable talent for cultivation. Ever since they practiced the 7 Fiends' profound ice method imparted by Ling Tianyang, their progress had been nothing short of astounding. In just over 2 months, they had ascended to the latter stages of the inner chi realm. Of course, this remarkable advancement was also attributed to the elixirs Ling Tianyang had specially concocted for them. At present, Ling Tianyang had successfully refined the peak 5th grade Mang Lion Beast Fire and possessed the alchemical furnace left by Sikong Ran within the hidden spirit ring, along with a plethora of spiritual herbs. During this time, Ling Tianyang had been diligently practicing and refining elixirs. Those lower-grade spiritual herbs within the hidden spirit ring had been completely consumed, yielding a significant number of finished elixirs. On another front, the Ling family had also experienced meteoric growth and strength over the past 2 months. Not only had several martial artists, who had been stuck at the peak of the true condensation realm for years, broken through to the spiritual sea realm, but the family had also gained a new formidable warrior at the celestial extreme realm. This newly ascended powerhouse was none other than Ling Taichong, the younger brother of Ling Taishu and formerly the second elder of the Ling family. As for the reason behind Ling Taichong's successful breakthrough to the celestial extreme realm, it was partly due to his commendable cultivation talent, having been trapped at the peak of the spiritual sea realm for many years. More importantly, he had obtained the last remaining extreme spirit elixir from Ling Xian. These factors collectively enabled Ling Taichong to achieve his breakthrough, thereby adding a new celestial extreme powerhouse to the Ling family. Moreover, the other martial artists of the Ling family, after adopting the advanced techniques and martial skills that Ling Tianyang had provided to Ling Xian, not only experienced a significant increase in their cultivation speed, but also underwent dramatic transformations in their capabilities. Presently, The Ling family's strength could barely be classified as a second-tier family within the Qingyun kingdom. In the Qingyun kingdom, spiritual sea realm warriors were relatively common. However, celestial extreme experts were a rare sight. Generally, those who managed to reach the celestial extreme realm were individuals from significant factions, owing not only to their exceptional cultivation talent, but also to their access to advanced techniques and rare high-grade elixirs within those powerful sections. As for the transcendent experts at the Void Profound realm, they were as elusive as the mythical dragon, rarely seen unless extraordinary circumstances arose, as they typically preferred to seclude themselves for cultivation or venture into secret realms for trials. During this period, while Ling Tianyang engaged in both cultivation and alchemy, he too experienced considerable enhancement in his own prowess. Previously, due to refining the peak 5th grade Mang Lion Beast Fire, he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-true condensation realm. Now, he had not only advanced to the later stages of the true condensation realm, but was on the verge of attaining its peak. Upon hearing that Ling Xian had gifted away the 2 extreme spirit pills in his possession, Ling Tianyang sought another opportunity to present Ling Xian with 2 more of these precious pills, one for Ling Xian and one for Ling Ju, Ling Taishu and Ling Taichong. One being Ling Xian's father and the other his paternal uncle, happened to possess the highest cultivation levels among the martial artists of the Ling family. Both had been trapped at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm for many years, with their lifespans dwindling to mere years. In order for Ling Taishu and Ling Taichong to prolong their lives and for the prosperity of the Ling family, Ling Tianyang understood Ling Xian's intentions. Reflecting on this, he realized that his previous considerations had been somewhat lacking. However, this could not entirely be blamed on Ling Tianyang, for upon his rebirth, he had absorbed most of the original memories of this body, while some memories were wholly absent. Thus, in Ling Tianyang's recollection, there were no traces of Ling Taishu and Ling Taichong. When Ling Tianyang entrusted the pills to Ling Xian this time, he had meticulously cautioned him that each of the extreme spirit pills was strictly for him and Ling Ju, and they must not be given away again. Should Ling Xian choose to give away the pills once more, Ling Tianyang would refrain from providing him with any pills until he had mastered the art of refining extreme spirit pills himself. After all, Ling Tianyang's cultivation was not particularly high at present, and his need for advanced pills was substantial. Were it not for the hidden spirit ring left by Sikong Ran, it would have been impossible for him to procure such rare high-grade pills given his current capabilities. Additionally, when presenting the extreme spirit pills to Ling Xian, Ling Tianyang also bestowed upon him several low-grade pills he had recently refined. Subsequently, Ling Xian distributed a portion of these low-grade pills among his trusted confidants and those members of the Ling family who had made significant contributions. When the clan learned that Ling Tianyang had taken a formidable master and had become an alchemist, astonishment swept through them. After initially grappling with skepticism and disbelief, the members of the Ling family gradually accepted the reality of Ling Tianyang's status as an alchemist. The outcome of this situation was a rapid ascent in Ling Tianyang's influence within the Ling family, establishing him as a revered alchemist. Chapter 54. Departure from the Ling family. Half a month ago, Ling Tianyang celebrated his first birthday after his rebirth at the Ling residence. This signifies that in this life, he has blossomed into an 18-year-old youth. Presently, Ling Tianyang no longer resides in the modest courtyard of his past. Following the Ling family's dominance over Kaiyang City, he was allocated to an expansive and elegant courtyard. Pavilions and towers, serene bamboo groves, artificial rocks, and flowing waters. This entire estate exudes grandeur while retaining a sense of grace, its environment far surpassing his previous dwelling by numerous folds. Such a prestigious courtyard was once reserved exclusively for those of elder status within the Ling family. This was a result of Ling Xian's considerable effort, as he engaged a group of renowned architects to specifically construct this abode for Ling Tianyang. Now, within this vast courtyard, aside from a dozen newly hired servants, only Ling Tianyang, the 2 sisters Xianxia and Wu Lingyan, his devoted follower, reside. Since deciding to follow Ling Tianyang, Wu Lingyan has remained steadfastly loyal, obediently fulfilling the role of the most faithful companion, uncomplaining and diligent in his duties. Consequently, under Ling Tianyang's deliberate guidance, Wu Lingyan's cultivation has advanced remarkably, successfully breaking through to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm. At this moment, Wu Lingyan is in his chamber, diligently studying the Earth-level low-grade martial technique, the Flame Sun Finger, which he recently acquired from Ling Tianyang. Previously, the highest level of martial arts within the Ling family was merely mid-level Xian grade. Techniques such as the Flame Sun Finger were foreign to Wu Lingyan. However, since aligning himself with Ling Tianyang, Not only has he received an Earth-level low-grade martial technique, but Ling Tianyang has also imparted to him a mid-level Earth-grade cultivation method tailored to his fire attribute, the 9 transformations of Raging Flames. The moment he transitioned to the 9 transformations of Raging Flames, Wu Lingyan experienced a dramatic transformation in his abilities. His cultivation speed has increased exponentially, and his power has soared. Now, even typical mid-stage Spirit Sea Realm warriors are no match for him. To ascend to the ranks of the formidable, mere exceptional talent is insufficient. The quality of the cultivation techniques one practices ultimately determines a warrior's lifetime achievements. The disparity between low-grade Earth techniques and high-grade Xian techniques, although only one rank apart, is akin to a chasm. High-grade Xian techniques can be procured by those with substantial financial resources and a stroke of luck, possibly at high-level auctions. However, once the techniques reach the Earth level and above, they become truly rare commodities, monopolized by powerful factions, and are nearly unattainable. Previously, the Ling family attempted to procure Earth-level martial techniques within the black market of Chinglan country, yet each time they were met with disappointment. This underscores the stark contrast between Xian and Earth levels as fundamentally different realms. It seems that the time has come for me to depart from the Ling family. Ling Tianyang gazed out of the window at the sky, murmuring softly to himself. At present, the overall strength of the Ling family has surged remarkably. Not only do they possess 2 formidable experts at the Celestial Realm, but they also boast over 20 masters at the Spirit Sea Realm, with hundreds of warriors at the Condensing Truth Realm. As long as the Ling family refrains from self-destructive actions and does not provoke the mighty forces, they are destined to flourish and prosper. Ling Tianyang has now attained the late stage of the Condensing Truth Realm. If he wishes to continue his rapid ascension in cultivation, he must venture into broader horizons. Only in a more expansive world can Ling Tianyang acquire the resources necessary for his training. Hence, he believes that the time has come for him to depart from the Ling family and leave Kaiyang City. Young master, are we truly leaving the Ling family? Behind Ling Tianyang, Xiaoya's hopeful gaze was tinged with a hint of anxiety. Indeed, Ling Tianyang nodded affirmatively. Xiaoya, Xiaomei, once you return, make the necessary preparations. We shall depart from the Ling family in a few days. Understood, young master. The 2 sisters, Xiaoya and Xiaomei, exclaimed with delight. They had been born and raised in Kaiyang City, having never ventured beyond its confines, nor glimpsed the vast expanse of the sky. Thus, both women yearned for the opportunity to explore the world outside. Younger master, I know of an ancient teleportation array that leads directly to my homeland, the domain of fallen gods. The martial arts there are far more flourishing than in the Eastern Emperor realm. In the domain of fallen gods, Spirit Sea Realm warriors are as common as dogs, and Celestial Realm experts are plentiful. Only those who reach the Void Profound Realm can truly be considered strong. If we go to the domain of fallen gods, we will undoubtedly achieve great success, perhaps even establish our own sect. Ling Tianyang's ethereal companion, Ran, floated gracefully in the air, resembling a specter. He respectfully addressed Ling Tianyang. Young master, would you consider venturing into the domain of fallen gods? The presence of Ran was already known to Xiaoya and Xiaomei. Initially, when they first learned of his existence, they were taken aback. However, after experiencing the initial shock and disbelief, they had grown accustomed to it. Let us postpone discussions about the domain of fallen gods for now, Ling Tianyang replied, shaking his head. Currently, my cultivation is insufficient. Even if I were to go there, I would start as a mere nobody. It would be wiser to strengthen my abilities first before venturing to the domain of fallen gods. Indeed, young master speaks wisely, Ran nodded. Have you decided where to go next? First, we shall leave Kaiyang City and head to Nanlin County. I need to accompany my father to the Chu family for an appointment, to meet my nominal father-in-law, Ling Tianyang said with a wry smile, somewhat speechless. While Ling Tianyang had an appreciation for beauty, he was not one to accept every advance. A man may be affectionate, but he must never be indiscriminate in his affections. A relationship should be based on mutual feelings. In his heart, Ling Tianyang was opposed to the marriage arranged by Ling Xian. Moreover, he had no recollection of the woman in question. Chu Yujiao was entirely a stranger in Ling Tianyang's memories, so how could he possibly consent to the engagement with her? Ling Tianyang had already made up his mind. After all, he was leaving the Ling family, and there remained 2 years until his betrothal to Chu Yujiao. In 2 years, he was uncertain of where he might be. By then, he would find a way to dissolve the engagement between himself and Chu Yujiao. His journey with Ling Xian to the Chu family was merely to indulge in the spectacle and to accompany his elder brother, Ling Ju, to meet his future sister-in-law. Once matters with the Chu family were resolved, they might even venture to the Xianxia sect. He had a friend there whom he had not seen in quite some time. Furthermore, they currently needed to seek refuge within a powerful faction for the time being. The mere mention of the Xianxia sect conjured the exquisite visage of Jiangxian in Ling Tianyang's mind. He wondered how she was faring now and whether she had returned to the Xianxia sect. It had been over 2 months since their parting in the Misty Valley, during which Ling Tianyang frequently recalled the image of Jiangxian. Thud. Shortly after the new year, 3 luxurious carriages, exuding an inexplicable air of oppression, raced towards the outskirts of Kaiyang City. Following these opulent carriages were a dozen dark red steeds, each adorned with a single horn, their robust and powerful forms kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped with remarkable vigor in pursuit. Chapter 55. Chu Ming. The expanse of Nanlin County is several times that of Kaiyang City, comprising numerous factions of varying sizes. Nestled close to the imperial city of the Qingyun Kingdom and within the sphere of influence of the formidable Tianchi sect, Nanlin County frequently witnesses a multitude of martial artists passing through. This blend of diverse backgrounds fosters a culture of martial prowess among its inhabitants, who are known for their fierce dispositions and have produced many formidable warriors. While the presence of heavenly extreme realm experts is rare in other locales, it is not uncommon in Nanlin County. Among the top 10 factions in Nanlin County, nearly all boast experts of the heavenly extreme realm, and the Chu family is among them. The Chu family is an extensive clan, boasting tens of thousands of members. Situated to the west of Nanlin County, their estate spans several dozen acres, featuring grand and imposing architecture. Flanking the entrance are rows of formidable guards, their sharp gazes intimidating the passers-by. Have you heard? Today, Miss Yuyin and Miss Yujiao's betrothed are coming to our Chu family. I have indeed heard. However, it is said that they hail from a mere small family. In my opinion, they are utterly unworthy of Miss Yuyin and Miss Yujiao. I wonder what the family head is thinking. To betroth his 2 exquisite daughters to the scions of the Ling family. Hush! Are you seeking death? How dare you speak ill of the family head behind his back? You must have a death wish. A clearly authoritative guard cast a wary glance around before whispering. It was merely a slip of the tongue, I assure you. Brother, please don't expose me. If you wish for my silence, you must treat me to a lavish meal at the Drunken Red Pavilion tonight. How opportunistic of you. Very well, the Drunken Red Pavilion, it is on the bustling streets of Nanlin County. 10 peak-level practitioners of the true condensation realm, accompanied by 5 experts of the Spirit Sea realm, rode on a dozen strikingly robust dark red steeds adorned with single horns, closely following 3 luxurious carriages. Their imposing presence exuded an air of unwarranted pressure, drawing the attention and envious glances of countless onlookers. Master, wake up. We are almost at the Chu family estate. Within one of the opulent carriages, lined with a blanket made from the pelts of 4th-tier demon beasts, Ling Tianyang had unknowingly fallen asleep with his head resting on Xiaomei's lap. Xiaoya gently shook him awake. Are we at the Chu family already? Rubbing his still bleary eyes, Ling Tianyang slowly sat up. Yes, master, just ahead is the Chu family, Xiaomei replied softly. At this moment, it had been over 10 days since Ling Tianyang and his companions departed from Kaiyang City. After days of relentless travel, they had finally reached their destination, the Chu family of Nanlin County. Upon departing from the Ling family, Ling Tianyang was accompanied solely by Xianxia, Xiaomei, and Wu Lingyan, the remaining experts of the spiritual sea realm and pinnacle warriors of the condensing truth realm were brought by Ling Xian. This time, both Ling Xian and Ling Ju attended from the Ling family, along with Ling Xian's father, the formidable Ling Taishu, who had ascended to the heavenly extremity realm. As their party approached the gates of the Chu family estate, they halted their advance. Who dares to stop their carriage at the entrance of the Chu family? Bellowed a robust guard stationed at the gate. Ling family, Ling Xian. From the foremost luxurious carriage of the Ling entourage, Ling Xian and Ling Ju emerged slowly. Might I trouble you to inform your master that Ling Xian of the Ling family has arrived at the Chu residence for our appointment? Ling Xian said with a courteous gesture and a warm smile. Since sustaining his injuries and assuming the role of the Ling family head, Ling Xian had been preoccupied with the family's development. Given the considerable distance between the Ling and Chu families, his visits to the Chu estate had become infrequent, with only letters exchanged between him and Chu Mingshu. Consequently, the guards of the Chu family did not recognize Ling Xian. Thus, Ling Xian conformed to local customs, requesting that the Chu guards announce his presence while he waited at the entrance for Chu Ming's reception. With a grand wave of his hand, the 15 Ling family warriors atop their steeds dismounted in unison, standing respectfully behind Ling Xian and Ling Ju. Suddenly, As the guard entered the Chu estate to relay the message, a lithe figure darted forth from within the gates, launching a punch toward Ling Xian as he emerged. "Excellent!" Ling Xian shouted, his muscles tensing instantly as spiritual energy surged within him, countering the incoming attack with a powerful palm strike. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, releasing a deep thud that reverberated through the air. The tremendous forces generated caused the guards at the Chu estate's entrance to involuntarily stagger backward. What immense power! In this brief clash, all present could perceive a might comparable to that of late-stage spiritual Sea Realm warriors. The onlookers from the Chu family stood in stunned silence, while the Ling family warriors gazed in disbelief at the fierce exchange. "Brother, I have awaited your arrival." Upon the impact, both combatants were forced to recoil, revealing a middle-aged man of around 40 years standing before Ling Xian. "Chu brother," Ling Xian exclaimed with delight, rushing forward to embrace the middle-aged man fervently. "Is this the renowned Chu Ming, my esteemed father-in-law?" As Ling Xian engaged with Chu Ming, Ling Tianyang and the two women, Xianxia and Xiaomei, disembarked from the second carriage. Chu Ming was a tall figure, his dark hair neatly tied back, adorned in a loose brocade robe emblazoned with a prominent character for Chu. Despite his somewhat stern countenance, an air of authoritative majesty emanated from him, a testament to his long-standing position of power. Ling Tianyang quietly extended his consciousness and discovered that Chu Ming's true cultivation level was certainly no less than Ling Xian's. Having reached the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm, at Chu Ming's age, he could be regarded as a remarkable genius in the Qingyun kingdom. "Brother, please, come inside and rest in the guest room. We shall reminisce later," Chu Ming said, patting Ling Xian's shoulder with a warm smile. "All right." Ling Xian nodded, then spoke. "Elder brother, my father has accompanied us to the Chu family as well. He is in the third carriage." "What? Uncle Ling has come too?" Chu Ming exclaimed in surprise. "Brother, why didn't you mention this earlier? Quickly, let us go pay our respects to Uncle Ling. Uncle Ling, you must be weary from the journey. Please, step down and rest at the Chu family for a while." Following this, under Ling Xian's guidance, Chu Ming arrived at the luxurious carriage where Ling Taishu was. He respectfully addressed Ling Taishu within the carriage. "Ah, my dear nephew, you are most considerate," Ling Taishu replied as he gracefully descended from the carriage, a smile adorning his face. Earlier, through Ling Xian's letters, Chu Ming had heard that Uncle Ling's cultivation had broken through to the heavenly extreme realm. And upon seeing him today, it was indeed as he had been told. With admiration, Chu Ming gazed at Ling Taishu, whose youthful appearance seemed even more vibrant than his own. In their previous correspondence, Chu Ming had already learned about Ling Xian's advancement to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, as well as the joyous news of Ling Taishu's promotion to the heavenly extreme realm. Thus, upon encountering the seemingly rejuvenated Ling Taishu, Chu Ming could not help but feel envious. Although Chu Ming had already attained the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm, elevating his cultivation to the heavenly extreme realm was no simple endeavor. Chapter 56. The arrival of rivals. As the New Year festivities concluded, the annual family competition of the Chu clan was swiftly approaching. This significant event, which has endured for centuries, serves as a critical assessment of the younger generation's accomplishments and prowess within the esteemed Chu family. During this time, clan members dispersed across the land returned to partake in the family contest, seizing the opportunity not only to showcase their abilities, but also to vie for bountiful rewards. However, the topic of discussion among the Chu family members today was not the impending competition. Rather, it centered around the two prospective sons-in-law of the clan patriarch, Chu Ming. Naturally, as the head of the family, Chu Ming's every action drew considerable attention. The arrival of Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju at the Chu residence sparked a flurry of intrigue among the clan members. Chu Ming had arranged for the Ling family guests to reside in quite splendid accommodations, complete with pavilions, flowing streams, and picturesque landscapes, no less impressive than their quarters back at the Ling estate. Ling Tianyang found himself situated adjacent to Ling Ju, not long after settling into his room. Ling Tianyang was interrupted by a cacophony of raucous shouts and furious outbursts echoing from outside. "You two brats from the Ling family, come out here. Don't think you can hide away and avoid us. This is the territory of the Chu family, not some backwater village." Outside the courtyard, a gathering of youthful Chu clan members had formed, their faces painted with discontent and disdain. A few among them, emboldened by their numbers, began to hurl insults towards the Ling residents. "What ruffians dare to bark here?" A figure swiftly leapt from the courtyard, landing atop the surrounding wall. It was Ling Ju, who looked down upon the assembled Chu youths with an air of contempt. Moments later, additional figures emerged, landing gracefully on the wall. Ling Tianyang, along with Xianxia and Shimi, Brother, you are right. Witnessing these lowly individuals is indeed irksome. Perhaps we should let Xianxia and Shimi teach them a lesson. It would also serve as an excellent opportunity to assess their recent training progress, Ling Tianyang remarked. With a sweep of his consciousness, he easily discerned the cultivation levels of the young members of the Chu family. Despite their numbers, their abilities were relatively modest. Apart from one individual who had just entered the initial stage of the condensation realm, only 3 were in the late stage of Qi refinement, accompanied by a group of martial artists ranging from the peak of body refinement to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Thus, Ling Tianyang felt assured in allowing Xianxia and Shimi to take action. Xianxia, Shimi, give them a thorough lesson, but do not kill them. Understood, young master. The 2 girls had been eager for action, and upon receiving Ling Tianyang's command, they transformed into fleeting shadows, charging towards the Chu youths below. Thud, bang. The 2 women moved with the grace of startled swans, often appearing several meters away with a mere tap of their toes. Warriors below the late stage of Qi realm stood no chance against them. In but a moment, several members of the Chu family lay on the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, writhing in distress. Vile wenches, cease your insolence. A furious roar erupted, and a path parted in the crowd as a steady and resolute young man emerged. Approximately 21 or 22 years of age, he donned a simple blue robe, his appearance unremarkable. You 3, come forth. Look at how many of you there are, yet you cannot even contend with 2 women. What a disgrace. The blue-robed young man glared at the injured clansman on the ground, his voice laced with scorn. This individual was the early-stage true essence realm warrior that Ling Tianyang had sensed earlier. Under his command, the 3 remaining late-stage Qi realm warriors summoned their powers and charged at the 2 women. Star-snatching hand, Tyranness fist, whirlwind leg technique. The 3 late-stage Qi realm warriors unleashed their respective martial techniques. 3 ferocious and overwhelming attacks hurtling towards Xianxia and Xiaomei in an instant. Shattered jade palm. As the formidable assaults approached, the 2 women cried out in unison, and a faint azure glow suddenly emanated from their palms, striking fiercely at the 3 late-stage Qi realm warriors. The other young members of the Chu family, witnessing the terrifying prowess of Xianxia and Xiaomei, had long since retreated to the sidelines. The ensuing clash saw them entangled in a fierce exchange, the sounds of fists and palms colliding echoing throughout the arena. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, 3 figures were sent hurtling backward, spewing blood mid-air before crashing to the ground outside the arena. Are these truly warriors of the Qi realm? The onlookers, along with the Chu family youths who had retreated, were left astonished as they beheld the 2 women's display of power, sending 3 late-stage Qi realm warriors and numerous Chu family youths reeling and spitting blood. Excellent. Truly excellent. The blue-robed young man, an early-stage true essence realm warrior, laughed bitterly in rage. It seems that if I do not show you a thing or 2 today, you will truly believe my Chu family is without strength. No sooner had he spoken than he leapt into the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Xianxia and Xiaomei. You brat. Your opponent is me. Whoosh. Just as the blue-robed young man moved, a figure swiftly darted over the courtyard wall, appearing before him in an instant, delivering a powerful palm strike. The 2 palms met, and under Ling Ju's tremendous force, the blue-robed young man was sent flying by a single blow. Bang! Landing awkwardly on the ground, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from spilling forth. Quickly regaining his composure, the blue-robed young man fixed a grave gaze upon the suddenly appearing Ling Ju. So, you are Ling Ju, the first genius of the Ling family. I did not expect your cultivation to have also reached the true essence realm. Although the man in the blue robe bore some injuries, his piercing gaze still conveyed a sense of pride and arrogance. The Chu family held a distinguished position within the entire Nanlin County, and as a member of this esteemed lineage, he naturally felt an extraordinary sense of pride. And what are you? Do you consider yourself anything of significance? We are honored guests invited by your family head. Is this how the Chu family treats its guests? Ling Ju coldly regarded the man in blue, disdain evident in his tone. Honored guests? Bah! The Chu family does not welcome you. Upon hearing this, the man in blue was instantly enraged. Ling Ju, I have heard that you are the fiancé of our Miss Yu Yan. I advise you to be sensible and not harbor delusions of grandeur. Miss Yu Yan would never set her sights on you. And you, young man, you must be Ling Tianyang from the Ling family, am I correct? The man in blue grew more animated as he spoke, turning to glare menacingly at Ling Tianyang in the distance. Miss Yu Jiao is not someone of your caliber either. I suggest you 2 brothers leave the Chu family at once. The Chu family was a rising power within Nanlin County, having established itself among the top 5 forces in recent years. Among the younger generation of the Chu family, several prodigies had emerged, with Chu Ming's 3 children, eldest son Chu Zhongtian, second daughter Chu Yuyan, and youngest daughter Chu Yujiao, standing out the most. Chu Yuyan and Chu Yujiao were not only exceptionally beautiful, but also possessed remarkable talent in cultivation, making them top-tier figures within the family. Consequently, numerous young men in the Chu family admired the 2 sisters, particularly Chu Yuyan, who had long resided in the Chu household and was regarded as a goddess by many. In contrast, Chu Yujiao had been taken under the wing of an elder from the Xianbing sect at a young age and had not returned to the Chu family for many years, resulting in fewer admirers. Thus, when the young men of the Chu family learned that their goddess had a fiancé, they found it hard to accept this reality, with some becoming increasingly frantic in their discontent. As a result, Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju became the thorns in the eyes and flesh of the majority of the Chu family's youth, uniting them against a common enemy. Indeed, just as Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju arrived at the Chu family, the man in blue and his companions sought trouble with them. Since most of the Chu family disciples present were admirers of Chu Yuyan, Ling Ju became their primary target, while Ling Tianyang was almost overlooked. Ahem. Ling Tianyang, with a smile that was not quite a smile, fixed his gaze upon the man in blue who had been berating him, a faint glimmer of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, Ling Tianyang's figure suddenly became ethereal, before vanishing entirely. Showmanship. The man in blue, taken aback by Ling Tianyang's sudden disappearance, was about to mock him further when, before he could utter another word, he felt a sharp pain pierce through his chest. A torrent of fresh blood erupted forth, and the young man in the azure robe was propelled through the air like a cannonball, soaring into the distance. It was only at that moment that the onlookers realized that Ling Tianyang had somehow appeared at the very spot where the azure-robed man had previously stood. How audacious! Ling Tianyang cast a disdainful glance at the retreating figure of the azure-clad man and scoffed. As a spirited youth, he could no longer endure the incessant provocations thrown at him. Would the members of the Chu family truly think him easy to bully? Initially, he had no intention of allowing the situation to escalate, but the words of the azure-robed man were far too egregious. A blatant affront that awakened the latent bloodlust within Ling Tianyang. In an instant, he flicked his wrist, unleashing a visible surge of true essence that surged forth with an unrestrained ferocity, aimed directly at the azure-clad man as he hurtled backward. Clearly, this strike was fueled by the genuine wrath that had been ignited within him. Should the azure-robed man be struck by Ling Tianyang's attack, his demise would be inevitable. Tianyang, show some mercy. Just then, a loud voice rang out from a distance, and moments later, the true essence attack launched by Ling Tianyang was effortlessly neutralized by the newcomer. Chapter 57. The future sister-in-law father. Upon witnessing his attack effortlessly neutralized, Ling Tianyang raised his gaze to see Ling Xian and Chu Ming swiftly approaching. Following closely behind them was a beautiful woman, while the one who had earlier intervened was Ling Tianyang's adoptive father, Ling Xian. Master. Upon seeing Ling Xian approaching, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei hurried forward to pay their respects. Father, you two have come, Ling Ju remarked as he quickly joined them. With such a commotion unfolding here, how could I possibly stay away? Ling Xian replied with a resigned smile before addressing them. Juer, Tianyang, this is your Uncle Chu Ming. Do not delay in greeting him. Greetings, Uncle Chu. Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju chorused in unison. Indeed, indeed. Chu Ming responded with a cheerful nod, his face alight with curiosity as he scrutinized Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju. My dear nephews, I am astonished to see that both of your cultivations have reached such remarkable heights. Juer, you seem on the verge of breaking into the mid-phase of the condensation realm. Am I correct? And Tianyang, if I am not mistaken, you have already attained the late phase of the condensation realm, have you not? Chu Ming exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Indeed, you flatter me, uncle. Ling Tianyang acknowledged with a nod, admitting his cultivation level. Having departed from the Ling family, he had no intention of concealing his true abilities, which is why Chu Ming saw through him effortlessly. Truly a prodigy. At that moment, the woman behind Chu Ming quietly murmured, her gaze fixed on Ling Tianyang. Uncle Chu, may I inquire about this enchanting lady? Ling Tianyang asked, his curiosity piqued. Upon seeing her for the first time, he felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, he recalled having seen her likeness in a portrait once held by Ling Ju. Has your elder brother not informed you? Allow me to introduce her. Chu Ming chuckled as he patted his forehead. Tianyang, this is your future sister-in-law, my second daughter, Chu Yuyan. Oh, so she is my future sister-in-law. No wonder she is so stunning, Ling Tianyang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He then produced a palm-sized, jade-like box from his hand. Sister-in-law, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this modest gift as a token of my respect. Humph, you little rascal, don't get ahead of yourself. I am not truly your sister-in-law yet. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang address her as such, Chu Yujian's fair face flushed with a rosy hue. She reached out to accept the gift, her curiosity piqued. What is contained within this jade box? As she opened the box, they beheld a fruit exhibiting 3 distinct colors, radiating a captivating aura, the soul-nourishing fruit. This is indeed the soul-nourishing fruit, isn't it? Chu Ming exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the 3-colored fruit, unable to restrain his excitement. Tianyang, this is an exceedingly precious gift. Having presided over the Chu family in Nanlin County, Chu Ming was well-read and widely experienced, fully aware of the rarity of such treasures. At this moment, upon observing the 3-colored fruit within the jade box held by Chu Yujian, Chu Ming felt an uncanny resemblance to the description of the 4th-tier high-level spiritual fruit, the soul-nourishing fruit, which he had encountered in an ancient tome. Father, is this truly the soul-nourishing fruit? Chu Yujian exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Chu Ming's outcry. Indeed, Chu Ming nodded affirmatively. This fruit possesses the remarkable ability to enhance and heal the souls of warriors, and it is truly a rare treasure. For warriors at the pinnacle of the true condensation realm, consuming the soul-nourishing fruit almost guarantees a successful breakthrough to the spiritual sea realm, making future cultivation significantly more efficient. Chu Ming elaborated further. Tianyang, this soul-nourishing fruit is far too precious for me to accept, Chu Yujian said hastily, wishing to return the jade box containing the fruit to Ling Tianyang upon learning of its immense value. Sister-in-law, please accept it. This is a token of my sincere regard. Worry not, as I have procured several of these soul-nourishing fruits. You can safely accept it. Ling Tianyang replied with a smile. All right, thank you. Chu Yujian nodded, no longer refusing, and graciously accepted Ling Tianyang's gift. Patriarch, Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju have injured many members of our Chu family. This is truly intolerable. You must stand up for us. Just as Chu Yujian accepted the soul-nourishing fruit, the onlookers from the Chu family, along with the troublemaking Chu disciples, began to distort the truth before Chu Ming. Fools, do you truly believe I am unaware of everything? Chu Ming glared at those gathered, his voice turning stern. The members of the Ling family are my invited guests. Consider your actions. I feel ashamed on your behalf. I have been observing everything from a distance. It is evident that you initiated the provocation. Is this how we, the Chu family, treat our guests? I shall deal with you when I have the time. What are you still doing here? Get out. As the head of the Chu family, Chu Ming had long established his authority, and upon his words, the Chu disciples present, whether they're to spectate or to cause trouble, scattered like startled birds at the sound of his voice. Tianyang, I noticed you exhibited a murderous intent towards my family earlier. I hope, for the sake of your uncle, that you will not stoop to their level. After the surrounding Chu family members had departed, Chu Ming spoke gravely. As the patriarch, he naturally had to consider the well-being of his family, yet he also wished to avoid escalating conflicts between Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju, who were to become his sons-in-law, as it would complicate matters for him. Additionally, he was quite pleased with the earlier display of strength and poise from Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju. Tianyang, Juer, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. After a brief pause, Chu Ming continued with utmost seriousness. In a few days, our Chu family will hold a grand tournament, and I hope you will participate. Some of the younger members of the family have been resentful ever since I betrothed Yuyin and Yujiao to both of you. This is also one of the reasons why they came here, to trouble you shortly after your arrival. With your current cultivation and strength, you are certain to secure a top position in the grand competition. At that time, those unruly youths from the Chu family will naturally fall silent. Chu Ming remarked with a beaming smile. Chu Ming and Ling Xian have known each other for many years, having traveled the world together, sharing life and death, their bond surpassing that of ordinary brothers. Subsequently, their connection deepened as they arranged a marriage between their children. Very well, Uncle Chu. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Ling Ju's face lit up with joy. Ling Ju and Chu Yujian, with the young man being strikingly handsome and the young woman exquisitely charming, often exchanged letters and occasionally met in private. Although they were aware that their marriage had been arranged by their fathers without their consent, neither felt resentment towards this union. Rather, they developed a mutual fondness, which could be considered a delightful fate. Indeed, Ling Tianyang, who was beside them, nodded. However, Ling Tianyang harbored a distinct sentiment toward this engagement. Feeling an innate resistance, he had never met Chu Yujian, let alone developed any mutual affection. Thus, the thought of marrying a stranger was utterly unacceptable to him. Moreover, his heart was already occupied by the images of 2 other women. The smiles of Shen Tu-jing and Jiang Ziyun were indelibly etched in his heart. Although Shen Tu-jing had left in a fit of anger, Ling Tianyang was unaware of her whereabouts. Given that Shen Tu-jing was a paragon within the celestial realm, the disparity between her prowess and Ling Tianyang's current abilities was vast, so he need not worry about her safety for the time being. Perhaps he could only seek her out once his own strength had sufficiently grown. As for Jiang Ziyun, after parting ways in the Misty Valley, Ling Tianyang knew she possessed a fixed-point teleportation talisman, alleviating his concerns for her well-being. He was aware that Jiang Ziyun belonged to the Upper Void sect. Thus, he would eventually make his way there. Yin, I have matters to discuss with your Uncle Ling, so we shall take our leave. You and Zhu'er can explore the surroundings. After Ling Tianyang and Ling Zhu agreed to participate in the Chu family's grand competition, Chu Ming instructed Chu Yuyin before departing with Ling Xian. Brother Ling, Tianyang, allow me to take you to the most bustling treasure street in Namlin Prefecture, Chu Yuyin said, her face alight with joy as she looked at Ling Zhu. Chapter 58. The treasure auction. Namlin Treasure Street, located at the heart of Namlin County, stands as the largest trading hub in the region. This bustling thoroughfare is alive with vibrancy, flanked by an array of taverns and tea houses, and brimming with shops of every kind. The streets are a ceaseless flow of vehicles and pedestrians, creating an atmosphere of unrelenting excitement. Young master, there are so many people here, it's truly lively, exclaimed Xixiao and Xixiami, filled with joy beside Ling Tianyang. This marked their first departure from Kaiyang City, and they were exhilarated by the distinct ambience of their new surroundings. In front of them, Ling Zhu and Chu Yuyin walked hand in hand, perusing various trinkets at the stalls lining the street, with Chu Yuyin delighting in the assortment of small adornments. The air was thick with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares, and occasionally, one could spot flamboyantly dressed beauties in small clusters, attempting to attract customers. Hey there, come in and have a seat. The street's enchanting ladies had honed their discerning eye, easily identifying those with wealth. Upon catching sight of the distinguished Ling Zhu, they were irresistibly drawn to him. Get lost. All of you, step aside, or I shall deal with you. Upon noticing the establishments behind the women, adorned with signs such as Red Powder House or Pleasant Red Courtyard, Chu Yuyin was instantly infuriated. Ah, run. A collective scream erupted as onlookers witnessed Chu Yuyin draw her sword, prompting a hasty retreat. Ling Tianyang, Xixiao, and Xixiami, who trailed behind Ling Zhu and Chu Yuyin, stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words as they beheld Chu Yuyin's fury. Brother Ling, Tianyang, now that we are at Namlin Treasure Street, we must visit Junlai Pavilion. It would be a shame to miss it, Chu Yuyin proposed after shooing away the flamboyant women. Junlai Pavilion? Ling Tianyang inquired, with Ling Zhu and the others regarding Chu Yuyin with expressions of curiosity. Junlai Pavilion is an auction house, and it is the largest in Namlin County, reputed to house countless treasures. Chu Yuyin explained eagerly. What a stroke of luck. Today marks the semi-monthly treasure auction at Junlai Pavilion. It is said that many valuable items are showcased during these events. Let us hurry inside. With her excitement growing, the group soon arrived at the grand entrance of Junlai Pavilion. The treasure auction? We must certainly check it out, Ling Tianyang murmured. Junlai Pavilion is the most prominent auction house on Namlin Treasure Street, filled with innumerable treasures. It is also affiliated with the wealthiest family in the royal city of Qingyun Kingdom, the Duanmu family. The Duanmu lineage boasts a history that spans several millennia, and in terms of affluence, it is arguably unparalleled. The Duanmu family not only possesses immense wealth, but also boasts a multitude of formidable individuals within its ranks. Thus, regardless of how enticing the profits of the Junlai Pavilion auction might be, no one dares to covet them with such a powerful backing. Come, let us enter, declared Ling Tianyang, striding towards the entrance of the Junlai Pavilion auction house. Stop right there, young man. A heavily armed guard called out. The treasure auction is about to commence. This is not a place for idle folk to wander in. To gain entry, one must possess an invitation from the auction house or present proof of financial capability. Just as Ling Tianyang was about to cross the threshold, he was halted by the vigilant sentinels. Proof of financial capability? Ling Tianyang paused, perplexed. Indeed, proof of financial capability means you must demonstrate your ability to spend at the auction house, with a minimum requirement of 30,000 gold coins per person. The guard explained impatiently. Tianyang, I have an invitation from the Chu family, which allows entry for over a dozen people into Junlai Pavilion. Chu Yuyin hastily produced a golden invitation embossed with the Chu family insignia. Is everything all right, sister-in-law? Ling Tianyang inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. With a grand gesture, 5 large wooden chests suddenly materialized on the ground. He then flicked his fingers, causing the chests to pop open with a resounding clang, revealing a dazzling pile of hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Wow, so much gold. The guards gasped. That is a spatial ring. The sight of the unexpectedly revealed chests filled with gold sent a chill down the guards' spines. And they silently rejoiced for not having offended Ling Tianyang too much moments earlier. As gatekeepers, they understood the importance of discernment. While some may not be familiar faces, one could often gauge their status by their demeanor. Never should they underestimate individuals who appear ordinary, for they could very well be of extraordinary lineage. The young man before them could effortlessly produce hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and at such a young age, possessing a spatial ring, he was undoubtedly no ordinary heir. Moreover, they had just witnessed Chu Yujiao clutching the Chu family's invitation, signifying her high status that was not to be trifled with. May we enter now? Ling Tianyang asked coldly. Please, esteemed guests, do come in. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a beaming smile swiftly emerged from the entrance of Rui Pavilion. I sincerely apologize for any offense earlier. I hope you can forgive me, he said, bowing to Ling Tianyang and his companions. It's nothing. Ling Tianyang replied with a nod, and with another wave of his hand, the large wooden chests vanished from sight. The middle-aged man, witnessing this display, smiled even more broadly. Tianyang, I had no idea you were so wealthy. If I see something I fancy later, you must buy it for me. Chu Yujiao said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. And I too. Ling Ju chimed in with hearty laughter. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Ling Tianyang and his companions soon arrived at the grand venue of the treasure auction, which was set to accommodate a multitude of attendees. Upon entering, the surroundings, once bright, gradually succumbed to a dim ambience, while a cacophony of voices filled the air incessantly. Adorning the walls of the auction house were numerous golden and crystal embellishments, intricately arranged into exquisite patterns that exuded an air of sophistication rather than vulgarity, imparting a refreshing sense of exhilaration. Those in need of assistance could approach the hostesses waiting just outside the private rooms, ever ready to cater to their needs. After escorting Ling Tianyang and his companions into a private chamber, the middle-aged man took his leave. Rather than opting for a designated room belonging to the Chu family, they chose a modest chamber directly facing the auction stage. The space, though not expansive, was furnished with a few beast skin chairs and a golden inlaid zeaton-wood table adorned with an array of exquisite fruits, while the walls were adorned with scenic paintings. At that moment, beneath the spotlight in the center of the auction hall, a captivating woman in a red dress gracefully emerged from behind the auction podium. As she clapped her hands, her voice, enchanting enough to render one's bones weak, resonated throughout the venue. Welcome to the Junlage Treasure Auction House. I am Duanwu, the auctioneer here. Should any of you possess valuable items to auction, feel free to entrust them to our establishment for representation with that. She proclaimed the commencement of the Junlage auction. As her words echoed, the crystals above the auction hall illuminated suddenly, casting a gentle glow that permeated every corner. Soon after, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, holding a gold-inlaid wooden tray covered with yellow silk. She carefully placed the tray upon the auction podium and gently unveiled the silk instantaneously. A cerulean tome came into view, capturing the attention of all present. This first item for auction was a martial arts manual of the low-tier profound level, entitled Shattered Gold Palm. This technique, created over 20 years ago by the solitary cultivator Ming, possessed the formidable ability to obliterate weapons with a single strike when mastered to its zenith. The starting bid for the Shattered Gold Palm was set at 20,000 gold coins, with subsequent increments no less than 1,000 coins. Upon hearing Duanwu introduction, a wave of excitement swept through the auction house. Many cultivators, unaligned with powerful factions, felt their spirits ignite with fervor. Ling Tianyang, having once traversed the path of a solitary cultivator in his past life, understood the arduous journey of these practitioners in acquiring advanced martial techniques. Unlike the disciples of formidable sections, within the auction hall, numerous attendees were practicing techniques beneath the profound level, leading to a rather disheartening scene. 23,000 gold coins. After a brief silence, someone finally could not contain themselves and initiated the bidding. Chaos erupted as voices clamored for attention. 25,000 gold coins. 27,000 gold coins. Damn it, I'm all in. If I can learn a low-tier profound martial technique, I'll have a fighting chance in the martial world. Who has to say I can't earn some gold coins? A fierce-looking rogue stood up, glaring menacingly, and declared, I shall offer 35,000 gold coins. Who dares to contest with me? Chapter 59. The Crimson Soul Stone. 35,000 gold coins, for the first time. 35,000 gold coins, for the second time. Is there a higher bid? 35,000 gold coins, for the third time sold. Ultimately, this low-tier mysterious technique, the fragmented golden palm manual, was acquired at the high price of 35,000 gold coins by a fierce-looking rogue cultivator. Inside the private room, Ling Tianyang and his companions gazed in astonishment through the crystal glass, witnessing the unfolding events in the auction hall. The next item to be auctioned was a pair of low-grade spiritual artifact swords, known as the Crimson Moon Twin Swords. The enchanting voice of Duanmu Yao, which could render one's bones weak with allure, resonated throughout the entire auction hall once more. With a swift motion, the silk covering the wooden tray was lifted, revealing two crimson-long swords before the audience. The blades emitted a dazzling red glow, captivating all under the illumination of crystal light. The Crimson Moon Twin Swords were crafted by the esteemed master of refinement in Namlin County, Tianqi, ensuring their quality. One sword embodies the essence of yin, while the other represents yang, making this pair particularly suitable for couples. Low-grade spiritual artifacts are typically wielded by cultivators of the spiritual sea realm, enhancing their combat prowess by approximately 20 to 30%. Even cultivators below the spiritual sea realm can benefit from a modest increase of 5 to 10% in their fighting capabilities when utilizing low-grade spiritual artifacts. Moreover, these artifacts possess the ability to autonomously project sword energy to strike adversaries. For this auction, the Crimson Moon Twin Swords will only accept spiritual stones as payment, as per Master Tianqi's stipulation. If any of you lack spiritual stones, our Rui Pavilion can facilitate an exchange at a rate of 1,200 gold coins for one low-grade spiritual stone. Now, the starting bid for the Crimson Moon Twin Swords is set at 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, with each increment requiring a minimum increase of 10 stones. Duanmu Yao declared enticingly. Within the private room, Ling Ju and Chu Yujiao gazed fervently at the Crimson Moon Twin Swords through the crystal glass. However, upon hearing Duanmu Yao's announcement regarding the necessity of low-grade spiritual stones for the auction, both exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads. Similar to low-grade spiritual artifacts, low-grade spiritual stones are also commonly utilized by cultivators above the spiritual sea realm. These energy crystals are composed of pure celestial spiritual energy and have extensive applications. Cultivators of the spiritual sea realm can significantly accelerate their training speed using spiritual stones, which can also be employed for array formations, crafting artifacts, and more. Despite being prominent members of their respective families and receiving considerable recognition, Ling Ju and Chu Yujiao found their financial resources lacking compared to those of the spiritual sea realm cultivators. After all, as mere consolidation realm cultivators, they could fulfill their training needs by simply absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings, leading their families to refrain from allocating spiritual stones for their cultivation. 2,700 low-grade spiritual stones. 2,750 low-grade spiritual stones. In a brief span, the Crimson Moon Twin Swords were bid up to the impressive sum of 2,750 low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The Crimson Moon Twin Swords are truly a remarkable find, an exquisite pair of low-grade spiritual artifacts for couples. Duanmu Yao coaxed enticingly. 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. In the private room where Ling Tianyang and his companions were gathered, a robust voice resonated. Tianyang, have you lost your mind? Where do we have so many low-grade spirit stones? Upon hearing Ling Tianyang suddenly call out a high price of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, Chu Yujiao was immediately taken aback. Tianyang, it is forbidden to place orders on credit at Rui Pavilion. If anyone quotes recklessly, it will provoke a powerful and merciless response from the strong within the pavilion. A few years prior, Xianxia, the deputy leader of the Tianhu gang in Namlin County, had made a reckless bid at Rui Pavilion and was promptly eliminated by a formidable expert from the pavilion. In the end, the Tianhu gang had no choice but to swallow their grievances. Although Chu Yujiao knew that Ling Tianyang possessed a substantial amount of gold coins, the precious low-grade spirit stones were another matter entirely. After all, within the Chu family, a martial artist at the spirit sea realm received only a few dozen low-grade spirit stones each year. What should we do? Chu Yujiao asked anxiously. You all stay here and try to stall for time. I will return home to summon my father. Just as she was about to rise, Ling Tianyang stopped her. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I recently came into a significant fortune. I can indeed produce several thousand low-grade spirit stones. Not long ago, Ling Tianyang had acquired 5 spatial rings within the Misty Valley, one of which was filled with spirit stones. In his hidden spirit ring, he possessed a staggering 1,967,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with 245,000 mid-grade spirit stones. not to mention the upper and top-grade spirit stones. Thus, what he lacked the least at this moment was spirit stones. A mere few thousand low-grade spirit stones were trivial to Ling Tianyang now. Second brother, you truly are swimming in wealth. Before Chu Yujiao could respond, Ling Ju chimed in. Hee, just average. Ling Tianyang chuckled. 3,100 low-grade spirit stones. 3,200 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Tianyang's bids were soon drowned out by the voices of other martial artists at the Spirit Sea realm and above. 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. After raising the bid to 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, the room fell silent momentarily. After a while, someone weakly offered 4,100 low-grade spirit stones. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Tianyang declared, extravagantly. Madness, utter madness. Chu Yujiao muttered within the private room. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, going once. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, going twice. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Well then, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, going for the third time, sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the Red Moon Twin Swords. Now, we shall auction the third set of items. Seeing the Red Moon Twin Swords fetching such a high price of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, Duanmu Yao beamed with delight. Initially, she had thought selling the swords for 4,000 low-grade spirit stones would be commendable. She never anticipated they would sell for an additional 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for the other martial artists in the auction hall, upon witnessing Ling Tianyang's extravagant purchase of the Red Moon Twin Swords, they could not help but curse him for his reckless spending. Sir, I have brought you the Red Moon Twin Swords you bid for. A beautiful maid from Xuanling soon delivered the swords to Ling Tianyang's private room. Just place them on the table, Ling Tianyang instructed with a nod. And with a wave of his hand, a pile of sparkling low-grade spirit stones appeared before the maid. These swords are indeed remarkable, he exclaimed, conjuring the Red Moon Twin Swords into his grasp and playfully admiring them. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Ling Ju and Chu Yujiao, Ling Tianyang handed the swords to them, saying, Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, these Red Moon Twin Swords are now yours. What? You mean you are gifting us the Red Moon Twin Swords? Ling Ju and Chu Yujiao stared at Ling Tianyang in disbelief. Of course, they are a gift. Otherwise, why would I bid for them? I had promised to give each of you a treasure, and consider these swords as an early congratulatory gift. Ling Tianyang smiled warmly at them, then jested, Do you not like them? If you don't want them, I shall bestow them upon someone else. Who says we do not want them? Ling Ju exclaimed, clutching the Red Moon Twin Swords tightly, his face beaming as he and Chu Yujiao began to examine them with delight. It must be noted that Duanmu Yao from Xuanling was a master at setting the mood. Under her guidance, the atmosphere in the auction hall remained electrifying. Her enchanting voice, which sent shivers down one's spine, and her warm, radiant smile stirred the hearts of many male martial artists, invigorating them to bid fervently. Prices for the auctioned items surged as a result. This time, Xuanling had an impressive array of treasures for auction. As time passed, the treasure auction gradually approached its climax. During this period, Ling Tianyang, with his lavish spending, acquired 2 exquisite low-grade spiritual swords for Xianxia and Xiaomei. His prodigal behavior piqued the curiosity of numerous martial artists, who speculated about the distinguished individuals seated in his private room. Some gazed at Ling Tianyang's chamber with resentment, inwardly condemning him for his ostentatious wealth and for bullying others with his abundance of spirit stones. Esteemed guests, we now present the pièce d'argent of today's treasure auction at Xuanling. Duanmu Yao announced, clapping her hands. A lovely maid gracefully approached, carrying a jade plate that was not covered with red cloth. On the plate lay a crimson mineral, roughly the size of a human head, exuding an air of mystery against the backdrop of the auction stage and the jade plate. I am certain that everyone is curious about the crimson or within this jade plate. Indeed, this red mineral is the coveted Crimson Soul Stone, a treasure fervently sought after by martial artists above the Spirit Sea realm. The enchanting voice of Duanmu Yao resonated throughout the auction hall. What? The Crimson Soul Stone. This is indeed the Crimson Soul Stone. As these words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the auction house, swiftly followed by a wave of excitement. The commotion sparked by the Crimson Soul Stone was undeniably more profound than that caused by the previous treasures. The Crimson Soul Stone is a rare material capable of forging soul treasures. Unlike spiritual weapons, soul treasures are refined through the martial artist's soul and consciousness, allowing them to be absorbed into the body. Moreover, the power of soul treasures can even surpass that of spiritual weapons. After a moment of astonishment, fervent gazes fixated on the crimson or upon the stage, seemingly overshadowing the enchanting Duanmu, Yao standing beside it. Chapter 60. The Fierce Competition for the Crimson Soul Stone. Within the private room, upon hearing the mention of the Crimson Soul Stone, a gleam of excitement flickered in Ling Tianyang's eyes, prompting him to rise immediately. The last time he witnessed Shintu Jing's departure from the Ling family, he was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness that deeply evoked memories of his past life, a time when he soared through the skies with unmatched freedom. At present, Ling Tianyang's cultivation level remains insufficient for flight. However, the emergence of the Crimson Soul Stone ignited a flicker of hope within him for early ascension to the skies. Soul treasures are unique artifacts, distinct from ordinary spiritual tools. While spiritual tools are activated by the wielder's own spiritual energy, soul treasures can only be controlled through the wielder's soul power and consciousness. This implies that to wield a soul treasure, one must possess at least a cultivation level of Spirit Sea realm or higher, having opened their soul sea and birthed their consciousness. Ling Tianyang's current soul and consciousness have already reached the initial stage of the celestial realm. Should he acquire the soul treasure, he would be capable of utilizing it for flight. Furthermore, by harnessing the soul treasure, he could unleash attacks equivalent to that of the initial stage of the celestial realm. No, I must obtain this Crimson Soul Stone. Ling Tianyang's gaze swept over the Crimson Soul Stone on the auction stage, instinctively licking his lips as he muttered resolutely to himself. With possession of the Crimson Soul Stone, he could seek out a master craftsman to forge the soul treasure he desires. Once he possesses such a treasure, his strength would undoubtedly surge, granting him combat prowess akin to that of the initial stage of the celestial realm. Though there are many powerful celestial realm warriors in Nanlin County, they remain a rarity among the multitude of martial artists. Each celestial realm expert is treated as a distinguished guest by the various factions of Nanlin County. Ladies and gentlemen, I need not elaborate on the significance of the Crimson Soul Stone. The starting bid is set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. The enchanting voice of Duanmu Yao, whose allure could render one weak need, resonated throughout the auction hall. Upon announcing the staggering starting price of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, a hush fell over the auction house. It was evident that the majority lacked the means to procure such a treasure. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones represent several years of profit for a prominent family like the Chu family. For an ordinary martial artist at the Spirit Sea realm, it could take a century of diligent saving to accumulate such wealth. 110,000 low-grade spirit stones. The uncomfortable silence did not persist for long. Soon, an elderly gentleman in one of the VIP rooms made the first bid. 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. With this offer, a somewhat balding middle-aged man in another room confidently chimed in. As the auction progressed towards its grand finale, fewer individuals remained capable of placing bids. At this moment, only those from prominent families or powerful celestial realm experts could afford to participate. 123,000 low-grade spirit stones. 127,000 low-grade spirit stones. 130,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although the number of bidders in the auction hall has diminished, those who remain have become increasingly fervent. Many exhibit accelerated breathing and reddened eyes, fixated on the Crimson Soul Stone upon the auction block, eager to seize it at once. However, within the confines of the auction house, none dare to make a reckless move. Previously, Ling Tianyang attempted to extend his divine sense to survey the surroundings. But as soon as he did, it was repelled by a formidable barrier. Clearly, the Rui Pavilion auction house had established a powerful formation. In the private room, Ling Tianyang refrained from hastily placing a bid. Yet, observing the eager expression on his face, Ling Ju and the others were astonished. Tianyang, you cannot possibly wish to compete for the Crimson Soul Stone alongside them, can you? Indeed, this Crimson Soul Stone holds great significance for me. I must acquire it. Ling Tianyang affirmed, and then boldly called out, I bid 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the auction hall. Damn, it's that private room again. That reckless spender has returned. How many spirit stones must that be? If I were to rob the individual in that room, would I not instantly become a wealthy man? Many in the hall stared in disbelief, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions, casting meaningful glances towards Ling Tianyang's private room. This guest has bid 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Let us not forget, this Crimson Soul Stone is a treasure capable of crafting soul artifacts. Given its size, it could forge several soul artifacts. Missing out would indeed be a grave mistake. With a brief lull enveloping the auction hall and no immediate bids forthcoming, Duanmu Yao promptly stepped forward to enliven the atmosphere. At that moment, the elder from the previous VIP room spoke again. 210,000 low-grade spirit stones. Excellent. We have a counter-bidder with discernment, who will raise the stakes further. Opportunities like these are fleeting, Duanmu Yao exclaimed, her spirit invigorated. 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Tianyang was about to place his bid when a balding middle-aged man in another VIP room swiftly interjected. Good, another has raised the bid. What are you waiting for? Duanmu Yao's voice grew even more resounding. The bid of 230,000 low-grade spirit stones had met her expectations. Even if no further bids were made, she would be satisfied. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Tianyang bid nonchalantly. 310,000 low-grade spirit stones. 320,000 low-grade spirit stones. 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Tianyang continued to raise his bid. You've got some guts, kid. I'm bowing out. While this item has caught my eye, it is not worth this price. Anything above 400,000 low-grade spirit stones is better spent on other treasures. The elder from the VIP room grumbled fiercely. What do you know? Happiness is priceless. Anything I desire holds its own value. Ling Tianyang retorted coldly. All right, kid. I may not understand, but clearly you do. Please, do not let me discover your identity. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The elderly man threatened. Ladies and gentlemen, this esteemed establishment, Rui Pavilion, is a place of commerce. Any personal grievances must not be aired here. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged throughout the auction hall, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a stern-looking, white-haired elder beside Duanmu Yao. Shall we proceed with the auction of the Crimson Soul Stone? This esteemed guest has already bid 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there any further bidding? Duanmu Yao's enchanting voice resonated throughout the auction house. 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. First call. 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Before Duanmu Yao could finish her announcement, a hesitant voice finally broke the silence. I bid 430,000 low-grade spirit stones. Look at those individuals, seemingly overflowing with wealth. Many in the auction hall remarked enviously. Every auction tends to bring forth unexpected surprises. So witnessing a rare artifact like the Crimson Soul Stone fetch such a price was not entirely astonishing. These individuals appear to be members of some superpower. How extraordinarily affluent they are. Alas, if only we possessed better talents. Had we passed the last test of the Heavenly Weapons sect, we could at least be disciples of a prestigious sect. How glorious that would be. And the bidding begins anew. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. In a private booth, Ling Tianyang paused momentarily before escalating his bid to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. A collective gasp echoed through the hall at the mention of such a sum. While martial artists earn money more swiftly than ordinary folk, their expenditures are equally substantial, as they must procure various items necessary for cultivation, leaving little left over. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones is no trifling amount. Even a typical celestial realm expert might toil for a decade without amassing such wealth. At this juncture, only the balding middle-aged man in the VIP booth continued to contest Ling Tianyang's bid. To Ling Tianyang, 500,000 low-grade spirit stones was hardly a concern. Even if the Crimson Soul Stone were to reach 1 million low-grade spirit stones, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Securing the Crimson Soul Stone and subsequently commissioning someone to refine it into a soul treasure would undoubtedly amplify his strength immensely. Would he then still worry about earning spirit stones? You've won, young man. The balding middle-aged man, who had initially believed that his wealth would easily secure the Crimson Soul Stone, found himself thwarted by Ling Tianyang's unexpected challenge. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's composed declaration of the staggering bid of 500,000, the middle-aged man felt a sense of retreat brewing within him. This figure far exceeded his expectations. Even with a considerable amount of spirit stones at his disposal, he resolved to concede. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. First call. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Second call. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Third call. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest who has successfully acquired the Crimson Soul Stone. I shall promptly deliver this exquisite gem into your hands. On the auction stage, Duanmu Yao beamed with delight. For this auction of the Crimson Soul Stone had proven to be immensely profitable for her. Before long, Duanmu Yao, accompanied by a stunning maid, approached the private chamber of Ling Tianyang and his companions, cradling the Crimson Soul Stone with care. Chapter 61. The Great Competition of the Chu Family Greetings. Esteemed guests, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, and soon two figures entered, with Duanmu Yao's melodious voice resonating within the private room of Ling Tianyang and his companions. Young master, this is the red soul stone you have bid for. Duanmu Yao surveyed Ling Tianyang and the others, her face beaming with delight as she gestured for a beautiful maid behind her to present the jade tray containing the red soul stone to Ling Tianyang. Thank you. Ling Tianyang nodded appreciatively and waved his hand to store the red soul stone into his concealed spirit ring. Subsequently, with a grand gesture, a mound of lower-grade spirit stones materialized within the room. Young master must be visiting Junlai Pavilion for the first time, am I right? Duanmu Yao waved her hand, collecting all the lower-grade spirit stones before moving closer to Ling Tianyang. Indeed, Ling Tianyang nodded helplessly, shifting back slightly while silently cursing, Enchantress. The proximity allowed him to catch the alluring fragrance in the air, and the enchanting tone of Duanmu Yao's voice sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. May I inquire your esteemed name? Noticing the young man's indifference to her beauty, Duanmu Yao furrowed her brow and, with a hand covering her red lips, inquired with a charming smile, might you reveal it to me? Ling Tianyang, of the Ling family. Ling Tianyang smiled, then remarked, what? Do I need to announce my identity just to participate in the auction? You misunderstand, young master. I am merely curious, Duanmu Yao replied softly, lightly biting her red lip. She then produced a blue crystal card, presenting it to Ling Tianyang, on which the words Junlai Pavilion were inscribed. Young Master Ling, this blue crystal card is our exclusive VIP card for Junlai Pavilion. As long as you possess this card, you will receive VIP treatment at any auction house under the Duanmu family. Whether purchasing items or paying auction fees, you will enjoy discounts. Duanmu Yao explained gently. This card is quite impressive. I like it. Ling Tianyang took the blue crystal card, appreciating such tangible items. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled and asked, Duanmu girl, do you have any spare spatial rings for sale? We have two types of spatial rings available. The smaller one is 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones each, while the larger one is 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, Duanmu Yao said, raising an eyebrow with a professional smile. Which type does young master require? Please give me 6 of the larger spatial rings, Ling Tianyang replied nonchalantly, then waved his hand to produce 60,000 lower-grade spirit stones, handing them over to Duanmu Yao. Young Master Ling, you are indeed generous. As Ling Tianyang displayed his extravagant generosity, throwing down riches with abandon, Duanmu Yao smiled charmingly and remarked, Young Master Ling, should you ever desire any rare treasures in the future, do remember to consider our Junlai Pavilion auction house. Following her instructions, the staff of Junlai Pavilion swiftly procured 6 spatial rings, each valued at 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Miss Duanmu, I bid you farewell. The auction had concluded, and having acquired all he sought, Ling Tianyang had no intention of lingering at the auction house. He gently waved goodbye to Duanmu Yao. Subsequently, Ling Tianyang, along with his 5 companions, departed from Junlai Pavilion without a backward glance, heading towards the direction of the Chu family. Simultaneously, Ling Tianyang retrieved 4 of the 6 spatial rings he had just purchased and graciously gifted them to Ling Ju, Chu Yujiao, Xianxia, and Xiaomei. Prior to arriving at Junlai Pavilion, Ling Tianyang had possessed several spatial rings of considerable size. However, their origins were obscure, preventing him from using them freely. After all, to carry such a multitude of spirit stones, along with advanced techniques and spiritual artifacts, was not the mark of an ordinary individual. Thus, only the items left behind by Sikong Ran and the hidden spirit ring could be utilized without reservation. As for the contents of the other spatial rings, Ling Tianyang could only employ those unmarked spirit stones and a few spiritual herbs and elixirs. Concerning the marked items, he refrained from using them until his cultivation reached a higher level, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. On the top floor of Junlai Pavilion, Duanmu Yao gazed at Ling Tianyang's receding figure, her smile gradually fading. After a moment of contemplation, she languidly leaned back against the animal skin chair in the room and spoke to the surrounding air. Uncle, what do you think of this young Master Ling? It is truly the first time I have encountered a youth of such caliber in Nanlin County. I believe this young Master Ling is anything but ordinary. Suddenly, a venerable elder with snow-white hair materialized from the previously empty space beside Duanmu Yao. This was the same imposing figure who had appeared at the auction stage earlier. Uncle, perhaps you should follow him, Duanmu Yao suggested unexpectedly. This is ill-advised. The elder interrupted immediately upon hearing her words. I was hidden behind you just now, and the moment I entered their private room, I sensed that young Master Ling seemed to have detected my presence right away. Alas, this individual is extravagant and quite mysterious. It is best we do not provoke him. The elder sighed deeply, his tone laden with concern. Is he truly that formidable? Duanmu Yao narrowed her eyes in contemplation, clearly puzzled. Do you recall the Liu family in the imperial city of Qingyun Kingdom over a decade ago? They inadvertently offended a mysterious man and, as a result, their entire clan, comprising tens of thousands, was annihilated overnight by this enigmatic figure. Although our Duanmu family is not weak, it is wise to avoid antagonizing such mysterious warriors. The elderly man with white hair spoke with a serious demeanor. Uncle, I was merely jesting. Observing the somewhat anxious expression on the old man's face, Duanmu Yao helplessly rubbed her forehead and offered a wry smile. She then gazed vacantly out of the window into the sky, letting out a gentle sigh, leaving no one aware of the thoughts swirling within her mind at that moment. That's a relief. Upon hearing Duanmu Yao's words, the elderly man also breathed a sigh of relief. However, what he did not disclose to Duanmu Yao was that he had sensed a faint but dangerous aura emanating from Ling Tianyang, and he genuinely feared that Duanmu Yao might act recklessly. As the sun gradually ascended above the horizon, a beam of sunlight pierced through the gray sky, casting its glow upon the earth. The heavens were gradually painted crimson by the morning light, and the warm rays enveloped the entire sky of Namlin County. The Chu family South Martial Arts Square was teeming with people. Countless descendants of the Chu family eagerly rubbed their hands together, all awaiting the arrival of the grand competition. Hoping to shine and secure a commendable position, the murmurs and discussions melded into a lively clamor. Today marked the annual family competition of the Chu family in Namlin County. Many residents of Namlin County, upon hearing that the Chu family was hosting the family competition, flocked there without needing any official notice from the Chu family. At the entrance of the Chu family, guards stood in abundance, including several formidable experts from the Spirit Sea realm. The entrance was bustling with comings and goings, a constant flow of visitors. The crowd was so dense that it nearly trampled the Chu family's entrance, as even those who could not participate sought the opportunity to witness the spectacle and familiarize themselves with the family. As one of the top 10 families in Namlin County, the Chu family boasted powerful figures at the celestial extreme realm among its ranks. Many came to the Chu family either to forge connections and curry favor with its members, or to observe the capabilities of the Chu family's younger generation. After all, for any family, fresh blood is of paramount importance. The rise and fall of a family ultimately hinge on the prowess of its top experts and the strength of its descendants. When Ling Tianyang arrived at the Chu family South Martial Arts Square accompanied by Xianxia, Xiaomei, and Wu Lingen, the atmosphere was already one of considerable excitement and fervor. A glance around revealed a sea of people, enveloping the entire Chu family in a vibrant and bustling ambience. Chapter 62. Voluntary surrender. The martial arts arena of the Chu family was vast enough to accommodate nearly 10,000 spectators simultaneously. Beside the arena stood an elevated platform for viewing the martial displays, which was already occupied by numerous guests engaged in lively conversation. Ling Tai-su and the esteemed elder of the Chu family, Chu Ao Tian, were seated alongside Ling Xian and Chu Ming, as well as several other elders from the Chu family. Additionally, many distinguished guests had gathered to observe this grand family competition. Young master, the Chu family is bustling with activity today. There are so many powerful presences on the platform. Behind Ling Tianyang, Xiaoya and Xiao may sense the formidable auras emanating from the elevated platform and could not help but voice their excitement. Although it was not their first encounter with such a scene, they still felt a surge of nervousness. There is no need for envy. Ling Tianyang gently patted Xiaoya and Xiaomei on the shoulder. As long as you both dedicate yourselves to your training, there will come a day when you surpass them in strength. He then continued towards the competition stage. Young master, we will surely strive to improve. Xiaoya and Xiaomei murmured in unison, watching Ling Tianyang's retreating figure. Suddenly, a figure from the Chu family's guest seating area swiftly soared to the host position of the martial arts arena. Under the gaze of many, Chu Ming clasped his hands and boisterously proclaimed, "Today marks the annual family competition of the Chu family, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your presence. Most of you are familiar faces, so I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries and get straight to the point." Chu Ming's resonant voice echoed across the Chu family grounds. "I hereby announce that the family competition has now commenced." Upon his appearance at the host stage, the crowd erupted in excitement. As the head of the Chu family, Chu Ming was a prominent figure in Namlin County, respected for his capabilities and methods, and he commanded considerable authority in the hearts of the Chu family's younger generation. Once Chu Ming finished speaking, a Chu family steward approached the arena, holding a massive bamboo tube from which protruded hundreds of bamboo slips, inscribed with numbers. "As per tradition, we shall draw lots to determine opponents. All participants in the family competition, please come forth and draw lots. Inside the bamboo tube were slips engraved with the numbers 1 through 618. The individual who drew the first slip would battle the one who drew the second, and so forth. Chu Ming's voice resounded once more. A total of 618 individuals will participate in this competition, and the family will ultimately select the top 10. The top 10 will receive substantial rewards. Notably, the first place winner will gain the privilege to select any martial art from the Chu family's treasury for cultivation. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, many of the Chu family's younger members were filled with eagerness, lining up one after another to draw their slips from the steward's bamboo tube. As the participants of the grand competition completed their draw, Chu Ming pointed at the newly constructed 10 dueling platforms in the training arena and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Here stand the 10 newly erected platforms. Since everyone has drawn their lots, let the contest commence." Among the warriors participating in the family competition, aside from Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju, the rest were all members of the Chu clan. Each of the 10 platforms had a Chu clan practitioner at the Spirit Sea realm serving as a judge. Upon the completion of the draws, the judge at the first platform called out loudly, "Those who drew numbers 1 and 2, please proceed to the first platform to begin your duel." The judge at the second platform followed suit, announcing that those who drew numbers 3 and 4 should come to the second platform. The announcements continued across the platforms until the third platform was called. Ling Tianyang glanced at the bamboo strip in his hand and noticed the prominent number 5 inscribed upon it. Without further hesitation, he made his way to the third platform. However, upon arriving, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. Standing opposite him was a young man, seemingly in his early 20s, clad in a simple blue robe, with an unremarkable yet steadfast appearance. This individual was none other than the blue-robed man from a few days prior, who had caused a commotion outside the courtyard where Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju resided, and who had narrowly escaped being slain by Ling Tianyang. "You again? I didn't expect your injuries to heal so swiftly," Ling Tianyang remarked with a mischievous glint in his eye, his tone laced with malice. "Ling Tianyang, you are indeed formidable. I am no match for you, I concede." The blue-robed man, with a sorrowful expression, introduced himself as Chu Yu. "I acknowledge my previous wrongdoings and apologize. I hope we may have the chance to be friends in the future." After being unexpectedly defeated by Ling Tianyang, Chu Yu realized the vast disparity in their strengths. He understood that to challenge Ling Tianyang again would be a mere act of humiliation, thus he opted for the wiser path of conceding. "Are you certain you wish to concede?" Both Ling Tianyang and the Spirit Sea realm judge beside Chu Yu asked in astonishment. "Yes, I concede." Chu Yu nodded reluctantly, lowering his head as he exited the third platform. "What's happening at the third platform? Why has that Chu clan member conceded before even engaging in combat?" Since Chu Ming announced the commencement of the competition, the atmosphere in the training arena had become electric, with the other 9 platforms bustling with activity and fierce battles underway. Yet, on the third platform, where Ling Tianyang and Chu Yu stood, there was no sign of conflict whatsoever. The unexpected concession from Chu Yu, a practitioner at the initial stage of the true condensation realm, left many spectators astonished. "It's him." In the esteemed VIP section of the martial arts arena, a captivating young woman clad in a red dress exclaimed in astonishment, "How could this young Master Ling possibly participate in the Chu family's grand tournament?" Turning to the elder, she inquired, "Elder, the young Master Ling on the third combat platform is not from your esteemed Chu family, is he? What brings him to your family's competition?" Among those present to witness the tournament was Duanmu Yao from Rui Pavilion. Upon spotting Ling Tianyang on the third combat platform, she could not resist asking the nearby Elder Chu Linshan, "Miss Duanmu, do you also know Tianyang?" Elder Chu Linshan replied with a smile, "Tianyang is the adopted son of the head of the Ling family, and is also destined to be our future son-in-law, making him somewhat of a member of the Chu family." "Oh, I see." Duanmu Yao pondered thoughtfully. Not only were many in the VIP section perplexed, but there was also much discussion among the crowd in the arena. Why did Brother Chu Yu suddenly concede? Indeed, Brother Chu Yu is now a cultivator at the initial stage of the true condensation realm. He ranks among the top 10 of the younger generation in the Chu family. What could be the reason for his concession? Are you not aware? Last time, Chu Yu was already defeated by that individual. Speaking of which, that young man from the Ling family is quite a formidable opponent. If you encounter him, I advise you to follow Chu Yu's example and concede proactively. I witnessed it firsthand. The last time Chu Yu sought trouble with that young man from the Ling family, he nearly met his demise. Had it not been for the timely appearance of the family head and that young man's adoptive father, Chu Yu would have surely perished. Is that young man truly so audacious? What do you think? Chapter 63. The top 10 after Chu Yu conceded. Ling Tianyang left the third competition platform and made his way to the side of the martial arts arena, joining Xianxia and others to observe the ongoing events. The competition continued with fervor, punctuated by the enthusiastic cheers from the audience surrounding the platforms and the esteemed guests in the stands. On the first competition platform stood Chu Ming's son, Chu Zhongtian, remarkably young. He had already reached the pinnacle of the early stage of the true essence realm. His future undoubtedly holds limitless potential. Chu Ming's eldest daughter, Chu Yujiao, was also impressive. Not only was she as beautiful as a celestial being, but she had also attained the early stage of the true essence realm. In my opinion, the true prowess lies with the Ling family's two brothers. Those who encounter them either concede defeat voluntarily or find themselves unable to withstand even a few of their strikes. The performances of Chu Mingfeng, Chu Dachuan, and Chu Mingqi from the Chu family were commendable as well. Not only did they display astounding combat capabilities, but they had also broken through to the true essence realm. Indeed, the younger generation of the Chu family has produced numerous talents of remarkable aptitude. Speaking of which, Chu Yu's misfortune is quite evident. He was already a practitioner of the true essence realm, yet upon his debut, he faced Ling Tianyang. Within the ranks of the younger generation of the Chu family, 6 practitioners of the true essence realm have emerged, which is double the number from our clan. In the guest seating, a practitioner from the Spirit Sea realm, who had come to observe the competition, remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "Brother Wang, you seem to have overlooked one individual. The most gifted junior from the Chu family has yet to make an appearance. Are you referring to Chu Yujiao, who was taken as a closed-door disciple by an elder from the prestigious Xianxia sect?" Indeed, the first round of matches concluded swiftly, and the participants began a new round of draws. From the initial 618 competitors, half had been eliminated, leaving 309 contestants. In this round, one fortunate individual would draw a bye and advance directly to the next stage. Ling Tianyang's opponent this time was a young man from the Chu family. At the mid-stage of the inner Qi realm, upon realizing he was to face Ling Tianyang, the youth immediately raised his hand to concede. Thus, Ling Tianyang effortlessly advanced to the next round. On the first competition platform, it was match 1 against match 2. On the second platform, match 3 faced match 4. On the third platform, under the direction of the judges at each competition platform, the remaining 309 participants commenced a new round of eliminations. As time passed, following several intense rounds of competition, elimination, and byes, only the 10 most exceptional martial artists remained. They included Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju, Chu Yujiao and Chu Zhongtian, Chu Mingfeng and Chu Dachuan, Chu Mengqi and Chu Xiaoxiao, as well as Chu Zhixiong and Chu He. Among the top 10, aside from Chu Xiaoxiao, Chu Zhixiong, and Chu He, who were peak practitioners of the inner Qi realm, the other 7 were all practitioners of the true essence realm. Among them, Chu Zhongtian is renowned as a prodigy in Nanlin County. He commenced his cultivation at the tender age of 10, and by 14, he had already transcended into the inner Qi realm. Upon reaching 18, he achieved the status of a condensed true realm warrior. As for the others, some had joined sects several years prior, while others ventured into the world, honing their skills in the martial landscape. A few followed their masters, wandering the vast seas, achieving commendable levels of cultivation. The brothers of the Ling family are truly remarkable, effortlessly securing spots among the top 10 in the family competition. It is no wonder that the family head has betrothed both of his daughters to them. Their presence exudes a formidable aura. Once Ling Tianyang and his companions ascended into the top 10, Chu Ming summoned them to the first battle platform, ready to commence the ranking matches. The 10 individuals on the platform now represent the elite of this competition. Should anyone below feel discontent, they may challenge one among them. Those who harbor grievances can only select a challenger from this group of 10, and they may only challenge each of them a maximum of 10 times. Chu Ming surveyed the 10 warriors on the platform before casting his gaze upon the crowd below, announcing his words. The spectators gazed at the 10 spirited individuals on the first battle platform. Some had already lost the confidence they once held, instinctively averting their eyes. However, a minority sparkled with excitement. If they could vanquish any one of the 10, they would seize their place among the top 10. What is the purpose of life? Is it not for the sake of pride? Who does not desire to command respect and admiration from others? Soon enough, challenges were issued towards the 10 on the platform. Yet the challengers focused on the 3 pinnacle warriors of the inner Qi realm. Ultimately, Chu Yu, who had previously been eliminated by Ling Tianyang, successfully usurped Chu Zhixiong's position in the top 10, while Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu He managed to retain their standings. Thus, the top 10 contenders for the Chu clan's grand competition were finally solidified. Standing upon the battle platform, Ling Tianyang and his comrades emanated an aura of dominance, capturing the attention of the Spirit Sea Realm warriors seated in the VIP section. Among the 10, some wore expressions devoid of emotion, their gazes icy. Others exuded an unruly demeanor, a hint of murderous intent lingering about them. Some bore smiles, exuding an air of ease, while others were strikingly elegant. With the top 10 established, the focus for the rest lies in speculating who shall ultimately claim the first prize. Come, place your bets, and see who shall emerge as the champion of the Chu clan's competition. Bets on Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju are at 10-1, while Chu Zhongtian stands at 9-1. And what of Chu Mingfeng? The more you wager, the greater your winnings. Neglecting to bet may lead to regret. Beside the martial arena, some even openly established betting tables. Among them, Ling Tianyang, Ling Ju, Chu Zhongtian, and Chu Mingfeng are the most acclaimed and possess the highest probability of victory, followed closely by Chu Yuyin and her companions. As for Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu He, they find themselves at the bottom of the rankings. After a fierce competition, congratulations to the 10 of you who have finally emerged as the top 10 in this grand tournament. We shall now commence the ranking matches for the top 10, where each participant will face the other 9 in one-on-one duels. The competition will follow a point system, 2 points for a victory, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. The individual with the highest score at the end will be crowned the champion of this tournament. Now, I officially declare the ranking matches to begin. Chu Ming's voice resonated throughout the arena, instantly igniting the atmosphere, causing the crowd to erupt in fervor, their cheers soaring to the heavens. This time, the 10 participants, including Ling Tianyang, have the liberty to choose their opponents at will. Before Ling Tianyang could make a move, his first opponent approached him voluntarily. Tianyang, shall we spar for a bit? Chu Zhongtian, clad in purple and standing tall, gazed at him with a beaming smile. Sure. Ling Tianyang nodded in agreement. But be cautious, for I am quite skilled in the art of swordplay. Chu Zhongtian, like a dragon soaring through the skies, darted across the arena, creating numerous afterimages that dazzled the spectators, leaving them bewildered as to which was his true form. Sky-splitting blade technique, sky-splitting slash. The long blade in Chu Zhongtian's hand cleaved through the air, emitting a series of piercing sounds, accompanied by fierce winds and a chilling assault, racing towards Ling Tianyang's body. Having heard from Chu Ming that Ling Tianyang's true cultivation level far surpassed his own, reaching the late stage of the true condensation realm, Chu Zhongtian felt a twinge of defiance. Despite recognizing Ling Tianyang's superiority, he could not bring himself to concede, instead yearning for a chance to spar with him. Well, bring it on. Ling Tianyang laughed heartily, genuinely pleased with Chu Zhongtian's spirit. Although he was aware that his opponent was no match for him, he admired the courage it took to challenge him. Ling Tianyang refrained from employing his divine sense. Instead, he moved with the grace of a startled swan, instantly darting forth, transforming into an afterimage that weaved unpredictably across the arena. In that moment, the battlefield was filled with fleeting shadows, dazzling the onlookers and leaving them unable to discern which afterimage belonged to Ling Tianyang and which to Chu Zhongtian. Your movement technique is commendable, but alas, it has yet to reach perfection. Suddenly, Ling Tianyang appeared behind Chu Zhongtian, and with a glimmer of red light emanating from his palm, he struck down upon Chu Zhongtian's back. Chapter 64. The conclusion of the competition with a single strike. Ling Tianyang sent Chu Zhongtian flying, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. In that moment, the force he employed was purely one of finesse. Thus, despite Chu Zhongtian being propelled through the air, his body remained unscathed. Thank you for your mercy, I concede. As soon as Chu Zhongtian landed, he recognized his defeat, realizing that the disparity in strength between him and Ling Tianyang was insurmountable. This time, he accepted his loss with complete acquiescence. Moreover, in his heart, he had long acknowledged Ling Tianyang as his future brother-in-law, so losing to a family member held no shame for him. While Ling Tianyang engaged with Chu Zhongtian, on the other side, Ling Ju was locked in combat with another prodigy of the Chu family, Chu Mingqi. Both wielded long swords. But Ling Ju not only possessed a slight edge in cultivation over Chu Mingqi, his attacks far surpassed hers. Within less than 20 exchanges, he had disarmed her. Shifting his gaze, Chu Yuanyan faced a portly opponent armed with a spear, another talent from the Chu family, Chu Dachuan. Sister Yuanyan, I too have reached the initial stage of the true condensation realm 2 months ago. You should be cautious. Chu Dachuan chuckled, shaking his body, which seemed to solidify as he did so. Then, he lunged forward like a living cannonball towards Chu Yuanyan. As he neared her, he halted abruptly, thrusting the spear viciously towards her while simultaneously delivering a rapid kick with his hefty right leg. Ling Tianyang, witnessing the comical spectacle, nearly burst into laughter. Dragon's movement technique. Sensing the formidable momentum of Chu Dachuan's spear and the forceful wind of his kick, Chu Yuanyin was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she swiftly evaded his attack, transforming into a fleeting shadow that effortlessly dodged his assault. Though Chu Dachuan's strikes were not feeble, they posed little threat to Chu Yuanyin. She didn't even draw her weapon. Employing the dragon's movement technique, she left Chu Dachuan bewildered as he struggled to discern her true position. Suddenly, her ethereal figure appeared beside him, delivering a forceful kick to his approaching thigh. Chu Dachuan stumbled, letting out a wail before crashing onto the competition platform. After toppling him, Chu Yuanyin poised her hands as if to strike down upon him. "Sister Yuanyin, please don't hit me. I concede." Seeing her advance once more, Chu Dachuan promptly sat down, covering his head with his hands, desperately admitting defeat. "Quite interesting," Ling Tianyang chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of surprise directed at Chu Yuanyin. Although Chu Dachuan was not particularly outstanding, he was nonetheless a practitioner at the initial stage of the true condensation realm. Earlier, Chu Yuyan's seemingly casual kick struck directly at the most vulnerable point of Chu Dachuan. Such perceptiveness at her age is indeed remarkable. Ling Tianyang had long recognized the exceptional talent of his future sister-in-law. Today's encounter confirmed his expectations. Should she receive guidance from a distinguished mentor, she would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. The onlookers appeared unfazed by Chu Dachuan's voluntary concession. After all, Chu Yuyan had been at the true condensation stage for some time, undoubtedly ranking among the top 3 of her generation within the Chu family. Thus, her victory over the recently advanced Chu Dachuan was hardly astonishing. Shifting his gaze to the right, Ling Tianyang observed the intense duel between Chu Mingfeng and Chu Yu. As both were practitioners at the true condensation stage, their strengths were closely matched, resulting in a stalemate on the arena. After a prolonged clash, both warriors finally unleashed their respective finishing moves. A resounding explosion of air erupted, and a figure was sent hurtling off the stage. It was, in fact, Chu Yu. Chu Mingfeng executed a powerful kick towards Chu Yu, who ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault and was knocked off the platform by a decisive strike from Chu Mingfeng. Meanwhile, on the same arena, the battle between Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu He, both at the pinnacle of the inner chi stage, was equally contested. After exchanging over 100 blows, Chu Xiaoxiao seized upon a flaw in Chu He's defense and gained the upper hand. With relentless momentum, she executed her techniques to perfection, leaving Chu He struggling to counter, and ultimately secured a narrow victory. As the spectators witnessed, even Chu Zhongtian fall short against Ling Tianyang. The remaining challengers opted for surrender upon facing him. With an impressive winning streak of 8 matches, Ling Tianyang only needed to defeat Ling Ju to claim the title of the tournament champion. However, when Ling Tianyang encountered Ling Ju, he preemptively declared his surrender before Ling Ju could even speak. Ling Tianyang held no interest in the rankings of the Chu family tournament. Not even the engagement with the third miss of the Chu family, Chu Yujiao, piqued his curiosity. Had Ling Xian not persistently insisted on his involvement with the Chu family, Ling Tianyang might have already embarked on a journey to the Upper Void sect with Shi Xiaoya and others. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, the ranking competition finally concluded. Following Ling Tianyang's decision to concede, the subsequent matches unfolded without suspense. Ling Ju, as expected, triumphed over Chu Zhongtian and the other 7 contenders, slicing through the competition to emerge as the most victorious participant of the Chu family tournament. Ultimately, after fierce competition, the top 10 rankings of the Chu family tournament were decisively established. According to the ranking points, the first place belongs to Ling Ju, who maintains an unblemished record with 9 victories, accumulating 18 points. The second place is occupied by Ling Tianyang with 16 points. The third is Chu Zhongtian with 14 points. The fourth is Chu Yuyan with 12 points. The fifth position is held by Chu Mingfeng, the sixth by Chu Yu, the seventh by Chu Mingqi, the eighth by Chu Dachuan, the ninth by Chu Xiaoxiao, and the 10th by Chu He. After a brief silence in the martial arts arena, a tremendous roar erupted. Had I known this would happen, I should have bet on Ling Ju to win. 5 taels of silver could yield 10-fold returns. Haha. It truly is Ling Ju from the Ling family who has claimed the first position. I shall prosper. Alas, I had wagered 100 gold coins on Chu Mingfeng. Now all my investments have gone awry. Once the competition concluded, those who had participated in the betting, hoping to reap substantial profits, found themselves dumbfounded, filled with regret. Only those behind the betting schemes reveled in ecstasy, having made a considerable fortune this time. Chu Ming took to the microphone, clearing his throat, and announced loudly, "Now, let the top 10 competitors come to the stage to receive their rewards." This family competition not only grants the top 10 participants rewards from the family, but also allows them to accompany me to the Heavenly Artifact Sect in half a month to partake in the entrance examination for disciples. After everyone had received their prizes, Chu Ming spoke again. The Heavenly Artifact Sect is a renowned super sect, a place that truly broadens one's horizons. Those eligible to participate in the Heavenly Artifact Sect's examination are certainly not ordinary individuals. Congratulations to the head of the Chu family. Not only do you have 3 exceptionally gifted children, but even your 2 prospective sons-in-law are remarkably outstanding. Congratulations, head of the Ling family. Your young child has already broken through to the true condensation realm at such a tender age, destined to soar to great heights in the future. As the rankings were announced, many martial artists from the spiritual sea realm in the VIP section smiled and clasped their fists to congratulate Chu Ming and Ling Xian. Although Nanlin County comprises numerous factions, only a few families possess formidable experts residing in the extreme realm. Upon hearing of the relationship between the Ling and Chu families, and witnessing the extreme realm expert Ling Taishu seated among the VIPs, a flattering smile immediately graced the faces of many. Head of the Ling family, we must find opportunities to converse and share a drink in the future. Surely, your family will send representatives to participate in the Heavenly Artifact Sect's entrance examination, won't you? I hope my inept son can receive guidance from your sons. Since you all are extending such courtesy, we shall certainly do our utmost. Listening to the enthusiastic compliments surrounding them, both Ling Xian and Chu Ming felt immensely pleased. Chapter 65. The Master of Artifacts Young Master. Is this the residence of the Master of Artifacts? Not far from the Treasure Street in Nanlin County, a splendid 5-story wooden building stood tall, bustling with a continuous stream of visitors at its entrance. At this moment, Ling Tianyang, along with Xianxia, Xiaomei, and Wu Lingyan, curiously surveyed the magnificent structure. This must be the place. Let us enter and take a look. It had been 2 days since the last competition of the Chu family. Ever since Ling Tianyang purchased the Red Soul Stone at the Rui Pavilion auction house, he had been eager to find someone to refine it into a soul treasure. Subsequently, he learned from Chu Yujiao that the foremost master of artifact refinement, Tianqi, resided within this very building, prompting him to bring Xianxia and the others here. Had I known it would come to this, I would have pursued the art of refinement back in the day, thus avoiding my current predicament. Ling Tianyang sighed softly before stepping through the grand entrance of the wooden edifice. In his previous life, although Ling Tianyang possessed the ability to concoct high-grade 6th-tier spiritual pills and had reached the pinnacle of the Kongshan realm, he had regrettably never studied the craft of refinement. Faced with the challenge of the Red Soul Stone, he found himself at a loss, devoid of any viable solutions. Upon entering the wooden building, Ling Tianyang and his companions were greeted by an overwhelming sense of clarity and space. The first floor was exceedingly spacious, adorned with exquisite glass display cases that housed a variety of finely crafted weapons. There were imposing broadswords, graceful longswords, golden short spears, and powerful hammers. Numerous martial artists gathered around the cases, inquiring about the weapons from the staff within the building. Ling Tianyang observed quietly for a while, attentively listening to the conversations around him, and quickly grasped the situation. The wooden building comprised 5 levels. The first floor solely offered premium weapons forged from refined steel. The second floor commenced with the sale of inferior spiritual artifacts, while the third floor specialized in medium-grade spiritual artifacts. The fourth floor did not feature any superior spiritual artifacts. Instead, it served as a reception area where individuals seeking Tianqi's expertise could transact. The topmost floor was reserved for Tianqi's cultivation and residence. The first floor was open to all, yet access to the second floor required certain restrictions. Martial artists needed to either attain a cultivation level of Spirit C or above, or pay a portion of Spirit Stones to demonstrate their purchasing power, ensuring they would not waste the proprietor's time. Since Ling Tianyang stepped into the building, he had been keenly aware of his surroundings and noticed that the vast majority of visitors lingered on the first floor. Only a select few made their way directly to the entrance of the second floor without hesitation. Xiaomei, please wait for me here on the first floor. I shall ascend to the upper levels. Ling Tianyang glanced at the entrance to the second floor and softly addressed Xixiao and Xixiami. He then beckoned to Wu Lingyan, who stood behind him. Lingyan, you shall remain on the first floor. Remember to ensure the safety of Xiaoya and Xiaomei. Although Wu Lingyan appeared as an elderly man clad in a gray robe, in Ling Tianyang's eyes, he was merely a junior disciple. After all, Ling Tianyang was a reborn individual, having lived for several centuries. Despite his current youthful appearance of an 18-year-old, his psychological age was that of an ancient being. To ascend the floors, one must demonstrate cultivation above the spirit sea realm or possess sufficient spirit stones. The guards at the entrance to the second floor informed him. They were tasked with verifying that only those with the requisite abilities or financial means were permitted entry. As Ling Tianyang approached the entrance, he was intercepted by the two guards. "I wish to ascend to the fourth floor. May I inquire about the required number of spirit stones?" he asked, encountering a barrier. To access the second floor, one must pay 100 low-grade spirit stones. For the third floor, 1,000, and for the fourth floor, a sum of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is necessary, the guards patiently clarified, sensing Ling Tianyang's distinguished demeanor. "Understood." Ling Tianyang nodded, and with a swift motion, he summoned 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from the ground. Who is this person? He possesses such a vast amount of spirit stones. The onlookers on the first floor gazed at Ling Tianyang in awe and envy, some even bowing slightly to express their humility. "Young master, here is your token for ascending to the fourth floor. Please keep it safe." The guards, now displaying affable smiles, presented him with a deep green jade tablet inscribed with the character for 4. With the jade tablet in hand, Ling Tianyang ascended and soon arrived at the fourth floor of the wooden tower. This level was considerably smaller than the first, and within its hall stood a young maid in her 30s, awaiting visitors. "Greetings, I am here to consult Master Tianqizi regarding the refinement of spirit tools. May I ask where Master Tianqizi is currently located?" Ling Tianyang inquired, noticing the absence of anyone else aside from the maid. "Greetings. I shall notify Master Tianqizi immediately. Please wait a moment," the maid replied respectfully. "Very well," Ling Tianyang acknowledged, and the maid departed. Shortly thereafter, he observed a balding middle-aged man descending slowly from the 5th floor. "You are the one seeking me for the refinement of tools?" the man inquired. The balding middle-aged man, upon encountering Ling Tianyang's youthful appearance, expressed his astonishment. "Indeed." Ling Tianyang nodded, smiling as he spoke. "I have heard that you are the foremost master of weapon forging in Nanlin County, and thus I have come to seek your expertise in crafting a suitable weapon." "Well, it seems you possess a discerning eye." The master craftsman, Tianqizi, replied with a sense of pride, his demeanor exuding arrogance. "Pray tell, what kind of spiritual weapon do you wish to forge? Let me make it clear. The cost of my services is not trifling. For every spiritual weapon I forge, aside from the materials you supply, I require a minimum of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones as a fee." As he spoke, Tianqizi unleashed a brief surge of his cultivation aura, only to retract it immediately, glaring at Ling Tianyang with menacing intent. "You had better not try to deceive me, or you shall face dire consequences." Chuckling softly, Ling Tianyang felt somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, "You are merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm, and yet you dare to be so audacious. Were it not for my need of your assistance, you would already be aware of the repercussions of crossing me." Tianqizi, despite his bravado, seemed to display the eccentricity common among those with notable skills. Recognizing that now was not the time to confront him, Ling Tianyang forced a smile and said, "I mean no offense. I have come to request that you forge a soul treasure for me." "What? You wish to forge a soul treasure?" Tianqizi exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes glinting with greed. "Do you possess the materials for it? Show them to me at once." The mention of the soul treasure had ignited a flicker of avarice in Tianqizi's gaze as he fixated intently on Ling Tianyang. "Indeed, how many spirit stones would be required for forging a soul treasure?" Ling Tianyang inquired, refraining from presenting the crimson soul stone immediately. "First, show me the materials for the soul treasure. As for the price, we can negotiate," Tianqizi urged impatiently, eager for Ling Tianyang to produce the crimson soul stone. Reluctantly, Ling Tianyang flipped his palm, revealing a crimson soul stone the size of a human head, which now rested in his hand. This is a crimson soul stone." Tianqizi gazed at Ling Tianyang in disbelief, stammering, "Could it be that you are the mysterious individual who competed with me for the crimson soul stone at the auction in Rui Pavilion? Haha, how fortuitous this is," he exclaimed, his greed unabashedly apparent. "I was just pondering where to find you, and here you are, presenting yourself before me." Earlier, upon seeing Ling Tianyang, Tianqizi had used his spiritual sense to scan the young man and discovered that he was merely a late-stage practitioner of the true condensation realm. Additionally, he scanned the entire wooden building and found that, aside from a few warriors of the spirit sea realm, there were no celestial realm powerhouses present to pose any threat to him. Upon realizing that Ling Tianyang was the enigmatic tycoon who had contended with him for the Crimson Soul Stone on that fateful day, the heavenly artifact's heart could no longer suppress the burgeoning intent to kill. A sinister thought of seizing the treasure took root within him. Brat, obediently surrender the Crimson Soul Stone in your possession, along with the space ring adorning your finger, he exclaimed, his gaze fervently fixed upon Ling Tianyang. He occasionally licked his lips, and within his eyes flickered a glimmer of malicious brilliance. In that moment, it seemed to him that Ling Tianyang was nothing more than a helpless fish on a cutting board, awaiting his demise. Chapter 66. The Might of Beast Fire. Young man, I advise you to accept your fate. The fourth floor of this wooden tower has been sealed off by my divine consciousness and spiritual power, rendering your escape utterly impossible. Those who dare to offend me invariably meet a grim end. As he spoke, Tianqi's eyes glimmered with a sinister light, his face contorting into a malicious grin, transforming into a visage of extreme malevolence. Whoosh! In an instant, Tianqi's figure became ethereal, and the next moment, he materialized less than a meter away from Ling Tianyang. Fire Cloud Palm. Suddenly, a layer of crimson flames erupted from Tianqi's palm, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat. As he unleashed a palm strike aimed at Ling Tianyang's chest, it appears that this old fool truly harbors murderous intent towards me. If that palm strikes home, I would likely be reduced to mere ashes. As Tianqi initiated his attack without warning, Ling Tianyang momentarily froze, but soon, a surge of killing intent welled up within him. Ling Tianyang had come here intending to seek Tianqi for the crafting of a soul treasure. However, he had not anticipated that the very Tianqi was the balding middle-aged man who had competed with him for the Crimson Soul Stone at Rui Pavilion. Even more unexpectedly, Tianqi's greed had driven him to contemplate murder to seize the treasure. In that instant, Ling Tianyang's fury surged, a suffocating rage coiling tightly in his chest. In a past life, he had been relentlessly hunted by the dragon demons and the silent sect after acquiring the legendary Xuanling pearl. Consequently, those who harbored ill intentions toward him were now the objects of his deepest disdain. Seeking death, do they truly believe I am as malleable as clay? With a low growl, the veins on Ling Tianyang's arms and forehead throbbed, his eyes turning a vivid crimson as a fierce blaze of wrath ignited within them. Since entering the wooden tower, Ling Tianyang had kept a vigilant watch over his surroundings with his divine consciousness. In this unfamiliar territory, surrounded by numerous martial artists of higher cultivation, he had to tread carefully and remain cautious. Had it not been for his attentive observation of Tianqi's every move, he might have found himself dead before he even realized it. Savage Lion Beast Fire. Ling Tianyang spread his palm, and a flame resembling a mighty lion surged forth in an instant. Following that, he thrust his hand forward, sending the lion-like flame lunging toward Tianqi's incoming palm. Roar! The flaming lion opened its cavernous maw, and one could faintly hear the echoes of its roar. The fiery lion leaped forward, devouring the flames emanating from Tianqi's palm in mere moments. Then, seizing the opportunity, it continued to pounce towards Tianqi's body. This is not good. Upon witnessing Ling Tianyang suddenly unleash a terrifying beast fire, Tianqi was instantly struck by a profound shock. From this savage lion beast fire, he sensed an imminent threat of death. Fire Dragon Guardian. With a thunderous roar, Tianqi swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that coalesced into an ethereal fire dragon enveloping his body. As the dragon soared, it immediately entwined itself with the blazing beast fire of Ling Tianyang. Xikongran, come forth. Under the unexpected assault of the blazing beast fire, Tianqi found himself in a state of disarray. Observing this predicament, Ling Tianyang hastily reached into the hidden spirit ring with his consciousness. At his summons, a grayish-white entity swiftly emerged from the ring, transforming into an elderly man with a rather unsavory appearance. Young master. Xikongran greeted Ling Tianyang with utmost respect upon his arrival. Enough with the pleasantries, swiftly deal with that old fool. Ling Tianyang waved his hand, his body appearing slightly weakened. Although he had momentarily ensnared Tianqi with the blazing beast fire, activating its full potential required a tremendous amount of energy. The moment he ignited the fire, Ling Tianyang felt as if his essence was being drained, rendering his body increasingly frail. With his current cultivation level, Ling Tianyang could not fully unleash the might of the blazing beast fire and could only sustain it for a brief period. After all, Tianqi was a genuine powerhouse of the celestial realm, brimming with spiritual energy, and he would not face a depletion of power anytime soon. Should this standoff prolong, Ling Tianyang would find himself in peril. Nevertheless, Ling Tianyang was not entirely devoid of resistance, prompting him to summon Xikong Ran from the hidden spirit ring. Impudent wretch, daring to harm my young master. This is tantamount to courting death. Xikong Ran glared at Tianqizi, who was entangled with the blazing beast fire, his murderous intent surging within him. A formidable wave of spiritual force erupted from Xikong Ran's soul, materializing into a colossal spiritual hammer. In a flash, the hammer shot towards Tianqizi's back with incredible speed. Although Xikong Ran currently existed only as a spiritual entity, he was a formidable being forged from the realm of Kongxian, and even in this state, his profound spiritual power was sufficient to contend with those in the celestial realm. Ling Tianyang's ability to subjugate Xikong Ran stemmed from the latter's oversight. His reckless ambition to usurp Ling Tianyang's corporeal form led to his injury from the mysterious spirit pearl in Ling Tianyang's soul sea, thus allowing Ling Tianyang to seize this advantageous opportunity. Catching a glimpse of the formidable spiritual entity that had suddenly materialized before him, Tianqizi was struck with terror, his heart racing. The earlier manifestation of the blazing beast fire had already thrown him into disarray, leaving him no time to react to this new threat. As Xikong Ran's colossal spiritual hammer appeared, Tianqizi felt a chilling wave wash over him, an energy even more potent than the blazing beast fire surging towards his back. Stop. Please spare me. I am willing to submit to you. Sensing the encroaching breath of death, Tianqizi was gripped by a primal fear akin to encountering a demon, his mouth opening to plead for mercy. Thud. The colossal soul hammer relentlessly struck the back of Tianqizi, penetrating deeply and causing a torrent of blood to erupt forth, revealing fragments of internal organs amidst the crimson flow. The incantation in Tianqizi's hands was instantly disrupted by the soul hammer, causing the fire dragon that enveloped him to gradually dissipate. With the fire dragon vanquished, the flaming lion beast, which had been entangled with it, surged forward towards Tianqizi's vulnerable form. Witnessing the relentless advance of the fiery lion, despair washed over Tianqizi's face. Coupled with the earlier injury inflicted by the soul hammer, darkness enveloped his vision, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. At last, the old fool has been dealt with. Observing the fallen Tianqizi, Ling Tianyang gestured, and the flaming lion beast returned to his grasp, absorbed into his being. Young master, this Tianqizi, unaware of his impending doom, dared to harbor murderous intent against you. He truly deserves to die. Xikong Ran exclaimed, his face contorted with anger, before glancing at Ling Tianyang with a hint of confusion. Young master, why do we not simply eliminate him? Initially, I indeed contemplated killing him outright, Ling Tianyang explained slowly. However, upon further reflection, I recognized that Tianqizi possesses considerable abilities. It would be more advantageous to subdue him for my purposes. After all, nurturing a formidable expert of the celestial extreme realm is no trivial task. Moreover, as a skilled refiner, he is far more useful alive than dead. Your insight is remarkable, young master. Xikong Ran nodded enthusiastically, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his features. Yet, he is a powerful figure of the celestial extreme realm. Controlling him may prove challenging. I have considered this issue as well, Ling Tianyang replied. Indeed, Tianqizi is on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the celestial extreme realm, making him difficult to control. However, he paused, then continued. If we can extract a fragment of his soul essence, we need not worry about his rebellion. Young master, extracting the soul essence is indeed an astute strategy. Yet, given our current capabilities, it may be beyond our reach, Xikong Ran cautioned. As a mere soul entity, I can manage to extract my own soul essence, but to forcibly extract that of a celestial extreme expert without the aid of spiritual energy would be exceedingly arduous. I am fully aware of that. Ling Tianyang responded with a serious demeanor. In truth, there is a feasible approach. If I utilize your soul energy in conjunction with my true essence, or if you temporarily inhabit my physical form, we could achieve this. How did I not think of that? It is indeed a viable solution, Xikong Ran remarked, tapping his ephemeral head. Shall we commence? Ling Tianyang, filled with excitement, declared. Now that Tianqizi lies grievously wounded and has fainted from fright, this is the perfect opportunity to extract his soul essence. Very well. Xikong Ran replied with an apologetic tone. Young master, I must impose upon you. Indeed. Ling Tianyang nodded slightly, his entire being relaxing as he witnessed Xikong Ran transform into an extraordinarily pure essence of spiritual energy, enveloping Ling Tianyang's body in an instant. Subsequently, Ling Tianyang's form gradually began to levitate in the midair of the fourth floor of the wooden building. Chapter 67. Journey to the Heavenly Artifact Sect. Congratulations, young master, on successfully subduing another formidable warrior of the celestial realm. A swirling mass of grayish-white essence erupted from Ling Tianyang's body, instantly transforming into the likeness of Sikong Ran. However, Sikong Ran appeared exceedingly fatigued, his spiritual form considerably more ethereal than before. It is fortunate for you that I wielded such power. Otherwise, extracting the soul essence of the celestial artifact master would have been nearly impossible. After refining the soul essence of the celestial artifact master, Ling Tianyang's face radiated with delight as he instructed, Sikong Ran, first consume the heavenly soul water and recuperate properly. With a flick of his wrist, a jade vial containing the heavenly soul water appeared in his hand, and he deftly released a drop into Sikong Ran's mouth. After Ling Tianyang's previous use of the heavenly soul water, only 17 drops remained in the vial. He had subsequently given 2 drops to Ling Xian, and now, with Sikong Ran's consumption, merely 14 drops were left. Once Sikong Ran imbibed the heavenly soul water, he swiftly regained his former vitality, even finding his spiritual form significantly more solid than before. Young master, the celestial artifact master had also awakened, standing respectfully beside Sikong Ran, gazing at Ling Tianyang with admiration. At this moment, the celestial artifact master appeared extremely frail, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. The earlier blow from Sikong Ran had severely injured him, and he had subsequently endured the forcible extraction of his soul essence by Ling Tianyang, aided by Sikong Ran's power. The soul essence is the very core of every warrior's spirit. Should it be damaged or lost, a warrior risks becoming a mere shell of their former self, or, worse, facing immediate demise. To seize control of a warrior's soul essence is to wield dominion over their life and thoughts. Once Ling Tianyang refined the celestial artifact master's soul essence, the latter's subconscious would regard Ling Tianyang as his closest confidant. This notion, once firmly entrenched in the celestial artifact master's psyche, would ensure unwavering loyalty to Ling Tianyang, even if the soul essence were to be returned in the future. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang had suffered from the perils of solitary combat, leading him to resolve, upon his rebirth, to establish a force entirely his own. Thus, despite the celestial artifact master initially harboring intentions of vengeance and coveting Ling Tianyang's riches, in the end, Ling Tianyang chose to spare the celestial artifact master's life. After all, nurturing a celestial realm powerhouse like the celestial artifact master demands not only considerable time, but also a wealth of resources and mental investment. Rather than extinguishing the celestial artifact master's life, it is far more prudent to exert firm control over him. The celestial artifact master before him not only stood at the pinnacle of the early stage of the celestial realm, but was also the foremost master of crafting in Namlin County. Such talent was precisely what Ling Tianyang required at this juncture. Celestial artifact master, first take the medicinal pills to restore your health. Come visit me at the Chu family in a few days, Ling Tianyang suddenly declared, pausing momentarily. Seeing Xianxia in such a frail state, Ling Tianyang understood that enlisting his help to forge a soul treasure was nearly impossible at that moment, so he decided it was best not to linger any longer. Sikong Ran, you should return to the hidden spirit ring for now. As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Sikong Ran transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished from the 4th floor of the wooden tower, retreating into the hidden spirit ring. Despite the intense battle that had just transpired between Ling Tianyang and Xianxia on the 4th floor, the earlier confrontation had not disturbed the others within the wooden tower, as the area had long been sealed off by Xianxia's divine consciousness and spiritual power. A fortnight later, on a clear morning, Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju arrived early at the Chu family's martial arts arena, joined by the top 10 participants of the Chu family competition. Before long, Chu Ming and 2 elders of the Chu family also arrived. Today marked the day when they would all set off for the Tiankaizong to participate in the entrance examination. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju, the 2 Chu elders displayed a demeanor of great courtesy. The potential shown by Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju suggested that they might surpass the older generation of the Chu family and emerge as outstanding figures in the celestial realm. After a brief wait, a barely discernible white shadow darted out from the depths of the Chu family estate, alighting in the martial arts arena to reveal a dignified elder clad in white. This individual was none other than Chu Ming's father, the esteemed elder of the Chu family, Chu Yujiao, a renowned powerhouse among the celestial realm in Namlin County. All the members of the Chu family present regarded Chu Yujiao with great respect, their eyes glimmering with admiration. The half-month period has arrived. You 10 shall now accompany us to Tiankaizong. Chu Yujiao proclaimed with a smile. Yes. Ling Tianyang and the other 9 responded in unison. Soon after, Ling Tianyang and his group of 14, 2 individuals sharing a carriage, embarked on their journey towards Tiankaizong. Young master, we will diligently cultivate and await your return. Under the shade of a large tree outside the Chu family estate, Xianxia and Xiaomei, along with a few others, watched the Chu family's carriage depart before disappearing into the bustling crowd, leaving no trace behind. The distance from Nanlin County to Tiankaizong was considerable, requiring at least 7 to 8 days of travel even by carriage. On the carriage, Ling Tianyang devoted most of his time to meditative training and contemplation. During this journey, he frequently pondered the path he should pursue in the future. Initially, Ling Tianyang intended to head to Xianxia sect, participate in their entrance examination, and then immerse himself in training there, allowing him to see the long-missed Jiangziun. However, after the recent events involving Tianchi, he had a change of heart. The significance of a reliable weapon for a warrior could not be overstated. In a previous life, as Ling Tianyang faced the relentless pursuit of the Demon Dragon Clan and the Oblivion sect, his sword, once a formidable weapon, had been reduced to mere worthless scrap metal through the trials of battle. Ling Tianyang understood that many unparalleled masters preferred to forge their own weapons, as this not only allowed them to create designs to their liking, but also ensured that the weapons were more attuned to their personal combat styles. A weapon crafted by a warrior would meet their specific needs, devoid of any shortcuts, resulting in an instrument of greater durability and lethal potential. The last time Ling Tianyang sought the assistance of Tianchi to forge a soul treasure, he encountered not only arrogance, but also hostility when Tianchi, upon recognizing him as the mysterious contender for the Crimson Soul Stone, harbored thoughts of murder and theft. Although Ling Tianyang ultimately subdued Tianchi, he felt a compelling need to systematically learn the art of weapon crafting. Thus, he resolved to temporarily forego his studies at the Void sect and accompany members of the Chu family to the Tianchi sect, renowned for its expertise in forging. Within Ling Tianyang's mind resided the profound Xuanling true scripture, which encompassed a wealth of rare techniques for crafting treasures. It would be a grievous loss to neglect the invaluable methods contained within this scripture. On this journey to the Tianchi sect, Ling Tianyang chose to go alone. Prior to his departure, he entrusted Xianxia, Xiaomei, and Wu Lingyan to Tianchi's side, due to the bond of their soul origins. Tianchi was inherently loyal to Ling Tianyang. With his companions training under Tianchi, Ling Tianyang felt a sense of reassurance, knowing they would be safe and able to focus on their cultivation. As he left, a bittersweet feeling lingered in Ling Tianyang's heart. Yet he was resolute that his ambitions could not be confined to the small expanse of Nanlin County. It was only in the boundless sky that he could truly unleash his potential. This brief separation was a prelude to a more splendid reunion in the future. The fledgling eagle had grown. It was time to soar into the vast firmament. As time passed, 7 days swiftly elapsed, and they were nearing the Tianchi sect. The 7 grand carriages jostled along, their pace gradually slowing until a black emerged in the distance. This was a magnificent and towering citadel, its scale at least 10 times that of Kaiyang City, resembling a colossal beast of the wild, poised to engulf the myriad carriages and travelers in its gaping maw. As the carriages approached the gates of the immense city, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over the group, leaving them in awe of the grandeur before them. Chapter 68. Entrance Examination. The myriad of forces within the Eastern Emperor domain twinkle like stars in the night sky. Each day witnesses the decline of some ancient powers while new ones rise. Generation after generation, an endless cycle of competition persists to this day. On the vast expanse of Qingyun country, since time immemorial, one formidable sect after another has emerged, shaking the heavens and the earth. The Heavenly Artifact Sect, as one of the preeminent forces in Qingyun country, is established amidst a sprawling mountain range. Within this range, 3 colossal peaks soar towards the heavens, one of which is named Mingyue Peak. Atop Mingyue Peak, enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, lies an ethereal realm. The Qingyan Blade, 10 consecutive soul annihilations. A woman clad in pale azure garments, her face veiled by a light gauze, stands proudly at the summit, deftly wielding a long spiritual blade. The aura surrounding the azure-clad woman surges, and with a single flourish of her blade, the air around her ripples violently, as if the very fabric of space were about to be cleaved apart by her weapon. What exquisite swordsmanship! The Peak Master's Qingyan blade technique has reached an extraordinary level of proficiency, bordering on the divine. Several graceful figures hastily approached and gracefully landed upon the summit. Bowing deeply to the azure-clad woman, we pay our respects to the Peak Master. Peak Master, in 3 days. It shall be the day of the entrance examination for the new disciples of our sect, and it is our turn to host this year. Will the Peak Master personally oversee the proceedings? The group inquired respectfully. Withdrawing her blade, the azure-clad woman formed hand seals. With each breath, the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to detach from the atmosphere, coiling into gentle azure currents that swirled around her before being continuously absorbed into her being. I shall not attend. It is best left to you to preside over it, she replied slowly, her eyes fluttering open, a faint azure light flickering within. Her cascading azure hair, seemingly stirred by an invisible breeze, danced gracefully around her. After several days of travel, Ling Tianyang and his companions finally arrived at the outskirts of the Heavenly Artifact Sect's New Talent City. With a few days remaining until the entrance examination for the sect's disciples, nearly every inn in New Talent City was brimming with the sudden influx of over 10,000 young candidates and their families. Every few years, such a scene unfolds in New Talent City, and the locals are no longer surprised. They have even come to view it as an opportunity for profit. Many residents of New Talent City rent out their spare rooms. As for the safety of accommodating strangers, the people of New Talent City harbor no concerns. With the recruitment of disciples imminent, who would dare risk inciting the wrath of the formidable practitioners of the Heavenly Artifact Sect by committing wrongdoing here? The Chu family, accustomed to sending members to the Heavenly Artifact Sect for examinations, had long procured a temporary residence in New Talent City. Upon arriving at their lodgings, Chu Yujiao gathered everyone in the courtyard's main hall. With only a few days remaining until the entrance examination of the Heavenly Artifact Sect, Chu Yujiao gathered everyone for 2 primary purposes. Firstly, he aimed to provide guidance on their shortcomings in cultivation. Subsequently, each individual demonstrated their most proficient techniques and martial arts before him. Although Ling Tianyang felt disdain internally, he feigned enthusiasm in his own display. Throughout their performances, Chu Yujiao observed intently, occasionally nodding and offering constructive criticism on areas that required improvement. He was particularly pleased with Ling Tianyang's martial prowess, noting the exceptional proficiency and minimal flaws in his technique. In 3 days, the entrance examination for the Heavenly Artifact Sect would commence. Chu Yujiao took the opportunity to impart crucial details about the sect and the principles of survival within it. Having once been an inner disciple of the Heavenly Artifact Sect, he was well acquainted with its customs and regulations, which constituted another reason for his assembly of the group. Within large sects, competition is fiercely brutal. Almost all outer disciples receive little attention or training from the sect, even in the event of fatalities among outer disciples during conflicts. The higher echelons of the sect seldom investigate deeply. Thus, it is imperative for you to remember that should you successfully enter the Heavenly Artifact Sect, you must find ways to quickly ascend to the status of inner disciples. Upon hearing Chu Yujiao's discourse on survival, many from the Chu family felt a chill run down their spines. While disputes were common among them, they would never resort to taking lives lightly. However, the dynamics within superpowers, particularly at the Heavenly Artifact Sect, were starkly different. Here, the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive, while the weak are treated as mere fodder. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask, Chu Yujiao said, surveying the group. Grandfather, it is said that the Heavenly Artifact Sect is teeming with powerful individuals. There are even legendary figures of the Void Profound realm. What kind of realm is the Void Profound? Upon hearing that questions were welcome, Chu Zhongtian and several other young members of the Chu family eagerly inquired. The Void Profound realm represents the pinnacle of strength in our Chinglan kingdom, Chu Yujiao replied. I have yet to reach that level myself, so I cannot provide an intricate description. According to ancient texts and the words of predecessors, once a martial artist attains the Void Profound realm, they undergo a profound transformation, transcending the mundane world. Each Void Profound expert, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, can live for at least a millennium. To soar through the skies and traverse the earth becomes commonplace for those of this realm. Their physical bodies undergo a qualitative leap, detaching from mortality and attaining a wondrous state. Even after the demise of a Void Profound expert, their remains would remain as pristine as jade, enduring for 1,000 years. The most significant difference between the Void Profound realm and the Celestial Extreme realm lies in the emergence of a primordial spirit within the body of a Void Profound warrior. Even if their physical form is destroyed, as long as their primordial spirit endures, they live on. If one's primordial spirit can find a suitable body within a certain time frame to seize, one may continue to exist. Chu Yujiao spoke fervently of the myriad wonders of the empty profound realm, his eyes ablaze with fervor and longing. As 3 days swiftly elapsed, the long-anticipated gates of the Heavenly Artifact Sect finally swung open. 100 or more disciples, clad in uniform attire, appeared in succession, forming an orderly line before the mountain gate. The preliminary assessment for entry commenced in this designated area. Welcome, esteemed guests, who have traveled from afar to partake in the entrance examination of our heavenly artifact sect. From the throng, a lady in white emerged gracefully. I am Xianxia, an elder of the Mingyue Peak. Today, I shall preside over the entrance assessment alongside my fellow disciples. She continued. Allow me to elucidate the content and requirements of this examination. According to the regulations established by the higher echelons of the sect, candidates aspiring to join must attain the inner chi realm before the age of 18 or the true condensation realm before the age of 23. Subsequently, the over 100 disciples beside me will assess your innate potential and cultivation level. Those who succeed will then enter our heart refinement array. Should you pass its trials, you shall officially become disciples of our sect. As Gu Qingshua's words faded, the throng of young men and women gathered for the assessment organized themselves into neat rows, demonstrating impeccable order. Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju stood among them, patiently awaiting their turns for testing. Unlike the youthful faces brimming with anticipation around him, Ling Tianyang remained remarkably composed. Each successful candidate would announce their name upon passing, temporarily recorded as a prospective disciple of the heart refinement array. Those who failed would exit disheartened from the opposite side. As time ticked by, some rejoiced in their success, while others faced the harsh reality of elimination. The atmosphere fluctuated between jubilant laughter and sorrowful cries. One by one, candidates departed, and at last, it was Ling Tianyang's turn. Having witnessed numerous grand spectacles in his previous life, he felt no anxiety toward this seemingly trivial entrance test. With tranquility and poise, Ling Tianyang placed his hands upon the crystal orb before the testing disciple. In an instant, the orb illuminated with a fiery red hue, accompanied by a series of numbers. Observing this, the testing disciple beamed with delight and proclaimed, "Young man, your talent and aptitude are commendable. Congratulations on your successful passage." Chapter 69. Gu Qingxue. This year's entrance examination for the Tianqi sect has attracted over 10,000 participants. However, after the initial round of assessments, only a little over 3,000 remain. The 10 members from the Chu family who came to take the examination have all successfully passed the first round and advanced to the trial of the heart refining array. Congratulations on your successful passage of the first round. Should you navigate the heart refining array, you shall officially become disciples of the Tianqi sect, announced the graceful voice of Gu Qingxue, the elder from Mingyue Peak responsible for the entrance assessment. Following her words, the throng of over 3,000, guided by Gu Qingxue and more than 100 examiners, ventured into a mountain range shrouded in mist. As they looked up, a staircase appeared before them, leading directly to the gates of the Tianqi sect, comprising an astonishing total of over 2,900 steps. This is the heart refining array. As long as you can persevere to the gates of the Tianqi sect, you will have successfully passed this examination. Once the examiners spoke, the crowd surged forward, a mighty wave ascending towards the steps leading to the sect's entrance. The forthcoming heart refining array would determine their official acceptance into the Tianqi sect. Observing the crowd enter the array, Ling Tianyang and Ling Ju followed at a measured pace. However, upon stepping onto the first step, Ling Tianyang felt a powerful force attempting to push him back, causing him to pause momentarily. It was not fear of the force that troubled him. Rather, he contemplated that if such a push existed on the first step, it likely intensified with each subsequent step. This assessment seemed designed to test their resolve, and it appeared that only their willpower would carry them through. Nevertheless, for those participating, successfully traversing the heart refining array would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for their future cultivation. Ling Tianyang had not previously experienced the heart refining array, yet he surmised it was fundamentally a trial assessing the fortitude and composure of the disciples. With unwavering conviction in his willpower, Ling Tianyang believed that passing through the heart refining array posed no uncertainty. Many participants, having ascended less than 2,000 steps, were already drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. A number of them could not endure further and began to consume medicinal pills. You, and you, along with those few, need not continue the examination, declared an examiner upon witnessing these individuals resort to pills, promptly eliminating them from the trial. On what grounds? You did not mention we could not use medicinal pills, protested those disqualified, their dissatisfaction evident. Indeed, why should we be forced to withdraw after journeying so far? Now so close to the sect's gates? They lamented. Humph, the heart refining array does not consider a warrior's cultivation level. It tailors the examination to each individual's ability. The examiner retorted. You cannot even traverse the mere 3,000 steps without the aid of elixirs, which serves as a testament to your insufficient willpower. What right do you have to aspire to be disciples of my heavenly artifact sect? A brilliant streak of light surged from the distance, promptly hovering above the heart refining formation. Those among you who harbor dissent, step forward. However, be forewarned that you may not be able to walk away on your own accord. Gu Qingshue's icy voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. The previously discontented individuals fell silent, some even bowing their heads in shame. Although a few harbored silent grievances, they dared not voice them in the presence of Gu Qingxue, an elder of the heavenly artifact sect, for fear of incurring punishment and being cast out. Behind the sect's main hall stood a mountain that had been cleaved in two, forming a vast plaza. Surrounding the plaza were verdant hills, and upon the distant slopes rested numerous palace-like structures, scattered throughout the mountainous expanse. In the mountain range housing the heavenly artifact sect, 3 colossal peaks soared above the rest, reaching for the heavens, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. Mingyue Peak, Yinyang Peak, and the main peak of the heavenly artifact sect concealed countless masters. And these 3 peaks served as the inner sanctum, the epicenter of elite concentration. At this moment, the plaza behind the sect was abuzz with activity, with over 1,000 spectators gathered around to witness the event. In the center, upon a stone platform, stood a striking figure draped in white. Gu Qingxue. Her raven-black hair cascading behind her, donned a flowing white palace gown that accentuated her graceful silhouette. Around her neck hung a piece of blood-red ancient jade, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility. Qingxue, it seems that the number of successful candidates surpasses that of the last session, remarked a man in his late 20s. Clad in a white robe, his deep-set eyes fixed ardently upon Gu Qingxue. Ouyang Su, what business do you, from Yinyang Peak, have here at Mingyue Peak's entrance examination? Gu Qingshue's eyes flickered with irritation. Surely, as an elder of the heavenly artifact sect, it is not unusual for me to observe the entrance examination, he replied. Qingxue, after all these years, can you truly not accept my feelings? Ouyang Su gazed at her with unyielding devotion. Ouyang Su, dare you utter another word if not for my role in today's examination? I would have no hesitation in ending you, she retorted, a sword shimmering with a cold light appearing in her hand, her gaze fixed upon him with a chilling intent. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you here. With her command, Ouyang Su vanished like a fleeting shadow into the mountains of the heavenly artifact sect. At that moment, within the heart refining formation, some of the over 3,000 participants finally succeeded in passing the trial. Time flowed gently onward. When Ling Tianyang and Ling Zhu arrived at the entrance of the Tianqi sect, a multitude of over 100 men and women who had passed the assessment had already gathered. As the last individual departed from the heart refining array, Gu Qingshue's voice resonated once more throughout the venue. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all. From this moment forth, you shall be official outer disciples of the Tianqi sect. The Tianqi sect has been established for over 3,000 years, and every 3 years, new disciples join our ranks. Those fortunate enough to become disciples will receive the protection of our sect, while also being bound by its regulations. Gu Qingxue continued to elaborate on various aspects of the Tianqi sect, her words flowing like a river. However, many of the young individuals who had passed the assessment began to feel a sense of drowsiness creeping upon them. Yet, under the weight of Gu Qingshue's serious demeanor, none dared to truly close their eyes in repose. This time, over 10,000 individuals had come to participate in the entrance examination of the Tianqi sect. Yet, after 2 rounds of testing, only 132 remained eligible to become official disciples, having undergone a rigorous selection process. Those who remained were undoubtedly individuals of exceptional talent and strong will. Ling Tianyang and Ling Zhu, as expected, successfully passed the examination. As for the members of the Chu family, fortune smiled upon them, with only 3 out of 8 being eliminated. Chu Yujiao, Chu Zhongtian, Chu Xiaoxiao, as well as Chu Dachuan and Chu Mingfeng, all successfully passed the assessment. All who had passed the examination were to be provided with the uniform attire and identity tokens of the Tianqi sect's outer disciples by the stewards responsible for sect affairs. Gu Qingxue stated softly. Subsequently, Ling Tianyang and the others formed an orderly line to receive their distinctive attire and identity tokens from the stewards. Each individual, upon receiving their identity token, pricked their finger to drop a drop of blood upon it. This act was to bind the token to its owner, rendering it a personal possession that could only be utilized by the token's bearer. The identity token symbolizes the status of a disciple within the Tianqi sect. Within the sect, whether one is claiming cultivation resources or undertaking tasks, the presentation of one's identity token is imperative. The token allows the upper echelons of the Tianchi sect to monitor the well-being of its disciples, should a bearer of the identity token find themselves in peril. Shattering the token will alert the sect's leaders, ensuring swift assistance, even in the unfortunate event of not being rescued. The sect's leaders can seek retribution on their behalf through the identity token. After Gu Qingxue had thoroughly communicated all pertinent matters, she instructed the stewards to lead Ling Tianyang and the others to the living quarters designated for the outer disciples of the Tianchi sect. Subsequently, Gu Qingxue transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed towards Mingwei Peak. Chapter 70. Emerald Bamboo Peak. The comprehensive strength of the Heavenly Artifact sect ranks among the top 5 within the realm of Qingyuan, primarily comprising 2 divisions, the outer and inner sections. Remarkably, the outer sect alone boasts a membership of several 100,000 disciples. The territory of the outer sect spans over 100 miles, dotted with numerous spiritual peaks at intervals. Each of these peaks features courtyards constructed at various distances, facilitating the cultivation and habitation of the outer sect disciples. Among the multitude of spiritual peaks, 10 stand out conspicuously. These 10 peaks are lush and verdant, exuding an exceptionally rich concentration of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the surrounding ordinary peaks. In truth, these spiritually potent mountains serve as a motivational tool devised by the higher-ups of the Heavenly Artifact sect to spur the outer sect disciples toward advancement in their cultivation. Theoretically, any outer sect disciple can cultivate on these 10 peaks. However, only the most distinguished among them truly earn the privilege to do so. Although all belong to the outer sect, the disciples are stratified into various ranks, with differing statuses and privileges. In the grand hierarchies of sects and powers, the principle of the survival of the fittest prevails. Martial artists desiring superior cultivation resources must continually surpass their peers to qualify for residence atop these exalted peaks. Emerald Bamboo Peak is one of the 10 peaks renowned for its rich spiritual energy. At this moment, within a secluded chamber atop Emerald Bamboo Peak, Ling Tianyang sits cross-legged on a specially designated mat, eyes closed, fingers pointing skyward, occasionally forming dazzling remnants of energy. With each breath, wisps of spiritual energy from the surrounding atmosphere detach and are voraciously absorbed into Ling Tianyang's being. Simultaneously, a faint dragon-shaped apparition gradually materializes behind him. As the dragon opens its maw wide, an abundance of spiritual energy rushes forth at an accelerated pace, flooding into Ling Tianyang's body. Brother Ling, the spiritual energy here at Emerald Bamboo Peak is incredibly dense. It is several times that of our Chu family's resources, remarked one of the disciples gathered outside the chamber. In a lavish courtyard atop the peak, within the grand hall of this courtyard, Ling Ju, Chu Yujiao, and several members of the Chu family who had successfully passed their entrance examinations were assembled. Additionally, 3 unfamiliar individuals, a pair of males and a female, awaited outside Ling Tianyang's secluded chamber with eager anticipation. In the hall, Chu Yujiao linked her arm with Ling Ju, her face alight with excitement. Brother Ling, I've been cultivating here for less than a month, and my cultivation has already ascended to the mid-stage of the true condensation realm. I fear that within a year, I shall break through to the late stage. Indeed, this is the most spiritually enriched area of Emerald Bamboo Peak. Cultivating here is undeniably faster than in our previous locations, she continued, surrounded by the enveloping spiritual energy. Ling Ju couldn't help but marvel at their fortune. Had it not been for Tianyang's sudden determination to claim this place, our current abilities would never have allowed us to cultivate in such an exceptional environment. Indeed, Brother Tianyang is the most formidable. Beside Chu Yujiao, Chu Xiao gazed in admiration at the direction of Ling Tianyang's seclusion. It was unexpected that Brother Tianyang was indeed a master at the pinnacle of the condensing reality realm, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the spirit sea realm. Over a month ago, among the 10 individuals who accompanied Chu Tian to the Heavenly Artifact sect for the entrance examination, although they all successfully passed the initial round, 3 were eliminated during the heart refinement array segment. Ultimately, only Ling Tianyang, Ling Ju, Chu Yujiao, Chu Zhongtian, Chu Dechuan, Chu Xiao, and Chu Mingfeng, a total of 7 individuals, successfully passed the assessment. Among the various factions participating in the examination, the Chu family's number of successful candidates was relatively high. It is worth mentioning that initially, Tianyang led us to forcibly seize the cave dwelling atop the peak of the Emerald Bamboo Mountain, which is rich in spiritual energy. At that time, I was quite concerned that it would provoke a fierce retaliation from the outer sect disciples. Little did I expect, before they could retaliate, Tianyang aggressively stormed into the other 9 spiritual peaks. What was most bewildering was that after Tianyang had dealt with the outer sect disciples from all 10 peaks, quite a few came to the Emerald Bamboo Mountain, clamoring to follow him. With a mixture of emotions, Chu Yujiao remarked. Indeed, among the outer sect disciples, there was hardly anyone who could rival him. However, behind some of these outer sect disciples, there were, to some extent, inner sect disciples lurking. Now that he has stirred up trouble, he had already offended several inner sect disciples before even entering the inner sect. Chu Mingfeng suddenly interjected. Mingfeng, what are you afraid of? Among the outer sect disciples of the Heavenly Artifact sect, who could possibly contend with Tianyang? Even if he has offended the inner sect disciples, so what? Within the sect, inner sect disciples are not permitted to take action against outer sect disciples. Even when we eventually enter the inner sect, there will be rules to restrain them. Moreover, we are not entirely defenseless. They merely have a longer cultivation period than we do. Chu Yujiao scoffed, then turned to cast a deep, complex gaze at Ling Tianyang's secluded chamber, his expression revealing a myriad of thoughts. Thankfully, during the Chu family's martial stage, when I encountered him, I chose to concede. Otherwise, I would have truly embarrassed myself. Today marks the day of Tianyang's emergence, does it not? Ling Ju murmured as he glanced at the sky outside the hall. Inside the secluded chamber, Ling Tianyang casually retrieved 2 low-grade spirit stones, holding one in each hand. As he operated his cultivation method, the spiritual energy within the 2 stones was continuously drawn out, slowly flowing into Ling Tianyang's body, transforming into his own spiritual energy. Indeed, at this moment, Ling Tianyang was on the brink of advancing to the Spirit Sea realm. Previously, during his time in the Chu family, his cultivation was already nearing the pinnacle of the condensing reality realm. Subsequently, on the journey to the Heavenly Artifact sect, Ling Tianyang finally managed to break through. The reason Ling Tianyang did not choose to advance immediately upon entering the Heavenly Artifact sect was primarily due to Ling Ju, Chu Yujiao, and the others just having joined the outer sect. The strength of a few individuals is rather lacking. If Ling Tianyang were to enter the inner sect at this moment, it would be inevitable for Ling Ju and others to face the oppression of the elder outer disciples of the Tianqi sect. Thus, upon entering the Tianqi sect, Ling Tianyang sought out some of the elder outer disciples to glean insights into the affairs of the outer sect. Subsequently, he resolutely led Ling Ju and the others onwards, directly arriving at the base of the Emerald Bamboo Peak. Half a day later, Ling Tianyang personally intervened, sweeping through and defeating numerous outer disciples residing at the Emerald Bamboo Peak, forcefully claiming the finest courtyard atop the mountain. The following day, he once again unleashed his prowess, conquering the remaining 9 peaks. In no time, the name Ling Tianyang resonated throughout the outer sect of the Tianqi sect, becoming an idol in the hearts of many outer disciples, and even gaining a modicum of fame within certain circles of the inner disciples. Moreover, during his conquest of the 10 outer peaks, Ling Tianyang unexpectedly accepted 3 talented followers. Now, after more than a month, under the rich spiritual energy of the Emerald Bamboo Peak and the support of Ling Tianyang's elixirs, Ling Ju and the others have made significant strides in their cultivation. With the addition of his newly acquired followers, Ling Tianyang no longer harbors concerns for the safety of Ling Ju and his companions. Thus, he now feels it is time for him to advance in rank. Within the secret chamber, an abundance of celestial and earthly spiritual energy envelopes Ling Tianyang's body. At a certain moment, his body trembles, and a crisp sound resonates from within. Following this, Ling Tianyang's eyes abruptly open, a flash of brilliance coursing through them. Suddenly, a profound surge of spiritual force manifests in the chamber, gently lifting Ling Tianyang, who is seated cross-legged upon the mat, into the air, where he hovers suspended in the midst of the chamber. Chapter 71. The profound spirit avatar in the realm of celestial mysteries. Where the essence of the universe converges into one, the energies of heaven and earth intertwine. As the profound spiritual formula commenced its intricate dance, the 2 inferior spirit stones nestled within Ling Tianyang's palm were instantaneously reduced to a fine powder. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a multitude of inferior spirit stones materialized in the air of the secret chamber. Under the immense pressure of Ling Tianyang's robust spiritual force, all the spirit stones were obliterated, transforming into wisps of pure spiritual mist that enveloped his being. Now, a commanding shout resonated. Ling Tianyang formed intricate seals with his hands, causing the mist surrounding him to be drawn into his body in an overwhelming rush. Simultaneously, a crisp exclamation echoed within his soul's sea, and the spiritual power within the chamber solidified. His cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Spirit Sea realm. while his spiritual consciousness ascended to the mid-stage of the celestial extremity realm. The secret methods contained within the profound spiritual formula were indeed formidable, allowing his cultivation to soar and directly breach the initial stage of the spirit sea realm, with his spiritual awareness reaching the mid-stage of the celestial extremity realm. According to the records of the profound spiritual formula, upon reaching the celestial extremity realm, he would be capable of cultivating the extraordinary profound spirit avatar. Such a power was akin to an external incarnation. Even at the zenith of his previous life, he had never possessed such an ability. With a sigh of contentment, Ling Tianyang stretched languidly and retracted his now mid-stage celestial extremity realm spiritual consciousness, gently descending from the air within the secret chamber to the ground. Within the vast domain of the heavenly artifact sect, Ling Tianyang was wary of revealing his consciousness for an extended duration, even within the confines of this small chamber. The inner sanctum of the heavenly artifact sect was teeming with formidable beings, including numerous late-stage celestial extremity realm experts, and even those at the void profound realm. Ling Tianyang could not afford to be careless. Only after completely withdrawing his spiritual power did he allow himself a moment of relief. During the time his consciousness was extended, any late-stage celestial extremity realm expert in the vicinity of the Emerald Bamboo Peak could easily detect his anomaly. Ling Tianyang was keenly aware of the necessity to keep his mid-stage celestial extremity realm spiritual power and consciousness hidden from the higher-ups of the heavenly artifact sect. Though his intentions in joining the sect were pure, the upper echelons would not share his perspective. Should they uncover Ling Tianyang's unusual capabilities, they might suspect ulterior motives behind his joining the sect, potentially leading to a direct attempt to eliminate him. Thus, Ling Tianyang had to tread carefully, advancing with utmost caution. A flicker of spiritual light coalesced at his fingertips, and he pointed delicately at his brow. In an instant, his aura diminished from the pinnacle of the initial stage of the spirit sea realm to the mere threshold of the spirit sea realm, exhibiting a state of unstable energy. What Ling Tianyang was executing at this moment was a counterintuitive secret method recorded within the profound spiritual formula, the profound spirit breath concealment technique. The practitioner can, through this technique, completely conceal their own cultivation aura, allowing them to appear as an ordinary person who has never practiced in the eyes of other powerful beings. Congratulations, senior brother, on successfully breaking through to the spirit sea realm. From this moment forth, you shall be an inner disciple of the heavenly artifact sect, elevating your status significantly. Upon stepping out of the secret chamber, Ling Tianyang encountered two men and a woman, all of whom greeted him with utmost respect, their eyes brimming with envy. The trio appeared youthful, seemingly around 20 years of age. One of the men had dark skin and a robust build, while the other was fair-skinned and handsome, exuding an extraordinary presence. Together, they formed a striking contrast. The woman, meanwhile, possessed an alluring figure, radiating confidence. Rest assured, as long as you remain loyal in your service to me, I shall not treat you unjustly, Ling Tianyang assured them with a smile. Here are 3 soul-nourishing fruits. Take them and keep them safe. Once I enter the inner sect, you may each advance your cultivation in turn. As soon as his words fell, with a wave of his hand, 3 exquisite jade boxes appeared in the hands of the 2 men and the woman. Thank you, senior brother, for your generous gift. As the 3 opened the jade boxes and beheld the 3 soul-nourishing fruits, each exhibiting a distinct hue and brimming with spiritual energy, they could not help but kneel in excitement. Tuoba Yi, at 23 years old, he stands at the pinnacle of the true condensation realm. Having joined the heavenly artifact sect 6 years ago, he currently ranks second among the outer disciples. Tuoba Yi possesses a tall and sturdy physique, though somewhat simple-minded. He boasts innate strength, wielding a formidable staff with extraordinary skill, making him a formidable opponent among his peers. Upon meeting Tuoba Yi, Ling Tianyang recognized his potential and sought to recruit him. Thus, they made a wager. If Ling Tianyang could defeat him with a single strike, Tuoba Yi would agree to follow him. Ultimately, Ling Tianyang triumphed with a single blow, earning Tuoba Yi's respect and fulfilling their agreement. Gu Yifeng, at 24 years old. He also stands at the pinnacle of the true condensation realm, having entered the heavenly artifact sect 6 years ago and currently ranking 3rd among the outer disciples. Gu Yifeng excels in swordsmanship. Upon hearing of the wager between Ling Tianyang and Tuoba Yi, he eagerly challenged Ling Tianyang before the latter could approach him. Subsequently, a grand wager ensued between Gu Yifeng and Ling Tianyang. In the end, Ling Tianyang easily subdued Gu Yifeng by pinpointing his flaw with a mere finger, successfully recruiting yet another talented follower. Su Yingrong, at 20 years old, She too stands at the pinnacle of the true condensation realm. She joined the Heavenly Artifact sect 3 years ago and currently ranks 9th among the outer disciples. Among Tuoba Yi, Guifeng, and Suingrong, she possesses the highest cultivation talent. Suingrong specializes in hidden weapons and palm techniques, yet her decision to follow Ling Tianyang is driven by deeper motives. On that day, when Ling Tianyang arrived at Suingrong's residence, he coincidentally encountered Chinli, the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the Heavenly Artifacts sect, who had come to cause trouble for Suingrong. Before joining the Heavenly Artifacts sect, Suingrong hailed from a remote and humble family, possessing no connections within the sect. In stark contrast, Chinli not only surpassed Suingrong in cultivation, but also had numerous supporters within the inner sect. Suingrong, with her alluring curves and spirited demeanor, may not have been a peerless beauty, yet she was undeniably enchanting, regarded as a goddess by many outer sect disciples. Chinli had already visited Suingrong's abode on numerous occasions, each time met with her refusal, leaving him in disappointment. He had long been captivated by her beauty and yearned to embrace her. After several attempts, his patience had worn thin. This time, he resolved not to continue his previous courteous approach. Having failed with gentleness, he intended to employ forceful means. He could not fathom that with his status as the foremost disciple, he could not subdue a mere Suingrong. Faced with the formidable Chinli, Suingrong felt utterly helpless, despair etched across her face. Just as she contemplated the ultimate sacrifice to preserve her purity, Ling Tianyang suddenly appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he took action. Chapter 72. Master of the Bright Moon Peak. In matters between men and women, it is fundamentally a question of mutual consent. Ling Tianyang has always believed that a man may indulge in romance, but must never descend into lewdness. Witnessing Chinli's beastly behavior, Ling Tianyang felt a profound aversion and unleashed his attacks with ruthless precision. Had it not been for the regulations of the Heavenly Artifact sect, which forbade arbitrary killings within the sect, and the fact that Chinli was the top-ranking disciple of the outer sect, attracting considerable attention, Ling Tianyang would have surely slain him on the spot. Although Chinli possessed commendable strength among the outer disciples, he was utterly defenseless against Ling Tianyang. In an instant, Chinli was rendered incapacitated, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern a vague gray shoe print between Chinli's legs, stained with traces of blood. Witnessing Ling Tianyang's domineering nature and his silent yet assertive actions, Suingrong felt not a shred of repulsion. Instead, she experienced a sense of security she had never known before. As a beautiful woman without any notable background, surviving in this world where strength reigns supreme is exceptionally arduous. At this moment, Suingrong began to comprehend Ling Tianyang's identity. Upon his arrival at the sect, he had forcefully claimed one of the 10 spirit peaks, the most spiritually potent, known as Bamboo Peak. Subsequently, he began to sweep through the other 9 peaks with relentless vigor. Suingrong recognized that Ling Tianyang was no ordinary individual. Given the strength and charisma he exhibited, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly be boundless. Ling Tianyang's unstoppable march had left no one unscathed. He first subdued Tuoba Yi, the second-ranked disciple, and then brought under his command Guifeng, who held the 3rd position. Many disciples of the outer sect were filled with trepidation. Before Chinli's arrival, Suingrong had already received word of Ling Tianyang's intentions to dominate the 10 peaks of the outer sect. As a prodigy ranked 9th among the tens of thousands of outer disciples in the Heavenly Artifact sect, she was certainly no mere triviality. She understood that Ling Tianyang might represent an opportunity for her. Moreover, he had previously rescued her, granting her a sense of gratitude. She felt no aversion towards him and harbored a desire to find a reliable ally. Confident in Ling Tianyang's potential for the future, Suingrong resolved to join him. Just as Tuoba Yi and Gu Yifeng had done, she believed that opportunities must sometimes be seized by oneself. Should they slip away, they may never return. Since Tuoba Yi and Gu Yifeng, both ranked above her, had chosen to humble themselves and follow Ling Tianyang, she was convinced that she could do the same. Thus, as Ling Tianyang prepared to depart, Suingrong took the initiative to express her desire to follow him. In this manner, Ling Tianyang welcomed Tuoba Yi, Gu Yifeng, and Suingrong into his fold, establishing them as part of his future foundation. Ling Tianyang had long harbored ambitions of forming a faction. Given his current limited strength, he was discerning in selecting his followers, unwilling to accept all who approached him indiscriminately. He valued quality over quantity, believing that excellence lies in the select few, rather than the multitude. The reason Ling Tianyang accepted Tuoba Yi, Gu Yifeng, ensuing Rome was primarily due to their shared background as loose cultivators, unencumbered by excessive ties to powerful factions. It is well known that loose cultivators typically find themselves in financial hardship. Although the trio had joined the Tianchi sect, their cultivation levels were merely at the condensation realm. Consequently, their standing within the sect was rather low, and they had little hope of acquiring abundant resources. As outer disciples, solely relying on the meager provisions offered by the sect, their aspirations to ascend to the Spirit Sea realm were exceedingly arduous. In any major sect, only inner disciples are regarded as the core, receiving the sect's due attention. High-grade spiritual fruits, such as the soul-nurturing fruit, would be utterly unattainable for the likes of Tuoba Yi and his companions without fortuitous encounters. It is widely acknowledged that once a martial artist reaches the pinnacle of the condensation realm, the most formidable barrier to breaking into the Spirit Sea realm is the establishment of the Soul Sea. The soul-nurturing fruit, a rare fourth-tier spirit herb, is indeed a treasure that one can only hope to encounter. This fruit not only heals injuries to a martial artist's spirit, but also enhances their spiritual prowess, proving invaluable for those below the Tianji realm. Consuming the soul-nurturing fruit at the peak of the condensation realm almost guarantees a martial artist's success in opening the Soul Sea and advancing to the Spirit Sea realm. Thus, when Tuoba Yi and his companions beheld the fourth-tier soul-nurturing fruit within the jade box presented by Ling Tianyang, they could not contain their excitement and knelt before him on one knee. Despite having followed him for merely over a month, they had already developed profound admiration for him. In the martial world, once a cultivator chooses to follow someone, it is a lifelong commitment. Their fates are intertwined. They share both glory and misfortune. Following is a sacred endeavor, distinct from mere servitude, akin to a master-servant relationship, yet with subtle differences. Should a follower betray their master, the repercussions would be dire, leading to scorn from all and possible pursuit by self-styled righteous individuals. Therefore, cultivators seldom take the decision to follow another lightly. If they do, they meticulously assess the potential and character of the one they choose to follow. There is no need for such formality. Simply serve me diligently henceforth, Ling Tianyang remarked, slightly taken aback by their sudden kneeling. He then raised his hand, channeling an overwhelming force that lifted Tuoba Yi and his companions. A scholar must sacrifice for a confidant. We shall devote ourselves to your commands, senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother, for becoming an inner disciple of the Tianchi sect. Congratulations on entering the inner sanctum. Gu Yifeng, Tuoba Yi, and Su Yingrong, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Ling Tianyang, immediately realized that he had indeed broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. According to the regulations of the Celestial Artifact sect, external disciples who successfully break through to the Spirit Sea realm before the age of 40 may automatically ascend to the inner sect and enter the inner sanctum for cultivation. Now that you all possess the soul-nurturing fruit, it is likely that you will soon open your soul sea and become inner sect disciples. Observing the joyful and envious expressions of Tuoba Yi and the others, Ling Tianyang smiled and remarked, "It is time for me to report to the inner sect." In the inner sanctum of the Celestial Artifact sect, 3 towering peaks rise majestically, piercing the heavens, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Minghua Peak, Yinyang Peak, and the Sect Master's Peak each conceal countless masters, and these 3 peaks are the heart of the inner sect, where the elite congregate. Atop Minghua Peak, 2 graceful figures flickered in midair, their silhouettes intermittently appearing and vanishing, accompanied by the sounds of clashing swords. Flowing Cloud Sword, Gu Qingxue wielded a snow-white spiritual sword, her inky hair cascading behind her. Dressed in a white palace gown that accentuated her delicate curves, a blood-colored ancient jade adorned her neck, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. As she channeled her energy, the spiritual essence within her surged forth, and she swiftly launched an assault towards the figure opposite her. Azure Flameblade. Opposite Gu Qingxue stood a woman clad in light azure attire, her face partially concealed by a sheer veil. This woman possessed a slender and graceful figure, her skin fair as snow, her eyes pure and enchanting. The delicate features of her face, veiled in a thin layer of fabric, added an aura of mystery. Despite her petite stature, the azure-clad woman wielded a long spiritual blade with remarkable prowess, creating a striking visual impact. Xiaoxua, you have made significant progress. Noticing Gu Qingxue's rapid approach, the azure-clad woman remained unperturbed. With a gentle sweep of her spiritual blade, she effortlessly neutralized Gu Qingxue's powerful offensive. The two then elegantly crossed paths in the air, dispersing in opposite directions. Peak Master, with your current strength, I am no match for you. Suspended in the air, Gu Qingxue flipped her palm and stored her spiritual sword within her spatial ring, subsequently offering a wry smile. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of light rushed from afar, coming to a halt before Gu Qingxue in the blink of an eye. A communication jade slip. Upon seeing the jade slip, Gu Qingxue's expression immediately sharpened, and she quickly probed her consciousness into the slip. Her countenance shifted with a mix of joy and urgency as she said, "Peak Master, I have an urgent matter and must take my leave." What has happened? In the azure-clad woman's eyes, Gu Qingxue was typically composed and calm. Thus, witnessing her unusual behavior elicited surprise. Chapter 73. The Race for Allegiance. Peak Master, was it not I who presided over the last entrance examination? Ancient Qingxue inquired. There was a young man who, upon entering the sect, swiftly swept through the entire outer sect, garnering significant attention from many inner sect elders. Suppressing a flicker of excitement within her heart, she continued to explain, that young man's cultivation has now surpassed the spiritual sea realm, automatically promoting him to an inner sect disciple. This communication jade slip was dispatched by a steward stationed at the sect affairs hall of our Mingyue Peak. Tossing the jade slip to the woman in the blue robe, Ancient Qingxue elaborated, according to the information within, that young man is currently registering at the sect affairs hall, preparing to select his inner sect mountain peak for cultivation. From what you say, his aptitude is indeed remarkable, exclaimed the woman in blue, catching the jade slip with delight. Presently, the lineage of the sect master peak is brimming with talent, overshadowing our Mingyue Peak and the Tianyang Peak disciples. If we fail to unveil new prodigies from Mingyue Peak, I fear we shall once again find ourselves at the bottom of the inner sect competition in the next round. Furrowing her brow, the woman in blue became serious. Xiaoxia, have you dispatched anyone to investigate the background of that young man? A newcomer, so formidable as to dominate our entire Tianchi sect's outer sect, is indeed a rare genius. We must thoroughly understand his origins before we can nurture him with confidence. Playing with the communication jade slip in her hand, the woman in blue continued, Peak Master, upon receiving news of his sweeping victory in the outer sect, I immediately sent someone to Kaiyang City in the southern Chinglan mountain range to investigate his background. In truth, it is not just our Mingyue Peak. Disciples from Tianyang Peak and the Sect Master Peak are also conducting their inquiries into him. Ancient Qingxue, suppressing her urgency, declared resolutely. Based on the investigations conducted by our dispatched personnel, I can affirm that there are no issues concerning his background. What? He hails from Kaiyang City? The moment Ancient Qingxue finished speaking, the woman in blue was taken aback. Indeed, he is the adopted son of the head of the Ling family in Kaiyang City, named Ling Tianyang. Glancing towards the direction of the Mingyue Peak and the Sect Affairs Hall, Ancient Qingxue, showing signs of impatience, remarked, Peak Master, if we do not act soon, that Ling Tianyang will truly be snatched away by the elders of Tianyang Peak and the Sect Master Peak. No sooner had she spoken than Ancient Qingxue, a sword into the air, transforming into a streak of light as she dashed towards the Sect Affairs Hall. In her haste, she failed to notice that upon hearing the name Ling Tianyang, the woman in blue subtly trembled beneath her robes. Ling Tianyang, I had intended to forget you, yet you insist on reappearing in the Tianchi sect? Alas, could it truly be fate? Observing the swift departure of Ancient Qingxue, the woman in blue felt her once tranquil heart stirred like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples of emotion. Within the inner sect of the Tianchi sect, at the Sect Affairs Hall, Ling Tianyang, congratulations on officially becoming an inner sect disciple of the Tianchi sect. Within the Hall of Religious Affairs, a deacon responsible for registrations greeted Ling Tianyang with a nod and a smile. Thank you, esteemed deacon. Ling Tianyang responded, reciprocating the smile due to the deacon's courteous demeanor. Ling Tianyang, you have been part of the sect for some time now, and you should have gained some understanding of its affairs. Our Tianchi sect's inner disciples are divided into 3 branches, Mingyue Peak, Tianyang Peak, and the Master Peak, with the latter possessing the greatest strength. Now that you are an inner disciple, you have the privilege of choosing any peak among the 3 for your cultivation. However, I would recommend that you cultivate on Master Peak, as it is the optimal choice for both your advancement and the study of artifact refining. The deacon who registered Ling Tianyang suggested. From the moment Ling Tianyang entered the Hall of Religious Affairs, the deacon in charge of his reception had taken notice of him. Although Ling Tianyang had not been in the Tianchi sect for long, since he had swept through the outer sect, he had garnered considerable attention from many inner elders. At his age, he had already reached the spirit sea realm, standing out among hundreds of thousands of outer disciples. This demonstrated his extraordinary talent and immense potential. Many inner elders had already begun to keep a covert watch on Ling Tianyang, even proclaiming that whoever could recruit him would receive substantial rewards. Inside the Hall of Religious Affairs, numerous deacons held a portrait of Ling Tianyang in their hands. For Ling Tianyang, however, it mattered little which branch he joined. The distinction was negligible. Since that is the case, I shall. As Ling Tianyang was about to agree to cultivate on Master Peak in response to the deacon's suggestion, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud shout from behind him. Wait a moment. Turning around, Ling Tianyang's gaze fell upon a 50-year-old man with a few inches of beard beneath his chin. Are you Ling Tianyang? The bearded elder swiftly approached from outside the hall, arriving before Ling Tianyang with a beaming smile. I am Gu Chuanxiu, an elder of Yinyang Peak. You shall cultivate at Yinyang Peak from now on. Gu Chuanxiu stroked his beard thoughtfully, gazing at Ling Tianyang with a knowing smile. Ling Tianyang, inner disciples may follow an inner elder for cultivation. Would you care to take me as your master? Ling Tianyang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the sudden proposal from the elder of Yinyang Peak, Gu Chuanxiu, who wished for him to become his disciple. Based on Ling Tianyang's assessment, this elder named Gu Chuanxiu displayed somewhat mediocre talent, and his cultivation was at most at the pinnacle of the initial heavenly extremity realm. It was not that Ling Tianyang looked down upon Gu Chuanxiu, but rather, given the elder's qualifications and strength, what right did he have to be Ling Tianyang's mentor? In Ling Tianyang's eyes, he had but one true master, the one who had taken him as a disciple in his past life and altered his tumultuous fate. The formidable rogue cultivator, Yao Xingzun. Ling Tianyang had chosen to join the Tianchi sect not to become a disciple under some inner elder. Joining the Heavenly Weapon sect was merely an opportunity for Ling Tianyang to systematically study the art of weapon forging. If he were truly to take the enigmatic Gu Chuanxiu as his master, he would rather withdraw from the sect at this very moment. After all, Ling Tianyang was once a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the void profound realm. He possessed his own pride. One must inquire how he could possibly submit to a mere martial artist of the heavenly extreme realm. Just as Ling Tianyang was about to refuse Gu Chuanxiu, several unfamiliar figures swiftly approached from outside the hall. Old Gu, once again wreaking havoc. With your meager abilities, you ought to refrain from leading the youth astray. The foremost among them was a burly man with a face adorned with a thick beard, who appeared beside Gu Chuanxiu in the blink of an eye, his eyes brimming with disdain. Young man, you should consider taking me as your master. Following this, the bearded man turned his gaze towards Ling Tianyang, a smile gracing his features. Gu the old monster is merely my defeated foe. Only by becoming my disciple can you attain greater strength. Wang Hanshan. Upon seeing this unexpectedly arrived giant, Gu Chuanxiu's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. Chapter 74. Reunion. Old Ghost Gu, your unwavering gaze upon me bears no weight, for I speak nothing but the truth. Wang Hanshan shrugged his shoulders, completely unfazed by Gu Chuanxiu's seething glare. Ling Tianyang, I am Wang Hanshan, an elder of the Zong's. Have you given any thought to your decision? Wang Hanshan's eyes bore into Ling Tianyang as he pressed on, confident that he was a discerning individual who understood the nature of choice. There is no need for deliberation. Ling Tianyang was summoned into the Tianchi sect by me. He ought to join my Minghua Peak. A sharp voice resonated from a distance, swiftly reaching the ears of Ling Tianyang and his companions. Moments later, the figure of Gu Qingxue appeared, hastily approaching and stopping not far from Wang Hanshan. Ling Tianyang, come with me. Gu Qingxue hastened to Ling Tianyang's side, reaching out to pull him away. Gu Qingxue, you dare to disregard us so brazenly, relying on the backing of the Shinta Peak master? This is sheer arrogance. As soon as Gu Qingxue finished speaking, both Wang Hanshan and Gu Chuanxiu were engulfed in fury, declaring, if you wish to take this lad away, you must first consult with the weapons in our hands. As they spoke, Gu Chuanxiu and Wang Hanshan gripped their weapons firmly, adopting a stance of readiness. The Tianchi sect boasted hundreds of thousands of outer disciples. However, upon reaching the inner sect, the numbers dwindled to fewer than 10,000. The ranks of those at the celestial realm were even scarcer, with barely over 1,000 throughout the entire sect. In the Chinglan kingdom, cultivators at the empty profound realm stood atop the pinnacle of existence. Naturally, the Tianchi sect housed its own formidable figures at this level. Yet these masters often secluded themselves for extended periods, rarely making appearances, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary disciples to encounter them. Individuals like Ling Tianyang, who at under 20 years of age had already reached the Spirit Sea realm and could sweep through the outer sect, were exceedingly rare in the annals of Tianchi sect's history. Wang Hanshan and Gu Chuanxiu firmly believed that it would not be long before Ling Tianyang ascended to become a true disciple at the celestial realm. In the future, he might even challenge the heights of the empty profound realm. A potential mentor to a future magnate. How enticing. Especially for those like Gu Xiao and Wang Hanshan, who harbored no hopes of reaching the empty, profound realm. This was an immensely alluring prospect. Wang Hanshan, your Zong's huffing is already blessed with numerous talents. You do not need Ling Tianyang. Therefore, refrain from contesting with my Mingyue peak. Gu Qingxue cast a cold glance at Wang Hanshan before turning to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, you have gathered quite a few disciples yourself, yet in the end, none of them amounted to anything. If Ling Tianyang were to take you as his master, it would likely result in a disservice to him. Gu Qingxue. Upon hearing Gu Qingxue's words, Gu Xiao was so enraged that he pointed at her, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. Old ghost Gu, see? It is not just I who make such assertions about you. You truly are a detriment to your disciples. I advise you to return to your Sunfire Peak and enjoy a cool respite. Wang Hanshan, standing by, erupted into laughter at Gu Qingxue's remarks, waving dismissively at Gu Xiao with a look of impatience. Humph, you certainly are ruthless. Gu Xiao let out an indignant snort and turned his head away. Gu Qingxue, I concede that your talent is remarkable. At such a tender age, you have already attained the mid-stage of the celestial realm. However, today, if you wish to take this lad away before my very eyes, it will not be so simple. Upon Wang Hanshan's command, several elders behind him gripped their weapons tightly and stepped forward, seemingly intent on joining forces against Gu Qingxue. Do these individuals perceive me as transparent? Ling Tianyang, caught amidst the crowd, cast a wry smile around him, feeling rather speechless. What a motley crew. They dare to aspire to be my master? Even if you all wish to take me as your disciple, I might not acquiesce. Observing the bickering group, Ling Tianyang could not help but berate them internally. At this moment, he felt akin to a mere commodity, being contested over by these so-called inner sect elders, as if the mightiest among them could claim him as their own. If Ling Tianyang still possessed the peak cultivation of his previous life, he would have likely sent these individuals flying with a mere swipe of his hand. Suddenly, as Ling Tianyang pondered, a colossal hand of spiritual energy descended from the heavens. The gigantic hand moved with the swiftness of lightning, seizing Ling Tianyang's body firmly in its grasp and swiftly pulling him out of the administrative hall, soaring into the sky. The manifestation of spiritual energy was unmistakable to Ling Tianyang. However, at that moment, he could only watch helplessly as the hand held him tightly, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he was merely a newly initiated warrior at the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm. Ling Tianyang was acutely aware that he was within the vast power of the Tianqi sect. Countless formidable experts resided within the inner sect, and given his current strength, there were certainly many who could surpass him. Most importantly, Ling Tianyang sensed no hint of malice from the colossal hand of spiritual energy. He could surmise that it was likely yet another inner sect elder of the Tianqi sect attempting to forcibly take him as a disciple. Damn it! Yet another massive hand of spiritual energy. Ling Tianyang cursed inwardly, allowing the hand to pull him skyward. He vividly remembered the last encounter with such a hand. It had ensnared him in the Misty Valley, and ultimately, a streak of azure light flashed across the sky, and in an instant, a mysterious woman clad in pale blue, her face veiled by delicate gauze, appeared above the administrative hall. Wang Hanshan, Gu Xiao, as esteemed members of the sect's upper echelons, what is the meaning of this ruckus? I see this lad as the true instigator. I shall take him directly back to Mingyue Peak for proper handling. The icy voice of the woman echoed through the air, leaving Wang Hanshan and the others, who had just rushed out of the administrative hall, utterly astonished. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, the colossal hand of spiritual energy that clutched Ling Tianyang swiftly drew nearer to her. You, how can it be you? In midair, Ling Tianyang looked up and beheld a visage that had captivated his thoughts day and night. Jing, Sister Jing, he murmured. Upon encountering the familiar countenance of the woman in the azure robe, Ling Tianyang felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. His eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly believe that the master of the ethereal great hand was indeed her. Such a beauty, unforgettable at first sight. A day without seeing her drives one to madness. Since that day when Shintu Jing had stormed off in a fit of pique, several months had passed without a meeting between Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing. Whenever he found himself with idle thoughts, memories of their joyful moments together would flood his mind. Reflecting on this, a tender expression adorned Ling Tianyang's face, and a sweet smile graced his lips. Young man, what brings that smile to your face? Noticing the hint of a smile at the corners of Ling Tianyang's mouth, a blush blossomed upon Shintu Jing's delicate face, concealed beneath her veil. Greetings, Peak Master. Outside the Hall of Affairs, Gu Qingxue, Wang Hanshan, and others, upon witnessing Shintu Jing's sudden appearance, immediately bowed in respect. Indeed, Shintu Jing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. As she turned to lead Ling Tianyang away, "Little junior sister, is it truly appropriate to simply whisk him away like this? You ought to inquire whether this young man is willing to accompany you." A powerful aura surged from the distance, and the onlookers beheld a streak of light descending swiftly from the Yanyang peak, arriving in an instant before Shintu Jing and Ling Tianyang. "Little junior sister, it has been a while." The newcomer, a man clad in ancient garb adorned with a jade crown, smiled at Shintu Jing, appearing to be in his 30s. Chapter 75. The Disciples Take Action. Oriental Bai. Why are you here instead of remaining on your Yanyang peak? With a cold glance at the ancient-clad man blocking her path, Shintu Jing stated coolly, "Little junior sister, are you not asking a question you already know the answer to?" The man in ancient garb regarded Shintu Jing's companion, Ling Tianyang, with a faint smile. "I've heard this lad possesses remarkable talent. I too wish to take him as my disciple." The man was none other than Shintu Jing's senior brother, Oriental Bai, who also served as the peak master of the Yanyang peak of the Heavenly Artifact sect, possessing cultivation at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Absolutely not. Upon hearing Oriental Bai's intention to take Ling Tianyang away, Shintu Jing immediately and resolutely refused. How could she bear to witness Ling Tianyang becoming a disciple of Oriental Bai and the others? Would that not disrupt her own status? If she were to marry Ling Tianyang in the future, would she address Oriental Bai as senior brother or master? The mere thought of it incensed Shintu Jing. In a swift motion, she flipped her palm, and a flash of light emerged, revealing the somewhat extravagant spiritual weapon long knife in her grasp. With a swift motion, the long knife sliced through the air, generating a formidable and fierce aura, its tip aimed directly at the obstructing Oriental Bai. "This lad, I must take him away today." Gently patting Ling Tianyang's back with her left hand, she sent him to the side of the recently arrived Gu Qingxue. "Little Snow, keep a close eye on him." After issuing her command, Shintu Jing soared into the sky, wielding her spiritual weapon and striking down towards Oriental Bai. Upon returning, "I was troubled by the lack of a worthy opponent for sparring. Your arrival is most timely. Behold my blade." With the earth-level movement technique, flickering light and shadow, Shintu Jing leaped through the air, covering a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant, soon hovering directly above Oriental Bai. She then unleashed a series of fierce downward strikes. Azure Flame Blade, soul-extinguishing 10 strikes. With each swing of her blade, a sharp, massive blade aura manifested in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the space above Oriental Bai was filled with terrifying blade auras, fiercely descending upon him. Wherever the blade auras passed, the surrounding space trembled violently, as if it might be cleaved open at any moment. "What's this? Little junior sister. You look ready to engage me in battle. I heard that your cultivation has surged since your return from your expedition. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength today." Initially, Oriental Bai regarded Shintu Jing's sudden withdrawal of her spiritual weapon with indifference. However, upon witnessing the terrifying assault she unleashed, his expression changed dramatically. During their last sparring session, Oriental Bai had slightly surpassed Shintu Jing in strength, but now her attacks radiated a palpable sense of danger. Especially when he saw the overwhelming blade auras descending upon him, Oriental Bai could not help but exclaim in anger, "Shintu Jing, you lunatic! Is such ferocity necessary for a spar?" Profound Turtlewood Spirit Shield. With a thunderous roar, Dongfang Bai radiated a brilliant aura. In the distance, Ling Tianyang and the others witnessed a dazzling green light suddenly erupt from the center of Dongfang Bai's brow. Bang! Bang! The green light surged with the wind, swiftly transforming into a colossal black tortoise, spanning dozens of feet, which effortlessly blocked the blade's fierce attack unleashed by Shintu Jing. "Hee, junior sister, I have already encountered your Azure Flame Blade technique. What can you do to me now?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Dongfang Bai's forehead, and as he looked up to see the immense tortoise shielding him from the torrent of blade light, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and chuckle. However, deep within his heart, Dongfang Bai was far from tranquil. He had to concede that Shintu Jing's strength had indeed soared remarkably, leaving him with a palpable sense of having underestimated her capabilities. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ling Tianyang and the others, who were merely spectators to the duel between Shintu Jing and Dongfang Bai, gasped in astonishment upon seeing the terrifying scars etched upon the tortoise shell above Dongfang Bai. Several of these marks seemed perilously close to cleaving the shell in two. How ferocious! It appeared that her cultivation had likely reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Although Ling Tianyang's own cultivation was still relatively modest, it did not imply a lack of insight. After all, he had once been an unparalleled master at the peak of the empty, profound realm, possessing an exceptional keen eye. The moment he laid eyes on the massive tortoise shell hovering above Dongfang Bai, he recognized it as a defensive soul treasure of at least medium grade. At that moment, witnessing this defensive treasure nearly being split asunder under Shin Tu-Jing's formidable onslaught, it became evident just how terrifying her attacks were. Your tortoisewood spirit shield is indeed as formidable as ever, managing to deflect my assault. However, I have recently perfected the 3 styles of blade mastery taught by my master. Today, I shall let you experience the might of this technique. Previously, during her confrontation with Gu Qingxue, Shin Tu-Jing had felt constrained, fearful of inadvertently injuring her opponent. Yet now, facing Dongfang Bai, she could unleash her full potential without reservation. After all, Dongfang Bai was the peak master of the Yin-Yang Peak, having achieved the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, and his prowess slightly surpassed that of Shin Tu-Jing, leaving her untroubled by the prospect of harming him. When I unleashed the Azure Flame Blade technique earlier, I felt a sense of exhilaration. As her blade technique was entirely thwarted by Dongfang Bai, Shin Tu-Jing's aura surged dramatically. The spirit energy blade in her grasp slipped from her hand, hovering before her and spinning rapidly. 3 styles of blade mastery. Void Blade. Shin Tu-Jing formed seals with both hands, and the spirit weapon long blade before her suddenly vanished into thin air. You have actually mastered the master's ultimate technique. The 3 styles of blade mastery. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the spirit weapon before Shin Tu-Jing, Dongfang Bai exclaimed in alarm, as if confronted by a formidable foe. With a swift motion, Dongfang Bai summoned the tortoisewood spirit shield back to his side. Subsequently, he thrust both palms forward, swiftly retreating as a massive weapon materialized in Dongfang Bai's hands. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than a formidable Fangtian Huaji. With the battle technique known as Shattering Heavenly Jade, Mountain Slicing Halberd, Dongfang Bai's aura surged dramatically, and the Fangtian Huaji sliced through the air, once again targeting Shin Tu-Jing with relentless ferocity. In the sky, the momentum of Shin Tu-Jing and Dongfang Bai intensified, prompting Gu Qingxue and Wang Hanshan, who had been observing from a distance, to continually retreat. The 2 immense forces clashed in the heavens, drawing the attention of numerous inner sect members. At this moment, a multitude of inner disciples, along with several elders and stewards, gathered around the periphery of their battle. Shin Tu-Jing, Dongfang Bai, ceased this at once. Just as their attacks were on the verge of colliding, a streak of light pierced through the air from afar, swiftly appearing between Shin Tu-Jing and Dongfang Bai. Chapter 76. The Master of the Heavenly Artifact Sect. The newcomer, with a swift motion of both palms, conjured 2 visible energy shields that enveloped the attacks from Shin Tu-Jing and Dongfang Bai, hurling them rapidly into the skies above. Boom, boom. The assaults from Shin Tu-Jing and Dongfang Bai collided violently against the energy shields, unleashing 2 thunderous roars. Blinding mushroom clouds burst forth in the heavens. The immense force shattered the energy shields into countless fragments, which then vanished into the vast expanse of the sky. The onlookers felt as though the very air around them had solidified. Even Ling Tianyang and his companions in the distance struggled to breathe. Have you no regard for the sect's rules? A voice thundered. The master of Mingyue Peak and the master of Yin-Yang Peak, brawling in front of the public, was sheer folly. The newcomer glared fiercely at Shin Tu-Jing and Dongfang Bai, his voice resonating with an unexplainable authority that sent a tremor through all present. Upon looking up, Ling Tianyang recognized that the one reprimanding Shin Tu-Jing and Dongfang Bai was an elderly man in his 60s, with graying hair. Clad in a white robe, we pay our respects to the sect master. Greetings, sect master. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the white-robed elder, Shin Tu-Jing and Dongfang Bai hastily sheathed their weapons and bowed deeply. This white-robed elder was none other than Sun Tianxing, the master of the Heavenly Artifact Sect and the foremost expert below the realm of Kongxian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, streaks of light surged forth from the depths of the inner sect, swiftly converging above the sect affairs hall. A glance revealed that these individuals were all formidable warriors above the Tianji realm. We pay our respects to the sect master. Greetings to the 2 peak masters. The assembly of Tianji realm experts, upon seeing Sun Tianxing, Shin Tu-Jing, and Dongfang Bai hovering above the sect affairs hall, immediately bowed respectfully. This is not your concern. Return to your cultivation, waved Sun Tianxing, dismissing the hurried Tianji realm experts. What is the meaning of this? Sun Tianxing coldly scrutinized Shin Tu-Jing and Dongfang Bai as they departed. Sect master, I was merely sparring with my junior sister, Dongfang Bai explained. raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Indeed, I was a bit too eager and lost control, Chu Yujiao added. Do you truly believe I am unaware of the situation? You, esteemed masters of your peaks, resorting to such a brawl over a newly admitted disciple? Ling Tianyang's brow furrowed slightly. Then he turned his gaze with curiosity towards Ling Tianyang below. You must be Ling Tianyang, correct? Ling Tianyang suddenly unleashed his divine sense, meticulously scanning Ling Tianyang before bursting into laughter. Indeed, he was a remarkable talent. No wonder that Sect Master Shintu and Sect Master Dongfang were willing to engage in a fierce battle over him. It seemed that this old fellow Ling Tianyang was on the verge of breaking through to the void profound realm. It was no surprise he possessed such formidable strength. Even Shintu Jing and Dongfang Bai appeared to be no match for him. He was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of half-step void profound realm warriors. Fortunately, I had previously employed the breath concealment technique from the Xuanling True Resolution, completely suppressing my aura to that of an initial entry into the spiritual sea realm. Otherwise, I might have indeed been discovered by him. Sensing the overwhelming divine sense sweeping over him, Ling Tianyang's expression sharpened. With his experience, he quickly discerned Ling Tianyang's true cultivation level. Newly admitted inner disciple Ling Tianyang pays his respects to the esteemed sect master, he said, nodding respectfully like Shintu Jing and the others. You are currently a highly sought-after genius within our sect. Since both the sect master Peak, Mingyue Peak, and Yinyang Peak wish to take you as a disciple, you may choose for yourself. Whom would you like to follow? Ling Tianyang mused, his gaze fixed on Ling Tianyang with a smile. Rest assured, with our sect behind you, no one can coerce you. That won't do. Sect master, you must not bully him with your authority. He clearly agreed to join Mingyue Peak just now. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's suggestion of Ling Tianyang joining the sect master Peak, Shintu Jing immediately interjected. She then discreetly winked at Ling Tianyang and exclaimed, Ling Tianyang, you indeed promised to join Mingyue Peak earlier. Oh, is that so, Ling Tianyang? Upon hearing Shintu Jing's words, Ling Tianyang looked at Ling Tianyang with an amused expression. Esteemed sect master, I did indeed agree to join Mingyue Peak, Ling Tianyang replied. In truth, regardless of which peak or lineage I join, I will always be a disciple of the Tianqi sect. Before the prominent figures of the Tianqi sect, Ling Tianyang remained composed, exhibiting an air of nonchalance. Indeed, well said. As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Ling Tianyang erupted into hearty laughter, unable to hide his admiration for the young man. Sect master, I take my leave. Seeing that Ling Tianyang was no longer pursuing the matter, Shintu Jing swiftly approached Ling Tianyang, raised her hand, and soon they vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Jingjia, you are actually the master of Mingyue Peak. In a luxurious courtyard near the peak, Ling Tianyang gazed curiously at Shintu Jing, laughing, Sect Master Shintu, I seek your guidance. Young man, this is my domain. Did you not just take a powerful master as your teacher? Why then do you wish to join the Tianqi sect? Pray tell, what is your true purpose for coming to the Tianqi sect? With a swift motion, Shintu Jing removed the veil from her face, brandishing her ethereal long knife with a fierce glare directed at Ling Tianyang. Sister Jing, do not jest, Ling Tianyang chuckled, unfazed by her intimidating demeanor as he settled comfortably into a chair within the room. I merely heard that the alchemical techniques of the Tianqi sect are unparalleled. Thus I could not resist the urge to come and learn. What? You have come here to study alchemy? Noticing that her attempts at intimidation had failed to rattle him, Shintu Jing sheathed her long knife and took a seat beside Ling Tianyang. Young man, this is my abode, and you may temporarily reside here. In the study to the south, I have a collection of books pertaining to alchemy. Feel free to peruse them at your leisure. And do not hesitate to inquire if you have any questions. By the way, while you are within the sect, you must ensure that no one discovers you possess the soul consciousness of the Tianji realm. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. Chapter 77. Learning the Art of Weapon Forging at Mingyue Peak. Within the forging hall, a secluded stone chamber dedicated to the art of weapon crafting is adorned with several luminous moonstone slabs embedded in its walls. At the center of the chamber stands a colossal furnace. Beside the furnace lies a forging platform accompanied by several dark iron hammers. A searing and formidable flame continuously emanates from Ling Tianyang's left palm, enveloping a large mass of crimson liquid within the furnace. The space above the furnace warps under the heat of the ferocious beast fire, while the temperature in the chamber steadily escalates. For an ordinary person untrained in cultivation, entering this chamber would likely result in immediate and fatal burns from the terrifying heat. Ling Tianyang skillfully regulates the temperature of the beast fire with one hand while the other is engaged, gesturing towards the crimson liquid ensconced in flames. As he gestures, Streams of spiritual energy shoot forth from his fingertips, intricately merging with the crimson mass in a remarkably subtle manner. Under Ling Tianyang's meticulous control, the crimson liquid begins to transform over time. Ultimately, it morphs into a long knife, entirely crimson in hue. The crimson blade rolls within the flames, as strands of black impurities are relentlessly refined away by the beast fire's excruciating heat. Previously, Ling Tianyang was a complete novice in the realm of weapon forging. It was only after joining the Tiangong sect and entering the inner sanctum of Mingyue Peak that he gradually became acquainted with the principles of weapon crafting. Weapons are essential tools for every martial artist. They not only serve to slay foes and enhance the wielder's lethality, but also provide protection and bolster one's defenses. In this world, weapons, much like medicinal elixirs, are categorized into various ranks. Ordinary individuals typically utilize commonplace iron implements forged by blacksmiths from mundane iron. As martial artists reach the body refinement stage, their demand for superior weaponry escalates, leading them to wield finely crafted steel weapons. Above these fine steel weapons lie spiritual instruments, which are further divided into inferior, medium, and superior grades. Inferior spiritual instruments are primarily employed by martial artists at the Spirit C stage, augmenting their attack power by 2 to 3-fold. Even martial artists below the Spirit C realm can experience a boost of half to 1-fold in their attack power when wielding inferior spiritual instruments. Moreover, these instruments can autonomously emit sword chi to harm adversaries. To forge spiritual instruments, a weapon craftsman must first master the creation of ordinary weapons, laying a solid foundation for future endeavors in spiritual crafting. The process of forging a standard weapon is relatively straightforward. It involves melting the raw materials in a furnace, followed by extensive hammering and finally shaping it into the desired form, be it a knife, spear, sword, or shield. However, the crafting of spiritual instruments is a more intricate process, requiring a series of complex steps, as well as the craftsman's knowledge of specific formations and the ability to wield flames of considerable intensity. Ling Tianyang was not one to aspire for lofty heights. Although he had once been a formidable figure in the realm of Kongxian, he chose to start anew, diligently practicing while studying the refining techniques left behind by Xintu Jing in the Southern Study. His exceptional perception allowed him to recover from his injuries swiftly, and his spiritual awareness reached the mid-stage of the Tianji realm. Thus, acquiring this not overly profound knowledge of weapon forging was a rapid endeavor for him. In just over 2 months, Ling Tianyang not only advanced to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, but also thoroughly mastered knowledge that would typically take ordinary individuals several years to comprehend. Next, he naturally sought to put theory into practice by forging ordinary weapons. For Ling Tianyang, crafting such weapons posed no challenge, and he quickly became adept at it. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of Xintu Jing, he began to experiment with the creation of low-grade spiritual weapons. He first placed the requisite materials into the furnace, using intensely high flames to melt them, eliminating impurities, and shaping the materials into his desired form. In the second step, he meticulously inscribed various intricate formations onto the body of the forming spiritual weapon, imbuing the material not only with shape, but also with a hint of spiritual resonance, endowing it with formidable powers. The final step involved infusing the formations within the spiritual weapon with the blood of a martial artist to awaken the latent arrays within. Initially, Ling Tianyang intended to forge a spiritual longsword. However, as he commenced his efforts, he was met with derisive laughter from Xintu Jing, who was observing nearby. She proclaimed with indignation that swords were weapons meant for women, and that a true man should wield a knife, for it exudes ferocity and dominance. At that moment, Ling Tianyang felt a surge of frustration. Ultimately, in a fit of vexation, he abandoned the sword and turned to knife-making instead. As the saying goes, swords embody subtlety, while knives embody brute strength. In Ling Tianyang's view, both weapons possess distinct advantages that cannot be dismissed outright. The sword, the progenitor of close combat, is a weapon of finesse, combining strength and gentleness, fluid and graceful in its wielding, cherished by many martial artists for its dexterity and elegance. The knife, among the 18 weapon types, is the foremost of the short weapons, emphasizing bold movements and serving as a lethal instrument. In his past life, before his cultivation journey, Ling Tianyang had witnessed other martial artists wielding large knives with majestic prowess, inspiring within him a desire to learn the art of knife fighting. However, after being taken under the wing of the esteemed Yao Xingzuan, a master of the sword, he was compelled to focus on swordsmanship. Over time, coupled with his lack of access to proficient knife techniques, he continued to wield the sword. To forge a spiritual weapon, one must first possess exceptional crafting materials. Much like alchemy, where the creation of advanced elixirs necessitates the finest spiritual herbs. When warriors wield spiritual weapons, they instinctively channel their own spiritual energy into these tools, necessitating that the weapon can withstand the formidable power they unleash. The process of forging spiritual weapons typically involves high-quality materials, should one resort to ordinary iron. It would be utterly incapable of enduring the energy infused by a warrior. Legend has it that a formidable master at the Return to Origin realm can shatter mountains and split the earth with a mere palm strike. To contain such power, even the most robust of superior-grade spiritual weapons may falter. Thus, the higher the grade of the weapon, the more stringent and demanding the material requirements become. Imagine, in the midst of a life-and-death battle with an adversary, if your spiritual weapon were to shatter under the strain of your own power, your fate would be sealed. It is astonishing to realize that his talent for weapon forging is truly remarkable. In less than 3 months, after merely a few initial failures, he has successfully crafted a low-grade spiritual weapon. His progress surpasses my own by a considerable margin. Chapter 78. The ambush. Gazing into the distance at the meticulous young man engaged in the crafting of spiritual artifacts, Shen Tujing's eyes gradually drifted, betraying a complexity of emotions that was both profound and elusive. Despite her elevated status and formidable prowess within the celestial artifact sect, she remained, at her core, a woman. Thus, it was her fate to encounter a man who would inevitably step into her life, a destiny she could not escape. Had she not spoken of it herself, who within the celestial artifact sect would have ever guessed? The young man before her, seemingly in the bloom of youth, was none other than her first man, Shen Tujing, the illustrious leader of the Mingyue Peak. Were it not for her carelessness during her training expedition last autumn, where she fell prey to an ambush orchestrated by Tang Lai of the Flame Sect and Wenren Shi, she would not have found herself entangled in that absurd affair with Ling Tianyang within the Mist Valley. At the mere thought of the Flame Sect, a surge of loathing coursed through Shen Tujing, causing her teeth to grind in frustration. Although there were many formidable female warriors in the Eastern Emperor domain, they still found themselves at a disadvantage compared to their male counterparts. The societal norm, deeply entrenched since ancient times, permitted men to take multiple wives while women were expected to remain loyal to a single partner. This reality, though seemingly unjust for female warriors, was the harsh truth of a world where the strong dominated and the weak perished. Sighing softly, Shen Tujing resigned herself to her fate, regardless of the circumstances. The affair between her and Ling Tianyang was an undeniable truth, immutable and set in stone. Moreover, it had been her own toxicity that had initiated the encounter. She could not entirely cast the blame upon Ling Tianyang. Each recollection of that event caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Initially, she had harbored thoughts of eliminating Ling Tianyang, but in her weakened state, she was no match for him. Shen Tujing could not treat Ling Tianyang as she would any other man. Yet, as time passed and her interactions with him continued, she began to notice many admirable qualities within Ling Tianyang. Gradually, the murderous intent she had felt towards him diminished, replaced by an inexplicable sentiment that stirred within her heart. This burgeoning feeling left Shen Tujing in a state of disarray, unsure of how to navigate her emotions, and even fearful of the prospect of continuing her relationship with Ling Tianyang. Worried that she might become further ensnared in her feelings, she reacted impulsively upon hearing of Ling Tianyang's engagement, leaving the Ling family's hall in a huff. Upon returning to Mingyue Peak, she attempted to erase all thoughts of Ling Tianyang, hoping to focus on her cultivation in peace. However, his familiar figure would occasionally flicker in her mind's eye, unbidden. What surprised Shen Tujing even more was the unexpected arrival of Ling Tianyang at the Celestial Artifact Sect months later, where he inexplicably became an inner disciple. As Shen Tujing reflected upon these events, the crimson long blade before Ling Tianyang began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing wail that echoed in the air. He had successfully completed the second step of crafting the spiritual artifact, the intricate engraving of the formation. This step is undeniably the most crucial phase in the crafting of spiritual weapons. Otherwise, even the most precious materials would merely result in a sharper tool lacking any true significance without the engraved formations. The initial forging in the furnace merely shapes the weapon's form, while the imprinting of formations upon it is the very essence of the spiritual weapon, representing a pivotal moment in the process. A single misstep could lead to utter failure, rendering all prior efforts futile. As Ling Tianyang began the creation of the Crimson Longblade, he had thoroughly comprehended and memorized the formations required for engraving. After enduring several failures, he finally achieved success this time. With a hearty laugh and a face alight with joy, Ling Tianyang approached the final, critical moment with utmost caution, his gaze firmly fixed on the swirling crimson blade above the furnace. Only one final step remained. This last step, in comparison to the preceding ones, was the simplest. Thus, there was no need for flames. With a flick of his wrist, Ling Tianyang swiftly retracted the fierce beast fire used for crafting back into his body. With a sharp bite to his tongue, he expelled a copious amount of vibrant red blood, which accurately splattered onto the trembling blade. As his blood made contact with the crimson surface, the blade quivered even more violently, akin to an insatiable being eagerly absorbing the life essence. Gradually, the entire blade began to emanate a sanguine glow. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling red light erupted above the furnace, casting a blood-red hue across the entire chamber. With a swift motion, he grasped the newly forged crimson long blade, which floated mid-air above the furnace. Overwhelmed with affection for this first low-grade spiritual weapon he had crafted, Ling Tianyang held it tightly, unable to resist waving it about. With each swing, a surge of crimson blade energy erupted from the weapon, leaving visible white marks upon the chamber's walls. The spirit of the weapon indeed stems from that initial offering of blood. In truth, this final step of bloodletting could also be entrusted to the true wielder, thereby forging a closer bond between the weapon and the warrior, granting complete dominion over the spiritual weapon. A warrior who activates the formations with their own blood can, through sheer will, induce the formations to self-destruct. Such explosive power is utterly terrifying, as the self-detonation of a low-grade spiritual weapon could severely injure a warrior at the Sea of Spirit level. Generally, a warrior would refrain from choosing to self-destruct their weapon unless utterly cornered, for spiritual weapons hold significant value, and even in self-destruction, there exists a chance for the enemy to evade the blast. At last, it is done. I have succeeded. As Ling Tianyang reveled in the power of the crimson long blade in his grasp, he could not contain his ecstatic exclamations, a proud smile illuminating his face. In merely 3 months, Ling Tianyang transformed from an amateur, utterly unfamiliar with the art of weapon forging, into a master capable of successfully crafting a low-grade spiritual weapon. A long sword. This is undeniably a remarkable achievement. Sister Jing, did you see? I have successfully forged a low-grade spiritual weapon. Ling Tianyang, with an ecstatic expression, sheathed the crimson blade and turned around, suddenly embracing Shen Tu Jing, who had been standing behind him. Haha. Sister Jing, I did it. Impudent boy, taking advantage of me again. After a moment of stunned silence, Shen Tu Jing glared at him, her voice laced with indignation. Just a second prior, she had felt genuine happiness for Ling Tianyang's accomplishment in forging the low-grade spiritual weapon. To her surprise, he suddenly spun around and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Even more outrageous was the unmistakable sensation of his hands, resting on her back, behaving rather audaciously. Have you had your fill of hugging? Or will you not release me, you rascal? Shen Tu Jing's face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and anger, as she shot a fierce glare at Ling Tianyang. Chapter 79. Mount Niumang. In a moment of excitement, Ling Tianyang awkwardly scratched his head, gradually releasing Shen Tu Jing from his embrace. With a sheepish grin, he remarked, Sister Jing, your fragrance is truly delightful. Humph. Shen Tu Jing huffed, her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. In truth, with her level of cultivation, it was hardly a challenge for her to evade the grasp of a mere spirit sea realm martial artist. Had she wished to escape, Ling Tianyang, with his current abilities, would struggle to even brush against a single strand of her hair. When Ling Tianyang had suddenly drawn her close, Shen Tu Jing's heart raced uncontrollably, and in a reflexive response, she almost retaliated with her own power. Yet she hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently harm him. However, allowing Ling Tianyang to hold her felt oddly uncomfortable. By the way, Sister Jing, I intend to leave the Heavenly Artifact Sect for a while in the coming days, Ling Tianyang suddenly announced after releasing her. What? You plan to leave the Heavenly Artifact Sect? Upon hearing this, Shen Tu Jing immediately turned back, her expression filled with skepticism. You're not thinking of going to the Xianbing sect to seek out your fiancé, are you? Sister Jing, where are your thoughts wandering? Ling Tianyang couldn't help but chuckle at Shen Tu Jing's doubtful expression. I've never even laid eyes on her. The engagement between us is merely a private arrangement between my adoptive father and Uncle Chu. To marry a woman I've never met would be impossible, regardless of your consent. At least you have some sense. Shen Tu Jing replied with a smile upon hearing his words. Why aren't you diligently cultivating within the sect? What is the point of venturing outside? Sister Jing, you know that I originally joined the Heavenly Artifact Sect solely to learn the art of crafting artifacts. Ling Tianyang explained slowly. With so many rules in the sect, I feel rather constrained. Moreover, Many in the inner sect believe you are my master, which I find rather uncomfortable. Perhaps I am more suited to wander outside. Besides, with my abilities, as long as I avoid provoking those powerful martial artists, I can easily ensure my own safety. In his past life, Ling Tianyang had been a solitary and formidable rogue cultivator, accustomed to the liberating and thrilling lifestyle that came with it. Suddenly being bound by the numerous regulations of the heavenly artifact sect felt suffocating, leaving him discontent. Having spent several months in the sect, he had made some progress in artifact forging, able to create low-grade spiritual artifacts. He understood, however, that crafting mid-grade spiritual artifacts was not something to be rushed. The art of forging was vast and profound, while entering the field might not be overly difficult. Achieving excellence required not only exceptional talent, but also the extensive practice of a seasoned artisan. Persistence is key. It is a gradual process. Once a certain limit is reached, it may be wise to take a break, allowing both body and mind the necessary respite and rejuvenation. As with the cultivation of martial arts, there exists a principle of balance between tension and relaxation. Should one be overly taut or hasty, the pursuit of speed may yield the opposite result. Sister Jing, once I depart from the sect, I trust you will look after my elder brother Ling Ju and the others, Ling Tianyang said with a smile, his expression turning serious. Understood, she replied with a nod. Do not linger outside for too long. Remember to return early. Yes, Sister Jing, I shall miss you. Haha. With that, Ling Tianyang laughed heartily and swiftly exited the artifact forging room. 3 days later, outside the new talent city of the heavenly artifact sect, for magnificent steeds, each adorned with a single horn and robust in stature, galloped forward with 3 men and a woman riding atop, leaving no trace behind. Shortly after Ling Tianyang entered the inner sect, Tuoba Yi, Gui Feng, and Su Yingrong each achieved a breakthrough to the Spirit Sea realm, thereby becoming inner disciples of the heavenly artifact sect. This time, as Ling Tianyang left the sect, he brought these 3 companions along, for they had always been his loyal followers. Ling Tianyang believed that their cultivation would perhaps progress even more rapidly by his side than within the confines of the sect. The foremost task upon his departure was to return to Nanlin County to ascertain the recent progress of Xianxia and her companions in their training. Following that, he intended to explore the distant teleportation array mentioned by Sikong Ran. Days later, after a long journey, Ling Tianyang and his companions finally arrived at the vicinity of Nyogong Mountain in Nanlin County. The bandits have returned. Everyone flee. Kill. Help, help. Upon reaching Nyogong Mountain, the faint cries for help and shouts reached the ears of Ling Tianyang and his companions. Brother, it seems there is a band of robbers up ahead. Su Yingrong, riding behind Ling Tianyang, was the first to speak. Indeed. Let us go and take a look. Gripping the reins, Ling Tianyang urged his steed forward, racing toward the source of the cries. Previously, while accompanying the Chu family to the heavenly artifact sect for the entrance examination, Ling Tianyang had heard tales of a band of robbers causing havoc in the Nyogong Mountain region. It was said that this group numbered in the hundreds, preying upon travelers of lesser strength and feeble martial artists. During his last passage through this area, he had also heard that the local warriors were planning to unite against them. To his dismay, months had passed, and the bandits not only persisted but appeared to have grown increasingly brazen. Minutes later, following the sound, Ling Tianyang and his companions arrived at a grove midway up Nyogong Mountain. Brother, these bandits are utterly depraved, devoid of any humanity. They have not even spared the ordinary folk, who clearly lack martial prowess. No sooner had Su Yingrong spoken than Tuoba Ye's wild voice echoed. Brother, I can no longer tolerate this. I shall eradicate this band of robbers. Upon their arrival, Ling Tianyang and his companions beheld a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn across the ground. The scene before them was drenched in an overwhelming brutality, igniting a fierce rage within Ling Tianyang and his companions, causing their very essence to pulse with indignation. Their gazes fell upon the lifeless forms sprawled in pools of blood. Most of them were ordinary civilians, untrained and defenseless. Among them were also lowly martial artists and guards accompanying merchants. In the distance, several early-stage true essence warriors valiantly defended a portly merchant, besieged by a throng of ruthless bandits. Meanwhile, the remaining living civilians were in grave peril, as a mere misstep could lead to their heads being severed by the heartless marauders. The woods halfway up the hill were littered with severed limbs, and a pungent stench of blood hung heavily in the air. In mere moments, more innocent heads soared into the sky from the crowd. Cease this madness. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, Ling Tianyang and his companions bellowed in unison, leaping swiftly from their steeds, unleashing streams of spiritual energy that surged forth toward the nefarious bandits wreaking havoc. Chapter 80. The Annihilation of Bandits with a Graceful Leap. Ling Tianyang moved like a startled swan, effortlessly covering a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. He transformed his palm into a blade and struck down a bandit who was about to attack an elderly woman, sending him flying. The bandit, caught off guard, barely had time to react before Ling Tianyang's palm blade crushed his throat. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light emanated from Ling Tianyang's palm, revealing a fiery red spiritual blade. His disdain for bandits was profound. In his past life, his leniency towards a group of them had resulted in a village being mercilessly ravaged in retaliation, leading to the tragic demise of its inhabitants. Henceforth, he vowed to himself never to show mercy to those devoid of humanity. With a swift motion, Ling Tianyang's blade danced through the air, claiming the lives of bandits with ease. His mastery of swordsmanship rendered him virtually invincible, and none could withstand his strikes. Meanwhile, Tuo Bei, Gui Feng, and Su Yingrong followed closely behind, showcasing their own exceptional martial skills. Among the crowd, Tuo Bei resembled a ferocious beast. Each punch he delivered caved in a bandit's chest, and with each palm strike, a bandit's skull was crushed like a ripe melon. After executing a series of powerful punches, he produced a black staff over 2 meters long. With every swing of this staff, he claimed the lives of multiple bandits. Witnessing the ferocity of Ling Tianyang and Tuo Bei, Gu Yifeng and Su Yingrong were equally determined. Gu Yifeng swung his sword, and in an instant, another bandit fell lifeless to the ground. Su Yingrong, with both hands aloft, unleashed a barrage of icy projectiles that soared through the air, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries from the bandits. Master, look, a few formidable opponents are approaching. The numerous deaths of their fellow bandits finally drew the attention of the small leaders among them. Which scoundrel dares to harm my men? Where are those tough ones? Leave them to me. A bearded man, brimming with confidence, bellowed as he brandished his weapon and charged towards Ling Tianyang and his companions. However, he halted abruptly after just a few steps, his body shuddering involuntarily. Spirit Sea Realm. By heavens, all 4 of them are masters of the Spirit Sea Realm. Everyone flee. Upon witnessing the aura of spiritual energy radiating from Ling Tianyang and his companions, the bearded man let out a terrified exclamation, discarding his weapon and retreating hastily. He poured every ounce of his true essence into his legs, desperate to escape, wishing fervently that his parents had endowed him with more limbs to flee. Where do you think you're going? As soon as the bearded man contemplated fleeing, Ling Tianyang took notice of him. With a few swift strokes, he dispatched the surrounding bandits, and then with a powerful flourish of his long, crimson blade, it flew from his grasp, transforming into a streak of red light that swiftly caught up with the escaping bearded man. With a decisive thrust, the crimson blade pierced through him, delivering a fatal blow with precision. Upon the bearded man's demise, the remaining bandits gasped in terror and scattered like frightened birds, desperately fleeing in every direction. Ling Tianyang and his companions could not allow these brigands to continue their malevolent existence, and so they dispersed, each pursuing the nearest target. With a resounding thud, Ling Tianyang unleashed a punch that sent the last fleeing bandit flying several meters, convulsing briefly before succumbing to death. Thank you, noble sirs, for saving us. Thank you, young heroes. The survivors, relieved from the grip of the wicked bandits, immediately expressed their gratitude, some even prostrating themselves in reverence. Esteemed benefactors, I implore you to save my daughter. She is but a child, and without her, how can I go on? Meanwhile, the cries for help only intensified, and my newlywed wife, she has been abducted by those more formidable bandits. You must rescue her. Please, noble sir, avenge my father. Amidst the kneeling crowd, a boy of around 11 or 12, rolling and scrambling, clung to Ling Tianyang's leg, weeping bitterly. Silence. Tuo Bei's commanding voice silenced the weeping throng, capturing their attention. In which direction lies the stronghold of these bandits? Even if they had remained silent, Ling Tianyang would have taken the initiative to confront the bandits at their lair, determined to eradicate them entirely to prevent further harm. Earlier, he had witnessed numerous corpses of women and children on the ground, revealing the callousness of these brigands who had slaughtered even the most defenseless. Such ruthlessness rendered them utterly deserving of their fate. Esteemed sirs, follow this mountain path upwards, and near the summit lies the stronghold of these bandits, urged a merchant, the rotund elder who had been protected by several early-stage martial artists. I have been robbed by them before, and I cannot fathom why they would commit such a massacre this time. Recently, a coalition of martial artists from Nyomang Mountain attempted to assault these bandits, but to their surprise, several formidable experts emerged from their ranks. Please exercise caution. One of the elders' guards interjected. Aside from those dispatched by you, There are likely 100 or 200 more at their stronghold. It is said their leader, Wu Zoming, has reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm. The previous failure of the encirclement was partly due to his involvement. Upon hearing this, Ling Tianyang's earlier confusion was dispelled. It was rumored that the most powerful martial artist in Niumang Mountain was only at the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, which explained the previous failure of their encirclement. It appears that the strength of this band of brigands should not be underestimated. The portly merchant, upon noticing a hint of caution on Ling Tianyang's face, hastily exclaimed, "Young hero, do not heed his nonsensical words." The previous failure in the siege of Niumang Mountain was primarily due to the presence of an insider among the warriors of Niumang Mountain, who conspired with the bandits, resulting in a significant loss for our fighters. An insider? Ling Tianyang was taken aback and pressed further. Who is this insider? My lord. The insider is none other than the leader of the Golden Money Gang of Niumang Mountain, Jin Yuanbao, continued the guard who had spoken earlier. Jin Yuanbao is a practitioner at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Ever since a mid-stage Spirit Sea expert from Niumang Mountain was killed, no one dares to offend him within Niumang Mountain. Oh, I see. Ling Tianyang's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he replied icily. You all wait here for the moment. I shall immediately head to the lair of those bandits to rescue your kin who have been forcefully taken up the mountain. Ingfeng, Ingrong, you two shall remain here to ensure their safety. I will accompany Tuoba Yi to the bandit stronghold. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tianyang and Tuoba Yi swiftly mounted their horses, their murderous intent soaring as they galloped towards the brigand's lair. Chapter 81. Infiltrating the bandit's den boss. We have managed to seize quite a bounty this time, along with a number of exquisite young ladies in the grand hall of the bandit stronghold. A rugged man with a scruffy beard addressed the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, his face contorted in a lewd grin. My brothers have truly labored hard. I shall reward you all handsomely. Wu Zoming proclaimed with a beaming countenance, surveying the crowd in the hall. The sole mid-stage master of the Spirit Sea from Niumang Mountain has been vanquished by our combined efforts. Now, Niumang Mountain is ours. By the way, second brother, Wu Zoming continued, turning his gaze towards the second-in-command of the bandits. I heard that you recently captured a young girl with a unique constitution. It is said that her blood possesses healing properties for internal injuries. Might I indulge in a taste? He licked his lips unconsciously, his eyes glinting with fervor. Brother, that may not be appropriate. The second-in-command, seated beside Wu Zoming, clenched his teeth, his expression filled with reluctance. It's not that I am unwilling, but the girl is far too young. Her veins hold little blood to spare. I still rely on her blood for my own survival. Humph. If that is the case, then it shall be as you say. Wu Zoming's countenance darkened at the rejection. Brother, please do not misunderstand. Once my injuries have healed, I shall certainly present her to you. The second-in-command hastily clarified, sensing the tension. Trouble, trouble. A young bandit, his face pale with fear, dashed into the hall. Boss, two formidable masters from the Spirit Sea have suddenly stormed in from outside, slaying everyone in sight. What? Someone dares to cause a ruckus on our territory? They are truly courting disaster. Wu Zoming's voice boomed with fury. Brothers, arm yourselves and follow me. Let us see which fool has the audacity to challenge us. With that, Wu Zoming led his fellow bandits out of the hall at a swift pace. Who goes there? Identify yourselves. The guards at the bandit stronghold demanded as Ling Tianyang and Tua Bei galloped forward, their horses racing towards the entrance. Speak. If you do not respond, I shall shoot. Ling Tianyang and Tua Bei rode with ferocity, reaching the bandit stronghold's gates in the blink of an eye. The guards, noticing the two figures approaching, shouted in alarm. Kill. Filled with murderous intent, Ling Tianyang and Tua Bei did not reply, their crimson blades and formidable staffs glinting ominously as they charged mercilessly towards the bandit guards. The guards, quick to react, realized the impending threat as the gleaming weapons were revealed. Not good. We are under attack. Quick, fire the arrows. A small bandit leader among the guards shouted in haste. Whoosh. A sudden whoosh pierced the air as arrows flew, almost simultaneously with the bandits' cries. Two transparent energy shields materialized around Ling Tianyang and Tuoba Yi. Ding, ding, ding. Every arrow shot at the two was effortlessly deflected by the energy barriers, leaving them unscathed. With the grace of a startled swan, Ling Tianyang moved fluidly across the battlefield, employing the cloud-breaking blade technique. His crimson long blade transformed into a blur, mercilessly claiming the lives of one bandit after another. This technique, a high-level martial skill of the mysterious grade, was acquired by Ling Tianyang after successfully forging the Crimson Blade at Mingwe Peak. Although he had not yet mastered the technique completely, It proved more than sufficient to deal with the lowly bandits before him. In a flash, the duo resembled tigers among sheep, instilling terror as the bandits cried out in despair, some even kneeling in surrender. This time, however, Ling Tianyang and Tuoba Yi showed no mercy. Regardless of whether the foes were inner chi practitioners, essence condensation warriors, or mere amateurs with rudimentary skills, both men dealt ruthless blows without hesitation. Ling Tianyang, having experienced the treachery of banditry in a past life, was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. The gruesome scenes from the woods and the bloodied corpses hanging in the bandit lair only solidified his resolve that these brigands deserved their fate. All of this steeled Ling Tianyang's heart, making it as unyielding as iron. "Brother, allow me to handle these ruffians," Tuoba Yi exclaimed, having just dispatched a minor bandit leader with a swift strike of his staff, laughing heartily. "It has been ages since I've had such a gratifying fight. Please, do not contest with me, just stand by and watch." Ling Tianyang chuckled and stepped aside, conceding the battle to Tuoba Yi. Observing his companion's enthusiasm, Ling Tianyang acknowledged that bringing Tuoba Yi along, alongside Gu Yifeng and Su Yingrong, was partially intended to hone their combat experience. To cultivate strength, one cannot merely remain in a secluded space, engrossed in meditation. It is essential to venture into the world and face real challenges. Practical combat remains the most effective measure of a warrior's prowess. Everyone flee, hurry, and summon the leaders. Within the stronghold, many bandits, witnessing Tuoba Yi's impressive display of strength as he wielded his staff with devastating effect, were filled with dread and scurried deeper into the hideout. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Tuoba Yi bellowed, charging after them. With a swing of his staff, several bandits were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. The bandits, led by Tuoba Yi, were not entirely exterminated. One was allowed to escape within the confines of their stronghold, with Ling Tianyang and Tuoba Yi closely pursuing him. "Who are you, daring to cause a ruckus in my territory?" A furious shout echoed from a distance. Soon, Ling Tianyang and Tuoba Yi beheld several martial artists of the Spirit Sea realm emerge from among the bandits, with the middle-aged man who spoke being Wu Zongming, the formidable leader of the bandits, possessing strength at the mid-level of the Spirit Sea realm. "Prepare to meet your demise." With Wu Zongming's words, a wild man with a scruffy beard charged toward Ling Tianyang, brandishing his weapon, seeking death. With Ling Tianyang's current mid-level Spirit Sea cultivation, an ordinary practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm posed no threat to him. Casually glancing at the bearded savage, Ling Tianyang swung his blade forcefully to the side, and the onlookers were startled as a vivid splash of crimson suddenly appeared in the air. Bang! Bang! The flash of the blade sliced through the bearded man, cleaving him in two, his lifeless body crashing to the ground. Before Ling Tianyang, not only was this man a mere practitioner of the early Spirit Sea realm, no match for him, but even a newly ascended expert of the Celestial Extreme realm would struggle against his might. The third chief. With the bearded man slain, the bandits behind Wu Zongming were struck with terror, instinctively retreating a step. It turned out that the man Ling Tianyang had effortlessly dispatched was indeed the third chief of this band of bandits. Chapter 82. Frenzied Madness. At last, he has emerged. With his blade sheathed, Ling Tianyang cast a cold glance at Wu Zongming and his companions across from him, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. "Gentlemen, we have never met before. I am at a loss to understand how I may have offended you. Why have you chosen to disturb my domain?" Upon witnessing Ling Tianyang effortlessly slay the bandit third in command, a tremor coursed through Wu Zongming's frame, and his eyes narrowed in silent alarm. He was acutely aware of the third in command's prowess. Even he would require no fewer than 10 strikes to vanquish such an opponent. It became evident that the youth before him, armed with a vivid crimson blade, was likely more formidable than himself. Could it be that we have misjudged the situation? If there is a matter to discuss, Wu Zongming, am open to negotiation, he said, his gaze flickering as he regarded Ling Tianyang and his companion with trepidation. "Oh, is that so? I fear the item I seek is beyond your means to provide. Attack." Ling Tianyang replied with a chilling smile, summoning Tuo Bei and charging toward Wu Zongming and his cohorts. With the technique of the breaking cloud blade, Ling Tianyang moved like a specter, executing the newly learned form with precision, unleashing a blinding scarlet blade arc aimed directly at Wu Zongming. "You insolent wretch. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" Wu Zongming roared in fury, brandishing his own spiritual weapon, a formidable greatsword, as he lunged at Ling Tianyang. As Wu Zongming advanced, the bandit's second-in-command followed closely behind, wielding a long sword with caution, seemingly poised to strike when the opportunity arose. In an instant, as if conjured from thin air. Ling Tianyang's form began to blur. The next moment, a crimson blade materialized beside Wu Zongming. "Scoundrel, meet your demise," a cold voice declared, and in an instant, Wu Zongming's head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth to stain the garments of the second-in-command. Witnessing the gruesome fate of their leader, the second-in-command screamed in terror and turned to flee. Too late. As he spun around, he found a gleaming crimson blade at his throat, its presence ominous and inescapable. "Please, spare me. I possess a rare treasure to offer you." The scent of blood hung thick in the air, and feeling the icy steel against his skin, the second-in-command's legs buckled, sending him to his knees in desperation. "Oh, a rare treasure, you say?" Ling Tianyang paused, intrigued, his gaze fixed upon the kneeling bandit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tuoba Yi was engaged in combat with the two remaining early-stage spiritual Sea Realm bandits. Although Tuoba Yi had not long since broken through to the spiritual Sea Realm, he handled the two bandits with remarkable ease, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the panicked exclamation from the bandit's second-in-command echoed through the air, and the two bandits, who were locked in battle with Tuoba Yi, were struck with alarm. Their fear intensified as they caught a glimpse of Wu Zongming's severed head and the crimson blade poised at the second-in-command's throat. Overwhelmed with terror, the two bandits lost their will to fight. In a matter of moments, one of the spiritual Sea Realm bandits exposed a significant flaw, which Tuoba Yi, with his keen eye, seized upon, shattering the bandit's skull with a single strike from his celestial staff. The earlier duo of bandits had been unable to defeat Tuoba Yi together. Now, with one fallen, the remaining bandits stood no chance against him. In less than 20 exchanges, this bandit met the same fate as his fallen companion, succumbing to the might of Tuoba Yi's staff. "Oh no, the chief and several leaders have perished. Everyone, flee for your lives. Pleas for mercy echoed from the remaining bandits, their faces drained of color as they either turned to escape or fell to their knees in supplication. Had they known this would be their fate, would they have acted so recklessly? Before Ling Tianyang could utter a word, Tuoba Yi's figure darted among the fleeing bandits, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that splattered around him, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. Neither Ling Tianyang nor Tuoba Yi harbored any intention of sparing the fleeing bandits. The earlier scene in the forest had demonstrated that these bandits were unworthy of pity. I'll leave the aftermath to you," Ling Tianyang instructed Tuoba Yi, removing the spatial ring from Wu Zongming's finger before guiding the second-in-command deeper into the bandit lair. "My lord, the rare treasure I spoke of is located within this secret chamber." The second-in-command, trembling with fear, led the way, while Ling Tianyang followed closely behind. With the second-in-command's only early-stage spiritual Sea Realm cultivation, Ling Tianyang felt no concern that he could escape under his watchful gaze. Soon, they arrived at the second-in-command's quarters. As Ling Tianyang pushed open the door to the secret chamber, a surge of fury ignited within him, and his murderous intent could no longer be contained. "Beast, what have you done to her?" With a swift kick, he sent the second-in-command crashing against the chamber wall, where he crumpled to the ground in a heap. Blood spewed forth as the second-in-command scrambled to his feet. Terror etched upon his face as he knelt before Ling Tianyang, pleading desperately, "My lord, spare my life. I merely bound her. I did not harm her." "Such lies. It seems you truly seek your end." In a fit of rage, Ling Tianyang raised the crimson long knife high, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As he surveyed the dimly lit chamber, he noted the lack of superfluous furnishings. In the center of the room stood a frail girl, approximately 8 or 9 years old, her slender form tightly bound to a thick wooden post with coarse ropes. Her complexion was as pale as death, her head tilted slightly to one side, and her breathing appeared faint, suggesting she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Lowering his gaze, he observed several ghastly wounds on the girl's wrists, a sight that was nothing short of harrowing. "Please, spare me," exclaimed the second-in-command of the bandits, his voice trembling with fear at the sight of the raised knife. "Sir, the blood within this girl is rather unique. I accidentally discovered that it possesses the ability to heal my old injuries. I merely extract a small quantity of her blood at intervals. She is my lifeline. I would never harm her. It is only because she refuses to allow me to draw her blood that I was compelled to bind her to this post temporarily." With each word the bandit spoke, Ling Tianyang's gaze grew colder. How could such a heartless individual, devoid of compassion, inflict such torment upon an innocent child, binding her in this chamber and subjecting her to bloodletting? You are my big brother," the girl murmured, having regained consciousness unbeknownst to him. Her wide eyes fixed on Ling Tianyang, and with a timid voice, she asked, "Are you here to rescue me?" A flicker of hope ignited in her gaze. Chapter 83. Apprenticeship. Little sister, are you all right? Upon noticing that the young girl on the wooden post had awakened, Ling Tianyang momentarily set aside the kneeling bandit who was pleading for mercy. He hurriedly lifted the girl down from the post and gently inquired, lowering his head. Woo-woo. Big brother, you finally came. Woo-woo. My mother was killed by that wicked man on the ground. He kept slicing my hands with a dagger and collecting my blood in a cup. I was so scared. Fortunately, you arrived. If you hadn't, I would have died. As soon as Ling Tianyang rescued her, the girl clung tightly to his neck, trembling in fear and weeping. Woo-woo. Big brother, please kill him and avenge my mother. I beg you. This little girl was none other than a familiar face to Ling Tianyang. She was the younger daughter from the pitiful mother-daughter pair he had encountered outside the fragrant wine tavern in Kaiyang City. All right, big brother promises you. Carefully cradling the girl in his arms, Ling Tianyang gently patted her back while secretly channeling his spiritual energy into her frail body, nourishing and fortifying her weakened state. He then spoke softly to her. Do not worry, with big brother around, no one will harm you again. Now close your eyes. Holding the girl with one arm, he gripped his crimson blade with the other, advancing closer to the bandit second in command. No, big brother. I want to see this wicked man die by your hand. The girl stubbornly shook her head, her small frame trembling uncontrollably. Yet, she fought to suppress her fear, turning her head to fix her large eyes on the scene, determined to witness the demise of her mother's murderer. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, seeing the girl's unwavering resolve, Ling Tianyang nodded in agreement to her request. The Qingyun Kingdom, and indeed the entire Eastern Emperor domain, was a realm where martial prowess was revered, a world rife with bloodshed and violence. In this society, where the strong preyed upon the weak, survival necessitated relentless self-improvement. Observing the girl in his embrace, Ling Tianyang could not help but feel a pang of compassion. In his past life, he too had been an orphan, abandoned and suffering, often struggling for the bare necessities. Now, this girl had lost her only family. Left alone in this harsh world, her future would undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. In her, he saw a reflection of his former self. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang acquiesce to the girl's request, the bandit second in command, witnessing the approach of the man wielding the blade, was overtaken by despair and terror, crying out in desperation. Sigh, perhaps in your next life, you should strive to be a better person and cease your wicked ways. The crimson blade plunged mercilessly into the chest of the bandit's second in command. As Ling Tianyang spoke softly, spare, blood gushed forth uncontrollably from the wound, and the light in the bandit's eyes quickly dimmed, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Wah, mother, the wicked man who killed you is finally dead. Big brother has avenged you. With the demise of the bandit, the little girl's cries grew louder. All right, no more tears. From now on, big brother will take good care of you. Gently patting the girl's back, Ling Tianyang comforted her softly. Brother, I have dealt with all the bandits outside, leaving none alive. Moreover, those who were forcibly taken by the bandits have also been released. I estimate that Yifeng and Rome will soon arrive here to join us. Just as Ling Tianyang calmed the little girl's emotions, the imposing figure of Tuoba Yi appeared beside him. Brother, who is this little girl? As Tuoba Yi approached, he noticed Ling Tianyang cradling a girl of about 8 or 9 years old, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Come, let me introduce you. This is big brother Tuoba Yi. Ling Tianyang gently patted the little girl's back and introduced her to Tuoba Yi. I don't know your name yet. Please tell big brother. Hello, big brother. My name is Xiaoxiao. The little girl shyly glanced at the towering, muscular Tuoba Yi, and upon seeing the bloodied staff in his hand, she instinctively leaned her head against Ling Tianyang's chest. Why don't you put away your weapon? It's quite frightening. Noticing Xiaoxiao's fear, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but scold Tuoba Yi. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. This brother Tuoba Yi is my friend. He is a good person and will not harm you. Ling Tianyang gently ruffled Xiaoxiao's hair and laughed. Xiaoyu, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just let brother Tuoba Yi teach them a lesson. By the way, Xiaoyu, would you like to be my disciple? Suddenly, Ling Tianyang posed the question. While comforting Xiaoxiao, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but unleash his soul consciousness, now at the mid-stage of the heavenly extreme realm, to thoroughly examine her. This probing startled him. Within Xiaoxiao's body lay strands of vibrant green light, radiating vitality. After a thorough examination, Ling Tianyang finally grasped the essence of Xiaoxiao's unique bloodline. Could this be what my master often spoke of? A rare medicinal spirit body that appears once in a century? Upon detecting the green light within her blood, A wave of ecstasy washed over Ling Tianyang's face. In an uncontrollable burst of excitement, he turned to Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, do you wish to become my disciple? In his previous life, Ling Tianyang diligently practiced the Medicine King Sutra imparted by the esteemed medicine master. However, upon his rebirth, he chose to cultivate the mysterious and profound Xuanling true solution that unexpectedly manifested in his mind. This decision left him with a twinge of guilt towards the medicine master, as he lamented the missed opportunity to further the legacy of the Medicine King Sutra. After his rebirth, he harbored a singular hope to continue the transmission of the medicine master's teachings. Thus, when he discovered that Xiaoyu possessed a physique perfectly attuned to the Medicine King Sutra, he felt an immediate desire to take her as his disciple. If she could inherit the teachings, it would at least provide him with a satisfactory resolution regarding his master. Big brother, if I become your disciple, will I be able to live with you from now on? Xiaoyu clutched tightly to Ling Tianyang's garment, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. Of course, Xiaoyu, if you take me as your master, you will be able to cultivate alongside me, and naturally, live with me, Ling Tianyang affirmed with a nod, his laughter resonating with joy. So, does this mean you are willing to become my disciple? Big brother, I am willing. Upon hearing that she could live with Ling Tianyang, Xiaoyu nodded eagerly, her face radiant with happiness. Haha, I, Ling Tianyang, now have a disciple. His excitement was palpable as he realized Xiaoyu's willingness to become his student. Suddenly, a small crimson sword emerged from his brow, expanding rapidly in size until it transformed into a massive sword, measuring half a meter wide and over 10 meters long. Xiaoyu, let master take you to the skies and experience the sensation of flight. With that, Ling Tianyang leaped onto the colossal crimson sword with Xiaoyu, a transparent energy shield enveloping them both in an instant. Whoosh! Under Ling Tianyang's command, the enormous sword soared into the sky, ascending higher and higher. Ah, big brother, we are flying. As they gazed down at the diminishing figures on the ground, Xiaoyu's fear was replaced by exhilaration. Big brother, are you a celestial being? Silly girl, you are now my disciple, so you must call me master from now on, understood? Oh, understood, master. Chapter 84, Eradicating Harm for the People. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures swiftly descended from the mountainside, and in a moment, they appeared not far from Tuoba Yi. Tuoba Yi, where is senior brother? What did you say? I said, where is senior brother? Surely you aren't deaf, speaking so loudly, and you still can't hear. Seeing that Tuoba Yi did not respond immediately, Gu Yifeng chuckled. You are the one who's deaf, can't you see? Isn't that senior brother atop the enormous crimson sword in the sky? As they beheld Ling Tianyang soaring into the heavens on the massive crimson sword with Xiaoyu, Tuoba Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with envy as he watched the two ascend higher and higher into the sky. Who among martial artists does not yearn for the sensation of soaring freely through the heavens? Although Tuoba Yi had already attained the spirit sea realm, he would still require the aid of a soul treasure to fly. Without it, he would need to reach the celestial extremity realm to do so. However, breaking through to the celestial extremity realm is no easy feat. Many peak spirit sea realm warriors remain trapped at this level, unable to fulfill their aspirations until their time runs out. In the sky, upon hearing Tuoba Yi mention Ling Tianyang's ascent, Gu Yifeng and Xuanling were momentarily taken aback, then immediately looked up toward the heavens. Is that person on the gigantic sword really senior brother? As they gazed upwards, they saw the massive crimson sword rapidly approaching their direction, with two figures, a larger one and a smaller one, faintly visible on its blade. That crimson sword must be a soul treasure, right? Senior brother is quite wealthy to possess such a rare artifact at the spirit sea realm. The three of them gazed at the crimson sword in the sky with envy. You all have arrived. The crimson sword sliced through the sky, descending directly before Tuoba Yi and the others, and soon they heard Ling Tianyang's hearty laughter. This crimson sword was crafted several months ago by Ling Tianyang in Nanlin County, using the red soul stone he acquired at the Rui Pavilion auction, forged into a mid-grade soul treasure by the heavenly artifact master. Senior brother, who is the little girl in your arms? Upon seeing Xiaoyu cradled in Ling Tianyang's embrace, Gu Yifeng and Xuanling were momentarily stunned, then spoke in unison. Allow me to formally introduce her. This is Xiaoyu, my newly accepted disciple. Ling Tianyang leaped down from the crimson sword with Xiaoyu and then set her down, introducing her to Gu Yifeng and Xuanling. As Ling Tianyang spoke, the hovering crimson sword rapidly shrank, vanishing in a flash of red light into the center of his brow. Xiaoyu, these two are friends of your master, both of whom are kind-hearted. This is brother Gu Yifeng, and this is sister Xuanling. You may also call them Uncle Masters. Hello, Xiaoyu. Su Yingrong greeted Xiaoyu with a smile, then turned to Ling Tianyang, congratulating him. Congratulations, senior brother, on acquiring such a fine disciple. Haha. After a few hearty laughs, Ling Tianyang suddenly grew serious and declared, the mountain bandits in this den have all been eradicated. However, this band of mountain bandits has long engaged in plunder and pillage. Within their lair, they must have amassed a considerable fortune. Search around and discover where these treasures are hidden. Indeed, there are riches within this bandit den. I must hasten to seek them out. Upon hearing of the abundant treasures, Tuoba Yi snapped back to attention, his fingers tingling with excitement as he swiftly darted towards the distant structures, closely followed by Gu Yifeng and Su Yingrong, who were equally determined. The mountain bandits had been eradicated by Ling Tianyang and Tuoba Yi, leaving the lair eerily desolate and devoid of life. The ground was strewn with the corpses and bloodstains of the bandits. Any timid soul who ventured here would likely faint at the ghastly sight. Noticing that Tuoba Yi and the others had departed, Ling Tianyang leisurely carried Xiaoyu into a grand hall occupied by the bandits. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what wealth this nefarious group had accumulated over the years. Expanding his consciousness, he navigated through the hall as if he were intimately familiar with its layout. Soon, he arrived at a secret chamber within the hall. As Ling Tianyang and Xiaoyu entered the chamber, they found that Tuoba Yi and the others had already arrived. With a click, Su Yingrong discovered a mechanism on the wall of the chamber. After twisting it vigorously a few times, the floor beneath them split open, revealing a staircase leading down into the depths. Ah, indeed, there are treasures here. The sight of another chamber below invigorated Tuoba Yi and the others, and without hesitation, Tuoba Yi took the lead, cautiously descending the staircase. Wow, there are so many gold coins and spirit stones. Upon stepping into the chamber, Ling Tianyang was greeted by a dazzling array of gold coins, carelessly piled up like cheap cabbages. Additionally, there were approximately several thousand low-grade spirit stones and some ancient tomes that appeared to be manuals of cultivation techniques. Various weapons lined the racks. Although they exuded an intimidating aura, none had reached the level of spiritual artifacts. Lastly, there were jars and bottles containing fragrant medicinal herbs. It seemed that these items were rather mundane. It was no wonder that the bandit leader Wu Zongming's cultivation was merely in the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm. What valuable items could he possibly possess? I also obtained a spatial ring from Wu Zongming. I wonder what treasures it holds. With a flick of his wrist, Ling Tianyang produced the spatial ring he had taken from the bandit leader. Pricking his finger, he let a drop of blood fall upon the ring, and then hastily extended his consciousness into its confines. The space within the ring was limited, aside from a few boxes of gold coins. It contained approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and several medicinal pills for cultivation. Ling Tianyang's interest waned at the sight. Senior brother, there are so many gold coins and spirit stones here. Upon the arrival of Ling Tianyang and Xiaoyu, Tubei and his companions gazed at Ling Tianyang with expressions of delight, their eyes shimmering with fervor. You need not look at me so eagerly. The treasures within this secret chamber shall be divided equally among the three of you, Ling Tianyang remarked with a smile. Master, I too wish to partake. May I have some gold coins? Xiaoyu's timid voice chimed in just as Ling Tianyang finished speaking. The sight of Xiaoyu's avaricious demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Ling Tianyang and the others. Very well, take as much as you desire, it is all yours. Ling Tianyang nodded, subsequently setting Xiaoyu down. As her feet touched the ground, Xiaoyu dashed towards the immense pile of gold coins, eagerly scooping handfuls and stuffing them into the small pockets of her attire. Somehow, as Ling Tianyang observed this scene, his smile gradually faded, replaced by an inexplicable pang of melancholy in his heart. After Tubei, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrong became inner disciples of the Heavenly Artifact Sect, each received a spatial ring bestowed by the sect. It was not long before the trio organized the treasures within the secret chamber and stored them in their respective rings. Now that we have resolved matters here, let us hasten our departure, Ling Tianyang suggested as he saw the others secure the treasures. Brother, this is not the route to leave Niumang Mountain. Where are we headed? Su Yingrong and the others inquired, noticing Ling Tianyang's misdirection. We are making a brief return to the town of Niumang Mountain. There are still matters left unattended, Ling Tianyang elucidated, observing the curiosity on their faces. One should see a good deed through to its conclusion. A benefactor should accompany a Buddha to the west. Did we not hear that these bandits have an informant named Jin Yuanbao in Niumang Mountain Town? We shall rid the people of this menace. Chapter 85, Fiancé. In the town of New Gangshan, before the largest inn, a jovial atmosphere pervaded. Let us first enter the inn for a meal before we seek out Jin Yuanbao to settle our grievances, suggested Ling Tianyang, leading Xiaoxiaoyu and Tubei on horseback to an inn not far from the headquarters of the money gang. As they approached the entrance, a cheerful inn attendant greeted them with a broad smile. Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging? We shall dine first. Please take care of our horses and provide them with some fodder, Ling Tianyang instructed as he dismounted alongside Xiaoxiaoyu, handing a silver coin and the reins to the attendant. Certainly. Rest assured, I shall attend to your horses with utmost care, replied the attendant, his smile growing even brighter as he accepted the reins and the coin. In New Gangshan, it was rare for an inn attendant to encounter such generosity as Ling Tianyang's. Receiving a hefty silver coin merely for tending to a horse, the inn bustled with life, filled to the brim with patrons. Upon entering, Ling Tianyang immediately sensed the presence of two formidable young warriors of the mid-spiritual sea realm. Could they be disciples of some great power out on a journey? He pondered. As he scanned the room with his spiritual sense, he noticed a man and a woman, both mid-level warriors. However, upon seeing the man, an inexplicable feeling of aversion welled up within him. In stark contrast, the young woman captivated him with a sense of familiarity and tranquility. Her hair was styled in a ponytail, her skin as fair as snow, and her eyes radiated purity, clad in a flowing white dress that accentuated her graceful figure. She was a vision of elegance. Beside her on the table lay a pristine long sword, exuding an aura of youth and chivalry. Shaking his head to dismiss the absurd thoughts, Ling Tianyang led Tubei and the others to an empty table not far from the two young warriors. What can I get for you, gentlemen? The inn attendant inquired, his face beaming with eagerness as he approached their table. Bring us your finest dishes, and do so with haste, Tubei interjected, placing a hefty pile of gold coins on the table. Of course, I will ensure that your orders are fulfilled promptly, the attendant exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the gold coins before he hurried to the kitchen. Why are you all staring at me? Tubei chuckled, feeling a bit sheepish. I just happened to come into a bit of fortune and couldn't help but show off a little. Master uncle, you possess an abundance of gold coins. Might you spare me a few? Sitting beside Ling Tianyang, Xiaoxiaoyu, upon seeing Tuoba Yi produce a substantial handful of gold coins, reached out with her petite hand towards the gleaming treasure on the table. You little money grubber, these coins belong to your master uncle. If you desire gold, you should request it from your own master. Tuoba Yi chuckled heartily, protecting the coins possessively before him, prompting Ling Tianyang and the others to join in the laughter. Humph. Master uncle is truly stingy. Frustrated by Tuoba Ye's refusal to let her take any coins, Xiaoxiaoyu pouted and turned her head away. At that moment, an irate voice echoed from a distance, interrupting the jovial atmosphere. The source was none other than a white-clad maiden of the mid-spiritual sea realm. Why are you so insufferable? You've been tailing me. What do you intend to do? I warn you, should you follow me any longer, I shall not show you any mercy. Upon noticing the approach of a mid-spiritual sea realm man, the white-clad maiden furrowed her brows and could not help but raise her voice in admonition. Do not presume that just because you are a favored disciple of the elder of the Flame sect, you can act with such audacity. Should you truly provoke me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Her anger intensified with each word, and she instinctively gripped her sword tightly. The Flame sect? This fellow is actually a disciple of the Flame sect. Upon hearing the white-clad maiden's revelation, Ling Tianyang's interest was piqued. He mused internally. I wonder if this lad knows He Lianyan from the He family? It seems that once I resolve matters regarding the Golden Yuan Leopard, I must capture this fellow for inquiries. Ling Tianyang had not forgotten that within the Flame sect lay an adversary intent on his demise. This matter had long been a thorn in his side, leaving him utterly unsatisfied until it was resolved. As Ling Tianyang delved into his thoughts, the mid-spiritual sea man spoke up. Sister Yujiao, please do not be angry. I genuinely harbor feelings for you. I followed you to the Chu family because I wish to ensure your safety. Rather than being offended by the maiden's words, the mid-spiritual sea man grinned obsequiously, displaying a sycophantic demeanor. Cease your nonsensical chatter. My father has arranged a betrothal for me. I am already promised to another. Should you continue to pester me, I shall not hold back. With a cold glare directed at the mid-spiritual sea man, the white-clad maiden drew her sword, her face radiating a chilling intent. Very well. If you do not wish to see me, I shall take my leave for now. Realizing the genuine murderous intent emanating from the white-clad maiden, the mid-spiritual sea man softened his tone. My departure does not signify my abandonment. I shall continue to follow you from a distance, to protect you as before. With that, he hastily exited the inn, leaving behind only the furious white-clad maiden. Yujiao, back to the Chu family. The maiden clad in white is named Yujiao, and she is returning to the Chu family. Could it be? Could she truly be my betrothed, the elusive Chu Yujiao? As I listened to the conversation between the white-clad maiden and the man of the Spirit Sea realm, I found myself increasingly bewildered, gazing intently at her features. A sense of familiarity washed over me. No wonder I felt a strange déjà vu when I first encountered her. Upon closer inspection, I noticed she bears a striking resemblance to Chu Yujiao. Realizing the identity of the maiden, my emotions became a tumultuous blend of complexity. To witness another man fervently pursuing my fiancée before my very eyes, while she remains oblivious to my existence. What a predicament. Yet, my heart swelled with satisfaction as I observed her resolute rejection of the Spirit Sea man. Haha. Lost in thought, a subtle smile crept upon my lips, only to be abruptly shattered by the furious exclamation of the white-clad maiden. Humph. You there, what are you staring at? With that lecherous expression. It's clear you harbor ill intentions. As she dismissed the man from the Spirit Sea realm, she soon noticed me, standing at a distance, gazing at her with a grin that suggested anything but innocence. If you continue to look at me with that grin, I shall not hold back any longer. The maiden's fury ignited, and she swiftly aimed her sword in my direction. Chapter 86. The Accusation. My lady, are you addressing me? Ling Tianyang was taken aback, glancing around in bewilderment. Indeed, you insolent brat, I am speaking of you. The young woman in white pointed her long sword menacingly at Ling Tianyang. Her voice raised in indignation. What are you staring at? How dare you treat my senior brother with such disrespect? My senior brother looks upon you with favor. Do not mistake his kindness for weakness. Upon hearing the rebuke directed at Ling Tianyang, Tuoba Yi erupted in fury, rising to his feet and gripping his staff tightly, glaring at the young woman. Simultaneously, Gu Yifeng and Su Yingrong beside him brandished their weapons, casting hostile glances at her. Humph. Do you believe that numbers will intimidate me? Do you think I will cower before you? The young woman observed the trio arming themselves, and without hesitation, she channeled her energy, instantly unleashing the formidable aura of a mid-stage Spirit Sea realm practitioner, gripping her sword tightly, ready to strike. Everyone, cease this at once. This is merely a misunderstanding. My lady, I apologize, I was too abrupt just now. As Tuoba Yi and his companions prepared for confrontation, Ling Tianyang quickly interjected, offering an apology to the young woman and urging his friends to sheath their weapons. What are you doing? Put down your weapons at once. It was indeed my fault for being hasty. I cannot blame this lady. Ling Tianyang surmised that the young woman in white was likely his betrothed, and he could not allow Tuoba Yi and the others to become adversaries with her. Moreover, given that the young woman was at the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, while Tuoba Yi, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrong were merely at the initial stage, they would not stand a chance in a real conflict. My lady, I admit my error earlier. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a gesture of my contrition. Ling Tianyang smiled and addressed her. Who needs your treat? I can pay for myself. The young woman's demeanor softened upon hearing Ling Tianyang's apology, and she sheathed her sword, resuming her meal. Yingrong, Yifeng, you two stay here with Xiaoyu at the inn while Tuoba Yi and I deal with the gold coin gang and eliminate those scoundrels before returning to join you. After a swift and hearty meal, Ling Tianyang and Tuoba Yi departed the inn and arrived at the entrance of the gold coin gang. Jin Yuanbao, come out and meet your end. Tuoba Yi kicked open the door of the gold coin gang, shouting loudly. Who dares to cause a ruckus at the door of my gold coin gang? Do you seek death? The commotion quickly attracted attention, and numerous figures emerged from within the gang. Among them was a disheveled middle-aged man, whose furious voice echoed even before he appeared. Are you Jin Yuanbao, the leader of the gold coin gang? Upon encountering the disheveled middle-aged man, Ling Tianyang raised an eyebrow and coldly inquired. From the moment he arrived at the small town of Nyomangshan, Ling Tianyang had been discreetly extending his spiritual awareness to monitor the movements of the money gang. Within this organization, he discerned that aside from a few peak-level martial artists in the condensing reality realm, only this middle-aged man at the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm stood before him. Indeed, I am Jin Yuanbao. We are unacquainted. I wonder how I have offended you two young heroes. Jin Yuanbao, sensing the similar aura of the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm emanating from Tubei, felt a weight settle in his chest. Particularly, upon noticing Ling Tianyang standing before Tubei, his heart tightened. It was evident that Ling Tianyang was the true leader between the two. Feeling the malevolent intent radiating from Ling Tianyang and Tubei, Jin Yuanbao's eyes darted about, and he silently began to circulate his energy, ever vigilant against the potential assault from the two. Since you are Jin Yuanbao, then you shall meet your end. Upon hearing the middle-aged man acknowledge his identity, Ling Tianyang's hand shimmered with light as a crimson long knife materialized within his grasp. With a powerful leap off the ground, Ling Tianyang swung the crimson blade through the air, unleashing a dazzling and fierce blade aura that swiftly descended upon Jin Yuanbao. Although Ling Tianyang did not exert his full strength in this strike, it was far beyond what a martial artist at the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm could withstand. Concurrently, Tubei commenced his own assault against Jin Yuanbao's loyal followers. Help! Witnessing Ling Tianyang's formidable strike, which surpassed the capabilities of the initial spiritual sea realm, Jin Yuanbao's face contorted in despair. Initially, he had perceived Tubei as merely an initial stage practitioner and assumed that Ling Tianyang, being relatively young, would not possess significant power. However, he was unprepared for the overwhelming sense of death emanating from Ling Tianyang's casual slash, causing his soul to tremble in terror as he instinctively cried out for help. "Villain, cease your insolence." A chilling white sword light surged from the distance, swiftly neutralizing the blade aura Ling Tianyang had unleashed, and soon revealed a white-clad maiden wielding a long sword positioned not far between Ling Tianyang and Jin Yuanbao. "I discerned you were no good at the inn, but I never imagined you would brazenly commit murder in broad daylight. How despicable! Do you have no humanity left?" With a swift movement, the white-clad maiden positioned herself protectively in front of Jin Yuanbao, her mid-stage spiritual sea aura radiating fiercely as the spirit sword in her hand glimmered ominously, her gaze fixed on Ling Tianyang with murderous intent. "Villain!" Ling Tianyang halted, momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that he would be perceived as a fiend in the eyes of this maiden. "Miss, I believe you are mistaken." With a wry smile, Ling Tianyang helplessly attempted to clarify. "Are you aware of who Jin Yuanbao is behind you? Though he presents himself as the leader of the money gang, he is, in truth, a notorious bandit. He is in cahoots with the bandits who circle Mount Yang, having conspired together to bring about the demise of many innocents. Today, I am determined to end his life, to prevent him from causing further harm." Upon witnessing the white-clad maiden wielding her righteousness, Ling Tianyang found himself at a loss. Should he commend her for her virtuous nature or chastise her for meddling in affairs that do not concern her? "Fair maiden, do not heed his slanderous words. I have never laid eyes on this man. His accusations are nothing but fabrications. It is he who is in league with the bandits, for they entered our premises and indiscriminately slaughtered. As you have witnessed, nearly all the members of my Jinxian gang have fallen victim to their cruelty. I suspect they have set their sights on my family's treasured heirloom. Please, I implore you to save me." As Ling Tianyang spoke, Jin Yuanbao was immediately drenched in cold sweat, hastily attempting to clarify his position to the white-clad maiden. In a sudden turn of events, Jin Yuanbao fell to his knees before her, desperately pleading for salvation. Chapter 87. My name is Neo Idao. Rest assured, with my presence today, I shall not allow this villain to harm you. I despise those who, emboldened by their own strength, roam freely, committing acts of violence against the weak while cowering from the strong. The white-clad maiden's initial impression of Ling Tianyang was already unfavorable. Witnessing him wreak havoc alongside Tuoba Yi within the money gang only deepened her disdain. As Ling Tianyang faced off against the white-clad maiden, Tuoba Yi wielded his staff, sending the nefarious members of the money gang flying, ruthlessly dispatching them. Observing this scene, the white-clad maiden became increasingly convinced that Ling Tianyang and his companions were not to be trusted, choosing instead to believe the ramblings of Jin Yuanbao. "Villain, reveal your name. I do not slay nameless miscreants." With a flourish, the maiden brandished her spiritual longsword, its blade radiating a brilliant light, her murderous intent palpable as she advanced towards Ling Tianyang. "My name is Ling. No, I am Neo Idao." Ling Tianyang began to reveal his true name, but, upon uttering the first character, felt it inappropriate. Casting a glance at his crimson long knife, he quickly corrected himself. Upon hearing the name Neo Idao, the white-clad maiden had yet to respond when Tuoba Yi, rushing towards them, stumbled and stared incredulously at Ling Tianyang. Neo Idao. Remember this. The one who will kill you is Chu Yujiao." With a fierce shout, the maiden vanished from her position, reappearing directly before Ling Tianyang. Indeed, it was she. Though he had long suspected the white-clad maiden might be his betrothed, hearing Chu Yujiao acknowledge it left Ling Tianyang momentarily stunned. Just as he was lost in thought, Chu Yujiao, sword in hand, closed the distance between them. "Come forth. Today I wish to witness the prowess of the renowned heroine." As Chu Yujiao's longsword lunged towards him, Ling Tianyang swung his crimson long knife, meeting her spiritual blade head-on. Simultaneously, he called out to Tuoba Yi, who was not far away, "Leave Jin Yuanbao to you. Make it swift. Rest assured, senior brother, I will not let him escape." Tuoba Yi nodded and, wielding his staff, struck fiercely towards Jin Yuanbao. Ling Tianyang had come to the money gang with sufficient strength alone. However, he was not alone. He had gathered several loyal followers. If he aspired to establish his own power, he could not continue to fight alone. He needed to make judicious use of his subordinates' abilities. After all, every additional ally represented greater strength, and with 2 at the money gang, they need not worry about leaving any foes unvanquished. The crimson long knife clashed with the spiritual longsword in midair, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks. Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao engaged in a fierce duel, the sound of clashing swords and blades resonating continuously. After exchanging numerous strikes, both combatants were propelled backward. Your strength is formidable, yet your swordsmanship is lacking in finesse and lacks significant power. What a pity for such extraordinary talent to be squandered in bloodlust, Ling Tianyang remarked. As Chu Yujiao gracefully descended to the ground, she positioned her longsword horizontally and suddenly channeled a substantial portion of her spirit energy into the blade. The Rui Pavilion sword trembled violently in her grip before it was released, transforming into a streak of light that surged toward Ling Tianyang's chest with the speed of lightning. Concurrently, glacial ice flowers materialized along the sword's blade, and as the sword soared through the air, these ice flowers cascaded downwards, launching an overwhelming assault towards Ling Tianyang. Unexpectedly, my betrothed possesses such remarkable abilities. No wonder she was accepted into the ranks of the Xianxia sect at such a young age. With this move alone, many mid-stage spirit sea cultivators would likely fall before her. Ling Tianyang mused as he observed the flurry of ice flowers and the lethal sword hurtling toward him. At under 20 years of age, Chu Yujiao had already attained mid-stage spirit sea cultivation, and her martial skills were honed to an extraordinary degree. Her talent surpassed even that of Ling Tianyang in his previous life. With the overwhelming assault of ice flowers and the sword, Ling Tianyang swiftly executed the Peiyun blade technique, invoking the tornado style. In an instant, a miniature whirlwind formed around him as he spun his crimson longsword. Clang, clang, clang. As the whirlwind materialized, a tempest arose, shattering countless ice flowers and deflecting the incoming sword away from him. Xianbing Ao Hanju. Seeing her spirit sword momentarily thwarted, Chu Yujiao's expression sharpened. She swiftly formed a series of seals with her hands, causing the spirit sword to tremble with renewed vigor. With a leap, she soared next to the sword, grasping it firmly before unleashing a powerful downward strike towards Ling Tianyang. Perceiving the ferocity of Chu Yujiao's assault, Ling Tianyang shifted his stance, channeling his spirit energy into his crimson blade. The full force of Chu Yujiao's strike collided with Ling Tianyang's longsword, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. A blinding light erupted at the point of their clash, as 2 immense forces surged forth, sending dust swirling into the air. As the crimson blade met Chu Yujiao's spirit sword, Ling Tianyang felt an overwhelming force accompanied by an icy chill that surged toward him. The sheer power compelled him to stagger backward, retreating several paces. This is not good, he thought. As Ling Tianyang's body retreated, he suddenly felt a stiffness enveloping him, prompting him to hastily summon the fierce lion beast fire, which lay dormant within his dantian. The lion beast fire coursed through the meridians of Ling Tianyang's body, dissipating the strange, frigid energy that had invaded him. Haha, boy, your end is nigh. At that moment, while Ling Tianyang was maneuvering the lion beast fire to counteract the chilling force within him, a man brimming with murderous intent suddenly emerged from a nearby building. This man, a practitioner of the Linghai realm, moved with the swiftness of lightning, brandishing a long sword as he lunged towards Ling Tianyang's side. Flame of Heaven's Wrath. With a single swing of his sword, an immensely terrifying flame erupted from the sword's blade, embodying an attack power that undoubtedly reached the mid-tier of the Linghai realm. Chapter 88. An Encounter Through Conflict. Haha. Sister Yujiao, I have slain this vile rogue. The man from the spiritual sea realm struck with a speed akin to lightning, and upon piercing Ling Tianyang's body with his sword, he could not contain his ecstatic exclamation. However, a moment later, something felt amiss. The body he had pierced did not spill a single drop of blood, and it gradually began to wane into an ethereal form. Alas, it is merely an afterimage. The man from the spiritual sea realm was struck with alarm, instantly releasing his spiritual senses, brandishing his sword defensively as he scanned his surroundings. You audacious fool, how dare you ambush me? A chilling voice unexpectedly emanated from behind him. In an instant, a crimson spiritual long knife materialized at his back. Ling Tianyang wielded the scarlet blade with force, the razor-sharp edge poised perilously close to the man's neck. When faced with foes who harbored intentions to kill, Ling Tianyang showed no sign of mercy. Moreover, The man from the spiritual sea realm had indeed plotted treachery, initiating the ambush first. Just as the crimson knife was about to sever the man's head, a swift white shadow darted from the side, and a gleaming white long sword emerged beneath Ling Tianyang's crimson blade. Though Chu Yujiao felt a tinge of disdain for the man as treacherous act, he was nonetheless her admirer and had always harbored protective instincts towards her. The assailant, who had previously been driven away by Chu Yujiao in the inn, was the same man from the fire sect's spiritual sea realm. Witnessing the imminent demise of the man, the kind-hearted Chu Yujiao could not restrain herself from intervening. After all, in her eyes, Ling Tianyang was merely a despicable rogue, and by comparison, the man from the spiritual sea realm seemed a far better individual. As Chu Yujiao intervened to deflect the attack, Ling Tianyang swiftly struck with his unarmed hand, delivering a powerful blow to the back of the man from the spiritual sea realm. With a muffled sound, the onlookers witnessed the man spewing blood. Propelled backward by Ling Tianyang's strike, he crashed to the ground, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The reason Ling Tianyang was initially repelled by Chu Yujiao's sword was not due to any deficiency in strength. Rather, he had intentionally suppressed his own power to that of a mid-tier spiritual sea realm practitioner. After all, he had only revealed a mid-tier cultivation level to the outside world, and his engagement with Chu Yujiao was merely for amusement. Ling Tianyang harbored genuine admiration for Chu Yujiao, a compassionate and righteous heroine, especially since she was his betrothed in name. Although she held misconceptions about him and even wished to take his life, he was not truly angered by her actions. Chu Yujiao's behavior stemmed solely from her benevolence and sense of justice. As Ling Tianyang and Tuoba Yi came to the Golden Money Alliance to seek vengeance for the innocent civilians victimized by mountain bandits, little did they expect the concealed strength of their adversary. Despite Ling Tianyang's full-force strike, which sent a man of the spirit sea realm reeling and bloodied, Chu Yujiao quickly realized that Ling Tianyang's prowess surpassed her own significantly. No doubt, I concede that your strength is formidable, and I am no match for you. However, it is impossible for you to make me surrender willingly. At this moment, Chu Yujiao understood that during her earlier confrontation with Ling Tianyang, he had intentionally held back, refraining from unleashing his complete power. "Spare me, my lord." Just then, a terrified cry echoed from afar, startling Chu Yujiao. Turning to glance, she discovered that the battle between Tuoba Yi and Jin Yuanbao had also reached its conclusion, while Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao were engaged. Tuoba Yi had seized upon a momentary lapse in Jin Yuanbao's defense, striking him and sending him hurtling backward, bloodied. As Jin Yuanbao was propelled through the air, Tuoba Yi swiftly pursued, his staff once again descending towards Jin Yuanbao's head. The proximity of Tuoba Yi's staff instilled a primal fear of death in Jin Yuanbao, prompting him to instinctively plead for mercy. "It is too late to beg for mercy." Tuoba Yi scoffed, his staff unyielding. "You dare to turn the tables and accuse my brother of being a bandit? You deserve nothing less than death." "My lord, no. I was wrong. I should not have spoken so recklessly. I am indeed in league with the bandits of Niumang Mountain. It was I who betrayed them and caused the deaths of innocent people. Please spare my life. I am willing to submit to you. If only you would grant me mercy." Blood pouring from his mouth, Jin Yuanbao hastily begged for his life. "You conspired with bandits, disregarding lives and causing the demise of countless innocents. Today, we shall rid the world of such scourge. Earlier, my brother and I stormed the bandits' lair solely for justice. For your faction has been ruthless, sparing neither the elderly nor the weak." Tuoba Yi's gaze was fierce, and without remorse, his staff struck mercilessly upon Jin Yuanbao's head. "Ah, father, did you see? That villain Jin Yuanbao has finally met his end today. Your vengeance has been avenged." With Jin Yuanbao's demise, the residents of Niumang Mountain, drawn by the commotion, erupted in applause, with many overcome by emotion, weeping openly. He got what he deserved. Jin Yuanbao, that scoundrel, abducted my niece-in-law and exterminated my nephew's entire family. At last, the heavens have opened their eyes, sending forth two valiant heroes to eliminate this fiend. Yesterday, that vile scoundrel had set his sights on my young daughter, intending to forcibly take her home today. Now that he has met his demise, my daughter is truly saved. The most notorious bandit of Niumang Mountain has finally perished, and our days of suffering have come to an end. Huh. Listening to the surrounding residents' discussions and witnessing their genuine joy and relief upon seeing Jin Yuanbao's lifeless body, coupled with his prior admission, Chu Yujiao has finally come to realize her misunderstanding of Ling Tianyang. Immediately, Chu Yujiao sheathed her spiritual sword and slightly bowed in apology to Ling Tianyang, saying, "Nioi Dao, I sincerely apologize for my earlier misjudgment. There's no need for concern. I hold no ill will towards you, Ling Tianyang replied, waving his hand dismissively. However, I must advise you to be more observant in the future and not to be easily swayed by others' provocations. Before Chu Yujiao could respond, Ling Tianyang instructed Tua Bei in the distance. You stay here and take care of the bodies. I will await you at the inn. With that, Ling Tianyang leaped into the air, becoming a fleeting shadow as he swiftly departed. Chapter 89. The Abduction Master. You have finally returned. As soon as he stepped through the doorway of the inn, Ling Tianyang's newly acquired disciple, Xiaoyu, leapt into his arms. Xiaoyu, I asked Ingrong to take you to the tailor in the town to purchase a few new garments. Would that be agreeable? Having resolved the issues with the bandits, Ling Tianyang observed the tattered clothing adorning Xiaoyu and could not help but speak up. Yes, I am about to have new clothes. Being merely 8 or 9 years old, the child was easily pleased. Upon hearing that Ling Tianyang intended for Su Ingrong to buy her new attire, Xiaoyu immediately erupted into joyful leaps. Seeing her delight, Ling Tianyang couldn't suppress a chuckle and waved to Su Ingrong, saying, Ingrong, please take Xiaoyu to the town and buy her a few new outfits. If she finds anything she likes, feel free to indulge her. All right, brother. I shall take Xiaoyu now. Nodding in agreement, Su Ingrong led Xiaoyu out of the inn. In a room on the second floor of the inn, Ling Tianyang sat regally in a chair, while Gu Yifeng and Tuoba Yi, who had just returned, stood nearby. Brother, I have dealt with the members of the money gang. Here is a spatial ring and some gold coins I acquired from them, Tuoba Yi said, bowing slightly as he presented the spatial ring. You performed well this time. Keep the spatial ring as a reward for yourself, Ling Tianyang remarked, glancing at the ring Tuoba Yi offered. It was only fitting that Tuoba Yi retain the ring, as he had personally vanquished Jin Yuanbao and his nefarious associates. Thank you, brother. Upon hearing that he could keep the spatial ring, Tuoba Yi's face lit up with joy as he stowed it away. You must be weary after your skirmish with the money gang. Go rest in your room for a while, Ling Tianyang suggested, then turned to Gu Yifeng. Yifeng, I have an urgent task for you. Please instruct me, brother. Gu Yifeng replied, nodding respectfully. Go to the city gate on the southern side of the town and bring someone back for me. Ling Tianyang paused before continuing. You are to abduct a person. Abduct someone. Gu Yifeng looked momentarily perplexed, regarding Ling Tianyang with a curious expression. Who does my brother wish for me to abduct? Where are your thoughts wandering? The person I want you to abduct is not a woman, Ling Tianyang clarified, recognizing the misunderstanding in Gu Yifeng's expression. It is the male practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm who was expelled by the girl in white from the inn. Brother, that individual appears to be at the mid-tier of the Spirit Sea realm. I fear I may not be his match. Gu Yifeng replied, a troubled expression crossing his face upon learning that the target was indeed a formidable opponent. You need not worry about that. His abilities have significantly diminished. And for the time being, he is not your match. Ling Tianyang continued to elucidate. During the incident with the money gang, that individual was severely injured by my hand. And now he can at most exhibit the strength of a peak, congealing reality stage practitioner. By the way, when you bring him back, ensure that you do so discreetly. Ling Tianyang had not forgotten the man from the Sea of Spirits realm who had ambushed him in the money gang, intending to end his life. Had it not been for Chu Yujiao's presence, Ling Tianyang would not have so easily let him go. Due to Chu Yujiao's presence, it was inconvenient for Ling Tianyang to forcibly take him away. Therefore, after leaving the money gang, he kept his consciousness active, vigilantly monitoring every move of Chu Yujiao and the Sea of Spirits realm man. Ling Tianyang's spiritual awareness had reached the mid-level of the celestial realm, expanding the range of his perception from 5 kilometers to over 10 kilometers. Within this expansive territory, barring those whose spiritual prowess exceeded his own, it was nearly impossible for anyone to evade his scrutiny. Ling Tianyang observed that upon seeing the Sea of Spirits realm man awaken, Chu Yujiao immediately turned to leave. The Sea of Spirits realm man, upon noticing Chu Yujiao's departure, cast a resentful glance towards the direction of Ling Tianyang and the others before hastily making his way southward from the small town. Ling Tianyang had yet to extract any information about He Liangyun from the Sea of Spirits realm man, so he could not allow him to leave. Consequently, the moment Ling Tianyang noticed the Sea of Spirits realm man's intention to depart from Nyogong Mountain, he promptly dispatched Gu Yifeng to apprehend him. After Gu Yifeng left the inn, Ling Tianyang did not immediately withdraw his consciousness, but continued to monitor the movements of the Sea of Spirits realm man. Outside the town, to the south of Nyogong Mountain, when Gu Yifeng arrived, he fortuitously encountered the departing Sea of Spirits realm man. With a decisive strike of the rock fist, Gu Yifeng followed the man for a short distance, and upon finding the surroundings deserted, he acted without hesitation. As Ling Tianyang had instructed him to capture the Sea of Spirits Realm man, Gu Yifeng had no choice but to sheath his sword and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Gu Yifeng understood that the Sea of Spirits Realm man's strength had greatly waned, now barely reaching the Sea of Spirits Realm. Thus, it was the perfect moment to strike. Alas, despite being heavily injured by Ling Tianyang, the Sea of Spirits Realm man's 5 senses remained exceptionally acute. The moment Gu Yifeng launched his attack, the Sea of Spirits Realm man sensed the impending danger. Bang! Although he had detected Gu Yifeng's assault in advance, he was now too weak to mount any effective defense and could only watch helplessly as Gu Yifeng's fist drew closer to his chest. With a violent cough of blood, the Sea of Spirits Realm man was knocked off his horse by Gu Yifeng's punch, rolling awkwardly on the ground. Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack me? The Sea of Spirits Realm man struggled to rise, eyeing Gu Yifeng warily with confusion. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Come with me. Someone wishes to see you, Gu Yifeng replied coldly, reaching out to seize the Sea of Spirits Realm man. Ah, I recall now. You are one of those associated with the inn. Momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anguish crossed the eyes of the man from the Spirit Sea realm, and suddenly, an ancient-looking talisman materialized in his hand. This is dire. That individual possesses a teleportation talisman. Observing the appearance of the archaic talisman in the man's grasp from several kilometers away within the inn, Ling Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. Just as Ling Tianyang was taken aback, the teleportation talisman in the man's hand ignited spontaneously, transforming into a transparent ripple of spatial energy that enveloped the man's body entirely. You all wait for me. Liangyun will not let this matter rest so easily. Sooner or later, I shall eradicate you all. The man from the Spirit Sea realm vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a furious roar of vengeance. What? That individual is actually Liangyun of the He family? It appears I have been exceedingly careless this time. With a forceful strike, he shattered the chair beside him and bitterly lamented. This is infuriating. Liangyun has escaped, and I wonder when I will be able to capture him. Chapter 90. A fortuitous encounter in Namlin County. Master, we have returned. Look at the delightful treasures I have brought for you. Just as Ling Tianyang was exasperated by Liangyun's escape, Su Yingrong returned to the inn with Xiao Xiaoyu in tow. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang, Xiao Xiaoyu eagerly presented him with a skewer of candied hawthorns, her face alight with joy. Master, I invite you to enjoy this skewer of candied hawthorns. Ah, my dear Xiaoyu, you are so thoughtful, showing such filial piety towards your master. Ling Tianyang chuckled heartily as he accepted the candied hawthorns, playfully ruffling Xiao Xiaoyu's hair. Relishing the sweet flavor of the treat, he momentarily set aside the troubling matters regarding Liangyun. Senior brother, what transpired here just now? Su Yingrong inquired, her gaze landing on the shattered chair in Ling Tianyang's room, a look of curiosity crossing her face. It's nothing. I merely broke a chair by accident. He waved dismissively. Yingrong, prepare yourself. We shall soon depart from this place. Understood, senior brother. Nodding, Su Yingrong turned to leave Ling Tianyang's chamber. Shortly after her departure, Gu Yifeng returned to the inn. I apologize, senior brother. I was unable to bring that fellow back. Please, punish me. He bowed his head. A look of deep remorse etched upon his face. You have performed admirably this time. The reason he was able to escape was primarily due to the teleportation talisman in his possession, crafted by a formidable figure from the empty, profound realm. Ling Tianyang sighed. Do not blame yourself. Even if I had been present, it would have been exceedingly difficult to prevent his escape. Previously, upon witnessing Liangyun produce the teleportation talisman, Ling Tianyang had also contemplated intervening, but the distance between them was simply too great, rendering it impossible for him to thwart the escape with merely his spiritual sense. Go, go. Half a day later, four magnificent steeds, each adorned with a single horn and robust in stature, galloped swiftly from the distance, entering the bustling city of Namlin County. As they approached the bustling treasure street of Namlin, Ling Tianyang and his companions dismounted and secured their horses, then set off to explore the vibrant thoroughfare. This is indeed the treasure street of Namlin County. It is quite lively, Takuba Yi remarked, taking in the row of taverns and tea houses flanking the streets, alongside a myriad of shops and a ceaseless flow of bustling pedestrians. Master, there are so many people here. It is so lively. What are we doing here? Xiao Xiaoyu, clutching the hem of Ling Tianyang's robe, ventured timidly. Xiaoyu, soon I shall begin instructing you in the art of cultivation. Therefore, I must visit the auction house ahead to select some foundational spiritual herbs for you, Ling Tianyang explained. Master, if I cultivate diligently, will I be able to soar through the skies like you? Xiaoyu gazed at Ling Tianyang with wide-eyed anticipation. Certainly you shall. Henceforth, you must commit yourself to your training, he replied, affectionately tousling her hair. Yes, I understand, master. A glimmer of determination shone in Xiaoyu's eyes as she nodded resolutely. You truly are a good child. Beside Ling Tianyang, Su Yingrong watched as Xiaoyu nodded, unable to resist gently ruffling the little girl's hair. At that moment, a series of familiar calls reached Ling Tianyang's ears. Turning his head, he was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the scene before him. It turned out that Tuoba Yi and Gu Yifeng, who were walking behind the trio, had been surrounded by a group of flamboyantly dressed beauties. As he beheld this familiar sight, Ling Tianyang recalled a few months prior when he and Ling Ju had visited this place. Ling Ju had nearly fallen prey to the same enchanting street performers. These individuals truly lack shame, Ling Tianyang thought. As Su Yingrong beside him could not help but let out a cold huff. Get lost. Upon seeing the women surrounding him brandishing signs like Red Powder Pavilion or Pleasure House, Tuoba Ye's anger flared. Gripping his staff tightly, he bellowed, Get away from me, or I shall smash you with this stick. Run for your lives. Terrified by Tuoba Ye's sudden display of weaponry and murderous intent, the group of beauties fled in panic. Tuoba Ye, you brute. You have no regard for delicate feelings. Observing the immediate dispersal of the beauties, Gu Yifeng shot Tuoba Ye an exasperated glance. You cannot treat women so roughly. As for me, I shall take my leave. With that, Tuoba Ye sheathed his staff and hurriedly pursued the increasingly distant figures of Ling Tianyang and his companions. Under Ling Tianyang's guidance, the group soon arrived at the Junlai Pavilion auction house. Young Master Ling, even before they stepped through the grand doors, the heavily armed guards stationed at the entrance greeted Ling Tianyang with beaming smiles and respectful nods. As gatekeepers, their discernment must be keen, though some individuals may remain unrecognized. Their aura speaks volumes, and they must never mistake them for ordinary folk or treat them with indifference. Furthermore, the higher echelons of Junlai Pavilion had issued a notice that Ling Tianyang had been elevated to the status of a distinguished guest, requiring all staff to extend him the utmost courtesy. During Ling Tianyang's previous visit to the pavilion, he had been halted by these very guards, leaving a deep impression on them. Thus, as soon as they laid eyes on him, they instantly recognized him. Indeed, Ling Tianyang nodded with a smile before leading Tuoba Yi and the others into the pavilion. Miss, all the items you purchased are ready. In the hall of Junlai Pavilion, a staff member presented a package to a young woman clad in white, respectfully inquiring, Might I ask, Miss, do you require any further purchases? No, I have acquired everything I need. With a slight shake of her head, the girl in white placed a low-grade spirit stone before the staff and turned to leave the hall of Junlai Pavilion. How did she end up here? As Ling Tianyang entered the hall, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure clad in white. Oh, Nyoidao, what brings you to Namlin County? Upon turning around, Chu Yujiao spotted Ling Tianyang and his companions in the hall. Casting a glance around, she fixed her gaze on them with a look of suspicion. You aren't following me, are you? Spare me your vanity. Who has the time to follow you? Ling Tianyang replied, momentarily taken aback and at a loss for words. But, now that I think about it, we do seem to share quite a connection. Noticing the puzzled expression on Chu Yujiao's face, he couldn't help but speak up. Who shares a connection with you? Chu Yujiao turned her head in disdain, ready to leave, when suddenly, a beautiful hostess descended from the second floor's VIP room of Junlai Pavilion. Welcome. The enchanting hostess approached Ling Tianyang and his companions gracefully, addressing them respectfully. Young Master Ling, our pavilion master has requested your presence in the VIP room. Very well, Ling Tianyang nodded, and soon, he and his companions followed the hostess into the VIP room on the second floor of Junlai Pavilion. Young Master Ling? In the hall, Chu Yujiao looked in bewilderment at Ling Tianyang and his companions vanishing upstairs, murmuring, Wasn't he called Nyoidao? No, this fraud must not be surnamed Nyo. After a moment of realization, she stamped her foot in frustration. Chapter 91. Urgent summons from the sect. Young Master Ling. It has only been a few months since we last met, and your cultivation has remarkably soared to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Truly extraordinary. Upon entering the VIP room on the second floor of Junlai Pavilion, Duanmu Yao's enchanting voice, which could make one's bones feel weak, immediately resonated in Ling Tianyang's ears. Miss Duanmu, you flatter me. Ling Tianyang replied with a smile, clasping his fists. The last time I encountered you, I could faintly sense the aura of someone at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm emanating from you. Yet now, I can no longer detect it at all. I assume you have successfully advanced to the Celestial Extremity realm? What? The companions of Tuoba Yi, standing behind Ling Tianyang, could not help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing that the young woman before them was a formidable warrior of the celestial extremity realm. Even within the ranks of the heavenly artifact sect, such individuals were considered strong. While there were many martial artists at the Spirit Sea realm and Chinglan country, those who could successfully break through to the celestial extremity realm were exceedingly rare. Each celestial extremity warrior is esteemed among the major factions and holds a prestigious position in Chinglan country. I have long known that young Master Ling is no ordinary person. I did not expect your insight to be so profound. Duanmu Yao chuckled, acknowledging Ling Tianyang's deduction. She then gracefully approached him. Let us discuss matters of importance. Ling Tianyang, shaking his head in resignation, instinctively stepped back, internally cursing Duanmu Yao as a temptress. The proximity brought forth the alluring fragrance that lingered in the air, and her beguiling voice made him feel slightly uneasy. Miss Duanmu, the purpose of my visit to Rui Pavilion is to procure some spiritual herbs suitable for foundational cultivation for martial artists in their early stages, along with materials for crafting spiritual artifacts. Noticing Duanmu Yao's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Ling Tianyang quickly shifted the topic. Certainly. May I inquire which spiritual herbs and crafting materials you require? Please provide a list, and I shall have my subordinates fetch them immediately. Observing that the young man remained unaffected by her beauty, Duanmu Yao's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration, and she covered her lips, smirking playfully at Ling Tianyang. I have prepared the list in advance. Ling Tianyang handed her a list he had prepared earlier, then retrieved a blue crystal card embossed with the characters of Rui Pavilion, stating, "This is the VIP card you gave me last time. Please don't forget to offer me a discount. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive the most favorable price." Duanmu Yao smiled, summoning a steward from Rui Pavilion to take Ling Tianyang's purchase list for processing. Master, this sister is so beautiful. Her voice is delightful too. Behind Ling Tianyang, Xianxia peeked out, grinning as she gazed at Duanmu Yao across from Ling Tianyang. Oh, young Master Ling, the little girl beside you calls you master. Could it be that she is your newly accepted disciple? Upon hearing the innocent words of Xianxia, Duanmu Yao's smile deepened. Her gaze warmed as she looked at the little girl. Come here, little sister, let me give you a beautiful bracelet. As the words left her lips, a stunning array of colorful bracelets appeared in her hand, which she then extended toward Xianxia. Master, should I accept this lovely bracelet? Xianxia blinked at Ling Tianyang, her eyes ablaze with eagerness as she timidly inquired about the colorful adornment in Duanmu Yao's hand. If you like it, then take it. Don't forget to thank Sister Duanmu. Seeing Xiao's adorable demeanor, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but smile. Thank you, beautiful sister. Hearing Ling Tianyang's consent, Xiaoxiao joyfully accepted the colorful bracelet offered by Duanmu Yao. Suddenly, two streaks of light shot swiftly from the distant sky, coming to a halt before Ling Tianyang and Duanmu Yao. A communication jade slip. Grasping the jade slip that hovered in front of him, Ling Tianyang immediately delved his consciousness into it, and soon heard the familiar voice of Jing echoing in his mind. The sect urgently calls. Young man, regardless of your location upon receiving this jade slip, you must return to the sect at once. The legendary Chinglan secret realm may soon be opening. This realm opens but once every few centuries, and the last time it was accessible was over 700 years ago. The Chinglan secret realm is a haven for cultivators below the empty, profound realm. Each time it opens, countless celestial extremity experts emerge, and even new powers of the empty, profound realm may be born. According to the historical records of our heavenly artifact sect, several powerful figures of the empty, profound realm and numerous celestial extremity warriors achieved breakthroughs thanks to great fortunes found within the Chinglan secret realm. Young man, this is a rare opportunity. Missing it would be truly regrettable. The Chinglan secret realm. Stowing the jade slip, Ling Tianyang murmured to himself. It seems I must return to the sect immediately. Such a rare realm, opening only once every few centuries, must harbor countless high-level spiritual herbs and treasures, representing an immense opportunity for him at this moment. Although Ling Tianyang had already reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, he was still far from regaining his former peak prowess. Therefore, he could not afford to overlook any opportunity to enhance his strength. Moreover, Ling Tianyang harbored a strong desire to elevate his cultivation to the celestial extremity realm and venture into the domain of the fallen gods. As described by Sikong Ran, a world where Spirit Sea cultivators abound, celestial extremity practitioners are plentiful, and only those of the empty, profound realm can be deemed true masters. Young Master Ling, it seems you have also received word of the impending opening of the Chinglan secret realm. I fear we may soon meet again within its confines. Duanmu Yao slowly tucked away the communication jade slip in her hand, gazing at Ling Tianyang with a cheerful smile. Young Master Ling, upon entering the Qingyan secret realm, I hope our two families can form an alliance to strive for greater benefits. Personally, I have no objections, though I am not the one in charge. Moreover, it is perhaps premature to discuss these matters. Let us wait until we truly encounter each other within the Qingyan secret realm to converse in detail. After a pause, Ling Tianyang spoke. Very well, it is settled then. Duan Yao's smile faded as she adopted a more serious demeanor. Soon, the steward from Rui Pavilion brought forth the spiritual herbs and refining materials that Ling Tianyang required, respectfully presenting them to him. Miss Duanmu, as the transaction has been completed, I shall take my leave. After handing over the low-grade spiritual stones for the purchase of the herbs and materials, Ling Tianyang promptly bid farewell to Duan Yao. Until we meet again in the Qingyan secret realm, she replied with a nod and a smile. Chapter 92. The eve of returning to the sect after departing from Rui Pavilion. Ling Tianyang led Tuobi Yi and a few others to a magnificent 5-story wooden building not far from Treasure Street. Presenting the identity token bestowed by Tianchi, they moved through the establishment with ease, attracting the envious gazes of numerous patrons as they ascended to the 4th floor. Young master, you have returned. A 30-something maid awaited them at the reception area of the 4th floor. Please summon Tianchi and Xiaoya, Ling Tianyang instructed. Glancing around and noticing the absence of anyone else aside from the maid. Certainly, I shall fetch Master Tianchi at once. Please hold for a moment. The maid nodded respectfully to Ling Tianyang before ascending to the 5th floor. Brother, could it be that Tianchi is a high-ranking member of our heavenly artifact sect? Gu Yifeng, standing behind Ling Tianyang, inquired curiously after the maid departed. Though he bears the name Tianchi, he holds no affiliation with our sect, Ling Tianyang clarified. Seeing the confusion etched on Gu Yifeng, Tuobi Yi, and Su Yingrong's faces, Tianchi hails from a once prominent crafting family that has since fallen into decline. His prodigious talent in crafting was evident from a young age, and a fortuitous encounter in his youth endowed him with remarkable skills and cultivation. Oh, I see. With Ling Tianyang's explanation, Gu Yifeng, Tuobi Yi, and Su Yingrong collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Just then, 4 figures swiftly descended from the 5th floor, landing gracefully before Ling Tianyang. They were the familiar faces of Xiaoya, Xiaomei, Wu Lingyan, and Tianchi. Young master. Upon sighting Ling Tianyang, Xiaoya and Xiaomei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Young master, you have finally returned. We feared we would never see you again. Stepping forward, Ling Tianyang opened his arms, embracing the 2 girls tenderly. You silly girls, am I not back? Among those present, the bond between Ling Tianyang and Xiaoya, as well as Xiaomei, was the strongest. Apart from Tianchi, whose soul was under Ling Tianyang's control, he believed that Xiaoya and Xiaomei were the most loyal to him. Ling Tianyang was no fool. Since his rebirth, he had been acutely aware of the affection that Xiaoya and Xiaomei held for him. Xiaomei, it seems you have diligently followed my advice and devoted yourselves to your training during my absence. Gently patting their shoulders, he released them and laughed heartily. Your cultivation is on the verge of breaking into the mid-stage of the true condensation realm. Remarkable progress. Young master. Wu Lingyan and Tianchi approached from behind Xiaoya and Xiaomei, bowing respectfully to Ling Tianyang. Indeed, your cultivation has also seen significant advancement. Ling Tianyang acknowledged with a nod. Ling Tianyang released his divine sense and immediately discerned that Wu Lingyan's cultivation had advanced from the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm to the late stage. As for the previously peak initial stage of the Heavenly Artifact Child, his cultivation had also progressed to the mid-stage of the Heavenly Extreme realm. Observing the continuous strengthening of those around him, Ling Tianyang felt that he was one step closer to realizing his ambition of establishing a faction, and his heart swelled with joy. By the way, you all have yet to make each other's acquaintance. Allow me to introduce you. After a brief pause, Ling Tianyang introduced the identities of everyone present. Once the introductions were complete, Ling Tianyang retracted the smile from his face and, adopting a serious demeanor, addressed Xiaoya and Xiaomei. Xiaomei, my intention upon returning was to take you both out for training. However, I have just received an urgent summons from the sect that requires my immediate return. It is said that the Qingyan secret realm, which has remained closed for centuries, is about to open. Various major factions will be sending martial artists below the Void Realm to enter. Logically speaking, with your current cultivation at the true condensation realm, you should be able to enter. However, given your present strength, venturing in would surely be akin to courting death. Once the Qingyan secret realm opens, a multitude of heavenly extreme realm experts will undoubtedly flood in. Even with my current cultivation, entering the Qingyan secret realm does not guarantee my safe return. Therefore, I advise you both to stay here with the heavenly artifact child and await my return. Once I emerge from the Qingyan secret realm, I will take you away immediately. Very well, young master. We will remain here and diligently cultivate until your return. Although Xianxia and Xiaomei were reluctant to see Ling Tianyang leave, they suppressed their feelings of longing and nodded in agreement. The two women were utterly obedient to Ling Tianyang's words. Even if he commanded them to face death at that moment, they would not have hesitated for a moment. They understood that, with their current cultivation, they could not aid Ling Tianyang in any significant way. Thus, they willingly chose to stay and continue their training, silently supporting him. After speaking to Xianxia and Xiaomei, Ling Tianyang turned to Wu Lingen and said, Lingen, regarding the upcoming opening of the Qingyan secret realm, I recommend that you refrain from entering as well. Although you have reached the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm, your venture into the Qingyan secret realm would still be perilous. Ling Tianyang continued earnestly, it would be wiser for you to remain here and focus on your cultivation. Once you elevate your strength to the peak of the Spirit Sea realm and consume the extreme spirit pill, your advancement to the heavenly extreme realm will naturally follow. There is no need for you to risk yourself in the Qingyan secret realm. You speak wisely, young master. I share the same sentiment. Wu Lingen nodded in agreement. Acknowledging Ling Tianyang's counsel, since Wu Lingen chose to follow Ling Tianyang, his faith in him has grown increasingly profound. Without Ling Tianyang's assistance, he might still be languishing at the pinnacle of the condensing truth realm, with his time nearly up. As for Tianchi, due to Ling Tianyang's refinement of his soul's essence, he is instinctively aware of what is required of him at Ling Tianyang's mere thought. By the way, Xiaoya and Xiaomei, I entrust my newly accepted disciple, Xiao Yuyu, to your care for the time being. With these words, Ling Tianyang handed Xiao Yuyu over to the two girls, Xiaoya and Xiaomei. Wu, master, I do not wish to part from you, Xiao Yuyu whimpered, clutching at Ling Tianyang's garment. Xiao Yuyu, master has urgent matters to attend to and must leave for a while. For now, I shall leave you in the care of your elder sisters, who will treat you well. You must be obedient and wait for Master's return, Ling Tianyang said softly as he wiped away the tears from Xiao Yuyu's cheeks. Very well, master, you must return soon, I will miss you. After much persuasion from Ling Tianyang and the others, Xiao Yuyu finally agreed to stay temporarily. Once all matters were settled, Ling Tianyang departed from the wooden building alongside Tobiyi, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrong, mounting the splendid steeds that had been prepared earlier, and galloping toward the direction of the Tianchi sect. Their journey was smooth and unimpeded. Within just a few days, they returned to the new talent city outside the Tianchi sect. At the Tianchi sect, within the courtyard where the master of Mingyue Peak resided, Ling Tianyang exclaimed cheerfully, Sister Jing, I am back. He hurriedly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, Ling Tianyang was taken aback. To his astonishment, there was no sign of Shen Tu Jing. Instead, he found Gu Qingxue, an elder of Mingyue Peak, wearing an equally bewildered expression. Elder Gu, what brings you to the Master's chamber? Chapter 93. Journey to the Secret Realm. Ling Tianyang. Gu Qingxue cast a doubtful glance at Ling Tianyang and remarked with a peculiar tone, You have quite the audacity to address the Peak Master as Sister Jing. Chuckling awkwardly, Ling Tianyang hastily shifted the topic. Elder Gu, it was the Peak Master who summoned me here. Where is she? The Peak Master was just called away by the Sect Master to the Sect Master Peak. I am also waiting for her here, Gu Qingxue replied, her gaze lingering thoughtfully on Ling Tianyang. At the Sect Master Peak of the Tianchi sect, in the conference hall, Sect Master, the Qingyan secret realm is about to open. Should we not determine in advance who will enter, so we can prepare accordingly? Dongfang Bai, the Peak Master of Yinyang Peak, spoke with a hint of reverence toward the seated Sect Master Shen Tianqing. The Qingyan secret realm opens only once every few hundred years. It is a rare opportunity. My suggestion is to adopt a voluntary approach. Those who wish to enter may do so, Shen Tianqing, the presiding figure, said, his expression contemplative. After a prolonged silence, he added, Elders, do you have any other commendable suggestions? Sect Master, our Tianchi sect is now among the top forces in Qingyan country. We need not take such risks. One elder cautioned. The mortality rate in the Qingyan secret realm is exceedingly high. Hundreds of years ago, when it last opened, millions of martial artists entered. Yet only a scant few emerged alive. Clearing his throat, the Grand Elder, Long Xing Ao, continued, Moreover, with each opening of the Qingyan secret realm, the mortality rate tends to escalate. I fear that this time, we may witness the demise of numerous martial artists. The last opening of the Qingyun secret realm led to the abrupt disappearance of many factions, replaced by newly risen powers. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to be conservative and minimize the number of disciples we send in. Having reached over 400 years of age and possessing pinnacle mastery at the Tianji realm, Lung Xing'ao had grown more cautious in his dealings as he approached the twilight of his life. As his words echoed in the hall, those elders who had been poised to propose sending a multitude of disciples into the Qingyun secret realm fell into silence. The high mortality rate in the Qingyun secret realm was indeed an indisputable fact. If the Tianqi sect were to dispatch its elite martial artists into the realm, misfortune could easily lead to significant casualties or even complete annihilation, which would be a grave blow to the sect. Grand Elder, we cannot approach matters with such trepidation merely due to the high mortality rate, Dongfang Bai interjected, visibly displeased. The Qingyun secret realm opens only once every few hundred years. Missing this opportunity would be a tremendous loss. I believe other factions in Qingyun country will undoubtedly send large numbers of martial artists as well, though fraught with danger. Those who emerge alive from the Qingyun secret realm will undoubtedly experience significant advancements in their cultivation, far surpassing their previous capabilities. Grand Elder, I must say, after being confined at the pinnacle of the Tianji realm for so many years, perhaps you should consider entering the Qingyun secret realm yourself to seek fortune. You might encounter opportunities that could assist you in breaking through to the Kongxian realm. I, too, concur with Dongfang Bai's reasoning. We have all lived rather comfortably over the years, and it is high time for the warriors within our sect to taste blood. Suddenly, not far from Dongfang Bai, Shen Tujing spoke up. The upcoming Qingyun secret realm presents an exceptional opportunity that I do not wish to miss. I even intend to bring a few warriors of the Linghai realm to venture inside. Each of you possesses valid points. Thus, let us reach a compromise. At this moment, Shun Tianxing, seated at the head of the hall, interjected. We shall dispatch half of our most talented warriors along with some second-rate disciples to the Qingyun secret realm. In this manner, even if we suffer considerable losses, it will not be to the extent of crippling our sect, remaining within the limits of our Tianshu sect's endurance. Ling Tianyang, you have yet to respond to me. Why did you refer to the Peak Master as Sister Jing? In the room of Mingyue Peak, Gu Qingxue fixed her gaze intently on Ling Tianyang. Moreover, last time, the Peak Master brought you back from the affairs hall. Did she not take you as her disciple? No. Ling Tianyang shook his head, a serious expression on his face as he denied it. The Peak Master merely asked me to focus on my cultivation here. She is not my master. On the matter of master and disciple, no one had pressed further, but now that someone had inquired, Ling Tianyang naturally intended to clarify the situation. Furthermore, in his heart, he had long regarded Shun Tu-Jing as his woman, and the thought of others perceiving him as her disciple left him feeling rather vexed. As for why I refer to the Peak Master as Sister Jing, it is simply because I find it more endearing. After a moment of initial surprise, Ling Tianyang composed himself, casting a playful glance at Gu Qingxue. What? Does Elder Gu wish for me to call you Sister Shui as well? Just then, a streak of light swiftly descended from the peak of the sect, appearing beside Ling Tianyang and Gu Qingxue in an instant, revealing the familiar figure of Shun Tu-Jing. Sister Jing, you have returned. Noticing that Gu Qingxue was already aware of his address for Shun Tu-Jing, Ling Tianyang chose not to conceal it any longer. Why are you calling out so foolishly? You should address the Peak Master properly. Shun Tu-Jing shot Ling Tianyang a reproachful glance, somewhat flustered. Peak Master, I just heard this fellow call you Sister Jing, Gu Qingxue remarked with a peculiar expression, causing Shun Tu-Jing's face to flush. I rather enjoy him calling me Sister Jing. What of it? Shun Tu-Jing huffed lightly, her cheeks turning crimson as she admitted it. Within the Tianshu sect, the bond between Shun Tu-Jing and Gu Qingxue was the strongest, having grown up together as childhood friends, sharing an inseparable sisterly relationship. Gu Qingxue's expression shifted, and suddenly, as if recalling something, she stared incredulously at Shun Tu-Jing. Peak Master, that individual couldn't possibly be him, could he? No wonder you adamantly opposed the sect leader and Dongfang Peak Master taking him away. Let us refrain from discussing that matter. Xiaoxia, let us return to the main topic. Shun Tu-Jing did not engage further, instead steering the conversation towards the imminent opening of the Qingyun secret realm. Tomorrow, we shall embark on our journey to the mystic realm of Qingyun. You are undoubtedly aware that with the opening of this realm, it will harbor numerous treasures of heaven and earth, weapons of extraordinary might, and various advanced martial arts and techniques accumulated over centuries. The entrance to the mystic realm is a randomly generated portal through which all martial artists will be transported to different locations within the realm. Innocent men may suffer due to the envy their treasures inspire. Given the multitude of formidable experts from the celestial realm entering this mystic realm, it is imperative that you remember to seize the moment and not succumb to excessive greed. Should you come into possession of a coveted artifact that incites jealousy, you must either eliminate the envious party or discard the item and flee. It is crucial to avoid being besieged and becoming a target for all. Once we enter the mystic realm, we must swiftly regroup. Saying this, Xianxia handed 2 luminous jade tokens to Ling Tianyang and Gu Qingxue. This set of communication jade tokens has been crafted by our sect's esteemed elder. It consists of 3 pieces, 1 for each of us. As long as we hold these tokens, we will be able to sense each other within a radius of 100 miles in the realm. The following morning, the plaza of the Heavenly Artifact Sect was brimming with hundreds of colossal flying beasts. "Let us depart," bellowed the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Artifact Sect, Ling Tianyang. And instantly, all the flying beasts soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds, as the grand procession set forth towards the direction of the mystic realm of Qingyun, casting a shadow over the land. Chapter 94. A gathering of the strong. We are soon to depart the confines of the Heavenly Artifact Sect. So let us remain vigilant and tread carefully along the way, the Grand Elder, Ling Tianyang, proclaimed with a commanding voice, channeling his formidable power. In less than half a day's time, over 100 flying demonic beasts soared through the skies, swiftly leaving the territory of the Heavenly Artifact Sect behind. Upon the backs of each of these majestic creatures perched a dozen disciples of the sect, yet these beasts, imbued with immense strength and potent demonic energy, seemed unfazed as they maintained their rapid flight. The expedition to the Qingyun secret realm comprised a significant number of participants, led by the Grand Elder Ling Tianyang, along with Dongfang Bai, the master of the Yin-Yang Peak, and Xintajing, the master of the Mingyue Peak. Upon a casual observation, Ling Tianyang noted that, apart from himself, who was in the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, the remaining warriors were either in the late stages of the Spirit Sea realm or were formidable beings of the Heavenly Extreme Realm. Among them, there were hundreds of Heavenly Extreme Realm experts, while those in the late stages of the Spirit Sea realm numbered in the thousands. To the west of the Qingyun Kingdom lies the desolate and scarcely trodden wilderness ancient land. The entrance to the Qingyun secret realm is nestled within this barren expanse. When Ling Tianyang and the disciples of the Heavenly Artifact Sect arrived, a multitude of warriors had already gathered in the wilderness ancient land. This area is, in fact, a sweltering desert, where the intense heat causes the air to shimmer and warp. A scorching gust of wind swept through, and even with Ling Tianyang's mid-stage Spirit Sea cultivation and protective spiritual energy barrier, he could still feel the oppressive heat of the wilderness ancient land. Had an ordinary person, untrained in the arts, ventured here, they would likely be reduced to a mere husk in less than a quarter of an hour. The wilderness ancient land is not particularly vast. From a bird's eye view, it is approximately the size of Namlin County. According to ancient texts, this land was once a serene paradise, brimming with verdant hills and abundant spiritual energy. Thousands of years ago, it was even overtaken by a 1,000-year-old banyan tree demon king, becoming its domain. However, this demon king unwittingly offended an unparalleled master who had comprehended the essence of fire. Consequently, this master unleashed a conflagration, transforming the wilderness ancient land into a barren wasteland, devoid of life, and since then, the oppressive heat has lingered. As the millennia passed, this place gradually morphed into a desolate, scorching desert. Upon arrival at their destination, the Grand Elder Ling Tianyang commanded the 100 flying demonic beasts to descend from the clouds, landing in the wilderness ancient land. From a distance, the group beheld 4 colossal azure rainbows piercing the heavens, resembling immense pillars standing in the void. Leaping down from the back of the flying beast, Ling Tianyang gazed thoughtfully at the center of the wilderness ancient land, where the 4 enormous azure rainbows met an equally grand illusory portal beneath them. It was clear that this Qingyun secret realm was anything but ordinary. Only those transcendent beings of the returning element realm and above could orchestrate such a magnificent spectacle. As a former master of the void realm, Ling Tianyang possessed a profound understanding of its power. He believed that even at the pinnacle of his strength in the void realm, he could never orchestrate such an elaborate formation. Turning his gaze around, he observed that at least 80 to 90,000 martial artists above the Spirit Sea realm had gathered around the ethereal light gate. These individuals donned a variety of garments, each adorned with distinct patterns and colors, clearly hailing from diverse factions. To his surprise, he spotted He Lianyun among a group of individuals clad in fiery red robes. Upon closer inspection, He recognized He Liangyun as the adversary who had narrowly escaped from Gu Yifeng not long ago, an enemy Ling Tianyang had long desired to eliminate. The expression on He Liangyun's face indicated that his injuries had fully healed. Furthermore, the gleam in his eyes and the aura radiating from him suggested he had achieved a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. Who was the red-haired elder accompanying He Liangyun? Could he be He Liangyun's master from the Fire Sect? It appeared that the elder's cultivation was formidable. Ling Tianyang noted He Liangyun's respectful demeanor as he trailed behind the elder, his eyes filled with admiration, which piqued Ling Tianyang's interest in this enigmatic figure. The Fire Sect was closer to the wild ancient land than the Heavenly Artifact Sect, so by the time Ling Tianyang and his companions arrived, the members of the Fire Sect had already established a position near the ethereal light gate. The number of Fire Sect participants in the wild ancient land surpassed that of the Heavenly Artifact Sect, with at least 2,000 individuals present. However, Ling Tianyang was only familiar with He Liangyun, his sworn enemy. It seemed He Liangyun was also intent on entering the Qingyun secret realm in search of opportunities. Once inside the secret realm, Ling Tianyang resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate He Liangyun. Otherwise, allowing him to return to the Fire Sect alive would pose a significant threat given Ling Tianyang's current cultivation level. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ling Tianyang's eyes, but at that very moment, the red-haired elder suddenly turned his head, casting a cold glance in Ling Tianyang's direction. What remarkable perceptiveness this elder possesses. Despite the distance, he was able to sense the murderous intent in Ling Tianyang's gaze. Ling Tianyang's pupils contracted as he swiftly diverted his attention from the Fire Sect crowd to that of another group nearby, typically elusive. The masters of the heavenly extreme realm now appeared as plentiful as cabbages in this place. A cursory glance revealed that at least 10,000 heavenly extreme realm experts had gathered in the wild ancient land. While the number of late Spirit Sea realm martial artists was even greater, their heads densely packed together. In the brief time since Ling Tianyang's arrival in the wild ancient land, several factions had arrived, riding massive flying beasts. There was an opportunity. He too wished to acquire a flying beast for himself. With such a formidable companion, not only would he command respect, but it could also aid him in combat during critical moments. Gazing at the flying beasts descending from the heavens, Ling Tianyang mused to himself. After surveying the surroundings, he found no sign of the disciples from the Upper Void sect. He wondered how Ziyun was faring of late. Would she, too, venture into this Qingyun secret realm in search of opportunities? As he scanned the area and still found no trace of the sect's members, a tinge of disappointment crept into his heart. He then resolved to close his eyes and cultivate his energy. As Ling Tianyang rested, the sky gradually darkened, and soon a bright moon ascended into the firmament. Looking skyward, he suddenly beheld countless stars spilling their silvery light, only to be swiftly absorbed by the ethereal portal situated at the heart of the primordial wilderness. With an abundance of starlight converging, the portal grew increasingly radiant, and its ephemeral form began to solidify before his very eyes, taking on a tangible quality. In the next moment, the now substantial ethereal portal opened of its own accord, revealing a scene suffused with chaos. Haraha! The Qingyun secret realm has finally opened. Dear friends, the gates of the secret realm are ajar. If not now, then when shall we enter? Chapter 95. The bloodthirsty giant lizard. As the portal to the Qingyun secret realm swung open, the warriors who had been waiting in the desolate ancient land immediately activated their techniques, executing their martial skills to the utmost, rushing headlong into the light and swiftly vanishing from sight. Now that the portal has opened, shall we enter as well? Shintu Jing inquired, casting a glance at Ling Tianyang and the nearby Gu Qingxue. The terrain within the Qingyun secret realm is intricate and complex, although treasures abound. Dangers also lurk at every turn, so you must exercise utmost caution before stepping into the realm. Shintu Jing could not resist reiterating her advice to Ling Tianyang and Gu Qingxue. Once inside, we must swiftly unite through the communication jade tokens. With her words still echoing, Shintu Jing transformed into a streak of flowing light, disappearing into the portal. Almost simultaneously, Ling Tianyang and Gu Qingxue leaped forth in succession, becoming mere shadows as they plunged into the light, vanishing from view. They found themselves in a primeval forest, where towering trees obscured the sun, lush grass carpeted the ground. Flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the air was filled with the melodious songs of birds. Suddenly, a fierce tempest arose above the forest, distorting the very fabric of space. In an instant, a figure cloaked in azure plummeted from the twisted air above the forest. Upon entering the transport portal to the Qingyun secret realm, Ling Tianyang felt a momentary blur before regaining his senses in this unfamiliar environment. Ah, it is indeed daytime here. As his toes touched the ground, Ling Tianyang's muscles tensed instinctively, and he swiftly mobilized his energy, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Looking up, he beheld a blazing red sun suspended in the sky of the secret realm, radiating warmth and light. Without delay, Ling Tianyang released his spiritual consciousness to survey the area. However, as soon as he did, he discovered that the range of his awareness was constrained by the rules of the realm to about a kilometer. It appeared that for the moment, he was the only one transported to this vicinity. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that there were no other presences within a kilometer of him. It seemed he had indeed entered the inner space of the Qingyan secret realm. The richness of the spiritual energy here was remarkable. No wonder the Qingyan secret realm consistently birthed an abundance of celestial materials and earthly treasures each time it opened. After a subtle assessment of the spiritual energy concentration in the forest, Ling Tianyang immediately recognized that this place was akin to a paradise for cultivators. The Qingyan secret realm is a wondrous domain. If Ling Tianyang's conjecture holds true, it is likely an independent microcosm concealed within the vast Tianzi world. The concentration of spiritual energy within the Qingyan secret realm far exceeds that of the outside world, and the ambient spiritual energy here was nearing a visible state to the naked eye. Spiritual energy is the most vital component of the entire continent, existing in every corner, albeit in varying degrees. The vast majority of martial artists rely on the nourishment of this energy for their cultivation. When practicing in an environment rich in spiritual energy, their progress is significantly accelerated compared to that in areas where it is sparse, thereby considerably shortening the time required for breakthroughs, a prospect that any martial artist would find alluring. Ling Tianyang estimated that a single day of cultivation here would equate to over 10 days at Minghua Peak. Had Ling Tianyang entered the Qingyan secret realm not in search of opportunities, he might have chosen to remain here for an extended period of cultivation. Yet, gazing at the serene surroundings, he dared not let his guard down. The infamous lethality of the Qingyan secret realm was well known. Danger could strike at any moment, leaving Ling Tianyang no choice but to remain vigilant. With his crimson long blade firmly in hand, Ling Tianyang cautiously ventured deeper into the woods. The further he went, the more abundant the spiritual energy became, and with it, the potential dangers escalated. As he pressed on, he quickly discovered numerous traces of ferocious beasts, alongside a collection of valuable spiritual herbs. However, the deeper he went, the higher the level of the beasts he encountered. Whenever he sensed a beast of 4th tier or above, he would deftly choose to evade. For those beasts below the 3rd tier, he merely needed to intentionally release the pressure of his mid-stage celestial realm consciousness to instill a sense of formidable threat. Consequently, they would catch sight of him from afar but dared not approach, most opting to flee while a few bolder ones chose to circumvent him. Ling Tianyang ventured further until he arrived at the heart of the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed around him. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass, and sometimes evasion is impossible. From the thicket emerged a colossal beast, prompting Ling Tianyang to draw a sharp breath. "Human, how dare you intrude upon my territory? I shall feast upon you." It had been ages since a human had set foot here, and I find myself yearning for the taste of your kind. The massive beast, a bloodthirsty giant lizard, opened its cavernous maw, its blood-red eyes, akin to massive bells, greedily fixated on Ling Tianyang, and surprisingly, it spoke. Upon seeing this enormous creature, Ling Tianyang immediately recognized it as a 5th-tier intermediate spirit beast, the bloodthirsty giant lizard. The classification of human martial artists is meticulously defined: body refinement, internal qi, true condensation, spirit C, celestial extremity, void profound, and returning origin. Similarly, spirit beasts absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves, categorized into different tiers. Beasts from the 1st to 4th tier are largely mindless, lacking significant intelligence. However, upon reaching the 5th tier, they awaken a profound level of consciousness. The 5th-tier demon beasts have already refined the bones in their throats. Although they have yet to assume human form, they are capable of articulate speech. This stage of demon beasts is collectively referred to as spiritual demon beasts. Beyond the 5th-tier spiritual demon beasts lies the even more formidable 6th-tier spiritual beasts. "Human, I am famished. Yield yourself to me willingly," the bloodthirsty giant lizard proclaimed, its massive maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. An invisible aura of dread emanated from its presence, hungrily fixating on Ling Tianyang's form as drool dripped uncontrollably from its gaping mouth. The bloodthirsty giant lizard stood over 3 meters tall, and with its colossal tail. It measured an impressive 50 to 60 meters in length. Its mouth resembled that of a serpentine beast, constantly flicking out a long tongue, while its body was encased in a thick layer of scales, glistening blood red and exuding a pungent, sanguine stench. As the bloodthirsty giant lizard's words faded, it propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, charging directly at Ling Tianyang. "Humph, do you think you can consume me? You may not possess the capability," Ling Tianyang retorted coldly, swiftly sheathing his crimson longsword and drawing forth a spirit artifact sword that shimmered with an icy luster. Chapter 96. The Threat of Death. Humanity. Embrace your demise. The bloodthirsty lizard opened its vast maw, an aura of malice swelling around it, and in an instant, its colossal form vanished from sight. The next moment, it lunged towards Ling Tianyang as if to rend the very fabric of space itself. Its gaping jaws snapped hungrily at Ling Tianyang's body. To the demonic beasts, humans were treasures, yet, to humans, the beasts were no less valuable. In the eyes of the bloodthirsty lizard, Ling Tianyang was merely prey, a delectable lunch. Furthermore, it was astonishingly simple for the beasts to gain the benefits of human warriors. By consuming a freshly slain warrior, they could acquire a portion of that warrior's strength. For the demonic beasts, humans were akin to potent elixirs that could rapidly enhance their power. "Beast, you seek death." Confronted with a mid-tier 5th-grade bloodthirsty lizard, Ling Tianyang dared not show any hint of carelessness. A mid-tier 5th-grade bloodthirsty lizard equated to a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. And in a direct comparison, demonic beasts were undeniably superior to human warriors. Fortunately, the beast relied solely on its physical might and lacked the ability to wield spiritual weapons. Otherwise, upon sighting the bloodthirsty lizard, Ling Tianyang would have undoubtedly turned to flee. Shadow Clone Technique. As the bloodthirsty lizard lunged toward him, Ling Tianyang felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, he unleashed his full power, brandishing his spiritual weapon sword to cleave at the lizard's head. As he soared through the air, an expression of dazed realization began to wash over him. Crack, crack. In the next moment, the lizard's massive, fang-laden jaws clamped down hard on Ling Tianyang's body and his sword. Bang! Ling Tianyang's form exploded under the lizard's sharp fangs, dispersing into a torrent of spiritual energy. What transpired? The sounds of separation and the expected fountain of blood did not materialize, and the bloodthirsty lizard quickly realized it had been deceived. The Ling Tianyang before it, save for the genuine spiritual weapon sword, had long since vanished. "Cunning human, you have provoked my wrath, and the consequences shall be dire." The bloodthirsty lizard roared in fury, its massive forelimbs clawing at the surrounding space, seeming to displace the very air itself, while its powerful tail smashed into the ground, creating a deep and lengthy pit. The lizard spun around, frantically searching for Ling Tianyang's whereabouts in a fit of rage. "Beast, meet your end." At that moment, Ling Tianyang's cold voice echoed in the lizard's ears. The shadow clone technique he had just executed was a high-level Earth-grade martial arts secret he had obtained from the thieving god's secret realm in his past life. As the name suggests, the technique allowed the practitioner to create an illusory clone identical to their true self, designed to confuse and mislead the enemy's vision. According to the records in the ancient tome, when a martial artist masters the shadow clone technique to its pinnacle, they can conjure multiple ethereal duplicates, each capable of possessing a degree of offensive power for a brief duration. The bloodthirsty giant lizard was taken aback, its head twisting as it caught a glimpse of Ling Tianyang's true form, which had already positioned itself atop its back. On the lizard's back, with a mere thought, a crimson small sword erupted from the center of Ling Tianyang's brow. The crimson sword swelled in size, transforming into a colossal blade half a meter wide and over 10 meters long in the blink of an eye. Ling Tianyang formed hand seals, channeling his soul's essence fervently into the crimson giant sword. Whoosh! Under Ling Tianyang's command, the massive crimson blade sliced through the void, wielding unparalleled force as it descended upon the neck of the bloodthirsty giant lizard below. Hiss! The 5th-tier intermediate bloodthirsty giant lizard, with its formidable and impenetrable scales, proved resistant to blades and swords. Upon contact with its neck, the crimson sword sparked fiercely. Observing this, Ling Tianyang poured even more of his soul essence into the crimson sword, causing it to radiate with brilliant light. Suddenly, the sword began to tremble violently, breaking through the lizard's defenses and cleaving deeply into 1/5 of its neck. Bang! Bang! The intense pain sent the bloodthirsty giant lizard into a frenzy, its forelimbs and massive tail thrashing wildly, reducing surrounding trees to mere splinters. "Cunning human, your aura was clearly not this potent moments ago." The lizard's scales stood on end, emanating a chilling blood-red glow, a savage energy rising from its form. "Human, I shall see you dead." The bloodthirsty giant lizard roared, its colossal tail swinging with tremendous force towards Ling Tianyang. For an ordinary celestial realm warrior, having 1/5 of their neck severed by a sword would be fatal. However, for the fiercely resilient 5th-tier spirit beast known as the bloodthirsty giant lizard, this was merely a grievous wound, not a death sentence. Rampaging lion fire. Ling Tianyang scoffed coldly as a blazing inferno, resembling a majestic lion, surged forth from his hand. As the lizard's tail approached, Ling Tianyang swiftly leapt off its back, striking down with his palm to direct the rampaging lion fire toward the wound on the lizard's neck. The moment the rampaging lion fire manifested, the bloodthirsty giant lizard was gripped by a sense of impending doom. Retract. With a commanding shout, under Ling Tianyang's mental control, the crimson giant sword, ensnared by the lizard's neck, swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a streak of light that darted back into Ling Tianyang's brow. Although the crimson giant sword was retracted by Ling Tianyang, the anguished cries of the bloodthirsty giant lizard grew ever louder. "Human, cease. Please stop." As the crimson giant sword was withdrawn, a massive wound appeared on the neck of the bloodthirsty giant lizard, and without the sword's restraint, blood gushed forth uncontrollably from the injury. The bloodthirsty giant lizard felt an increasing weakness, as if its very lifeblood was being drained. What filled it with dread was the approaching inferno of the savage lion beast. With its intelligence awakening, the bloodthirsty giant lizard began to comprehend the gravity of its situation. Akin to human warriors who plead for mercy when faced with the specter of death, it instinctively cried out in desperation, "Master, please, I implore you to stop. I am willing to submit to you and acknowledge you as my lord." Observing that Ling Tianyang remained unresponsive, the bloodthirsty giant lizard hastily changed its plea, desperately begging for mercy. Chapter 97. A bountiful harvest. As the fire beast of the savage lion departed from Ling Tianyang's palm, its size immediately swelled, transforming in an instant into a colossal flaming lion, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty giant lizard. With a resounding blast, the flaming lion opened its maw, and in an explosive burst, its entire form shattered, scattering flames that warped the surrounding space and shot forth like lightning towards the body of the bloodthirsty giant lizard. The savage lion's fire ignited upon the bloodthirsty giant lizard, swiftly enveloping it and turning it into a blazing monstrosity. A wave of excruciating pain surged through the giant lizard, which let out anguished howls from its gaping maw. "Spare me, my lord. I am willing to offer my beast's soul." The once arrogant and haughty bloodthirsty giant lizard had abandoned its intent to devour Ling Tianyang, its eyes now filled with sheer terror. It could not fathom that the being it perceived as merely a 4th-tier demon beast could unleash such terrifying power. The bloodthirsty giant lizard trembled uncontrollably, convulsing as blood flowed from the gaping wound on its neck, evaporating in the searing heat of the savage lion's fire before it could even touch the ground. It felt its demon energy rapidly depleting, becoming increasingly unable to withstand the encroaching flames, while its vision began to blur, its situation deteriorating. "My lord, I beseech you." The bloodthirsty giant lizard realized that if it continued down this path, it would surely perish at Ling Tianyang's hands, as death loomed. It had no choice but to plead for mercy. "Are you truly willing to offer your beast's soul?" The beast's soul of a demon beast closely resembles the original essence of a human warrior's soul. Upon hearing the bloodthirsty giant lizard's willingness to submit, Ling Tianyang felt a stirring in his heart, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually receded. Under Ling Tianyang's mental command, the savage lion's fire that clung to the bloodthirsty giant lizard swiftly departed from its body. Countless flames, once liberated, coalesced in midair once more into a towering flaming lion. The flaming lion retreated, casting a vigilant gaze upon the fallen bloodthirsty giant lizard, its claws poised menacingly. With a thunderous crash, the moment the savage lion's fire relinquished its hold, the giant lizard's massive form collapsed limply to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. "Yes, my lord. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master." The bloodthirsty giant lizard gasped for breath, its eyes filled with dread. Its body twitched in a clear sign of its remaining life hanging by a thread, with its once mighty form marred by the charred marks of the savage lion's fire. Appearing utterly wretched. In the realm of demon beasts, strength is revered, and power is the ultimate truth. Though the intellect of spiritual demon beasts is awakened, they still fall short in comparison to human warriors. Generally, spiritual demon beasts possess a straightforward mindset, favoring directness, unlike humans who often engage in complex schemes and manipulations. Once a demonic beast chooses to submit and acknowledges a human warrior as its master, it shall never betray. Ling Tianyang waved his hand, causing the fiery essence of the wild lion beast suspended in the air to rapidly diminish, transforming into a streak of crimson light that he drew back into his being. The bloodthirsty giant lizard, lying prostrate on the ground, beheld the terrifying wild lion beast fire being effortlessly absorbed by Ling Tianyang. Its pupils constricted, and within its gaze of terror directed at Ling Tianyang, there flickered an ember of submission. With a roar, the bloodthirsty giant lizard opened its maw, its massive form trembling even more violently. Suddenly, Ling Tianyang noticed a small, somewhat ethereal lizard, the size of a palm, materializing on the forehead of the bloodthirsty giant lizard. Upon witnessing the apparition of the ethereal lizard, Ling Tianyang's countenance turned grave as he began to weave intricate and dazzling seals with his hands. Moments later, he bit his tongue, and a mouthful of essence blood burst forth, swiftly absorbed by the spectral lizard perched upon the bloodthirsty giant lizard's brow. This ethereal lizard, manifesting on the forehead of the bloodthirsty giant lizard, was its beast soul. The beast soul represents the most vulnerable aspect of a demonic beast. While these creatures primarily cultivate physical strength, their beast souls are typically weak. Should the beast soul be destroyed, the beast would perish instantly. What Ling Tianyang endeavored to achieve was to establish a connection with the bloodthirsty giant lizard's beast soul. Only through this connection could he commence the process of refinement. Ling Tianyang's spiritual consciousness surged forth, penetrating into the beast soul of the bloodthirsty giant lizard, initiating the refining process. Upon his consciousness delving into the beast soul, he discovered to his astonishment that the bloodthirsty giant lizard's beast soul was remarkably pure and robust, surpassing that of a typical spiritual demonic beast. Ling Tianyang felt a pang of surprise. Had his spiritual consciousness not already reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm and been cultivated through the mysterious spirit true resolution, he might have found it impossible to refine the bloodthirsty giant lizard's beast soul. To his delight, he soon spotted several millennium-old medicinal ginseng nearby. For a warrior of the celestial realm, should they suffer grave injuries, as long as they drew breath, consuming this millennium ginseng could preserve their life. Indeed, a treasure. Ling Tianyang, filled with joy, reflected on how he had swiftly refined the beast soul of the bloodthirsty giant lizard the previous day. Having become its master, he sensed a subtle resonance between himself and the bloodthirsty giant lizard, akin to the connection he had established with the essence of other souls in the past. Now that the bloodthirsty giant lizard had been tamed and became his steed, Ling Tianyang was determined to restore it from its near-death state. He promptly retrieved the greenwood essence he had acquired from the Danxiao ruins, allowing the bloodthirsty giant lizard to consume some of it. He also fed it numerous healing elixirs. With Ling Tianyang's unwavering support, the bloodthirsty giant lizard swiftly healed and regained its peak condition. The spiritual energy within the Qingyun secret realm was exceptionally rich, and over the years, many rare materials must have been born in this land. As a fifth-tier spiritual demonic beast of this forest, the bloodthirsty giant lizard was naturally well acquainted with its surroundings. Once the wounds of the bloodthirsty giant lizard had healed, Ling Tianyang instructed it to guide him through the forest in search of rare and precious treasures. Along the journey, he stumbled upon numerous invaluable spiritual herbs of considerable age. As for those herbs that were not yet ripe, Ling Tianyang refrained from plucking them, choosing instead to leave them undisturbed. Suddenly, as he had just stored away several thousand-year-old medicinal ginseng, he noticed a tempest brewing in the distance, causing the very fabric of space above the forest to warp and twist. Chapter 98. Malicious Intent Swish. Swish. Approximately 2 miles away, 2 figures, one black and one white, suddenly plummeted from the distorted space above the forest. Haha. At last, someone has been transported here. As a martial artist's cultivation reaches the spirit sea realm, their vision far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Although Ling Tianyang could not discern their exact appearances, he recognized them as 2 human warriors. Let us advance and discover who has been transported to this place. Stowing the millennium medicinal ginseng into his hidden spiritual ring, Ling Tianyang turned to the blood lizard beside him and inquired, "Blood lizard, I have heard that among your spirit beasts, some with exceptional talents can change in size. Can you do that?" "Master, I can do it too." The blood lizard, a newly bestowed name by Ling Tianyang for the previously named bloodthirsty giant lizard, eagerly nodded upon hearing the question. In an instant, the blood lizard leaped from the ground, its colossal form rapidly shrinking at a visible speed. transforming in the blink of an eye into a blood-red lizard no larger than a palm. Seeing this, Ling Tianyang beckoned with his hand, and the diminutive blood lizard leapt onto his arm. At that moment, the blood lizard's appearance had changed dramatically, completely unrecognizable from its former fierce and menacing visage. The small crimson lizard appeared as if it had been meticulously carved from a piece of blood-colored ancient jade, a striking contrast to its previous monstrous form, exuding an aura of beauty. Indeed, your ability is quite remarkable. Gazing at the palm-sized blood lizard on his arm, Ling Tianyang could not help but express his delight. I currently lack a suitable beast containment space for you, but fortunately, your ability to alter size is advantageous. With your current form, it will be quite convenient to carry you along. In critical moments, you might even be able to launch a surprise attack on our foes. Laughing heartily, he gently stroked the blood lizard's head, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Subsequently, Ling Tianyang leaped into the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow, swiftly vanishing from his original position. Extending his consciousness, Ling Tianyang proceeded cautiously. After all, any martial artist capable of entering the Azure Cloud's secret realm was formidable, and exercising caution was always prudent. Before long, Ling Tianyang found himself within a 100-meter radius of the two figures that had just been transported to this location. Hiss! A serpentine demon beast, measuring several dozen meters in length and of the 4th-tier elite classification, was firmly gripped in midair by a colossal spiritual hand, thrashing about in desperation. Suddenly, a flash of white sword light cut through the air, revealing a young woman in white who appeared not far from the serpentine beast. The young woman wielded her sword, unleashing an exquisitely condensed sword aura that struck fiercely at the beast's vital spot, penetrating through its body. Simultaneously, not far from the young woman clad in white, an elderly figure in a black robe soared into the air, landing atop the serpent's head. The black-robed elder exuded a tremendous aura, delivering a powerful strike to the serpent's skull with his palm. The serpentine beast struggled violently for a brief moment before succumbing instantly to the assaults of the young woman clad in white and the elder in black robes. With a resounding thud, the creature was sent flying by the elder's palm, crashing forcefully to the ground and creating a vast crater in its wake. The area was far from tranquil. The deep, rumbling cries of the dying beast startled the birds resting in the forest, causing them to scatter in panic. As the two individuals dispatched the serpentine creature, Ling Tianyang retracted his presence and concealed himself behind a sturdy tree. Gazing ahead, he beheld a scene of devastation. Numerous trees lay toppled by the beast, their leaves swirling chaotically in the air, while a thick layer of disordered foliage quickly blanketed the crater left by the creature's fall. Ah, it is she. I never anticipated that we would reunite here in the Qian's secret realm through such random transport. It seems that fate has indeed intertwined my path with that of Chu Yujiao. Upon seeing the young woman wielding a long sword, Ling Tianyang's gaze sharpened, filled with emotion. This young lady was none other than his nominal fiancée, Chu Yujiao. He chuckled softly. My dear girl, I am astounded that at such a tender age, you have already reached the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. Your prowess is quite formidable. After vanquishing the serpentine beast, the elder in black turned his gaze toward Chu Yujiao, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light as he leered at her. Since we have fought side by side and shared life and death, would you consider becoming my concubine? Fear not, I shall treat you well. As he spoke, the elder's aura surged, revealing his initial stage of the celestial realm, as he advanced step by step toward Chu Yujiao. Begone, you old fool. If you dare utter another word, I shall not show you any mercy. Chu Yujiao yelled, her heart seething with anger as she longed to strike down the approaching elder. However, she was acutely aware that his cultivation had already reached the initial stage of the celestial realm, and without any extraordinary means, she knew she could not match him. As for her trump card, it was a means of self-preservation, one which she could not afford to expend lightly, having just entered the secret realm. She was uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. Unless faced with an absolute crisis, she could not afford to use it. Sensing the elder's ill intentions, Chu Yujiao began to contemplate retreat. With a swift motion, she propelled herself upward, intending to escape into the distant thicket. Little beauty, halt. The elder in black barked upon noticing her attempt to flee. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, swiftly blocking her path. I wish to see how, with your late-stage spiritual sea cultivation, you intend to treat me with disrespect. His countenance twisted into a wicked sneer, and he reached out, attempting to grasp her. The arrogance he displayed seemed to dismiss any threat she posed. Scoundrel, this old wretch truly deserves to perish. Behind the towering tree, Ling Tianyang's expression turned icy. Upon witnessing the audacious intentions of the elder in the black robe towards his nominal fiancée, how could Ling Tianyang allow him to persist in this world? With a mere thought, a crimson small sword emerged silently from his brow, and he prepared to strike by pushing off the ground with his toes. Old man, since you are so determined to seek your demise, do not blame me for what follows. Just as Ling Tianyang was about to take action, a voice, cold and devoid of warmth, emanated from Chu Yujiao. In that moment, he beheld a crystal orb, no larger than a chicken egg, materializing in her right hand. An extraordinary chill radiated from the orb, swiftly enveloping the surrounding space within a tenjong radius. With a flick of her wrist, the crystal orb shot forth. Its speed akin to lightning, and it swiftly struck the approaching elder in black. Under the frigid energy of the orb, Ling Tianyang observed as the elder's body was instantaneously encased in ice, transforming him into a lifelike ice sculpture. Upon closer inspection, the frozen figure of the elder still bore that previous sinister expression. Chapter 99. The Fiancé? This exquisite orb possesses remarkable power, capable of instantaneously encasing a martial artist at the initial stage of the celestial realm in ice. Under the onslaught of this frigid energy, the elder in the black robe was unable to display even an ounce of terror, becoming instantly encased in ice. Witnessing this spectacle firsthand, a chill coursed down Ling Tianyang's spine as he observed Chu Yujiao overcoming the elder with such ease. Memories of his past life began to resurface in his mind, revealing a stark realization. He had previously allowed his pride to cloud his judgment, far too confident in his abilities. The world is replete with extraordinary talents. He is certainly not the sole genius capable of surpassing his limits. This revelation swiftly dispelled Ling Tianyang's arrogance as he watched the unfolding scene. Since his rebirth, his cultivation had surged tremendously, and his spiritual consciousness had transcended an entire realm, reaching the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Coupled with the mid-grade soul treasure, the crimson small sword, and the pinnacle 5th-grade fire of the savage lion beast he had previously refined, he was able to unleash power exceeding that of the mid-stage celestial realm. On more than one occasion, he had defeated opponents beyond his level, leading to an inevitable sense of invincibility. Even when confronted with powerful beings of the celestial realm, he had not felt the slightest trepidation, often looking down upon them. Yet, he must acknowledge that he remains merely a martial artist at the Spirit Sea realm, with numerous practitioners surpassing him in strength. That crystalline orb must surely be an artifact of immense potency. Such formidable tools can indeed catch one off guard. In truth, had the elder in the black robe not been blinded by arrogance and dismissed Chu Yujiao's prowess, he would not have been so easily subdued. Even with the assistance of that crystalline orb, one must exert their full strength against even the most unassuming of opponents. How much more so for a humble practitioner like myself? Henceforth, I must exercise greater caution in my endeavors. Otherwise, I might find myself, like the elder in the black robe, stumbling into an unforeseen trap. As Ling Tianyang pondered these thoughts, Chu Yujiao struck decisively, shattering the ice sculpture of the elder into countless fragments, leaving behind only an ice-encased spatial ring. Although the elder had been momentarily ensnared by the orb's chilling aura, it did not signify his demise. He was merely trapped in ice, awaiting liberation. Should he break free, Chu Yujiao would find herself in peril. Thus, she had to seize the moment and act preemptively. Who might be hiding behind the tree? Please, do show yourself. After dispatching the elder, Chu Yujiao stored the spatial ring and turned. Her gaze sharpened in the direction where Ling Tianyang concealed himself. Ah, how surprising. In just half a month, I did not expect Miss Chu's strength to have grown so formidable. To transcend a realm and vanquish foes beyond one's level is no small feat. I am truly impressed. Upon realizing that Chu Yujiao had discovered his presence, Ling Tianyang ceased to conceal himself and stepped forth from behind the grand tree, laughing heartily as he clasped his fists in greeting. Niuidao, is that truly you? Upon seeing that the figure emerging from behind the tree was Ling Tianyang, Chu Yujiao momentarily froze in surprise. What brings you here? She inquired, a wave of relief washing over her even as she voiced her question. Like you, I too was unexpectedly transported to this place, Ling Tianyang replied, raising his palms in a gesture of surrender. Oh, Chu Yujiao nodded, realizing her inquiry was rather superfluous. By the way, Miss Chu, how did you manage to detect my presence while I was concealed behind the tree? Ling Tianyang suddenly posed the question after a brief pause. My sensory perception far exceeds that of an ordinary warrior. When that old fellow attempted to harm me, I sensed a sudden surge of intense killing intent emanating from behind the tree where you were hiding. Though it was fleeting, I managed to capture it, Chu Yujiao explained, noting Ling Tianyang's puzzled expression. Now I understand. Ling Tianyang nodded, grasping the reason for his discovery. It made sense. He had been compelled to act against the dark-robed elder when he perceived the threat to Chu Yujiao, inadvertently revealing a trace of his aura that led to her awareness of his presence. Niu Dao. Suddenly, it seemed that Chu Yujiao recalled something, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, I almost forgot. Your surname is not Niu at all." With her long sword firmly gripped in hand, she glared coldly at the distance where Ling Tianyang stood, her brow furrowing in suspicion. "You deceiver, who are you really? Miss Chu, what prompts such accusations?" Ling Tianyang was taken aback, rendered speechless. "You deceiver. I distinctly heard the attendant at Junlage refer to you as Chu Gongzi," Chu Yujiao retorted, her anger escalating as she observed Ling Tianyang's innocent demeanor, following a minor misunderstanding between them at the Nyomong Mountain Inn. Chu Yujiao had also clashed with Ling Tianyang within the Jinxian gang. It was not until the dying words of Jin Yuanbao revealed the truth, accompanied by the applause of the surrounding townsfolk, that she realized it had all been a far greater misunderstanding. Chu Yujiao recognized Ling Tianyang's formidable strength, yet he had consistently shown restraint towards her, leaving a profound impression on her. Occasionally, the figure of Niu Dao would flash through her mind unbidden. "Do you truly wish to know?" Ling Tianyang arched an eyebrow, noting Chu Yujiao's irate demeanor. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yujiao fixed him with a serious gaze. "Of course I wish to know. I have no inclination to associate with those who lurk in shadows." "Very well, I shall reveal the truth to you." After careful consideration, Ling Tianyang felt it unnecessary to continue concealing the truth from Chu Yujiao, and thus revealed his true identity. "My surname is Ling, my name is Tianyang, and I am the adopted son of the head of the Ling family in Kaiyang City." When they first met in Nyomong Mountain Town, Ling Tianyang had introduced himself as Niu Dao primarily because Chu Yujiao was unaware of his true identity. For a long time, Ling Tianyang had shown little interest in his nominal fiancée, whom he had never met, and even contemplated escaping from the engagement. However, upon their first encounter in Nyomong Mountain Town, he discovered that Chu Yujiao was quite different from his preconceived notions. She was a spirited and decisive beauty, fond of heroism and justice. Later, during their second meeting at Rui Pavilion, a strange feeling arose within him, and he found himself less resistant to the engagement that Ling Xian had arranged for him. After traversing the random portal in the Qingyan secret realm, they unexpectedly encountered each other once more, leading Ling Tianyang to embrace fate. Destiny, it seemed, was providential. To seize the moment was vital. A single encounter may be a coincidence, two may be serendipity, but a third unexpected meeting signifies true fate. You, can it truly be you? As Ling Tianyang disclosed his name and lineage from the Ling family of Kaiyang City, Chu Yujiao's expression shifted, revealing a complex mixture of emotions as she gazed at him. "Ling Tianyang, could it be that you are the fiancé my father arranged for me in my childhood, the one I have never met until now?" Chapter 100. Traveling with Beauty with a sheepish smile, Ling Tianyang nodded and admitted, "Yes, it is I." "You scoundrel, did you already know who I am?" Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's acknowledgement, Chu Yujiao's emotions grew increasingly intricate, prompting her to retort with anger. "Should I call you Ling Tianyang or Niu Dao? How could you deceive me into believing your name was Niu Dao?" Chu Yujiao fixed her gaze intently on Ling Tianyang, demanding now, "Please share your thoughts after lying to me." Staring blankly at Chu Yujiao, who was venting her frustrations, Ling Tianyang found himself at a loss for words. Especially upon hearing her request for his reflections on the deception, he nearly burst into laughter. "I admit it was indeed wrong of me to deceive you. I sincerely apologize," he said with a sudden seriousness. "I shall offer you an extreme spirit pill as a token of my contrition." As Ling Tianyang's consciousness delved into the hidden spirit ring on his hand, a flash of light illuminated his palm, revealing a small emerald green jade vial. "This is the extreme spirit pill for you," he continued, tossing the vial towards Chu Yujiao. Previously, when Ling Tianyang had misled Chu Yujiao by claiming his name was Niu Dao, he later reflected and realized that his actions were indeed inappropriate. It would have been one thing had the person been someone else, but this was Chu Yujiao, with whom he had an engagement. Thus, Ling Tianyang felt it imperative to convey his apologies to her. Upon hearing that Ling Tianyang intended to bestow upon her an extreme spirit pill as compensation, Chu Yujiao's first reaction was disbelief, and she scrutinized him with suspicion. Is the extreme spirit pill real or merely a fabrication? Chu Yujiao was well aware of the significance of the extreme spirit pill, a 5th-grade elixir capable of elevating a peak spirit sea realm cultivator to the celestial realm. Even within the Xianbing sect, such treasures were rare, and those who did not contribute significantly to the sect would never lay hands on one. Consequently, When Chu Yujiao heard Ling Tianyang casually offer her an extreme spirit pill, her skepticism deepened. Yet, despite her doubts, she reached out to catch the emerald green vial he tossed, promptly opening it. Indeed, this is truly an extreme spirit pill. Upon discovering the vibrant, energy-rich pill nestled within the vial, Chu Yujiao's face lit up with joy. Given your sincere apology, I shall temporarily forgive you. Upon hearing her words, Ling Tianyang was taken aback. What do you mean by temporarily forgive me? What I handed you just now was indeed a 5th-grade extreme spirit pill. I am well aware that it is an extreme spirit pill, which is precisely why I said I would temporarily forgive you. What? Do you still wish to reclaim the extreme spirit pill? In that case, I shall reconsider my stance. Although Chu Yujiao spoke thus, her actions betrayed no intention of returning the extreme spirit pill to Ling Tianyang. Observing her insincerity, Ling Tianyang could not help but feel increasingly speechless. The reason he chose to bestow an extreme spirit pill upon Chu Yujiao was that he recognized her cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm. In a perilous place like the Chingi secret realm, such a level of cultivation is woefully inadequate. Ling Tianyang hoped she could swiftly break through to the heavenly extreme realm, thereby enhancing her ability to protect herself. After all, Chu Yujiao was his nominal fiancée, and he certainly did not wish for her to perish within the Chingi secret realm. Previously, the only reason Chu Yujiao was able to slay the black-robed elder at the initial stage of the heavenly extreme realm was not due to her high cultivation, but rather because of the resplendent orb she wielded. Ling Tianyang had been observant. After the orb encased the black-robed elder in ice, its size had visibly diminished, indicating that the orb's usage was finite. In such a treacherous environment as the Chingi secret realm, survival without profound cultivation would be exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, the mortality rate within the realm would not be so alarmingly high. Ling Tianyang harbored doubts that Chu Yujiao could rely solely on that crystalline orb to endure for long. By the way, Chu Yujiao, I would like to propose something. Since our fates have intertwined so fortuitously in the Chingi secret realm, why not temporarily join forces? Ling Tianyang suggested. Any treasures we discover shall be divided equally between us. Well, considering your gift of an extreme spirit pill, I shall agree to accompany you for the time being. Chu Yujiao replied, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. As time passed within the Chingi secret realm, the influx of individuals grew increasingly abundant. Soon, those who had been randomly teleported to various locations began to converge. During the time that Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao embarked on their journey together, fierce battles and skirmishes had already erupted across the realm. Murder, arson, highway robbery, lustful intentions, and treachery among peers had become commonplace. At this moment, within a secluded valley of lush greenery in the Chingi secret realm, a group of over a dozen men donned in varying attire lined up, subtly obstructing the path of Xianxia. Young lady, do you truly presume that with your solitary strength, you can monopolize the wood's spirit crystal and stand against us, a dozen formidable experts of the heavenly extreme realm? Opposite Xianxia stood a man with a grim visage, flanked by several disheveled heavenly extreme warriors, all of whom gazed at her with a mixture of trepidation and disdain. Under the watchful gaze of several practitioners at the celestial extremity realm, Xianxia's expression remained unperturbed as she spoke slowly. Among them were 1 in the late stage of the celestial extremity realm, 3 in the mid-stage, and the rest merely novices in the same realm. They were no match for her. You go too far, shouted the previously vocal man, his countenance darkening with fury. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him as he waved his hand, summoning his companions, armed and ready, to charge at Xianxia. Seeking death, she murmured, stowing a deep green crystal into her spatial ring. In a flash, she activated her earth-level movement technique, vanishing from sight and reappearing over 100 meters away. Blue flame blade, soul-extinguishing 10 strikes. Xianxia's figure danced around the group of celestial extremity practitioners, her spirit weapon slicing down with relentless force. Each swing of her blade summoned a fierce, colossal arc of light. In mere moments, the air surrounding the practitioners was filled with terrifying blade auras, all aggressively aimed at their bodies. Where the blade auras passed, the space itself vibrated violently, as if it could be cleaved apart at any moment. With a series of piercing sounds, the initial practitioners of the celestial extremity realm stood no chance against the onslaught of Xianxia's blade auras, instantly being cleaved in two. Even the 3 mid-stage practitioners could not withstand her second strike, leaving only the dark-faced man standing amidst the carnage. Ah, you lunatic! You are ruthless. The man, witnessing the slaughter of his companions, was struck with terror and turned to flee. Yet, He barely managed to escape a short distance before the blade aura, unleashed by Shun Tu Jing, caught up to him, tearing him apart into a mist of blood. Chapter 101. The spirit fruit. The expanse of the Qingyun secret realm is vast, even with the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of martial artists. It appears remarkably spacious. All around the secret realm, conflicts are incessant. In a forest far from Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, several late-stage spirit sea martial artists engage in fierce combat over a fifth-tier spirit herb. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurs. A massive surge of demonic energy rises from the distant sky, and the ground trembles violently. What is that beast? The martial artists, sensing the overwhelming demonic aura, instinctively feel a deep-rooted dread and unease emanating from their very souls. We must flee. One quick-thinking man turns to escape, abandoning the nearby fifth-tier spirit herb. In the next moment, a colossal fifth-tier spirit serpent, measuring hundreds of meters in length and exuding an immense demonic presence, appears behind the group. You insignificant ants. Submit and allow me to consume you. The spirit serpent moves with lightning speed, swiftly engulfing the martial artists one by one. It then approaches the fifth-tier spirit herb and devours it whole. The serpent continues to roam through the forest, uprooting trees and leaving unfortunate martial artists who fail to evade its wrath dead in its wake. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the Qingyun secret realm, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao make their leisurely way toward the heart of the realm, where the spiritual energy is most abundant. Along the journey, they cultivate and carefully scavenge the treasures of heaven and earth that the secret realm has to offer. During this time, they encounter numerous outsiders seeking fortune within the realm. As night deepens, the dark sky of the secret realm mirrors the outside world, with a crescent moon and countless twinkling stars hanging high above. Within a cave, a campfire flickers to life before Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao. Beside the fire hangs a large rack, upon which a half-roasted wild boar glistens, emanating an enticing aroma. Ling Tianyang, I never imagined you could roast meat so well. Wiping the grease from her mouth, Chu Yujiao suddenly gives him a thumbs up. Miss Chu, you flatter me. With a faint smile, Ling Tianyang gazes at the familiar scene, his thoughts drifting. I wonder if Ziyun has entered this secret realm as well. He recalls the last time he roasted meat, alongside Zhang Ziyun in the Chinglian mountain range. It has been nearly a year since they last met, and he can't help but feel a sense of longing. Hey, Ling Tianyang, what are you thinking about? Noticing his distracted demeanor, Chu Yujiao speaks up. It's nothing. Ling Tianyang shakes his head. Your expression clearly indicates otherwise. Certainly. You must be contemplating some enchanting maiden, are you not? Chu Yujiao cast a skeptical glance at Ling Tianyang and remarked, Ling Tianyang, do not forget that we are bound by a marriage contract. Could you refrain from being so brazen in my presence? Are you challenging my boundaries? After finishing a piece of wild boar meat, she shot a fierce glare at him. Ling Tianyang, momentarily taken aback, retorted, Chu Yujiao, you are being rather overbearing, are you not? Do not presume that I am unaware of your deep-seated aversion to this engagement. I have heard that in your Xianbing sect, once disciples reach the spirit sea realm, they are free to venture out. Why didn't you return during your family's grand competition? Do you think I am oblivious to that? He continued, moreover, a genuine relationship requires mutual affection. Oh, you make a fair point, she replied with an awkward smile, a flicker of admiration glimmering in her eyes. Yet, a hint of guilt crossed her face as she looked at Ling Tianyang and confessed, initially, I was indeed quite resistant to the marriage that my father arranged. Just think about it. How could I possibly agree to marry a stranger whom I have never met for years? Therefore, when I advanced to the spirit sea realm, I did not rush back to the Chu family. With a sudden wink, Chu Yujiao playfully added, Ling Tianyang, I have come to realize you are quite likable. I have decided to uphold our marriage contract. Please, don't do this to yourself, Chu Yujiao. Ling Tianyang waved his hand, feigning distaste. You scoundrel, Chu Yujiao exclaimed in anger, rolling up her sleeves and advancing toward him. All right, let us not escalate this further, Ling Tianyang quickly intervened, seeing her on the verge of fury. Instead, let us seize this opportunity to diligently cultivate. I have sensed a stirring within my spiritual energy, as if I am on the brink of breaking through to the later stages of the spirit sea realm. You too have acquired a supreme spirit pill. You should strive to elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm and consume the pill to transcend to the celestial realm as soon as possible. The dangers within this secret realm are numerous, and many who surpass us in strength are lurking about. Our situation remains perilous. Very well, I shall temporarily spare you. She conceded with a nod. Subsequently, both Chu Yujiao and Ling Tianyang found spots within the stone cavern and sat cross-legged to cultivate. In order to navigate the myriad crises within the Qingyun secret realm, They had no choice but to enhance their strength. Ling Tianyang's hand shimmered, revealing 2 low-grade spirit stones in his palm. As the cultivation technique within Ling Tianyang's body operated, the spiritual energy from the surrounding air, along with that from the low-grade spirit stone in his hand, was continuously absorbed into him, refining into his own spiritual power. After several hours had passed, at a certain moment, Ling Tianyang's body suddenly trembled, and his eyes abruptly opened, the brilliance within them lingering for an extended period. He had finally broken through to the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm. However, at this juncture, his cultivation in the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm was still insufficient within the Qingyun secret realm. He needed to hasten his ascension to the heavenly extremity realm. The following day, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao rose from their cave and continued their journey towards the central area of the secret realm. They had barely walked a few miles when a fierce battle erupted from the dense forest ahead. Whoosh! A streak of white light swiftly darted from the forest in front of them. Quick, chase after her. She has snatched away those spirit ascension fruits. Behind that white light, over 30 agile figures swiftly emerged. Throughout their journey, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao had witnessed several skirmishes among outsiders. Yet this scale of combat involving dozens of individuals was unprecedented for them. Upon witnessing this, they instinctively concealed their presence and quickly took refuge behind a nearby tree. Chapter 102. The Women of the Hahuan Sect. The Ascending Spirit Fruit. What a delightful surprise. Concealed behind a tree, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao were instantly filled with joy upon hearing these 3 words. The Ascending Spirit Fruit is a high-level spiritual fruit of the 5th rank. Any martial artist in the mid-stage of the celestial realm who consumes this fruit can immediately elevate their cultivation to the late stage of the celestial realm. For those martial artists below the mid-stage of the celestial realm, the effects are even more pronounced. However, each martial artist may consume the Ascending Spirit Fruit only once in their lifetime. After partaking of one, consuming a second yields no benefit whatsoever. Should Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao acquire the Ascending Spirit Fruit, they would swiftly elevate their cultivation to the celestial realm. Once they become formidable experts within the celestial realm, their chances of survival in the Qingyun secret realm would undoubtedly increase significantly. Yujiao, we must find a way to obtain the Ascending Spirit Fruit. Ling Tianyang communicated through his spiritual sense to Chu Yujiao from behind the tree. Indeed, Chu Yujiao nodded in agreement, clearly intrigued by the prospect. Ling Tianyang then cautiously extended his spiritual sense, sweeping over all the approaching figures, gaining a clear understanding of their cultivation levels. Within the earlier flash of white light, he discerned the presence of a boldly dressed and enchanting woman. Remarkably swift, her cultivation was at the initial stage of the celestial realm. Yet her speed rivaled that of those in the mid-stage. Trailing behind her were pursuers, among whom only one was a mid-stage celestial realm man. The rest were all initial stage experts. Enchantress of the Hahuan Sect, surrender the Ascending Spirit Fruit. The mid-stage celestial realm man, faster than the enchanting woman, quickly closed the distance and commanded coldly. None of the 30-odd initial stage celestial realm martial artists behind him could match the speed of the captivating woman. The Hahuan Sect. No wonder this woman dresses so provocatively, revealing all that should be concealed. Upon hearing the name of the Hahuan Sect, both Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao felt a wave of distaste. The Hahuan Sect is a significant force within the Qingyun kingdom. Though not as powerful as the Tianchi sect or the Xianbing sect, it boasts numerous experts within its ranks. As the name suggests, the practitioners of this sect cultivate dual cultivation techniques, excelling in the arts of yin and yang. With a pair of jade arms to cradle 1,000 pillows, and lips that can be tasted by 10,000, it is said that the relationships within the Hahuan sect are exceedingly chaotic, looked down upon by most righteous individuals. Enchantress, yield. The mid-stage celestial realm man soon caught up to the woman of the Hahuan sect and unleashed a powerful punch from a distance. The force contained within this strike could severely injure any typical initial stage celestial realm martial artist. Although the Hahuan sect woman was swift, her physical vulnerability was her Achilles heel. Upon witnessing the mid-stage celestial realm man's attack, her expression altered dramatically. From the midst of the man in the mid-heavenly extremity realm, a force emanated that caused even the women of the Hahuan sect to feel a sense of dread. Please spare my life. I am willing to offer the spirit ascension fruit, the Hahuan sect woman pleaded, her complexion like peach blossoms, enchanting and delicate, her demeanor pitiful as she beseeched the man. I am an elder of the Hahuan sect, well-versed in the arts of the boudoir, and I am willing to become your woman. As she spoke, she brazenly began to shed the scant garments she wore, revealing her smooth, fair skin beneath. Humph, what a shameless woman, muttered Chu Yujiao, hidden behind a tree, unable to suppress her disdain upon witnessing the Hahuan sect woman's bare exposure. Casting a sidelong glance, she noticed Ling Tianyang in a daze, igniting her ire further. Ling Tianyang, what are you staring at? If you continue to gaze at that woman, I shall pluck out your eyes. Chu Yujiao glared fiercely at him, mimicking the action of gouging out eyes with her hands. I was looking at the man in the mid-heavenly extremity realm. Who would pay attention to that woman? Ling Tianyang retorted immediately, adding, besides, that woman's figure seems inferior to yours. She lacks the proper curves in all the right places. You scoundrel! How can you say you weren't looking? If you didn't look at her, how would you know? Chu Yujiao's eyes turned frosty, nearly shouting in outrage. It was merely a fleeting glance. Must you take it so seriously? Ling Tianyang withdrew his gaze, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Keep your voice down. Do you fear they want to discover us hiding here? Humph. With a soft snort, Chu Yujiao turned her head away. Meanwhile, the man in the mid-heavenly extremity realm shouted angrily, completely ignoring the Hahuan sect woman's pleas and flattery. Humph, shameless harlot. How could I, a dignified elder of the Flame sect, be easily seduced by your beauty? His face contorted in disgust as he continued to launch his fist forward. Harlot, perish. How audacious. The Hahuan sect woman, sensing the murderous intent from the man, realized he had no intention of letting her go and promptly turned to flee. As she did, 6 silver needles appeared in her hands, which she swiftly drove into her own head. Possessing initial cultivation of the mid-heavenly extremity realm, her strength was formidable, particularly her astonishing speed. Once the 6 silver needles pierced through her crucial acupoints, the onlookers immediately felt her aura surge, and her escape speed increased dramatically. Merely a trivial skill. You think you can escape? Die. The man's murderous intent intensified as he saw her attempt to flee, his voice devoid of emotion. Kill. With a surge of energy, the man unleashed a powerful punch, the speed so swift that it almost instantly closed the distance to the fleeing Hahuan sect woman. Oh, this is not good. Evidently, the man of Mid-Tianji realm is a decisive and ruthless figure. With a single punch, he envelopes the woman of Hahuan sect in an instant chill that engulfs her entire being. The Hahuan sect woman, renowned for her speed and possessing a frail physique, feels an overwhelming force crashing down upon her, causing her to spurt blood almost instantaneously. You wish to obtain the spirit essence fruit? Such aspirations are mere fantasies. Realizing her inevitable doom, she swiftly removes the spatial ring from her hand and flicks her finger. The spatial ring transforms into a streak of luminous energy, hurtling towards the tree where Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao are concealed. In the next moment, the fist of the Mid-Tianji realm man, imbued with unparalleled might, strikes before the Hahuan sect woman can react, obliterating her form into a mist of blood. After dispatching the Hahuan sect woman with a single stroke, the man abruptly turns, his expression cold and indifferent as he fixes his gaze upon Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, hidden behind the tree, and coldly remarks, 2 mere juniors of the Linghai realm dare to venture into the Qingyun secret realm seeking death. Chapter 103. A sky full of killing intent behind the towering tree. Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao were contemplating how they might acquire the ascending spirit fruit from the woman of the Hahuan sect. To their astonishment, just before her demise, the Hahuan sect woman hurled her spatial ring towards them. At last, let us flee. Ling Tianyang swiftly grasped the spatial ring and immediately pulled Chu Yujiao to escape. The audacity of these 2 young practitioners from the Spirit Sea realm to venture into the Qingyun secret realm was beyond belief. If I were to allow you to escape from my clutches, would my years of effort be rendered futile? Whoosh. At that moment, a mid-stage Tianji realm man flickered into existence, swiftly blocking their path. Roar. A series of beastly roars echoed through the dense forest. Moments later, over 30 figures of Tianji realm warriors descended from the sky, swiftly appearing behind the mid-stage Tianji man. 1 mid-stage Tianji and 32 initial stage Tianji. The sight of this formidable array caused Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao's expressions to shift, their vigilance heightened as they scrutinized the crowd before them. The presence of 33 warriors surged, each emanating a peculiar and unsettling aura, clearly imbued with a sinister malice. Brat, hand over the spatial ring. The mid-stage Tianji man glared menacingly at Ling Tianyang. Haha, who would have thought I would encounter such a stunning beauty here? Just then, a lean man behind the mid-stage Tianji warrior fixated his gaze on Chu Yujiao, his eyes nearly drooling. This lass is truly delightful. Perhaps we should take a moment to indulge ourselves. It has been ages since I last enjoyed the company of a woman. How about we have some fun first, and then seek out other opportunities? Beside the lean man, Many others began to gaze at Chu Yujiao with increasing fervor. A beauty of her caliber was a rare sight for them. Their intentions were laid bare, with no hint of concealment, as if Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao were mere prey on a butcher's block. You seek your own demise. Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao's expressions darkened, their murderous intent rising. Oh, this little lass is quite feisty. I find that appealing. I wonder if you will still be as spirited when I take my pleasure with you. Do not disappoint me. The lean man's eyes gleamed with excitement, his gaze growing ever more intense. He then coldly glanced at Ling Tianyang beside Chu Yujiao and disdainfully remarked, "As for this young man beside you, it would be best to eliminate him, lest he becomes an eyesore." Whoosh. At the moment the lean man was about to strike, a crimson sword suddenly shot forth from the center of Ling Tianyang's brow. The crimson blade flashed like lightning, instantly piercing through the man's forehead. Ah! Ah! A series of anguished cries followed, echoing from the ranks of the Celestial Realm warriors. The crimson sword moved with astonishing speed, its blade sharp enough to sever hair. And in an instant, it pierced the heads of 7 or 8 unsuspecting Celestial Realm warriors beside the lean man. Today, you shall all perish. Kill, kill, kill. Ling Tianyang exuded a murderous aura, glaring fiercely at the group of Celestial Realm warriors before him, his words shocking as he declared his intent to slay them all. The single word kill encapsulated the fury raging within him. Today, this group of Celestial Realm warriors dared to insult Chu Yujiao before his eyes, harboring malicious intentions and even attempting to take his life. How could Ling Tianyang remain calm? Even if he were to falter, it would be preferable to being a spineless victim. Moreover, Ling Tianyang was not a reckless individual. Although the number of Celestial Realm warriors before him was considerable, only one was at the mid-stage of the Celestial Realm, while the others were merely at the initial stage. Given Ling Tianyang's current strength, he regarded warriors below the mid-stage of the Celestial Realm with utter disdain. Ah, how outrageous! You have concealed your true power. The man at the mid-stage of the Celestial Realm turned around, only to witness the crimson sword swiftly eliminate 9 of his unsuspecting comrades. Blood gushed from the fallen, the acrid scent of iron permeating the air, nearly driving the mid-stage warrior to madness. Haha, die all of you. Ling Tianyang laughed maniacally, beckoning with his hand as the crimson sword swiftly returned, claiming 3 more unsuspecting Celestial Realm warriors along its path. With a mere thought, the crimson sword before Ling Tianyang surged in brilliance, transforming in the blink of an eye into a massive sword half a meter wide and over 10 meters long. Humph! You bandits dare to covet my woman? You are truly deserving of death. Ling Tianyang's expression turned cold as he positioned Chu Yujiao behind him, proclaiming loudly, "Be careful. I shall first dispatch these rogues." "Bah, who is your woman?" Chu Yujiao's face flushed, and she swiftly retrieved a gleaming orb, her spiritual energy surging forth as she warily regarded the remaining 21 Celestial Realm warriors across from them. "Boy, even if you have hidden your strength, what of it? At most, you can only exhibit the power of the mid-stage of the Celestial Realm. How could you possibly contend with our 21 formidable Celestial Realm experts?" The mid-stage warrior gazed in shock at the massive crimson sword before Ling Tianyang, his expression growing grave. He had discerned that Ling Tianyang's true cultivation was merely at the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. The reason Ling Tianyang is able to exhibit the prowess of a mid-stage Celestial Realm cultivator primarily lies in the transcendence of his spiritual consciousness across a significant realm. Aided by the formidable red giant sword, the mid-stage cultivator, observing Ling Tianyang, regarded him as if he were some monstrous entity, his expression darkening ominously. "Youngster, you shall not leave here alive today." A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes. As his words fell, a surge of spiritual energy erupted beneath his feet, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position, lunging towards Ling Tianyang. Such arrogance. Do you truly believe you can achieve that? Ling Tianyang cast a cold glance at the approaching mid-stage cultivator. With a swift motion of his arm, a palm-sized crimson radiance surged forth from his sleeve. This sanguine light expanded rapidly in the air, transforming almost instantaneously into a colossal beast over 3 meters tall and stretching 50 to 60 meters in length. The bloodthirsty giant lizard flicked its long tongue in the air, its body enveloped in a thick layer of scales, emanating a terrifying aura of bloodlust. "Blood lizard, I entrust this individual to you." With a commanding shout, Ling Tianyang directed the bloodthirsty giant lizard, which opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs, and lunged towards the mid-stage cultivator. Chapter 104. The Great Might of Ling Tianyang. As Ling Tianyang's voice faded, the bloodthirsty giant lizard leapt into the air. its blood-red eyes, resembling colossal bells, coldly fixed on the mid-stage Tianji realm man opposite it. With an open maw, it spoke human words, "You dare to offend my master, I shall consume you." The bloodthirsty giant lizard emanated an invisible aura of oppression, greedily eyeing the mid-stage Tianji realm man's body, drool involuntarily spilling from its immense jaws. In its view, the man was an exceedingly tempting humanoid spiritual elixir. If it could devour this mid-stage Tianji realm man, its strength would undoubtedly surge, perhaps even allowing it to ascend to a fifth-tier advanced spirit beast. Beast, do not be so audacious. The mid-stage Tianji realm man, incensed by the giant lizard's brazen declaration, immediately drew forth a massive axe over 2 meters in length, its brilliance flashing in his hand. With a thunderous clash, the colossal forms of the bloodthirsty giant lizard and the axe-wielding man engaged in fierce combat mid-air. The giant lizard's massive forelimbs clawed at the surrounding space, as if displacing the very air itself, while its mighty tail swung violently towards the mid-stage Tianji realm man's body. The collision of man and beast resonated through the air with deep, thunderous booms. The massive axe met the lizard's armored scales, sending sparks flying. Yet the axe could not penetrate the beast's hide in the slightest. Is this truly a fifth-tier intermediate spirit beast? Behind Ling Tianyang, Chu Yujiao gasped at the sight of the giant lizard's imposing figure and the terrifying aura it exuded. Ling Tianyang, when did you tame such a formidable spirit beast? Observing the fierce battle unfolding in the air, she could not help but inquire. Having traveled alongside Ling Tianyang for several days, she was astounded to witness such a fearsome creature emerging from his sleeve. This is a long story. I encountered it the moment I entered the secret realm. My ability to tame it was purely by chance. Ling Tianyang responded to Chu Yujiao's question while remaining vigilant toward the mid-stage Tianji realm warriors across from them. Let us discuss this further once I have dispatched these foes. As his words concluded, Ling Tianyang's spiritual consciousness surged into the crimson giant sword before him, causing the weapon to tremble violently. Kill. Under Ling Tianyang's control, the crimson sword's aura intensified, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the air, charging once more toward the group of mid-stage Tianji realm warriors. Ah, this is bad. The crimson sword is coming again. The mid-stage Tianji realm warriors, sensing the formidable presence emanating from the sword, trembled in fear. The 11 companions, all of whom were at the initial stage of the heavenly extreme realm, lay gruesomely lifeless at their feet. Upon witnessing the crimson giant sword charging towards them once more, a wave of terror swept through the group, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. That young man is merely pretending to be a fool while concealing his strength. We must unite our efforts swiftly, otherwise, we shall find ourselves on an inescapable path to demise. Among the initial stage warriors, a quick-witted man urgently shouted, and as his words echoed, the others began to unleash their signature martial techniques against the oncoming crimson sword. However, at that moment, the man who had initiated the call for action lost his footing and, along with a companion, hastily retreated, turning to flee. Yet, escape was far from simple. Ling Tianyang had been keenly observing the surroundings, and as he noticed the 2 initial stage Spirit Sea Realm men preparing to flee, a surge of fury erupted within him. Just as Ling Tianyang was about to summon the fierce lion beast fire, his companion, Chu Yujiao, preemptively struck. The crystalline orb in her hand, imbued with an otherworldly chill, soared through the air with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the brilliant orb struck one of the fleeing men, unleashing a wave of frigid energy that engulfed a radius of 10 feet. The man impacted by the orb was instantly encased in ice, frozen mid-flight. A lifelike ice sculpture caught in the act of escape. The other man, who had narrowly evaded, found his movements stiffening under the influence of the chilling wave. It seems my master's icy orb is nearing its limits. Observing the orb shrink significantly after encasing the fleeing man, Chu Yujiao gritted her teeth and swiftly formed hand seals. With a sudden explosion of pent-up energy, she spat out a mouthful of reversed blood, her aura surging dramatically. Under her control, the crystalline orb erupted violently at its center. In the graveyard, the temperature plummeted rapidly. From the ground zero of the explosion, a thick layer of ice formed almost instantaneously, spreading outward with remarkable speed. In mere moments, the icy tendrils reached the vicinity of the dozen or so initial stage heavenly extreme realm warriors engaged with the crimson giant sword. Ah, this is terrible. The explosion of the crystalline orb released a significant wave of frigid air, catching several initial stage warriors off guard. They were swiftly encased in ice up to their waists, their attacks dissipating instantly. Excellent work. Ling Tianyang exclaimed in admiration as he witnessed Chu Yujiao's decisive action in detonating the orb filled with chilling energy. The explosion had frozen several initial stage warriors in an instant, thoroughly disrupting their assault. With their attacks thrown into disarray and their strength diminished, the airborne crimson sword seized the upper hand. An opportunity has arisen. Seeing this, Ling Tianyang could not contain his joy. Suddenly, Ling Tianyang unleashed his soul consciousness with fervor, infusing it into the colossal crimson sword suspended in midair. Instantly, onlookers beheld the once half-meter wide and several meters long sword expanding dramatically, transforming in the blink of an eye into a terrifying blade, 1 meter wide and over 30 meters long. The crimson sword descended with unparalleled force, cleaving through the early-stage warriors of the celestial realm, causing them to spew blood and be sent flying. Several warriors, unable to evade in time, were mercilessly crushed into mere pulp beneath the weight of the colossal sword. With a triumphant strike, Ling Tianyang deftly commanded the crimson sword to rapidly diminish in size, reverting it to a petite crimson blade. This miniature sword surged forward with astonishing speed, darting like lightning towards the warriors who had been sent reeling. Thud, thud. One by one, the early-stage celestial realm warriors, caught off guard, fell victim to the crimson blade, their lives extinguished in an instant. Alas, this was not without consequence. In midair, a mid-stage celestial realm man, engaged in a fierce battle with a bloodthirsty giant lizard, was struck with horror as he caught a glimpse of the fallen early-stage warriors below. His countenance paled in disbelief. Chapter 105, Dividing the Spoils. Bang. Just as the mid-stage Tianji realm man was momentarily distracted, the bloodthirsty giant lizard's eyes flickered with a glint of brilliance. In an instant, its massive tail whipped through the air like lightning, striking fiercely against the man's chest. The mid-stage Tianji realm man was instantly knocked back as if struck by lightning, his body soaring through the air like a cannonball, spewing blood. Meanwhile, on the ground, Ling Tianyang seized this rare opportunity and hastily directed the crimson little sword to swiftly shoot towards the mid-stage Tianji realm man. As expected, the crimson little sword effortlessly pierced through the man's head from behind. With this, more than 30 Tianji realm experts had perished at the hands of Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao. Ling Tianyang, I never anticipated your hidden strength to be so formidable. Behind Ling Tianyang, Chu Yujiao, witnessing the downfall of those untrustworthy Tianji realm warriors, exclaimed with exhilaration. To wield the power of a mid-stage Tianji realm with merely late-stage Linghai realm cultivation is indeed rare, even within the entire Qingyan kingdom. A flicker of ambiguity crossed Chu Yujiao's eyes. It was purely luck. Had it not been for your self-detonation of that crystalline orb, I doubt it would have been so easy for me to eliminate them all. Noticing the pale complexion of Chu Yujiao, Ling Tianyang expressed concern. You were injured when you self-detonated that orb, weren't you? It's nothing, just a minor injury, Chu Yujiao replied with a shake of her head and a smile. You performed admirably just now. Let me gift you something. Ling Tianyang flipped his palm, revealing an exquisite jade vial, which he then presented to Chu Yujiao. What is this? Chu Yujiao inquired curiously, gazing at the pale blue liquid, imbued with spiritual essence, contained within the vial. This is Qingmu essence, Ling Tianyang explained upon noticing her confusion. Qingmu essence is a type of spiritual liquid belonging to the wood element of the 5 elements, possessing formidable purification and restorative abilities. A common person who consumes a drop can greatly prolong their life, living well into their 100 and beyond without difficulty. Ling Tianyang continued. Even a Tianji realm warrior can swiftly recover from injuries after consuming Qingmu essence. Listening to his description, Chu Yujiao's eyes lit up. This Qingmu essence is indeed a treasure. She promptly accepted the jade vial from Ling Tianyang, her face beaming with joy as she playfully remarked, Hey, Ling Tianyang, you're not developing feelings for me, are you? First, you gifted me the extreme spirit pill, and now this vial of Qingmu essence. Honestly, are you harboring ulterior motives? With a disdainful expression, Ling Tianyang retorted, Chu Yujiao, spare me the flattery. We should leave here as soon as possible. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through Ling Tianyang's body, and his soul consciousness was released in a flash. The space rings worn by the nearby celestial realm warriors began to levitate from the ground, suspended in midair. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Ling Tianyang gathered the 30-odd space rings into his embrace. Casting a glance at the bloodthirsty giant lizard eyeing the corpses of the celestial realm experts with insatiable greed, Ling Tianyang sighed. Very well, blood lizard, these individuals are now yours. For human warriors, the beasts are treasures. Conversely, Human warriors are also highly nourishing for these beasts. The bloodthirsty giant lizard had already reached the pinnacle of a mid-tier 5th-grade spirit beast, merely a step away from advancing to a high-tier 5th-grade beast. Once the blood lizard consumes a substantial amount of energy, it would surely ascend to the high-tier 5th-grade spirit beast level, significantly enhancing its power. Thank you, Master. As soon as Ling Tianyang's words fell, the blood lizard eagerly opened its maw filled with sharp fangs and lunged forward, devouring the corpses of the 30-odd celestial realm warriors in mere moments. Subsequently, the massive form of the blood lizard rapidly shrank in midair, transforming once again into a blood-red lizard the size of a palm. Roar! Roar! At that moment, faint roars of beasts echoed from the distant jungle. The commotion from earlier would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous human experts and those 5th-grade spirit beasts. We must depart this perilous place swiftly, Ling Tianyang said gravely, tucking the blood lizard into his sleeve as he glanced at Chu Yujiao. Agreed, let us leave at once. Chu Yujiao nodded in affirmation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing from their location in an instant. They raced through the terrain, and after about an hour, discovered a suitable cave for concealment within a valley. Ling Tianyang meticulously erased any traces they had left behind and scattered some powder to deter spirit beasts before entering the cave to sort through their harvest. Ling Tianyang, we have struck it rich this time, Chu Yujiao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the 30-odd space rings in Ling Tianyang's hands. With so many space rings from celestial realm warriors, there must be a plethora of valuable items within. There are a total of 34 space rings. Dividing them one by one would be tedious. How about we each take 17? Ling Tianyang suggested, glancing at the rings in his left hand. Sounds good. Chu Yujiao nodded in satisfaction. As per our earlier agreement, we will split the treasures we acquire equally. Then, the space ring from the mid-tier celestial realm male and the 16 rings from initial tier celestial realm warriors will belong to you. As he spoke, Ling Tianyang divided the space rings, handing half to Chu Yujiao. As for the space ring belonging to the female from the Hahuan sect and the remaining 16 initial tier celestial realm warrior rings, they shall be mine. After a brief pause, Ling Tianyang continued, in addition, you may also receive one of the spirit ascension fruits from the spatial ring of that woman from the Hahuan sect. How do you find this distribution? If you have any alternative suggestions, feel free to express them. Ling Tianyang glanced at Chu Yujiao. I can only consume one of those spirit ascension fruits myself, so this arrangement seems quite favorable. With a smile illuminating her face, Chu Yujiao remarked, considering that nearly all those individuals were slain by you, I feel as though I am reaping quite a significant advantage. Ling Tianyang, you truly are generous. You are proving to be an excellent fiancé. Do keep it up. She then raised an eyebrow and playfully winked at him. Ha! Chu Yujiao, you are indeed my betrothed in name. Ling Tianyang chuckled, giving her shoulder a friendly pat. Rest assured, as your fiancé, I shall certainly look after you. With a playful grin, Chu Yujiao suddenly reached for the spatial ring in Ling Tianyang's hand, saying, Ling Tianyang, do extend your care a little further, will you? Chapter 106. The Dual Tribulation Stop. Chu Yujiao, must you be so greedy? Upon witnessing Chu Yujiao's delicate hand suddenly reaching for the spatial ring on his finger, Ling Tianyang was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Look at your miserly demeanor. Do you truly think I would covet your spatial ring? Chu Yujiao huffed proudly, then urged, hurry and take out the ascension fruit. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Very well, just a moment. Ling Tianyang flicked his fingers and let a drop of his blood fall upon the spatial ring left by the woman from the Hahuan sect, promptly stowing away the other 16 spatial rings he held. In the next instant, a virtual space of several hundred square meters materialized before him. This virtual space contained a plethora of items, yet Ling Tianyang's focus was solely on the ascension fruit for the time being. There, amidst the ethereal surroundings, a small tree exuding a radiant aura, entirely pearlescent, instantly captured his attention. Upon this pearly tree, 7 verdant fruits stood out prominently. To his astonishment, this was a complete ascension fruit tree. He pondered how the woman from the Hahuan sect had acquired such a treasure. Upon beholding the intact ascension fruit tree, Ling Tianyang was struck with exhilaration, his entire being vibrating with joy. The ascension fruit tree was not to be confused with the ascension fruit itself. The ascension fruit was a high-tier fruit of the 5th grade, while its miraculous effects were indeed extraordinary. It could only elevate a mid-tier celestial realm cultivator to the late stage of the celestial realm. However, the ascension fruit tree was an elite 5th grade spirit tree, if nurtured correctly. It could not only advance, but also continuously produce ascension fruits, enabling numerous cultivators to enhance their prowess. If the superpowers of the Qingyun kingdom were to learn that Ling Tianyang possessed a complete top-tier 5th-grade ascension fruit tree, they would undoubtedly dispatch their strongest members to seize it. Ling Tianyang, could you be a tad quicker? Chu Yujiao, noticing his delay, urged him impatiently. Understood. With a shift of his consciousness, 2 ascension fruits promptly fell from the tree in the virtual space and were swiftly retrieved by Ling Tianyang. Handing the fruits to Chu Yujiao with a beaming smile, he said, I wish you success in breaking through to the celestial realm. Chu Yujiao accepted the ascension fruits with delight, yet her expression soon turned contemplative as she gazed at Ling Tianyang. Ling Tianyang, our cultivation has only just reached the late stage of the spirit sea. If we consume the ascension fruits now, along with an extreme spirit pill, we might only manage to break through to the early stage of the celestial realm. Wouldn't that be excessive? Furrowing her brow, she continued. Wouldn't it be wiser to wait until we reach the early or mid-stage of the celestial realm before consuming the ascension fruits? No. Ling Tianyang shook his head emphatically, his expression grave. We must consume the ascension fruits and the extreme spirit pill at once, hastening their transformation into our own power. The number of warriors at the celestial realm entering the Qingyun secret realm is exceedingly vast. If we do not promptly advance our cultivation to the celestial realm, our safety is far from guaranteed. With our current cultivation at the spiritual sea realm, we are perpetually at risk of losing our lives within the Qingyun secret realm. Although we previously succeeded in vanquishing those celestial realm warriors, they were merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm, with only one being at the mid-stage. Should misfortune befall us one day, we might encounter a peak celestial realm expert, from whom there would be no escape, leaving us with only a path towards demise. Ling Tianyang paused momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, the potency of the Xuanling fruit is relatively mild. Those below the celestial realm can consume it without the peril of exploding their bodies, though it may waste a portion of the fruit's efficacy. In my view, if we consume the Xuanling fruit and manage to break through to the celestial realm, its potency is likely to propel our cultivation to the pinnacle of the initial stage of the celestial realm. You speak wisely. Let us commence. Chu Yujiao also found Ling Tianyang's reasoning compelling. With a flourish of his sleeve, Ling Tianyang released the blood lizard. Blood lizard. We are about to break through our cultivation. Remain nearby to guard us. Understood, Master. The blood lizard nodded, leaping out of the cave and transforming into a colossal spirit beast, exuding a terrifying aura while vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Once everything was arranged, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao positioned themselves at opposite ends of the cave, each grasping a Xuanling fruit and a Jilling pill. As soon as the Xuanling fruit touched their lips, they were immediately enveloped in an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from it. Realizing this, both swiftly commenced their respective cultivation techniques to absorb the spiritual energy released from the Xuanling fruit. Although this energy was formidable, it was also gentle, released gradually as they rapidly absorbed and refined it. As time passed slowly, within half a day, both Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. At this point, the Xuanling fruit's potency had barely diminished by even 1%. It seems it is time for me to consume the Jilling pill. Upon sensing that his internal spiritual energy had begun to saturate and felt a subtle expansion, Ling Tianyang swallowed the Jilling pill whole. The pill transformed into a pure energy that surged through his body, instantly enhancing his clarity of thought and bestowing upon him an extraordinary sensation. Merely a moment later, outside the cave where Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao resided, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly became tumultuous. Countless strands of natural spiritual energy converged above the cave, swiftly forming 2 gigantic vortices of spiritual energy in the sky. Within the cavern, it was unmistakably evident that a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy swirled above the heads of Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao. As time passed, the vortices above them expanded, releasing an immense quantity of celestial spiritual energy that surged into their bodies. Concurrently, the aura emanating from both Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao grew increasingly potent. At a certain moment, the vortices above their heads suddenly erupted, transforming into countless streams of pure spiritual energy that flooded into their forms. Instantly, 2 vast and pristine energies radiated from Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao's bodies, imparting an aura of sanctity that was almost blinding. Yet, at that very instant, the once clear sky outside the cavern was abruptly shrouded by 2 colossal storm clouds. Within these clouds, thunder rumbled ominously, and myriad bolts of blinding lightning danced through the layers, evoking a sense of divine retribution and apocalyptic might. Bang! 2 strikes of lightning, one following the other, hurtled towards Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao with ferocious intensity. This lightning was none other than the transformative tribulation summoned by their breakthrough in cultivation. If they could withstand this tribulation, they would ascend to the ranks of true masters at the celestial extremity realm. Conversely, failure would mean their demise. Haha, what a welcome challenge. Savoring the long-lost yet familiar power coursing within him, Ling Tianyang threw his head back and laughed heartily. With a resounding crash, he struck the ceiling of the cavern, creating a gaping hole, and then soared upward, charging directly toward the descending lightning. Chapter 107. The Uninvited Guest Suddenly. With a grand gesture, Ling Tianyang summoned the abundant spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, which swiftly coalesced before him into an enormous sword of spiritual essence. With a mere thought, he directed this colossal sword towards the descending lightning with great ferocity. Bang! The sword, forged from spiritual energy, clashed with the lightning, and both were instantly obliterated. Almost immediately, another bolt of lightning surged from the dark clouds above, hurtling towards his form. Unfazed by the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation, Ling Tianyang remained steadfast. With another flourish of his hand, he conjured yet another massive sword of spiritual energy before him. Ha! At last, I shall ascend to become a formidable warrior of the celestial realm. Chu Yujiao laughed heartily, as Ling Tianyang neutralized the first bolt of lightning. She too successfully defended against the lightning strike aimed at her. Facing the wrath of the heavens, Chu Yujiao boldly chose to confront it head-on. The second, the third, the fourth strikes followed in rapid succession. Bang, bang. A total of 5 bolts of lightning fell one after another, causing the ominous clouds to disperse entirely. The sky returned to its clear state, as if the previous chaos had merely been an illusion. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao exchanged knowing smiles, feeling the surge of their newfound strength. At this moment, they had truly stepped into the ranks of warriors of the celestial realm, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Even after their cultivation had successfully broken through, they remained suspended in midair. Their bodies, akin to bottomless voids, devoured the spiritual energy within several kilometers in mere moments. Concurrently, the aura emanating from Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao visibly intensified, rapidly propelling them to the pinnacle of the early stage of the celestial realm. Once their cultivation stabilized, Chu Yujiao gazed at Ling Tianyang, her eyes filled with a fierce determination. Ling Tianyang, prepare yourself. Before he could respond, she materialized a gigantic hand of spiritual energy before her, striking toward him with force. Do you think I fear you? Ling Tianyang's cultivation surged as he prepared to counter her strike. However, just then, the bloodthirsty giant lizard, which had been lurking at a distance, rushed forward upon witnessing Chu Yujiao's sudden attack. With a swift swipe of its claw, it shattered the gigantic hand aimed at Ling Tianyang. Master, I have come to assist you. The bloodthirsty giant lizard opened its mouth wide, having crushed Chu Yujiao's hand with a single paw, then turned to Ling Tianyang with a submissive gaze. Did you not see we were merely sparring? Ling Tianyang could only laugh in exasperation at the creature's eager demeanor. Rebuking it, you foolish beast, return at once. Master, I was mistaken. The bloodthirsty giant lizard gazed timidly at Ling Tianyang, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. In the next moment, its colossal form rapidly diminished in midair, transforming once more into a diminutive crimson lizard the size of a palm. Very well, let us proceed. With no one to disturb us now, Ling Tianyang withdrew the bloodthirsty giant lizard into his sleeve and glanced at Chu Yujiao, shrugging in resignation. Come now. I am eager to see the extent of your prowess with your current cultivation. An electric glint flickered in the eyes of both Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao as they transformed into streaks of light, soaring upwards and swiftly closing in on each other. Bang! Bang! Between them, swords, great blades, and fists crafted from the essence of heaven and earth collided with resounding thuds. Their figures flickered in the air, constantly shifting positions, while torrents of spiritual energy were unleashed from their hands. From the location of their fierce exchange, waves of spiritual power shot outward, obliterating vast swathes of trees, while massive craters formed on the ground below. The two faced each other in midair, momentarily clasping hands before swiftly parting ways. Haha, after exchanging over 100 blows, it seemed impossible to determine a victor, and Chu Yujiao could not help but burst into laughter. Ling Tianyang, without that crimson giant sword, would you truly be my match? Although she recognized that Ling Tianyang possessed greater strength, witnessing him fight her barehanded for over 100 exchanges without subduing her filled her with pride. Is that so? A faint smile graced Ling Tianyang's lips. Chu Yujiao, your bravado knows no bounds. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between warriors at the initial stage of the celestial realm. As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Tianyang's figure began to waver and become ethereal. This is bad. Alarmed by the sight, Chu Yujiao immediately extended her consciousness, scanning her surroundings with heightened vigilance. With your soul perception barely reaching the mid-stage of the celestial realm, how could you possibly detect my presence? Suddenly, Ling Tianyang materialized behind Chu Yujiao, his fingers shimmering with a faint spiritual light as he swiftly pointed towards her. He executed the Medicine King's meridian seizing hand. With several precise taps of his fingertips upon Chu Yujiao's body, she immediately became momentarily rigid. Her entire spiritual force temporarily suppressed and rendered uncontrollable. Devoid of the support of spiritual power, Chu Yujiao's body plummeted towards the ground. Ling Tianyang, this is not over between us. As she felt herself descending closer to the earth, her internal spiritual power slowly began to recover, causing her to panic. Whoosh! Ling Tianyang's figure vanished from midair, only to reappear behind Chu Yujiao, swiftly lifting her into his arms as they landed firmly on the ground. Haha! Ling Tianyang laughed heartily, saying, Chu Yujiao, do you now comprehend my might? Ling Tianyang, you are taking unfair advantage of me. For the first time, as a man embraced her, Chu Yujiao felt his breath against her back. Her cheeks flushed, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her breathing became slightly hurried. Taking advantage of you? Ling Tianyang paused momentarily, then chuckled. Chu Yujiao, you are my fiancée. It is entirely natural for me to hold you. Chu Yujiao's face burned as she wriggled free from Ling Tianyang's embrace. Despite being held by him, she felt no aversion. Instead, a sense of shyness and an inexplicable feeling blossomed within her. Having successfully broken through to the celestial realm, Ling Tianyang was in high spirits. Suddenly, he stroked his chin, gazing mischievously at Chu Yujiao. Little girl, now that you are in my grasp, how could I possibly let you escape easily? Please, spare me. Chu Yujiao exclaimed in a feigned panic as Ling Tianyang's playful nature emerged. Little girl, there is no one around. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will hear you. As he spoke, Ling Tianyang suddenly pinched her delicate face. You scoundrel, are you really going to do that? Chu Yujiao momentarily forgot to resist, her face reddening as she scolded him. Just then, a powerful aura emanating from a mid-stage celestial realm warrior swiftly approached from the distance. Well, what a pair of affectionate young lovers. A voice sneered. Young ones, hand over the spatial rings you possess. A streak of black light rapidly traversed the horizon, revealing a male figure clad in dark attire, exuding a menacing aura and a lecherous grin. Chapter 108. Shall we engage in robbery? Are we being robbed? As the words of the man in black fell, both Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a knowing glance. Shall we join forces to defeat him? Chu Yujiao gazed at Ling Tianyang with excitement, her expression earnest as she remarked, our cultivation has only just reached a breakthrough. It would be perfect to use him as a sparring partner. Very well. Ling Tianyang nodded with a hint of reluctance, and in unison, they soared into the air, their expressions alert as they regarded the suddenly appeared man in black. You truly are fearless, aren't you? The man in black regarded Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao with a dismissive gaze, and his aura surged dramatically, revealing the formidable presence of a peak mid-stage heavenly extremity realm cultivator before them. Kid, I initially intended to grant you a swift end, but my mind has shifted. I shall ensure that you experience a slow and agonizing demise. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, the man in black fixated on Ling Tianyang, before casting a lascivious glance at Chu Yujiao, involuntarily licking his lips. As for the woman beside you, I shall take it upon myself to care for her for a while. You seek death. Upon hearing these words, Ling Tianyang's expression turned icy. How can there be so many oblivious fools in this world? I had intended to play with you, but since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. With a thought, the crimson sword nestled in his brow surged forth in an instant. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Tianyang's soul consciousness unfurled without restraint, and a violent wind erupted in the sky, a terrifying pressure enveloping the body of the man in black. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly be a peak heavenly extremity realm powerhouse? The man in black, sensing the vast soul consciousness radiating from Ling Tianyang, was immediately struck with astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. You guessed correctly. My soul consciousness has indeed reached the peak of the heavenly extremity realm. Ling Tianyang cast a cold glance at the panicking man in black. After consuming the spirit-elevating fruit and the extreme spirit pill, His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the early heavenly extremity realm, and his soul consciousness had experienced a breakthrough as well. Perhaps it was due to Ling Tianyang's prior status as a peak empty void realm cultivator, or perhaps the influence of his cultivation of the Xuanling true solution. As he ascended to the heavenly extremity realm, his soul consciousness surged, advancing directly from mid-stage to peak. At this moment, with Ling Tianyang's peak heavenly extremity realm soul consciousness, combined with the mid-grade soul treasure in the form of the crimson sword at his brow, he was capable of unleashing the full might of a peak heavenly extremity realm cultivator. Whoosh! In the next instant, under Ling Tianyang's control, the crimson sword sliced through the air, appearing before the man in black's brow in the blink of an eye. Ling Tianyang, do not kill him, merely injure him severely, for I still wish to use him as a sparring partner. As Ling Tianyang prepared to strike the black-clad man, Chu Yujiao urgently called out. However, the crimson small sword did not waver in response to her plea. Instead, it swiftly pierced the man's brow, erupting in a blinding spray of blood. Chu Yujiao, I must earnestly remind you, Ling Tianyang said, turning to face her with a grave expression after dispatching the black-clad adversary, we must never underestimate our enemies. His true cultivation is beyond ours, and should we corner him, he might choose to self-destruct. It is exceedingly difficult for us to evade such an attack. The force generated by a mid-stage pinnacle expert's self-detonation is utterly terrifying. Even if we survive, we would likely sustain grave injuries. Therefore, we must not afford him the opportunity to explode. In that moment, Ling Tianyang recalled a past life when he was pursued by the demonic dragon clan and the practitioners of the silent extinction sect. In a desperate situation, he had also opted for self-detonation. The overwhelming power of his explosion had turned a dozen enemies at the empty void realm to ash. Had it not been for his primordial spirit being absorbed by the Xuanling pearl, he might have long since perished from this world. Thus, when he perceived Chu Yujiao's contempt towards the black-clad man, he felt a deep concern for her future, fearing she might suffer dire consequences due to her overconfidence, and could not refrain from cautioning her. Do you understand? Ling Tianyang's tone was stern. I understand, but why are you being so fierce? Chu Yujiao replied. Momentarily taken aback, she recognized her overconfidence and glanced at him with a hint of guilt. Ling Tianyang, you are becoming increasingly formidable, she teased, winking at him before abruptly suggesting, now that we are both powerful beings at the heavenly extreme realm, why don't we set off to seek treasures within the secret realm? We have lingered here too long. Perhaps all the good things have already been taken by others. She brimmed with anticipation as she gazed at Ling Tianyang. The finest treasures in the Qingyun's secret realm should be located at the center, where the spiritual energy is most concentrated. Ling Tianyang nodded in agreement, acknowledging, you are right. We must hasten our departure, for we have already delayed for several days. Previously, our low cultivation forced us to tread cautiously, often encountering individuals with ill intentions. Now that we have reached the heavenly extreme realm, and I can unleash the peak power of this realm, why not seize the opportunity to rob those heavenly extreme martial artists ahead of us? Surely, they have amassed a considerable amount of treasures. Chu Yujiao hesitated slightly at Ling Tianyang's proposition. Wouldn't that be rather unseemly? If we do this, don't we become villains ourselves? I ask you, why did we enter the Qingyun secret realm? Ling Tianyang inquired solemnly, fixing his gaze upon her. In the world of martial artists, it is indeed survival of the fittest. We strive and compete, and even if we do not rob others, they will certainly come to rob us. Did you notice that man in black? We did not provoke him, did we? Not only does he covet the spatial rings we possess, but he also seeks my life and harbors ill intentions towards you. In the realm of the Qingyun secret, strength is the only truth. Without formidable power, we are destined to be slaughtered like ants. Moreover, I never suggested we embark on a murderous spree. We merely intended to procure some cultivation resources. As Ling Tianyang spoke, the light in his eyes grew increasingly radiant. He had not forgotten that he was cultivating the Xuanling true resolution, and once his cultivation reached the celestial extreme realm, as recorded in the Xuanling true resolution, he could begin to practice the Xuanling avatar. The allure of the Xuanling avatar had long captivated Ling Tianyang. However, cultivating this avatar was no simple feat. It required an abundance of rare treasures to assist. Given the meager resources currently at Ling Tianyang's disposal, the path to mastering the Xuanling avatar remained arduous. With his cultivation rapidly increasing and no formidable foes present in this secret realm, thoughts of plundering others began to stir within him. Very well. But before we engage in any thievery, we must alter our appearances to avoid recognition. Under Ling Tianyang's fervent gaze, Chu Yujiao ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chu Yujiao's proposal resonated perfectly with Ling Tianyang's thoughts. Soon, the pair thoroughly searched the black-clad man's belongings, leaving no treasure unclaimed, and transformed into two streaks of light as they departed from the scene. Chapter 109. The Black-Clad Thief. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao's speed surged remarkably, transforming them into two streaks of light as they hastened toward the heart of the Qingyun's secret realm. In less than a day, they departed from the confines of the previous forest and entered a dilapidated ancient city. Hovering in midair, Ling Tianyang cast a sweeping glance over the crumbling structures below. The ancient city was extensive, with numerous edifices, and it was evident that it had once flourished as a vibrant urban center. Scattered throughout the ruins were the remnants of human and beastly bones. Upon their arrival, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao were immediately enveloped by the rich spiritual energy of the surroundings. Those martial artists ahead are undoubtedly vying for some treasure. We should investigate. Feeling the tremors in the air and the fluctuations of spiritual consciousness colliding, Ling Tianyang glanced at Chu Yujiao, who was entirely shrouded in black, save for her large, expressive eyes, and sighed in resignation. Chu Yujiao, we are indeed in disguise, but must you don the guise of a masked figure? In our current attire, we hardly appear as virtuous beings, he remarked, observing his own dark ensemble with mild discontent. We are about to seize others' cultivation resources. Naturally, we must conceal our identities. What if we are recognized in our true forms? Chu Yujiao retorted with a roll of her eyes. Let us proceed forward and discover what treasures they have uncovered. Very well, it seems we have not arrived too late. Ling Tianyang acquiesced, and the two swiftly descended into the ancient city. Within the city, it appeared that numerous individuals had stumbled upon ancient and extraordinary treasures. The competition for these artifacts was fierce, and battles erupted with great intensity. Whoosh whoosh. In this brief moment, a multitude of latecomers joined the fray for the treasures. Most of these individuals were not solitary, but traveled in clusters of 3 or 5. Judging by their attire, many hailed from the same faction. After entering the Qingyun's secret realm, Ling Tianyang had attempted to use the communication jade pendant given by Shun Tu-jing to sense the locations of Shun Tu-jing and Gu Qingxue. However, the pendant remained unresponsive, indicating that they were still quite far apart, exceeding the pendant's range. Let us commence our actions. You may claim the weaker martial artists, while the rest shall be mine. Observing the fierce skirmishes ahead, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao exchanged excited glances before promptly joining the fray. Having advanced only a short distance, they encountered numerous clashes among at least several dozen martial artists at the celestial realm level, including both scions of noble families and formidable sect members. Not far away, two factions were engaged in conflict, with several celestial realm experts involved, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they beheld a few blood-red stones on the ground. In the vicinity of the two factions, several warriors stealthily observed. The blood chi stones here were discovered by us first. You all should leave immediately. One of the warriors, his face contorted with rage, glared at the opposing group. So what if you found them first? The ownership of the blood chi stones belongs to whoever possesses the greater strength, the opposing faction retorted. Just then, a shadowy figure swiftly darted between the two groups, instantly collecting the blood chi stones from the ground into a spatial ring. Who goes there? Upon realizing that the blood chi stones had vanished, both factions were taken aback, their expressions turning wary as they regarded the suddenly appeared masked figure in black. I cultivate the mystic spirit avatar. These blood chi stones are perfect for my use. With a joyous expression, Ling Tianyang gathered the stones into his spatial ring. Ignoring the hostile glares from the two factions, he instead looked with keen interest towards Chu Yujiao and leaped into the air. A young girl in green, at the initial stage of the heavenly extreme realm, had just grasped a piece of refined black iron when a shadow suddenly sprang forth beside her, sweeping past. Ah, my black iron. The green-clad maiden's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, and the onlookers saw two fully armed masked figures in black swiftly fleeing into the distance. Ah, everyone, quickly pursue. That rogue has stolen my blood chi stones. And my black iron. The green-clad maiden, infuriated at the sight of her precious item being snatched away, immediately shouted as she noticed another black-clad figure fleeing alongside the first. Miss, let us eliminate that thief and retrieve your black iron. Whoosh whoosh. For presences of warriors at the mid-stage of the heavenly extreme realm rapidly approached from a nearby structure, soon appearing respectfully before the green-clad maiden. There is no need for your assistance. I shall reclaim it with my own strength. Gritting her teeth, the green-clad maiden hastily pursued the direction in which Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao had fled. Ling Tianyang, We are being pursued by numerous warriors from the heavenly extreme realm, having successfully seized the items. Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao no longer lingered and swiftly soared deeper into the ancient city. However, feeling the rush of air behind them, Chu Yujiao cast a concerned glance at Ling Tianyang. Do not worry. Among those pursuing us, most are only at the initial stage of the heavenly extreme realm, with only the last four being at the mid-stage. Quickly, step onto my crimson giant sword. We shall soon elude them. As he spoke, a flash of light emanated from his brow, and a small red sword sprang forth, instantly transforming into a massive crimson blade, half a meter wide and over 10 meters long. All right. In an instant, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao stood firmly atop the colossal crimson sword, expertly navigating through the air as they soared forth, their velocity amplified exponentially, swiftly leaving the throng behind. Shortly thereafter, the duo executed a series of lightning-fast assaults, seizing a multitude of resources and treasures from various groups. Within just a few days, the number of small teams they had plundered exceeded 100. Notably, among those they targeted, there were no formidable adversaries of the late heavenly extreme realm. The most they encountered were merely peak mid-stage warriors. Whoosh whoosh. After successfully raiding yet another cache of resources, they noticed that the surrounding warriors did not pursue them, but instead fled into the distance. The black-clad bandits have reappeared. Everyone, secure your valuables. The onlookers, initially stunned by the sight of Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, were evidently taken aback by their audacious actions. It was sheer madness. Over the past few days, the black-clad bandits had robbed numerous warriors, yet none had managed to truly catch up to them. The Liuhua sect, the Qingyun royal family, the Shi clan all had fallen victim to this duo's plundering. Fortunately, the pair of black-clad marauders merely sought to seize cultivation resources, sparing lives in their relentless pursuit of treasure. Chapter 110. The Five Elements in Evil Thunder. Ling Tianyang. We have now garnered the reputation of being black-clad thieves. If we continue this course of plunder, it may incite public outrage. Should they unite against us, we would find ourselves in dire straits. As they soared through the air, Chu Yujiao, standing atop the crimson giant sword, glanced uneasily at Ling Tianyang. Let us seize our spoils and depart. Ordinary warriors at the celestial extremity realm cannot match our swiftness. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty giant lizard has ascended to the 5th tier, and even late-stage celestial extremity warriors may not stand a chance against it. Currently, we need not fear 1 or 2 late-stage celestial extremity powerhouses. Ling Tianyang pondered for a moment, then spoke earnestly. Moreover, with our current guise, no one knows our true appearance. What is there to fear? Indeed, should anything seem amiss, we can simply shed these black garments and masquerade as victims. Haha. The two exchanged glances, laughter spilling forth. Although the duo of Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao was not overwhelmingly powerful, they were an insurmountable force for smaller factions lacking late-stage celestial extremity guardians. Moreover, the bloodthirsty giant lizard, having consumed the corpses of celestial extremity warriors, had successfully advanced to the ranks of 5th-tier high-level spirit beasts just a day prior. Thus, they now boasted an additional combat strength equivalent to that of a late-stage celestial extremity fighter, dramatically enhancing their overall prowess. In recent days, through this method of opportunistic plundering, they had amassed a considerable amount of resources and treasures, nearly gathering the rare materials necessary for Ling Tianyang to refine his Xuanling clone. After a brief discussion, the pair decided to continue their foray for another half-day, intending to cease their activities once night fell. Boom. At that moment, from deep within the ancient city, 6 formidable waves of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly igniting excitement in Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao. Someone has discovered treasures ahead. Let us hasten to investigate. The two swiftly maneuvered the crimson giant sword, accelerating towards the source of the energy fluctuations. In the depths of the ancient city, above a grand palace, 4 peak mid-stage celestial extremity men surrounded a white-haired elder, also at the peak of mid-stage celestial extremity, along with a young woman who had just entered the mid-stage. Miss Duanmu, surrender the treasure map you acquired within the palace. Though you have reached the mid-stage celestial extremity, your combined strength with your companion may still fall short against us 4 brothers. A lean middle-aged man spoke with indifference, flanked by 3 similarly featured men. The aura emanating from the 4 was palpable, merging in the air, their combined presence imposing even greater pressure. Before them stood a captivating woman in a red dress and a stern-looking white-haired elder. Miss Duanmu, we harbor no intentions of opposing the Duanmu family. We merely seek the treasure map in your possession. I advise you to comply willingly. The 4 lean men exuded an increasingly formidable aura. relentlessly cornering the woman in the red dress and the elderly man with white hair. Heh. This treasure map was procured at no small cost. You expect me to surrender it? Absolutely not. Under the combined pressure of the 4 mid-stage peak experts, the woman in red remained unperturbed. With a surge of spiritual energy, the treasure map was instantly reduced to ash, dissipating into the air. Du Nmyo. We initially considered your Du Nm family's reputation and were willing to overlook this, provided you handed over the treasure map. However, your blatant disrespect leaves us no choice but to take matters into our own hands. You have provoked us, and the consequences will be dire. Upon witnessing the destruction of the treasure map, the lean man erupted in fury, gesturing wildly as he and his 3 brothers lunged toward the woman in red and the elderly man. This woman was none other than Du Nmyo, the master of the Rui Pavilion in Nanlin County, accompanied by her uncle, a formidable expert in the celestial realm. This is bad. Those mid-stage celestial experts are about to unleash their fury. Everyone, retreat quickly to avoid collateral damage. As the 4 men attacked, the onlookers, hiding in the distance, were thrown into a panic, hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the fray. Yo, you must flee. I will hold them off. The elderly man urged gravely, casting a concerned glance at Du Nmyo as the lean men approached. No, uncle, I cannot abandon you. Du Nmyo resolutely shook her head, her eyes glinting with determination. In her hand appeared a spherical orb the size of an egg, radiating with 5 colors. Be careful, uncle. I am about to detonate this 5 elements fiend thunder. A pained expression crossed her face as she looked at her uncle. Ah, the 5 elements fiend thunder. Du Nmyo, you possess such a devastating weapon? The lean man was taken aback at the sight of the orb in her hand, instinctively halting his advance along with his companions. The 5 elements fiend thunder was a renowned creation of the fiend ancestor from millennia ago. A one-time explosive spiritual artifact capable of unleashing the full force of a late-stage celestial expert in an instant. The fiend ancestor had once instilled fear in countless celestial experts with this very weapon, earning a fearsome reputation throughout the Chingyun kingdom. You band of thieves. Today you shall learn the repercussions of angering me, Du Nmyo declared coldly. Her gaze icy as she hurled the 5 elements fiend thunder toward the 4 lean men. Simultaneously, she and her uncle swiftly retreated. Ah, you lunatic. The lean man paled at the sight of Du Nmyo truly launching the 5 elements fiend thunder. The 4 men collectively ceased their assault on Du Nmyo and the elderly man, their figures retreating rapidly in alarm. During the tumultuous retreat, a glimmer of madness flickered in the eyes of the gaunt man. In an instant, a blood-red elixir materialized in his hand, which he swallowed whole. Immediately, the man's aura surged dramatically, propelling him from the mid-stage of the celestial realm to its latter phase. With a thunderous roar that seemed to reverberate throughout the cosmos, the explosive power of the 5 elements Slayer thunder caused the very air above the palace to convulse, creating a vast chasm in the ground below. The terrifying aftershocks of the explosion compelled the onlooking warriors in the distance to instinctively recoil several steps. Suddenly, a massive streak of crimson light sliced through the heavens. The might of the 5 elements Slayer thunder was awe-inspiring. Observing the cataclysmic force in the sky, Ling Tianyang, atop the colossal crimson sword, felt a surge of fervor within his heart. If only I could acquire the method to refine that 5 elements Slayer thunder. Chapter 111. A frantic assault. The explosive force was utterly terrifying. Had I found myself at the epicenter of that explosion, I would surely have been reduced to mere ashes. Ling Tianyang stood behind, while Chu Yujiao gazed, dazed, at the sight of the 5 elements fiend thunder's detonation, murmuring to herself, do not remain in a stupor. The 5 elements fiend thunder is undoubtedly a challenging concoction to forge, and there must be precious few of them. Ling Tianyang snapped back to reality, sheathing the crimson greatsword beneath him. He took Chu Yujiao's hand, and together they vanished into the palace below. Suddenly, a tempest arose above the palace, heralding an overwhelming aura belonging to a late-stage celestial realm practitioner that swept across the scene. As the remnants of the 5 elements fiend thunder dissipated, the onlookers beheld a group of 4 men, with only the lean man having narrowly escaped the calamity. One had perished, while 2 others lay gravely injured and unconscious. Duamu Yao, you wretched woman, I vow you shall not die a peaceful death, the lean man bellowed, his aura surging violently, exuding an overwhelming scent of blood. Simultaneously, his features contorted, and his dark hair rapidly turned pallid before their eyes. The blood demon longevity pill. Upon witnessing the transformation of the lean man, Ling Tianyang's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing the elixir he had consumed. The Blood Demon Longevity Pill is an advanced version of the Dragon Tiger Longevity Pill, classified as a 5th-grade high-tier pill, both being deadly forbidden elixirs that can unleash a warrior's latent potential. The Blood Demon Longevity Pill enables any mid-stage Celestial Realm warrior to temporarily exhibit the power of a late-stage Celestial Realm fighter. However, once its effects wane, the warrior will perish immediately. Due to Ling Tianyang's past cultivation of the pharmacist's canon and his prowess as a master alchemist capable of concocting 6th-grade high-tier spiritual pills, he could identify the Blood Demon Longevity Pill at a glance. This is bad. Uncle, we must flee. I only discovered a single 5 elements fiend thunder within that skeletal remains in the palace. Now, that individual has suddenly transformed into a late-stage Celestial Realm powerhouse. We are unlikely to match his strength. Duanmu Yao exclaimed in shock, realizing that her thrown 5 elements fiend thunder had not obliterated the lean man's group. I have lived for several centuries, Yao Yao, and you are still quite young. You must escape. I will hold them off. The white-haired elder declared, his aura surging dramatically, as he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy from within, brandishing a long spear as he charged toward the lean man. Ah, no, uncle. Duanmu Yao cried out in anguish, unwilling to abandon him. Instead, she drew a golden longsword and rushed to engage the lean man. What a poignant scene. Wretched woman, it is a pity that both you and your uncle shall meet your demise here today. The lean man laughed maniacally, relishing their plight. Swish, swish. Meanwhile, 2 shadowy figures darted around the palace, exhibiting remarkable agility and experience. With each swift movement, they seized various treasures from the martial artists present. Soon, the 2 figures separated, and one of them swiftly approached the 3 brothers of the lean man. With a deft motion, the shadow removed the spatial rings from the trio, then hoisted the bodies of the 2 surviving men and soared into the sky. Just as the lean man was channeling his burgeoning power from the late stage of the Celestial Realm to confront Duanmu Yao and the elderly man with white hair, Ling Tianyang, clutching the 2 brothers of the lean man, rushed towards Duanmu Yao and the elder. With a surge of energy, he hurled the 2 men towards the lean man, exclaiming, "Catch them, you scoundrel!" After dispatching the brothers towards the lean man, Ling Tianyang turned to Duanmu Yao and shouted, "Why haven't you fled yet?" Upon his arrival, Ling Tianyang had immediately recognized that the adversary of the lean man was none other than Duanmu Yao and the white-haired elder. Witnessing Duanmu Yao in peril, he could not resist intervening to save her. "Who are you? Why are you helping us? Your cultivation seems to fall short of the mid-stage of the Celestial Realm. This place is far too dangerous. You should leave at once," Duanmu Yao asked, startled to see a figure clad entirely in black emerge nearby, eyeing Ling Tianyang with suspicion. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Your priority is to escape," Ling Tianyang retorted, growing frustrated as Duanmu Yao remained skeptical of his intentions. "What are you waiting for? Yao Yao, let us go." The white-haired elder, reacting swiftly, grasped Duanmu Yao and attempted to make their escape. However, at that moment, the lean man, blinded by hatred, his eyes glowing with a fierce crimson, halted his advance to catch his brothers and instead charged towards Duanmu Yao. "Beast, you would forsake your own brothers' lives." The sight of the lean man disregarding the safety of his already unconscious brothers caused them to plummet to the hard ground of the palace, shattering upon impact. Furious, Ling Tianyang's brow glowed, and a crimson sword emerged, rapidly expanding into a colossal red blade. "Fiend, perish!" he bellowed, channeling his soul energy into the massive sword, which he then swung fiercely at the lean man. The clash of the colossal red sword and the lean man's attack erupted with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves rippling outward from the epicenter of their confrontation. "You possess some skill," Ling Tianyang acknowledged as the battle intensified. With a single strike thwarted, Ling Tianyang's aura surged once more as the formidable essence of a peak Tianji realm soul erupted within him, commanding the crimson giant sword to launch an assault upon the gaunt figure before him. "Who are you? Why do you oppose me?" Feeling the overwhelming presence emanating from Ling Tianyang, the slender man shuddered, his gaze sharpening with a newfound wariness as he scrutinized his opponent. At that moment, a commotion erupted beneath the palace, accompanied by the furious roars of numerous martial artists. "Ah, the star meteorite I just unearthed has been stolen. The spatial ring I had just acquired has vanished." It became apparent that many martial artists at the initial stage of the Tianji realm were helplessly robbed of their valuable resources. One such martial artist, upon spotting the figure clad in black hovering above, exclaimed, "It's him, the black-clad thief. Indeed, I recognize him as well. It is they." The two scoundrels had already plundered me just the other day, and now they have seized the star meteorite I discovered. This is bad. There is only one black-clad thief in the sky. The other must be lurking among us. Everyone, be cautious. Martial artists concealed near the palace, upon noticing that only Ling Tianyang remained aloft, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 112. Striking it rich, the one who would kill you high above the palace. Ling Tianyang cast a cold gaze upon a lean man, choosing not to utter another word. In an instant, Ling Tianyang's soul consciousness surged forth, and the crimson giant sword expanded once more, wielding an unparalleled power as it cleaved through the air towards the lean man's body. Yao Yao, do you recognize this individual? Why would this black-clad thief take the initiative to assist us? The white-haired elder, who had not wandered far with Duanmu Yao, turned his gaze towards her, perplexed by the warrior's cries and roars below. I feel an uncanny familiarity with both his voice and demeanor, yet I cannot be certain, he murmured. Suddenly, Duanmu Yao smiled gently. Perhaps he is indeed an old acquaintance of mine? Haha, that would be splendid. The white-haired elder exclaimed with delight. This man, appearing to be merely a practitioner at the initial stage of the celestial realm, was now exhibiting prowess equivalent to that of a pinnacle celestial realm warrior. Perhaps a formidable figure was deliberately concealing their true strength. The elder watched with intrigue as Ling Tianyang clashed fiercely with the lean man, muttering to himself, perhaps so? Duanmu Yao's gaze remained fixed on Ling Tianyang, her eyes gleaming with increasing brilliance. At that moment, the crimson giant sword swung forth, colliding with the lean man's attack. With a resounding thud, a blinding splash of blood erupted in the sky. The warriors gathered at the foot of the palace, witnessing the lean man, now at the late stage of the celestial realm, being cleaved in twain by Ling Tianyang's crimson giant sword. My goodness! This black-clad thief is actually a peaked celestial realm powerhouse. Surely, he did not hear my earlier insults? A man, who had previously derided the black-clad thief, glanced around nervously, his body trembling as he spoke. Ling Tianyang's swift execution of the lean man, a warrior of late-stage celestial realm strength, left the onlookers at the palace's base utterly astonished, many with mouths agape and expressions of disbelief. How outrageous! No wonder these black-clad thieves dare to plunder within the secret realm. They have not spared even the likes of the Fire Sect, the Chinglan royal family, or the Shi Clan. Fortunately, these black-clad thieves had only engaged in robbery thus far, refraining from murder. The hundreds of warriors at the base of the palace stood transfixed, gazing up at the dark figure in the sky, evidently shaken by the might of Ling Tianyang's earlier strike. As martial practitioners advance, the challenges of breaking through each stage become increasingly formidable, with the gaps in power widening considerably. The rapid ascension of Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao to the pinnacle of the initial stage of the celestial realm was largely attributed to the extreme spirit pill and ascendant spirit fruit. Without such fortuitous aids, their arduous training would have required years. Among the tens of thousands of warriors who entered the Chinglan secret realm, only a few hundred could claim to be at the late stage of the celestial realm. It seems they fear me greatly. In midair, Ling Tianyang waved his hand, effortlessly seizing the spatial ring from the slender man, and then cast a cold gaze upon the martial artists below. Realizing their palpable fear of him, he contemplated making a bold move, his thoughts turning dark and mischievous. You were right earlier. I am indeed the infamous black-clad thief. With a chilling glare, Ling Tianyang unleashed his peak consciousness from the celestial realm, enveloping the group of martial artists gathered beneath the palace tower. Simultaneously, he commanded his crimson greatsword to soar and swoop above the palace, creating a terrifying gale of sword wind. This overwhelming aura sent shivers down the spines of those hidden within the palace. They were utterly terrified. If you wish to survive, surrender all your spatial rings. Ling Tianyang's icy voice echoed through every corner of the palace. This was audacious. The black-clad thief exhibited an audacity bordering on madness by attempting to rob us of our spatial rings. Just days ago, I acquired several precious spiritual herbs. Am I truly expected to relinquish them? Damn it, this black-clad thief is too arrogant. Once my cultivation improves, I shall ensure your demise in a most gruesome manner. Is this truly the demeanor of a peak celestial realm warrior? Such shamelessness, robbing those of us in the early stages of the celestial realm. I long to resist. But alas, my cultivation is too low. As Ling Tianyang's words fell, many in the crowd felt their anger boiling, yet they dared not voice their resentment, suppressing their grievances within. Previously, the black-clad thief had plundered their rare treasures, but had never demanded their spatial rings. Now, Ling Tianyang audaciously demanded that they surrender all their possessions, leaving many martial artists feeling nauseated with frustration. What? You refuse to hand over your spatial rings. Noticing the silence from the martial artists below, Ling Tianyang's cold voice resonated again. It seems you are willing to risk your lives for your wealth. Very well. I shall grant you that wish. With that, his aura surged, and his peak consciousness bore down upon the martial artists beneath the palace. Simultaneously, an ominous energy emanated from him, instilling further terror. My lord, please don't. I am willing to relinquish my spatial ring. The sight of Ling Tianyang's murderous intent terrified the martial artists below. Hundreds of early-stage celestial realm warriors swiftly severed their connections to their spatial rings, raising them high in the air and pleading for mercy. Suddenly, a shadow darted from within the palace. Hand over your spatial rings to me. Chu Yujiao, clad in black, soared through the air, swiftly collecting the spatial rings from the hands of the hundreds of martial artists before promptly arriving beside Ling Tianyang. We have struck it rich. Chu Yujiao beamed at Ling Tianyang, her laughter ringing with joy. Indeed, splendid. Ling Tianyang nodded in agreement, his heart brimming with delight. In the course of repeated plunders, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao amassed an increasingly abundant collection of resources. Remarkably, within just a brief span of time, the treasures they had acquired surpassed the total of their previous hauls. Let us hasten our departure. With a mere thought, the Crimson Giant soared beneath Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, preparing for their exit. However, at that moment, the enchanting voice of Duanmu Yao, which sent shivers down one's spine, resonated behind Ling Tianyang. Benefactor, please wait. Both Duanmu Yao and the elderly man with white hair, upon noticing Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao's intent to leave, swiftly pursued them, calling out, "What is it?" Stopping his movement, Ling Tianyang turned to face Duanmu Yao and the white-haired elder, speaking with a calm demeanor. Do you wish to surrender your spatial rings as well? Chapter 113. The sacred ground of cultivation. Do not jest, my benefactor, Duanmu Yao said, a smile gracing her features as she approached Ling Tianyang. You have just saved us, and I feel it is only right to express my gratitude. Earlier, within the palace, I stumbled upon a treasure map that reveals the location of a particularly suitable cave for martial artists to cultivate. The map indicates that this sacred ground is imbued with an extraordinary density of spiritual energy, and most importantly, it harbors the laws of time. A martial artist who cultivates there for a year will find that only 10 days have passed in the outside world. What? The moment Duanmu Yao finished speaking, Ling Tianyang erupted with joy. The manipulation of time laws is not something an ordinary martial artist can achieve, as far as he knew. Only those whose cultivation surpassed the returning origin realm could wield such power. The notion that a martial artist could cultivate for a year while merely 10 days elapsed outside was staggering. It implied that the cultivation speed within this sacred ground was at least 30 times greater than that of martial artists in the outside world. How terrifying that was. It seems that Miss Duanmu is indeed a person of gratitude and integrity. Quite commendable. Ling Tianyang nodded with satisfaction and then said, You should also join me upon my Crimson Giant sword. Understood. As soon as Ling Tianyang's words left his lips, Duanmu Yao and the white-haired elder hastily nodded, swiftly leaping onto the Crimson Giant sword. In the next moment, under Ling Tianyang's command, the sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the air and departing the confines of the palace. Finally, those cursed black-clad thieves have left. My life as savings, just like that, vanished. A lament echoed from below as the martial artists gathered, their voices rising in a cacophony of despair. The previously restrained expressions of dissatisfaction erupted into a chorus of discontent. Filled with lamentations and curses, the Crimson Giant sword darted swiftly through the sky. A day later, guided by Duanmu Yao, Ling Tianyang and his companions arrived above an unremarkable hillock. Hey, Duanmu Yao, where is the sacred ground you mentioned? On the giant sword. Chu Yujiao regarded Duanmu Yao with skepticism. Could it be that this inconspicuous little hill is the cave you speak of? Indeed, according to the treasure map, the sacred ground lies hidden beneath this very hill, Duanmu Yao replied slowly. How can we trust your words? A hint of hostility flickered in Chu Yujiao's eyes. Ever since Duanmu Yao had boarded the Crimson Giant sword, she had noticed the latter's gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Ling Tianyang, igniting a flame of unnameable jealousy within her heart. As we have soared through the skies, it is apparent that the spiritual energy here is significantly more concentrated, Ling Tianyang interjected. As he spoke, all eyes turned towards him, eager for insight. If I am not mistaken, this place has likely been concealed by an extraordinarily powerful concealment formation set up by some formidable being. The entrance to this paradise is presumably obscured by the formation here. However, our collective understanding of formations is rather limited, which is why we have failed to perceive it. Noticing the gaze of Chu Yujiao and the others upon him, Ling Tianyang continued, "As my words fell, a radiant light emanated from my palm, and I unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual energy towards the small hillock beneath us." When the onlookers observed Ling Tianyang's spiritual attack, they saw it intercepted by a transparent wave of energy hovering above the hillock, dissipating shortly thereafter. At that moment, they comprehended that indeed, a powerful concealment formation had been laid here by some adept, which also possessed defensive capabilities. Seeing this, Ling Tianyang and his companions rejoiced, their spiritual energies surging forth, unleashing a barrage of potent attacks upon the concealed formation below. Bang! Bang! Each of their spiritual strikes was thwarted by the formation beneath, vanishing without a trace. It appeared that this place harbored not merely a concealment formation, but undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful defensive array as well. During their earlier assault, Ling Tianyang had caught a glimpse of the formation's rudimentary outline. The skill set by the individual who arranged this formation was utterly remarkable. A series of formation flags lay hidden in the air, nourished by the spiritual energy of the world, even in the absence of foundational spirit stones. It could continuously draw upon the celestial energies to meet the demands of the grand array. Miss Duanmu, how do we gain entry into this paradise? The group paused their attacks, their curiosity directed towards Duanmu Yao. I discovered a diamond-shaped crystal beside the treasure map, Duanmu Yao replied with a charming smile, producing a palm-sized diamond crystal. Yet, as soon as the crystal appeared, an overwhelming force of attraction surged from within the hillock, instantly drawing the diamond crystal from Duanmu Yao's grasp into its depths. In the next moment, a passageway leading into the interior of the hillock materialized before Ling Tianyang and the others. The entrance to the paradise had revealed itself. After a brief pause, Ling Tianyang glanced at Chu Yujiao, Duanmu Yao, and the elderly man with white hair, saying, "Let us proceed, but be cautious." With that, they ventured into the abruptly manifested passage one after another. As the four entered, the previously visible passageway vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Advancing deeper into the passage, they felt the surrounding spiritual energy intensifying with each step. Upon reaching the passage's end, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. They found themselves in a grand hall, spanning over 1,000 square meters, devoid of superfluous objects. 9 pools brimming with vibrant spiritual energy greeted their eyes, each edged with sparkling top-tier spirit stones, while the floors surrounding the pools were elegantly adorned with various white jade tiles. Upon the pristine jade floor, there were several cultivation platforms crafted from purple jade, intended to facilitate the training of martial artists. As Ling Tianyang and his companions entered the grand hall, they were enveloped by an exceptionally refreshing aura of spiritual energy. The richness of this energy surpassed even that of the Mingyue peak of the Tianchi sect by several folds. And under its abundant embrace, Ling Tianyang nearly gasped in delight. "Good heavens, so many exquisite spirit stones!" exclaimed Chu Yujiao and Duanmu Yao, unable to contain their astonishment at the precious spirit stones scattered beside the spiritual pool. Even the venerable elder with white hair could not resist rushing over. The pool contained a pure spiritual liquid, formed from the liquefaction of spiritual energy. As Ling Tianyang and his companions approached the pool and dipped their hands into its depths, they could not help but express their awe. However, at that moment, the passage through which they had entered the grand hall suddenly vanished without a trace. Chapter 114. Master of the Spirit Pool Temple. Welcome, everyone, to the Spirit Pool Temple. I am the former master of this esteemed hall. As the passageway vanished, an ethereal figure of a man abruptly materialized above the temple. Those who have arrived here are destined individuals of the Spirit Pool Temple. I first wish you all abundant growth in your cultivation. The figure's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, and then the four of them, Ling Tianyang and his companions, heard the somewhat mechanical voice of the spectral man. This is the projection of the primordial spirit. Upon witnessing the figure hovering above the temple, Ling Tianyang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. To manifest the projection of the primordial spirit, one must at least attain the realm of Kongxian. However, to maintain the projection for many years without dissipating requires at least the strength of the return to origin realm. While Ling Tianyang was still in shock, the voice of the spectral man resonated once more in the temple. The Spirit Pool Temple is imbued with the laws of time. A year of cultivation here equates to merely 10 days passing outside. The Spirit Pool Temple opens only once every few hundred years, and each of you may cultivate here for 3 years. After 3 years, the passageway leading outside will automatically open, and you must depart. Once you leave, the Spirit Pool Temple will once again conceal itself, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, awaiting the arrival of the next destined individuals. As the last words of the spectral man faded, he transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, dissipating within the temple. Ling Tianyang, are we truly going to cultivate here for 3 years? As soon as the figure vanished, Chu Yujiao hurried to Ling Tianyang's side. Indeed, Ling Tianyang replied earnestly. Without 3 years, it seems we cannot exit this spirit pool temple. Moreover, with our cultivation having reached the celestial extreme realm, we can already achieve fasting and sustain ourselves solely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Cultivating in this richly infused spirit pool temple is a rare opportunity for us. Even if we obtain nothing from the Chinglan secret realm, our 3 years of cultivation here would still be worthwhile. You are right. We should make the most of these 3 years to cultivate diligently. After 3 years, our strength will surely see great enhancement. Chu Yujiao nodded, her excitement palpable. When the time comes, we shall venture forth and compete for opportunities with the powerful beings within the secret realms. Young Master Ling, it truly is you. While Ling Tianyang conversed with Chu Yujiao, Duanmu Yao and the white-haired elder gradually approached his side. Duanmu Yao gazed at Ling Tianyang with a hint of excitement. Indeed, it is I. With a smile, Ling Tianyang lowered the black veil covering his face. Miss Duanmu, I believe you must have realized it was me long ago. Ling Tianyang smiled calmly. Although he had previously concealed his identity with a black veil and donned dark attire, he did not disguise his physique or voice in front of Duanmu Yao, which led her to recognize him. He felt no surprise at her recognition. He had merely harbored a flicker of doubt before. Upon seeing the familiar face beneath the black cloth, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Duanmu Yao's eyes. Young Master Ling, you truly are a master of concealment. I had no idea your prowess had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. I was puzzled as to why the black-clad thief, a stranger to us, would come to our rescue. It turns out it was you all along. Unique light sparkled in Duanmu Yao's gaze. There's no need for formality. We are already acquainted. It is only natural for me to lend a hand when I see you in danger, Ling Tianyang replied with a gentle smile. Young Master Ling, may I inquire about the identity of the lady beside you? Duanmu Yao's curiosity led her to glance at Chu Yujiao, who stood beside Ling Tianyang. Chu Yujiao, I am Ling Tianyang's fiancée. Before Ling Tianyang could respond, Chu Yujiao lowered her own black veil and intertwined her arm with his. Oh, so you are the third miss of the Chu family, Duanmu Yao said with an awkward smile. Let us all begin our cultivation, Ling Tianyang suggested, glancing at Chu Yujiao. Duanmu Yao and the white-haired elder. Time is of the essence. We should strive to enhance our cultivation. In the grand hall, there were a total of 9 spirit pools, each exuding a rich aura. Surrounding each pool were scattered exquisite spirit stones. Ling Tianyang estimated that the total number of superior spirit stones around the 9 pools amounted to approximately 1,200, allowing each of the 4 to claim around 300 stones. For Ling Tianyang and his companions, these 300 superior spirit stones represented a substantial fortune. Duanmu, although I previously aided you, your bringing us to this spirit pool hall clears our debts. Ling Tianyang remarked as he produced a green fruit from his hand and extended it towards Duanmu Yao. This is a 5th-tier advanced spirit elevation fruit, capable of elevating a mid-stage celestial realm warrior directly to the late stage. Thank you for bringing us here. This is a small token of my appreciation, he added. What? This is a spirit elevation fruit. As the leader of Rui Pavilion, Duanmu Yao possessed considerable knowledge of rare treasures. Upon realizing the fruit's significance, she hurriedly accepted it, her face radiating joy. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, young Master Ling, for your generous gift. After dividing the superior spirit stones, Ling Tianyang and his companions each occupied a spirit pool to commence their cultivation. Before they began, Ling Tianyang waved his sleeve, casting the bloodthirsty giant lizard into one of the spirit pools. Engage in diligent cultivation within the spiritual pool. The aura here is exceptionally rich and will greatly benefit your advancement to a 5th-tier supreme spirit beast. Observing the bloodthirsty lizard emerge from the pool, Ling Tianyang commanded, focus on your training and strive for an early promotion. Indeed, Master, the bloodthirsty lizard nodded, and soon its form began to swell within the pool. Once its size rivaled that of a colossal crocodile, it decisively halted its expansion. The spiritual pool hall spanned merely over 1,000 square meters. Should the bloodthirsty lizard revert to its immense stature, it would encounter considerable difficulty in its training. With a wide gaping maw, the bloodthirsty lizard began to ingest the rich spiritual liquid from the pool. A 5th-tier spirit beast. Young Master Ling has actually tamed a 5th-tier high-level spirit beast. Witnessing the bloodthirsty lizard articulate words and sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from it, Both Duanmu Yao and the white-haired elder could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Meanwhile, having arranged everything, Ling Tianyang unleashed his peak soul consciousness from the heavenly extreme realm. He then established a translucent white barrier around the spiritual pool he occupied, isolating himself from the others. It is time for me to cultivate the profound spirit doppelganger, Ling Tianyang murmured softly. Chapter 115. Cultivating the avatar. Ling Tianyang had not forgotten that he was practicing the Xuanling true solution. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm, as recorded in the Xuanling true solution, he could commence the cultivation of the Xuanling avatar. In his past life, Ling Tianyang had heard of various mediocre avatar techniques. However, these subpar methods were plagued by numerous limitations, rendering the avatars devoid of any significant offensive power. Furthermore, should these avatars come under attack, they would dissipate immediately. Aside from creating momentary distractions in intense battles, such avatars served little purpose. Aside from these lackluster techniques, Ling Tianyang had also learned of a formidable puppet avatar technique, a method rooted in the dark arts. This technique involved refining another's body into a puppet, allowing the practitioner to infuse their consciousness into the puppet using secret methods, thereby gaining control over it. Although puppet avatars boasted considerable power and unwavering loyalty to their master, their potential for growth was utterly non-existent. Additionally, the process of crafting puppet avatars was both mentally taxing and labor-intensive. Should a puppet be destroyed, the master would pay a dire price. Conversely, the Xuanling avatar from the Xuanling true solution was entirely distinct. Within the grand hall, amidst the ethereal barrier, Ling Tianyang stood upon the white jade floor at the edge of the spirit pool, with over 200 spatial rings arranged before him. He drew a cut across his fingertip, and a brilliant spray of blood shot forth, landing precisely upon the rings scattered on the ground. These spatial rings were acquired from the hundreds of warriors he had previously encountered in the palace. The 200 spatial rings before him represented merely half of his haul. The other half resided in Chu Yujiao's possession. Once the recognition ritual for these rings was completed, a series of virtual spaces materialized before Ling Tianyang, allowing him to retrieve their contents. Soon, the white jade floor beside the spirit pool was heaped with a plethora of spirit stones and various rare treasures. As the accumulation of spirit stones and treasures grew, the area around the spirit pool became increasingly congested. This harvest was quite impressive. It seemed that the resources for cultivating 2 Xuanling avatars would be more than sufficient. With each spatial ring he emptied, the smile on Ling Tianyang's face widened. Indeed, he had struck gold this time. Using the empty spatial rings to collect the spirit stones and treasures from the ground, he also took the opportunity to organize his current wealth. Delving into the hidden spirit ring, Ling Tianyang extracted the ascendant spirit fruit tree and carefully plucked the last 4 ascendant spirit fruits from its branches, storing them in a jade box. He recalled the records from the pharmacist's scripture. The ascendant spirit fruit tree flourished rapidly in areas rich in spiritual energy and could yield a bountiful harvest of ascendant spirit fruits. With a wave of his hand, he cast the ascendant spirit fruit tree into the spirit pool before him. Upon entering the spiritual pool, the ascending spirit fruit tree greedily absorbed the pure spiritual essence within, gradually forming a faint layer of spiritual mist around it. Prior to entering the Chingi secret realm, Ling Tianyang had already amassed a considerable collection of spiritual stones and treasures. Furthermore, the spoils of his subsequent plundering within the Chingi secret realm had elevated his wealth to a staggering level. Just moments ago, he had received over 300 top-grade spiritual stones in the spiritual pool hall, and combined with the 18 he previously possessed, he now held a total of 320 top-grade spiritual stones. He had 130,000 superior-grade stones, 12,450,000 middle-grade stones, and 59 million inferior-grade stones. Additionally, he possessed 182,000 gold coins and 3,329 taels of silver, alongside an array of martial arts techniques, various spiritual artifacts, refining materials, and numerous spiritual pills and herbs. What thrilled Ling Tianyang the most were the over 500 varieties of 5th-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In order to refine the Xuanling avatar, he needed to utilize over 100 different 5th-grade genius treasures as catalysts, in conjunction with his own essence blood, cultivation techniques, and spiritual consciousness. Following a series of intricate and arduous cultivation processes, the successful manifestation of the Xuanling avatar could be achieved. The Xuanling avatar is an exceptionally formidable supernatural ability, capable of creating a perfect replica of the warrior's true self, which could cultivate independently and possess its own consciousness. In essence, the warrior's true self and the Xuanling avatar are one and the same. The Xianling avatar is a corporeal energy entity, whose thoughts align with those of the warrior's true self, and it remains under the warrior's control. When the warrior's true self suffers external harm, they can opt to transfer the damage to the Xianling avatar, serving as a miraculous means of self-preservation. Most significantly, the destruction of the Xianling avatar inflicts no harm upon the warrior's true self, unlike puppet avatars or external incarnations, where the death of the avatar invariably causes some degree of injury to the true self. Moreover, the Xianling avatar possesses a remarkable function. When both the avatar and the warrior's true self cultivate simultaneously, the warrior's cultivation speed is doubled. Even when the warrior's true self refrains from cultivation, the avatar's practice equates to normal cultivation, thus enhancing the warrior's realm accordingly. After securing the spatial ring and other belongings, Ling Tianyang left behind 150 varieties of 5th-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures scattered across the white jade floor. From the mid-grade blood chi stone to the low-grade vitality grass and the high-grade casting pulse mystical stone, these precious treasures lay casually upon the floor, akin to cabbages carelessly placed about. With a long exhale, Ling Tianyang quickly regulated his breath. He then extended his palm, summoning the 5th-grade pinnacle Mongsher beast fire into his hand. It was time for him to commence the cultivation of the long-anticipated Xianling avatar. With all preparations in place, he began his training. The fiery essence of the savage lion beast expanded rapidly in the air, consuming without restraint the 150 varieties of 5th-tier celestial materials laid upon the jade floor. As time flowed onward, these celestial treasures were gradually refined under the intense heat of the savage lion beast's flames, transforming into vibrant pools of multicolored liquid. Under the meticulous control of Ling Tianyang's consciousness, the liquids derived from the 5th-tier celestial materials began to merge, swiftly coalescing within the flames into a form, an entity devoid of facial features, yet possessing limbs. Simultaneously, Ling Tianyang sat cross-legged on the purple jade cultivation platform, channeling the Xuanling true resolution within his body. Following the teachings inscribed in the Xuanling true resolution regarding the cultivation technique for the Xuanling avatar, he carefully guided his spiritual energy to flow slowly through the meridians. After merely completing a single cycle of the Xuanling avatar's operational pathway, beads of sweat began to form upon his forehead. Chapter 116. The Oxblade. For a considerable time, Ling Tianyang had been closely observing the method of cultivating the Xuanling avatar, having already comprehended its intricacies. The practice of this technique, however, harbors significant peril for martial artists. Should the cultivator's soul and consciousness not possess sufficient strength, the endeavor may result in failure, causing severe damage to the martial artist's spiritual essence. In mild cases, one might fall into a prolonged state of unconsciousness. In severe instances, it could lead to madness or even death. The Xuanling avatar can be regarded as a divine art, incomparable to mere external incarnations, which are merely advanced puppets capable of autonomous cultivation and manipulation. Once Ling Tianyang successfully cultivates the Xuanling avatar, it will immediately possess the same cultivation level and strength as Ling Tianyang himself, allowing him to transform from one into two. Ling Tianyang cast his gaze towards the energy entity taking shape amidst the flames of the fierce lion beast. Without hesitation, he formed a series of dazzling hand seals. In the next moment, a rich crimson light erupted around him, casting a blood-red hue across the foggy barrier. Simultaneously, the 150 types of 5th-tier materials had completely merged, culminating in the creation of an energy body identical in appearance to Ling Tianyang. As the energy entity took form, Ling Tianyang's visage began to contort, beads of sweat the size of peas emerging from his forehead. His eyes radiated a piercing brilliance that deterred direct gaze. With a sharp bite of his tongue, Ling Tianyang spat forth a mouthful of crimson essence, accurately splattering it upon the energy body formed from the fusion of rare materials. Instantly, fine blood vessels began to materialize within the vibrant energy entity. Subsequently, he formed an unusual seal with his hands, and a monumental change occurred within his sea of consciousness. Ling Tianyang sensed an inexplicable presence within his mind, a sensation beyond description, yet palpably real. Divide, he commanded with a flicker of determination in his eyes. A subtle tearing sound reverberated in his mind, and his sea of consciousness bifurcated. As his sea of consciousness split, his physical body trembled violently, his complexion paling further, while beads of sweat cascaded down. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes intensified. A green orb, the size of an egg, slowly emerged from the crown of his head, swiftly darting into the energy body amidst the fierce lion beast's flames. Simultaneously, Two thin beams of red light shot forth from Ling Tianyang's eyes, piercing the energy entity's gaze, causing both bodies to shudder in unison. Time flowed unperceived. 3 days had slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the third day, Ling Tianyang opened his eyes, weary yet brimming with excitement. With a wave of his hand, the fiery beast was drawn back into Ling Tianyang's body. Immediately, he found himself face to face with a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Suddenly, this doppelganger burst into laughter, reaching out to pinch Ling Tianyang's left cheek, exclaiming, "Is this truly me?" The sensation of pinching oneself feels rather peculiar. Ling Tianyang, filled with delight, brushed aside the large hand of his ethereal counterpart, the Xuanling avatar, as they locked eyes, gazing intently at one another. An inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped them. It was a pure feeling. Xuanling avatar was Ling Tianyang, and Ling Tianyang was Xuanling avatar. They were essentially one entity, merely divided into two corporeal forms. Ling Tianyang scrutinized the Xuanling avatar carefully, and after a moment's reflection, he reached out to press on the avatar's body. The sensation was identical to that of touching his own skin. To his astonishment, he discovered that the physical prowess of the Xuanling avatar seemed even more formidable than his own. The avatar's strength, speed, and skill were not inferior in the slightest. In certain aspects, it even surpassed his own. "I should assign you a name," he mused. After some contemplation, Ling Tianyang concluded that distinguishing between himself and the Xuanling avatar would be more practical if they each had separate names. It would be quite absurd to address one another as Ling Tianyang while standing face to face. "I shall call you Niu Dao," he declared. Upon hearing this, the Xuanling avatar responded, "Niu Dao is a splendid name. I used it last time at Niumang Mountain." Ling Tianyang stifled a chuckle and nodded in agreement. "I will proceed to cultivate above the spirit pool. You should take some time to recover from your injuries," Niu Dao announced, preparing to ascend above the spirit pool to begin his training. "Wait, Niu Dao, before you go to cultivate, might you at least put on some clothing?" Seeing Niu Dao turn to depart, Ling Tianyang promptly produced a fresh set of garments and extended them. Since the Xuanling avatar had manifested, it had remained in its most primal state. Though the avatar was essentially an extension of himself, sharing identical thoughts and behaviors, it possessed the capacity for independent thought and consciousness when not under his control. "You are me, and I am you. What difference does it make?" Niu Dao blinked, then donned the clothes that Ling Tianyang had offered. In the next instant, the palpable aura of a peak initial stage of the celestial realm emanated effortlessly from Niu Dao. With a graceful leap, Niu Dao settled cross-legged in midair above the spirit pool, his form steadily suspended as he commenced his cultivation. As the cultivation technique commenced, an abundance of celestial and earthly spiritual energy surged into Niu Dao's body at a remarkably visible pace, continuously refined and transformed into his own spiritual power. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. When the Xuanling avatar, which is to say Niu Dao, began his cultivation, Ling Tianyang immediately sensed a gradual enhancement in his own cultivation level. The Xuanling avatar functioned akin to a divine cheat for cultivation. With the Xuanling avatar at work, even if Ling Tianyang were to spend his days idly sleeping, his cultivation would still incrementally strengthen. Redirecting his gaze from the Xuanling avatar hovering above the spirit pool, Ling Tianyang's smile gradually faded, and a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Although the cultivation of the Xuanling avatar ultimately succeeded, it came at a significant cost. "Now, it is time to settle down, tend to my wounds, and diligently pursue my cultivation." Chapter 117. 3 years of hard training. Haha. I am now a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the celestial realm. Within the Lingqi Grand Hall, as Ling Tianyang was cultivating his Xuanling avatar, the unmistakable sound of Duanmu Yao's joyous laughter suddenly filled the air. It appears that for a martial artist striving to attain greatness, opportunity is indeed of paramount importance. A single chance can equate to years or even decades of arduous training for a martial artist. Reflecting upon her own cultivation at the late stage of the celestial realm, Duanmu Yao could not help but voice her sentiments. Before entering the Qingyan secret realm, she was merely at the early stage of the celestial realm. However, upon her entry into the Qingyan secret realm and acquiring a treasure map, she experienced a fortuitous opportunity that propelled her cultivation from the early stage to the mid-stage of the celestial realm in an instant. Subsequently, after consuming the ascension fruit gifted by Ling Tianyang, she naturally advanced to the late stage of the celestial realm. Within less than a month, Duanmu Yao achieved accomplishments that many martial artists might not attain in their entire lifetimes. Casting her gaze towards Ling Tianyang's direction, her expression grew increasingly complex. "Yao Yao, your cultivation now far surpasses that of your uncle. Unbeknownst to her, not far from Duanmu Yao, an elderly man with white hair suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with satisfaction. This young Master Ling is truly extraordinary. He is indeed enigmatic. Turning his head, the old man contemplatively observed the vast white barrier that Ling Tianyang had previously erected. Within the barrier, Ling Tianyang sat cross-legged upon the Ziyu cultivation platform. With a flick of his hand, a chillingly large jade vial appeared in his grasp. Carefully opening the vial, he revealed 14 drops of dark green liquid within. This dark green liquid was the Tiani soul water obtained from the hidden spirit ring. Tiani soul water, said to originate from the netherworld, is a rare treasure of the soul, capable not only of enhancing a martial artist's soul, but also of healing any injuries sustained by it, and purifying impurities within the soul. Ling Tianyang flicked his fingers, and 2 drops of Tiani soul water accurately fell into his mouth. Instantly, the soul water transformed into a pure soul force, rapidly permeating into Ling Tianyang's soul sea. As the pure soul force infused into his soul sea, Ling Tianyang felt as though his soul was submerged in a frigid glacial river, a bone-chilling sensation swiftly spreading throughout his body. Aware of the piercing cold within his soul, Ling Tianyang recognized that this was undoubtedly a reaction from the Tiani soul water as it repaired his soul. This cultivation of the Xuanling avatar had severely drained his vitality, causing a loss of over half of his essence blood, and his spiritual consciousness had plummeted from the peak of the celestial realm to the late stage. If he did not promptly consume medicine for recovery, there was a grave risk of further decline in his realm. After taking the Tiani soul water, Ling Tianyang also ingested several medicinal pills designed to heal internal injuries and replenish his vitality. Thus, time passed slowly. Half a month later, Ling Tianyang's injuries and spiritual consciousness had fully returned to their former state. Releasing his soul consciousness, which had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, Ling Tianyang immediately noticed that Chu Yujiao and Duanmu Yao, alongside the white-haired elder and the bloodthirsty giant lizard, had each chosen a spiritual pool to diligently cultivate. For visible whirlpools of spiritual energy formed continuously above their heads, which they absorbed into their bodies without cease. Observing Chu Yujiao and the others striving in their cultivation within the grand hall, and glancing at the ascension fruit tree in his own spiritual pool, as well as Niu Dao who was cultivating above it, Ling Tianyang rose and left his current spiritual pool. He proceeded to another spiritual pool within the vast hall and commenced his own practice. The grand hall contained a total of 9 spiritual pools. Even with Ling Tianyang and Niu Dao, as well as Chu Yujiao and Duanmu Yao, along with the white-haired elder and the bloodthirsty giant lizard each selecting a pool, 3 remained unoccupied. Once again utilizing his soul consciousness, Ling Tianyang erected a hazy barrier around his chosen pool and began to cultivate earnestly. The ethereal forces of heaven and earth converged as he sat cross-legged above the spiritual pool. As the techniques within him operated, a faint dragon-shaped phantom gradually emerged behind him. The phantom opened its mouth wide, and a dense mist of spiritual energy rose above the pool, from which countless strands of natural spiritual energy broke free and surged into Ling Tianyang's body. 2 months passed in this manner. At a certain moment, a crisp sound resonated simultaneously from within Ling Tianyang and Niu Dao, causing both to experience a significant surge in their aura. They had both reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Upon sensing the essence within himself, Ling Tianyang joyfully discovered that both he and Niu Dao had concurrently attained the mid-stage of the celestial realm. As time gradually slipped away amidst their cultivation, 2 full years had elapsed since Ling Tianyang and the others arrived at the spiritual pool hall. After 2 years, upon awakening from his meditation, Ling Tianyang immediately realized that he and Niu Dao had both ascended to the late stage of the celestial realm. Instinctively releasing his consciousness, he surveyed the cultivation progress of the others in the hall. Over the past 2 years, Chu Yujiao and her companions had made remarkable advancements. During this period, Chu Yujiao not only successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the celestial realm, but also reached its pinnacle, seemingly on the verge of advancing to the late stage. Upon entering the hall, Duanmu Yao had already attained the late stage of the celestial realm through the consumption of ascension fruits. In these 2 years, Duanmu Yao had also shown significant progress. Her aura had solidified remarkably, and she was nearing the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The white-haired elder, Duanmu Yao's uncle, had successfully advanced to the late stage of the celestial realm as well. As for the bloodthirsty giant lizard, it had also ascended from a high-tier 5th-grade spiritual beast to the ranks of the top-tier 5th-grade spiritual beasts, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy within the hall. A glance at the spiritual pools below revealed that they had noticeably shrunk in size. Within the pool occupied by Niu Dao, the ascension fruit tree that Ling Tianyang had previously placed there had evidently grown significantly. On the spirit fruit tree, 17 vibrant azure fruits have emerged, and it seems that they will ripen within a year. It has only been 2 years since Ling Tianyang and his companions arrived at the spirit pool hall, and there remains 1 year until the passage leading outside the hall will manifest, granting them the opportunity to depart from this place. The spiritual energy in the spirit pool hall is extraordinarily dense, far surpassing even that of the Mingyue peak of the heavenly artifact sect by several multiples. Enveloped by the rich spiritual energy surrounding them, a sensation of unparalleled refreshment washes over them, allowing for a cultivation speed at least a dozen times greater than that at Mingyue Peak. Merely a year of cultivation here equates to over a decade spent at Mingyue Peak. Should Ling Tianyang cultivate here for a full 3 years, it would be tantamount to several decades of training at Mingyue Peak. Such an opportunity is rare. I must seize this final year to devote myself to rigorous cultivation. Gradually closing his eyes, Ling Tianyang immersed himself in focused practice. Days passed, and the aura emanating from Ling Tianyang grew increasingly powerful and profound, evoking an elusive sensation that was hard to grasp. Exhaling a long breath of impure air, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance lingering within them. Has 3 years truly come to an end? Chapter 118. Departure. Descending gracefully from above the spirit pool, Ling Tianyang landed steadily upon the white jade floor. Stretching comfortably, he heard a series of crisp sounds emanating from his joints, and an immense surge of explosive power coursed through his entire being. At that moment, he felt as if he could effortlessly send a 5th-tier spirit beast flying with a single punch. I have finally reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The realization of the formidable strength within him brought an increasingly radiant smile to Ling Tianyang's face. Glancing at the spirit pool where he had cultivated, he noticed that only a thin layer of spiritual liquid remained at the bottom. Having spent 3 years in this place, which equated to decades of training on Mingyue Peak, he longed to continue his cultivation here for a few more years. Ling Tianyang sighed with sentimentality and proceeded to dismantle the protective barrier he had set up around the spirit pool. With a swift leap, he entered the layer of misty barrier he had first established. Inside the barrier, Niu Dao had awakened from his own cultivation. "Brother Ling, congratulations on your remarkable advancement," Niu Dao exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Niu, you flatter me. We are one and the same, indistinguishable from each other," Ling Tianyang replied, laughter erupting from both of them. Shifting his gaze, Ling Tianyang focused on the spirit fruit tree within the spirit pool. Over the past 3 years, the tree had flourished significantly, bearing 17 fully ripened spirit fruits that were far superior to the one he had previously consumed. This spirit fruit tree is an extraordinary treasure. I must secure it first. With a wave of his hand, Ling Tianyang retrieved the spirit fruit tree from the pool, storing it within his hidden spirit ring. "Brother Niu, it is not yet time for you to reveal yourself. Remain within me for now," he said, before invoking Xuanling unification. "Understood," Niu Dao nodded, and then he willingly merged his form into Ling Tianyang's body without any resistance. The Xuanling avatar was a manifestation of Ling Tianyang's own cultivation, effectively becoming an extension of himself. According to the principles laid out in the Xuanling True Sutra, once a martial artist successfully cultivates their Xuanling avatar, it can seamlessly amalgamate with their physical form. As Niu Dao's essence fully integrated into Ling Tianyang, an overwhelming force erupted from within, surpassing the pinnacle of the celestial realm, yet falling short of the realm of the void. To my astonishment, the fusion of my Xuanling avatar with my true self has resulted in a significant enhancement of my power, propelling me to the threshold of the void realm. The techniques contained within the profound spirit true solution are indeed remarkable. Shaking his head, Ling Tianyang regained his composure, concentrating a glimmer of spiritual light at his fingertips, and then he touched his brow with a single finger. In a brief moment, Ling Tianyang's aura diminished from a half step into the void to the pinnacle of the heavenly extreme realm, barely having just broken through. The technique he employed was a celestial secret recorded within the profound spirit true solution, the profound spirit breath concealment method. This art allows the practitioner to completely mask their own cultivation aura, rendering them indistinguishable from an ordinary person who has never practiced martial arts in the eyes of other powerful beings. However, within the Azure Cloud secret realm, Ling Tianyang needed to engage in battles to seize opportunities. Having insufficient cultivation would only invite unnecessary troubles. After successfully concealing his aura, he retracted the vast white barrier surrounding the spirit pool and slowly stepped out. "Young Master Ling, Just as Ling Tianyang dispelled the barrier, he noticed Chu Yujiao and Duanmu Yao awakening from their meditative states. Master, you have finally emerged. The bloodthirsty giant lizard suddenly spoke, swiftly darting to Ling Tianyang's side. At this moment, the bloodthirsty giant lizard was entirely crimson, radiating an aura that had reached the pinnacle of a 5th-tier spirit beast, just a step away from becoming a 6th-tier spirit beast. Splendid, splendid. Ling Tianyang exclaimed in delight upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the giant lizard. It seems that you have been diligently cultivating these past years. Now, shrink down and rest in my sleeve. Ling Tianyang continued, once I exit the Azure Cloud secret realm, I shall find a way to procure a beast containment space for you. Understood, Master. The bloodthirsty giant lizard obediently nodded and transformed into a palm-sized crimson lizard, which Ling Tianyang then tucked into his sleeve. Young Master Ling, you are truly impressive. I never expected you to tame such a formidable 5th-tier spirit beast. With the strength of this bloodthirsty giant lizard, there are likely very few warriors within the Azure Cloud secret realm that could match it, Duanmu Yao remarked, her alluring voice resonating as Ling Tianyang secured the lizard. Miss Duanmu is too kind. With your current cultivation strength, you must have very few rivals in this Azure Cloud secret realm, Ling Tianyang replied with a smile, his voice resonant. I must thank you for the spirit ascension fruit you provided. Otherwise, breaking through to the pinnacle of the heavenly extreme realm would not have been so effortless. Duanmu Yao chuckled lightly, expressing her gratitude. You are too courteous, Miss Duanmu. I should be the one thanking you for bringing me here, Ling Tianyang responded. Let us cease this exchange of pleasantries. Today should be the day we depart from this place. Upon seeing Ling Tianyang emerge from the barrier, Chu Yujiao approached him with a radiant expression, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. It is hard to believe that 3 years have swiftly passed. I yearn to continue my cultivation here for a few more years, and perhaps I could become a formidable master of the void profound realm. At this moment, Chu Yujiao has reached the late stage of the celestial extremity realm, on the verge of breaking through to its pinnacle. As for Duanmu Yao's uncle, the silver-haired elder has successfully attained the peak of the celestial extremity realm. After 3 years of cultivation in the Spirit Pool Hall, the progress of each individual is remarkably evident. Except for Chu Yujiao, who is slightly weaker in cultivation, the others have all reached the pinnacle of the celestial extremity realm. Sister Yujiao speaks wisely. I share this sentiment as well. These 3 years have flown by, and I truly wish to cultivate here for a few more. As soon as Chu Yujiao's words fell, Duanmu Yao nodded in agreement. Through these 3 years of companionship, the bond between Duanmu Yao and Chu Yujiao has strengthened significantly, and they now affectionately refer to each other as sisters. At that moment, the air above the Spirit Pool Hall shimmered with ethereal lights, which swiftly coalesced into the form of a phantom man. Congratulations, he proclaimed, for making considerable advancements in your cultivation during these brief 3 years. Now that the time has come, it is time for you to depart. The man's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, and his voice had a mechanical quality as it echoed in the ears of Ling Tianyang and the others. As the last of his words faded, the phantom man dissipated into a myriad of luminous particles within the hall. With his disappearance, a passage leading outside the Spirit Pool Hall materialized at its edge. The path to leave has appeared. We should hasten our departure. Seeing the exit, Ling Tianyang cast a glance at Chu Yujiao and the others, then swiftly darted into the newly revealed passage. Chapter 119. The Scarred Man Brother. The Chinglan secret realm has been opened for over a month now. Most of the celestial extremity realm experts have likely congregated in the core area of the secret realm. The valuable items that were once present have been completely scavenged by them. Within the Chinglan secret realm, above an unremarkable little hill, a dozen celestial extremity realm warriors flew in from afar, swiftly darting towards the heart of the realm. For those of us who arrived later, there is hardly any chance of obtaining benefits. Among the group of celestial extremity realm warriors, murmurs of discontent could be heard intermittently. We should hasten our journey. Otherwise, all the treasures will be snatched away by those ahead of us. There will be nothing left for us. A prominent figure among them, the Scarred Man, cast a glance at his companions and bellowed, "We must move quickly." Boom. At that moment, a mysterious spiritual energy passageway suddenly appeared within the little hill beneath them, leading to an unknown destination. The passage, brimming with spiritual energy, caused an immediate increase in the richness of the spiritual essence surrounding the celestial extremity realm warriors. Whoosh whoosh. Soon after, 4 figures emerged from the passage, gracefully soaring into the air and halting not far from the onlookers. "Ha! We have finally arrived," Ling Tianyang exclaimed, inhaling the fresh air of the secret realm and gazing at its boundless expanse. Indeed, while the spirit pool hall is splendid. Its limited space can become stifling after a while, Chu Yujiao chimed in. Upon hearing her words, Ling Tianyang glanced at the group of celestial extremity realm warriors nearby, momentarily taken aback before a wry smile crept onto his face. It seems we have been mistaken for easy prey. He, in the presence of the notorious bandit. These individuals dare to harbor ulterior motives. Is that not a death wish? Indumu Yao remarked with a charming smile. No sooner had Indumu Yao's words left her lips than the group of celestial extremity realm warriors, with unfriendly expressions, swiftly encircled Ling Tianyang and his companions. Kid, what treasures did you uncover within that little hill? The scarred man inquired, his tone laced with malice. As he observed the passage vanish immediately after Ling Tianyang and his companions emerged, the scarred man, believing Ling Tianyang to be the leader, noted the youthfulness of Ling Tianyang, Chu Yujiao, and Indumu Yao compared to the elder with white hair. Though he could not discern their true cultivation levels, he doubted they could surpass his own. Kid, I am asking you a question. What did you discover in that passage? Hand it over quickly, the scarred man insisted. Convinced that Ling Tianyang and his companions had employed some hidden treasure to mask their presence, and he was growing increasingly impatient. What are you standing there for, dawdling? Do you wish for me to end your life at once? The scarred man, incensed by Ling Tianyang's indifference, unleashed the full force of his mid-stage Tianji realm aura, his gaze fixated on Ling Tianyang with lethal intent. Clearly, he harbored genuine murderous thoughts against Ling Tianyang. Having reached the mid-stage of the Tianji realm, the scarred man seemed poised to ascend to the peak of this realm at any moment. In his subconscious, he believed that if Ling Tianyang and his companions were indeed late-stage Tianji realm experts, they would have long since ventured into the core area of the Qingyan secret realm. Seeking death, Chu Yujiao and Duanmu Yao both uttered coldly, their expressions turning menacing. Under the piercing gaze filled with murderous intent, anyone would feel discontented. As a hint of killing intent began to surface in Ling Tianyang's eyes, Duanmu Yao's uncle, the elderly man with white hair, took the initiative to act. Seeking death, how dare you treat young Master Ling with such insolence? The white-haired elder bellowed, his aura rising unabashedly. A terrifying presence, evidently surpassing that of the scarred man, surged forth, enveloping the scarred man and his 10 or so companions. To the white-haired elder, Ling Tianyang had always appeared shrouded in mystery. Particularly after the elder reached the peak of the Tianji realm, he felt even more perplexed by Ling Tianyang's enigmatic nature. He had not forgotten that during their time in the spirit pool hall, Ling Tianyang had claimed 2 spirit pools for himself and had erected barriers around them to thwart external probing of their spiritual awareness. Upon leaving the spirit pool hall, the white-haired elder had noted that the spirit liquid within the 2 pools occupied by Ling Tianyang had been entirely consumed. My heavens, these individuals are all peak Tianji realm experts. Everyone flee. The scarred man and his 10 or so Tianji realm warriors, who had initially harbored malicious intentions toward Ling Tianyang and his companions, now trembled uncontrollably upon sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Chu Yujiao, Duanmu Yao, and the white-haired elder. The peak experts of the Tianji realm, apart from the reclusive Kong-Xian realm powers of the Qingyan kingdom, could be considered among the most formidable beings. Even within the Qingyan secret realm, such peak experts were a rarity. Among the scarred man's group, only he was a mid-stage Tianji realm cultivator, while the others were all at the initial stage. Even if they banded together, their combined strength could not hope to match any one of Ling Tianyang's companions. What a stroke of misfortune it is for me to have unwittingly offended 4 peak experts of the Tianji realm. The scarred man wore a bitter expression, turning to flee. Too late to escape. As the scarred man attempted to run, the white-haired elder summoned his spiritual power, vanishing from his position in an instant, only to reappear behind the scarred man. Prepare to meet your end. The elderly man with white hair flashed a cold glint in his eyes and struck fiercely at the back of the scarred man's body. With a resounding thud, the onlookers witnessed the scarred man's form being violently shattered in midair by the elder's blow. If you continue to flee, the fate of the scarred man shall be yours. With a flick of his hand, the elder retrieved the scarred man's spatial ring. His icy voice then echoed in the ears of the remaining dozen or so warriors at the celestial extreme realm. And no, we dare not. And master, I am willing to submit to you. Upon witnessing the effortless defeat of their strongest member, the remaining warriors, paralyzed by fear, immediately fell to their knees. Pleading for mercy, young Master Ling, how shall we deal with these individuals? The elder turned to gaze at Ling Tianyang. Chapter 120. The enigmatic fox spirit with a dismissive wave of his hand, Ling Tianyang signaled the white-haired elder to handle the situation as he saw fit. Observing the scarred leader's demise at the hands of the elder, he felt no inclination to concern himself with the remaining Celestial Realm warriors. If that were the case, let the old man deal with them as they accompanied their fallen comrade. A glint of ruthless intent flickered in the elder's eyes as he summoned his internal spiritual power, unleashing a barrage of terrifying energy attacks from his palms. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so initial stage Celestial Realm warriors met their end at the elder's merciless hands. It appeared that this old fellow was no pushover. His actions were as ruthless as they were decisive. Witnessing the elder's unrelenting ferocity, Ling Tianyang raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging the elder's capabilities. One cannot prosper without a bit of risk, he mused. With the spatial rings of the fallen warriors collected, the elder laughed heartily after binding them to himself, exclaiming, "The thrill of robbery is truly exhilarating. It has been years since I acted with such vigor. Young Master Ling, I was truly impressed when I saw you and Miss Chu swiftly rob hundreds of warriors at the palace pavilion," the elder continued, his confidence soaring after breaking through to the peak of the Celestial Realm. "Why not join forces today and embark on a grand endeavor in the core area of the Secret Realm?" Ling Tianyang found this proposal quite appealing. Having tasted the sweetness of plunder, Chu Yujiao eagerly chimed in, her excitement palpable as she turned to Ling Tianyang. "Young Master Ling, we previously agreed at the Junlai Pavilion to team up once we entered the Qingyun Secret Realm to maximize our gains. Now that all four of us have reached the late stages of the Celestial Realm, our combined strength will certainly be formidable within this realm." At that moment, Duanmu Yao looked at Ling Tianyang with anticipation, indicating that they all regarded him as the pillar of their little group. This proposal is indeed commendable. However, we must first conceal our true identities. After all, we are embarking on an endeavor that lacks honor. Ling Tianyang nodded, then laughed heartily. "So what are we waiting for? Let us set forth immediately. We have already wasted a month here. If we delay further, those treasures within the secret realm may be seized by others." As his words fell, Ling Tianyang, Chu Yujiao, Duanmu Yao, and the white-haired elder transformed into four streaks of light, swiftly making their way toward the core area of the Qingyun secret realm. It must be noted that after the enhancement of their cultivation, their speed was nothing short of astonishing. Along the journey to the core of the secret realm, the four encountered numerous formidable spiritual beasts. In the recent encounter with the spirit beasts, Ling Tianyang and his three companions chose not to evade, but rather deliberately engaged with formidable groups of powerful beasts, seeking to hone their rapidly advancing cultivation and spiritual awareness. Within the Qingyun secret realm, numerous creatures of exceptional bloodlines possess combat prowess that rivals the peak of the celestial extreme realm among humans. Currently, aside from Chu Yujiao, who remains in the later stages of the celestial extreme realm and seems on the verge of a breakthrough, Ling Tianyang, Duanmu Yao, and the white-haired elder have all attained the pinnacle of the celestial extreme realm. Any pair among the four can effortlessly dispatch a fifth-tier spirit beast equivalent to a human at the peak celestial extreme realm. In one-on-one confrontations against high-level fifth-tier spirit beasts, Ling Tianyang and his companions can also secure swift victories. In a mere 10 days, the four have diligently refined their strength and finally arrived at the heart of the Qingyun secret realm. This area presents an expansive plain, stretching infinitely into the horizon. The plain is teeming with numerous spirit beasts, many of which are fifth-tier and exude an aura of terrifying power. As they advance, traces of fierce battles are evident everywhere, with vast swathes of beast groups left in ruin. In the face of thousands of human cultivators flooding into the secret realm, many small-scale beast groups meet only with slaughter. "All of you, stand aside. The young foxes here are what I discovered first. Whoever dares to contest with me shall face death." Dressed in black, Ling Tianyang and his companions swiftly made their way toward the core area. However, at that moment, a cacophony of furious combat echoed from the distance. Rushing toward the source of the noise, they soon encountered a large expanse of charred craters. From their aerial vantage point, the sight below elicited sharp gasps of astonishment from the group. Surrounding those craters lay the immense corpses of spirit beasts alongside the bodies of human warriors. Blood flowed from severed limbs, staining the ground into a nightmarish tableau of carnage. The most striking sight was the colossal corpse of a 5-tier illusory phantom fox. Lying at the center, renowned for its formidable strength and high intelligence, the illusory phantom fox is no less capable than human cultivators. Upon reaching maturity, it stands as a 5th-tier spirit beast, possessing the power of a peak celestial extreme realm warrior. At this moment, nestled beside the corpse of the illusory phantom fox lay 3 newly born fox cubs, still with their eyes tightly shut. Upon their arrival, Ling Tianyang and his companions found themselves surrounded by numerous celestial extreme realm warriors, all eyeing the cubs with keen interest. Among them, Two factions stood out prominently, the Flame Sect and the Qingyun royal family. Both the Flame Sect and the Qingyun royal family rank among the top 10 superpowers in the Qingyun kingdom, harboring a multitude of formidable warriors. During this venture into the Qingyun secret realm, a significant number of celestial extreme realm cultivators from both factions had gathered here, totaling around 20 individuals. On the periphery, a number of lesser faction celestial realm warriors and some rogue cultivators could be found. As for those of lower cultivation, they could only linger at a distance, hoping to seize minor opportunities. Alas, trouble looms, for the black-clad thief has returned. Suddenly, panicked cries erupted among the warriors on the outskirts. Clearly, upon the arrival of Ling Tianyang and his companions, they were recognized by several celestial realm warriors whom they had previously robbed. The mere mention of the black-clad thief sent waves of dread rippling through the surrounding warriors, who now regarded Ling Tianyang and his trio with wary eyes, as fear permeated the atmosphere. Indeed, it was those two fiends. I must leave this place swiftly. A celestial realm warrior, who had fallen victim to their thievery twice before, gazed in shock at Ling Tianyang and his companions hovering above, before hastily fleeing. The last time the black-clad thief struck, there were only 2 assailants. Now, there were 4. I certainly do not wish to be robbed for a third time. Chapter 121, Renown Whoosh, Whoosh. The martial artist of the celestial realm, while atop the palace tower, had already discerned that one among the notorious black-clad thieves possessed peak strength within the celestial realm. However, in this locale, aside from the Fire Sect and the Qingyun royal family, both of which had a few practitioners at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, none could contend with the black-clad bandits. As this celestial realm warrior turned to flee, at least 100 others frantically followed suit, choosing to escape in panic. Brother, it was indeed one of those black-clad thieves who robbed me of the Xian iron essence I had just obtained. A young maiden clad in green, her countenance darkened, glared at Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao, her teeth clenched in frustration. Previously, this green-clad maiden had harbored hopes of reclaiming the Xian iron essence through her own prowess. Yet, upon learning that one among the black-clad thieves could wield peak strength in the celestial realm, she promptly abandoned that notion. Ching, the black-clad thieves are no trifling matter. I observe that all 4 of them are at least formidable figures in the late stages of the celestial realm. Beside the green-clad maiden, a man in his 30s, his expression grave, glanced at Ling Tianyang and his companions, then sighed. I fear that your Xian iron essence will not be retrieved today. My dear sister, brother, are they truly that formidable? Upon hearing that her Xian iron essence might be lost, the green-clad maiden's eyes widened in shock. But you are a peak warrior of the celestial realm. In her eyes, there was almost nothing her brother could not achieve. However, when she heard her brother subtly concede that they were no match for the black-clad thieves, she fell silent in disbelief. The audacity of the black-clad thieves, who, despite being peak warriors of the celestial realm, dared to rob mere fledgling practitioners like herself, was utterly contemptible. I scorn you. The green-clad maiden shot a fierce glare at Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao above, murmuring under her breath. Simultaneously, among the crowd of the Fire Sect opposite the Qingyun royal family, a man with a somewhat shadowy demeanor squinted at Ling Tianyang and his companions hovering above. 2 of them seemed so familiar. I must have seen them somewhere before. In an instant, the gazes of the majority of martial artists in the vicinity turned towards the figures suspended in midair. As they approached, Ling Tianyang and his companions slowed their pace, scrutinizing the situation below as the crowd gazed up at them. Haha, this place is quite lively, with hundreds of celestial realm warriors gathered here. Ling Tianyang exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon seeing the throng of martial artists below. Ling Tianyang, there are 3 young fox spirits beside that enchanting phantom fox. Why don't we seize them all? Chu Yujiao said excitedly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she fixated on the young fox spirits below. Since entering the Azure Cloud secret realm, Ling Tianyang has been roaming with Chu Yujiao, relentlessly seizing others' resources and treasures. Initially, relying on their not-so-formidable strengths and the plunder of others' possessions, they amassed considerable wealth. Now, with their cultivation soaring, it seems as though a primal instinct for plunder has awakened within her, nearly becoming an addiction. Indeed, Ling Tianyang, I too yearn for a cub of the spectral fox. As soon as Chu Yujiao's words fell, Duanmu Yao slowly spoke up. Given our current strengths, capturing those 3 spectral fox cubs should not prove difficult. Yes, 3 cubs. Just right for you, Chu, and young Master Ling, 1 for each of you. The elderly man with white hair nodded with a beaming smile. However, Ling Tianyang felt a twinge of apprehension upon observing the numerous warriors below, all regarding the 4 of them with trepidation. Over 100 warriors at the initial stage of the Heavenly Extremity realm fled in haste. It seemed that continuing this course of robbery might not be prudent. Ling Tianyang sensed an ominous shift. Although the reputation of the black-clad bandit had spread unknowingly, it was beginning to tarnish. My identity as the black-clad bandit may not endure much longer. Seeing the eager expressions of Chu Yujiao and Duanmu Yao directed at him, Ling Tianyang nodded in agreement and declared, "Very well, let us resolve this swiftly." As he spoke, the overwhelming aura of his peak Heavenly Extremity realm cultivation radiated without restraint. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have set my sights on the cubs of the spectral fox. You should vacate this place at once." As he soared above the carcass of the spectral fox, Ling Tianyang's commanding voice echoed in the ears of the hundreds of warriors present. His authoritative tone left them momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at the figure in black above. "Is this fellow mad?" A man from the fire sect, whose gaze held a hint of darkness, stared blankly at Ling Tianyang, his expression decidedly unfriendly. This individual was the sole peak Heavenly Extremity realm powerhouse within the fire sect's small faction, confirming that the black-clad bandit's reputation was indeed well-deserved. With such reckless audacity, it was no wonder they had been seizing from anyone in sight. It was astonishing. Although he was a peak Heavenly Extremity realm expert, the assembly consisted of hundreds of Heavenly Extremity warriors, among whom there were at least 7 in the late stage. What gave him such confidence? On the side of the Azure Cloud royal family, the brother of the green-clad maiden was equally taken aback. The individuals who had entered the Azure Cloud secret realm were all elite warriors from various major factions. To provoke so many powers for merely 3 spectral fox cubs seemed utterly unwise, especially if it incited collective wrath. As for those martial artists at the early and mid stages of the celestial realm, they could not help but feel the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from Ling Tianyang, provoking a mixture of fear and indignation. Many of them instinctively took several steps back. Since you all have no objections, the offspring of the phantom demon fox shall belong to us." At that moment, Chu Yujiao, Duanmu Yao, and the white-haired elder followed closely behind Ling Tianyang. Casting a sweeping glance over the hundreds of martial artists present, the trio's formidable presence surged forth unabashedly. In midair, for colossal forces converged, creating a profoundly shocking spectacle that inevitably instilled a sense of trepidation among the martial artists below the late stage of the celestial realm. Aside from the disciples of the Flame sect and the Chingyun royal family, who managed to maintain a semblance of composure, the remaining martial artists were utterly astonished, their minds racing with curses. Heavens! Among these 4 black-clad bandits, 3 are peak experts of the celestial realm. Even the weakest among them possesses late-stage celestial realm cultivation. This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 122. The Core Cave Brother. These audacious thieves in black are exceedingly arrogant. Their actions clearly indicate that they hold us martial artists in utter contempt. Are we truly expected to relinquish the offspring of the Phantom Fox without a fight? Among the small faction of the Chingyun royal family, a young girl clad in green bit her lip in profound disdain for the black-clad thieves. "It seems we have no choice," she lamented. Her elder brother, wearing a bitter smile, shook his head. "Their strength is overwhelming. We are likely no match for them." In the realm of martial arts, the principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme, a manifestation of the law of the jungle. Even if the hundreds of martial artists present united to encircle the 4 thieves, the odds of success would be slim, and the cost would be catastrophic. For the chance to acquire the elusive Phantom Fox cubs, whose very possession was uncertain, most martial artists would opt to remain passive spectators. Ultimately, while the Phantom Fox cubs are indeed rare and each adult can reach the pinnacle of the 5th tier, nurturing them to such heights demands extensive resources and considerable time and effort from the martial artists. Given the formidable strength of the black-clad thieves, the onlookers would not act recklessly without substantial provocation. In the Chingyun royal faction, aside from the young girl's brother, a peak-level expert of the celestial realm, the majority were only at the initial to mid-stages of the same realm. The forces of the fire sect boasted slightly greater strength, including a peak-level shadowy figure and another martial artist at the late stages of the celestial realm. However, even combined, they might still fall short against Ling Tianyang and his companions. Since you have also set your sights on the Phantom Fox cubs, we shall not covet what belongs to others." The young girl's brother clasped his hands respectfully towards Ling Tianyang and his group, offering a forced smile. "We take our leave." With that, he led the martial artists of the Chingyun royal family away from the scene. The shadowy man from the fire sect, with a discontented snort, followed suit, departing with his own faction. In mere moments, the most formidable factions, the fire sect and the Chingyun royal family, had chosen to withdraw. prompting other forces and solitary practitioners to follow suit, leaving the area almost deserted. Soon, only Ling Tianyang, Chu Yujiao, Duanmu Yao, and the white-haired elder remained. Please, select your preferred phantom fox cubs. The remaining one shall be mine, Ling Tianyang invited, gesturing for Chu Yujiao and Duanmu Yao to choose first. I choose this one, Chu Yujiao declared, taking the leftmost cub, followed swiftly by Duanmu Yao, leaving only Ling Tianyang with the final phantom fox cub. The elder, showing minimal interest in the cubs, allowed the last one to belong to Ling Tianyang without contest. Little one, gently cradling the diminutive shadow fox cub, which was no larger than half a palm's breadth, Ling Tianyang wore a countenance filled with joy. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall into the cub's mouth, and subsequently channeled a thread of his spiritual energy to nourish the frail little creature. Under the tender caress of Ling Tianyang's energy, the shadow fox cub gradually opened its eyes, gazing up at him with a curious expression, its eyes brimming with affection. With a joyful yelp, the cub called out a few times, then affectionately rubbed its tiny head against Ling Tianyang's arm. Little one, allow me to bestow upon you a name, Ling Tianyang said, his heart swelling with delight at the cub's evident fondness for him. Given your pristine white fur, let us call you Little Bai. Newborn magical beasts are particularly susceptible to human taming. In their initial moments of life, they are in a daze, and the first entity they behold upon opening their eyes is instinctively regarded as kin. It was clear that Little Bai had adopted Ling Tianyang as its own family. Come now, Little Bai, it's time to eat. The more Ling Tianyang beheld the shadow fox cub in his palm, the more he cherished it. He retrieved a first-tier spirit grass from his hidden spirit ring and presented it to Little Bai. With a joyful yip, Little Bai seemed to sense the spiritual essence emanating from the spirit grass, eagerly grasping it with its little mouth and devouring it with delight. After consuming the entire plant, Little Bai quickly succumbed to slumber. Observing this, Ling Tianyang gently nestled the cub into his embrace, sighing slightly. It appears I must hasten to procure a beast containment space for magical creatures. While Ling Tianyang nurtured Little Bai, Chu Yujiao and Duanmu Yao were also engaged in taming the shadow fox cubs they held. They were now within the core region of the secret realm, likely having arrived at this location long before. With the matter of the fox cubs resolved, Ling Tianyang's thoughts drifted to Shentu Jing. He then summoned a radiant jade plate, its surface shimmering with spiritual energy. Delving his soul consciousness into the plate, he immediately sensed two identical auras resonating with the communication jade plate within a 50-mile radius. This communication jade plate had been gifted to him by Shentu Jing prior to their journey into the Qingyan secret realm, forming a triad with those belonging to him and Gu Qingxue. As long as they possessed these plates, they could sense one another within a 100-mile radius of the secret realm. Ling Tianyang, it's been nearly 2 months since we entered the secret realm, and you finally make your appearance. I was beginning to think you had been devoured by some magical beast within. At that moment, Shentu Jing's somewhat dissatisfied voice echoed from the communication jade plate. Yet, Ling Tianyang could distinctly sense that she also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief from the other end. Sister Jing, it seems that I have been randomly transported too far. The communication jade pendant simply cannot sense your location. Ling Tianyang chuckled awkwardly and then inquired, by the way, Sister Jing, where are you now? I will head over to find you. At this moment, we are all gathered before the entrance of the most central cave in the secret realm, which is about to open. A somewhat anxious voice from Shentu Jing came through. The most valuable treasures of the entire secret realm are concentrated within the core cave. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and come. Chapter 123, Convergence at the Core Cave. Ling Tianyang's mind trembled slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and he exclaimed with great delight, Excellent, Sister Jing, I shall make my way there immediately. Previously, Ling Tianyang and his companions had either plundered within the secret realm or secluded themselves in the spirit pool hall for cultivation, resulting in a lack of communication with the martial artists from the secret realm. Consequently, they were somewhat isolated from external news. Had it not been for the timely reminder from Shentu Jing through the communication jade tablet, they might have missed this significant opportunity. If they failed to seize the initiative before the core cave opened, they risked arriving too late, leaving the treasures within to be entirely claimed by others. After stowing away the communication jade tablet, Ling Tianyang swiftly discarded his black garments, revealing his true appearance. Casting a serious glance at Chu Yujiao, Duanmu Yao, and the white-haired elder nearby, Ling Tianyang stated gravely, I have just received word that the core cave is about to open. We must hasten our journey. Let us proceed in our original appearances. Ling Tianyang continued, in this final core cave, we shall encounter numerous experts, our black attire would be rather conspicuous. Indeed, the garb of the black-cloaked bandit was exceedingly eye-catching, especially considering that they had offended several powerful factions not long ago. Chu Yujiao and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Ling Tianyang's words, and they too shed their outer black garments. Then, the four of them soared into the air, their spiritual powers unleashed to their fullest, transforming into four streaks of luminous light as they swiftly headed towards the core cave. Along the way, they occasionally encountered traces of battles between human martial artists and demonic beasts. Perhaps due to their late arrival in the core area, they faced little obstruction from demonic creatures, allowing their journey to proceed smoothly. Half a day later, they crossed a vast plain and arrived at a massive square paved with green oak stones. During their journey, they encountered several small groups of martial artists, as well as some solitary strong individuals. As they approached the location of the core cave, the number of martial artists they encountered increased significantly. Upon reaching the square, they found that at least 10,000 martial artists, all at the Heaven Extremity realm, had already gathered there. It appears we have not arrived too late. The core cave has yet to open. Ling Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of such a vast assembly of Heaven Extremity realm practitioners. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that most of the martial artists congregated in groups of 3 to 5. Their attire varied greatly, with different patterns and colors adorning their robes, clearly indicating their diverse affiliations. After navigating through the randomly teleported entrance of the secret realm, they had once again converged in this square. Young Master Ling, I have spotted my clansmen from the Duanmu family. I must return to their camp. Duanmu Yao's somewhat alluring voice resonated behind Ling Tianyang as they landed. Understood. Ling Tianyang nodded slightly with a smile and said, it is only right. At that moment, he sensed a subtle wave of soul energy emanating from Chu Yujiao. He then saw Chu Yujiao looking at him with an apologetic expression and saying, Ling Tianyang, my master has just sent a message requesting my return to the Xianbing sect. I must take my leave. That's perfectly fine, Ling Tianyang replied with a smile. Coincidentally, I have also spotted some members of the Tianchi sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them parted ways, heading towards their respective sections. The core cave was the final stage of the Qingyan secret realm. Each of them held their own positions, and when the time came to vie for the alluring benefits within the core cave, it was inevitable that they would find themselves on opposing sides. Any martial artist or sect seeking substantial gains would inevitably provoke dissatisfaction among other factions, and might even face collective exclusion. Ling Tianyang, you have finally arrived. Who are those two women by your side? They appear quite lovely. You wouldn't have forgotten your roots, would you? As soon as Ling Tianyang arrived at the Tianchi sect's camp, the slightly peculiar voice of Shun Tu Jing reached his ears. By now, nearly 300 individuals had gathered in the Tianchi sect's camp. Among them, Ling Tianyang recognized only a few familiar faces, aside from Shun Tu Jing and Gu Qingxue from Mingwei Peak. He was also acquainted with Dongfang Bai, the peak master of Yinyang Peak, and Lung Xingao, the grand elder of the Tianchi sect. Additionally, there was Gu Chuanxiu, the elder from Yinyang Peak who had once sought to take him as a disciple, and Wang Hanshan, the elder from the sect master's peak. The peak master is jesting, Ling Tianyang replied awkwardly. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Tianchi sect disciples, he felt it inappropriate to address Shin Tu Jing as Sister Jing anymore. Ling Tianyang, what is your relationship with those two women? At that moment, Gu Qingxue, standing beside Shin Tu Jing, struggled to suppress her laughter and winked at Ling Tianyang, saying, it seems you are quite familiar with them. Elder Gu. Ling Tianyang gritted his teeth and shot a glare at Gu Qingxue, forcing a smile as he replied, they are friends I met along the way. Friends? Shin Tu Jing looked at Ling Tianyang with suspicion. Indeed, Ling Tianyang nodded, feeling somewhat guilty. Ling Tianyang, what about your cultivation? Just then, the grand elder Lung Xingao, not far away, suddenly widened his eyes in shock, staring at Ling Tianyang and exclaiming, how has your cultivation suddenly reached the peak of the Tianji realm? What? No way. As soon as Lung Xingao finished speaking, a chorus of gasps echoed throughout the Tianchi sect's camp. Yes. Ling Tianyang nodded modestly, stating, I happened upon a stroke of fortune and managed to break through. Fortune is indeed a form of a martial artist's strength. I did not expect your luck to be so extraordinary. Cold Star Ao gazed at Ling Tianyang with a complex expression, reflecting on their journey to the Qingyan secret realm when Ling Tianyang was merely at the Spirit Sea realm. How much time has passed? And now he stands as a formidable peak in the celestial realm. The Grand Elder, Cold Star Ao, couldn't help but nod, his smile growing ever brighter. Even within our heavenly artifact sect, your current prowess would place you among the top 10. After all, As an inner disciple of the heavenly artifact sect, Ling Tianyang's ascension only augments the strength of our sect. As soon as Cold Star Ao's words fell, the hearty laughter of Shin Tu-jing resonated throughout the gathering. Indeed, you have brought great honor to our Mingwe Peak. With a pat on Ling Tianyang's shoulder, Shin Tu-jing's eyes sparkled with delight. Dongfang Bai, my esteemed senior brother, it seems Ling Tianyang's strength may now rival your own. Remember when you boldly wished to take him as your disciple? What are your thoughts now? As he laughed, Shin Tu-jing suddenly turned to glance at Dongfang Bai, the master of Yinyang Peak. He then cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia, the elder from Yinyang Peak who had sought to take Ling Tianyang as a disciple, as well as Wang Han's Han, the elder from the sect's main peak. Under Shin Tu-jing's scrutiny, both Xianxia and Wang Han's Han exchanged awkward smiles, their heads bowing in unison. At this moment, both men felt a tumult of emotions, shame mingled with regret. Shin Tu-jing, so what if your disciple has reached the peak of the celestial realm? What is there to boast about? Dongfang Bai huffed in annoyance, unable to suppress his irritation at Shin Tu-jing's sarcastic remarks. Sooner or later, I too shall cultivate a disciple of peak celestial realm prowess. No, Shin Tu-jing shook his head, gradually erasing the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor. You are mistaken. In truth, I have not taken Ling Tianyang as my disciple. Even now, he remains merely an ordinary inner disciple of our heavenly artifact sect. Chapter 124. The Imprint of Divine Consciousness. What? You actually did not take him as your disciple. The moment Shin Tu-jing's words fell, a tempestuous uproar erupted among the martial artists of the Tianji sect. Except for Ling Tianyang, Shin Tu-jing, and Gu Qingxue, the others were left in a state of disbelief. After a brief silence, chaos swiftly ensued within the ranks of the Tianji sect. Previously, in the sect's affairs hall, Gu Xianxia, Wang Han's Han, and Dongfang Bai had all sought to take Ling Tianyang away as their disciple. However, in the end, Shin Tu-jing intervened and brought Ling Tianyang back to Mingwe Peak. To secure Ling Tianyang, Shin Tu-jing even clashed fiercely with Dongfang Bai, which ultimately attracted the attention of the sect master, Shun Tianqing. Thus, many within the inner circle of the Tianji sect believed that Shin Tu-jing would indeed accept Ling Tianyang as a disciple. Shin Tu-jing, since you do not intend to take him as your disciple, why did you vehemently obstruct me back then? Not far away, Dongfang Bai, filled with exasperation, glared at Shin Tu-jing and exclaimed, had it not been for your interference, I would now possess a disciple at the pinnacle of the Tianji realm. Shin Tu-jing, if you do not clarify this today, our matter is far from over. Clarify? What is there to explain to you? Shin Tu-jing shot a cold glare at Dongfang Bai and replied indifferently, both of you are from the same master. Must you always engage in conflict? Cold Xingao interjected as he sensed the brewing tension between Shin Tu-jing and Dongfang Bai. In my view, the core cave is about to open, and we should prepare for the upcoming fierce competition. Indeed, upon hearing Cold Xingao speak, Shin Tu-jing and Dongfang Bai nodded in agreement and ceased their verbal sparring. Ling Tianyang, where have you been since entering the secret realm? Shin Tu-jing suddenly conveyed through divine consciousness. Moreover, how have you advanced so remarkably in your cultivation? It's a long story. Shortly after I entered the secret realm, I broke through to the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. Seeing Shin Tu-jing's look of confusion, Ling Tianyang responded through his consciousness. Afterward, I obtained several high-grade 5th-level spirit elevation fruits, along with an extreme spirit pill, which allowed my cultivation to ascend to the peak of the initial stage of the Tianji realm. Subsequently, I cultivated in the Spirit Pool Great Hall for 3 years, and my cultivation reached the current pinnacle of the Tianji realm. Ling Tianyang recounted earnestly. Once Ling Tianyang attained the pinnacle of the Tianji realm, his soul consciousness surged correspondingly, far surpassing the confines of the Tianji realm. However, within this Qingyan secret realm, it seemed that powers above the Kongxian realm were subjected to some form of suppression. Consequently, Ling Tianyang's soul consciousness was constrained by the rules of the secret realm, appearing as though it were at the pinnacle of the Tianji realm. Thus, Ling Tianyang was temporarily unaware of the true extent of his own soul consciousness. Given Ling Tianyang's current cultivation strength, he no longer feared that the content of his divine transmissions would be detected by the numerous powerful figures present. You truly possess remarkable fortune. Shin Tu-jing, with a contemplative expression, swiftly shifted the topic. Ling Tianyang, do you still possess any ascension fruits? I have a few left. Why do you ask? Ling Tianyang was taken aback for a moment, then questioned. Your cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Surely you no longer require the ascension fruit. While I do not, my dear sister Xiaoxue is still at the mid-stage pinnacle of the celestial realm. Please, grant her one of the ascension fruits. Pausing momentarily, Jing continued to convey telepathically, Xiaoxue is my closest friend. You must assist her. Only by elevating her cultivation can she compete for better opportunities in the forthcoming core cave. Is that acceptable? Jing gazed at Ling Tianyang with a hint of urgency. Absolutely, Ling Tianyang nodded in agreement. With a flick of his palm, a luminous blue fruit appeared within his grasp. Handing the ascension fruit to the nearby Gu Qingxue, Ling Tianyang transmitted telepathically, "This is from Sister Jing. You are fortunate to receive it." "Thank you." Gu Qingxue accepted the fruit, albeit with a puzzled look directed at Ling Tianyang. This is a high-tier 5th-grade ascension fruit, capable of propelling a mid-stage celestial realm warrior directly to the late stage. Ling Tianyang clarified telepathically, noticing her confusion. "Had it not been for your close friendship with Sister Jing, I would not have been so generous." "Humph." Gu Qingxue shot Ling Tianyang a glare, yet quickly cradled the ascension fruit in her palms. "Since the core cave has yet to open, you should consume the ascension fruit now. We can provide you with protection," Ling Tianyang urged. At that moment, Jing seemed to be communicating with Gu Qingxue telepathically as well. Given Gu Qingxue's relatively low cultivation, she was easily susceptible to exposure in front of numerous late-stage and pinnacle celestial realm powerhouses, compelling her to refrain from casual telepathic exchanges. As Gu Qingxue ingested the ascension fruit and began to refine its medicinal properties in preparation for a breakthrough, Ling Tianyang took the opportunity to survey the multitude of martial artists surrounding them. The square was bustling with warriors, among whom several factions boasted over 100 members, predominantly from the top 10 major powers of the Qingyun kingdom. In addition, there were smaller groups comprising a few dozen individuals and several temporary alliances of scattered cultivators. It appeared that Ziyun had not accompanied the experts from the Xianxia sect to this secret realm. Ling Tianyang first directed his gaze towards the Xianxia sect's faction, but upon discovering that Jiang Ziyun was absent, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Shifting his gaze to the Xianbing sect's camp, he spotted the familiar figure of Chu Yujiao, along with Duanmu Yao, who had recently returned to the Duanmu family, and several others including an elderly man with white hair. Continuing his search, Ling Tianyang soon recognized a familiar figure among a group clad in fiery red robes, He Liangyun, the heir of the He family, whom Ling Tianyang had long sought to eliminate. He Liangyun, driven by his unrequited affection for Chu Yujiao, upon discovering that Ling Tianyang was her betrothed, audaciously orchestrated the assassination of the original Ling Tianyang. Furthermore, he harbored ambitions to unite the He family with the Song family, intending to annihilate the Ling family of Kaiyang City. Had unforeseen circumstances not intervened, it is likely that He Liangyun's nefarious scheme would have come to fruition. The original Ling Tianyang met his demise because of He Liangyun, and this enmity cannot go unavenged. As Ling Tianyang's consciousness subtly swept over He Liangyun's form, he immediately discerned his current cultivation level, early stage of the celestial realm. He Liangyun, it appears fate has brought us together again. Ling Tianyang, exercising great caution, delicately divided a fragment of his own spiritual consciousness, carefully affixing it to He Liangyun's being. With the enhancement of his own powers, he executed this act with utmost stealth. It seems that this scoundrel He Liangyun intends to venture into the core cave to seek fortune. For the time being, I shall allow him to remain. Once he enters the core cave, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him. After all, I have already inscribed my spiritual mark upon him, and I fear not his potential escape. A flicker of cold malice flashed in Ling Tianyang's eyes. Chapter 125, The Conflict in the Medicine Garden. Ah, that old fellow is here as well. Gazing past He Liangyun, Ling Tianyang noticed the red-haired elder he had encountered in the desolate ancient land, standing not far from He Liangyun. However, this time, the elder did not perceive the murderous intent in Ling Tianyang's eyes as he had previously. Turning his head slightly, Ling Tianyang continued to observe the unfolding events in the plaza. In the center of the square, a striking azure light membrane, reminiscent of the size of a house, drew attention. Through the membrane, the martial artists present could vaguely discern a mansion of intermingling light and shadow. Beside the azure membrane stood a towering azure stone tablet, approximately the height of 2 men. Inscribed upon it were 3 ancient characters radiating a formidable aura, Chingi Mansion. Merely from the aura exuded by these characters, martial artists below the Tianji realm were effectively deterred from approaching. It turned out that this Chingi Mansion was a separate secret realm within the Qingyun mystic land. While Ling Tianyang was observing the situation in the plaza, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy began to converge above Gu Qingxue's head within the Tianji sect's ranks. At a certain moment, Gu Qingxue's delicate form quivered, and an immense amount of spiritual energy was visibly devoured by her body at an astonishing rate. "Ha! I am now a formidable figure in the late Tianji realm," Gu Qingxue exclaimed joyfully, gradually opening her eyes, the brilliance within them lingering for an extended period. The aura belonging to the late Tianji realm elicited envy from many martial artists in the Tianji sect. "Congratulations, Elder Gu, on your significant advancement." Cheers of congratulations erupted from the ranks of the Tianji sect as they felt the powerful aura radiating from Gu Qingxue. Many martial artists in the mid-Tianji realm gazed at Ling Tianyang with fervent eyes. Earlier, when Ling Tianyang had presented the Spirit Ascension fruit to Gu Qingxue, numerous members of the Tianji sect had witnessed this. Subsequently, Gu Qingxue consumed the Spirit Ascension fruit, successfully breaking through to the late Tianji realm. The martial artists present were not fools. They naturally understood that this was due to the Spirit Ascension fruit. Boom! At that moment, a powerful tremor shook the ground. The martial artists present then saw the azure light membrane in the center of the plaza suddenly radiate with brilliance. Within the membrane, the mansion that had previously seemed like a play of light and shadow gradually became clearer. The core cave residence has finally opened. In the next instant, a shadow, as elusive as a specter, leaped forth from near the azure light membrane, swiftly entering within. Quickly, as the gateway to the Chingi mansion swung open, the martial artists in the plaza erupted in delight, rushing eagerly towards the azure membrane. The ranks of various powerful factions such as the Shushu sect, the Qingyan royal family, the Lihua sect, and the Xianbing sect were not to be outdone, as countless martial artists surged forward to enter the azure membrane. Certainly, not all of the foremost warriors of the Qingyan kingdom congregated in the square. Numerous martial artists lingered in other areas of the secret realm. The Qingyan secret realm is vast, containing many places of great opportunity beyond the Qini mansion. Ling Tianyang, Chu Yujiao, and Duan Yao, along with the elderly man with white hair, had previously cultivated in the Spirit Pool Hall, which is a significant opportunity within the Qingyan secret realm. Let us proceed swiftly. Observing the warriors in the square, they surged en masse into the Qini mansion. In the ranks of the Heavenly Artifact sect, upon the command of Elder Long Xingao, all the sect's warriors also poured into the azure light membrane. The Qini mansion is an expansive cavern, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is even more concentrated than in the Qingyan secret realm. After Ling Tianyang and the others passed through the azure light membrane, they beheld in the distance a mansion, resplendent like jade, shrouded in a somewhat ethereal glow under the sunlight. That must be the core cavern of the Qingyan secret realm. It appears we are still on the outskirts of the Qini mansion. Elder Long Xingao gazed longingly at the jade-like mansion, expressing his sentiments aloud, prompting the attention of the others to shift toward the distant Qini residence. With a whoosh, figures began to dart toward the mansion, swiftly vanishing within its confines. The opportunities within the Qini mansion surely surpassed those outside. Ling Tianyang, eyeing the grand estate, communicated with Shun Tu Jing through his spiritual sense, suggesting, "Sister Jing, with so many of us together, it might be more prudent to split up." Indeed, Shun Tu Jing replied with a nod, agreeing with Ling Tianyang's notion. Within the Qini mansion, most of the structures are fortified by powerful formations, constructed from exceptionally resilient materials, rendering ordinary warriors' attacks virtually ineffective. Should a warrior fail to breach the formations surrounding the buildings, entry into them would be impossible. Once everyone entered the Qini mansion, the hundreds of warriors from the Heavenly Artifact sect divided into small groups, consisting of a few individuals or up to 20. Ling Tianyang, along with Shun Tu Jing and Gu Qingxue, formed a trio and made their way to the medicinal garden of the Qini mansion. The spiritual energy in the medicinal garden is incredibly abundant. The Qingyan secret realm has remained sealed for centuries, undoubtedly housing numerous precious resources. Feeling the rich spiritual energy emanating from the garden, the trio wore expressions of delight. As they ventured into the garden, they noticed an array of high-grade spiritual herbs flourishing within. At this moment, they were among the first human warriors to arrive here. Blood-dissolving grass, purifying spirit fruit. Each high-grade spiritual herb caught their eye, being rare species seldom seen in the Qingyan kingdom. If utilized for alchemy, their efficacy would be remarkable. What are we waiting for? Many of these spiritual herbs have nearly vanished from the outside world. If we do not act soon, others will soon arrive to contest these treasures with us. Ling Tianyang, with a hint of excitement, cast a glance at Gu Qingxue, who appeared somewhat dazed beside him, and swiftly darted toward the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. The garden was abundant with valuable spiritual herbs, and should Ling Tianyang bring them back to the outside world to cultivate his own faction, he could undoubtedly nurture numerous formidable individuals. His figure flickered throughout the garden as he collected high-grade spiritual herbs one after another. Observing Ling Tianyang's rapid gathering of these precious herbs, Chu Yujiao and Gu Qingxue, unwilling to be outdone, joined him in the endeavor. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the trio managed to harvest the majority of the high-grade spiritual herbs from the garden. The entire process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any external interference. Suddenly, from a distance, a few small groups of martial artists swiftly approached the medicinal garden. They had realized this place was a treasure trove of high-grade spiritual herbs. Soon, these newly arrived groups also began to partake in the gathering of the herbs. Remarkably, Ling Tianyang and the newcomers seemed to have a silent agreement, as none chose to engage in conflict over the precious resources. With so many individuals flooding into the garden, the remaining spiritual herbs were quickly stripped bare. Let us go? After securing the last spiritual herb into their spatial rings, Ling Tianyang and his companions prepared to depart. However, at that moment, the martial artists from the small groups swiftly blocked their path, all wearing unfriendly expressions as they fixed their gazes upon Ling Tianyang and his friends. Do you intend to leave? I fear it won't be that simple. Chapter 126. Fierce battle. Most of the high-grade spiritual herbs in this medicinal garden have been taken by you. The warriors from several small factions gazed greedily at the empty garden, their eyes fixated on the spatial rings held by Ling Tianyang and his companions. If you wish to survive, you would do well to hand over your spatial rings willingly. A peak celestial realm expert among them spoke, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he angrily reprimanded them. Seeking death, Ling Tianyang retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the obstructing warriors. Among the small factions, aside from the peak celestial realm expert, there were 3 late-stage celestial realm warriors and 16 mid-stage celestial realm fighters. Chinglan blade, soul extinguishing 10 slashes. As soon as Ling Tianyang's voice fell, the fiery-tempered Chu Yujiao next to him manifested an exaggerated spiritual weapon long knife, creating a striking visual impact. Chu Yujiao's aura surged explosively, and just as Ling Tianyang was about to make his move, she leaped into the air, swiftly charging toward the peak celestial realm warrior opposite her. This peak celestial realm scoundrel shall be dealt with by me. In an instant, Chu Yujiao vanished like a phantom, her long knife becoming a fleeting shadow that pierced through the air. Good. Ling Tianyang and Gu Qingxue nodded, and then proceeded to engage the remaining celestial realm warriors. Prepare to die, Ling Tianyang bellowed, and immediately, 2 enormous spiritual energy hands, each several meters in size, coalesced in front of him. Under Ling Tianyang's control, the giant hands shot forward, appearing before the 3 late-stage celestial realm warriors in the blink of an eye. The speed of the spiritual energy hands was astonishing, carrying an unmatched force that accurately struck the chests of 2 of the warriors, with a splatter of blood, as those 2 late-stage celestial realm warriors were sent flying. Ling Tianyang had already closed the distance to the last late-stage warrior, now less than a meter away. Ling Tianyang's cultivation had now returned to the peak of the celestial realm, his strength significantly enhanced compared to before. After all, in his previous life, he was a pinnacle expert of the Void Xian realm. Under the same peak celestial realm cultivation, ordinary individuals stood no chance against him, let alone these 3 warriors who were not even at the peak level. Before the last late-stage celestial realm warrior could react, he found himself helplessly seized by Ling Tianyang's grip around his neck. Spare me. The man had yet to finish his plea when Ling Tianyang's palm struck him down in a single blow. With his attack successful, Ling Tianyang vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he was already beside the 2 late-stage celestial realm warriors who had been sent flying. Flowing cloud sword. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxue, wielding a snow-white spiritual long sword, engaged the remaining 16 mid-stage celestial realm warriors in battle. Although Gu Qingxue had reached the late stage of the celestial realm, she had yet to fully master her surging power. For a moment, she and the 16 mid-stage celestial realm warriors were locked in a fierce struggle, seemingly unable to gain the upper hand over one another. As Ling Tianyang and Gu Qingxue simultaneously launched their attacks, Chu Yujiao had already engaged in a fierce battle with a peak celestial realm expert. Both were at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and their cultivated techniques were formidable. With every movement, they unleashed terrifying waves of energy. With a swing of the spirit weapon in Chu Yujiao's hand, the surrounding space trembled violently, as if her blade could cleave through the very fabric of reality. A thunderous crash erupted as their attacks collided midair, sending a shockwave rippling outward from their point of clash. Suddenly, the arena was pierced by the horrifying screams of 2 celestial realm warriors on the brink of death, which stunned all present. Each fighter instinctively halted their assaults, turning towards the source of the anguished cries. The peak Celestial Realm warrior, engaged in combat with Tianyang, was struck by terror upon witnessing 3 of his late-stage companions fall to Ling Tianyang in an instant. Dread filled his heart, and he began to reconsider his resolve. Staring in disbelief at Ling Tianyang, he exclaimed, You are a half-step into the Void Realm? Having already attained the peak of the Celestial Realm, he believed it impossible for him to so easily dispatch 3 late-stage Celestial warriors. Thus, in his eyes, Ling Tianyang was undeniably a formidable adversary. A half-step into the Void Realm. In an instant, he turned and transformed into a streak of light, attempting to flee. But it was too late. As soon as he attempted to escape, Ling Tianyang and Tianyang moved in perfect synchrony, vanishing from their original positions. In the next breath, they intercepted the peak Celestial Realm warrior, blocking his retreat. Prepare to meet your end. As Tianyang swung her blade toward the peak warrior, Ling Tianyang manipulated 2 enormous spirit hands in midair, effectively preventing the warrior's escape. In the realm of martial arts, bloodshed was the norm. Strength was the only currency that mattered, not the number of opponents. One-on-one battles were reserved for the confines of one's sect's arena. Outside, the only thought was how to swiftly vanquish one's enemies. Ling Tianyang and Tianyang, both peak Celestial Realm experts, moved with unparalleled speed, their figures flickering in the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages that were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. In a brief exchange of less than 10 strikes in the air, under the interference of Ling Tianyang, the formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the Celestial Realm was swiftly cleaved in 2 by Tianyang's blade. Master, spare me. We are willing to submit to you. Witnessing the swift demise of the 4 most powerful among their ranks at the hands of Ling Tianyang and Tianyang, the 16 mid-stage Celestial Realm warriors in the distance were instantly paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color. They hastily discarded their weapons and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. It was not that they desired to flee. They were acutely aware that in the face of overwhelming strength, escape would be futile. At this moment, any slight disturbance in the environment could potentially spell their doom. Chapter 127, Treasures Abound. Who craves your submission? With a dismissive glance at the kneeling martial artists of the Celestial Realm, Tianyang stowed away the space ring of the peak Celestial Realm expert. Hand over your space rings, and you may leave. Though both Ling Tianyang and Tianyang were decisive in action, they were not indiscriminate in their slaughter. After vanquishing the 4 strongest individuals among the smaller factions, the remaining Celestial Realm warriors posed no threat to Ling Tianyang and his companions. Their purpose in entering the Qi Manor was solely to acquire the cultivation resources therein, not to take lives, and they were reluctant to accumulate further bloodshed. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tianyang and Tianyang exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to spare these individuals. Very well. We shall comply, my lord. We will hand over our space rings at once. Upon hearing that surrendering their space rings would grant them freedom, the 16 mid-stage Celestial Realm warriors nodded eagerly, hastily relinquishing their rings. Despite their usual transgressions of robbery and pillage, when faced with the specter of death, they were gripped by profound fear. Xianxia, these space rings are for you. Observing the mid-stage Celestial Realm warriors surrendering their rings, Tianyang spoke first. Thank you, Sect Master. Upon hearing Tianyang's words, Xianxia cheerfully collected the space rings from the 16 mid-stage warriors. Let us depart swiftly. At the same time, Ling Tianyang gathered the space rings from the 3 late-stage Celestial Realm warriors he had slain and spoke up. Whoosh whoosh. The trio transformed into streaks of light, swiftly traversing deeper into Qi Manor. Among Ling Tianyang, Tianyang, and Xianxia, even the one with the lowest cultivation level was at the late stage of the Celestial Realm, making their collective strength surpass that of most martial artists within Qi Manor. Thus, their speed was remarkable, allowing them to navigate the manor with great swiftness, outpacing many smaller factions. Along the way, they encountered numerous martial artists, all ravenously seizing the vibrant flora and fauna within Qi Manor. Some even spared no effort in pillaging the very floors of the manor. The martial artists descended like locusts, leaving no blade of grass untouched. Within Qi Manor, treasures lay scattered across the ground. Even the most mundane flowers and bricks were considered rare treasures by those from the outside world. It was undeniable that the disparity between Qi Manor and the outside realm was exceedingly vast. What these individuals could plunder as treasures were, for the master of Qi Manor, mere trifles devoid of value. Any buildings of relative significance were protected by powerful arrays set by the manor's owner. Upon encountering a throng of martial artists within the Chingi Manor, their eyes glimmering with avarice, It resembled a horde of refugees suddenly flooding into an opulent residence, irresistibly drawn to the seemingly trivial flora and architecture as they scoured the surroundings for treasures. The memory of their previous pillaging in the medicinal garden made Ling Tianyang's expression twitch with a tinge of embarrassment. Ling Tianyang, along with Shintu Jing and Gu Qingxue, continued to soar deeper into the Chingi Manor. After traversing several miles, they came upon a path paved with nebulous stones, which shimmered with a celestial radiance akin to stars. Nebula stone, a mid-level 4th-grade refining material, is quite rare in the outside world. Within the ranks of the Tianchi sect, it is treasured by refiners for crafting low-grade spiritual artifacts. The mere fact that the master of Chingi Manor had utilized such precious nebula stones to construct a pathway speaks volumes of the manor's opulence. Let us proceed. Greater opportunities surely lie deeper within the Chingi Manor. Ling Tianyang and his companions did not linger on the nebula stone path, resolutely advancing further into the manor. They were convinced that true treasures awaited them in the depths. Resisting the allure of the nebula stones, they pressed on, encountering numerous temptations along the way. Yet they remained steadfast in their resolve. As they delved deeper into the Chingi Manor, other small factions also hastened their journeys inward. At a certain moment, Ling Tianyang sensed a potent surge of spiritual energy emanating from the right. There must be treasures ahead. Elated by the vibrant resonance of the spiritual energy, he swiftly led Shintu Jing and Gu Qingxue toward the source. Moments later, their eyes beheld a pond radiating with ethereal energy, ablaze with a kaleidoscope of colors. As they approached the pond, they were enveloped by an overwhelming and pure essence of natural spiritual energy. Within the pond, there was not but a dozen or so vibrant 5-color lotus blossoms flourishing. This is the 5-color lotus jade root. Ling Tianyang exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon sighting the exquisite flowers. Had I encountered this 5-color lotus jade root sooner, I could have crafted a profound spiritual avatar, and I would have never suffered such grievous depletion of my vitality. Yet, amidst his elation, a slight regret lingered in his heart. With his current cultivation at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, he could only possess a single spiritual avatar. However, upon reaching the void profound realm, he would be capable of wielding two. According to the records within the true understanding of spiritual avatars, the higher his cultivation, the more avatars he could cultivate. I must obtain the 5-color lotus jade root from this pond, Ling Tianyang vowed with resolute determination. These 5-color lotus jade roots were evidently extraordinary. The 5-colored lotus root reveals itself upon the petals above the pond, shimmering with a layer of soft, refreshing iridescence, exuding a profound vitality. As Ling Tianyang's consciousness swept across the pond's depths, he beheld the lotus roots, each appearing as lustrous as jade. They resembled the fair arms of a beautiful maiden, a texture so enticing that one could hardly resist the urge to take a bite. Hurry, someone approaches from afar. We must hasten to gather the colorful lotuses from the pond. Sensing a sudden intrusion of formidable warriors within his consciousness, Ling Tianyang urgently called out, "Be cautious while collecting. Do not damage the lotuses." Acknowledging his serious demeanor, Shintu Jing and Gu Qingxue nodded and began to carefully harvest the 5-colored lotus roots from the pond. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Ling Tianyang uprooted the last of the vibrant lotus roots, a group of warriors clad in fiery red robes soared into the vicinity. This is indeed the legendary 5-colored lotus root. Chapter 128. Narrow Paths of Enmity. Young man, hand over the colorful lotus jade roots you have gathered from this pond. As Ling Tianyang stored the last colorful jade root into his hidden spirit ring, a piercing voice echoed in his ears. The individuals clad in fiery red robes were none other than the formidable martial artists of the Flame Sect, ranked among the top 10 powers of the Qingyan Kingdom. There were 7 of them in total, their cultivation levels varying considerably. Among them, 2 stood at the pinnacle of the Celestial Extreme Realm, while 1 was in the late stage of the Celestial Extreme Realm, 3 in the mid-stage, and 1 in the early stage. To think it would be them. Casting a casual glance, Ling Tianyang recognized the 2 peak Celestial Extreme Realm warriors. One was the man with shadowy eyes whom he had encountered while robbing the young phantom fox. The other, an elderly man with a head of fiery red hair, was none other than He Liangyun's master, whom Ling Tianyang had met in the wild ancient lands. Additionally, within this small faction of the Flame Sect, there was a Celestial Extreme Realm warrior in the early stage whom Ling Tianyang was all too familiar with, He Liangyun, the young master of the He family, whom Ling Tianyang had longed to eliminate. Heavenly treasures belong to those fated to possess them. Shintu Fengzhu, I advise you to surrender all the colorful lotus jade roots. At that moment, the man with shadowy eyes directed his malicious intent toward Shintu Jing, who stood beside Ling Tianyang. In the flame sect's ranks, aside from the man with shadowy eyes, the other martial artists were fixated on Ling Tianyang, as well as Chu Yujiao and Gu Qingxue. Humph, Ji Laogui. What do you think you are? Chu Yujiao scoffed coldly. These colorful lotus jade roots are unclaimed treasures. Since they have come into my possession, they rightfully belong to me. You shall not lay your hands on them. Though the man with shadowy eyes appeared youthful, he was nearly 400 years old and served as the deputy chief of the Flame Sect's law enforcement hall, nicknamed Ji Laogui. Chu Yujiao, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you think your trio can stand against us merely based on your celestial extreme cultivation? Ji Laogui cast a disdainful glance at Chu Yujiao and the others. Who would have thought we would meet here, saving me a trip to the Heavenly Artifact Sect? At that moment, the red-haired elder fixed a menacing gaze on Chu Yujiao. A year ago, my nephew Tang Lai and Wen Rinchi sought you in the Chinglan mountain range. Why did they both suddenly perish? His eyes bore into Chu Yujiao, his voice growing colder with each word. Tang Wuyin. Indeed, Tang Lai and Wen Rinchi both fell by my blade. Chu Yujiao admitted coolly, casting a cold glance at the red-haired elder. The elderly man with a head of fiery red hair held a significant position within the Blaze sect. He was none other than the third elder, Tang Wuyin. Tang Lai and Wen Rinchi, along with a few others, had taken advantage of my momentary carelessness, not only poisoning me but also launching a covert ambush with nefarious intentions. As he spoke, a surge of murderous intent surged within Chu Yujiao's eyes, prompting him to angrily admonish Tang Wuyin. Tang Wuyin, do you mean to say that I cannot eliminate scum like them? Well done, if they are not slain. It would be a grave injustice, he added. Before Tang Wuyin could respond, Ling Tianyang interjected, his voice filled with fury. Had I been present at that moment, I would have undoubtedly crushed them with a single strike. Ling Tianyang distinctly remembered the events at the Chinglan mountain range. A year prior, within the Danxia relics, Chu Yujiao had succumbed to the yin-yang harmony powder concocted by Tang Lai and Wen Rinchi. When Ling Tianyang barged into the second level of the Danxia relics, he encountered Chu Yujiao, succumbing to the poison, ultimately leading to Chu Yujiao forcibly repelling Ling Tianyang, who at the time had only attained the inner chi realm. Every time Ling Tianyang recalled that absurd scene, he was left in a state of bemusement. He found himself pondering whether he should loathe Tang Lai and his cohorts or express gratitude to them. After all, had it not been for Chu Yujiao falling victim to their treachery, Ling Tianyang would never have found himself alongside her. You seek your own demise, Ling Tianyang declared. And upon hearing his words, Tang Wuyin erupted with fury. In the next instant, Tang Wuyin's aura surged dramatically, exuding the fierce presence of a peak heavenly realm expert. Tang Lai is one of the inner elders responsible for managing the spiritual stones of our Blaze sect. How dare you insult him so? Today, I shall ensure your demise under my blade. Murderous intent flashed in Tang Wuyin's eyes as a chilling spiritual sword materialized in his grasp. With a surge of power beneath his feet, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Ling Tianyang. It turned out that those individuals encountered in the first level of the Danxia relics were indeed the inner elders of the Blaze sect tasked with overseeing the spiritual stones. No wonder the spatial rings I had acquired contained such an abundance of spiritual stones. Upon hearing Tang Wuyin declare Tang Lai's position, Ling Tianyang was struck with clarity. Just as Ling Tianyang was lost in thought, Tang Wuyin had already lunged within 2 meters of him, sword in hand. Old rogue, come forth. Facing the rapidly approaching Tang Wuyin, Ling Tianyang remained unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Do you truly believe that I fear you? A smirk of disdain played upon his lips, and without flinching, he charged forward to confront Tang Wuyin. You are arrogant, Tang Wuyin seethed, his fury intensifying at Ling Tianyang's dismissive demeanor. Though he outwardly scorned Ling Tianyang, he did not dare underestimate him in his heart. After all, a formidable practitioner who had reached the peak of the heavenly realm was certainly no ordinary foe. Die! With a resounding roar, Tang Wuyin felt his aura surge, and simultaneously, his speed inexplicably doubled. In an instant, the spirit energy sword in his grasp radiated a brilliant light and flew from his hand. The sword sliced through the void, piercing the body of Ling Tianyang, who was charging toward him. Alarmingly, when the spirit energy sword penetrated Ling Tianyang's body, the gruesome scene of blood gushing and flesh scattering that Tang Wuyin had envisioned did not unfold, leaving him utterly astonished. To his disbelief, the sword effortlessly pierced through Ling Tianyang's form, continuing its trajectory into the distance without faltering. However, Ling Tianyang's body gradually faded in midair until it vanished completely. It was merely an illusion. Chapter 129, Escalation of Conflict. Oh no. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of Ling Tianyang in midair, Tang Wuyin was taken aback. He promptly unleashed his consciousness, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. "You old thief, meet your demise." At that moment, a voice dripping with murderous intent echoed behind Tang Wuyin. Ling Tianyang had appeared, wielding a crimson long knife. The broken cloud blade technique. Ling Tianyang's crimson blade sliced downward with astonishing speed, aiming directly at Tang Wuyin's body. This technique, the broken cloud blade, was an advanced martial art he had acquired after successfully forging the crimson long knife on Mingyue Peak. Over time, Ling Tianyang had mastered this technique to perfection. As the long knife danced through the air, it summoned powerful gusts of wind, each move flowing seamlessly like a river, utterly unimpeded. "Ah, stop, boy." As Ling Tianyang's crimson blade approached Tang Wuyin, the distant figure of the fire sect's Elder Ji gasped in alarm, urgently channeling his energy to rush toward Ling Tianyang. "Elder Ji, your opponent is me." Just as Elder Ji made a move, Shinta Jing stepped forward, brandishing an exaggerated spirit weapon long knife, instantly obstructing Elder Ji's path. "Shinta Jing, are you preparing to wage war against our fire sect?" Upon seeing Tang Wuyin trapped in a life-or-death predicament, Elder Ji's expression turned frantic. "So what? And if not?" Shinta Jing retorted, her gaze filled with escalating malice. She had never held a favorable view of the fire sect, particularly after the last incident where Tang Lai and when Rinshi had conspired against her, deepening her animosity. Whenever she recalled her domineering yet somewhat absurd behavior in the Danxiao legacy, Shinta Jing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Were it not for her position as the peak master of Mingyue Peak in the Heavenly Artifact sect, she might have already sought vengeance against the fire sect. "Shinta Jing, Tang Wuyin is the third elder of our fire sect. You must command that brat to cease." As Ling Tianyang's crimson blade drew ever closer to Tang Wuyin, Elder Ji hastily threatened Shinta Jing. "Humph, Elder Ji, if war is what you desire, then let it be so." Hearing Elder Ji's words only fueled Shinta Jing's rage, her stance becoming even more resolute. "Do you think our Heavenly Artifact sect fears your fire sect?" Ah, at that moment, a chilling scream from Tang Wuyin pierced the air, echoing in his final moments. "Puchi!" Elder Ji and the others turned to witness Tang Wuyin being slain by a single blow from Ling Tianyang, standing with his blade aloft. Ling Tianyang exuded a menacing aura that startled Shinta Jing and Elder Ji alike. "Elder Ji, all of you from the fire sect deserve to perish. You dare to claim that if I were to slay all 6 of you here, would the others know that it was I who executed you?" After dispatching Tang Wuyin, Ling Tianyang turned to face the members of the Fireblaze sect, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, particularly fixated on He Liangyun, whom he had long desired to eliminate. He Liangyun harbored nefarious intentions towards Ling Tianyang's betrothed, even enlisting the assistance of the He family to conspire with the Song family, aiming to annihilate the entire Ling Clan. The former Ling Tianyang had also fallen victim to an assassination orchestrated by He Liangyun. This vendetta could not go unavenged. Encountering He Liangyun this time, Ling Tianyang was resolute in ensuring he would not escape, even if it meant silencing any rumors of slaying the Fireblaze sect warriors. Ling Tianyang contemplated the complete annihilation of these few practitioners. Moreover, Shinta Jing harbored an intense hatred for the Fireblaze sect, compelling Ling Tianyang to leave no mercy for the likes of Elder Ji. "You, young man, I concede your formidable strength. Perhaps I am not your match." Elder Ji, suppressing his trepidation, uttered tremulously, "However, I doubt you can forcibly detain all 6 of us." Witnessing the overwhelming might with which Ling Tianyang dispatched Tang Wuyin, Elder Ji grasped that he was no match for him. "Haha, Ling Tianyang, you have truly outdone yourself this time." Upon Ling Tianyang's declaration, Shinta Jing erupted into laughter. He, too, had not anticipated that Ling Tianyang's prowess extended beyond mere strength, seemingly surpassing the pinnacle of the celestial realm. "Today, Ling Tianyang, let us join forces and ensure that these Fireblaze sect members remain here." Shinta Jing raised his spiritual blade, issuing a commanding shout. "Ah, this is not good. Everyone flee quickly." The 5 individuals behind Elder Ji, witnessing the effortless slaying of Tang Wuyin at the hands of Ling Tianyang, were already stricken with terror. Although Ling Tianyang's faction was outnumbered, the sight of his overwhelming power instilled profound fear within them. Upon realizing that Ling Tianyang and Shinta Jing were genuinely intent on their extermination, Elder Ji urgently cried out and swiftly turned to flee. Yet, escaping would not be so simple. Observing Elder Ji and his companions attempting to flee, Ling Tianyang, Shinta Jing, and Gu Qingxue swiftly unleashed their full might. In the midst of their confrontation, a crimson blade suddenly shot forth from Ling Tianyang's brow. The blade swelled in size, transforming within moments into a colossal crimson sword, measuring a meter in width and several dozen meters in length. Under Ling Tianyang's command, the massive sword cleaved through the air, instantly dispatching a mid-level celestial realm warrior who had failed to escape in time. With this decisive strike, Ling Tianyang's figure vanished from his original position. In the next instant, he darted towards the fleeing Elder Ji. You are the infamous black-clad thief. Elder Ji gasped in astonishment upon catching sight of the enormous crimson sword soaring through the sky. Your eyesight is quite sharp. Ling Tianyang's expression turned cold, and an overwhelming aura surged from his being. The massive crimson sword in midair sliced through the void, instantaneously appearing behind the old ghost Ji. You wish to kill me? It shall not be so facile. As the distance between the enormous sword and his body diminished, a glint of malevolence surfaced in Ji's eyes. He swiftly flipped his palm, revealing a black pill the size of a longan in his grasp. The Void King pill. Upon seeing this pill, both Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing gasped in unison. Ling Tianyang recognized the Void King pill due to his status as a 6th-tier alchemist. However, Shintu Jing's recognition stemmed from her past encounter with Tang Lai and others during a fierce battle at the Danxiao ruins, where she had also consumed a top-tier 5th-grade Void King pill. As Ji produced the Void King pill, the surrounding space shimmered with visible ripples, as if the very fabric of reality were subtly warping. Just as Ling Tianyang prepared to thwart Ji from ingesting the pill, the old ghost had swiftly swallowed it whole. He cackled maniacally, and in an instant, his aura escalated, reaching the threshold of the half-step void profound realm. Clad in black, Shintu Jing. Today, I shall ensure that you all accompany me to the grave. Chapter 130. Striking with full force after consuming the forbidden drug. The old ghost Ji not only experienced a surge in his aura, but his speed also doubled in an instant. When confronted with Ling Tianyang's descending sword, he easily evaded the strike. Eerie Ghost Claw. As soon as the old ghost Ji dodged the attack of the Crimson Giant sword, he immediately conjured a chilling eerie ghost claw before him. The ominous energy emanating from the claw caused the breaths of all present to momentarily halt. Tianyang, be careful. In the distance, after Shintu Jing had sent a late-stage Tianji realm martial artist flying with a single palm strike, her peripheral vision caught sight of the terrifying eerie ghost claw before the old ghost Ji, prompting her urgent warning to Ling Tianyang. Fleeting Shadow. Concurrently, Shintu Jing's aura surged, and she unleashed her earth-level movement technique, Fleeting Shadow. In a blink, she covered several hundred meters in the air. After sending the late-stage Tianji realm warrior flying, she abandoned the opportunity to pursue and instead darted towards Ling Tianyang. 3 styles of blade control, Void Slash. Suddenly, the spiritual weapon long knife in Shintu Jing's hand flew from her grasp, hovering before her and spinning rapidly. In the next moment, she formed hand seals, causing the long knife to vanish into the void. Haha. In the face of Shintu Jing's full-force strike, the old ghost Ji merely cackled before once again summoning a chilling eerie ghost claw before him. 2 claws, radiating terrifying energy, surged forward towards Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing. Jingjia, quickly dodge. This old rascal's attacks have reached the threshold of half-step Kong Xian realm. Seeing Shintu Jing abandon her original opponent to come to his aid, Ling Tianyang exclaimed in alarm. As he spoke, his spiritual consciousness surged wildly into the crimson giant sword suspended in midair, amplifying its might under his control. Ling Tianyang was multitasking. As the crimson giant sword struck towards the old ghost Ji once more, 2 massive spiritual energy hands rapidly materialized before him. Under his command, these 2 colossal hands raced towards the old ghost Ji's eerie ghost claws. Ling Tianyang's true cultivation had long reached the pinnacle of the Tianji realm, and after integrating the Xuanling clone, Niuyi Dao, within himself, his true prowess had surged to the half-step Kong Xian realm. Witnessing one of the old ghost Ji's eerie ghost claws attacking Shintu Jing, Ling Tianyang felt a rush of urgency and could no longer conceal his cultivation. With his full power unleashed, the speed of the 2 spiritual energy hands surpassed that of the eerie ghost claw by several degrees. Boom, boom. In the next moment, Ling Tianyang's spiritual energy hands collided with the old ghost Ji's eerie ghost claw in midair, producing 2 resounding thuds. Both individuals have attained the formidable realm of half-step void profound, thus their chi-infused attacks seem almost indistinguishable. The colossal palm of chi and the sinister ghostly claws momentarily clashed in midair before dissipating into nothingness. At that instant, Shintu Jing's spiritual sword unexpectedly appeared above the head of the elder ghost Ji. A mere parlor trick, Ji scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the spiritual sword hovering above him. With a swift motion, his hands emanated a chilling aura of ghostly energy, fully unleashing his half-step void profound power. Crack! Shintu Jing's mid-tier spiritual sword was shattered into two segments beneath Ji's ghostly grip. Just as Ji obliterated the sword, Ling Tianyang's crimson giant sword sliced through the air, striking the protective energy barrier surrounding Ji in the blink of an eye. Sensing the terrifying energy radiating from the crimson sword, Ji hastily turned to defend against its formidable onslaught. Meanwhile, as Ji shattered Shintu Jing's sword, her forward momentum faltered, and she coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. "Sister Jing!" Ling Tianyang exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing her injury. He swiftly rushed to her side, lifting her in concern. "Sister Jing, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied softly, shaking her head gently, as she attempted to calm the turmoil within her. "That old wretch dared to harm you. I will not let him go unpunished." A glint of bloodlust flashed in Ling Tianyang's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Ji, who was struggling beneath the weight of the crimson sword. With a flick of his sleeve, a blood-red lizard darted forth, rapidly transforming into a towering, bloodthirsty giant lizard, measuring over 5 meters in height and approximately 100 meters in length. "Blood lizard, this is your mistress. You are to protect her well," Ling Tianyang commanded as the giant lizard materialized. Turning to Shintu Jing, he spoke softly. "Sister Jing, focus on healing. I shall deal with that old rascal first." "Yes, master. I will ensure the mistress's safety," the blood lizard responded, nodding its enormous head with human-like speech. With that, Ling Tianyang cautiously released Shintu Jing. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly before the elder ghost Ji. "Boy, you do possess some grit," Ji remarked, realizing that despite his temporary elevation to half-step void profound, he was no match for Ling Tianyang. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from the crimson sword and observing Ling Tianyang drawing nearer, Ji's expression twisted into one of madness. Suddenly, a torrent of ethereal energy surged into the body of the old ghost Ji from all directions. Simultaneously, his form began to swell alarmingly. This was a dire situation. The old wretch intended to self-destruct. Witnessing this familiar scene, Ling Tianyang gasped and instinctively quickened his pace. It would not be so easy for him to detonate before my eyes. As Ji's body approached its utmost expansion, Ling Tianyang had already reached him. With a commanding shout, he invoked the Medicine King's pulse interception technique, severing the pulse and disrupting the spirit. A terrifying aura emanated from his fingertips, which then began to strike rapidly at Ji's body. Hidden Path, Supreme Yang, Spirit Platform, Central, and Danzhong, each pulse of formidable spiritual power was precisely directed into the various acupoints of Ji's body through an intricate method. The Medicine King's pulse interception technique was an ancient secret art recorded in the Medicine King canon that Ling Tianyang had cultivated in his past life. As the practitioner's cultivation deepened, the technique's potency intensified correspondingly. According to the scriptures, this technique not only facilitated the unblocking of the practitioner's meridians and regulated their internal energy and blood flow, but, when mastered to its zenith, could disrupt an enemy's breath, obstruct their meridians entirely, and render them immobile. Under the application of the Medicine King's pulse interception technique, Ji's once bulging form deflated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon. An unwilling roar of rage erupted from him, and in an instant, Ling Tianyang's crimson greatsword cleaved Ji's body into a gruesome mass of flesh. With a single stroke that vanquished the old ghost Ji, Ling Tianyang's figure vanished once more from the sky, immediately pursuing the martial artist of the late heavenly extreme realm who was fleeing into the distance. Chapter 131. The Transaction with a Swift and Decisive Strike. Ling Tianyang dispatched the late-stage Tianji realm warrior in mere moments. After collecting the space rings from Ji Laogui and his companions, Ling Tianyang turned around just in time to witness He Liangyun being cleaved in two by the longsword wielded by Gu Qingxue. Sigh. Observing the demise of his nemesis at the hands of Gu Qingxue, Ling Tianyang felt a twinge of melancholy. Who would have thought that you, He Liangyun, would ultimately perish by a woman's blade? Just as Ling Tianyang was lost in thought, a surge of powerful Tianji realm warriors intruded upon his senses. "Sister Jing, we must depart swiftly. The commotion we caused here is bound to attract attention. Others will surely assume there are treasures to be found, and a multitude of Tianji realm warriors are already converging upon us." Ling Tianyang swiftly maneuvered beside Shintu Jing, lifting the injured woman into his arms and darting away. As he soared through the air, the bloodthirsty giant lizard rapidly shrank, transforming into a palm-sized crimson lizard, which he tucked away into his sleeve. Gu Qingxue, having collected the space rings of the members from the Flame Sect, quickly followed suit. After approximately an hour, the trio arrived at a secluded and unremarkable building. Sister Jing, please consume these lotus seeds from the 5-colored lotus jade lotus. With a flourish of his hand, a pristine carpet and a large meditation mat appeared on the ground. He then retrieved the 5-colored lotus jade lotus that they had previously gathered from the pond. Gently offering the lotus seeds to Shintu Jing, Ling Tianyang urged, "You must eat these seeds." The 5-colored lotus jade lotus, a top-tier 5th-grade treasure, possessed exceptional healing properties. Its seeds not only remedied physical wounds and dispelled hidden ailments, but also fortified the warrior's physique. Seeing Ling Tianyang's evident concern, Shintu Jing felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, yet she nodded and opened her mouth to swallow the lotus seeds he had offered. Once Shintu Jing had consumed the seeds, Ling Tianyang presented the petals of the 5-colored lotus jade lotus. The spirit weapon longsword you refined was destroyed, causing a severe blow to your spirit. You should take these petals as well. The petals were known to cleanse the bodies and minds of warriors below the empty, profound realm and significantly enhance the refinement of their souls and consciousness. With a nod, Shintu Jing opened her mouth once again to ingest the petals Ling Tianyang provided. After she had consumed them, a chillingly beautiful jade vial materialized in the palm of Ling Tianyang's hand. Opening the icy vial, he continued, "Now, please drink this Tiani soul water." I can hardly endure this." At this moment, Shintu Jing had yet to respond, prompting Gu Qingxue to speak up. Unable to contain her frustration, Ling Tianyang, "Must you be so anxious?" The Peak Master merely suffered some backlash from the destruction of a spiritual artifact. She simply needs to recuperate. Gu Qingxue continued, "Stuffing the Peak Master with rare treasures. Do you not fear that she may be overwhelmed? What business is it of yours?" Ling Tianyang shot Gu Qingxue a glare, then added, "I have studied pharmacology. The substances I have given to Jingjia are undoubtedly beneficial and harmless to her." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tianyang gently brought the Tiani soul water to Shintu Jing's lips, softly urging her, "Open your mouth." Under Gu Qingxue's peculiar gaze, Shintu Jing felt her cheeks flush. Yet she obediently parted her lips. Ling Tianyang's concern for her filled Shintu Jing with a delightful warmth. The Tiani soul water not only fortified the warrior's soul, but also healed spiritual injuries and purified impurities within it. With a flick of his finger, a drop of Tiani soul water accurately landed in Shintu Jing's mouth. "Focus on your recovery," he instructed. After Shintu Jing consumed the seeds and petals of the 5-color lotus yao, along with the Tiani soul water, Ling Tianyang guided her to rest on the mat designed for martial cultivation. "Ling Tianyang, you possess Tiani soul water?" Gu Qingxue's astonished voice broke the silence as Shintu Jing closed her eyes to heal. "This is a rare treasure for the soul. Could you possibly spare me a drop of that Tiani soul water?" Gu Qingxue asked, her eyes gleaming with desire. With a chuckle, Ling Tianyang's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Elder Gu, acquiring Tiani soul water is not out of the question. However, it requires an exchange of the 5-color lotus yao you obtained from the pond." Gu Qingxue was taken aback, her expression turning perplexed. "What do you need so many 5-color lotus yaos for? There are only 17 in the pond. You took 7. The Peak Master took 6, and I only got 4. "Do not concern yourself with my reasons," Ling Tianyang replied, his demeanor serious. "1 drop of Tiani soul water in exchange for 4 5-color lotus yaos. Do you agree? 2 drops of Tiani soul water, and I shall trade with you," Gu Qingxue suggested, holding up 2 fingers. "That is not acceptable." Ling Tianyang shook his head. "I only have 12 drops left. I must reserve the Tiani soul water for significant purposes. I can only part with 1 drop for your exchange. If you are unwilling, then so be it." "How stingy," Gu Qingxue muttered, but she still retrieved the 4 5-color lotus yaos from her possession. He handed the 5-color lotus root to Ling Tianyang. And Gu Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, "It's a trade. The Tiani soul water, rumored to originate from the netherworld, is a rare treasure of the soul. It not only enhances the warrior's soul, but also heals any injuries to it, purifying the impurities within. For those warriors who have not practiced the Xuanling true solution, the Tiani soul water is undoubtedly far more precious than the 5-color lotus root." In Gu Qingxue's hands, the greatest benefit of the 5-color lotus root is merely to treat physical injuries and dispel internal ailments. However, in Ling Tianyang's eyes, the usefulness of the 5-color lotus root was entirely different. According to the records in the Xuanling true solution, Ling Tianyang could utilize the 5-color lotus root to forge an exceptional Xuanling avatar. By using the 5-color lotus root to create this avatar, Ling Tianyang would avoid the severe depletion of energy that he experienced previously in the spirit pool hall. Indeed, satisfied, Ling Tianyang nodded as he accepted the 5-color lotus root from Gu Qingxue, and then took out another drop of Tiani soul water from the jade bottle to trade with her. Ling Tianyang, I shall now consume the Tiani soul water as well. Please protect us. As soon as Gu Qingxue finished speaking, she immediately swallowed the drop of Tiani soul water. Subsequently, she found a spot beside Shintu Jing and settled down to quietly refine the medicinal properties of the Tiani soul water. All right, no problem. With the 5-color lotus root in hand, Ling Tianyang felt elated. Chapter 132. Imposters. While Shintu Jing was in seclusion to recuperate, and Gu Qingxue was refining the Tiani soul water, Ling Tianyang took on the role of guardian for them, and also prepared to organize the spatial rings left behind by the old ghost Ji and his companions. Previously, at the pond, Ling Tianyang had slain 4 individuals: He Liangyun's master, Tang Wuyin, the 3rd elder of the fire sect, Ji Laoguei, and 2 martial artists. One at the late stage of the Tianji realm and the other at the mid-stage. Just as Ling Tianyang completed the blood oath to claim Ji Laoguei's spatial ring, several uninvited guests suddenly intruded upon his consciousness. Cackling, it seemed there were a few unfortunate souls nearby who were recuperating. Within moments, 5 shadowy figures swiftly approached the building where Ling Tianyang and the others were located. Their cultivation levels were impressive, apart from a peak Tianji realm expert. The other 4 were also late-stage Tianji realm martial artists. Upon observing the attire of these 5 figures, Ling Tianyang couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. The 5 individuals, shrouded in black garments, had their faces concealed by black scarves. Their appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to his own when he had engaged in robbery within the secret realm. As Ling Tianyang scrutinized the black-clad figures, they had already come within a mere 20 meters of him. Brat, hand over the spatial rings you possess, commanded the leader, a peak Tianji realm expert, with a menacing glare directed at Ling Tianyang. Due to his role in protecting Shintu Jing and Gu Qingxue, Ling Tianyang had deliberately suppressed his aura, appearing merely as a novice at the late stage of the Tianji realm to the other martial artists. Seeing that Shintu Jing, the strongest among the trio, was seemingly occupied with her own recovery, the 5 black-clad figures grew increasingly brazen. Get lost. Ling Tianyang's eyes turned icy, filled with murderous intent as he glared at the 5 intruders. You would do well to leave at once. Otherwise, I shall not show you any mercy. Brat, do you even know who we are? The peak Tianji realm expert among the 5 sneered. How dare you utter such arrogant words, demanding we leave? You truly are bold. As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, one of the late-stage Tianji realm figures among the black-clad group laughed in rage. Let me tell you the truth. We are the black-clad bandits. Ever since we entered the secret realm, who has dared refuse to hand over their spatial rings to us? Black-clad bandits? You claim to be black-clad bandits? Ling Tianyang was momentarily stunned by their declaration. Indeed, we are the infamous black-clad bandits within this secret realm. The first speaker continued. Brat, have you noticed our black attire? It is the emblem of the black-clad bandits. Are you jesting? Ling Tianyang's expression grew increasingly frigid with every word he uttered. Do you believe that donning black clothing makes you true bandits? Ling Tianyang never anticipated that immediately after relinquishing his identity as the notorious dark-clad thief, someone would impersonate him and brazenly rob within the confines of the Chingi Manor. Although it was already audacious for these 5 black-clad individuals to assume his identity, they further insulted him by claiming the title of the true dark-clad thief to perpetrate their theft. Young man, your lack of recognition will render us less than courteous, declared the leader among them, a peak practitioner of the celestial realm, whose malevolent aura surged ominously, clearly harboring murderous intent towards Ling Tianyang. In the realm of martial artists, the disparity between levels becomes increasingly pronounced as one ascends. To the peak practitioner, Ling Tianyang appeared merely as a late-stage warrior of the same realm. Those exceptional talents capable of battling above their level typically emerge in the early stages of cultivation, while such instances become increasingly rare as one progresses into later stages. The path of a martial artist inevitably involves fierce competition for opportunities, rife with bloodshed and treachery. With a mere gesture, the peak practitioner commanded his 4 companions, late-stage warriors of the celestial realm, to gradually encircle Ling Tianyang and his companions. You seek death. Ling Tianyang's gaze turned icy, his voice rising in fury. Despite his youthful appearance, he was acutely aware that his soul had endured centuries of trials. These hundreds of years of cultivation had forged his spirit into an unyielding force. With a swift motion, Ling Tianyang summoned his bloodthirsty giant lizard, which erupted forth, transforming into a colossal entity in an instant. Blood lizard, guard this place. I shall deal with these impostors first. After issuing his command, Ling Tianyang's form vanished from sight. His speed was unparalleled as he soared through the air. A terrifying aura enveloped his palm. In the next moment, upon reappearing, he stood before the peak practitioner of the celestial realm. Ah, not good. The black-clad leader gasped, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Ling Tianyang's palm. Initially dismissive of Ling Tianyang's threat, he soon realized it was too late. Ling Tianyang's hand, infused with devastating force, struck precisely at his chest. With a sickening sound, the peak practitioner was sent reeling, blood erupting from his mouth as he was propelled backward through the air, only to explode into a mist of crimson before reaching 10 meters. As the peak practitioner fell to his demise, the 4 late-stage black-clad warriors, rushing towards Ling Tianyang, froze in horror. Ah! Their terrified cries echoed in the air. Upon encountering the most formidable among the 5, who was reduced to a mist of crimson by a single strike from Ling Tianyang, the remaining 4 cloaked figures were utterly paralyzed with fear, their minds devoid of any thoughts of opposing him. In an instant, the quartet of late-stage celestial realm warriors began to retreat hastily. Their only desire at that moment was to escape from this place that instilled them with boundless dread. However, they had scarcely made any distance when the chilling voice of Ling Tianyang pierced the air. Halt! Should you dare to flee another step, I shall ensure that not a trace of you remains. Ling Tianyang's aura surged dramatically, his presence as a half-step into the void realm unmistakably manifesting. Immediately thereafter, his terrifying spiritual consciousness enveloped the fleeing 4 with an iron grip. Chapter 133. Journey forward. Nay, I dare not. The frigid tone of Ling Tianyang plunged the 4 late-stage Tianji realm men in black into an abyss of dread, rendering them incapable of retreating even a single step. My lord, spare us. We are not truly the notorious black-clad thieves. We are merely wandering cultivators from the Chinglan kingdom. Faced with Ling Tianyang's eyes brimming with murderous intent, the 4 men trembled as they spoke. My lord, we are willing to surrender our spatial rings. Please have mercy on us. Humph, just moments ago, you bore ill intentions towards me. As he spoke, Ling Tianyang waved his hand, effortlessly claiming the spatial ring from the peak late-stage black-clad man. He then cast a cold glance at the 4 terrified late-stage Tianji realm men, declaring, if I were to spare you so easily, it would hardly be prudent. My lord, I am willing to submit to you. One of the quicker-witted men hastily proclaimed, and upon his utterance, the other 3 echoed in unison. My lord, we too are eager to pledge our loyalty to you. Please allow us to remain by your side. Such a powerful individual as yourself cannot manage everything alone. Surely you require a few subordinates to assist you. The 4 late-stage Tianji realm men fervently expressed their desire to serve Ling Tianyang, vowing unwavering loyalty for life. Whether their words bore truth or deception remained ambiguous. You make a compelling argument. Ling Tianyang paused momentarily before continuing. Since you claim to be black-clad thieves, it seems we are fated to cross paths. In that case, I shall spare your lives for now. You may remain temporarily. As he spoke, a crimson sword materialized from the center of his brow. The diminutive sword rapidly expanded in size, transforming into a colossal red sword measuring half a meter in width and over 10 meters in length. Depart. Under Ling Tianyang's command, the immense red sword cleaved through the roof of the building with devastating force, reducing it to indistinguishable fragments. The sword then soared into the air, hovering ominously above the heads of the 4 men in black. The black-clad thieves. The sight of the formidable red sword caused the 4 late-stage Tianji realm men to tremble in shock, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. All martial artists who had been robbed by the black-clad thieves within the Chinglan secret realm were aware that one of them wielded a fearsome red sword and possessed the strength of a peak late-stage Tianji realm cultivator. Seeing the emblematic red sword of the black-clad thieves, the hearts of the 4 men grew increasingly complicated. Ling Tianyang, could it truly be you? The infamous black-clad thief from the Chinglan secret realm? Unbeknownst to them, Shintu Jing and Gu Qingxue had already regained consciousness, rising to their feet with astonished gazes fixed upon Ling Tianyang. A light chuckle escaped Ling Tianyang, who nodded slightly. Previously, in pursuit of some cultivation resources, I resorted to robbing a few martial artists within the secret realm. No wonder old Ji referred to you as the black robber during your encounter. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's candid admission, Shintu Jing and Gu Qingxue exchanged astonished glances, realizing the truth of their earlier assumptions. Just how many cultivation resources did you manage to seize? Gu Qingxue inquired, her gaze fervent with curiosity. I haven't had the chance to sort them yet. Ling Tianyang replied dismissively to Gu Qingxue before turning his serious attention to Shintu Jing. Sister Jing, Your injuries have healed, haven't they? Yes, she affirmed with a smile, nodding in response to Ling Tianyang's penetrating gaze. We have already spent considerable time here. Let us proceed deeper into the Chingi Manor. With Shen Tujing's recovery confirmed, Ling Tianyang proposed the idea. All right, the others agreed without dissent. In the next moment, Ling Tianyang leaped into the air, landing effortlessly upon the back of the bloodthirsty giant lizard. Come, join me on the lizard's back, he beckoned. As his words fell, the bloodthirsty giant lizard's demonic aura surged, its form expanding dramatically into a colossal creature standing over 5 meters tall and stretching around 100 meters in length. Initially, in its mid-fifth rank, the lizard stood only 3 meters tall and measured 50 to 60 meters long. However, after 3 years of focused cultivation alongside Ling Tianyang and his companions in the Spirit Pool Hall, the bloodthirsty giant lizard not only ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th rank, but also experienced a tremendous growth in size. Is this truly a 5th-rank top-tier spirit monster? Gu Qingxue exclaimed, astonished by the sudden surge in power and the transformation into a massive entity. How did you tame it? Feeling the lizard's aura, which rivaled that of a peak Tianji realm martial artist, the 4 black-clad individuals who had recently submitted to Ling Tianyang were equally astonished. The black robber is indeed formidable. It is no surprise he managed to rob so many martial artists in the secret realm. If he unleashes this bloodthirsty giant lizard, we would stand no chance against it. While Ling Tianyang had previously released the bloodthirsty giant lizard, it had merely acted as a guardian for Shen Tujing and Gu Qingxue. At that time, the lizard's presence was somewhat subdued, leading everyone to believe it was merely a 5th-rank spirit monster, unaware that it had achieved the status of a top-tier 5th-rank spirit beast. What are you all waiting for? At that moment, Shen Tujing leapt beside Ling Tianyang and called out to Gu Qingxue and the others below. Hurry up. Yes. Shen Tujing's call jolted Gu Qingxue and the others into action, and they swiftly ascended to the back of the bloodthirsty giant lizard. Blood lizard. We have already delayed here for quite some time. You must quicken your pace. Upon seeing that everyone had ascended onto the back of the bloodthirsty giant lizard, Ling Tianyang addressed the creature. Yes, my master. The bloodthirsty giant lizard nodded its immense head and swiftly transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring deeper into the depths of the Azure Garment Mansion. As it flew, a faint sanguine glow enveloped its entire form, shrouding Ling Tianyang and the others upon its back within its protective embrace. With remarkable velocity, the bloodthirsty giant lizard traversed the skies. While journeying deeper into the Azure Garment Mansion, Ling Tianyang and his companions observed a plethora of rare celestial treasures. However, they chose not to linger over the ordinary materials. Only upon encountering exceptionally valuable and rare artifacts did they decide to take action. It appears we have reached the core of the Azure Garment Mansion, Ling Tianyang remarked. Half a day later, an expansive array of grand pavilions and palatial structures emerged within their sight. Chapter 134. I wouldn't really eat him, master. A formidable aura has suddenly emerged in this area. Alas, as we approach the vast architectural complex, the bloodthirsty lizard plummeted towards the ground with great speed. It was not until it descended to a height of less than 3 meters above the ground that it finally regained its composure. This core area must have been ensnared by the owner of the Chingi Manor, who had set up a prohibition against flying in this space. After a brief pause, Ling Tianyang continued, In that case, let us descend to the ground. Indeed, master, came the reply. As soon as Ling Tianyang's words fell, the massive form of the bloodthirsty lizard descended to the ground, carrying Ling Tianyang and his companions to the outskirts of the palace complex. Upon their arrival, they noticed that many individuals had already entered the palace, while a multitude of martial artists had gathered outside. Who are these people? One bystander exclaimed. They ride such a fearsome spirit beast. The appearance of the bloodthirsty lizard, bearing Ling Tianyang and his companions, instantly drew curious and awed gazes from numerous martial artists. This spirit beast has likely reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, doesn't it? A martial artist at the late stage of the Tianji realm gazed enviously at the bloodthirsty lizard beneath Ling Tianyang. If only I could tame such a powerful spirit beast. However, as soon as his words left his lips, the bloodthirsty lizard sprang forth, closing the distance to less than 2 meters from him. Hey, what are you staring at? The bloodthirsty lizard opened its gaping maw, its blood-red eyes, resembling giant bells, greedily fixated on the late-stage martial artist, and spoke in a human tongue. Look again, and I swear I will devour you whole. With its long forked tongue flickering, the bloodthirsty lizard, covered in a thick layer of scales and emanating a terrifying scent of blood, posed a formidable presence. I wasn't looking. The late-stage martial artist trembled at the sight of the unmasked greed in the bloodthirsty lizard's eyes. Despite his own advanced cultivation, he knew that the bloodthirsty lizard was far superior to the peak martial artists of the Tianji realm. He realized, in mere moments, that he was no match for it. Moreover, the fact that this bloodthirsty lizard was clearly tamed by someone meant that its master must be an even more powerful entity. Rustling. It has been quite a while since I last tasted human flesh. Today, I shall feast on you. The bloodthirsty lizard's aura surged. Its gaze locked onto the late-stage martial artist, as it opened its mouth full of fangs, saliva dripping uncontrollably from its maw. Upon encountering the bloodthirsty lizard's predatory gaze, the warrior at the pinnacle of the celestial realm was seized by panic, turning to flee without a second thought for the treasures scattered throughout the temple complex. Young one, where do you think you're running? The bloodthirsty lizard leapt up, seemingly intent on pursuing the retreating warrior. Enough of your antics, blood lizard. At that moment, the icy voice of Ling Tianyang pierced through the air. Master, I was merely playing a jest with him, the bloodthirsty lizard hastily explained. Sensing the ire in Ling Tianyang's tone, I didn't expect him to be so easily frightened. I wouldn't really devour him. Yet the glint of hunger in its eyes made it evident to the onlookers that it was far from a mere prank. Shrink down and return to my sleeve. We cannot have you causing a ruckus outside, Ling Tianyang commanded as he and a few others leaped off the lizard's back. Understood, master. The bloodthirsty lizard nodded, and in an instant, its massive form diminished, transforming into a small, palm-sized crimson lizard. Let us venture inside and take a closer look. With the bloodthirsty lizard stowed away, Ling Tianyang and his companions began to thoroughly survey the magnificent temple complex before them. Their eyes fell upon a grand array of buildings interconnected by corridors and bridges. The most striking feature was a magnificent azure hall suspended in mid-air at the center of this architectural marvel. Constructed from countless shimmering azure gemstones, the hall emanated an aura of overwhelming terror. Though the hall remained a considerable distance away, the oppressive might it radiated was palpable to Ling Tianyang and his companions. As they stepped into the temple complex, they witnessed a mid-stage celestial realm warrior, unable to withstand the hall's oppressive aura, turn beet red before violently expelling a mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right? An elder at the late stage of the celestial realm rushed to support the bloodied warrior, cautioning, you must not confront the overwhelming presence emitted by the azure hall. Numerous warriors had succumbed to the inexplicable urge to vomit blood, including one of the black-clad individuals recently subdued by Ling Tianyang. The hall's oppressive force caused the spiritual energy within these warriors to tremble uncontrollably. Any attempt to resist would only amplify this overwhelming pressure. It appeared that the azure hall, suspended in the air, was indeed the very heart of the azure pavilion. With his gaze fixed intently upon the distant azure hall, Ling Tianyang murmured to himself. The oppressive aura emanating from the azure hall caused Ling Tianyang's heart to tighten in alarm. He was inwardly astonished. It seemed that the formidable presence exuding from the azure hall was at least on par with that of a being beyond the realm of Guiyuan. As a former pinnacle of the Kongshan realm, Ling Tianyang was acutely aware of the essence of such power. Merely sensing the might of the azure hall, he realized it was undeniably the work of a master from the Guiyuan realm or higher. Subsequently, Ling Tianyang and his companions proceeded cautiously toward the azure hall, fully aware that even seemingly ordinary elements within the temple complex could conceal immense peril. As flying was prohibited above the temple grounds, they could only employ their martial skills to traverse the terrain. Numerous foreign warriors inexplicably fell prey to the hidden dangers lurking within the temple complex along their journey. Ling Tianyang's group comprised 7 individuals, including himself, Shinta Jing, Gu Qingxue, and 4 loyal followers, all of whom were late-stage practitioners of the Tianji realm. As they navigated through the temple complex, they encountered not only fortuitous opportunities, but also a plethora of dangers. Tragically, 2 of the late-stage practitioners in black were annihilated by the inexplicable threats of the temple complex before Ling Tianyang could render assistance. A day later, the remaining 5 survivors finally arrived beneath the suspended azure hall. Chapter 135. The immortal monarch realm. With a swift motion, Ling Tianyang and his companions activated their body techniques, soaring directly towards the azure palace below. Their forms flickered above the ground, each leap covering at least 100 meters. As they drew closer to the azure palace, the oppressive force emanating from it intensified, enveloping them in a palpable dread. Ling Tianyang surmised that within the azure palace, an unimaginable power resided. As he felt the terrifying pressure radiating from the palace, Shinta couldn't help but voice his thoughts. The mere aura that inadvertently leaked from the palace struck them with sheer terror. One might wonder, is the master of this azure abode? Gu Qingxue cast a glance at Ling Tianyang and chimed in, her heart racing in response to the overwhelming energy. The master of this azure estate must undoubtedly be an extraordinary being. Despite the oppressive aura weighing upon him, Ling Tianyang felt a flicker of excitement and anticipation. Upon their arrival at the base of the Azure Palace, they found a considerable number of formidable practitioners already gathered, many hailing from the top 10 forces of the Qingyun Kingdom. Behind them, a stream of solitary experts and martial artists from smaller factions continued to arrive. Beneath the Azure Palace lay a flat expanse of land. In the center, 2 ethereal gates floated, emblazoned with the characters for life and death. Between these gates stood a massive stone tablet crafted from purple jade, exuding both terrifying and mysterious energies, emanating from the inscriptions upon it. The azure-clad king, the master of this azure estate, is indeed a monarch. Upon reaching the clearing, Ling Tianyang's gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 prominent characters inscribed at the top of the purple jade tablet. Just the name azure-clad king invoked an inexplicable feeling of insignificance within him, as if it were something too profound to behold directly. Legend has it that every monarch possesses the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, wielding unparalleled power capable of reshaping the very landscape. They navigate through the void, bridging distances that seem insurmountable. Their spirits merge with the cosmos, comprehending the natural laws, and harnessing the energies of the universe to unleash devastating attacks, endowed with immeasurable might. It is said that upon reaching the monarch realm, one grasps the essence of life and death, cultivating an immortal body. They can not only regenerate flesh and blood, but also restore severed limbs, and some can even achieve the miraculous feat of rebirth from a single drop of blood. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang had only attained the peak of the void profound realm, and had merely heard tales of the immortal monarch realm beyond the return to origin stage. Suddenly, a powerful vibration erupted within Ling Tianyang's soul sea, as the long-dormant Xuanling pearl began to tremble violently. Immediately, Ling Tianyang felt the mysterious and terrifying aura surrounding the azure hall being rapidly devoured by the Xuanling pearl within his sea of souls. The power of a king. Simultaneously, a voice of immense antiquity emanated faintly from within the Xuanling pearl. Upon hearing this sudden, ancient voice, Ling Tianyang's first reaction was not fear, but rather a sense of bewilderment. Could that voice be the spirit of the Xuanling pearl? In his past life, when Ling Tianyang was pursued by the Demon Dragon clan and the experts of the Oblivion sect, he had chosen self-destruction, which seemed inevitable. However, at the last moment, his primordial spirit was actively drawn into the Xuanling pearl, preserving his essence. Subsequently, the Xuanling pearl transported his primordial spirit across space to the Eastern Emperor domain, where it attached itself to the current Ling Tianyang. After his rebirth, Ling Tianyang had contemplated the possibility of a powerful spirit residing within the Xuanling pearl. Although Ling Tianyang had not been a member of the Celestial Artifact sect for long, he had thoroughly perused the refining notes left by Shintu Jing at Mingyue Peak, as well as the knowledge contained within the Xuanling true interpretation regarding artifact crafting. Consequently, he was aware that beyond spiritual artifacts, there existed an even more formidable category of weaponry known as treasures. Furthermore, among treasures, there were those that could communicate with their wielders. Each potent treasure typically harbored a powerful spirit. Ling Tianyang, the Grand Elder, and the others are over there. Let us proceed. Shintu Jing's voice suddenly resonated in Ling Tianyang's ear. Understood. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Tianyang accompanied Shintu Jing and her companions towards the Celestial Artifact sect's encampment. Sect Master Shintu. Ling Tianyang, you have finally arrived. In the Celestial Artifact sect's camp, Grand Elder Lung Xingao burst into hearty laughter upon seeing Shintu Jing and Ling Tianyang's arrival. Below the Azure Hall, the Celestial Artifact sect's camp was modest, comprising merely over 20 individuals. However, each of these 20-odd members was a formidable expert at the late stages of the heavenly extreme realm or beyond. Inner disciple Ling Tianyang. I pay my respects to the Grand Elder. Noticing Grand Elder Lung Xingao's cordial demeanor, Ling Tianyang respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Although Ling Tianyang's cultivation had far surpassed that of Grand Elder Lung Xingao, he understood the necessity of showing respect to the Grand Elder in front of numerous outsiders in such a formal context. At that moment, the Peak Master of the Flame Sun Peak, Dongfang Bai, approached Ling Tianyang, nodding in friendly acknowledgement. Ling Tianyang, it is good to see you again. Recognizing Dongfang Bai's gesture of goodwill, Ling Tianyang respectfully returned the greeting, saying, I pay my respects to Peak Master Dongfang. After all, Dongfang Bai was not only the master of the Flame Sun Peak, but also the senior brother of Shin Tujing, thus warranting Ling Tianyang's respect. At this juncture, Grand Elder Lung Xingao, noticing the two black-clad individuals behind Ling Tianyang, inquired, Ling Tianyang, who are these two behind you? The Grand Elder. They are friends I encountered on my journey, Ling Tianyang responded after a brief pause. Previously, for individuals clad in black, all at the late stage of the heavenly extremity realm, chose to submit to Ling Tianyang. However, while traversing the hall complex, two of them unexpectedly encountered a peril within the halls and perished on the spot. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's words, the Grand Elder, Cold Star AO, nodded slightly and then fell silent. Grand Elder, you arrived here first. What is the situation? At that moment, Shintu Jing inquired of the Grand Elder Cold Star AO about the circumstances in the open space beneath the Azure Palace. Chapter 136. The Legacy of the Death Gate. We had only just arrived here. As Shintu Jing's words echoed, the voice of the Grand Elder, Lung Xingao, resonated. The overwhelming aura emanating from the purple jade monument rendered us unable to approach. It seems we can only draw near once the energy from the monument dissipates. Indeed. Nodding in agreement, Shintu Jing suddenly exclaimed in surprise, why do I feel that the oppressive force surrounding us is gradually diminishing? This aura is truly lessening. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder, Lung Xingao, also focused intently, sensing the terrifying and enigmatic energy enveloping us. In his perception, the aura was indeed waning. Seeing the expressions of joy on Shintu Jing and Grand Elder Lung Xingao, Ling Tianyang could not help but think, this must be the result of the sovereign power being devoured by the Xuanling pearl. Diving into his soul sea, Ling Tianyang observed the Xuanling pearl, resembling a miniature black hole, voraciously consuming the sovereign power left by the Chingi king. The energy in the surroundings was diminishing. Everyone look. The content on the purple jade monument is now fully discernible. Simultaneously, the other martial artists beneath the Azure Hall began to notice the changes in the scene. Wait, this legacy of the Chingi king can only be inherited by female martial artists? Casting his gaze towards the purple jade monument situated between the life gate and the death gate, Ling Tianyang's expression shifted and disappointment welled within him. What a tantalizing prospect it is to inherit the legacy left by a sovereign. Yet, the inscription on the monument stating, the techniques cultivated by this king are suited solely for female martial artists. Only those with fate may inherit, left all the male martial artists present in profound dismay. Once the terrifying and enigmatic aura dissipated, Ling Tianyang clearly read the inscription. This king, Wan Chingi, embarked on the path of martial arts at the tender age of 10. Undergoing body tempering, internal energy cultivation, essence condensation, spiritual sea exploration, and reaching the pinnacle of the void realm in less than a century. Subsequently, this king broke through the shackles of the void realm and the return to origin realm, successfully comprehending the profound mysteries of life and death, ultimately becoming a legendary sovereign. Honored as the Chingi king, at the age of 1,000, this king encountered a formidable adversary, engaging in a fierce battle in the void for 9 months. Though victorious in slaying the foe, this king suffered grievous injuries to the source within. In the throes of death, this king chose to traverse the void, returning to the Eastern Emperor domain, where the legacy was bestowed. Within the Azure Hall above this realm of temples, this king has preserved a lifetime of treasures and martial arts teachings. The techniques cultivated by this king are suited solely for female martial artists. Only those with fate may inherit. To receive this king's legacy, one must abide by the rules laid down by this king. Any who defy the regulations of the Chingi Manor shall be met with annihilation. Upon the purple jade monument, a prominent crimson character for exterminate deeply moved all the martial artists present, instilling in them a profound respect for the oath left by a king. As his gaze continued downward, Ling Tianyang observed the inscription beneath the purple jade monument. To either side of the monument, there existed a portal of life and a portal of death. The portal of life served as the teleportation array for departing the secret realm. Any martial artist wishing to leave could do so immediately by entering this portal. Conversely, the portal of death was the sole passage to the Azure Hall, where entering would guarantee perilous odds of survival. To attain the king's legacy, one must enter the portal of death accompanied by someone willing to selflessly devote themselves. Otherwise, certain doom awaited. What peculiar rules has the azure-clad king left behind? After reading the final passage on the purple jade monument, Ling Tianyang found himself engulfed in confusion. At that moment, as Ling Tianyang pondered, Shin Tujing suddenly patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Ling Tianyang, the azure-clad king's legacy is not meant for men like you. What are you laughing at? Ling Tianyang shot a fierce glare at Shin Tujing, retorting, "Did you not comprehend the rules above? Without someone willing to selflessly devote themselves for you, how can you hope to inherit the legacy of the azure-clad king?" "Humph, how do you know their ISNT?" Shen Tujing shot back defiantly. Suddenly, a chorus of anguished roars erupted from the martial artists present. As the oppressive force in the arena dissipated, several men attempted to rush into the portal of death, forcefully seeking to claim the azure-clad king's legacy. Yet, the very next moment, the onlookers witnessed a horrifying spectacle. As soon as those men neared the portal, they were obliterated into a mist of blood by an invisible force. The martial artists gathered beneath the azure hall, upon witnessing the eerie and terrifying scene before the portal of death, broke into cold sweat, abandoning any lingering hopes. Those who had also been rushing towards the portal froze in their tracks upon seeing the fate of their predecessors. What a terrifying power! Those few late-stage Tianji realm experts had been utterly defenseless, reduced to nothing but a puddle of blood. Ling Tianyang's gaze sharpened as he beheld the enigmatic and dreadful force emanating from the portal of death. Indeed, it was formidable. It appeared that obtaining the azure-clad king's legacy was no simple task. Shen Tujing nodded in agreement. Though hesitantly glancing at Ling Tianyang, she inquired, "Ling Tianyang, what are your thoughts on the azure-clad king's legacy?" "Naturally, we must contend for the legacy of a king." After a brief pause, Ling Tianyang contemplated for a moment before a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. He then seized Shen Tujing's hand and charged toward the portal of death. "Ling Tianyang, have you lost your senses?" Shen Tujing exclaimed in shock, her voice rising in alarm as she hurriedly spoke. "What are you afraid of? The legacy of the Green-Robe King can only be inherited by women, as long as there is one willing to selflessly devote herself to you and enter alongside you. It is I who should be afraid." Ling Tianyang did not pause in the slightest at Shen Tujing's words. Rather, he accelerated his pace even further. At that moment, Shen Tujing heard Ling Tianyang's resolute voice beside her. "Shen Tujing, even if death awaits, I will be with you." "You are fortunate." Shen Tujing was momentarily taken aback. But then a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. "If I must die, then dying alongside you is worth it." As they spoke, Ling Tianyang and Shen Tujing had already approached within 2 meters of the door of death. In the next instant, they felt an invisible force surge forth from the door of death, enveloping their bodies in an instant. Chapter 137. Projection of Divine Consciousness. Quick, quick. Over there, 2 audacious souls are charging towards the gate of death. Will they succeed this time? Nevertheless, it is prudent to allow them to scout the path first. The previous group of men had barely approached the gate of death before being obliterated into a mist of blood. Will this man and woman manage to pass unscathed? As Ling Tianyang and Shen Tujing soared towards the gate of death, the warriors gathered beneath the azure hall began to stir. Upon entering the Qian secret realm, particularly within the Chingi mansion, many external warriors had made significant breakthroughs in their cultivation due to the numerous opportunities present in the secret realm. Among them, several had even emerged as late-stage or peak experts of the heavenly extreme realm. After all, those who could enter the Qian secret realm were no ordinary individuals. They were either prodigious talents or exceptional figures from the older generation. Whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, Ling Tianyang and Shen Tujing felt as though they were being scrutinized by an unseen force emanating from the gate of death. "Ha! Ling Tianyang, we are unharmed. We have not perished." The trepidation that had clouded their minds dissipated as they crossed the threshold of the gate of death, and Shen Tujing's ecstatic voice rang out. "Dang, that scared me to death." Following closely, Ling Tianyang's visibly relieved voice echoed from within the gate. As the warriors beneath the azure hall witnessed Ling Tianyang and Shen Tujing successfully traversed the gate of death, their figures vanished without a trace. Subsequently, a brief silence was shattered as chaos erupted among the warriors at a distance from the gate. "Look, look! That man and woman have truly entered the gate of death. We must hurry, or else the inheritance of the Chingi king may be seized by them." Seeing that the gate of death did not slay all who sought to enter, the warriors below the azure hall rejoiced immensely. The female warriors, in particular, had their eyes gleaming with fervor. Soon, pairs of men and women began to soar into the gate of death one after another. Unsurprisingly, every male-female duo that approached successfully entered the gate. Before long, more than half of the warriors beneath the azure hall had vanished. Is this truly the interior of the azure hall? It appears rather simplistic, does it not? Upon their feet touching the ground, Ling Tianyang and Shen Tujing found themselves in a chamber no larger than 20 square meters. The room bore no extraneous furnishings, only a rather enigmatic, ethereal silhouette. "Welcome to the Hall of Inheritance." Just as Ling Tianyang and Shen Tujing were surveying their surroundings, the indistinct figure spoke. I am the projection of the divine consciousness left here by the Green Robe King, and I shall now be responsible for assessing the inheritors of his legacy. Upon encountering the projection of the Green Robe King, the gazes of Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing ignited with fervor. This is the true embodiment of strength. Merely a fragment of divine consciousness possesses such intelligence. Ling Tianyang, do you believe that one day we, too, can become such formidable beings? Shintu Jing cast a yearning glance at Ling Tianyang and expressed her aspirations. I believe that as long as we diligently cultivate, we will inevitably become immortal sovereigns like the Green Robe King. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Ling Tianyang's eyes as he nodded affirmatively. Just as they were lost in contemplation, the projection of the Green Robe King spoke once more. All martial artists who have come to the Hall of Inheritance shall be treated equally. In truth, there are only two simple steps to obtain my legacy. The first step, which is also the simplest, is to drop a single drop of your blood into my divine consciousness projection. Following this, my projection will automatically determine whether you possess the qualifications to become the inheritor of the Green Robe King. Only after you have successfully completed the first step can we proceed to the second. After the Green Robe King's projection conveyed this message, it immediately fell into a state of stupor. Sister Jing, what are you waiting for? Noticing that Shintu Jing was momentarily dazed and had yet to make a move, Ling Tianyang promptly urged, hurry and drop your blood onto the projection of the Green Robe King. We have already taken the lead. Time is opportunity. All right. Shintu Jing nodded and promptly let a drop of her blood fall onto the projection of the Green Robe King. In the next moment, both Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing witnessed the projection of the Green Robe King erupting with a radiant crimson glow. Subsequently, they felt an exceedingly mysterious aura gradually emanating from the projection of the Green Robe King. As Shintu Jing successfully dropped her blood onto the projection, numerous chambers identical to the one occupied by Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing began to appear in various corners of the Azure Hall. Each of these chambers also housed a projection of the Green Robe King. I wonder if I will be the fortunate inheritor? Many female martial artists in the chambers successfully dropped their blood onto the projection of the Green Robe King, eagerly awaiting the determination of their fates. While the majority of female martial artists in the chambers accomplished this task, some male martial artists, under the immense temptation of the Green Robe King's legacy, were blinded by greed and attempted to challenge the established rules of the Green Robe King, seeking to test whether they too could become inheritors. In light of this, numerous men and women successfully traversed the ominous threshold, and during the assessment conducted by the ethereal projection of the Chingi King, they opted for a brutal confrontation. Wanner, you cannot blame me. Within a particular examination chamber, a man, whose gaze exuded a sinister malice, struck down the woman accompanying him with a single blow. He then proceeded to let his own vital essence drip into the ethereal projection of the Chingi King. Initially, the projection radiated a fierce crimson glow. However, in the next instant, it erupted with an aura that transcended the limits of the celestial realm. Such audacity! You dare to defy the rules I have established. You shall pay for this insolence. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, resonated within the chamber, followed by the projection of the Chingi King extending a colossal hand, crushing the sinister-eyed man into a mist of blood. This gruesome spectacle unfolded repeatedly within the Azure Hall. Simultaneously, in the chamber occupied by Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing, the sanguine glow from the Chingi King's projection had long since vanished. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first stage. Almost immediately, the voice of the Chingi King's ethereal projection echoed once more in the ears of Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing. You have now attained the preliminary recognition of the Chingi King's legacy, granting you the privilege to commence the second stage. Chapter 138. The Chaos of Yin and Yang in the Grand Tapestry of Existence. The forces of Yin and Yang govern the cycle of life and death. To inherit the legacy, one must pay the ultimate price. One life must be sacrificed. This second step is the most pivotal in acquiring the inheritance of the Chingi King. After a brief pause, the projection of the Chingi King's consciousness spoke again. In the past, my essence was severely wounded, and vitality within me had ceased, ensnared by the dense aura of death. Were it not for my comprehension of the profound truths of life and death, I would not have been able to endure until the moment the inheritance was bequeathed. Although I ultimately succeeded in preserving this legacy, it remains flawed. In all of creation, the interplay of the five elements and the dualities of Yin and Yang dictate that the essence of humanity is divided. The feminine embodies Yin while the masculine represents Yang. At that time, my balance of Yin and Yang was disrupted, leaving only the deathly essence within the inheritance. Thus, for the inheritor to claim what I have left behind, They must procure the voluntary sacrifice of a powerful individual embodying the essence of Yang. Upon hearing these words, Ling Tianyang could not contain his outrage. What an insufferable scoundrel the Chingi king is. Does he wish for me to perish? What does it mean to voluntarily offer one's entire essence? A warrior stripped of their essence is not but a corpse. Ling Tianyang's voice echoed with indignation. It seems that the legacy left by the Chingi king is not something an ordinary person can inherit. Simultaneously, in the various corners of the Azure Hall, within each assessment chamber, pairs of men and women reacted with fury upon hearing the words of the Chingi king's consciousness. How could the Chingi king impose such harsh conditions? Who among us could possibly inherit this legacy? Most of the duos entering the Death Gate were hastily formed. Who would genuinely wish to sacrifice their life for the benefit of a stranger? For an ordinary person to become a warrior? Or even to ascend to the pinnacle of the Tianxia realm, countless hardships must be endured, an interminable passage of time, relentless training, and serendipitous encounters are essential for success. Warriors, having traversed the long path of cultivation, have witnessed the relentless cycle of life and death among their loved ones, rendering them jaded and self-serving. Who among these warriors does not yearn to be strong? Some would go so far as to forsake their kin for a mere scrap of cultivation resource, even committing acts of slaughter. Who would be foolish enough to relinquish their entire life essence for another to inherit the Chingi king's legacy? It is no wonder that throughout the years, no one has successfully claimed the inheritance left behind by the Chingi king. Alas, my aspirations for the Chingi king's legacy have been dashed. As Ling Tianyang raged against the Chingi king, Chu Yujiao sighed deeply, realizing that her hopes of inheriting the Chingi king's legacy had also been extinguished. Ling Tianyang cast a glance at Chu Yujiao and remarked with an air of indifference, "Do you truly expect me to sacrifice my vitality for you to obtain the inheritance of the Green Robe King?" Absolutely not. As soon as his words fell, Chu Yujiao's expression turned serious and composed. "Even if I do not desire the Green Robe King's inheritance, I would never permit you to perish. Xinxia, I must commend you for your sense of conscience." Ling Tianyang gazed deeply at Chu Yujiao, pausing momentarily before continuing earnestly, "In truth, if you genuinely wish to acquire the Green Robe King's legacy, I would be willing to offer my essence. I no longer seek the inheritance." Chu Yujiao shook her head resolutely, responding with equal seriousness, "I cannot bear the thought of your demise." She then continued, "Even without the Green Robe King's inheritance, I firmly believe we can still emerge as formidable warriors." Meanwhile, in other corners of the Green Robe Manor, numerous female martial artists were devising every conceivable scheme to obtain the Green Robe King's legacy, be it through coercion, seduction, or even the ruthless sacrifice of their companions in a bloody ritual. Some of these women, blinded by the allure of the inheritance, resorted to the most extreme measures. In certain rooms, as a man and a woman clashed fiercely over the Green Robe King's legacy, others sat despondently, lamenting their fate. Just then, the ethereal projection of the Green Robe King echoed throughout the various chambers. The second step is neither excessively difficult nor exceedingly simple for you. Should you fail to make a decision within a day, the Green Robe Manor will automatically transport you away. Moreover, any memories you retain here will be forcibly erased by the Manor's powers. Following this proclamation, the projection fell silent. "Oh, let us merely await our automatic departure from the Green Robe Manor tomorrow. It seems we are destined to miss out on the Green Robe King's inheritance. Such a pity." Upon hearing the Green Robe King's words, nearly all the martial artists relinquished their hope of acquiring the inheritance, succumbing to despair. They all prepared to be transported away by the Manor's forces the following day. At that moment, Ling Tianyang unexpectedly placed his hand on Chu Yujiao's delicate shoulder, his demeanor grave. "Xinxia, I have made my decision. I am determined to ensure you receive the Green Robe King's inheritance. Have you lost your mind?" Chu Yujiao stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. "Are you aware of what you are saying? Tianyang, are you all right?" She reached out to touch his forehead, her concern palpable. "This could lead to death. I am entirely aware of what I am saying. Do you truly believe I have lost my senses?" Ling Tianyang brushed aside her hand from his forehead and replied earnestly, "Do I appear to be jesting?" Immediately, Ling Tianyang gazed at Chu Yujiao with a serious expression and continued, "The heirloom of the monarch is certainly not something one encounters easily. We must not relinquish our quest. You've lost your mind. I cannot agree. If it means your demise for me to attain the legacy, I would rather forego it altogether." A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Chu Yujiao's eyes as she declared, "Let us await our departure, which will surely come from the Chingi Manor in a day's time." "Calm down, Sister Jing. I have not asserted that I genuinely wish to court death. I possess my own means to facilitate your passage through the second step." As he spoke, Ling Tianyang abruptly formed hand seals, and his aura surged dramatically. Soon after, Shin Tuzheng witnessed a figure, identical to Ling Tianyang, gradually separating from his body. This figure was none other than the Xuanling avatar, Niui Dao, that Ling Tianyang had cultivated. With a cackle, the Xuanling avatar, Niui Dao, materialized from Ling Tianyang and instantly took on a tangible form. In the next moment, it darted before Shin Tuzheng, sporting a peculiar grin as it exclaimed, "Sister Jing, do you recognize who I am?" Yu. Upon seeing the figure before her, which was an exact replica of Ling Tianyang, Shin Tuzheng gasped in astonishment. Chapter 139. Sacrifice. What do you mean? Seeing Shin Tuzheng appear somewhat bewildered, Ling Tianyang's ethereal doppelganger suddenly reached out, playfully pinching her delicate face, erupting in laughter. "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me? Why, you are Ling Tianyang." Gazing at the doppelganger, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Ling Tianyang, Shin Tuzheng seemed as if she were trapped in a dream, tentatively inquiring. "That's one way to put it, though I prefer to go by the name Niui Dao." With a slight shake of his head, Ling Tianyang's doppelganger replied with a smile. Upon hearing the doppelganger introduce himself as Niui Dao, Shin Tuzheng glanced at Ling Tianyang in confusion, murmuring, "Niui Dao?" After the initial shock faded, she began to regain her composure. Having heard tales of the legendary arts of doppelgangers, external manifestations, and puppet avatars, she surmised that this ethereal doppelganger emerging from Ling Tianyang was indeed the fabled technique of doppelganger manifestation. "Ling Tianyang, this is your external manifestation, is it not?" Shin Tuzheng shot a fierce glare at Ling Tianyang's ethereal doppelganger before swatting away the doppelganger's hand, which had been playfully pinching her face. "That is accurate enough." The doppelganger of Ling Tianyang straightened his expression, chuckling as he added, "I have chosen to name myself Niui Dao. Niui Dao is Ling Tianyang, and Ling Tianyang is also Niui Dao." At that moment, Ling Tianyang approached Shin Tuzheng, speaking softly, "My ethereal doppelganger is markedly different from those external manifestations commonly known. My doppelganger can be regarded as a true human warrior in its own right. Xinxia, the spiritual projection of the Green Robe King, requires the willing sacrifice of martial artists to inherit his legacy, does it not?" Ling Tianyang's doppelganger interjected. "I intend to use this body to make the sacrifice, assisting you in obtaining the legacy of the Green Robe King. The act of sacrifice by a martial artist is predicated upon their voluntary consent, distinctly different from the blood sacrifices practiced by the dark arts upon living beings. The essence of sacrifice lies in the relinquishment of the martial artist's own interests or even themselves to achieve a certain objective. Generally, the greater the sacrifice made by the martial artist, the more substantial the reward. Sacrifice is not merely a matter of words. It demands immense courage. The fear of death is profound, and the true challenge lies in persuading a martial artist to forego all that they hold dear." As Ling Tianyang concluded his words, his ethereal doppelganger moved closer to the spiritual projection of the Green Robe King. "Ling Tianyang, don't do this." Witnessing Ling Tianyang's intention to destroy his doppelganger, Shin Tuzheng hurriedly exclaimed in protest, "I can see that this ethereal doppelganger possesses a remarkable spirit. It must have been exceedingly difficult to cultivate." Shin Tuzheng gazed intently at Ling Tianyang and remarked, "I have heard of several types of doppelganger techniques, yet none possess the sentience of your Xuanling doppelganger. If it were to be destroyed, it would indeed be a great loss." Her eyes held a complex emotion as she fixed her gaze on him. The relationship between Shin Tuzheng and Ling Tianyang was intricate, having begun with their initial unfamiliarity. In the Danxiao legacy, they not only encountered each other unexpectedly, but also engaged in a scandalous union. At that time, Shin Tuzheng, having consumed a forbidden pill to defeat Tang Lai and Wen Rinxi, lost all her cultivation and was taken away from the Chinglian mountain range by Ling Tianyang. During her stay at the Ling residence, she developed an inexplicable feeling for him. After departing from the Ling family, fate led Ling Tianyang to the Tiangong sect, where they met once more within its inner sanctum. Shin Tuzheng's feelings for him continued to evolve, and she gradually accepted her fate, her affection for him intensifying with each passing day. She had long regarded herself as Ling Tianyang's woman. Witnessing his willingness to sacrifice his Xuanling doppelganger for her moved her deeply. Compared to the legacy of the Green Robe King, what does my Xuanling doppelganger amount to? As soon as her words fell, Ling Tianyang's voice resonated. "Even if my Xuanling doppelganger is destroyed, I can cultivate another. However, should you miss the legacy of the Green Robe King, the opportunity may never arise again." As he spoke, Shin Tuzheng observed Ling Tianyang and his Xuanling doppelganger simultaneously forming peculiar seals with their hands. Suddenly, She sensed an extraordinarily profound aura emanating from both of them. Tianjiang Shintujing looked at Ling Tianyang, who was making a sacrifice, her eyes reflecting countless emotions that could not be extinguished. A cry of anguish escaped simultaneously from Ling Tianyang and his Xuanling doppelganger. In the next moment, she beheld the body of Ling Tianyang's Xuanling doppelganger begin to twist grotesquely. Instantly, it erupted with a resounding boom into a vibrant explosion of energy. At that moment, the long quiet projection of the green-robed king's consciousness stirred once more. With outstretched hands, the projection rapidly transformed the energy into a linear form, establishing a connection between Shintujing and the green-robed king's consciousness. Simultaneously, Ling Tianyang coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Tianjiang, are you all right? Shintujing exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing his distress. I am fine. It is merely a minor backlash, he replied, wiping the blood from his lips and shaking his head. Logically, Ling Tianyang should not have suffered backlash from the destruction of his Xuanling doppelganger. However, this time, the Xuanling avatar was under the control of Ling Tianyang, who forcibly performed a sacrificial rite directed at the projection of the Chingi king's consciousness, in order to ensure that the essence, energy, and spirit of the Xuanling avatar, along with the spiritual power and flesh within, were offered in a more complete manner. Ling Tianyang suffered some backlash to his true form. Although Shintujing witnessed Ling Tianyang spitting out a mouthful of blood, which appeared rather terrifying, the backlash he endured was not severe. A brief period of adjustment would suffice for his recovery. Sister Jing, please focus on accepting the inheritance from the Chingi king without worrying about me. I am unharmed. Ling Tianyang urged, noticing the concern reflected in Shintujing's eyes. At that moment, as he spoke, the projection of the Chingi king suddenly radiated a brilliant bloodlight. Immediately thereafter, an incomprehensibly profound aura emanated from within the projection, enveloping Shintujing's form entirely. Chapter 140. Departure imminent. How many years have passed, inheritor? At long last, this king has awaited your arrival suddenly. The projection of the Chingi king's consciousness emitted two beams of azure light, which swiftly penetrated into Shintujing's eyes. Concurrently, a faint ripple of spatial energy enveloped Shintujing, causing her form to grow indistinct. In the next moment, Ling Tianyang witnessed both Shintujing and the projection of the Chingi king vanish into the void, completely disappearing from the room. It seems that, in this visit to the Chingi manor, the greatest victor is undoubtedly Sister Jing. Observing Shintujing and the projection of the Chingi king fading from view, Ling Tianyang felt a surge of joy within. The legacy of the Chingi king can only be inherited by female warriors, since it is unattainable for him. Shintujing acquiring the Chingi king's inheritance is undoubtedly the finest outcome. Given the stringent conditions set by the Chingi king, Ling Tianyang firmly believes she will uphold her promise. After all, the Chingi king is a ruler of the undying realm, possessing her own pride and dignity befitting an immortal sovereign. Under the current circumstances, it appears I shall have to wait a day before being automatically transported away by the forces of the Chingi manor. Ling Tianyang's gaze swept across the room before he promptly seated himself on the floor to meditate. With a day's time remaining, it would be prudent to first restore my body. Previously, I had forcefully sacrificed my Xuanling avatar, resulting in some backlash to my true self, which I must recover from. Diving into the depths of the hidden spirit ring, a five-colored lotus root materialized in the palm of his hand. Consuming both the petals and seeds of the five-colored lotus root, Ling Tianyang began to circulate his energy to heal. Time passed slowly. Merely 2 hours later, the backlash within Ling Tianyang's body had completely healed. Exhaling a significant amount of stagnant energy, he suddenly opened his eyes, the brilliance within them lingering for quite some time. My body has finally regained its vitality. With the destruction of the Xuanling avatar, it seems I must cultivate another. Fortunately, I now possess 11 five-colored lotus roots. Using them to cultivate the Xuanling avatar will not only save me a great deal of time, but will also prevent the severe depletion of energy I experienced last time. Reflecting on the loss of the Xuanling avatar, Ling Tianyang murmured, "It is a pity that I am about to be automatically transported away by the forces of the Chingi manor. Otherwise, I would truly wish to cultivate a new Xuanling avatar right now." However, just then, within a meter of Ling Tianyang's body, visible ripples began to form in the space around him, and a transparent spatial gate materialized. Tianyang, I have managed to exert some control over the forces of the Chingi manor, followed by Shintujing's voice echoing alongside the spatial gate. Tianyang, quickly enter this spatial gate. Understood. Upon recognizing Shintujing's voice, Ling Tianyang promptly stood and leaped into the suddenly appearing spatial gate. As soon as Ling Tianyang stepped through the spatial gate, a sensation of dizziness washed over him. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. He recognized it as a physical discomfort arising from traversing through space. Once the disorienting sensation faded, he was astonished to find himself in a scene he recognized all too well. How did I end up here? Before him stood a grand hall, devoid of superfluous elements, save for 9 ethereal spirit pools. Among these, 6 were evidently used, with only a thin layer of spiritual liquid remaining at the bottom. This hall was the very place where Ling Tianyang, along with Chu Yujiao, Duanmu Yao, and the white-haired elder, had spent 3 years cultivating. Surveying the empty hall, a sense of perplexity enveloped him. Why am I here? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from above the spirit pool hall, Shintu Jing's voice. Xianxia. Upon hearing her voice, Ling Tianyang looked up to see a myriad of spiritual lights converging into an ethereal figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Shintu Jing. What is going on? He inquired, bewildered by the apparition that mirrored Shintu Jing, the last time he had entered the spirit pool hall with Chu Yujiao and others. The figure they encountered had been distinctly different, resembling a mechanized male voice. Tianyang, I am currently in the inheritance realm of the Chingi king, receiving his legacy. The ethereal figure resembling Shintu Jing floated gracefully before him, a smile adorning her visage. The flow of time in this inheritance realm differs significantly from the outside world. While only 2 hours have passed outside, I have spent a year here. I can now barely control some of the powers within the Chingi estate. I have discovered a hall that bears a striking resemblance to the spirit pool hall you mentioned last time. This hall also embodies the laws of time. You should take the opportunity to heal yourself there. I am presently occupied with the inheritance and cannot leave. As she spoke, the ethereal figure appeared to become increasingly insubstantial. Tianyang, I cannot continue our conversation. I can only tenuously control the powers of the Chingi estate, and even this brief moment is depleting my soul energy. Understood. Ling Tianyang nodded and replied promptly. Focus on receiving the Chingi king's inheritance. Do not concern yourself with me. As soon as his words fell, the apparition of Shintu Jing dissipated entirely within the spirit pool hall. The power of the undying king realm is indeed extraordinary. Gazing at the vanishing figure of Shintu Jing, Ling Tianyang's eyes ignited with fervor. One day, I, Ling Tianyang, shall undoubtedly become that legendary undying king. Shaking his head slightly, Ling Tianyang's gaze returned to reality. According to the flow of time within this spirit pool hall, cultivating here for a year merely equates to 10 days in the outside world, with still more than half a day remaining in the outside realm. All individuals shall be transported away. By this calculation, I can remain in this spirit pool hall for over half a month. Chapter 141. Rebirth of a Severed Limb? Within the resplendent hall of the spirit pool, Ling Tianyang's hands moved with unhesitating grace, weaving intricate and dazzling seals. A profound crimson light enveloped him, casting a sanguine hue over the entire chamber. Before him, the pinnacle of the 5th-tier Mang Lion Beast fire had already been summoned forth. Observing closely, one could discern within the blaze a form strikingly identical to Ling Tianyang himself, having previously mastered the art of the profound spirit doppelganger. Ling Tianyang approached this practice with an enviable confidence. In his last endeavor, he had employed 150 varieties of 5th-tier treasures. This time, however, he enhanced his concoction with 2 exquisite 5-color lotus jade roots, building upon the earlier foundation. The doppelganger forming within the Mang Lion Beast fire now exuded an even greater essence of vitality. Ling Tianyang felt a surge of anticipation, hoping that this new doppelganger, born from the 5-color lotus jade roots, would not disappoint him. As he gazed at the gradually materializing form within the flames, his expression grew increasingly expectant. In a fleeting moment, his visage contorted, and beads of sweat, no larger than peas, began to bead upon his brow. Simultaneously, his eyes emitted piercing beams of light that were almost blinding, causing one to avert their gaze. 3 days had passed in the spirit pool hall in the blink of an eye. Unsurprisingly, Ling Tianyang successfully manifested his new profound spirit doppelganger. He released a long, relieved breath. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid, the brilliance in his eyes shone ever more brightly. Indeed, the quality of this doppelganger surpassed that of the one he had previously destroyed. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the Mang Lion Beast fire back into his being, a look of delight blooming on his face as he beheld his new doppelganger. According to the teachings of the profound spirit true resolution, a doppelganger cultivated with the 5-color lotus jade roots could recover fully even if its limbs were severed, provided they were reattached within a short span of time. Ling Tianyang's true form glimmered with energy as a crimson spirit blade materialized in his grasp. Let us see if your arm can indeed be reattached after being severed, he mused, gripping the fiery blade tightly while focusing intently on his doppelganger's arm. Come forth, he commanded. The doppelganger steeled itself, tilting its head in readiness for the impending strike from its true self. With a swift motion, the crimson blade sliced through the air, severing the doppelganger's right arm at the shoulder. Ouch, that hurts. The doppelganger cried out in pain. Quickly, it employed the healing pulse technique with its remaining hand, staunching the flow of blood from the left arm's wound, and swiftly retrieved the severed limb from the ground. If I cannot reattach my left arm, it would indeed be a tremendous calamity. The severed limb, once cleaved by my own hand, must be returned to its rightful place. Ling Tianyang's ethereal avatar hastily commenced its cultivation. As the technique unfolded, a refreshing sensation emanated from the left shoulder of the avatar. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar tingling and itching sensation followed. Upon lowering his gaze, Ling Tianyang was astonished to find that his left arm had indeed been restored. Why does this ability of the ethereal avatar feel reminiscent of the resurrection of severed limbs akin to that of an immortal monarch? Ling Tianyang gazed in ecstatic disbelief at the arm of his ethereal avatar, now perfectly whole. Regardless of the circumstances, this sensation is truly delightful. Clenching his left hand, Ling Tianyang reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through his ethereal avatar's left arm, his spirits soaring. With such an ability, the strength of my ethereal avatar is bound to surge. Henceforth, I shall continue to be known as Niui Dao. Pausing momentarily, Ling Tianyang's ethereal avatar spoke again. Haha. Ling Tianyang, in his true form, nodded appreciatively and then handed over a brand new set of garments. Bursting into laughter, Niui Dao, you should don your attire first. After some reflection, he realized he had already spent 3 days within the spirit pool hall. Consequently, he anticipated remaining there for approximately another fortnight. This endeavor of cultivating the ethereal avatar has only consumed 1/5 of my soul sea. As the ethereal avatar dressed, Ling Tianyang's consciousness delved into his true form. Assessing the toll exacted by the cultivation of the ethereal avatar, murmuring to himself, 1/2 a month should suffice for my recovery. Niui Dao, proceed to cultivate in the spirit pool. As he spoke, Ling Tianyang released the charming spectral fox cub, Xiaobai, cradled in his arms, along with the bloodthirsty giant lizard concealed within his sleeve. He then settled himself on the purple jadestone cultivation platform atop the white jade floor, entering a meditative state for healing. Meanwhile, Ling Tianyang's ethereal avatar, along with the bloodthirsty giant lizard and the spectral fox cub, occupied the 3 unutilized spirit pools within the spirit pool hall. Days slipped by in this manner. Today marks the time to depart from the Chinglan secret realm. Does it not? At a certain moment 2 weeks later, Ling Tianyang slowly rose. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Xiaobai and the bloodthirsty giant lizard back from the distant spirit pool. He then approached his ethereal avatar, proclaiming with fervor, ethereal unity. Indeed, the ethereal avatar nodded, seamlessly merging its form into Ling Tianyang's true body without any obstruction. The ethereal avatar, a manifestation of Ling Tianyang's own cultivation, is inherently part of him. According to the teachings of the ethereal true resolution, once a martial artist successfully cultivates the ethereal avatar, it can merge as one with the martial artist's true form. As Ling Tianyang's Xuanling avatar fully merged into his true self, an overwhelming force, surpassing the pinnacle of the heavenly extremity realm, surged within him. This powerful sensation was exquisite. Feeling the resurgence of the power belonging to the semi-step void profound realm, Ling Tianyang was elated. With a flick of his fingertip, he concentrated spiritual light, and in the next moment, he pressed it against his brow. Instantly, his aura diminished from the semi-step void profound realm to that of the pinnacle of the heavenly extremity realm. Just as Ling Tianyang reigned in his aura, the familiar voice of Jing echoed once more in the air above the spirit pool hall. Suddenly, visible ripples emerged near Ling Tianyang, and a transparent spatial array gate reappeared. Moments later, he witnessed Jing's figure darting out from within the spatial gate, instantly materializing before him. Jing, Sister Jing, Ling Tianyang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he sensed an aura distinctly different from the heavenly extremity realm emanating from her. Have you broken through to the void profound realm? Indeed, Jing nodded, gracefully approaching Ling Tianyang. The Chingi Manor will soon transport us away. No sooner had Jing finished her sentence than Ling Tianyang felt an immense spatial force enveloping both of them. In the next instant, their figures vanished without a trace. Chapter 142. The Little World. It appears that the Chinglan secret realm is on the verge of closing. As the power of space enveloped Ling Tianyang and Jing, rendering their figures faint and ultimately invisible, warriors in every corner of the Qingyan secret realm, as well as the Chingi mansion and the Azure Hall, sensed a profound spatial disturbance. Swish, swish. The bodies of all the warriors were enveloped by the spatial force within the secret realm, and soon their forms became increasingly translucent, swiftly vanishing from sight. To the west of Qingyan country lies the barbaric ancient land, a sweltering desert seldom trodden by human feet. The searing heat distorts the very air itself. Were an ordinary person, untrained in the ways of martial arts, to venture here, they would likely be parched to a husk in a matter of moments. Except for the time 2 months prior when the Qingyan secret realm was opened, drawing numerous warriors to this desolate place, no one had set foot here in the interim. However, today, the vast expanse of the sky above the barbaric ancient land began to shimmer with subtle distortions. Swish, swish. Suddenly, the figures of warriors descended from the sky like rain, cascading from the warped space above. Finally emerged, Ling Tianyang spread his arms wide, invigorated by the scorching air of the barbaric ancient land. Over 2 months ago, upon entering the Qingyan secret realm, he was merely a novice at the Spirit Sea stage. Yet now he stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Should he integrate the Xuanling avatar into his being, his strength would surge to the precipice of the void profound realm. Compared to his former self, Ling Tianyang's prowess was as disparate as heaven and earth. I wonder how far my soul consciousness has progressed. Previously, within the confines of the Qingyan secret realm, the restrictive rules had suppressed his growth, preventing him from fully realizing the breakthroughs he sensed in his soul consciousness, which had been forcibly constrained at the peak of the celestial realm. As he pondered, Ling Tianyang immediately unleashed his soul consciousness. In the next instant, an area spanning over 100 kilometers was enveloped in his ethereal awareness. Tianyang, how is your soul consciousness so? Shintu Jing's voice, tinged with astonishment, broke the silence. Your soul consciousness has actually reached the void profound realm. Indeed, you know my soul is considerably stronger than that of the average person. As Shintu Jing's words concluded, Ling Tianyang swiftly conveyed through his consciousness. I also experienced a breakthrough within the secret realm. Jingjia, I cannot compare to you. You are now a formidable being of the void profound realm. With that, Ling Tianyang scrutinized Shintu Jing closely. Your aura is remarkably well concealed. It seems to have diminished to merely the peak of the celestial realm. I discovered a treasure within the inheritance of the Chingi king that allows me to mask my aura. With this extraordinary artifact, even formidable experts in the return to origin realm would find it exceedingly difficult to discern my true cultivation level. Shintu Jing nodded slightly, then gracefully summoned a crystalline orb that shimmered like jade from the void. Ling Tianyang could vaguely perceive a miniature representation of the Qingyan secret realm's terrain manifesting upon the orb's surface. Sister Jing, what is this? Ling Tianyang inquired, astonished by the resplendent orb. Tianyang, this is the Qingyan secret realm we previously entered. It is, in essence, a small world left behind by the Chingi king. Noticing Ling Tianyang's bewilderment, Shintu Jing handed the orb to him, explaining, this is the very essence of the Qingyan secret realm. This is the Qingyan secret realm? Ling Tianyang observed the orb in his hand, distinctly sensing an incomprehensible force of law emanating from it. This is indeed the essence of a small world. Carefully scrutinizing the orb that Shintu Jing had presented, Ling Tianyang curiously touched its surface, exclaiming, this is the first time I have encountered the essence of a small world. A small world is an entity capable of harboring living beings. Such realms are categorized into various levels, including pure attribute spaces composed of a single attribute. The 5-element small world formed from the quintessence of the 5 elemental forces and the true spirit small world, which encompasses the entirety of yin and yang along with the 5 elements. These small worlds are exceedingly rare, often possessed only by the most powerful kings of the undying realm. Sister Jing, you should keep this artifact secure, Ling Tianyang advised, shaking his head as he reluctantly returned the orb to Shintu Jing. His expression turned grave. You must never take out the essence of this small world carelessly. It is imperative that no one else becomes aware of your possession of such a treasure. If news of your ownership of the Qingyan secret realm were to leak, it would undoubtedly bring you grave peril. The more he spoke, the more serious his demeanor became. In his previous life, Ling Tianyang had acquired the continent's most extraordinary treasure, the Xuanling Pearl, which had drawn the relentless pursuit of the formidable Dragon Clan and the Annihilation Sect. Seeing that Shintu Jing possessed such a rare treasure as a small world, he felt compelled to caution her. Tianyang, do you think I am foolish? Shintu Jing retorted with a playful glance, before focusing her mind and drawing the crystalline orb into her brow. How could I be unaware of the preciousness of this item? With a smile, she winked at Ling Tianyang, her gaze turning resolute. Rest assured, I will never allow anyone else to find out. Tianyang, Shintu Jing said with a penetrating look, upon returning to the heavenly artifact sect, I may need to enter seclusion to assimilate the legacy left by the Chingi king. Indeed. Nodding in agreement, Ling Tianyang communicated telepathically, Sister Jing, I also intend to leave Qingyun country for a while. Perhaps the next time I return, I shall fortuitously encounter you upon your emergence from seclusion. What? As soon as Ling Tianyang's words fell, Shintu Jing was momentarily stunned. You are leaving Qingyun country? Yes. He affirmed. Ling Tianyang nodded in acknowledgement, then communicated through thought. I am aware of a teleportation array leading to the Fallen God Realm. I intend to make a journey there. Tianyang, the Fallen God Realm is rife with formidable beings. It is exceedingly perilous. Upon hearing the mention of the Fallen God Realm, Shintu Jing's brows furrowed in concern. She was certainly familiar with the reputation of such a place. The moment she learned of Ling Tianyang's intention to venture there, she promptly conveyed her thoughts. Tianyang, you should wait until I emerge from my retreat. I shall accompany you to the Fallen God Realm, ensuring mutual protection. That will not do. Sister Jing, you should return to the sect and focus on assimilating the inheritance of the Green Robe King. Ling Tianyang shook his head, his gaze resolutely firm. Sister Jing, you are aware of my capabilities. As long as I do not provoke those powerful adversaries, I am more than capable of safeguarding myself. Moreover, I am not heading to the Fallen God Realm to cause trouble. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Very well. Seeing the determination in Ling Tianyang's eyes, Shintu Jing recognized that his mind was set. She cautioned, be sure to exercise caution while you are out there. As she spoke, she handed him a small black package, softly adding, Tianyang, within the inheritance of the Green Robe King, I discovered some valuable items. You will surely find them useful. Receiving the black package from Shintu Jing, Ling Tianyang smiled. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Yet, just as he was about to inspect the contents of the black package, a resounding voice echoed through the desolate ancient lands, emanating from the leaders of various factions within the Qingyun kingdom. The martial artists of the Heavenly Artifact Sect are approaching. The members of the Upper Void Sect are headed this way. The Qingyun royal family is arriving. The Duanmu clan is on its way. The Xianbing sect is also coming. Chapter 143, Spatial Treasures. Tianyang, the Grand Elder is calling for us. Let us hasten back to the Heavenly Artifact Sect's camp. Upon hearing the frosty voice of the Grand Elder, Long Xingao, Shintu Jing immediately spoke up. Understood. Ling Tianyang nodded, preparing to stow the small black parcel Shintu Jing had given him into his hidden spirit ring. However, at that moment, he discovered that the black parcel could not be assimilated into the ring. Why won't this item go in? Tianyang, it would be better to keep that black parcel close for now. It contains several spatial treasures that cannot be stored in a spatial ring. Shintu Jing cautioned as she observed his attempts. Spatial treasures? At the mention of these words, Ling Tianyang's eyes widened in delight. Sister Jing, you truly are considerate. With that, he secured the black parcel against his chest and soared alongside Shintu Jing into the territory of the Heavenly Artifact Sect. Over 2 months prior, a considerable number of individuals from the Heavenly Artifact Sect had ventured into the Qingyun secret realm, including hundreds of formidable warriors at the Celestial Extremity realm and over 1,000 in the later stages of the Spiritual Sea realm. Yet, after more than 2 months within the realm, only about 300 remained among the initially over 1,000 participants, with fewer than 100 at the Celestial Extremity realm and merely 200 at the Spiritual Sea realm. Shintu Fengzhu, Ling Tianyang. It is a relief to see you both safe. The Grand Elder, Long Xingao, expressed his joy upon spotting the two. Greetings, Grand Elder, Ling Tianyang replied respectfully, acknowledging the elder's amiable demeanor with a slight bow. Indeed, nodding in approval, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and declared, this place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart swiftly. With a wave of his hand, numerous enormous flying beasts materialized upon the ground. Let us go. Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing exchanged glances and prepared to mount the backs of the flying beasts. Wait for us, esteemed sir. At that moment, 2 streaks of black light rushed toward Ling Tianyang from the distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that these 2 shadows were the former pretenders, who had posed as bandits in the Chingi mansion. What brings you here? Ling Tianyang questioned, puzzled by the approach of the 2 Celestial Extremity realm warriors, who had not attempted to flee but instead made their way toward him. Initially, these 2 had sworn allegiance to him in the Chingi mansion, yet their vows had seemed little more than words without any binding force. Furthermore, Ling Tianyang had not been aware of their presence until now. Logically, They could have easily seized this opportunity to escape his control. Esteemed sir, we vowed our allegiance to you. We are willing to serve. Having already placed ourselves under your guidance, we humbly beseech you to take us in. The two individuals clad in black, both at the late stage of the celestial realm, gazed earnestly at Ling Tianyang, their eyes betraying a flicker of anticipation. Formerly wandering cultivators, they had enjoyed a life of freedom, yet their cultivation was nearing its zenith. Without significant opportunities or the aid of a benefactor, they would likely remain forever estranged from the void profound realm. Although cultivators of the celestial realm can live for approximately 500 years, they had already lived over 300. Leaving them with merely a century before their time would inevitably run out. If they wished to extend their lives, they must seek out rare treasures capable of enhancing a warrior's lifespan or elevate their own cultivation. However, both pursuits were exceedingly arduous. Once such fabled treasures appeared, they would inevitably attract countless powerful contenders, and with their current cultivation at the late stage of the celestial realm, obtaining them was utterly unattainable. Thus, they were left with but one final option: to strive for the advancement of their own cultivation. Should they succeed in breaking through to the void profound realm, their lifespans would dramatically increase, potentially extending to a terrifying 1,000 years. Although they had not followed Ling Tianyang for long, they had witnessed his formidable prowess within the Chingi palace, where even peak celestial realm warriors were no match for him. Especially during their time beneath the Azure Hall, they had subtly gleaned some of Ling Tianyang's remarkable exploits from the disciples of the Heavenly Artifact sect. The revelation of his true age, barely under 20, had profoundly astonished them. In their eyes, Ling Tianyang's future accomplishments were beyond their imagination. If he were to grow stronger and offer them even a modicum of support, they were certain they could ascend to the level of void profound realm warriors. Consequently, they resolved to wholeheartedly follow Ling Tianyang henceforth. Very well, you may come aboard, Ling Tianyang said, casting a deep glance at the two late-stage celestial realm individuals. He nodded and then leaped onto the back of a flying beast alongside Shintu Jing. In the eyes of the numerous powerful figures from the Heavenly Artifact sect, Ling Tianyang had already established himself as a peak celestial realm warrior. Although he held the status of an ordinary inner sect disciple, his current cultivation commanded respect, and none present dared to underestimate him. Even within the sect, peak celestial realm warriors were not abundant, which only served to elevate Ling Tianyang's standing further. Ling Tianyang, we are ready to depart, the Grand Elder, Lung Xingao, remarked with a meaningful glance at Ling Tianyang and the two late-stage celestial realm individuals standing behind him. With a commanding shout, the Grand Elder summoned the hundreds of flying beasts present, which instantly soared into the sky. A grand procession of several hundred people surged forth, piercing through the clouds and obscuring the sun as they set forth towards the Heavenly Artifact sect, soon vanishing into the horizon. Sister Jing, I shall part ways here and will not return to the sect. As the disciples of the Celestial Instrument sect soared through the skies, they approached a location not far from Nanlin County. Ling Tianyang turned to bid farewell to Shintu Jing. Sister Jing, upon your return to the sect, do remember to look after my elder brother, Ling Ju, and my future sister-in-law, Chu Yujiao. Ling Tianyang continued to advise Shintu Jing. Additionally, please summon the inner disciples of Mingyue Peak, Tuoba Yi, Gui Feng, and Suing Rong, to come find me in Nanlin County. Tianyang, are you departing already? Shintu Jing gazed at Ling Tianyang with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Indeed, I plan to rest in Nanlin County for a few days before visiting my adoptive father at the Ling family, after which I shall head directly to the Godfall domain, he replied, nodding. With arms outstretched, he laughed heartily. Sister Jing, once I leave, it may be a long time before we meet again. Observing Ling Tianyang's welcoming stance, Shintu Jing smiled and swiftly leaped into his embrace, whispering softly, Tianyang, please be cautious in the Godfall domain. I shall await your return. Ling Tianyang nodded, then pressed a fervent kiss upon Shintu Jing before transforming into a streak of light, flying towards Nanlin County. Sister Jing, wait for my return. Wait for us, my lord. Behind Ling Tianyang, two black-clad figures, both at the late stage of the heavenly extreme realm, followed closely behind, also vanishing into the expanse. What is happening here? At the forefront of the Celestial Instrument sect, Elder Lung Xingao turned back, catching a glimpse of Ling Tianyang and Shintu Jing locked in a heartfelt embrace. He witnessed Ling Tianyang bestowing a fervent kiss upon Shintu Jing before hastily departing. After Ling Tianyang and the two late-stage black-clad figures left, the remaining members of the Celestial Instrument sect were left in a state of stunned disbelief. Chapter 144, Soul Control Master, you have returned. In a magnificent 5-story wooden building not far from the treasure street of Namlin County, Xiaoyu leaped joyfully toward Ling Tianyang upon his arrival. Did you miss me, Xiaoyu? Ling Tianyang laughed heartily as he embraced Xiaoyu. Observing her in his arms, he noted her significant improvement compared to a few months prior. She no longer appeared pale and frail. I missed you too, Master, Xiaoyu nodded, her bright, sparkling eyes blinking innocently. Young Master, you are back. At that moment, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei approached Ling Tianyang with exuberant delight. Following closely behind them were Tianqi and Wu Lingyan. Indeed. Ling Tianyang nodded, and then spoke. Today, I have brought 2 new friends. Why not introduce yourselves to one another? He glanced at the 2 black-clad men, both in the late stages of the Tianji realm, before looking back at Shi Xiaoya and the others. After introducing the identities of Shi Xiaoya and her companions to the 2 men, Ling Tianyang turned to them and said, You may introduce yourselves as well. Yes, my lord. The 2 black-clad men replied respectfully, then began their introductions. My name is Baiming Hui. My name is Imo Xingchuan. As they spoke, the 2 men removed their black cloaks, revealing their true appearances beneath. Baiming Hui and Imo Xingchuan appeared to be elderly gentlemen, both seemingly in their 50s. Baiming Hui, with his silver hair, contrasted with the dark-haired Imo Xingchuan. You both possess such formidable cultivation. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Baiming Hui and Imo Xingchuan, Shi Xiaomei tugged at Ling Tianyang's arm and whispered, Both Baiming Hui and Imo Xingchuan are formidable masters in the late stages of the Tianji realm, Ling Tianyang remarked, glancing at Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei with a smile. As long as you both diligently practice, you will surely become formidable Tianji masters like them one day. Compared to a few months ago, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei had both reached the late stages of the Ningxuan realm. Not far away, Wu Lingyan was nearing the pinnacle of the Linghai realm, while Tianqi remained in the mid-stages of the Tianji realm. Young lady, you may simply address us by our names, Shi Xiaomei said softly. Though her voice was barely audible, it did not escape the keen ears of the Tianji warriors present. Upon hearing Shi Xiaomei refer to them as my lord, Baiming Hui and Imo Xingchuan hastily waved their hands, exclaiming they could not accept such titles. Through Ling Tianyang's previous introductions, Baiming Hui and Imo Xingchuan understood that Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei were close attendants of Ling Tianyang, individuals of utmost significance to him. They dared not show any disrespect toward Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei. You, young master, what is your level of cultivation? At that moment, Wu Lingyan observed that the aura emanating from Ling Tianyang was indeed more formidable than that of Baiming Hui and Imo Xingchuan, which left him quite astonished. Brother Wu, the Master's strength has already surpassed the pinnacle of the heavenly extreme realm and may not be far from the empty profound realm. Baiming Hui interjected before Ling Tianyang could respond. Young master, you are truly impressive. Upon hearing Baiming Hui's words, both Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei gazed at Ling Tianyang with admiration. They were the most familiar with him, having witnessed his journey from a mere body refining stage martial artist to his current formidable self, and thus their astonishment was profound. Xiaoyu, why don't you play with Sister Xiaoya for a while? I have some matters to attend to, Ling Tianyang said with a smile as he set Xiaoyu down. Xiaoya, you all should return to your training. I have some things to take care of. He then called to Baiming Hui, Imo Xingchuan, and Wu Lingyan. You 3, follow me. With that, Ling Tianyang proceeded towards the training room on the 5th floor of the wooden building. Although you 3 have previously decided to follow me, it has merely been lip service, and I lack any means to genuinely bind you, he stated, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Baiming Hui, Imo Xingchuan, and Wu Lingyan. I will ask you once more in earnest. Are you truly willing to follow me? Seeing that Baiming Hui was about to voice his loyalty, Ling Tianyang raised a hand and declared, You need not respond immediately. Take your time to consider. He continued, I can offer you 2 choices. Should you choose to follow me, you must surrender your soul's essence. Ling Tianyang regarded Baiming Hui and the others with a penetrating gaze. Of course. You may also choose to depart. My lord, I, Baiming Hui, am willing to surrender my soul's essence and pledge my undying loyalty, Baiming Hui proclaimed without hesitation. Kneeling on one knee to demonstrate his resolve. My lord, I, Imo Xingchuan, also wish to surrender my soul's essence and swear my loyalty, he followed suit. Young master, I too am willing. Wu Lingyan quickly knelt in line with Baiming Hui, expressing his commitment to Ling Tianyang. Good, good, good. Ling Tianyang exclaimed enthusiastically, his heart brimming with joy. He had long aspired to establish his own power, and by securing the allegiance of Baiming Hui and the others, he had taken a significant step toward that goal. At present, Ling Tianyang's spiritual consciousness had reached the level of the empty, profound realm. With his cultivation merging with the Xuanling avatar, he could achieve a half-step into the empty, profound realm. This meant he now possessed the capability to extract the soul's essence from others. The soul's essence is the core of every martial artist's spirit. To master it is to wield control over their life, death, and even their thoughts. In just a single day, Ling Tianyang successfully extracted the soul origins of Bai Minghui, Mo Xingchuan, and Wu Lingyan, thus completely subjugating the three of them. I wonder what treasures lie within this mysterious black parcel that Sister Jing has bestowed upon me. Once he had dismissed Bai Minghui and the others from his room, Ling Tianyang retrieved the small black package given to him by Shinto Jing from his bosom. Upon unwrapping the parcel, he discovered its contents were rather sparse. Besides a silver ring and a miniature grand hall, there was also a small black sword and a tiny boat. Are these the spatial artifacts? I am curious to know what functions these treasures possess. Chapter 145. The azure blue ring. The process of refining a magical artifact differs significantly from that of refining a spiritual tool. When a warrior undertakes to refine a spiritual tool, it typically suffices to pledge their blood as a mark of ownership, after which they may commence its use. However, a magical artifact requires not only the warrior's blood, but also the cultivation of their soul's consciousness. Only upon complete refinement can the artifact be wielded. What type of magical artifact is this ring? Among the four treasures, Ling Tianyang found himself particularly intrigued by the silver ring and the diminutive grand hall. After establishing ownership of all four artifacts through blood, Ling Tianyang grasped the silver ring and initiated the refinement process using his soul consciousness, which had reached the realm of Kong Xian. A day later, Ling Tianyang perceived a melodious chime resonating in his mind, and before his eyes unfolded an expansive realm. The space within this silver ring was vastly distinct from the hidden spirit ring he held. Before him lay a domain nearly the size of the entire Kaiyang city. Intriguingly, this space was evenly divided between land and water. The azure blue ring, a low-grade spatial artifact, is a unique treasure capable of harboring living beings within its confines. Not only does the azure blue ring conceal its owner, but when faced with an enemy's assault, it can autonomously activate a protective energy shield. The strength of this shield is contingent upon the prowess of its master. As Ling Tianyang explored the inner space of the azure blue ring, a wealth of information regarding the silver ring naturally surfaced in his mind. The capabilities of the azure blue ring were astonishing. Upon meticulously reviewing its functions, Ling Tianyang was left utterly speechless. The legacy of the green-robed king was indeed extraordinary. Merely a fragment of what he left behind wielded such formidable power. It seems that should I encounter a royal legacy in the future, I must not let it slip away. After refining the azure blue ring, Ling Tianyang was filled with elation and then proceeded to take up the petite grand hall for further refinement. Another day passed, and once more, a melodious sound echoed in Ling Tianyang's mind. Ah, this is indeed the spirit pool hall within the Qianyan secret realm. What appeared before him was a hall he found quite familiar. Within the expansive hall, measuring over 1,000 square meters, lay 9 spirit pools brimming with vital energy, which he recognized as the very pools where he had cultivated for 3 years. The spirit pool hall, a mid-grade spatial artifact, embodies the laws of time, accelerating a warrior's cultivation. Each activation of the hall necessitates the consumption of a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Simultaneously, a fresh influx of information regarding the spirit pool hall surged into Ling Tianyang's consciousness. How I anticipate the surprises that the small black sword and the miniature boat will bestow upon me. After witnessing the wonders of the silver ring and the miniature hall, Ling Tianyang's gaze grew fervently fixated on the remaining black sword and the tiny vessel. Over the course of 2 days, he successfully refined both the black sword and the miniature boat. The black sword, a low-grade magical artifact known as the God-slaying sword, was not a spatial treasure, but rather a deadly weapon for martial artists. The God-slaying sword was extraordinarily sharp, capable of altering its size, making it impossible for ordinary weapons to withstand its onslaught. According to the information regarding the divine swords, even an ordinary individual wielding the God-slaying sword could potentially breach the protective barrier of a void profound realm expert. As for the miniature vessel, it was a flying magical artifact named the cloud-piercing boat, also categorized as a low-grade flying treasure. By filling the cloud-piercing boat with spirit stones, a martial artist at the heavenly extreme realm could achieve speeds comparable to those of a void profound realm expert. In addition to its flying capabilities, the cloud-piercing boat possessed functions for stealth and formidable defense. Splendid. After refining the azure ring, the spirit pool hall, the god-slaying sword, and the cloud-piercing boat, Ling Tianyang was filled with joy. With these 4 treasures, my journey in the godforsaken domain will undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. It seems that these artifacts were meticulously chosen for me by Sister Jing. Gazing at the azure ring and the other 3 treasures floating before him, warmth surged in Ling Tianyang's heart. He stored the spirit pool hall, the god-slaying sword, and the cloud-piercing boat, then removed the invisibility ring from his hand, replacing it with the newly acquired azure ring. Master, master. At that moment, a gray light burst forth from the invisibility ring, quickly coalescing into the lewd visage of Sikong Ran. Master, how could your cultivation suddenly reach the pinnacle of the heavenly extreme realm? As soon as Sikong Ran emerged from the invisibility ring, he sensed the immense aura radiating from Ling Tianyang, leaving him momentarily stunned. Your cultivation has advanced far too swiftly, hasn't he? Previously, within the confines of the Azure Cloud secret realm, Sikong Ran's soul, constrained by the powerful rules of that realm, could not leave the invisibility ring. Now that they were free from such oppressive restrictions, he was finally able to emerge. This is a long story. I will explain it to you later, Ling Tianyang replied with a smile. The reason I summoned you is that I obtained several peak 5th grade 5-color lotus jade roots in a secret place. I know a particular secret technique that can refine the 5-color lotus jade roots along with over 100 types of 5th grade celestial and earthly treasures into a suitable corporeal form for martial artists to possess. With each word Ling Tianyang spoke, Sikong Ran's eyes widened further. Master, are you saying I can be reborn through possession? Before Ling Tianyang could finish, Sikong Ran impatiently interjected, is this truly the case? Indeed it is. Ling Tianyang nodded slightly, and then remarked, however, even if you successfully seize the body using my secret technique, you will only temporarily possess the peak cultivation of the heavenly extreme realm. If you wish to attain the strength of a void profound realm expert once more, you will need to cultivate for a period. I wonder whether you prefer to seize a body now or wait until my cultivation improves. At which point I can find a suitable body for you belonging to a void profound realm strongman. Ling Tianyang gazed sternly at Sikong Ran, awaiting his decision. Master, I wish to seize the body now. As soon as Ling Tianyang's words fell, Sikong Ran's anxious voice immediately resonated. I have truly had enough of this state of being a soul entity. In fact, I am already quite content with the prospect of attaining the peak of the heavenly extreme realm after seizing the body. After all, I possess a foundation in the later stages of the void profound realm. If necessary, I can cultivate for a few more years, and I firmly believe that I will once again become a formidable presence in the void profound realm. Chapter 146. The Emergence of Power 3 days later. Before Ling Tianyang, amidst the blazing fire of the Mang Lion Beast, a body as translucent as jade had begun to take shape. At a certain moment, Ling Tianyang bit his tongue and unleashed a copious amount of essence blood. Sikong Ran, you must hasten your fusion. As the essence blood accurately rained down upon the form engulfed in the Mang Lion Beast's flames, Ling Tianyang bellowed towards Sikong Ran, who floated in midair. Understood. Sikong Ran nodded solemnly, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Having observed Ling Tianyang crafting his body for 3 full days, Sikong Ran felt an impatient urgency within his heart. No sooner had Ling Tianyang's words left his lips than Sikong Ran's entire soul surged into the body crafted from the Mang Lion Beast's fire. Time flowed gently onward. Approximately 3 hours later, the body within the flames of the Mang Lion Beast, which had been tightly shut, suddenly opened its eyes. Gradually, flickers of life began to emerge within those hollow orbs. It was evident that this vitality was a result of Sikong Ran's soul. Sikong Ran, do not lose focus. Continue to merge. Noticing Sikong Ran's sudden awakening, Ling Tianyang hastily shouted. Following this, he produced a large jade bottle containing Tiani soul water, allowing drops of the precious liquid to cascade into Sikong Ran's newly formed body. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's urgent command, Sikong Ran felt a jolt throughout his being, promptly closing his eyes to diligently merge his soul with the body crafted by Ling Tianyang. At a certain moment, an extraordinary wave of spiritual energy radiated from the center of Sikong Ran's brow, swiftly spreading throughout his entire form. With a soft thud, Sikong Ran's soul finally fused successfully with the body crafted by Ling Tianyang, becoming inseparable. Concurrently, a concealed yet immense aura began to brew quietly within this new form. Has it succeeded? Witnessing Sikong Ran's soul fully integrate into the body he had forged, Ling Tianyang could not contain his delight as he withdrew the Mang Lion Beast's fire enveloping the body. Ever since the successful cultivation of his Xuanling avatar, Ling Tianyang had pondered how to apply this technique to others. The body he had created for Xikong Ran was a simplified manifestation of the Xianling avatar he had mastered. As Xikong Ran merged with his new form, Ling Tianyang began to organize the treasures he had acquired during his expedition in the Qingyan secret realm. This journey had proven immensely fruitful for Ling Tianyang. In addition to the 4 magical artifacts bestowed upon him by Shintu Jing, he had also unearthed numerous rare treasures within the Qingyan secret realm. During his time masquerading as a black-clad thief, he had even pilfered the spatial rings of several hundred martial artists from the heavenly extreme realm. Subsequently, in the pond where the 5-colored lotus and jade lotus roots flourished, Ling Tianyang encountered Ji Laogui and others from the Liao sect. After Ling Tianyang defeated Ji Laogui and Tang Wuyin, he obtained their spatial rings. The Yublu ring is a low-grade spatial treasure, significantly surpassing the quality of the hidden spirit ring. Not only can the Yublu ring accommodate living beings, but it can also contain various spatial items. As Ling Tianyang immersed his mind into the Yublu ring, he meticulously divided a storage space of several thousand square meters within it. He then proceeded to transfer all the contents from his other spatial rings into this storage area. Following that, Ling Tianyang allocated a section of over 10,000 square meters within the Yublu ring. Once this area was designated, he placed the bloodthirsty giant lizard from his sleeve and the young phantom fox he cradled into this section of the Yublu ring. Upon entering this vast area, the bloodthirsty giant lizard instantly regained its colossal form. "Master, where is this?" it inquired, its enormous eyes scanning the expansive space within the Yublu ring, filled with curiosity. "Master, this place is so desolate. There is nothing here at all." As the bloodthirsty giant lizard pondered the unfamiliar surroundings, the young phantom fox also curiously observed the area. "Blood lizard, this is a section of my spatial treasure. You may reside here comfortably, and when I have the time, I will enhance it with trees and flowers," Ling Tianyang explained. After a brief pause, he added, "That creature not far from you is Xiaobai. You must not bully it." "Understood, master." Hearing Ling Tianyang's voice, the bloodthirsty giant lizard nodded and promptly lay down to rest in its new domain. Speaking of plants, Ling Tianyang promptly opened another space of several thousand square meters within the Yublu ring. He then transplanted the ascending spirit fruit tree and various spiritual herbs he had acquired in the Qingyan secret realm into this newly designated area. After completing these arrangements, Ling Tianyang crushed over 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, releasing a myriad of pure spiritual energy that dissipated throughout the Yublu ring. As for the items originally contained within the hidden spirit ring, Ling Tianyang only retrieved the treasures he had acquired later, opting to leave behind certain possessions that belonged to Xikong Ran. "Xikong Ran, I once promised that once you had a suitable physical vessel, I would return this hidden spirit ring to you." Ling Tianyang smiled, voluntarily severing his connection with the hidden spirit ring and returning it to Xikong Ran. "Thank you, master." Receiving the hidden spirit ring from Ling Tianyang, Xikong Ran was visibly excited. At this moment, Xikong Ran had fully integrated with the body crafted by Ling Tianyang. After successfully merging with this new form, a rather disheveled old man appeared before Ling Tianyang. "Take your time to familiarize yourself with your new body. I shall take my leave for now." Ling Tianyang nodded slightly, having completed the tasks he set out to accomplish during his seclusion. Rising, he departed from the chamber. "Senior brother, you have emerged from your retreat?" Upon leaving the secluded room on the 5th floor of the wooden building, Ling Tianyang encountered Tobayi, Guifeng, and Xuanling, who had come from the Heavenly Art sect in the hall on the 4th floor. "Indeed," Ling Tianyang replied with a smile. Previously, he had spent a day extracting the soul origins of Baiming Hui and his companions, followed by 4 days refining 4 magical artifacts and crafting a new body for Xikong Ran. After nearly 10 days, Tuoba and the others finally arrived in Nanlin County. "Please follow me. I have matters to discuss with you," Ling Tianyang said. Similar to Baiming Hui and his companions, he offered Tuoba and the others the choice of whether they truly wished to follow him. After a moment of silence, Tuoba, Guifeng, and Xuanling ultimately decided to surrender their soul origins. After a day's effort, Ling Tianyang successfully subdued Tuoba, Guifeng, and Xuanling. Thus, he had truly gathered a group of loyal followers around him. With their presence, Ling Tianyang's ambition to expand his influence grew ever closer to fruition. The nascent form of a small faction began to reveal itself around him. Aside from Ling Tianyang himself, the most accomplished among them was Xikong Ran. Upon successfully merging with his new body, Xikong Ran had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly extreme realm. Following him were Baiming Hui and Mo Xingchuan, both formidable figures in the late stage of the heavenly extreme realm. Tian Chizi held a mid-stage position in the heavenly extreme realm, while Wu Lingyan had attained the peak of the spiritual sea realm. Tuoba Yi, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrong were all at the early stage of the spiritual sea realm. Lastly, there were the two young women, Shi Xiaoya and Shi Xiaomei, both at the late stage of the true condensation realm, along with Ling Tianyang's young disciple, Xiao Xiaoyu. Chapter 147, The Long-Distance Teleportation Array Whoosh, Whoosh. Above Lingjiao, in Kaiyang City, 5 streaks of light rushed in from the distance, swiftly appearing overhead. Who goes there? Several loud shouts echoed from within the depths of the Ling family estate. In quick succession, some members of the Ling family witnessed the appearance of the esteemed elder, Ling Taishu, along with Ling Renjia, as they soared into the air. Soon, both Ling Taishu and Ling Renjia gazed warily at the 5 streaks of light rushing towards them. It is I. As he flew into the air above the Ling family, Ling Tianyang revealed his form and spoke aloud. Tianyang, is that truly you? Upon recognizing the leading figure among the 5, Ling Taishu and Ling Renjia were taken aback, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Ling Tianyang. What is your cultivation level? Ling Taishu and Ling Renjia felt a profound energy radiating from Ling Tianyang and his companions, leaving them momentarily stunned. I encountered a small opportunity and experienced a breakthrough in my cultivation, Ling Tianyang replied with a smile, and then swiftly made his way towards the inner residence of the Ling family. Adoptive father. Upon landing, Ling Tianyang spotted the familiar figure of Ling Xian among the crowd, and his heart swelled with excitement. Tianyang, you have returned. Ling Xian's face lit up with joy upon seeing Ling Tianyang. The earlier shouts from Ling Taishu and Ling Renjia had already drawn the attention of many within the Ling family. Greetings, master. Noticing Ling Tianyang's respectful demeanor towards Ling Xian, who was also his adoptive father, the 4 individuals following Ling Tianyang, Xikong Ran, Baiming Hui, Imo Xingchuan, and Tian Chizi, quickly bowed respectfully to Ling Xian. Good, everyone is well. Ling Xian felt slightly uneasy as he received the respectful greetings from the 4 unfamiliar, yet formidable figures, who referred to him as master. He had observed that Xikong Ran and the others had flown in, clearly indicating they were all experts of the Tianji realm or above. While Ling Xian had also made some progress in his cultivation during this period, he had only just reached the pinnacle of the Linghai realm, which remained a considerable distance from the Tianji realm. This time, Ling Tianyang returned to the Ling family without any intention of concealing his own cultivation aura. Moreover, given his cultivation level, he no longer needed to fear anyone except for those hidden experts above the Kongxian realm within the Qingyan kingdom. Due to the fact that Shi Xiaoya, Shi Xiaomei, and Xiao Xiaoyu were not at the Tianji realm and could not fly, Ling Tianyang had temporarily stored them within the low-grade spatial treasure, the Azure Blue Ring. Tianyang, how long do you plan to stay this time? In the room of the Ling family head, Ling Xian glanced at Ling Tianyang and the few behind him before suddenly speaking up. Adoptive father, I intend to leave Qingyan kingdom to undergo some training for a period. After a brief pause, Ling Tianyang continued, after visiting you at the Ling family, I shall depart immediately. You intend to leave Qingyan kingdom? Ling Xian was taken aback, his astonishment palpable. Indeed, Ling Tianyang affirmed with a nod. Father, my cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly extreme realm. If I wish to advance further, I must journey to broader territories where formidable warriors congregate. Tianyang, your current prowess has reached a level that commands my admiration, Ling Xian remarked solemnly after studying Ling Tianyang intently. Your ambition is commendable, and as your father, I shall support you. However, you must exercise caution while venturing alone. I will be cautious, father, Ling Tianyang assured him with a nod. By the way, father, I have some items to entrust to you. With that, Ling Tianyang produced 2 spatial rings and handed them to Ling Xian, smiling as he spoke. One of these rings contains cultivation resources I have selected for you, sufficient to elevate your cultivation to the peak of the heavenly extreme realm. The other contains resources for martial artists, which you may use to nurture your trusted subordinates or reward the members of the Ling family. Father, as I depart Qingyan kingdom, I cannot predict when I shall return. After a moment, Ling Tianyang withdrew 2 additional spatial rings and presented them to Ling Xian, continuing. These rings hold cultivation resources I have set aside for my elder brother and the others. I may not be able to return for his wedding. Please ensure they receive these rings. Understood, Ling Xian replied, his expression becoming quite complex. More than a year ago, Ling Tianyang had been a fledgling warrior in need of his protection. Yet, in less than 2 years, he had grown formidable, becoming a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the heavenly extreme realm, someone whom Ling Xian now looked up to. At times, Ling Xian questioned whether the Ling Tianyang before him was indeed the same person he had once known. He sensed that ever since Ling Tianyang had been ambushed by the Song family, he had seemingly transformed overnight, as if a veil had been lifted, resulting in his rapid ascension in cultivation. Of course, Ling Xian merely entertained such thoughts. He could not genuinely believe that another soul resided within Ling Tianyang's body. After spending merely 2 days at the Ling family home, Ling Tianyang departed with Xikong Ran and the others, setting off towards the Godfall domain. Xikong Ran, where precisely is the long-distance teleportation array leading to the Godfall domain located? Ling Tianyang inquired during their flight. Master, that teleportation array is concealed within the Chinglian mountain range. Xikong Ran replied promptly, his voice respectful. The Chinglian mountain range? The array is hidden there? Ling Tianyang pondered, intrigued. Upon hearing that the distant teleportation array leading to the fallen god realm was concealed within the Chinglian mountains, Ling Tianyang could not help but feel a sense of surprise. Indeed, that teleportation array was constructed directly beneath my Danxia legacy. Xikong Ran nodded in agreement and promptly spoke. Then let us hasten our journey to the Danxia legacy. As Ling Tianyang uttered these words, his speed of flight abruptly increased, propelling him swiftly toward the location of the Danxia legacy. In the mere span of a fragrant incense stick, Ling Tianyang and the 5 others arrived at the entrance of the Danxia legacy nestled within the Chinglian mountains. Chapter 148. Departure Master. The long-distance teleportation array leading to the domain of fallen gods is concealed 500 meters beneath us. Xikong Ran respectfully addressed Ling Tianyang within the 3rd level of the Danxia ruins. The hall was constructed of fine steel and inked jade, and at its center stood a massive ancient bronze tripod with 3 legs, flanked by 2 pools of considerable size. Beyond the tripod lay a platform occupying nearly 1/5 of the hall's area. The platform was sparsely furnished, featuring a large empty stone table and a magnificent throne crafted from purple jade. Upon the throne sat a crystalline human skeleton, glimmering like jade. At long last, I have become a being of flesh and blood. Xikong Ran mused as he stowed away the human skeleton from the purple jade throne, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. Xikong Ran, could you hasten your pace? Before Ling Tianyang could respond, Bai Minghui, standing behind him, urged Xikong Ran with a bemused glance. When Xikong Ran, a peak figure in the heavenly extremity realm, had unexpectedly appeared beside Ling Tianyang in Nanlin County. Both Bai Minghui and Mo Xingchuan were taken aback. However, upon discovering their mutual allegiance to Ling Tianyang, they managed to coexist harmoniously. Understood, Xikong Ran replied, nodding. With a decisive motion, he forcefully pushed aside the enormous purple jade throne. Instantly, a dark passage leading underground emerged on the platform. Let us proceed, Ling Tianyang declared, stepping into the shadowy corridor. Following him were Xikong Ran, Bai Minghui, Mo Xingchuan, and Tian Shizi, who quickly followed suit into the inky passage. Moments later, they found themselves before a vast cavern. The cave was several dozen feet in diameter and stood over 10 feet high, its floor remarkably flat as if it had been meticulously crafted. Upon entering, Ling Tianyang and the others surveyed their surroundings. Aside from a stone platform about a foot high positioned at the center, there was nothing else present in the cavern. A teleportation array? Ling Tianyang gently landed upon the stone platform, his expression shifting to one of elation. His gaze swept across the platform, revealing a complex, several-foot-wide octagonal array etched into its surface. Ling Tianyang recalled having seen similar designs in ancient texts. Recognizing the octagonal formation at the center of the platform as a teleportation array, he approached it for a closer examination. The ancient teleportation array exuded a sense of antiquity, its surface adorned with a myriad of intricate runes, rendering it exceedingly elaborate. Despite this long-distance teleportation array having lain and used for many years, the runes inscribed upon it remain vivid, and the materials employed in its construction are intact. However, within several recesses of this teleportation array, the spirit stones have long since depleted their energy due to the passage of time, rendering the array inoperable without their replacement. According to Ling Tianyang's knowledge, only top-grade spirit stones possess the requisite power to activate such a distant teleportation array. Should an ordinary warrior arrive at this location, they would merely gaze at the array in wonder, unable to procure the superior spirit stones necessary for its operation. In the Qingyan kingdom, inferior spirit stones are quite common. Yet those of medium grade and above are increasingly scarce. Premium spirit stones are a rarity, while top-grade spirit stones are even more elusive, beyond the reach of the average individual. Xikong Ran, you have concealed this teleportation array quite effectively. Ling Tianyang cast a deep glance at the long-distance teleportation array upon the stone platform, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Since his rebirth, he has spent over a year in the Qingyan kingdom, including the 3 years he spent cultivating in the Lingqi Grand Hall. He has now been reborn for more than 4 years. After all, he has relatives and friends in the Qingyan kingdom whom he cherishes dearly, and the thought of abruptly departing from this familiar land fills his heart with a sense of reluctance. There is also a matter that Ling Tianyang has felt quite regretful about. Since parting ways with Jiang Ziyun in the Danxiao abode, they have not crossed paths for an extended period. When the Qingyan's secret realm opened, he failed to catch sight of Jiang Ziyun amidst the crowd from the Xianxia sect. Initially, he intended to visit the Xianxia sect in search of her, but various matters hindered him, causing the situation to linger unresolved until now. Now, as he prepares to leave the Qingyan kingdom, he cannot help but wonder when he will see Jiang Ziyun again. My master, I stumbled upon this long-distance teleportation array connected to the Yungod domain by chance, Sikong Ran began to explain. I discovered a jade tablet in a cave within the Yungod domain that detailed the origins of this array. It is said that over several 100,000 years ago, a super sect suddenly emerged in the Yungod domain. This sect possessed formidable power, boasting numerous strong practitioners. And they not only expanded their territory within the Yungod domain, but also waged wars beyond its borders. Sikong Ran continued. The long-distance teleportation array we currently occupy was specially constructed by them for the purpose of invading the Eastern Emperor domain. Ah, I see, Ling Tianyang nodded, understanding the backstory of this long-distance teleportation array. As he gazed thoughtfully at the array on the stone platform, a surge of excitement began to swell within him. If he could utilize this long-distance teleportation array, he would be able to leave this place immediately and enter the Yungod domain. Sikong Ran Yu, for should not resist. Step into my azure blue ring first. Observing Sikong Ran and his companions, Ling Tianyang let out a resounding shout. In an instant, his soul consciousness surged forth, enveloping Sikong Ran, Baiming Hui, Imo Xingchuan, and Tianqizi. The next moment, the 4 individuals were swiftly drawn into the ethereal blue ring. Arriving before the teleportation array, Ling Tianyang unhesitatingly placed several exquisite spirit stones in their designated positions within the long-distance teleportation formation. As soon as he positioned the spirit stones, the entire array was activated. A cascade of radiant, multicolored lights erupted from within the formation, illuminating the cave with dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, accompanied by the resonant hum of the teleportation array, a profound spatial fluctuation swiftly emanated from within it. Witnessing the successful activation and operation of the formation, Ling Tianyang hurriedly positioned himself at its center. Godslayer domain. Here I come. In that fleeting moment, as the brilliance of the teleportation array surged, Ling Tianyang's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Chapter 149. Arrival in the domain of divine obliteration. Is this the domain of divine obliteration? After an indeterminate passage of time, as the disorienting sensation in Ling Tianyang's mind dissipated, he found himself standing within a radiant array shimmering with multicolored glimmers. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was situated in a cavern filled with rugged stones. The structure of this cavern bore a striking resemblance to the one beneath the Danxiao ruins, where a passage over 10 feet wide and tall enough for 2 individuals loomed not far from the teleportation array. Crack, crack. Just as Ling Tianyang was examining the cavern, several peculiar sounds emanated from the distant teleportation array beneath his feet. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the top-grade spirit stones within the long-distance teleportation array had shattered into powder immediately after transporting him here. Phew! Observing the scattered remnants of the spirit stones, a sense of relief washed over Ling Tianyang. Fortunately, I had previously stored Sikong Ran and the others within the azure ring. Otherwise, the spirit stones within the array would scarcely have sufficed to transport them all simultaneously. After a brief pause, Ling Tianyang waved his hand, and the figures of Sikong Ran, Baiming Hui, Imo Xingchuan, and Tianqizi materialized before him. Sikong Ran, you are a native of this domain of divine obliteration and possess a deeper understanding of its intricacies than the 4 of us, Ling Tianyang remarked, casting a glance at Sikong Ran. Henceforth, I entrust you with guiding us as we acclimate to this environment. Yes, Master, Sikong Ran replied respectfully, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Born in the domain of divine obliteration, Sikong Ran encountered fortuitous circumstances in his youth, leading him to embark on the path of cultivation. By the age of 400, he had successfully ascended to the realm of Kongxian, establishing himself among the domain's myriad formidable beings. Obsessed with the art of alchemy, Sikong Ran not only reached the realm of Kongxian, but also became a renowned alchemist capable of refining 6th-grade spirit pills, earning him the title of Danxia Shangren. During his most illustrious period, his family, bolstered by his efforts, produced numerous strong practitioners and emerged as a significant local power. However, due to circumstances unknown to him, Xikong Ran eventually incurred the wrath of a superpower within the domain of divine obliteration. Not only was he relentlessly pursued by the superpower's formidable beings, but his family also fell victim to a brutal massacre overnight. Had it not been for Xikong Ran's discovery of this long-distance teleportation array, he may have long since perished. Upon exiting the cavern, Ling Tianyang and his companions were greeted by a sun-drenched landscape surrounded by majestic mountains. Casting a backward glance at the cave entrance, Ling Tianyang recognized it as a naturally concealed location. A colossal boulder obstructed the cave's mouth, rendering it nearly imperceptible even to a martial artist standing directly opposite. In addition, a rather advanced concealment formation was established by the original creator of the long-distance teleportation array, rendering the entrance to this cave imperceptible to ordinary martial artists. Suspended in midair, the eye is greeted by a lush expanse of forest and the distant, undulating mountains. The spiritual energy in the realm of the fallen gods is indeed far denser than that of the Qingyan kingdom. As Ling Tianyang savored the essence of the spiritual energy permeating the air, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. No wonder you mentioned earlier that the sea of spirituality realm is abundant here, and those of the heavenly extremity realm are commonplace. Only those who attain the void profound realm can truly be deemed powerful. Let us advance and ascertain the nature of this place within the fallen god's realm. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Tianyang took the lead and soared toward the distance. At this moment, he was most eager to uncover the identity of this location and the prevailing forces therein. Although Xikong Ran had once been a denizen of the fallen god's realm and had visited this area, that was over a millennium ago. In a span of 1,000 years, who can truly know what has transpired here? After flying cautiously for an entire day, the five of them suddenly perceived the figures of several unfamiliar martial artists in Ling Tianyang's spiritual consciousness. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he assessed their spiritual fluctuations and deduced that these martial artists were not of particularly high cultivation. There are people ahead. Let us proceed to investigate, he declared, leading Xikong Ran and the others swiftly down to the ground, making their way with utmost care toward the direction of the unfamiliar martial artists. Before long, the five concealed their own auras, stealthily approaching within 100 meters of the strangers. Upon reaching their destination, they carefully concealed themselves amidst the dense foliage. Subsequently, they began to scrutinize the unfamiliar martial artists in the distance. Raising their eyes, they observed that the group appeared notably youthful. There were 7 of them in total, all in the early stages of the sea of spirituality realm. At that moment, the 7 were seated within the thicket, engaged in animated conversation, their faces occasionally betraying hints of excitement. Senior Liu, do you think we will successfully capture that 4th-tier low-level scale beast this time? I've heard that a 4th-tier low-level scale beast can fetch thousands of low-grade spirit stones in the market. I wonder if that is true? Inquired a youth who appeared the youngest among them, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Junior brother Xiaolin, I am confident that our brotherhood of 7 will succeed this time, replied a slightly older youth, clearly the Liu mentioned earlier. The scale beast is indeed quite valuable. If we manage to capture it and sell it, each of us could receive at least several hundred low-grade spirit stones, enough to sustain our cultivation for quite some time. Junior brother Xiaolin, senior brother Liu is indeed correct. We have expended considerable resources to set up a trap here, and we are certain it will successfully capture the scaled beast, remarked a fair-skinned youth. Let us all remain vigilant. Although the scaled beast's attacks are not particularly formidable, its speed is astonishing. Capturing it will not be an easy task, senior brother Liu interjected, cautioning the group. Indeed, senior brother Liu is right. We must be cautious. The scaled beast is quite clever, and any lapse in our vigilance may allow it to escape. If we fail to capture it this time, it will simply hide away, making it even more challenging to seize it later. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of senior brother Liu's words. Suddenly, within the span of mere moments, the distant woods echoed with the ferocious roars of a beast. Soon after, the group beheld a colossal creature, its entire body armored in scales. Chapter 150. An unexpected encounter. Everyone, be cautious. That armored beast is approaching. Upon spotting the massive creature, entirely enveloped in scales, brother Liu, one of the 7 young warriors of the Spirit Sea realm, promptly cautioned his fellow companions. Xikong Ran, it appears we have never encountered such an armored beast in our Qingyan kingdom, remarked Ling Tianyang and Bei Minghui, who were hiding nearby, as they communicated curiously with Xikong Ran about the sudden appearance of the creature. What you may not know is that this armored beast is unique to our domain, the domain of fallen gods. Such creatures do not exist elsewhere, see Congren elucidated. The speed of this armored beast is astonishing. It is typically utilized by powerful forces within the domain of fallen gods for transportation. Meanwhile, the group of Ling Tianyang felt a wave of relief upon witnessing the 7 young warriors of the Spirit Sea realm. Ling Tianyang had no intention of revealing himself alongside Si Congren and the others. The presence of Spirit Sea warriors indicated that the local beast threat was not overly formidable. Thus, this area should be relatively safe for Ling Tianyang and his companions. What Ling Tianyang needed to do now was to follow these 7 young warriors, gleaning insights into the local customs and the distribution of various powerful factions through their conversations. If opportunity arose, they might even assist these 7 warriors, thus earning their gratitude, making it easier for Ling Tianyang to extract information later. Moreover, Ling Tianyang possessed a direct and rather ruthless approach at his disposal. He could simply subdue the 7 young warriors of the Spirit Sea realm. Having reached his current level of cultivation, he was capable of soul-searching against warriors beneath the void profound realm. By executing a soul search on these 7 young warriors and subsequently eliminating them, he could also acquire the information he sought. Though Ling Tianyang was not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not a bloodthirsty individual. He would refrain from indiscriminate slaughter against those who bore him no ill will. As Ling Tianyang observed the armored beast, the 7 young warriors had already engaged in combat with the creature. Looking up, one could see that the massive beast, shrouded in scales, had been temporarily ensnared by the formation laid out by the 7 warriors. Roar! Roar! The armored beast, now aware that it had fallen into a trap set by the human warriors, sensed its predicament. With a surge of demonic energy, it relentlessly battered against the formation that confined its substantial form. As the scaled beast's form was about to breach the confines of the barrier, it was instantly thwarted by a resplendent yellow energy shield, which sent the creature rebounding back. With each collision against the luminous barrier, the brilliance of the shield waned slightly, and the observers could faintly discern a series of subtle yet ominous sounds. "Oh no!" exclaimed Brother Lu, one of the 7 youthful warriors of the Spirit Sea realm, urgently alerting his companions. "The strength of this scaled beast is formidable. Our barrier may not hold it for long. Everyone act swiftly. We must subdue it before it escapes." In that fleeting moment, the barrier constructed by Brother Lu and his comrades began to exhibit signs of imminent collapse under the beast's tremendous force. The scaled beast roared within the confines, seemingly driven to madness as it relentlessly battered against the energy shield. "Engage!" With Brother Lu's commanding shout, the other youthful warriors emerged, promptly brandishing several net-like low-grade spiritual artifacts, which they cast towards the beast. Although the creature was exceedingly swift, its agility was severely hampered by the barrier that confined it. Moreover, its prowess in combat was not its strongest attribute. Despite the overwhelming might of the beast, Brother Lu and his companions, with a blend of strategy and determination, ultimately ensnared the 4th-tier scaled beast within their net-like artifacts, successfully capturing it. Crack! At the moment they secured the scaled beast, the barrier shattered with a resounding crack, splintering into several pieces. "That was close. This dilapidated formation we purchased nearly faltered before we could capture the beast," Brother Lu remarked, glancing at the fractured remnants of the barrier, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "However, we successfully captured the scaled beast in the end. Brother Lu, if we sell this scaled beast after deducting the cost of the barrier, each of us will still receive several hundred low-grade spirit stones, which is quite a lucrative endeavor." The other 6 youthful warriors of the Spirit Sea realm remarked, their faces alight with joy as they gazed upon the ensnared beast, their eyes shimmering with fervent anticipation. Yet, just as Brother Lu and his comrades prepared to depart with their capture, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the forest. Almost immediately, the warriors beheld a towering creature, approximately 3 meters in height and 6 meters in length, its body enveloped in a thick layer of scales. "Oh no! This is a 5th-tier scaled beast." They felt the overwhelming aura emanating from this newly appeared beast, a terrifying presence that sent chills down their spines. Lu Shixiang and his companions were instantly struck with shock, their expressions shifting wildly before settling into a pallid hue. The 4th-tier juvenile scale beast, while not possessing formidable attack power, was nonetheless beyond the means of an average early-stage Spirit Sea realm warrior to withstand. This was one of the reasons why Lu Shixiang and his 7 companions had gone to such lengths to capture what was merely a 4th-tier juvenile scale beast. They had meticulously set up a trapping formation in advance and deployed 7 Spirit Sea realm warriors. However, Once the scale beast reached the 5th tier, its strength would surge dramatically, rendering any warrior below the celestial extremity realm utterly incapable of withstanding its assault. Moreover, 5th tier scale beasts excelled in speed, leaving warriors below the celestial extremity realm with no hope of escape in their presence. Heavens, how did we provoke such a terrifying 5th tier scale beast? Could it be that this 5th tier creature is actually related to the 4th tier scale beast we captured? Chapter 151. The Strike, wretched humans, how dare you capture my offspring? I shall ensure your demise. As Lu and his 6 companions from the Spirit Sea realm were thrown into disarray, turning to flee in panic, the 5th tier armored beast experienced a surge of formidable energy. Its already substantial form underwent a transformation, rapidly swelling to a colossal stature of 6 meters in height and approximately 20 meters in length. May you all perish. The 5th tier armored beast, with its lantern-like eyes, fixed its gaze upon Lu and his companions, then opened its massive maw to utter human words. Ah, no. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the 5th tier armored beast, Lu and his companions could no longer afford to consider the 4th tier beast they had previously subdued. They turned and fled in a state of sheer panic. Despite their swift retreat, the 5th tier armored beast was swifter still. In an instant, it easily closed the distance to the youngest among the 7 Spirit Sea practitioners. As the 5th tier armored beast approached menacingly, the young warrior could not suppress his terror and cried out, Xuanling. Among them, it was evident that Lu, the leader, was taken aback when he caught sight of the 5th tier beast preparing to devour the youngest. Beast, do not harm him. Just as the youngest warrior was on the brink of despair, overwhelmed by the beast's imposing presence, a colossal palm of spiritual energy materialized above the 5th tier armored beast. With a resounding crash, the giant palm struck the beast, sending it sprawling, its immense body crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Roaring in fury, the 5th tier armored beast struggled to rise, glaring at the massive palm that still loomed in the air. Suddenly, 5 figures swooped down from the sky, landing atop the 5th tier armored beast. My lord, this beast is nearing the mid-tier of the 5th stage. Seeing the imminent danger to the young warrior, Ling Tianyang recognized the opportunity and promptly urged Bai Minghui to take action. My lord, allow me to subdue it as your steed. After delivering a powerful blow to the beast, Bai Minghui immediately sought to curry favor with Ling Tianyang. No need, Ling Tianyang replied with a slight shake of his head. I have already tamed a peak 5th tier bloodthirsty giant lizard and a young phantom fox. Observing the eager expressions on Bai Minghui and his companions, Ling Tianyang continued. As for this 5th tier armored beast, feel free to capture it if any of you are interested. My lord, then I shall not hold back. As soon as Ling Tianyang's words fell, Bai Minghui surged forward, appearing before the 5th tier armored beast in the blink of an eye. With a fierce roar, the 5th tier scaled beast struggled to rise from the ground, only to see a flash before it, where an elder with flowing white hair appeared before it. Confronted by the formidable aura emanating from Bai Minghui, who had reached the late stage of the heavenly extremity realm, the scaled beast's pupils constricted in fear. In an instant, Bai Minghui waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from within him. Before the beast could react, a colossal hand of spiritual energy manifested, binding its massive form and rendering it immobile. Subsequently, Bai Minghui sealed the beast's demonic power with a single gesture. In the next moment, the once mighty scaled beast collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. Just then, Lu Shixiang and his companions, who had been fleeing in the distance, sensed the overwhelming presence of the 5 individuals from the heavenly extremity realm. Upon witnessing how effortlessly one among them subdued the 5th tier scaled beast, which had sent them fleeing in terror, they were taken aback. Stopping in their tracks, they gazed intently at the 5 figures hovering in the air. Thank you, esteemed sirs, for saving our lives. Lu Shixiang and his companions quickly bowed in gratitude upon seeing the powerful figures of Ling Tianyang and his companions. Simultaneously, a sense of trepidation washed over them. Although Lu Shixiang and his companions were formidable in their own right, having achieved the Spirit Sea realm before the age of 30, they were still leagues away from the heavenly extremity realm. The disparity between them and the heavenly extremity warriors was insurmountable. Thank you for your benevolence, esteemed sirs. I am willing to offer this 4th tier junior scaled beast as a token of my gratitude, Lu Shixiang said, his tone imbued with respect. Chuckling softly, Ling Tianyang discerned the underlying thoughts of Lu Shixiang and his companions. He replied, your capture of this scaled beast is, no doubt, driven by the pursuit of wealth. Since you wish to present it to me, I shall graciously accept. However, I shall not take advantage of you. Here, I have a spatial ring containing 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Accept this ring as compensation for the scaled beast you have captured. With that, Ling Tianyang casually retrieved an empty spatial ring, filling it with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, he tossed the ring, laden with the spirit stones, towards the young man named Lu Shixiao. Lu Shixiao and his companions stood in stunned silence upon receiving a sum of low-grade spirit stones far exceeding the value of the scaled beast. Realizing that their lives had been spared by Ling Tianyang and his companions in the face of the beast's fury, the formidable celestial realm expert, who stood high above them, not only refrained from coveting the captured scale beasts, but also generously bestowed upon them 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This left the 7 individuals utterly astonished and pleasantly surprised. What has been given to you by the esteemed master, you should graciously accept. Before Ling Tianyang could utter a word, Emo Xingchuan interjected. Thank you, esteemed master. After receiving the spatial ring tossed by Ling Tianyang, Brother Lu and the others displayed expressions of deep gratitude. Initially, they had believed their demise was certain. Yet they were unexpectedly rescued by Ling Tianyang and his companions, and moreover, gifted a substantial sum of low-grade spirit stones. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed masters? The young man, known as Brother Lu, suddenly bowed to Ling Tianyang and said, Esteemed masters, not far from here lies our sect. I would like to invite you to our sect as honored guests, so that I may adequately express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Chapter 152. The 10,000 Talismans Sect. Young man, to which sect do you belong? As Lu Shixiao's words fell, Xikong Rant's voice resonated through the area. Reporting to you, my lord, we are inner disciples of the 10,000 Talismans sect. Upon hearing Xikong Rant's inquiry, the young warrior named Lu Shixiao immediately bowed and replied, 10,000 Talismans sect? At the mere mention of these words, Xikong Rant appeared momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, What? Have you never heard of the 10,000 Talismans sect before? Sensing Xikong Rant's perplexity, Ling Tianyang quickly conveyed his thoughts through their spiritual connection. My master, I am indeed unfamiliar with any matters pertaining to the 10,000 Talismans sect. Xikong Rant nodded and responded through their mental link. It seems this sect has only risen to prominence after my departure from the fallen god domain. After addressing Ling Tianyang's question, Xikong Rant turned to the young warrior Lu Shixiao and inquired, Young man, we have traveled from the Lingzhou region, beyond the Hengduan Mountains, to explore this place. We have not previously heard of your 10,000 Talismans sect. My lords, you may not be aware, Lu Shixiao replied, noticing the puzzled expressions on Ling Tianyang and the others. Our 10,000 Talismans sect was established by the Grandmaster Wanfu over 300 years ago. Today, we rank among the top 10 sects within the hundreds of sects in the Hengduan Mountains. Besides our current sect leader, who is a pinnacle expert of the Tianji realm, we have at least 70 or 80 other powerful individuals within our sect. Furthermore, our founder, Grandmaster Wanfu, is a formidable being of the Kongxian realm. Currently, our 10,000 Talismans sect is recruiting new members. If any of you are interested, you could join us as esteemed guest elders. As Lu Shixiao introduced the 10,000 Talismans sect, he suddenly sought to recruit Ling Tianyang and his companions. With your cultivation levels, I believe you would certainly garner special attention from Grandmaster Wanfu. You propose that we join the 10,000 Talismans sect? As Lu Shixiao's words concluded, Ling Tianyang and Xikong Rant exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated such a direct solicitation from this young warrior, leaving them somewhat perplexed. Xikong Rant had visited the Hengduan Mountains before, thus he possessed a degree of familiarity with the area. The Hengduan Mountains lie at the southernmost edge of the fallen god domain, marking its boundary. Since we have just arrived and currently lack a place to stay, why not visit the 10,000 Talismans sect first? Although there exists a formidable figure at the void profound realm within the 10,000 Talismans sect, such individuals often prefer to retreat into isolation for their cultivation, making encounters with them rather infrequent. Moreover, our purpose in visiting the 10,000 Talismans sect is to serve as guest elders, not to instigate any trouble. Thus, even if we were to cross paths with that void profound expert, we should remain unscathed. When Ling Tianyang learned of the presence of a void profound master alongside 70 to 80 warriors of the celestial extremity realm within the 10,000 Talismans sect, he felt a twinge of astonishment. The sect's influence, ranking among the top 10 of the numerous factions in the Hengduan Mountains, further impressed him. It is noteworthy that this mountain range lies at the very edge of the fallen god domain, yet a master of the void profound realm has emerged here. One can only imagine the level of martial prosperity that the fallen god domain has reached. Initially, Xikong Rant had mentioned that warriors of the Spirit Sea realm were abundant, and those of the Celestial Extremity realm were as numerous as dogs. with only those possessing the void profound cultivation being considered true masters. Ling Tianyang found himself increasingly inclined to believe this assertion. Perhaps even formidable beings at the return to origin realm exist in the heart of the fallen god domain. My lord, I concur. I too am in favor of visiting the 10,000 Talismans sect, Ling Tianyang declared. Upon his utterance, the voices of Sikong Ran and the others immediately chimed in. The fallen god domain is replete with powerful beings, with celestial extremity warriors being quite common. Only those who have attained the void profound level can barely be deemed strong. The Hungduan Mountains are still quite distant from the center of the fallen god domain, and thus, masters of the void profound realm are relatively scarce. Let us remain in the Hungduan Mountains for a few years. I am certain I can restore my strength to the void profound realm, Sikong Ran conveyed telepathically to Ling Tianyang and the others. Once I regain my cultivation at the void profound level, we shall find ourselves significantly safer in the fallen god domain. Sikong, once you become a master of the void profound realm, do take care of your younger brother. Upon Sikong Ran's words, Bei Minghui and Imo Xingchuan's fawning voices echoed forth. At that time, you must impart your experience of breaking through to the void profound level. Then it is settled. We shall spend some time at the 10,000 Talismans sect, Ling Tianyang concluded after surveying Sikong Ran and the others. He had his own plans. As he was new to the fallen god domain, he preferred to familiarize himself with the area before deciding whether to depart, which was not an unwise strategy. At present, the influence of the 10,000 Talismans sect appeared to be an ideal refuge for Ling Tianyang. After all, there was only one figure at the void profound realm who posed any threat to him within the sect. Besides that, the warriors of the celestial extremity realm would not pose a significant challenge, given Ling Tianyang's current strength. I wonder what procedures we would need to follow should we truly wish to join the 10,000 Talismans sect? Ling Tianyang paused, nodding toward a young warrior named Lu Shixiao, then added with a smile, or are there any trials we must undergo? In response to your esteemed inquiries, our 10,000 Talismans sect indeed requires assessments for warriors below the Spirit Sea realm. However, with the formidable cultivation of several esteemed individuals in the celestial realm, and with the assurance of our 7 companions, all other concerns can be effortlessly dismissed. Upon noticing the intrigue in Ling Tianyang and his companions, the young martial artist, known as Brother Lu, promptly elucidated their situation. We had just departed from Lingzhou and arrived at the Hungduan Mountains, lamenting our lack of a place to settle. Ling Tianyang nodded in agreement and continued, in that case, we shall join the Wanfu sect. The prospect of several esteemed individuals consenting to our inclusion in the Wanfu sect is indeed splendid. Hearing Ling Tianyang and his companion's affirmative response, Brother Lu was immediately filled with elation. I shall return to inform the sect master at once. I am certain the sect master will be utterly astonished. Chapter 153. The grievances between 2 sects. Esteemed gentlemen, if that is the case, shall we embark on our journey? Meanwhile, the 6 young martial artists behind Brother Lu were equally elated upon hearing that Ling Tianyang and his companions agreed to join the Wanfu sect. After all, there was a regulation within the Wanfu sect that any disciple who managed to recruit a formidable practitioner of the heavenly extreme realm would be rewarded with a considerable sum of spirit stones. Our Wanfu sect is situated less than 200 miles from here. Gentlemen, allow me to guide you to our sect. The young man known as Brother Lu warmly invited Ling Tianyang and the others to return with him, seemingly anxious that they might suddenly change their minds. Very well. Seeing this, Ling Tianyang nodded in agreement. He then stored the 4th-tier primary scale beast into his azure ring and gracefully descended from the sky, landing not far from the 7 young martial artists led by Brother Lu. After all, the 7 youthful warriors, possessing only the cultivation of the spiritual sea realm, could not soar through the air like Ling Tianyang and his companions. Gentlemen, I have successfully subdued this 5th-tier scaled beast. Please join me upon its back. It will expedite our journey significantly. At that moment, from a distance, Bei Minghui suddenly spoke up. Earlier, he had sent that 5th-tier scale beast flying with a single palm strike, sealing its demonic energy, and had been contemplating how to compel it to submit. When Ling Tianyang agreed to accompany the young martial artist known as Brother Lu to the Wanfu sect, Bei Minghui had successfully tamed the 5th-tier scale beast. Perfect timing. Observing Bei Minghui's triumph in subduing the 5th-tier scale beast, Ling Tianyang smiled and leaped onto its back. Following suit, Sikong Ran, Imo Xingchuan, Tianchi, and the young martial artist known as Brother Lu swiftly ascended onto the beast's back as well. Subsequently, the 5th-tier scale beast let out a resounding roar and, following Brother Lu's instructions, swiftly charged toward the direction of the Wanfu sect. Esteemed gentlemen, the Hengduan mountain range is an extensive mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. During the journey, Brother Lu not only guided them, but also provided an introduction to the basic conditions of the Hengduan mountain range. While the quality of spiritual veins within this range may not compare to your Lingzhou, which lies near the heart of the desolate domain, it is still quite satisfactory. The Hengduan mountain range is teeming with demonic beasts, thus attracting numerous martial artists who frequently venture into its depths to capture these creatures in exchange for spirit stones and other cultivation resources. Furthermore, this mountain range is dotted with over 100 sects of varying sizes. Among these, the four most powerful sects are the Haixia sect, the Shigui sect, the Baiwa Valley, and the Jinjia sect. In the realm of the four formidable sects, the Blackshaw sect, the Corpse Ghost sect, the Hundred Flowers Valley, and the Golden Armor sect, each possesses no fewer than two formidable experts at the Kongxian realm. These four powers dominate the eastern, southern, western, and northern extents of the Hengduan mountain range, each reigning supreme in their respective territories. Surrounding these four sects are hundreds of smaller factions, each varying in strength. Our Wanfu sect is established upon the majestic Julan mountain within the Hengduan range. Directly opposite our Wanfu sect lies the Blackscale sect, a rival of comparable stature. For centuries, the Wanfu sect and the Blackscale sect have been at odds, with the latter attempting to displace us from our stronghold, the Julan mountain, taking advantage of their earlier establishment. Despite the might of the Blackscale sect, our Wanfu sect is not to be underestimated. Both sects are anchored by a Kongxian realm expert, and in terms of martial prowess and elite fighters in the Tianji realm, we are nearly equal, neither able to decisively subdue the other. Thus, for hundreds of years, both the Wanfu sect and the Blackscale sect have strived to recruit warriors to bolster their respective strengths. Is this the Wanfu sect? After approximately 5 or 6 hours, the fifth-tier scale beast tamed by Biming Hui bore Ling Tianyang and the young warrior known as Lu Xixiao, along with a group of 12, to the entrance of the Wanfu sect. Gazing at the imposing complex before them, Sikong Ran could not help but inquire. Once everyone dismounted from the scaled beast, Biming Hui promptly summoned the creature back into his beast-concealing space, clearly possessing the ability to house beasts. Lu Xixiao, you have returned. At the entrance of the Wanfu sect, several gatekeepers of the Linghai realm respectfully greeted the young warrior Lu Xixiao upon seeing him and Ling Tianyang. Who are these distinguished individuals? They are esteemed experts from the Tianji realm, invited to join our Wanfu sect, Lu Xixiao replied, producing a colorful signal flare. Casting a smile at Ling Tianyang and the others, he refrained from further explanation and swiftly ignited the flare. As a radiant spectrum of light erupted above the Wanfu sect, a surge of Tianji realm auras swiftly emanated from within. Whoosh whoosh. Almost immediately, figures of Tianji realm warriors soared forth from the Wanfu sect, hastening toward the entrance. Do you think that fellow is up to something? Meanwhile, Biming Hui and others beside Ling Tianyang, their expressions tense, cautiously relayed their concerns through their spiritual senses. I don't believe so. Let us observe further. Ling Tianyang waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. In that fleeting moment, over the realm of the Wanfu sect, more than 30 formidable warriors of the Celestial Extremity realm materialized. Esteemed guests, we warmly welcome you to our Wanfu sect, proclaimed a distinguished figure among them, a peak Celestial Extremity expert, who smiled graciously as he clasped his hands in greeting towards Ling Tianyang and his companions. At this juncture, Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran, along with their associates, made no effort to conceal the potent aura that marked their own Celestial Extremity cultivation. Upon discerning that 2 among the 5 individuals in Ling Tianyang's group were also at the pinnacle of the Celestial Extremity realm, the leader's eyes widened in astonishment. Moreover, he noted that both Biming Hui and Mo Xingchuan were formidable figures in the later stages of Celestial Extremity. Finally, upon realizing that the member with the least cultivation, Tian Chizi, still possessed a mid-level Celestial Extremity prowess, a flicker of caution swiftly crossed his countenance. Salutations to the esteemed sect leader. Salutations to the esteemed sect leader. Concurrently, the 7 young warriors, led by a youth named Lu, immediately knelt before the peak Celestial Extremity expert of the Wanfu sect, bowing respectfully in homage. Chapter 154. Joining the Wanfu sect, please. You 7 may forego the formalities. Your efforts have brought esteemed guests to our sect, and I assure you, generous rewards await. The leader of the Wanfu sect, a pinnacle expert of the Tianji realm, gazed upon the 7 young martial artists, particularly focusing on one known as Lu Xixiao. With a mere gesture, an overwhelming force erupted from within him, lifting the kneeling youths effortlessly, rendering them powerless against its might. The leader, with a benevolent smile, clasped his hands before Ling Tianyang and his companions. I am Ji Haoran, the current sect master of Wanfu. I extend a warm welcome to you, esteemed friends, to our humble abode. Ji Haoran, casting a deep look at Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran, continued. I kindly invite you to our guest hall for some respite. Noticing that both Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran were also pinnacle experts of the Tianji realm, Ji Haoran felt a surge of astonishment. Such mastery was indeed rare within the Wanfu sect. Aside from Ji Haoran himself and the Grand Elder Luxian, who both possessed pinnacle expertise, there were merely 7 others at the late stage of the Tianji realm within the entire sect. As Ji Haoran noted the formidable prowess of Ling Tianyang and his companions, a flicker of caution arose in his heart, though he could not suppress his delight. Should Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran truly wish to become members of the Wanfu sect, it would be an unparalleled boon for the sect. Their addition would significantly elevate Wanfu's overall strength, potentially even surpassing their long-standing rival, the Highland sect. Ah, Sect Master Ji, you are too gracious. Ling Tianyang replied with a respectful nod, his demeanor warm. Please, lead the way. Seeing the willingness of Ling Tianyang and his companions to enter Wanfu, a more profound smile spread across Ji Haoran's face. With a nod of acknowledgement, he guided Ling Tianyang and the others deeper into the sect. My lord, while the Wanfu sect's strength may not rival that of the Tianchi sect in Qingyan country, it is still quite formidable, one of the young warriors remarked. As Ji Haoran and his fellow Tianji realm experts scrutinized Ling Tianyang and his companions, the latter discreetly assessed the 30 or so Tianji realm martial artists present. The strength of the Wanfu sect was indeed impressive. Among the 30-odd warriors, aside from sect master Ji Haoran at the pinnacle level, there were 7 others at the late stage of the Tianji realm. Additionally, 14 among the remaining 20 had attained the mid-stage of the Tianji realm. Thus, they arrived at the guest hall of the Wanfu sect. Ling Tianyang and his companions followed the steps of the lord of the Wanfu sect, Ji Haoran, arriving before a grand hall that stood 5 or 6 zhang tall. Raising their eyes, they beheld a structure that was both resplendent and imbued with an aura of ancient elegance. Within the opulent guest hall, the entire edifice was of wooden construction, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding a profound charm. Seated at the head of the hall were Ji Haoran, the lord of Wanfu sect, and Luxian, the grand elder who had arrived shortly thereafter. On either side of the guest hall, a multitude of martial artists from the Tianji realm occupied one side, while Ling Tianyang and 4 others, including Sikong Ran, occupied the other. Esteemed guests, this is our Grand Elder Luxian, a formidable peak expert of the Tianji realm, Ji Haoran announced, his gaze filled with anticipation as he turned to Ling Tianyang and his companions. After revealing Luxian's identity, both Ji Haoran and Luxian regarded Ling Tianyang and his group with eager expressions, smiling as they inquired, might we be honored to know your esteemed names? Greetings, Lord Ji and Grand Elder Lu, Ling Tianyang replied, clasping his hands in respect along with Sikong Ran and the others. We hail from Lingzhou, and I am Ling Tianyang, a peak expert of the Tianji realm. This is Sikong Ran, also at the peak of the Tianji realm, and Baiming Hui, who has reached the latter stages of the Tianji realm. As Ling Tianyang introduced himself, Sikong Ran, Baiming Hui, Imo Xingchuan, and Tian Chizi followed suit, each presenting their identities in turn. Upon the conclusion of their introductions, the faces of Ji Haoran, Luxian, and the assembly of Tianji realm experts in the guest hall subtly shifted. Although the Wanfu sect boasted 70 to 80 Tianji realm practitioners, most were at the early stages, with fewer than 10 surpassing the latter stages. The sudden emergence of 2 peak experts, 2 in the latter stages, and 1 in the mid-stages of the Tianji realm wishing to join the Wanfu sect, stirred a wave of excitement among Ji Haoran, Luxian, and the other formidable figures present, all contemplating the future of the sect. With expressions brimming with hope, Ji Haoran and Luxian gazed at Ling Tianyang and his companions, their faces alight with joy. Brother Ling, Brother Sikong, do you truly wish to join our Wanfu sect? In response to Lord Ji and Grand Elder Lu, Ling Tianyang began. We have just arrived at the Hengduan Mountains and have yet to establish a place to settle. We have heard that your esteemed Wanfu sect is currently recruiting martial artists from various regions, which is why we have come forth to join. After a brief pause, Ling Tianyang smiled at Ji Haoran and Luxian, continuing, we hope that you do not find us lacking. Brother Ling, you jest, Ji Haoran replied. It is indeed our fortune to welcome someone of your caliber into the Wanfu sect. As Ling Tianyang's words echoed through the hall, both Ji Haoran and Luxian expressed their elation, declaring, we could not desire anything more than your esteemed joining. Ji Haoran and Lu Xian both discerned that among the five, Ling Tianyang was evidently the leader. Although Ling Tianyang appeared remarkably youthful in demeanor, Ji Haoran, having witnessed Ling Tianyang's pinnacle cultivation at the extreme realm, did not dare to treat him merely as a young man. After all, when martial artists experience rapid breakthroughs in their cultivation, their appearances tend to remain youthful for an extended period without change. Furthermore, Ji Haoran and the others were aware that certain martial arts techniques and elixirs could preserve a martial artist's youthful appearance indefinitely, or even grant them everlasting youth. If Ling Tianyang did not disclose his true age, most people would remain oblivious to it. Moreover, in the realm of martial artists, what truly matters is one's cultivation strength, rather than one's age. Chapter 155, The Guest Elder's Brother Ling, Brother Siko. All five of you are formidable cultivators at the Celestial Peak realm. According to the customs of our Wanfu sect, you are all eligible to hold the esteemed position of guest elder within our ranks. Upon hearing that Ling Tianyang and his companions were willing to join the Wanfu sect, both Sect Master Ji Haoran and Grand Elder Lu Xian were immediately filled with joy. The role of guest elder is indeed commendable, Ling Tianyang remarked, nodding his head with a smile. In the future, should Sect Master Ji require our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Ling Tianyang was well aware of the privileges associated with the position of guest elder. Typically, guest elders of various sects enjoy benefits akin to those of inner sect elders. They are afforded the opportunity to cultivate independently and receive a substantial allocation of resources for their training each month. However, once a guest elder aligns with a particular sect, they are obliged to heed the directives of that sect. In times of peril for their sect, guest elders must also step forth to safeguard its safety. Welcome, Elder Ling, to our sect. Welcome, Elder Siko. The evident appreciation from Sect Master Ji Haoran and Grand Elder Lu Xian for Ling Tianyang and his companions' understanding and tact was palpable. Meanwhile, seated at the other end of the distinguished hall, a gathering of Celestial Peak realm warriors observed the proceedings. Upon realizing that Ling Tianyang and his companions had indeed joined the Wanfu sect as guest elders, their faces lit up with smiles as they extended their congratulations. Elder Ling, Elder Sikong, Elder Biming, Elder Mo, Elder Tian, your willingness to join our Wanfu sect is indeed a moment of great fortune for us. One of the warriors, addressing Elder Mo, added, when time permits, let us engage in some sparring. Another chimed in, Elder Ling, I hope you will offer your guidance in the days to come. The atmosphere in the grand hall quickly grew lively among the 30-odd Celestial Peak realm warriors. The prowess of Ling Tianyang and his companions was considerable, particularly that of Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran, whose strengths would place them among the top 5 within the Wanfu sect. Even Biming Hui and Mo Xingchuan would rank within the top 10. This compelled the other Celestial Peak warriors in the hall to regard Ling Tianyang and his companions with the utmost respect. If not for Sect Master Ji recalling that the founding ancestor of Wanfu was a formidable figure at the Void Profound realm, he might not have had the audacity to recruit Ling Tianyang and his group. After all, they evidently functioned as a cohesive unit. Without the backing of a Void Profound realm powerhouse, Ji Haoran would have harbored concerns about Ling Tianyang and his companions potentially usurping control. Esteemed elders, you are too kind. We shall converse further when the opportunity arises. Ling Tianyang and his companions offered a courteous gesture to the gathered Celestial Peak warriors, smiling in response. Elder Ling, since you 5 have just arrived at the Wanfu sect, I shall have my daughter show you to your accommodations, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with our surroundings. Sect Master Ji Haoran stated with a smile, calling out, Xiao Wan, come in. With your Spirit Sea realm cultivation, there is no need for you to linger outside. As the voice of the esteemed leader Ji Haoran faded, a slender figure clad in white swiftly glided into the hall. Father, the white-clad maiden addressed Ji Haoran, lowering her head shyly, yet her sweet voice resonated beautifully, captivating the attention of all present. Little Wan, why have you forsaken your training to come to the guest hall? Inquired the Grand Elder Lu Xian, who stood beside Ji Haoran. With an awkward smile directed at Grand Elder Lu Xian, the maiden replied, Today, my cultivation has seen a breakthrough. Upon emerging from my seclusion, I chanced upon Brother Lu, who informed me that several distinguished individuals would be joining our esteemed Wanfu sect. Out of curiosity, I decided to come and take a look. As she spoke, the white-clad maiden approached the 5 men, bowing respectfully to Sikong Ran, Biming Hui, Mo Xingchuan, and Tian Chizi. Inner disciple Ji Shaowan pays her respects to the esteemed guest elders. After greeting the 4, Ji Shaowan's gaze turned inquisitively towards Ling Tianyang. Father, could this young man also be a guest elder? She asked Ji Haoran, her curiosity piqued. Among Ling Tianyang, Sikong Ran, Baiming Hui, Emotion Chuan, and Tianchi. The latter three appeared as venerable elders, while Tianchi was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. In contrast, Ling Tianyang appeared to be a strikingly handsome youth, seemingly in his 20s. His presence among the older men made him stand out, prompting Ji Shaowan to question his true identity. Shaowan, do not be presumptuous. This gentleman is the newly appointed guest elder, Elder Ling, Ji Haoran admonished, his expression shifting to one of sternness. Realizing his daughter's impudence, Ji Haoran sighed helplessly and turned to Ling Tianyang, offering an apologetic gesture. Elder Ling, my daughter is young and impulsive. I hope you can overlook her indiscretion. Elder Ji, I appreciate her candidness. There is no offense taken, Ling Tianyang replied with a wave of his hand and a warm smile, unfazed by the incident. At that moment, Ji Shaowan's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed once more to Ling Tianyang. Elder Ling, Miss Ji, please lead the way. I wish to see our dwelling, Ling Tianyang said. Observing that Ji Shaowan appeared to be of a similar age to himself, her skin fair and her features delicate and charming. Shaowan, guide Elder Ling and the others to the south courtyard of Wanfu, Ji Haoran instructed. Yes, father. Ji Shaowan nodded and promptly escorted Ling Tianyang and the others out of the guest hall. Let us depart as well, Ling Tianyang remarked, glancing at Sikong Ran and the others before following Ji Shaowan, exiting the hall and veering to the left. Miss Ji, how many disciples does your Wanfu sect have in total? Ling Tianyang inquired during their journey. As he spoke, Ling Tianyang's divine sense swept across the area, and he soon discovered that Ji Shaowan possessed a cultivation level at the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Given Ji Shaowan's young age, achieving such a level is indeed quite impressive. In response to Elder Ling, I must inform you that our Wanfu sect comprises over 10,000 disciples. Among them, the most accomplished is the venerable Wanfu, who has attained the empty profound realm, followed closely by fewer than 100 martial artists at the heavenly extreme realm. Furthermore, we have more than 1,000 inner disciples at the Spirit Sea realm, while the remaining outer disciples and miscellaneous members also number around 10,000. Shifting the topic, Ji Shaowan gazed at Ling Tianyang with a curious expression and smiled. Elder Ling, you look remarkably youthful. With a playful glint in her eyes, she continued. Could you share your age with me, Elder Ling? Chuckling softly, Ling Tianyang replied, I merely appear young on the outside. In truth, I have lived for several centuries. Really? Ji Shaowan questioned with a hint of skepticism, then pointed toward a cluster of buildings in the distance, exclaiming, Elders, ahead lies the Wanfu South Courtyard, where our esteemed guest elders reside and cultivate. Chapter 156. The South Courtyard of 10,000 Talismans, is this truly our place of residence? Ling Tianyang gazed into the distance at the luxurious courtyards, each sprawling over thousands of square meters, and couldn't help but murmur, instinctively releasing his divine sense. Ling Tianyang soon discovered that there were no fewer than 52 courtyards in the distance. However, fewer than 20 appeared to be inhabited. Julan Mountain was a remarkably vast peak, covering an expanse of several dozen miles. The reason the venerable ancestor of the 10,000 Talismans chose to establish the sect upon Julan Mountain was primarily due to its position over a significant spiritual vein. The south courtyard of 10,000 Talismans was situated halfway up Julan Mountain, where the spiritual energy was notably rich, sufficient to meet the cultivation needs of ordinary practitioners at the celestial realm. Within this south courtyard, there were a total of 52 residences constructed for the guest elders. Before this, Ji Shaowan respectfully introduced the situation to Ling Tianyang and the others, stating that 18 of the courtyards had already been claimed by their inhabitants. Among the remaining 34 courtyards, you may freely select one that suits your preference for residence. Very well, then we shall each choose our own quarters. Ling Tianyang nodded and promptly made his way towards a courtyard located near the edge of the south courtyard. Soon, the 5 of them had each chosen their respective residences for living and cultivation. It was noted that Sikwa Ran, Baiming Hui, Emotion Chuan, and Tianchi selected their courtyards in proximity to Ling Tianyang's. Elder Ling, will you be choosing this courtyard? Ji Shaowan, closely following behind Ling Tianyang and the others, inquired as she noticed their selections. Esteemed elders, if you have all decided on your dwellings, I shall notify the administrative office to arrange servants and attendants to assist you with your daily needs. Thank you, Miss Ji. However, there is no need for you to arrange servants and attendants for me. Upon hearing Ji Shaowan's words, Ling Tianyang immediately waved his hand and replied, to be candid, Miss Ji, I am not alone in this visit to the Hengduan mountain range. In addition to my 2 maidservants and my young disciple, I have 4 subordinates as well, totaling 7 individuals who I have temporarily settled in a safe location outside. Ling Tianyang continued. I initially planned to bring them to the 10,000 Talismans sect once I had settled in. Ah, very well then. Ji Shaowan nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Ling Tianyang. Elder Ling, you have a disciple? It seems that you and your companions must come from prominent backgrounds in Lingzhou, correct? The position of guest elder, strictly speaking, belongs to the outer circle of sect influence, rather than the core. This often leads to a powerful individual simultaneously holding guest elder positions in multiple sections. He did not respond to Ji Shaowan's inquiry. Ling Tianyang merely smiled. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a delicate jade vial. Thank you, Miss Ji, for guiding me. We shall cultivate here from now on. He tossed the vial towards Ji Shaowan, expressing his gratitude. It is a small token of appreciation upon our first meeting. I hope you will not find it lacking. Thank you for your generous gift. Elder Ling. Ji Shaowan's heart swelled with joy as she accepted the vial. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in astonishment at the round, spirit-infused pill within, reminiscent of a longan. Elder Ling, is this a 5th grade extreme spirit pill? She exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the exquisite pill nestled in the vial. Although the Wanfu sect held considerable power within the Hengduan Mountains, it lacked alchemists capable of producing high-tier spirit pills. The 5th grade extreme spirit pill was entirely beyond their reach. Most practitioners of the Tianji realm in the Wanfu sect had forcibly broken through the pinnacle of the Linghai realm, which explained the limited number of such formidable warriors within the sect, even with the inclusion of 18 esteemed guest elders. Extreme spirit pills were exceedingly rare treasures within the Wanfu sect, typically obtained through large auctions or perilous explorations of secret realms. Ji Shaowan's familiarity with the extreme spirit pill stemmed from her father being the sect master, who happened to possess one. The casual manner in which Ling Tianyang gifted her a 5th grade extreme spirit pill left her thoroughly astonished. Elder Ling, do you accept disciples? Suddenly, Ji Shaowan blinked at Ling Tianyang, her expression brimming with anticipation. Ling Tianyang was not a native of the Hengduan Mountains, a fact Ji Shaowan was well aware of. The ease with which he presented such a rare 5th grade pill indicated he was no ordinary practitioner. Moreover, the cultivation levels of Ling Tianyang and his companions were evidently high, with Ling Tianyang and Sikong Ran being peak practitioners of the Tianji realm. This only heightened Ji Shaowan's curiosity regarding Ling Tianyang's true identity. Miss Ji, you jest. The ancestor of the Wanfu sect, Wanfu Laozu, is a formidable figure of the Kongxian realm. It is clear that your relationship with your father, the sect master, must be extraordinary for him to inherit such a position, Ling Tianyang remarked, casting a deep glance at Ji Shaowan. Why would you seek me as a mentor when you have such esteemed connections? Ji Shaowan chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Elder Ling, since you have all chosen your respective residences, I shall take my leave. Very well, Ling Tianyang nodded, watching as Ji Shaowan swiftly departed towards the southern courtyard of the Wanfu sect. Let us each retreat to our own quarters to cultivate. After Ji Shaowan's departure, Ling Tianyang glanced at the 4 companions beside him, then promptly pushed open the door to the courtyard he had chosen and stepped inside. The courtyard before him was considerably more impressive than his residence at the Ling family estate, with pavilions and towers, serene bamboo groves, and the gentle sound of flowing water. The entire setting exuded both grandeur and elegance. Surrounding the open space of the courtyard, there were also low-tier spiritual herbs planted, capable of calming the mind and benefiting the body and spirit of martial artists. It was remarkably well maintained. As Ling Tianyang entered the hall of the courtyard, he observed that the floors and the furniture bore no trace of dust whatsoever. Clearly, although this place was uninhabited, the Wanfu sect often sent individuals to keep it impeccably clean. Chapter 157. Hibernation within the confines of the cultivation chamber in the courtyard. Ling Tianyang activated the array and settled into a meditative posture. Having entered this courtyard, he meticulously explored both its interior and exterior, gaining a comprehensive understanding of its structure. Apart from the simple defensive array set up around the entire courtyard, a more sophisticated defensive formation had also been established within the cultivation chamber to deter any intruders from disturbing the master's practice. As Ling Tianyang ventured into the Hengduan mountain range, his knowledge of this realm remained rather superficial. Moreover, the long-distance teleportation array leading to the Qingyun kingdom was situated less than a few hundred miles from the Wanfu sect. Given that Sikong Ran had fortuitously discovered this teleportation array, Ling Tianyang could not help but harbor concerns that others might also uncover its existence. To ensure the secure control of this teleportation array and to keep its secrets hidden from prying eyes, the most prudent course of action would be to seize dominion over the surrounding territory or even to firmly establish his authority over the entirety of the Hengduan mountain range. Ling Tianyang's recent journey to the Godslayer domain with Sikong Ran and others was perhaps motivated by aspirations to showcase his prowess and expand his influence. In his previous life, he had been relentlessly hunted by the formidable powers of the Demon Dragon Clan and the Annihilation Sect. After his rebirth, he vowed to himself that he would forge a formidable force that would be entirely his own. Although his primordial spirit had been whisked away through the void by the Xuanling Pearl just before its self-destruction, leading him to be reborn in the Ling family, he recognized that without the Xuanling Pearl, his demise would have been inevitable. Thus, he could not simply forgive the enmity he bore towards the Demon Dragon Clan and the Annihilation Sect. Ling Tianyang harbored dreams of one day rallying countless formidable allies to return to the continent of his past life, seeking retribution against the Demon Dragon Clan and the Annihilation Sect. In a world rife with bloodshed and turmoil, how could one grow without experiencing the trials of life and death? A hidden dragon lies in wait beneath the surging waves, ready to soar to the heavens when the time is ripe, gliding through the cosmos. As far as Ling Tianyang knew, both the Demon Dragon Clan and the Annihilation Sect boasted multiple peak experts of the return to Origin Realm. If Ling Tianyang sought vengeance against these powers, his only recourse was to continuously strengthen himself and accumulate the strength of those around him. Given that he had been granted a second chance at life, he would not allow himself to live in mediocrity. In this life, Ling Tianyang was determined to carve out a name for himself on the continent and establish his own legacy. Master, I too have become a warrior. Inside the cultivation chamber, Ling Tianyang sat cross-legged on the cultivation platform. As he immersed his mind into the depths of the azure blue ring, he soon discovered his Xuanling avatar guiding Xianxia and Xiaomei in their cultivation. His young disciple, Xiaoxiaoyu, was also beginning her training under the guidance of Ling Tianyang's Xuanling avatar. It must be said that during the initial stages of a warrior's cultivation, having a seasoned mentor by one side can significantly reduce the number of missteps taken. At this moment, Xiaoxiaoyu, under the guidance of Ling Tianyang's ethereal avatar, had already refined her body. Subsequently, Ling Tianyang's ethereal avatar employed numerous spiritual herbs to establish a solid foundation for Xiaoxiaoyu's cultivation. In this brief period, Xiaoxiaoyu transformed from an ordinary little girl into a fledgling warrior of the first stage of body tempering. Feeling the potent energy coursing through her, she gazed excitedly at Ling Tianyang's ethereal avatar and exclaimed, "Master, I am now a warrior. I feel invigorated with strength." With that, Xiaoxiaoyu clenched her tiny fist and shouted, "Haha, Master, take this." As her words echoed, she charged at Ling Tianyang's ethereal avatar, swinging her small fists. "Xiaoyu, you possess quite the audacity. How dare you strike at your master?" Ling Tianyang chuckled, watching the little girl rush toward him with her tiny fists raised. The ethereal avatar was inherently connected to Ling Tianyang himself. Although it possessed an independent consciousness, its thoughts were closely aligned with those of Ling Tianyang. Within the confines of the azure blue ring, aside from the storage space designated by Ling Tianyang and the areas for nurturing the bloodthirsty giant lizard, the shadow fox cubs, and the fourth-tier armored beast, he had also established a zone for human warriors. This area was modest, covering only several thousand square meters. At present, a structure resembling the south courtyard of the Wanfu sect had been erected there. After refining the azure blue ring, Ling Tianyang had directed the collection of materials for constructing cultivation chambers. When he brought Xiaoxiaoyu, Xianxia, Xiaomei, as well as Tuobayi, Guifeng, Wulingan, and Suingrong into the azure blue ring, Ling Tianyang also had his ethereal avatar separate from him to join them inside. Unlike ordinary individuals, warriors possessed immense strength and agility, allowing them to construct buildings at an extraordinary pace. Within just half a day, a structure covering several thousand square meters materialized within Ling Tianyang's azure blue ring. Thereafter, Ling Tianyang divided his focus. His true self, accompanied by Sikong Ran and Baiming Hui, returned to the Ling family, and then utilized the teleportation array beneath the Danxia heritage to arrive at the Hengduan Mountains. While Ling Tianyang's true self and his companions joined the Wanfu sect outside, his ethereal avatar remained active within the azure blue ring, continuously guiding the cultivation of the others. Simultaneously, generous amounts of spirit stones and various high-grade elixirs were provided to Xianxia and the others for their cultivation. In this short span of time, not only had Xiaoxiaoyu reached the first stage of body tempering, but both Xianxia and Xiaomei had also attained the pinnacle of the true condensation realm. In addition, Tuobayi, Guifeng, and Suingrong have all successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm. As for Wulingan, He has reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, merely a step away from the heavenly extreme realm. Originally, Ling Tianyang intended to open the spiritual pool hall, allowing everyone to enter and cultivate within. However, now that Ling Tianyang finds himself within the Wanfu sect, he has not forgotten that there exists a formidable presence at the void profound realm within the sect. Should that powerful entity suddenly release their divine sense to observe the circumstances surrounding Ling Tianyang and his companions, the inexplicable disappearance of the group would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, it is not yet the opportune moment for Ling Tianyang to utilize the spiritual pool hall for cultivation. While Ling Tianyang's thoughts were racing, Xiaoyu had already raised her tiny fist and struck it against Ling Tianyang's ethereal spirit avatar. Chapter 158, Master Xiaoyu. With your mere cultivation at the first level of body refinement, you are no match for me, your master. Grasping the small fist that Xiaoyu had thrown, Ling Tianyang's ethereal doppelganger chuckled heartily. Master, you truly are formidable. Xiaoyu winked at Ling Tianyang's ethereal doppelganger and joined in the laughter. Indeed, as Ling Tianyang observed Xiaoyu's jubilant demeanor, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own master, the esteemed Yaohang. I wonder where my master is now. Is he alive, or has he perished? In his previous life, Ling Tianyang was but a lonely orphan, often troubled by the daily struggle for sustenance. However, everything changed upon encountering Yaohang, who not only took Ling Tianyang as his disciple, but also imparted the entirety of his knowledge and expertise without reservation. Having lived a solitary existence and devoted to his own cultivation, Yaohang embraced Ling Tianyang as his own, generously sharing various rare treasures and resources. Under Yaohang's devoted guidance, Ling Tianyang swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the void realm. Centuries ago, Yaohang departed in search of the subsequent teachings of the Medicine King scripture, leaving Ling Tianyang with no word since. Ling Tianyang's heart was heavy with concern for his master. He yearned to know whether Yaohang was still alive or had met with misfortune. After his rebirth, Ling Tianyang altered the true understanding of the ethereal spirit within the ethereal spirit pearl, a decision that weighed heavily on his conscience regarding Yaohang. Thus, upon discovering Xiaoyu's rare medicinal spirit physique, he promptly accepted her as a disciple, hoping to carry on Yaohang's legacy. Since his rebirth, Ling Tianyang had diligently pursued his cultivation, not only for the desire to possess formidable power, but also with the hope that one day he could traverse the void and return to the continent of his past life to seek out his master. The following morning, Ling Tianyang opened his eyes abruptly in the cultivation chamber, a flash of brilliance illuminating his gaze. As his consciousness withdrew from the azure ring, he rose slowly, feeling invigorated, his body brimming with a powerful energy. Yesterday, alongside Sikong Ran and others, Ling Tianyang had accompanied Ji Shaowan to the southern courtyard of the Wanfu sect, where he had also kept an eye on some developments within the sect. The closest entities to Ling Tianyang's location were the 18 guest elders within the southern courtyard, although their cultivation levels generally paled in comparison to the 5 of them. Among these 18, there were 2 formidable practitioners at the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm and 5 at the mid-stage. Not far from the southern courtyard lay the inner gate of the Wanfu sect. Most disciples within the inner gate were at the early stage of the Spirit Sea realm, while those at the mid to late stages were quite rare. Elderling. As Ling Tianyang exited the cultivation chamber, he heard Ji Shaowan's melodious voice resonating from the courtyard. As he opened the gate to the courtyard, Ling Tianyang glanced at the figure of Ji Shaowan standing at the entrance and smiled. Miss Ji, do you have something to discuss with me? Senior Ling, how did you find your stay here yesterday? Upon seeing Ling Tianyang open the courtyard gate, Ji Shaowan stepped in with uncontainable joy, her face alight with a cheerful smile as she addressed him. Thank you for your concern, Miss Ji. I have been quite comfortable here, Ling Tianyang replied with a gentle smile. Since this is your first time in the Hengduan Mountains, you must have many places yet to explore, right? I may not be able to speak for elsewhere, but within a few hundred miles of the Wanfu sect, there is not a single place I am unfamiliar with. As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, Ji Shaowan's voice rang out again. I wonder if Senior Ling has any specific destinations in mind. Today, I happen to have no engagements and can guide you. As she spoke, Ji Shaowan playfully patted her modest bosom, causing Ling Tianyang, who was at a distance, to momentarily be taken aback. He had only met Ji Shaowan the previous day, yet she now presented an air of familiarity that left him momentarily bewildered. Thank you for your kind offer, but I do not have any particular place in mind. I merely intend to wander about and enjoy the surroundings, so there is no need to trouble yourself, Miss Ji. It's no trouble at all. It would be an honor for me to assist Senior Ling, Ji Shaowan replied, unfazed by his refusal, her smile widening even more. Senior Ling. There is a bustling market less than 50 miles from our Wanfu sect. This market has been established through the collaboration of several powerful factions nearby, Ji Shaowan continued. Would you care to visit it? Upon hearing that a market, forged by the alliance of several influential factions, lay not far from the Wanfu sect, Ling Tianyang felt a surge of curiosity. In that case, I shall not decline your generous offer. He consented with a nod. I appreciate your guidance, Miss Ji. Senior Ling. You've agreed. Let us set off right away. Ji Shaowan exclaimed with delight upon receiving his affirmation. Miss Ji, do we not need to complete any formalities to leave the sect? Ling Tianyang inquired, intrigued as Ji Shaowan prepared to lead him away. During his time at the Tianchi sect in Qingyan Kingdom, he had learned that inner disciples and guest elders were required to register their departure before leaving the sect. Senior Ling, as a guest elder of our Wanfu sect, and with me accompanying you, there is no need for such formalities, Ji Shaowan explained with a smile. Noticing his puzzled expression, oh, I see now. Ling Tianyang was momentarily taken aback, yet his brows soon knitted in contemplation. Although Ji Shaowan possessed considerable cultivation, she was merely at the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm and was incapable of flying through the air. As Ling Tianyang pondered whether to take Ji Shaowan along with him for aerial travel, he suddenly noticed a silver small sword springing forth from her brow. A soul treasure. Upon witnessing the silver sword that had emerged from Ji Shaowan's forehead, Ling Tianyang instantly recognized its origin. The scene before him was strikingly familiar. He himself possessed a similar soul treasure, a small red sword of considerable quality nestled within his brow. His red sword was nearing the pinnacle of the mid-tier soul treasures, nearing the upper echelon. Just as Ling Tianyang was momentarily lost in thought, Ji Shaowan's silver sword rapidly expanded in size. Chapter 159. The Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop. Elder Ling. We are ready to depart. However, my pace may not match yours, so please do wait for me. The silver small sword swelled in the wind, transforming in an instant into a massive silver sword large enough to accommodate the entirety of Miss Ji Shaowan upon its surface. Miss Ji, quite impressive indeed. The caliber of this silver small sword must be regarded as one of the finest among inferior soul treasures, remarked Ling Tianyang. Although he had only recently joined the Heavenly Artifact sect and was yet unable to forge spiritual tools of medium quality or above, his comprehension of such artifacts surpassed that of most martial artists. This silver moon sword was a gift from my father when I transcended into the spiritual sea realm. Ling Tianyang continued. Upon hearing his words, Ji Shaowan, perched upon the silver moon sword, immediately responded. Subsequently, the duo swiftly soared towards the direction outside the 10,000 Symbols sect, quickly vanishing from the southern courtyard of 10,000 Symbols. Elder Ling, ahead lies the marketplace I mentioned, the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop. The Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop is a collaborative trading platform established by five major powers: the 10,000 Symbols sect, the Artifact Forging sect, the Gathering Treasure sect, the Blackscale sect, and the Overbearing Blade sect. In less than an hour, Ling Tianyang and Ji Shaowan arrived at their destination, the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop. Along the way, Ji Shaowan shared numerous insights regarding the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop and the surrounding forces of the 10,000 Symbols sect. The 10,000 Symbols sect and the Blackscale sect are situated opposite each other, with three additional sects in proximity. These include the Artifact Forging sect, renowned for its crafting skills, the Gathering Treasure sect, famous for its commerce, and the Overbearing Blade sect, distinguished for its fierce and domineering sword techniques. The Hungduan mountain range extends for tens of thousands of miles, teeming not only with a multitude of demonic beasts, but also abundant in various spiritual veins and mineral deposits. At the juncture of the 10,000 Symbols sect and the Blackscale sect lies a notable spiritual stone mine. The dispute over the ownership of this mine has sparked significant conflict between the two factions. Following several fierce battles, both sides suffered considerable losses of powerful warriors. Ultimately, the leaders of the two sects, Ji Haoran of the 10,000 Symbols sect and Nangong Lin of the Blackscale sect, resolved to temporarily cease hostilities to prevent further sacrifices among their disciples, agreeing to jointly divide the spiritual stone mine. The Hungduan mountain range, while appearing vast, is home to over 100 sects of varying sizes. The multitude of sects within the Hungduan mountain range has led to a situation where some factions find their annual income from spiritual stones insufficient to meet the training needs of their disciples. Consequently, numerous conflicts arise annually among the various forces vying for control over the spiritual stone mines. Over the centuries, many sects have faded into obscurity, while new powers have emerged, with the 10,000 Symbols sect being a prominent representation of this resurgence. It is said that within the entire Hengduan mountain range, the highest cultivation level is held by 4 mid-stage practitioners of the Void Profound Realm. For formidable experts at the mid-stage of the Void Profound Realm hail from the most powerful sects of 4 major forces: the Black Shaman Sect, the Corpse Demon Gate, the 100 Flowers Valley, and the Golden Armored Sect. Consequently, although the Wanfu Sect is anchored by a solitary expert of the Void Profound Realm, its overall strength nonetheless secures a position among the top 10 within the vast multitude of forces in the Hengduan Mountains. The domain of fallen gods is inherently a realm steeped in blood and conflict, where the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, manifests in stark clarity. It is said that the total area of the domain of fallen gods far surpasses that of the entire Eastern Emperor domain and is also known as the Chaotic Demon Domain. Within this territory, myriad races coexist, encompassing righteous, wicked, demonic, beastly, corpse, ghostly, spiritual, and shamanic paths, all intermingling within its borders. The inhabitants of the domain of fallen gods are martial enthusiasts, with a fierce disposition. Even the slightest disagreement can lead to violent confrontations. Though the Hengduan Mountains lie at the far southern edge of the domain of fallen gods, the competition within this region remains exceptionally brutal. Here, strength and the backing of a powerful faction can pave the way for one's rise to prominence. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Without absolute power, one can still face untimely demise at the hands of others. Despite both the Wanfu Sect and the Blackscale Sect being notable forces within the Hengduan Mountains, they are overshadowed by the 4 most powerful sects: 100 Flowers Valley and Golden Armored Sect, located thousands of miles away. The 4 super sects of the Hengduan Mountains harbor ambitions of absorbing the smaller factions surrounding them. Thousands of years ago, the sects established in the Hengduan Mountains numbered at least several hundred. Yet, with the continuous expansion of the Black Shaman Sect, the Corpse Demon Gate, the 100 Flowers Valley, and the Golden Armored Sect, many smaller sects have been either annexed or annihilated. Consequently, the original hundreds of sects have dwindled to just over 100 today. Currently, the 4 dominant sects, Black Shaman Sect, Corpse Demon Gate, 100 Flowers Valley, and Golden Armored Sect, have established their supremacy in the Hengduan Mountains. Aside from these 4, any remaining factions must unite to withstand the encroaching influence of the dominant sections. The 5 Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop serves as an alliance formed by the Wanfu Sect, Refining Sect, Gathering Treasure Sect, Blade Dominant Sect, and Blackscale Sect, aimed at countering the hegemonic incursions of the 100 Flowers Valley and the Golden Armored Sect. The 100 Flowers Valley lies to the south of the Hengduan Mountains, while the Golden Armored Sect is located to the west. Nestled between them to the southwest are the headquarters of the 5 allied forces. In order to resist the assimilation and encroachment of these 2 superpowers, the 5 factions must unite in their efforts. Thus, despite the ongoing rivalry and covert skirmishes between the Wanfu Sect and the Blackscale Sect over cultivation resources and territory, they have yet to sever their faade of cooperation. While their disciples frequently clash, the 2 sects have refrained from open hostility. At most, the disciples beneath the gate engage in mutual skirmishes, yet these altercations have seldom resulted in significant casualties. The higher-ups from both sides merely turn a blind eye, treating the incidents as if they had never occurred. In midair, Ling Tianyang gazed toward the distant 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion, and he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion is merely a marketplace, its expanse rivals that of a small town. Within the pavilion, a throng of people surged, and various architectural styles stood proudly amidst numerous shops, both large and small. Even before Ling Tianyang and Ji Shaowan set foot inside the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion, the clamorous sounds of the bustling crowd reached their ears. Elder Ling, within the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion, martial artists below the Void Realm are prohibited from flying. We should descend to the ground, Ji Shaowan promptly reminded Ling Tianyang as they approached the entrance. Upon hearing Ji Shaowan's words, Ling Tianyang paused momentarily, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Is that truly a rule? Chapter 160. The Gathering of Treasures. Elder Ling, there are certain matters you may not be aware of. Within the 5 Elements Gathering Pavilion, our Wanfu Sect, alongside the 4 other sects, has stationed numerous formidable individuals here. Additionally, the experts of the empty profound realm from each sect frequently descend to oversee this place. The regulation prohibiting martial artists below the empty profound realm from flying in the air above the 5 Elements Gathering Pavilion was collaboratively established by these empty profound realm experts. Noticing Ling Tianyang's look of slight confusion, Ji Shaowan promptly began to elucidate. I see. Ling Tianyang nodded in understanding. As they spoke, The duo had already descended from the air, arriving at the entrance of the 5 Elements Gathering Pavilion. Sister Ji, you've arrived. Upon reaching the entrance, the Spirit Sea Realm guard stationed there immediately bowed respectfully to Ji Shaowan. Indeed, Liao Shidi, Gung Shidi. Ji Shaowan responded with a warm smile, acknowledging the guards with a nod. Liao Shidi, it seems it's our Wanfu sect disciples' turn to stand guard again so soon. Yes, this month happens to be our Wanfu sect's turn for duty, replied the lead guard, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he glanced at Ling Tianyang beside Ji Shaowan. He then whispered to her, Sister Ji, may I ask who this esteemed individual is? Liao Shidi, allow me to introduce him. This esteemed individual beside me is the guest elder who just joined our Wanfu sect yesterday. Ji Shaowan smiled and continued. Elder Ling is a peak expert of the heavenly extreme realm. Inner sect disciple Liao Jieshio. Greetings to Elder Ling. Inner sect disciple Gung Qingzhong. Greetings to Elder Ling. Upon learning that Ling Tianyang was not only a newly appointed guest elder of the Wanfu sect, but also a peak powerhouse rivaling the sect leader Ji Haoran, the Spirit Sea Realm guards immediately displayed utmost respect, bowing deeply to Ling Tianyang. Greetings to you all, Ling Tianyang replied with a smile and a nod. As it is our first meeting, I do not possess any extravagant gifts for you. Here are a few humble spirit stones. I hope you will not find them lacking. I am on my way to the market, so I shall take my leave from you. With a wave of his hand, he conjured over 20 glimmering low-grade spirit stones into the hands of Liao Jieshio and Gung Qingzhong. Having assumed the role of guest elder in the Wanfu sect, Ling Tianyang felt it necessary to be generous with the disciples. Moreover, given his current wealth, a few low-grade spirit stones were but a trivial sum to him. Thank you, Elder Ling, for your generous gift. Thank you, Elder Ling, for your generous gift. Upon receiving over 20 low-grade spirit stones at once, Liao Jieshio and Gung Qingzhong were filled with joy. Despite being inner sect disciples of the Wanfu sect, their monthly allocation of cultivation resources was merely a handful of low-grade spirit stones. Before me lie more than 20 low-grade spirit stones, sufficient to cover several months' worth of cultivation resources. As I stepped into the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion, the atmosphere instantly became vibrant. Lifting my gaze, I was met with a sea of heads. Shops and vendors lined the roads in abundance, while throngs of people flowed like a ceaseless river through the bustling thoroughfare. Though the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion was established by 5 major sects, Wanfuzong, Highland Sect, Jubao Sect, Refining Tools Sect, and Badu Sect, it was not solely the disciples of these sects who frequented this marketplace. Nearby, smaller factions and independent cultivators also sought to trade for the items they required. Within a radius of several thousand miles, the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion stands as a substantial trading hub. Elder Ling, where would you like to go? Allow me to guide you, inquired Ji Shaowan enthusiastically as she walked alongside Ling Tianyang through the marketplace. Let us meander for a while, Ling Tianyang replied thoughtfully. By the way, Miss Ji, are there any shops here available for rent or sale? There should be, but we ought to inquire at the market's registry office. Ji Shaowan replied, momentarily taken aback before casting a puzzled glance at Ling Tianyang. Elder Ling, what do you require a shop for? Are you planning to engage in business within the marketplace? You have guessed correctly. That is indeed my intention, Ling Tianyang affirmed with a nod and a smile. I possess several items that I no longer need, and I intend to exchange them for spirit stones. Additionally, as I mentioned before, I have a few companions. I plan to either rent or purchase a shop here, not only for business, but also to provide them with temporary accommodations. As they spoke, a charming shop with an antique allure caught their attention, its entrance adorned with a sign reading Treasure Pavilion. Miss Ji, let us step inside and take a look, Ling Tianyang suggested, leading the way into the Treasure Pavilion. This establishment was indeed among the larger shops in the entire marketplace. Welcome, esteemed guests. A beautiful maid approached them with a warm and inviting smile upon entering the Treasure Pavilion. As Ling Tianyang surveyed the spacious interior, he noticed several martial artists, ranging from the genuine realm to the spiritual sea realm, standing behind counters along the walls. In the center of the hall, a collection of ancient Aid Immortals tables was set up, where many patrons were seated, savoring tea as they engaged in trade at the pavilion. May I assist you gentlemen in any way? Just then, another smiling warrior from the spiritual sea realm approached. I would like to procure all books and jade slips pertaining to the Hungduan Mountains and the sects surrounding that region. As Ling Tianyang spoke, he immediately got to the point, catching the spirit sea realm warrior who was receiving him slightly off guard. Ah, very well, my lord, please hold on a moment. Sensing the profound aura emanating from Ling Tianyang, the spirit sea realm warrior did not dare to be negligent and promptly responded with utmost respect. In a short while, the warrior returned from a chamber behind him, bearing over 100 books and several dozen jade slips. "My lord, everything you require is here." Placing the tomes and jade slips upon the counter, the warrior continued, "These are all texts concerning the Hungduan mountain range and its surrounding areas. Among them, there are also some jade slips pertaining to other locations within the domain of the fallen gods. I wonder, my lord, are you satisfied with this selection? How many spirit stones will these items require?" "I shall take them all." Ling Tianyang's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the treasure pavilion, capturing the attention of all present. Chapter 161. The silver mask. The items on the counter amount to a total of 274 inferior spirit stones. "It seems this is your first visit to our treasure pavilion, esteemed sir. This time, you need only pay 270 inferior spirit stones." Upon hearing the value of the books and jade slips on the counter, Ling Tianyang was inclined to purchase them all, much to the delight of the warrior from the Spirit Sea realm at the pavilion. With a smile, Ling Tianyang did not respond verbally, but with a wave of his hand, all the books and jade slips vanished from the counter. In their place appeared 270 shimmering inferior spirit stones. Within the confines of the Five Elements treasure pavilion, Ling Tianyang felt no apprehension of robbery. After all, there are strict regulations in place. Anyone causing a disturbance here would face relentless pursuit from the five major sects led by the Wanfu sect and the Black Scale sect. Moreover, even if they dared to act, Ling Tianyang would not be intimidated in the slightest. Given the scarcity of strong practitioners in the empty, profound realm within the Hungduan mountain range, and with Ling Tianyang's current cultivation and hidden trump cards, he was confident in his ability to protect himself. With the transaction concluded, Ling Tianyang and Ji Shaowan turned to leave the treasure pavilion. The Five Elements treasure pavilion was established through the collaboration of five major powers: Wanfu sect, Black Scale sect, Treasure sect, Refining sect, and the Dominant Blade sect, making the Wanfu sect one of the managing authorities of this marketplace. As a guest elder of the Wanfu sect and possessing peak cultivation in the celestial extremity realm, Ling Tianyang found his affairs in the Five Elements treasure pavilion proceeded smoothly. The other administrators in the pavilion treated him with respect, refraining from any deliberate hindrance. After a visit to the marketplace's registration office, Ling Tianyang purchased a spacious shop located in a prime area. This shop covered an expanse of several hundred square feet, featuring not only a small courtyard but also several rooms suitable for habitation. Though he received a substantial discount from the registration office, he still spent over 500,000 inferior spirit stones. This considerable expenditure not only secured the sizable shop, but also granted him permanent ownership. "Elder Ling, will you be residing here from now on?" Ji Shaowan inquired, observing Ling Tianyang's joyous demeanor, though she felt uncertain. "Yes, I wish to settle here for the time being. It is not far from our Wanfu sect, and I may spend more time here in the future," Ling Tianyang affirmed with a nod. "Besides, there are practitioners from our Wanfu sect stationed in this marketplace, are there not? Elder Ling, have you considered what kind of business you wish to pursue?" After a moment of contemplation, Ji Shaowan continued to inquire. "I plan to engage in the trade of medicinal pills and spiritual artifacts." Ling Tianyang had already contemplated this matter, and now that Ji Shaowan had brought it up, he responded readily. "Coincidentally, I possess several elixirs and spiritual artifacts that I no longer require. Although this is my inaugural venture into commerce, I harbor confidence in my ability to succeed. To settle in one place and cultivate peacefully, it is imperative to have ample resources for training. Without sufficient resources, a martial artist's progress stagnates, rendering any advancement to the next level impossible. In such a case, it would be wiser to retreat to a secluded area for solitary cultivation. The reason the five major sects, such as the Wanfu sect and the Black Spirit sect, chose to establish a market here is primarily due to the presence of a substantial spiritual vein beneath the Five Elements gathering market. Subsequently, the five powers invited a master of formations to establish a formidable defensive array and a spirit gathering formation in this locale. As a result, the concentration of spiritual energy within the market sufficiently meets the training needs of most martial artists. For Ling Tianyang, what he currently lacks the least is spiritual stones. During his time in the Danxiao ruins, he acquired a spatial ring brimming with spiritual stones. Later, in the Chinglan secret realm, Ling Tianyang and Chu Yujiao disguised themselves as shadowy bandits, robbing numerous martial artists of the Tianji realm within the secret realm. Presently, within Ling Tianyang's azure blue ring, there are many items in the storage space that he finds redundant, making it more advantageous to exchange them for spiritual stones for cultivation. Although Ling Tianyang possesses a considerable amount of spiritual stones at present, which could sustain his training for many years, The artifacts he refined from Jing require a vast quantity of spiritual stones to operate. Not to mention, each activation of the spirit pool hall necessitates an investment of hundreds, if not millions, of low-grade spiritual stones to fill the 9 spirit pools with spiritual liquid and to harness the temporal laws contained within the hall. Given Ling Tianyang's current wealth, he cannot afford to activate the spirit pool hall excessively, after accounting for his cultivation needs. Besides the spirit pool hall, the low-grade flying artifact, the cloud-piercing boat, also demands a significant number of spiritual stones to function. Once the boat is filled with spiritual stones, it can propel Ling Tianyang to the speed of a void profound realm expert. Simultaneously, the boat's stealth capabilities and formidable defensive functions also require a substantial amount of spiritual stones to operate. The Spirit Pool Hall is an invaluable asset that enables Ling Tianyang and the martial artists accompanying him to swiftly elevate their cultivation levels. Conversely, the cloud-piercing boat provides Ling Tianyang with the means to temporarily contend with experts of the Void Profound Realm. Thus, although he possesses a considerable amount of spiritual stones, his demand for them is even greater. It is those items in the azure blue ring that he deems unnecessary that he wishes to sell in exchange for the spiritual stones he needs. Miss Ji, please wait for me here, Ling Tianyang suddenly called out to Ji Shaowan. My companions are not far from this market, and I must go fetch them. Could you kindly watch over the shop for me? Of course, Elder Ling, no problem at all, Ji Shaowan replied with a nod, smiling. Feel free to go and retrieve your friends. Just as the shop required a bit of tidying up, I decided to stay and assist you with the cleaning. In that case, I am deeply grateful to Miss Ji. After casting a lingering glance at Ji Shaowan, Ling Tianyang swiftly departed from the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion. Making his way to a secluded and deserted corner, he released his consciousness, carefully scanning the surroundings. Once he confirmed that there were no others nearby, he summoned Xiaoya, Xiaomei, Xiao Xiaoyu, Su Yingrong, Gu Yifeng, Tuoba Yi, and Wu Lingen from the depths of the Azure Ring. However, before the 7 emerged, a man clad in blue and wearing a silver mask had already appeared beside Ling Tianyang. Chapter 162, The Rui Pavilion Master. I have finally been able to come out. It was so stuffy in that spatial treasure of yours. It was utterly dull. As soon as she emerged from the azure blue ring, Xiao Xiaoyu bounced over to Ling Tianyang's side, acting coyly. Young master, I too believe that the air outside is far more refreshing. Staying in that spatial treasure for an extended period inevitably brings about a sense of oppression. At that moment, Xiaoya and Xiaomei approached Ling Tianyang with smiles. Young master, senior brother. Following them were Wu Lingen, Tuoba Yi, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrong, who trailed closely behind. Ling Tianyang, gazing at the familiar faces before him, smiled and nodded. I have now joined a sect in the Hengduan Mountains called the Wanfuzong. Presently, I, along with Sikong Ran and others, have become guest elders of Wanfuzong. Just earlier, I purchased a shop in the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion. Now, I shall take you all to engage in some small business. He then recounted to everyone present his life since arriving in the Hengduan Mountains alongside Sikong Ran and the others. Master, you will take us to do business? That is truly wonderful. It is said that those who engage in trade can acquire many spirit stones. Upon hearing Ling Tianyang's intentions, Xiao Xiaoyu instantly beamed with excitement, as if she could already see a multitude of spirit stones beckoning to her, prompting her to joyfully exclaim, "Ha, Xiaoyu, you truly are a little money grubber." Seeing Xiao Xiaoyu's jubilant demeanor, Ling Tianyang and the others, including Xiaoya, could not help but burst into laughter. Let us go? The 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion I mentioned is not far from here. As Ling Tianyang spoke, he prepared to lead Xiaoya and the others away. Master, why is the person beside you wearing a silver mask? Suddenly, Xiao Xiaoyu turned her gaze toward the young man in blue, adorned with a silver mask. Curiously regarding Ling Tianyang. I almost forgot to introduce you all. This masked individual is my good friend, and his name is Nioi Dao. As soon as Ling Tianyang uttered the name, he felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. The masked young man was none other than his Xuanling avatar, Nioi Dao. Ling Tianyang had yet to disclose the secret of his Xuanling avatar to anyone aside from Jing. Previously, although Ling Tianyang's Xuanling avatar also resided within the azure blue ring, he primarily spent his time in his designated area of several thousand square meters of medicinal garden, either tending to the spiritual herbs or meditating, only occasionally offering guidance to Xiao Xiaoyu, Xiaoya, and the others in their cultivation. Occasionally, Ling Tianyang would venture into the territory inhabited by the bloodthirsty giant lizards, the shadowy fox cubs, and the 4th-tier scaled beasts to nourish those mystical creatures. The area designated for the feeding of these beasts had long since transformed from its former desolate state. Prior to Ling Tianyang's journey to the fallen god domain, while traversing the Chinglian mountain range, he had casually collected a vast expanse of trees, flowers, and several small hills from the mountains. In a bid to infuse vitality into the area, Ling Tianyang also captured numerous wild beasts and small creatures. Within the confines of the Ulan Ring, he had partitioned the space into several sections, each spanning thousands to tens of thousands of square meters, with a thick layer of mist separating each region. Without Ling Tianyang's express permission, the areas within the Ulan Ring remained isolated from one another, each unaware of the existence of the others. Every time Ling Tianyang's mystical avatar departed from the vicinity of Xianxia and her companions, they assumed he had returned to the outside world to be with Sikong Ran and others. Little did they know, had Ling Tianyang not disclosed it, they would never have imagined that he possessed such an extraordinary ability as a mystical avatar. Niudao? As Ling Tianyang's words lingered in the air, Tuoba Yi was momentarily taken aback. Back at Nyogong Mountain, he had heard Ling Tianyang refer to Chu Yujiao, stating his name was Niudao. Now, beside Ling Tianyang, a silver-masked man emerged, truly named Niudao, leaving Tuoba Yi at a loss for words. When Ling Tianyang returned to the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion with Xianxia and the others, he did so with an air of discretion. Like a droplet of water merging silently with the surface of a lake, he attracted minimal attention. On the morning of the fifth day, a modest two-story shop quietly opened on one of the main streets of the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion. This establishment was named Rui Pavilion. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion, the opening of Rui Pavilion seemed rather unremarkable. During its inauguration, Ling Tianyang did not extend invitations to anyone. There were no celebrations, no firecrackers, nor any guests in attendance. As the doors of Rui Pavilion swung open, it bore an air of desolation, as if the occasion were a mere formality. The location of Rui Pavilion was undoubtedly prime real estate within the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion, a space that would be exceedingly difficult to acquire even with ample spirit stones. Any passerby would certainly perceive the significance of Rui Pavilion. Flanking the shop, on the left was the well-known tavern, Fragrant Loft, and on the right was a medical establishment, Revitalization Hall, dedicated to healing martial artists. Master Manager, we have officially commenced operations, exclaimed Ji Xiaowan, her face aglow with excitement, addressing Ling Tianyang. Typically, within the confines of the Wanfu sect, Ji Haoran either instructed Ji Xiaowan to cultivate in seclusion or to absorb knowledge pertaining to martial arts. Thus, she had managed to achieve a breakthrough to the later stage of the spiritual sea at such a tender age. This was her inaugural experience working in a shop. Although Ling Tianyang assigned Ji Xiaowan the role of a mere attendant in the shop, she still found the experience refreshing and enjoyable, feeling a surge of excitement within her. Indeed, our Rui Pavilion has officially commenced its operations. Ling Tianyang nodded, yet his gaze was fixed on Su Yingrong and her companions in the distance. There, Su Yingrong was directing Tuoba Yi and Gu Yifeng as they arranged several sets of ordinary wooden tables and chairs in the hall on the first floor, intended for the comfort of the patrons visiting Rui Pavilion. Upon entering the establishment, one would immediately notice a long counter that delineated the space between the shopkeeper and the customers. At that moment, Xiao Xiaoyu and Shi Xiaoya, positioned behind the counter, awaited with eager anticipation for the arrival of potential guests. Chapter 163. Grand opening promotions. A few days prior, Ling Tianyang had brought Xiao Xiaoyu, Shi Xiaoya, and others back to the Five Elements Treasure Pavilion and began preparing for the establishment of the Rui Pavilion. The items for sale within the Rui Pavilion were those that Ling Tianyang found unnecessary within his azure ring, intended to be sold in exchange for spirit stones for cultivation. At this moment, the Rui Pavilion primarily dealt in elixirs and spiritual artifacts, with a mysterious spiritual avatar dedicated to cultivation. Ling Tianyang's main body could continue to enhance its prowess whether he was dining or resting. Consequently, he had ample time to refine his skills in artifact crafting and alchemy. Once all preparations were complete, Ling Tianyang decided that the Rui Pavilion would open its doors today. The grand hall on the first floor of the pavilion was remarkably spacious, flanked by two immense white jade counters. Adorning one side of the hall were exquisite glass vessels containing various elegantly crafted low-grade spiritual artifacts, formidable greatswords, delicate long swords, golden short spears, and explosive hammers. On the opposite side of the hall, finely crafted small jade vials were displayed, within which glimmered plump elixirs rich in spiritual energy. First-grade spirit merging pill, second-grade foundation establishment pill, third-grade true condensation pill. and even a 4th-grade spirit establishment pill that could enhance the success rate of peak true condensation realm warriors attempting to break through to the Spirit Sea realm by 60%. Additionally, a distinctive large notice board stood prominently in the center of the hall, announcing the acquisition of rare spiritual herbs and various scarce materials for artifact crafting. The overall arrangement of the Rui Pavilion was designed to instantly convey to any visitor that it was a shop dedicated to both elixirs and spiritual artifacts. At this moment, Ling Tianyang, along with his spiritual avatar, assumed the roles of the proprietors of the Rui Pavilion. Besides Master Ling and Master Niu, there were also Ji Xiaowan, Xiao Xiaoyu, Shi Xiaoya, Shi Xiaomei, Tuoba Yi, Gu Yifeng, Wu Lingyan, and Su Yingrong, making a total of 8 individuals. The current structure of the Rui Pavilion consisted of these 10 individuals, led by Ling Tianyang. Among them, apart from Xiao Xiaoyu, a 10-year-old girl, Ji Xiaowan, Shi Xiaoya, Shi Xiaomei, and Su Yingrong were all young and beautiful women. As martial artists cultivate, their bodies become increasingly perfect alongside their growing prowess. It is said that upon reaching the returning origin realm, there exists a chance for a complete metamorphosis of the body. This phenomenon has led to an influx of handsome men and beautiful women in the world of martial artists, making even the presence of 4 stunning beauties in the Rui Pavilion somewhat less conspicuous amidst such a sea of elegance. Master, we have been open for quite some time now, yet no customers have arrived. After waiting impatiently for a while, Xiao Xiaoyu could no longer contain her anxiety and rushed to Ling Tianyang's side, exclaiming with concern, "Do not fret, customers will surely come," he reassured her. Moreover, we are not truly reliant on this Rui Pavilion for our livelihood. The Rui Pavilion merely serves as a venue where I can exchange some unnecessary items for cultivation spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tianyang continued, "All right, everyone. Let us each attend to our own matters. Hey, Elder Ling, this won't do at all. You hardly resemble a business person." As soon as Ling Tianyang's words fell, Ji Xiaowan, who was not far away, immediately interjected. "Address me as the chief steward here," Ling Tianyang retorted, casting a stern glance at Ji Xiaowan before bursting into laughter. It was indeed his first time being called the chief steward. Hearing others refer to him as such filled him with a sense of accomplishment. "Very well, chief steward," Ji Xiaowan replied, a hint of defiance flickering in her eyes, yet she complied. "Look at your discontented expression," Ling Tianyang observed her demeanor, pondering for a moment before suggesting. "How about I entrust the management of this Rui Pavilion to you and Yoidao? You will both become stewards of the Rui Pavilion." "Absolutely yes." As soon as Ling Tianyang finished speaking, a spark of excitement glimmered in Ji Xiaowan's eyes, and she quickly added, "You must not go back on your word." "Indeed, we have made a pact." Ling Tianyang's expression turned serious. "From now on, this Rui Pavilion shall be under your and Brother Niu's care." On the 3rd day of Rui Pavilion's grand opening, a piece of news reverberated throughout the majority of the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion, creating a sensation. The Rui Pavilion announced substantial opening discounts, unveiling a range of exquisite elixirs alongside a considerable number of spiritual weapons, swords, spears, sabers, polearms, staffs, forks. 1st-grade Qi cultivation pills, 2nd-grade Yuan accompanying pills, 2nd-grade foundation establishment pills, 3rd-grade true condensation pills, 3rd-grade spirit gathering pills, 4th-grade spirit establishment pills. However, the most astonishing revelation was that the Rui Pavilion introduced their treasured items, 2 extreme spirit pills capable of elevating peak spiritual sea realm warriors to the celestial extreme realm. While the earlier elixirs were notable, the spirit establishment pills and those 2 extreme spirit pills were practically priceless and elusive for the warriors within the Hengduan Mountains. The extreme spirit pills were merely heard of in tales, never witnessed. Except for certain formidable factions within the divine extinction domain, such treasures were non-existent elsewhere. For those in the true condensation realm, spirit establishment pills were exceedingly rare treasures. For warriors in the spiritual sea realm, extreme spirit pills represented their hope for breaking through to the celestial extreme realm. Both the spirit establishment pills and extreme spirit pills were extremely scarce even within the Hengduan Mountains. Even if other factions possessed them, they were generally reserved for personal use or auctioned off. Where could one find a place like the Rui Pavilion, which offered them alongside low-tier elixirs? Once the news of the Rui Pavilion's grand opening discount spread, it immediately caused a stir within the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion. In no time, a multitude of warriors surged towards the Rui Pavilion. Almost everyone is curious about the selling methods of the spirit-enhancing pill and the supreme spirit pill offered by the Rui Pavilion. The news of Rui Pavilion's sale of these two rare elixirs instantly captivated countless warriors from the Condensation Realm and the Spirit Sea Realm. In the Hungduan Mountains, though there are quite a number of formidable experts in the Celestial Extreme Realm, the warriors of the Spirit Sea Realm are even more numerous. And those whose cultivation has not yet reached the Spirit Sea Realm, belonging to the Condensation Realm, are even more plentiful. Take the Wanfu sect as an example, where the total number of warriors exceeds 10,000. However, the sect boasts fewer than 100 warriors who have attained the Celestial Extreme Realm, while those in the Spirit Sea Realm number just over 1,000. This reality ensures that the spirit-enhancing pill and the Supreme Spirit pill hold immense allure for the vast multitude of disciples within the Wanfu sect. Just a few days ago, after Ling Tianyang appointed Ji Shaowan as the steward of Rui Pavilion, he unveiled these two precious elixirs. Chapter 164. A flourishing business. No man can prosper without unexpected fortune, nor can a horse thrive without wild grass. Ling Tianyang's decision to present the Spirit Consolidating Pill and the Extreme Spirit Pill, both of which enable martial artists to transcend their cultivation levels, is a strategic move aimed at swiftly elevating the reputation of the Rui Pavilion. Such elixirs, capable of facilitating breakthroughs in cultivation, are eternally rare and highly coveted among martial practitioners. In the world of martial arts, a man may be innocent, yet possessing treasures can invite peril. Without commensurate strength, a martial artist wielding enviable artifacts will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous formidable adversaries eager to seize them. In every realm, the timid perish while the bold may overreach. Although Ling Tianyang is aware that revealing the Extreme Spirit Pill will undoubtedly draw the gaze of many strong figures within the Hungduan mountain range, he remains unperturbed. As long as the formidable beings of the empty profound realm do not emerge, Ling Tianyang is not particularly concerned about the ambitions of those in the heavenly extreme realm. Moreover, both he and Sikong Ran have the potential to elevate their cultivation to the empty profound realm in the near future. Should they successfully ascend, it would herald the rise of Ling Tianyang within the Hungduan Mountains. The announcement of substantial discounts at Rui Pavilion has already stirred considerable excitement within the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Hall. Although Rui Pavilion has yet to officially open its doors, throngs of martial artists, ranging from the Essence Consolidation Realm to the Heavenly Extreme Realm, have gathered at its entrance. Many of these individuals, particularly those at the peak of the Essence Consolidation and Spirit Sea Realms, have come in pursuit of the Spirit Consolidating and Extreme Spirit Pills. Additionally, those who have attained the Heavenly Extreme Realm are often accompanied by trusted confidants and disciples. Naturally, the allure of the Spirit Consolidating and Extreme Spirit Pills draws them to Rui Pavilion for the sake of their Gs. There are also many martial artists present merely to witness the commotion and to ascertain what treasures Rui Pavilion has to offer. This is Rui Pavilion. Let us venture inside. One might say, I have heard it is stocked with numerous miraculous elixirs and exquisite spiritual artifacts. Just a few days ago, I noticed the opening of this establishment, and I never anticipated the presence of such a rare elixir as the Extreme Spirit Pill. I have also heard tales of this place, yet I am uncertain about the veracity of the information. Given that Rui Pavilion has just commenced operations, it is unlikely to be a deception. Otherwise, they may struggle to maintain their foothold in the market in the future. Enough chatter. Let us hasten inside to see how their elixirs and spiritual artifacts are being sold. As the multitude of martial artists engaged in animated discussions outside the entrance of Rui Pavilion, a lively and bustling atmosphere enveloped the scene. Master, there are so many people outside. We are bound to strike it rich, exclaimed Xiaoxiao, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Ling Tianyang from a distance. If we could have such a crowd of customers every day, it would be truly wonderful, remarked Ji Shaowan, now the manager of Rui Pavilion, her face alight with enthusiasm as she observed the throngs of martial artists gathered outside. What are we waiting for? Ling Tianyang smiled and promptly declared, open the grand doors. Let us commence our venture. Within the confines of the Rui Pavilion, the prices of elixirs and spiritual artifacts were comparable to those in other shops throughout the marketplace. The Rui Pavilion boasted an advantageous location, with a spacious area that was not insignificant among its competitors. The grand opening promotion was explicitly outlined, indicating that 2 exceptional spirit elixirs would be sold to the 500th and 1000th customers. Should either of these fortunate patrons decline the elixirs, the opportunity would be passed to the next in line. As the doors of the Rui Pavilion swung open, the melodious voice of Ji Shaowan resonated throughout the vicinity. Simultaneously, the multitude of martial artists, who had been congregating at the entrance, surged forward. Among them were numerous practitioners, long stagnated at the pinnacle of the condensing reality realm and spiritual sea realm, who, upon learning that the Rui Pavilion would offer both foundation-building elixirs and exceptional spirit elixirs, were filled with fervor. Nearly all the martial artists were eager to exchange their hard-earned fortunes for these rare elixirs, displaying an unwavering resolve, even if it meant financial ruin, fearing that a moment's delay might result in their exclusion. In the Hengduan Mountains, large auction houses occasionally released a limited number of foundation-building elixirs, but their availability was scarce, while exceptional spirit elixirs were even more elusive. Thus, the Rui Pavilion presented a rare and invaluable opportunity that none wished to forfeit. "Master, there are simply too many people," exclaimed Xianxia and Xiaomei, who stood beside Ling Tianyang, their expressions frozen in astonishment at the sudden influx of martial artists into the pavilion. "Isn't it good to have a crowd?" Ling Tianyang nodded, his face alight with joy as he gazed upon the throng at the entrance. Compared to the desolate opening day, the current scene was a veritable sea of humanity. "Elder Ling, this is unsustainable," Ji Shaowan lamented, observing the densely packed crowd at the entrance. "It is becoming too crowded. We can hardly manage." Now, Ji Shaowan and Niu Dao served as the chief managers of the Rui Pavilion, alternating responsibilities to oversee its operations. As martial artists, their primary focus remained on cultivating and enhancing their own powers. Managing the pavilion's business was merely a means to support their training endeavors. "Master Ji, please hold on a moment. I shall have them queue orderly." With a smile directed at Ji Shaowan, Ling Tianyang approached the entrance. An overwhelming aura, indicative of his pinnacle status in the heavenly extreme realm, erupted from him. Is there truly a powerhouse of the heavenly extreme realm within the Rui Pavilion? The once chaotic crowd at the entrance fell into a hushed silence, captivated by the formidable presence emanating from Ling Tianyang. In the Hengduan Mountains, apart from the few formidable beings in the realm of void, those who have attained the pinnacle of the celestial extremity realm stand among the elite. Upon encountering Ling Tianyang, a master of the celestial extremity pinnacle, the onlookers at the entrance of the Rui Pavilion fell into a profound silence. A being of such caliber was not someone they dared to offend. Although there exists a regulation within the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion prohibiting martial artists from causing disturbances within the market, offending a master at the pinnacle of celestial extremity could lead to one's swift annihilation. Even if such a master could not eliminate you within the confines of the 5 Elements Treasure Pavilion, one cannot expect to remain sheltered there for eternity. Chapter 165. The Esteemed Manager Ji. Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Ji Shaowan, the manager of this esteemed Rui Pavilion. As the crowd of martial artists gathered before the pavilion gradually quieted, Ji Shaowan promptly positioned herself beside Ling Tianyang and bowed respectfully to the visitors. "Welcome to Rui Pavilion. As we have announced, we have recently opened our doors and will be offering some spirit-enhancing pills as well as 2 supreme spirit pills for sale." After a brief pause, Ji Shaowan continued, urging everyone to form an orderly queue, saying, "Please line up without pushing. We shall commence the sale of the pills shortly." No sooner had Ji Shaowan's voice faded than Ling Tianyang unleashed his formidable aura, emanating from the pinnacle of the celestial realm without reservation. Simultaneously, he released a strand of his spiritual consciousness, carefully maintaining it within the bounds of his peak power. With a piercing gaze, Ling Tianyang coldly declared, "Our manager Ji has spoken. Please line up conscientiously, one at a time." As he spoke, Ling Tianyang assumed the demeanor of a loyal guardian, standing respectfully behind Ji Shaowan. Ahem. Ji Shaowan lightly cleared her throat, casting a slightly bemused glance at Ling Tianyang while suppressing a smile, and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, please enter." Under the imposing presence of Ling Tianyang, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, the martial artists before Rui Pavilion complied with Ji Shaowan's request, forming an orderly line. They were eager to discover the other treasures within the pavilion, as they sought not only the spirit-enhancing and supreme spirit pills, but also other elixirs and spiritual artifacts. Manager Ji, a martial artist in the early stages of the spiritual sea realm, respectfully inquired, "Might I ask if there will be further offerings of supreme spirit pills after these 2 are sold? After all, there are only 2 supreme spirit pills available at present, and none can predict who will ultimately acquire them. Furthermore, this martial artist lacked sufficient spirit stones to purchase a supreme spirit pill at this moment." Hee. As soon as the inquiry was made, Ji Shaowan could not help but chuckle. "That is an excellent question, esteemed guest." Being addressed as Manager Ji filled her with a sense of excitement and a small sense of accomplishment. As you may know, supreme spirit pills are exceedingly precious, and most would not part with them lightly. Although Rui Pavilion has only recently opened, we are well stocked. We will be offering some Supreme Spirit pills annually for the benefit of all. Surveying the crowd, Ji Shaowan continued. When we have our next batch of Supreme Spirit pills available, we will notify everyone in advance. When Ling Tianyang initially presented the Supreme Spirit pills, he had meticulously considered the matter. Now, as a peak power in the celestial realm, it was possible that he might soon transcend to the void profound realm. At this moment, the extreme spirit elixirs in Ling Tianyang's possession served primarily to cultivate his trusted allies or to exchange for spirit stones used in martial arts training. Thus, Ling Tianyang took out the extreme spirit elixirs, primarily to enhance the popularity of the Rui Pavilion. Heavenly skies. How astonishing it is to find such a plethora of diverse elixirs alongside numerous inferior spiritual artifacts. Outside Rui Pavilion, customers queued patiently, each entering the establishment in turn. Upon witnessing the multitude of jade vials filled with elixirs and glass containers brimming with inferior spiritual artifacts lining the walls, they were utterly awestruck. A newly emerged shop in the market offered wares that surpassed those of most other establishments. Not only did Rui Pavilion boast pinnacle experts of the celestial realm, but it also presented treasures that exceeded those sold in the Five Elements Gathering Hall, compelling every visitor to perceive Rui Pavilion as extraordinary. This indicated that formidable alchemists and artifact craftsmen undoubtedly supported the establishment, rendering it a place not to be trifled with by ordinary folk. Consequently, many martial artists in the market began to take a keen interest in Rui Pavilion. When they glimpsed those elusive elixirs and inferior spiritual artifacts typically difficult to procure, they unhesitatingly dug into their savings to make purchases. At this juncture, all the elixirs and spiritual artifacts on display at Rui Pavilion constituted merely a fraction of what Ling Tianyang possessed within his azure ring. The patrons visiting Rui Pavilion varied in their purchases. Some opted for a vial of elixirs, while others sought several. Some acquired a long sword of inferior quality, while others preferred a long knife of the same grade. As a multitude of martial artists scrambled to buy, the inventory of elixirs and artifacts within Rui Pavilion dwindled rapidly. Elder Ling, our business today is thriving. If this trend continues, we are bound to strike it rich, Ji Shaowan exclaimed, attending to the incoming customers while conversing with Ling Tianyang. Despite the total of 10 individuals present in Rui Pavilion, including Ling Tianyang's ethereal avatar and Xianxia, they still felt quite overwhelmed. Master, how did I perform today? At that moment, Xianxia approached from a distance, carrying a cup of spiritual tea, and cheerfully offered it to Ling Tianyang. She was particularly thrilled about the happenings at Rui Pavilion and even wished to assist in welcoming the customers. However, due to her tender age, Ling Tianyang assigned her the task of serving invigorating spiritual tea to Ji Shaowan and the others busy at Rui Pavilion. As vials of elixirs and various artifacts were sold, the reputation of Rui Pavilion gradually spread throughout the market. The patrons' reviews were generally favorable, and the sales accelerated. Soon after, 2 extreme spirit elixirs were purchased by a peak spirit sea realm martial artist and a beginner celestial realm martial artist. A number of martial artists, who had specifically come in search of the rare extreme spirit pills, felt a profound sense of disappointment upon hearing that the 2 coveted pills from the Rui Pavilion had already been purchased. While many chose to depart, an even greater number opted to remain. Thus, time passed day by day. The reputation of Rui Pavilion resonated throughout the Five Elements Treasure Hall, gaining unprecedented acclaim. Indeed, the influence of Rui Pavilion's signboard appeared to extend beyond the confines of the Five Elements Treasure Hall. Many individuals, having heard of Rui Pavilion's illustrious name, traveled from afar to pay their respects. The reason was simple. Those who had patronized Rui Pavilion had experienced remarkable breakthroughs in their cultivation. The peak martial artists of the Spirit Sea realm, who acquired the extreme spirit pills, along with those of the True Essence realm, who received the spirit-building pills, overwhelmingly succeeded in surpassing their previous limitations after consuming the elixirs offered by Rui Pavilion. Each of these martial artists belonged to distinct circles of life, and when those around them learned that their breakthroughs were attributed to the elixirs sold by Rui Pavilion, it naturally drew a significant influx of new patrons. In a short span, the items available at Rui Pavilion became exceedingly scarce as demand surged. Chapter 166. Uninvited guests. What exactly is the origin of the Rui Pavilion? Outside the pavilion, passers-by halted in their tracks, engaging in idle chatter, their curiosity piqued by the mysteries within. Since its grand opening over a month ago, a multitude of martial artists have flocked to the Rui Pavilion daily. Even those who do not intend to make purchases find themselves irresistibly drawn to explore its interiors. in such a modest establishment as the Five Elements Gathering Treasure Workshop. Any novel occurrences in the market swiftly capture the attention of many. Rumor has it that a peak celestial realm expert resides within the Rui Pavilion. Indeed, I too have heard such whispers. Can you guess whom I encountered there, aside from that formidable peak celestial realm expert? Who might that be? One of the chief managers of the Rui Pavilion is none other than the young lady of the Wanfu sect. Brother, is that true? Are you certain you are not mistaken? It is impossible. I have previously met Miss G from the Wanfu sect, and I would not be deceived. Last time, I arrived too late and missed the opportunity to purchase the extreme spirit pills. I wonder when the Rui Pavilion will have new stock of those pills available for sale. Indeed, I too arrived too late last time. A friend of mine acquired an extreme spirit pill and has successfully broken through, becoming a peak celestial realm expert now. Meanwhile, inside the Rui Pavilion, Ling Tianyang sat at a table designated for guests, sipping tea, while Xianxia accompanied him. Others within the pavilion, upon sighting them, dared not approach, choosing instead to keep their distance. After all, to the outsiders, Ling Tianyang is regarded as a peak celestial realm powerhouse, someone they could not afford to provoke. As for the insiders, Manager Ji, confident in her status, presided from behind the counter. Apart from Ling Tianyang, Shi Xiaomei, and Ji Xiaowan, the only ones attending to guests at that moment were Wu Lingyan, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrou. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaoya, Xiao Xiaoyu, along with Ling Tianyang's ethereal doppelganger and Tuoba Yi, had retreated to the second floor to engage in secluded cultivation. Since the opening of the Rui Pavilion, Ling Tianyang had sold most of the items from his azure ring that he found unnecessary, converting them into a substantial amount of low-grade spirit stones. Currently, the business within the pavilion, compared to its previous fervor, had gradually settled into a more regular pace, maintaining a standard akin to an ordinary shop. Thus, Ling Tianyang and his companions found themselves with time to rotate through periods of secluded cultivation. Elder Ling, our business at the Rui Pavilion is flourishing. However, nearly all the pills and spiritual artifacts we offer are sourced from you, and it cannot continue like this for long. Perhaps we should issue an announcement to externally procure some alchemical herbs and materials for crafting spiritual artifacts, and then recruit a few alchemists and blacksmiths to join us. Thus, we at the Rui Pavilion shall no longer fret over our future supplies. While Wu Lingyan, Gu Yifeng, and Su Yingrou cheerfully introduced various elixirs and spiritual artifacts to the esteemed guests, Ji Xiaowan gracefully approached and took a seat beside Ling Tianyang. After savoring a sip of tea from the table, she suddenly proposed to him. Although Ji Xiaowan now served as the pavilion's head manager, she was acutely aware that Ling Tianyang was the true mastermind behind the Rui Pavilion. Miss Ji, you are indeed quite adept in your role as manager. Ling Tianyang acknowledged with a nod, his expression turning jovial as he continued. Now that you are the manager of the Rui Pavilion, you may handle matters as you see fit. Very well, I shall proceed according to my own inclinations, Ji Xiaowan replied. Elder Ling, having toiled for over a month at the Rui Pavilion on your behalf, might you not bestow upon me a token of your appreciation? Ji Xiaowan nodded, but then, with a gleam of mischief in her eyes, she broke into a smile. Observing her playful demeanor, Ling Tianyang also smiled, yet soon adopted a serious tone. In a few days, I may take Xiao Mei and others away from the Rui Pavilion for a while. You will temporarily manage the pavilion in my absence. What? You intend to leave the Rui Pavilion? Ji Xiaowan exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation that Ling Tianyang would be departing with Shi Xiaomei and the others. Indeed, Ling Tianyang confirmed, producing a verdant fruit from his hand and tossing it to Ji Xiaowan. What is this marvelous item? I sense an extraordinary concentration of spiritual energy within this green fruit, Ji Xiaowan remarked, her curiosity piqued as she felt the essence emanating from it. This green fruit was evidently something special, yet Ji Xiaowan could not recall any information regarding it from her memories. This is a 5th-tier advanced spirit elevation fruit. Any martial artist in the mid-stage of the heavenly extreme realm who consumes this fruit will see their cultivation swiftly elevate to the late stage of the heavenly extreme realm. Noticing Ji Xiaowan's puzzled expression, Ling Tianyang conveyed through his spiritual sense, once you break through to the heavenly extreme realm, you will be able to swiftly enhance your cultivation. Given the presence of numerous guests within the Rui Pavilion, Ling Tianyang preferred to keep the nature of the green fruit discreet, thus communicating with Ji Xiaowan through his spiritual sense. The spirit elevation fruit is an exceedingly rare spiritual fruit. Most people cannot discern its origin upon encountering it. Elder Ling, you are truly generous. Ji Xiaowan gasped in astonishment upon learning the fruit's provenance. Her eyes widened, filled with profound meaning as she gazed at Ling Tianyang. Just as Ji Xiaowan was about to speak, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed within the Rui Pavilion. "May I inquire if Elder Ling is present?" The Grand Elder of the Black-Scale Sect, Du Jiang, made a special visit. As soon as this voice echoed, the individuals within the Rui Pavilion witnessed a man, appearing to be in his 40s with stubble, silently standing at the entrance. Du Jiang, known as the Bloodthirsty Fiend, was indeed the Grand Elder of the Black-Scale Sect. The moment his voice resonated, the patrons still selecting pills and spiritual tools within the Rui Pavilion gasped in astonishment. In the next instant, all those browsing the items hurriedly retreated from the sides of the pavilion's entrance in terror. Within moments, aside from Ling Tianyang and a few others, the only presence remaining in the Rui Pavilion was the suddenly appeared stubbled man, Grand Elder Du Jiang. Du Jiang, it seems your reputation here is quite formidable. Your mere entrance has driven all my customers away, Ling Tianyang remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the man standing at the door.